Just now, I topped the leaderboard as the number 1 in the entire server. But the next moment I chose to log out and instead decided to change my profession to a life profession blacksmith. My beautiful girlfriend immediately broke up with me in anger, and I didn't have time to explain before the game descended into reality. So I immediately threw aside those who mocked me and planned to rush ahead to level up in the dungeon. Because as a reborn person, I knew that to avoid repeating the mistakes of my previous life, I had to awaken a special talent. I just happened to know that the first person to change to a blacksmith could awaken a special talent, infinite attributes. Each time I level up, I can randomly gain an attribute bonus, resulting in a permanent enhancement. The quality of the attributes can be infinitely stacked, so as long as I level up, I can become stronger. As a life profession, a blacksmith can gain experience not only by killing monsters but also by forging equipment. Soon, I arrived at the forge, took the ready materials, and began to forge. Before long, I had forged an iron sword and a plate armor. Because the forging was successful, my level also increased by 1. You have obtained the red attribute, Core of Molten Fire. A system voice rang out, and I hurriedly opened the attribute panel to check. Current attribute, Core of Molten Fire. Effect: each time you forge or upgrade equipment, you permanently gain all attributes of the equipment, with no upper limit. Looking at the attribute, my breath caught in my throat. Doesn't this mean I have the talent for infinite growth? It's not just forging equipment, I'm clearly forging myself. Thinking of this, I hurriedly continued to forge equipment. You successfully forged Iron Sword 1, gaining +5 strength. You successfully forged Plate Armor 1, gaining +5 constitution. When the available materials were used up, I felt the powerful strength within me and smiled broadly. Just one attribute was already so strong. How much stronger would the attributes I gain from further upgrades be? Moreover, if the forging materials were special, the added attributes would only be more. No longer hesitating, I quickly headed to the wild monsters to level up. However, just as I stepped out of the school gate, I saw many students teaming up to farm monsters. To avoid exposing my special talent, I had to choose to leave through the side door, but I also overheard others mocking me. Arriving at the familiar green grassland, I remembered that the wild monsters here were level 6 to 9, with prairie wolves often appearing in packs. For beginners, prairie wolves were definitely a nightmare, but for me, who had just upgraded my attributes, they were experienced babies. Picking up the black iron hammer, I charged towards the wolf pack and struck down hard on a prairie wolf's head, instantly causing a red number to float up. This hit was a critical strike, dealing 350 damage. The feeling of one hit killing a monster was simply like cheating. Soon, I took down 6 prairie wolves, 1 hit each. After seeing my level increase, I immediately checked the new attributes gained from the upgrade. The true form of the weapon spirit, golden. Effect: all enhancement effects of the weapons and equipment you wear are increased tenfold. Golden attributes are second only to red attributes, but the effects are still very powerful. And the stronger the equipment enhancements obtained, the stronger the effects I can unleash. Gathering my thoughts, I glanced at the experience bar. After hunting a few more, I would be able to level up again. After collecting the materials from the prairie wolves into the storage space of my ring, I headed directly into the depths of the green grassland, aiming to at least reach level 5 and obtain my first skill. As I continued deeper, a huge black wolf suddenly appeared in front of me, the Prairie Black Wolf King. Level 10. What's going on? That noise is from the Black Wolf King. At this time, who would come to the green grassland to level up? Aren't the new awakeners just awakening? Report the situation immediately and send someone for rescue. Captain Chu Qingyu of the city defense team had a cold expression. Her fair hand slammed down on the table in front of her, leaving a palm print, and asked, "Have you found out which school's rookie team it is?" A level 10 monster shouldn't have drawn the attention of the city defense team, but the problem is that this is the boss of the novice leveling area. Only newly awakened young boys and girls can level up in the green grassland. To dare to venture into the green grassland right after awakening, it is presumed that the team must consist of awakeners with hidden professions, but their bad luck led them to encounter the Wolf King, which is the key concern for them. Hidden professions are all, without exception, the top seeds among this generation of awakened ones in Summer City. If the team is indeed composed entirely of hidden professions, it is likely to challenge the recruitment of top guilds a month later. The awakened one encountered the Wolf King, which could very likely lead to a total annihilation of the team, resulting in significant losses. I hope those who go to rescue can make it in time. The appearance of the boss surprisingly caused panic among the Summer City defense team. At this point, I had successfully killed the Black Wolf King, and my level had also risen to level 4. These 2 level ups allowed me to obtain 2 types of attributes, purple and blue, namely Hammer Mastery and Swift as the Wind. One significantly increases my strength and forging success rate when using a hammer, while the other increases my evasion rate in combat. Although the quality isn't high, both are enhancements that are difficult for ordinary people to obtain. However, I didn't pay much attention to that. What truly caught my interest was a line of prompts that appeared at the bottom of the panel. Prompt, first quality rotation of attributes. Level correction. The next level will definitely obtain a red attribute. The qualities of attributes are divided into 5 types: red, gold, purple, blue, and green. This directly skips the green attribute from the first rotation, allowing me to obtain a red attribute every 5 levels. The red word entry will undoubtedly bring me a significant boost. I have almost collected all the materials. It's time to go back and forge equipment. On my way back, I unexpectedly saw another team of hidden class awakeners. This 4-person team was currently resting on the ground after just defeating 4 prairie wolves. Did you see someone coming out from the depths of the green grass just now during the battle? One of the girls suddenly asked the 3 people beside her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I think I saw it too. It looked like someone our age, and they were carrying a hammer. Everyone has just awakened, and one person ventured into the depths of the green grass. After discussing for a while, they still unanimously believed it was a misperception. But suddenly a voice came from not far away. Was it your team that killed the Wolf King? To be able to do this right after awakening, you have completely exceeded expectations. 2 rescue personnel wearing observation station badges approached this team, both showing expressions of deep surprise, while the 4 members of the team looked confused. One of the girls seemed to realize something and tentatively asked, could it be that person from just now? There really is someone who just awakened and single-handedly ventured into the depths of the green grass, even killing the Wolf King alone. But who is that person? The 2 rescue personnel also realized the situation, their expressions serious. At this moment, I had returned to the forge and began crafting with the materials I had just collected. Since the materials were from the prairie wolf, the enhancement in attributes was very noticeable. You successfully forged the Wolf Fawn Blade 1, gaining plus 15 strength. Finally, the glow of leveling up enveloped my entire body. Reaching level 5 not only allowed me to learn my first skill but, more importantly, granted me a new red attribute. I immediately opened the panel to look at the new attribute, Boundless Mana. Effect, casting any skill does not consume mana. The fact that all skills do not consume mana means unlimited blue resources. If I remember correctly, the first skill of the life profession blacksmith is forging, which, although not a combat skill, is still very useful to me. Just as I continued to forge equipment, the forging materials suddenly burst forth with a golden light. You successfully forged the Wolf King Fong Blade 1, gaining plus 50 strength, plus 10 spirit, plus 10 agility, and the skill, Bloodthirst. Wolf King Fong Blade, Bronze, category, weapon. Equipment requirement, level 10. Effect, plus 50 strength, plus 10 spirit, plus 10 agility. Special effect, Bloodthirst, passive skill. Deals damage to enemies and gains a 10% attack power bonus from the damage dealt. I didn't expect that the materials from the Wolf King would forge a skill, and because of the attributes from the Fire Core attribute, I also gained a skill, which belongs to the warrior class. Happily, I stored the Wolf King Fong Blade in my storage ring, and then I went directly to the trading post to list the equipment I had just crafted but wouldn't use. However, just as I listed them, it caused a stir in the trading post. Which team is so fierce, just awakened the second day, and managed to take down the Wolf King in the green grassland? I heard there are several pieces of equipment. The drop rate from that Wolf King is not low. Listening to the commotion outside, I couldn't help but smirk. All this equipment was clearly crafted by me. Upon arriving at the awakening hall, I directly told the front desk, I am here to learn skills. The receptionist's originally gentle smile suddenly froze. Isn't it only the second day of awakening? You're level 5. What kind of genius in their profession are you? But she still instinctively opened the awakener's trial arena behind her. Wait until Lin Shi walked in. Her body stiffened once again as she looked at the illusory hammer insignia that blossomed outside the trial arena. Blacksmith? Chapter 5, Flame Plus. What profession is that? The Awakened One trial ground is like a square suspended in the void. All directions are pitch black and covered in a layer of faint halo. Lin Shi walked to the center of the plaza, where a gradually solidifying glow immediately surfaced. It transformed into a furnace in which flames blazed. The occupation detected is blacksmithing. Classification meets requirements. Please fulfill the requirement. Remove impurities from the current material and forge a basic shape. Sure enough, the skill learning condition for the blacksmith profession is not combat, but forging. Lin Shi shook his head. He had learned before that the first skills of other professions had conditions that were reached in battle. The blacksmith profession, on the other hand, was clearly not suitable for combat at the moment. In front of the furnace, a rusty steel bead the size of an eyeball emerges, complete with basic forging tools. Rusty steel balls? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Some memories from before he crossed over couldn't help but flash through his mind. Don't suppose you want me to give you the whole Damascus tin can plus 3 forges? However, he didn't panic. Having already forged so much equipment earlier, now it was just a matter of getting rid of impurities for the rusty steel beads. so naturally it couldn't be easier. He picked up the forge from the fireplace and maneuvered it with ease. Only not much longer. A fledgling iron blade with a fiery red body was then taken out of the furnace by Lin Chi. Condition fulfilled. You realize the skills of this profession. Calcination. Easy and unchallenging. Lin Chi shrugged. But the first skill, is it just calcination after all? This can be shabby compared to other professions such as fireball skills. However, when Lin Chi's gaze landed on the skill description, it was an instantaneous dismissal of that thought. Skill, calcination. Mana consumption, 150. Effects, the control of the flame is very skillful. When releasing the skill, the flame can be enveloped in oneself and the forging tool. Oneself increases the flame attribute and immunity to ordinary flame damage, and there is a probability to improve the quality of the material. Lin Chi blinked. Is this what makes blacksmithing special as a primary profession? Normally awakened people who used blacksmithing as a secondary occupation, the calcination skill they obtained would only be a probability to enhance the quality of the materials. But he's clearly different. Adding the flame attribute to myself means that, after I unleash this skill, every attack I make will have a flame burning effect attached to it. This is the equivalent of being a weapon with a flame attribute. And, it's outright immune to normal flame damage. Lin Chi was secretly stumped. In this way, even if some mage professions had learned fireball spells, they wouldn't be able to damage him, purely incarnate as a low-level mage nemesis. Who says blacksmiths aren't suited for combat? Lin Chi grinned. Of course, there is a caveat to this. The other blacksmiths, whose base attributes were already low, even if they were able to add the flame attribute to their attacks, they still wouldn't be able to create much damage, and it's just a normal attack after all. As for normal flame immunity, it's not immune to normal attacks from monsters. Even as a tank to resist, there's not enough blood. Not to mention, the mana consumption of the skill isn't exactly low. But these restrictions, it didn't make any sense to Lin Chi. He tried releasing his skills a few times before he was satisfied and walked out of the trial field. The receptionist at the front desk was still resting her glossy white chin, staring unseeingly at the two trial grounds in front of her. In one of them, the cursor of a hammer blossomed, while in the other, an intricate rune. This term, there were actually two people who had risen to level 5 in such a short period of time. Suddenly, the hammer cursor outside the proving ground flickered for a moment, then disappeared. Lin Chi's figure walked out from it. So soon? The receptionist was stunned, and then she looked like she realized something. Throwing a relieved look at Lin Chi, he softly said, "It's okay if you fail, it's okay to upgrade so fast, you might not be in the right state. Just wait for a reprieve and come back to try again." She didn't know much about the already rare main profession of blacksmithing, but guess what? The not bad-looking teenager in front of him should be someone chosen by a family or guild to be developed mainly as a logistician. It must have to be a lot of resources to pile on to upgrade so quickly. Lin Chi smiled and didn't say anything more. Time to pick the next place to practice. The skills of the blacksmith profession had already given him a taste. Moreover, if he was able to collect better materials, then he might even be able to obtain other powerful skills when forging equipment. In this world, there were not a few pieces of equipment that came with active skills. The receptionist eyed Lin Chi's early exit from the Hall of Awakening, and then suddenly seemed to realize something and looked toward the other trial field in the back. A young girl in a vestment robe then walked out from among them. She immediately saw Lin Chi, who was leaving the Hall of Awakening, and a touch of ghostly meaning passed through her eyes. "Lin Chi, I knew it was you." Shinbailu sighed darkly. No wonder Lin Chi hadn't promised her that she would rise to level 5 so quickly. Is this an alternative? Valley of Firestone. Level requirement, 1 to 15. Number of persons required, 1 to 5. Lin Chi set 1 foot outside this replica outside of Summer City. There were a few copies outside of Summer City that didn't restrict levels too much, and this Firestone Valley in front of us was one of them. In many places around them, flames were burning, and a wind blew with a pang of searing heat. However, Lin Chi was not affected. Calcine skill release. A ball of flames then enveloped his body, emitting an even hotter temperature, and even the sledgehammer in his hand emitted a brilliant fire. If you want to get into this replica, you have to be in a position to do so as well. Lin Chi lamented. It's kind of a treasure trove for practicing. There were just as many monsters roaming outside the copy, and even more awakened people practicing here. However, the most unbearable thing about this place wasn't the intensity of the monsters, but the flames that littered everywhere. If you are not careful, you will suffer burn damage from the flames. Therefore, many awakened people would come here with the appropriate equipment or items that could resist the flames after forming a group, but that would require a thick home base, and Lin Chi directly then stepped through the flames and walked out towards the entrance of the replica. Far away, a squad of awakened ones was fighting a monster that spewed flames from its mouth from time to time. Flames erupted and a kobold let out a series of screams. Even Lu Ruyan's face turned white for a moment. That was the goblin she had summoned with great difficulty with her equipment. Finally, the monster was slain, and the 4 members of the squad breathed heavily. Suddenly, Wang Feilong, who was in the group, looked violently in one direction as if he had discovered something. What kind of monster is that? Words. Lu Ruoyan and the other 2 looked over together. From afar, I saw a figure covered in flames, like a person, but I couldn't see it clearly, and it vaguely gave Lu Ruoyan an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It doesn't look like a monster, it looks like a human person, one man said suspiciously. Flame Plus, is that an undiscovered hidden profession? However, in response, Wang Feilong frowned, somewhat displeased. You guys are also considered to be in the top 10 professions on the professional heavenly ranking. Do you need to be so surprised by a hidden profession? The rarer a hidden profession is, the harder it will be to achieve something in the future. Saying that, he glanced at Lu Ruoyan on the side. Perhaps not much better than that blacksmith. Chapter 6 Nightmare Difficulty. Aren't these all small monsters? The hidden professions in the world are very powerful, and it's very rare for people to be able to switch to a hidden profession. But being rare means a problem. There are no cheats for adding points and skill choices that have been explored by previous generations. Exploring the road ahead on your own. Even the most powerful professions are highly likely to get screwed. Wang Feilong's hidden profession was able to rank in the top 10 in both the profession heavenly rankings, and was deservedly powerful. And the career heavenly ranking was divided according to the awakened's development prospects as well as their overall strength, which had considerable reference value. He naturally couldn't look at other hidden professions. Brother Dragon is right about everything, Lu Ruoyan echoed, and as if she thought of something, she smiled contemptuously. But any more wasted professions have to be better than that blacksmith. But that's when another gasp from his teammates. Something's not right. He's not going to enter the Firestone Valley copy alone, is he? At the sound of the voice, Wang Feilong couldn't help but cast his gaze once again. However, he noticed from afar that the figure whose body was entwined with blazing flames had actually stepped into the depths of the Fire Rock Valley. With a flash of light, the figure disappeared into thin air. He actually really entered the copy alone? Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but have her small mouth slightly open. The copy of the Firestone Valley here was very special. As long as one was an awakened within level 15, they were able to enter at will. The problem, however, is that the strength of the monsters in it, too, is not based on level. Even their powerful team didn't dare to enter. Awakened professions have no prospects for development, but they just want to lay down their lives and are bent on death. Wang Feilong remained disdainful. He can't walk out of the copy. Looking around again, he said in a deep voice, it's been a day and a night of brushing. Another small half day and we'll be able to level up to level 5 and go learn our first skill. All focus on it. Please select the difficulty of your copy. Difficulty/nightmare. The Valley of Firestone copy is indeed special, with only 2 difficulty options. Moreover, just the difficulty alone was enough to discourage the vast majority of awakened people. As for nightmare difficulty, there are only a few pathetic samples of intelligence even in the study materials of Natsujo High School. It was still said to be the result of a grueling pioneering effort by an all-level 15 hidden profession team. But this, too, was exactly why Lin Chi had chosen the Firestone Valley copy. The materials collected from here would allow him to forge equipment with lower equipment level requirements but stronger bonus effects. Nightmare difficulty. Lin Chi made his choice without hesitation. That's the limit of this copy. Not his. Huffing and puffing, the heat wave that came over them was particularly scorching, like it could put you in the coals. The awakened stepped into this environment and continued to lose blood every second. However, Lin Chi was not affected in the slightest, and the firelight wrapped around the sledgehammer in his hand was even more blazing. Ahead, in the roaring flames, a stone block trembled, and even climbed up from the ground, transforming into a half-a-person tall stone man, and the whole body was bubbling with hot steam. Small hammerstone, elite, rank 5. A random janitorial monster was an elite level whose values far exceeded those of ordinary monsters. Moreover, the strength of the monsters here was not divided according to rank, but purely numerically powerful. Lin Chi was even able to see that this thing's blood bar was on the verge of catching up to that prairie black wolf king. He met it directly with a hammer blow. -460. You have killed Little Hammerstone, Elite, and gained plus 230 experience. The small hammerstone instantly shattered to the ground, failing to hold up to Lin Chi's hammer. In the meantime, in the flames on Lin Chi's body, even more so, a wisp of scarlet mist was still revealed. The passive skill, Bloodlust, was energized. The experience is almost double that of a high-level prairie wolf. Lin Chi grinned. The value of the monsters in this copy of Firestone Valley was indeed high, but the experience given was just as high. He was even more mindful of the forging materials he was able to gather from the little hammerstone. Molten iron. This kind of material can be more suitable for forging than wolf teeth or the like. Some high-level awakened after learning the blacksmithing profession as a secondary profession, would usually acquire molten iron materials in large quantities for forging, thus increasing their forging proficiency. But then, the equipment that can be forged, on the other hand, all have extremely high equipment level requirements. But again, for high-level awakened people, there is no great use. But in Lin Chi's hands, molten iron, it would be maximized. With these materials, he could completely create equipment that was sufficient for a level 5 awakened to use. And the equipment bonus effect is definitely great for the current stage. Lin Chi didn't stop and carried his sledgehammer straight into the copy. None of the little hammerstones he met on the way were able to carry the sledgehammer in his hands. Unity slammed down with a hammer, and the small hammerstone fell apart in pieces, and the molten iron on his body was collected by Lin Chi in passing. Ding! Lin Chi came to a wide area where several small hammerstones were gathered, and the hammer in his hand swept through like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. Bent in time, broken stones splattered in all directions, and in addition, there was a crisp ringing sound. This is, Lin Chi's gaze quickly landed on an item in the rubble that glowed with a bronze light. He was a little emotional. Finally, the equipment has exploded. The Wolf King didn't even pop a single piece of equipment out for me, but the little monsters here are giving me, not little monsters? Lin Chi's sentiments came to an abrupt end. This was because he noticed that he had just mixed in a boss message in his kill alert. You have killed the Little Hammer King, bronze, and gained plus 600 experience. Just now, a hammer smashed down. There were too many small monsters, and I didn't notice that I also casually hammered a boss to death in the process. Along with his experience bar, he was only a sliver away from being able to upgrade. There should be 3 bosses in this copy's nightmare difficulty. That's the first one. He picked up the equipment that fell to the ground with his hand and raised an eyebrow. Hammerite necklace, bronze, category, necklace. Equipment requirements, level 5. Effect, strength plus 50, constitution plus 20. Special effect, strength plus 20. This was another necklace trinket that was rarely seen below level 10. Moreover, the base attribute bonus effect was even higher than the equipment Lin Chi had created with the Wolf King's materials. Like the Wolf King's toothblade, it's a bronze suit. Lin Chi beautifully put the necklace on. The current quality of equipment known in the world is divided into ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary, a total of 6. And bosses, likewise, can be divided on that basis. The Little Hammer King just now was none other than a bronze-ranked boss that was one quality higher than the Grassland Black Wolf King. Clearing away the loot, Lin Chi continued forward. It was only the first boss she had fought, and he was already on the verge of leveling up to level 6. According to Lin Chi's expectations, he should be able to go up another level or 2 when the copy was cleared. Soon, as Lin Chi's hammer fell, his body abruptly bloomed with a cloud of escalating light. Chapter 7 Replica Skills. Passing the duplicate. Level +1. You have been awarded the phrase, the past comes back, gold color. It's the golden word's turn. Lin Chi's heart fluttered. The effect bonus of a gold-colored phrase can be second only to a red phrase. It was equally capable of delivering a substantial boost for him. Open the panel. Current word, past revisited, gold. Effect, replicates a skill of any profession within the same class that has been seen. Skill can be replaced. In the meantime, an illusory symbol of a hammer also appeared on Lin Chi's skill panel. It seemed to be waiting for him to fill the skill in. Lin Chi's throat couldn't help but move as he looked at the effect of the words in front of him. Doesn't this mean that I can perform the skills of whichever profession I want? That's a total career breaker. Sure, the drawbacks to this phrase are equally obvious. One is that you have to have seen it in person and one is within the same class. But in comparison, Lin Chi thought none of it was a matter. What he cared more about was the effect of this phrase when paired with the Mana Unlimited phrase. You can release any professional skill, plus the skill does not consume blue. TSK. Lin Chi was able to imagine how powerful this had to be. Moreover, the higher the level, the higher the skills he could replicate would naturally be. Keep practicing. This day, the monsters in the entire Firestone Valley replica had a peaceful life, because they are all wiped out in a flash. No pain is felt. Outside the Firestone Valley copy, the light of upgrading was the first to bloom on Wang Feilong's body. Brother Long is so powerful. He's already level 5. I guess there aren't many people in the entire Xia city who can catch up with Brother Long. Lu Ruyan immediately came over with a sweet smile. Even if you are in a group, experience gain will be settled based on the performance of killing monsters. Wang Feilong smiled proudly, very flattered. Brother Dragon's Bull. In a little while, maybe we can enter the copy in front to take a look as well. The other two in the squad followed suit. Their team, whose members' professions were all ranked on the heavenly ranking, had a strong overall strength, and their upgrading speed must be one of the best. When I wait until level 15, I will definitely go in and take a look. Wang Feilong was confident, looking out towards the entrance of the Fire Rock Valley copy. Of course, He's talking about difficulty. There were already only a few awakened ones in each session of Summer City who were able to clear the difficult copies. As for the flame-encrusted figure seen earlier, it's probably been roasted by the flames in the copy. It's not even a thought. Thinking about the person who entered the copy before, I'm a little confused that he had to come here to die. The squad members shook their heads. Even though today's low-level raids are very well established, some of the awakened still die in every session. Unconscionable. Compared to Brother Long, nothing counts. Lu Ruyan shook her head, long ago not caring about the situation on the copy side. Boom! But just then, all four of them suddenly shuddered, and a tremor actually came violently from the ground beneath their feet. Even the surrounding flames became furious. Ah! Lu Ruyan let out a cry of pain as she was inadvertently scorched by the flames, and a portion of her life value was deducted. What's going on? Is there a boss out? The squad members' faces all changed, and they nervously and vigilantly observed their surroundings. Their entire staff hadn't even reached level 5 yet, not to mention running into the boss here. Even if they ran into an elite monster, they were afraid that they would have to be reduced in number. Boom! The earth trembled again. Wang Filon looked like he realized something and turned his head somewhat stiffly to look at the entrance of the replica. Is this a copy being passed? The squad members all realized the situation one after another as well, staring at the entrance of the replica in near stupefaction, their faces filled with disbelief. It had long been recorded in the school that when a copy of the Fire Rock Valley was cleared, it would be connected to a large area outside of the copy, and all of them would experience a mutation. That meant that the final boss of Fire Rock Valley had been conquered. Is that the guy who was just there? Lu Ruyan's eyes were trembling. The only thing they had seen here since last night's fight until now was the figure with flames wrapped around its body entering the copy of Firestone Valley. If the copy was passed, it could only be that person. But how is that possible? He's only one person. Besides, he's only just gotten in. The Valley of Firestone can be called a nightmare copy not just because it has a nightmare difficulty option, even more so because, even just the difficulty alone was already considered a nightmare for the awakened who were able to enter it. In the entire history of Summer City, there had never been a precedent of a single person clearing a copy of Firestone Valley. Not to mention, this was only just the second day of awakening, and for an awakened person to be able to rise to level 5 was already considered extremely fast. Ah! Another mournful scream came. Lu Ruyan's face turned white, and this time the one who let out a miserable scream was the low-level goblin that she had spent a great deal of money to conclude a summoning contract with. With no skills, she had to keep the kobolds at her side, now scorched by the flames, completely dead. No good. Run. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. Now was simply not the time for them to think about that flaming figure just now, with their current levels and attributes, but whenever they were trapped by the flames, they could only wait for death. Thumbs up. But even though they immediately ran away, they still inevitably suffered from the flames that burned and squealed. Gradually, even the ordinary equipment boots worn under the feet came to a rolling temperature. The clothes and equipment on his body were even being blazed up with large holes, and the durability was lost. Good for nothing. They had only just gotten away from the territory where the flames were burning, and they were all smoked black and their hair was burnt most of the time, in a sorry state. But the good thing is, it's finally a hijacking. What the hell is going on here? Wang Filong clenched his fists, but the wounds on his arms caused him a sharp pain. He just couldn't figure it out. How could anyone pass a copy of Firestone Valley at the current stage? There was no record of this at all before. That flaming figure seemed as if it was hardwired into his mind. How could it not be waved away? Was this really their class of awakened? He suddenly didn't dare to think about it. If he did, then all his pride would be gone. Boom! But just then, the earth trembled again, and the flames actually spread over to this side at a speed visible to the naked eye. Why is it still moving? A few people did not dare to stay even though they were exhausted, and hurriedly continued to flee. With such a large scale of dissension, they had no relevant memories at all. As Lu Ruyan fled, she inexplicably thought of Lin Chi. All this time, Lin Chi knew a lot of information about this world, and perhaps Lin Chi would know about the strange movements here. But soon, she dismissed the idea. A blacksmith was no longer even worthy of her to show kindness. You have killed the Sledgehammer King, Silver, and gained plus 1,200 experience. Level plus 1. Pass the Firestone Valley copy. Gain settlement experience plus 2,000. Lin Chi's gaze even fell on an item that had fallen in front of him. It was a sledgehammer that shone with the color of white and silver. Silver weapons. Chapter 8, indeed. I don't see it. Rejected. Boulder King Hammer, Silver. Category, Weapons. Equipment requirements, Level 8. Effect, Strength plus 120. Special effect, Armor Breaking, ignores 10% of enemies' defense attributes. A sledgehammer that adds pure strength and comes with an armor breaking effect. Lin Chi weighed it. It was much better than the hammer he had on hand. After clearing this copy, he had also risen to level 8. Two more phrases, purple, armor plus, and blue, spiritual endowment, were obtained respectively. One boosts the defense attribute of the equipment, while the other increases the spirit value. Lin Shi made a rough estimate. With his current attributes, it was estimated that no awakened below level 30 would be able to carry one of his hammers. As for after level 30, experiencing another transfer, Lin Shi wasn't very clear about their attributes, but there shouldn't be anything that can't be solved with one hammer, and if there is, then two. Step out of the copy. With a ring full of equipment, Lin Shi quickly returned to the middle of Summer City. It was a good harvest, enough for his next consumption. As for afterward, Lin Shi intended to grade a bit higher in the area. There will be an experience decay after the monster level exceeds the awakens by 10 levels. So next time, run to the monster area around level 18 to practice. He made his plans and came to the exchange first. On the unattended sale bar, the several pieces of Wolf King equipment that were originally consigned by Lin Shi had all disappeared. In its place, a line of information was displayed in front of Lin Shi. Remaining amount, 23 gold coins. There are people buying at such a high price. It seems that those pieces of Wolf King equipment are, indeed, very attractive. Lin Shi smashed his mouth. According to the monetary system of this world, 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins. 23 gold coins were enough for Lin Shi's consumption at the moment. He removed the gold coins, and in passing, he hung up another bronze-ranked shield. This was the bronze suit that was popped out by the second boss within the Firestone Valley. The equipment effect was also strong, but it wasn't of much use to Lin Shi. After thinking about it, the minimum price was set out this time. 50 gold coins, a bronze suit of level 5, with a starting bid of 50 gold coins, are considered the lowest. Lin Shi knew that once this shield was auctioned off, it definitely wouldn't just be this price. Do all that. It was only then that Lin Shi went back to the exchange's front desk location and got a card. With this card, there is no need to specialize in collecting gold coins. Build a forge at home first. Lin Shi pondered. Although there was a forge in the school that he could use as he pleased, a bunch of equipment was always hard to explain, and there was a risk of someone finding out. It's most reliable to put it in your own home, and you can also acquire a few more storage boxes along the way to make a simple storage. Say it and do it. Lin Shi quickly arrived at the Summer City Mall. After making his intentions for the forge room known to the sales manager lady, the sales manager's eyes glowed as he received 20 gold coins. This teenager in front of him must have a notable status. To be able to casually shell out 20 gold coins for a forging room was not something that could be seen very often on a normal day. Don't worry, brother. We'll place the complete forge room where you requested by tonight. She made assurances, unobtrusively displaying adult charm. Lin Shi nodded. The forging room was originally a bunch of forging tools cobbled together. As long as there was money, he would be able to get it out soon. The gold coins on hand were almost consumed, and he wasn't the least bit distressed. More gold will be coming in soon. Accompanied by the sales manager's insistence, Lin Shi slowly walked out of the mall. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he caught a glimpse of 4 blackened and wretched figures walking not far away. They should pay for the walk. Lin Shi subconsciously thought that he had bumped into Blackie in the Summer City. But soon, he noticed again. These 4 people are not Xiaohei. One of them he is still familiar with. Is it not precisely Lu Ruyan? Only at this moment, she looked like she had rolled in the ashes. Her body was pitch black, and her hair even looked like it had been set on fire. A mess to the extreme. And at this point, Lu Ruyan also noticed Lin Shi and subconsciously was about to show a look of disgust, but it tugged at the burned skin on his face, and it was a little raw. It was not easy for them to survive the robbery outside the Fire Rock Valley replica, and they had not been able to heal all of their injuries even after using up all of the medicines they were carrying. After rushing back to Summer City, the first thing they did was to go to the mall, intending to purchase new equipment as well as medicine. But who would have thought that they would run into Lin Shi here? It made a pang of shame rise from the bottom of her heart. As a profession that was even ranked on the heavenly rankings, she had favored this wretched appearance in front of Lin Shi, whom she despised the most. What are you doing here? Lu Ruyan made the first move. You're not planning to come here to find a job, are you? That's all the blacksmith is capable of. He doesn't even deserve the status of an awakened. Blacksmiths, too, are only worthy of nesting in such places, and have no hope in this life. Luckily, she used to hold Lin Shi in high regard, even going so far as to, however, Lin Shi, however, did not look at her again, and after greeting the sales manager beside him, he took a step and walked out. Nothing else, just tired of playing. What's more, the current Lu Ruyan was so wretched that she was no different from Xiaohei, and he wasn't so heavy-handed. Are you looking down on us? Suddenly, beside Lu Ruyan, Wang Feilong coldly stepped out and rushed at Lin Shi's back. He was proud after awakening his hidden profession. though it was a bit of a blow when the Firestone Valley replica went out with a bit of a mishap, but in this blacksmith's eyes, he actually saw contempt. The irritation in his heart also wanted to find a place to vent it out. Indeed, Lin Shi didn't even return his head. All of these people were completely unworthy of his time, especially, in the middle of the summer city. He wasn't about to pull out a hammer and give it all away. He left carelessly, but Wang Feilong clenched his fists in death, and the wounds on his body that had not yet healed were vaguely painful. He wants to say 30 years east and 30 years west, but then again, it felt like a blacksmith didn't even deserve to hear that kind of talk from him, only to say in a cold voice, "Don't let me see you outside the city." But looking at Lin Shi had already left. Wang Feilong finally forced down his anger and turned around to walk in towards the mall. However, the sales manager who watched Lin Shi leave, only glanced at Wang Feilong and the others before whispering a few instructions to the two security personnel at the entrance before returning to the mall. As Wang Feilong and Lu Ruoyan and the others arrived at the entrance of the mall, instead, two security officers greeted them coldly and stopped them. "This is a fancy mall. Begging is forbidden." The security personnel can be no lesser in rank. Benton time. The figures of Wang Feilong several people all froze completely. Even that blacksmith can come and go as he pleases in and out of this mall, and they're being turned away? And talk about banning begging? Do they look like they're here to beg? Chapter 9 Shunned by Lu's invitation. Lin Shi didn't travel to the school again and went straight back to his home to wait for the staff to come to his home to set up the forge. 20 gold coins spent was well served indeed. Soon, in a room in Lin Shi's home, a complete forging room was set up. Also included are 3 cases that have storage compartments. This was already considered to be of considerable quality among the forge chambers that could be purchased in the mall. As for forging rooms that came with various effects, currently Lin Shi had only heard that they would be found in various guilds. He moved his muscles and bones, and then started forging straight away. You have successfully forged a molten iron sword X1, gaining plus 27 strength. You have successfully forged a molten iron shield X1, gaining body condition plus 29. Although the same molten iron was used as the forging material, the equipment that was created gradually began to appear with slightly different attributes. However, without exception, the equipment that Lin Shi had created were all able to maintain their attributes above 25 points steadily. In particular, all of these equipments only require level 5. It's definitely among the extremely powerful batch of ground-based equipment out there. Turning back, we have to think of a way to waste and utilize all of this forged equipment. Lin Shi mused. These equipments, due to their low-level requirements, are bound to sell big once they are put up. By then, Lin Shi would be able to purchase some materials that simply couldn't be dropped around Summer City. Also, the equipment building drawings that Shin Bailu had given him earlier were also mostly basic equipment. That's enough for any blacksmithing profession to use beyond level 10. But for Lin Shi, it was no longer quite enough. And buying drawings is likewise not a small expense. You have successfully forged the Hammerstone Molten Iron Necklace X1, gained Physique plus 40, Spirit plus 20, and gained the skill, Focus. This is the equipment forged from the materials dropped by one of the bosses. Another bronze-level necklace equipment. Lin Shi was more concerned about the skills gained. Special effect, Focus, Passive skill. When releasing a skill, it can increase the effect of the skill by 5%. A passive skill that increases the effect of skill release. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. These skills, for him, were naturally more than enough. And his past revisited phrase hadn't replicated a single skill until now. This can be just as effective when there is a replica out of the skill later on. After consuming all these materials, it was already midnight. Lin Shi didn't roll like the other awakened, practicing day and night. What's the practice chart? Isn't it still about boosting attributes and finally enjoying life? A combination of work and rest is the way to go. Woke up refreshed from a good night's sleep. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Lin Shi was puzzled. Right now everyone was busy practicing. Who would come to him? Opening the door, a silhouette in mage robes appeared in sight, and it was none other than Shin Bailu. It seemed that due to changing into a brand new powerful outfit, Shin Bailu's aura was also enhanced even more. The cheeks, which were already extremely good looking, showed an even more amazing beauty at this time. Lin Shi, I'm not disturbing you, am I? Shin Bailu inquired, her voice very nice. Come in and sit down. Lin Shi greeted her as she entered, his mind roughly guessing the other party's intention. Obviously, Shin Bailu did have an extremely deep understanding of the main blacksmith profession and still wanted to shine a light on him. Shin Bailu playfully walked through the door, observing the still clean and tidy room. Only then did he say to Lin Shi again, I saw you learning skills over at the Awakening Hall. Oh, Lin Shi's heart fluttered. At the time, he didn't pay much attention to the rest of the situation after learning the skill. It was estimated that the current Shin Bailu should also be after level 5. After all, with Shin Bailu's family background, if he wanted to practice leveling, he totally had a better doorway. I'm still, right now, not going to go into logistics. Lin Chi still confessed. Earlier, he was also considered to have received Shin Bailu's goodwill, and there was no need for him to let the other party waste his time. However, Shin Bailu, shook her head somewhat apologetically. That's not what I meant when I came here this time. When I saw you awaken the blacksmith profession before, I mistakenly thought that you might not have planned accordingly, which is why I wanted you to join our family. By now, you should have a better choice. In response, Lin Chi came to understand. It was probably because Shinbai Deer had seen him learning skills in the Hall of Awakening and thought that he must have gotten a considerable amount of resources to be able to rise to level 5. And it is true. Only, he had all the resources that he had gathered on his own. He was non-committal and didn't explain anything to Shin Bailu. I came this time. On the one hand, I want to ask you, there is no intention to cooperate with me. Shin Bailu tried. On the other hand, it is to get some have about the blacksmith main occupation of the cheat sheet. Just to give it to you. She's also very direct. Taking out a book from his storage ring, he placed it on the table in front of him. Lin Chi glanced at the book in front of him, something that was still a bit of a reference for him as well. However, what he cared more about was the cooperation Shin Bailu was talking about. Tell me, what kind of cooperation? In the past, although he and Shin Bailu were in the same class, their interactions were not much. Shin Bailu was different from Lu Ruoyan, very cool and seldom interacted with others in the class. Shinbai Deer smiled and said, if you need to practice, I can help you find some powerful teams, and at the same time, our family holds a few copies of the middle and late stages of the blacksmith profession. When the time comes, you can think about whether or not you want to enter. Career-exclusive copies? Lin Chi's heart fluttered. As before, the trial ground for learning skills in the Hall of Awakening is even a profession-exclusive copy. In addition, profession-exclusive copies will also feature skill books for the profession, as well as other items that can dramatically improve the profession. These, only in the hands of a few powers. Lin Chi realized that he had still underestimated Shin Bailu's origin, seemingly worried that Lin Chi would think too much. Shin Bailu added, don't worry, this kind of cooperation, in itself, is already helpful to our family. Just hopefully, if you're able to clear the copy afterward, you can give us some copy clearing strategies. That's the kind of cooperation she wants to achieve. Lin Chi was able to upgrade at such a fast rate. He must have considerable abilities, and perhaps had a chance to clear those few profession-exclusive copies. I'll think about it later. Lin Chi laughed. He didn't rush to say yes or no. After the conversation, Lin Chi instead handed the previously forged bronze grade necklace to Shin Bailu. Take it. It's my return gift. The necklace from before did help him quite a bit. Shin Bailu took the necklace, but her eyes widened slightly. Level 8 bronze equipment, or a necklace. This is something that even she has never seen in home. Below level 10. It was almost impossible to see bronze-level equipment at all. This can't be forged by Lin Chi, can it? She couldn't help but be shocked. But Lin Chi had no intention of explaining, and she didn't pursue it any further. Everyone had their secrets, and naturally she would not overstep them. After sending Shinbai Deer away, Lin Chi packed up his traveling clothes and immediately headed out of the city. This time, he planned to head directly to the highest level 20 monster map, even if there was level attenuation above level 10. For the current him, a map with a maximum of level 20 was definitely enough. At most, it was only 2 levels over, and the experience that could be gained would still be equivalent to a level 15 or so monster. Not to mention, however, the experience given to him by any monster in this kind of area was definitely far beyond any monster he had fought earlier. Chapter 10, 10th grade. New red words. You have killed the goblin thrower and gained plus 380 experience. You have killed the goblin warrior and gained plus 390 experience. The Dark Forest. Lin Chi carried the Boulder King hammer and took a step into the depths. 17 or 18 level monsters. The experience given is bountiful after all. After all, it was a monster that was nearly 10 levels ahead of him, and his experience bar was increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The Dark Forest was a gathering of kobolds outside of Summer City. Compared to the monsters encountered before, the goblins here had all started to show occupational divisions. As for the strengths and weaknesses of the monsters, Lin Chi felt nothing. It was all a hammer and seconds anyway, especially after forging the materials from the Fire Rock Valley copy. His attributes, once again, saw a wave of soaring. This time, he planned to kill straight through the Dark Forest, at least until he had leveled up to 10 here and obtained his next red word. You have killed the Goblin Archer and gained plus 380 experience. You have killed Goblin Berserker, Elite, and gained plus 500 experience. Level plus 1. Soon, Lin Chi's body then bloomed with an upgraded light. It's level 9. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. As for gaining a green, power increase, phrase, he just glanced at it and ignored it. In fact, even just the green word alone was considered quite powerful for an ordinary awakened. he did still notice that a large sword weapon with a bronze coloration had also burst out on the ground. Was there a strange monster mixed in with the ones we just killed? Lin Chi was a bit of an afterthought. I just swung a hammer over and hammered an elite monster in the process. He gathered up the drops, ignored them, and continued to drive. Outside the dark forest, Chu Qingyu, the captain of the Summer City defense team, had a clear and cold look on her face as she brought 3 of her team members to this goblin gathering place. The movement of the green meadow earlier had really alarmed the entire city defense team. Originally, he thought that it was some fledgling little guy who had accidentally startled the Wolf King, but who would have guessed that even the Wolf King had flipped? But still, as a result, their city defense team decided to start beefing up their defenses before this situation really came to a head. There weren't many teenage girls with considerable potential that had appeared in this session of Summer City. Boom! But when they had just gone deeper into the dark forest not long ago, in the depths of the forest, unexpectedly, a violent explosion movement suddenly came out. Noticing this, Chu Qingyu instantly furrowed her brows tightly. This kind of movement is the exploding kobolds around the kobold leader? This dark forest, only 4 exploding goblins would appear every so often. Also, it usually serves as an escort for the kobold leader. Now, an exploding kobold was actually detonated. Captain, it can't be another encounter with a kobold leader, can it? The city defense team members on the side hurriedly inquired, their cheeks involuntarily twitching. Goblin leader, that's a level 20 boss. Current stage. Aside from them, who were members of the city defense team, only newcomers would usually come to the dark forest to practice. But no matter how powerful a pre-professional awakened was, facing a level 20 boss when they had just been awakened not too long ago, there would be absolutely no way to live. Boom! It doesn't give them time to speculate. Immediately afterward, another explosive roar came out from the depths of the dark forest. Obviously, another exploding kobold was detonated. There was no doubt that someone must be fighting the kobold leader right now. Go to the depths immediately. Chu Qingyu immediately gave the order to cast the acceleration skill and rushed straight to the depths of the dark forest. She had begun to suspect in her mind that the awakened who were deep in the dark forest at this moment were most likely the same team that had eliminated the Prairie Black Wolf King earlier. How long has it been? These little guys even had such guts to just barge right into the depths of the dark forest. You have killed Exploding Goblin, Elite, and gained plus 600 experience. You have killed the Kobold Leader, Bronze, and gained plus 1360 experience. Level plus 1. You gained the word Creation Sacrifice, Red. In the panel, a word that emanated a red glow dazzled. Lin Chi didn't even bother with the Goblin Chief's drops. When first browsing up the new red words, current word, Creation and Sacrifice. Effects, you can choose a major equipment. Any other equipment or items as materials. Sacrificial forging. Quality. Effect superposition. Each quality promotion counted as a new piece of equipment. Sacrificial effect has no upper limit. Oh wow! Even though he had already realized the power of the red words a long time ago, Lin Chi still couldn't help but be moved. The equipment in this world, once molded, would never change again, and at most, the equipment would be upgraded with specific materials. However, they are only able to enhance a limited number of attribute effects, mostly not exceeding the level cap. When the awakened reached a higher level, these weapons would naturally lose their usefulness, or simply run out of durability and fall into scrap. And now, Lin Chi, on the other hand, could reuse all of his equipment as forging materials, by virtue of the effect of the creation, sacrifice and refinement phrase, even items that are not part of the equipment. Of course, with the reforged equipment, he was able to gain all the attributes. Wasted belongs to yes. Lin Chi couldn't stop the smile on his face a little. Whether it was the school forge or his home, there could be a pile of previously forged equipment placed there, especially the batch of equipment he had first forged. It was not good enough to sell, and it was useless to keep it. Now, instead, it's all able to come in handy. However, it seems that the equipment after forging and sacrificing, exactly how to increase the attributes, still need to be studied again. Calming his mind, Lin Chi had already decided that he would try the effects of this phrase when he returned. He's pretty sure that means, even with the materials that were easiest to collect on a regular basis alone, he was completely capable of forging equipment of far superior quality. After checking the next words, it was only then that Lin Chi returned his gaze to the items dropped by the goblin leader and a few exploding goblins. A ring? Lin Chi immediately brightened up. In general, the ring equipment would have the function of a storage compartment. What he was most in short supply of at the moment could be precisely more storage grids. Just normal level equipment. Storage each also only 7 compartments. Lin Chi was not sorry. He could have waited until he returned and sacrificed the ring on his hand. As for the rest, there are 2 bronze suits. Lin Chi accepted it altogether. Satisfied. It's level 10. You can learn the second skill. Awakened people can learn a skill every 5 levels, and he still maintains the fireman state of the calcination skill. And from memory, the blacksmith's next skill should be appraisal, being able to appraise some hidden attribute equipment. It's just that at the moment, Lin Shi seems to have a bit of a black face and hasn't popped out this kind of equipment yet. Speaking of which, haven't found a chance to replicate a proper skill until now. Lin Shi could still remember the effect of the replica skill brought about by the past reappearance phrase. Boom! But just then, a long sword made of a mass of cold ice violently pierced through the dark and dense forest, cutting through the trees that passed by and hardening a path through the lush jungle. A mage's ice sword technique? Lin Shi was stunned. It's dozing off with someone giving you a pillow? Chapter 11 The Abyss Descends. Reproduction. Lin Shi didn't hesitate to replicate this skill. Ice sword art was a skill that some mage professions were only able to learn when they reached level 10, with a short cooldown, high damage, and the only thing that consumed slightly more mana. But this, for Lin Shi at the moment, could not be more appropriate, and he realized it. The person who cast this skill should definitely not be a 10th level awakened, but a higher level. It's even long since gone through one of the transfers after level 30. Otherwise, the ice sword technique wouldn't be so powerful. That was even with the other party making their way through the dark forest with their ice sword technique. That can come here at this stage should be the Summer City defense team? Lin Shi roughly guessed the identity of the visitor. He had no intention of publicizing his special. After thinking about it, he simply continued to maintain the flame-addled state. The effective skill release increases with the spirit attribute. The current Lin Shi was completely capable of letting the flames completely cover himself, even allowing himself to transform into a flaming giant. And at this point, Chu Qingyu had already arrived over here with 3 squad members, a blazing fire, and with it, a blazing fire emerged before their eyes. Bent in time, Chu Qingyu's pupils shrunk. What is this monster? The dark forest had not been there at all before. A longsword outfit had surfaced in both of her hands, with a golden glow faintly emanating from it. No, it's not a monster. As if she realized something, she instantly raised her white palms towards the 3 people around her, in order for the players to anger each other first out of vigilance. If the flaming giant in front of him was a monster, it must also be a powerful boss. But the opponent didn't light up the blood bar. Then at least, the other party would not be a monster that would engage them in combat. Is it the awakened? Chu Qingyu took a tentative step forward and put away the sword in her hand. Hello, we're Summer City's city defense team. We're inspecting the dark forest, and when we heard a commotion over here, we rushed over to take a look. This was also in line with Lin Shi's expectations. The several exploding goblins that were following the goblin leader just now were all considered elite-level monsters. And even more so, they were carrying baskets of bombs, and the passive for them to die is to explode in place. I came here to gather some materials. From the flames, the cascading words of Lin Shi emanated. Collection of materials. Chu Qingyu's gaze was fixed. Normally, the awakened collects materials from monsters. And again, there will be a level restriction. An awakened who was 10 levels higher than the monster would have a hard time getting the appropriate materials on the monster. And as for equipment, it would be even less likely to pop out. Therefore, at times like this, it was actually impossible for anyone to come to a place like the Dark Forest. In previous years, only those awakened who were intent on striking the top guilds would come as a group before the guild's new recruitment. And the person in front of him, since he is an awakened person who came here to collect materials, that could only mean that the other party was afraid that there was some kind of effect bonus that could go beyond the level limit. Moreover, the other party's level should definitely not be low either. Earlier, we learned in the Green Meadow that someone had killed a Wolf King boss. Chu Qingyu asked again tentatively. She couldn't help but connect the situation on the green grass side earlier with this flaming giant in front of her. Until now, she also couldn't tell what kind of hidden occupation the other party had. Incarnate flaming giants. It would be unheard of for any profession to be able to do this below level 60. Me too, Lin Shi confessed. He didn't want to be too troublesome, and he guessed that practicing afterward would be more or less noisy. There's no point in wasting time on the city defense side. Then how long will you stay here? Chu Qingyu asked again. By all rights, in this case, the other party should be allowed to make a registration on the side of the city defense team. However, she felt that since the other party hadn't withdrawn the skill effect until now, they shouldn't be planning to make trouble. Less than a month at the latest. Let's see what happens. Lin Shi waved his hand and turned around to walk towards the other side of the dark forest. He planned to acquire another wave of materials on the way back. Chu Qingyu opened her mouth, still having some questions she wanted to ask. However, instead, she noticed that the flaming giant in front of her simply moved its feet and disappeared in an instant. So fast, she couldn't help but be shocked. Captain, how high must this be in terms of agility? The team member on the side inquired with some dullness. They realize that flame giant had already given them face by being able to stop and say a few words to them. Really, If the other party wanted to leave, they wouldn't even be able to see each other at all. Chu Qingyu rubbed her brows and shook her head helplessly. Now that the doubt is resolved, it is at least certain that there are currently no newly awakened newcomers making their own deaths. They could have been afraid before that they were just awakened seeds that were too greedy and froze and played themselves to death. And now, there seems to be a bigger problem. Awakened person with such a high rank, and did not follow the rules to come to Xia City to report first. The identity of the other party is afraid that there is also a problem. Let's close up the team first. I'll report to the city lord. The guild should send in their recruits early in a few days. Chu Qingyu's face was full of displeasure, and her small face was so cold that it made the team members around her sit up a bit. As soon as this time of year comes around, you work overtime all day. I'm going to quit this job and go to the front line. Summer City City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Xia Yang's brows furrowed as he glanced at the group of principals gathered in front of him. I've received news that this year's abyssal descent might reach our summer city. The words fell. The faces of the crowd hardened. The abyss descends once a year, and will appear randomly in various parts of the world. That resembled a copy, but would have tons of monsters emerging from the abyss. The awakening of newcomers in various schools, as well as the guild's new recruits, were likewise chosen during this time period, precisely because there would be a higher chance of powerful hidden professions appearing before the abyss descended. No wonder there were more hidden professions in Summer City this year than in previous years. I've already reported it to the top, and with the addition of people from various guilds coming down to nab the new ones, we should be able to fend off the abyssal monsters. The Summer City Lord sighed. I hope it's not too late. The crowd was silent. The abyss descended and could not suspend the newcomers from practicing. The only awakened person who grows up will be stronger if he or she gets through the difficulties on his or her own. It was just that the next danger that Xia Chang would have to face would be unimaginable. Giggle. A huge ice sword, more than 10 meters in size, cut through the darkness of the forest and glowed in the sunlight. It chopped down again violently, chopped a tree out of the way. You have killed the goblin thrower and gained plus 380 experience. You have killed the goblin warrior and gained plus 390 experience. You have killed the abyssal goblin and gained plus 620 experience. Level plus 1. Lin Shi looked at the dark forest in front of him that had been swept away by the ice sword technique, thus emptying it, and shrugged. With his current spiritual attribute, the release effect of this ice sword art was already quite powerful, and gaining experience is faster than swinging a hammer. Was there something strange mixed in with the monsters that were eliminated? Lin Shi glanced at the prompt and froze slightly. Chapter 12, a book. A large number of abyssal creatures. Abyssal goblins? When did such a monster appear in the dark forest? Soon, Lin Shi realized the situation at hand. It's the abyss descending in the neighborhood. Abyssal descent. He could have learned about it long ago during his previous 2.5 years of schooling at Summer City High School. It was also mentioned in the intelligence that some of the awakened people on the front line would also see the tip of the abyss in the world that had been developed in the present. It was expected that the awakened in the Summer City would have their hands full. Lin Shi didn't think much of it and looked down at his experience bar. With the ice sword technique, it was estimated that he would be able to accumulate another large wave of experience and approach level 12 before going back. As for the golden words obtained this time, Lin Shi was even more concerned. Current words, property knitting, effect, can change the original attributes of your own equipment or forged or worn equipment to other attributes freely. Ability to change the distribution of base attribute values for myself and my equipment at will. A refined light blossomed before Lin Shi's eyes. For example, he could completely change his spiritual attribute without needing a spiritual value, and directly change it to increase it to a strength attribute. Another example is this pure plus strength Boulder King hammer in his hand. As long as he wanted to, he could completely make the power bonus of the Boulder King's hammer, change it to a spiritual bonus, and exert a staff-like effect. It's entirely up to me what I want to achieve. Lin Shi sighed. Of course, again, some drawbacks can be seen. That is, the original total number of attribute points remains the same. The Great Stone King's hammer was able to add a total of 120 points of strength, and even if it was changed to increase the spirit value, it would still be at most 120 attributes. But that didn't take much thought for Lin Shi. As long as the attribute points increase enough, there is no downside. Continue to kill your way back to Summertown. The ring that the goblin leader had exploded was now playing a considerable role, allowing Lin Shi to store more materials now. The ice sword technique was completely invincible in the dark forest. Lin Shi didn't even need to specialize in finding monsters on his own. He directly opened up with the ice sword technique. Almost every ice arrow fell. Both were able to reap a decent wave of experience. He hadn't seen much of the kobolds all the way back. Instead, they are able to occasionally spot the abyssal goblins from the elimination tips. Obviously, monsters were already coming out of the abyss. When Lin Shi returned to Summer City once again, he didn't have much experience left before he was raised to level 12. The rest of the experience will be able to be made up in the forge. Upon returning home to the forge, Lin Shi didn't rush into forging this time. Instead, he planned to try to sacrifice the original equipment first. He was the first to pull out 2 hammers and place them on each side of the forge. Swinging the Boulder King hammer in his hand again, he heaved. Successful sacrifice. You've acquired a black iron sledgehammer. The fire dissipated as a flame glow covered the 2 hammers. On the forging table, there was just 1 hammer left sitting quietly. It's still normal level equipment. No promotion of quality. Lin Shi tugged at his chin, having a general realization. 2 pieces of ordinary equipment, of course, could not easily be sacrificed to produce a bronze outfit. But, he did notice, the original strength attribute added by that black iron sledgehammer had been increased again. At least every sacrifice is able to improve the attributes of the equipment. This has actually been quite amazing. General, awakened people who want to improve their equipment attributes can only punch and set gems or use other gains. Not to mention, the creation sacrifice that Lin Shi had performed didn't have any upper limit at all. Dang, dang, dang. The sledgehammer in Lin Shi's hand kept smashing down as he continued to sacrifice. There was enough inventory of equipment on hand for him to splurge on anyway. Successful sacrifice. You have successfully forged a black iron sledgehammer, bronze, X1, gaining strength plus 70, constitution plus 10. After consuming about 10 pieces of equipment, the black iron sledgehammer in front of him converged in fire, and actually gave off a faint bronze color. It's a great deal of money. Lin Shi grinned. For example, right now, this bronze-level black iron sledgehammer, if it was taken to be sold, the price would definitely be dozens of times higher than ordinary equipment. Now, the equipment and materials in the inventory are able to be cleaned up pretty much. Lin Shi's heart was bursting with relief. Having stocked up on so much equipment at school and at home before, he finally had a use for it. After roughly figuring out the consumption of upgrading his grade, Lin Shi planned to simply sacrifice more than 10 pieces of equipment at a time. Your World Merchant Bank card has successfully arrived at 103 gold coins and 42 silver coins. Please pay attention to receiving it. At this point, a message alert caught Lin Shi's attention. This is that bronze grade shield being auctioned off. Lin Shi's heart fluttered. The shield that he had originally marked with a reserve price of 50 gold coins was actually sold for double the price. The world is still full of rich people. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel emotional. More than 100 gold coins were enough for him to buy another house in Summer City. And in front of him, there were multiple bronze equipment. After all, it's a level 5 bronze suit. Lin Shi recalled the abyssal monsters he had previously eliminated in the Dark Forest. With the abyss descending near Summer City, it was expected that some of the major powers had realized the crisis. In order to make sure that the children in the family can get through this crisis, they do not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy this kind of equipment, which is definitely considered powerful in the early stage. This likewise meant that when Lin Shi sold his equipment again afterward, the price would increase. Let's not worry about that for now. Lin Shi continued with the sacrifices and forging. Successful sacrifice. You have successfully forged Boulder King Hammer, Gold, X1, gaining strength plus 270 and the skill, Explosive Shattering Strike. Finally, after consuming a lot of equipment, the Great Stone King Hammer in front of Lin Shi's face faded in flames and displayed a golden luster. Golden weapon. Lin Shi looked at the attributes. The Boulder King Hammer, which originally only added 120 points of strength, had now more than doubled. Moreover, the original special effects have actually evolved into skills. Skill, Explosive Shattering Strike. Mana consumption, 300. Effects, enhances the status of the next attack, increasing damage by 50%, ignoring 20% of the enemy's armor, and is bound to strike hard. Quite a powerful armor-breaking skill. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. This skill was equivalent to adding a bonus effect to itself. After releasing it, he was able to gain the same gain regardless of what attack he used in his next strike. Lin Shi judged. The current him, with a single hammer blow, there shouldn't be many people who could resist it hard, at least in the entire Xia city. After forging the materials once and performing another round of sacrifices, only then was Lin Shi content to go back to his room and sleep. Waking up with a start, Lin Shi had just pushed open the door when he noticed that, on the street outside, a team of well-equipped high-ranking city guards was passing by at the moment. A large number of abyssal creatures have been discovered in the west of the city. New awakened ones who have just turned are advised not to go there. Chapter 13, he killed into the black mist of the abyss. There are fewer abyssal creatures in the eastern part of the city, so it is recommended to go there under the watchful eye of a high-level awakened person. This year, the abyss has also descended near our Summer City, so I'm afraid it's hardly safe in the city as well. It is said that in recent years when the abyss descended, there have been instances where entire cities have been wiped out. Some of the pedestrians on the street were also talking, and clouds of sadness were all over the place. This descent into the abyss occurs near several cities every year. Each time it brings a great crisis. Sometimes, even the front lines of world pioneering would come down to the high-level awakened for support. But even then, there were still cities that were outright destroyed. Lin Chi's heart was slightly moved when he heard the news outside. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish are. He likewise knew that among the abyssal creatures brought about by the descent of the abyss, there would be many abyssal creatures that did not conform to common sense. Strength is naturally strong, but all the same, it will drop the appropriate goodies. Only that many of the world's top-end combatants were active on the front lines of the world, and it was difficult to come to the rear in time to support them. Close the door to the room. Lin Chi rushed straight to the west side of the city. Originally, he had planned to continue traveling to the dark forest to practice, but now it was easier. Being able to level up by killing abyssal creatures, it wasn't even necessary to bother planning a place to practice. Giggle. Lin Chi had just arrived outside the city when he saw that all sorts of skills were blooming with light here, blasting at the abyssal monsters in front of him. The area further ahead, on the other hand, was already shrouded in pitch-black fog. It was difficult for vision to penetrate the fog, and the deeper it went, the denser it became. Most of the high-level awakened in Summer City are concentrated here. Lin Chi swept his eyes around. The descent of the abyss is both a crisis and an opportunity for all. If you can carry it through, you will gain a lot of experience and equipment. If you can't resist, the whole city is overthrown. He walked to a place where the mist was still thick and instantly released the calcination skill. The Great Stone King hammer blazed with flames in one hand, while the other hand unleashed the ice sword art. Secret skill, ice and fire. Two heavens. Lin Chi silently spat out a sentence. Towards the depths of the fog ahead, he blasted violently. -870. -1230, -1800. Benton time. A single blood-colored number floated through the black mist. Lin Chi had already discovered the monsters hidden within the black mist before he stepped into it. All these abyssal creatures seemed to be starting to become devious. Lin Chi had realized it long ago. The abyssal creatures that some high-level awakened had dealt with before were surprisingly able to follow the skills released by the opponent and thus dodge. But, not to mention the flaming sledgehammer in his hand, the 40-meter-long ice sword. Could it be dodged? He wasn't even in a hurry to kill a wave and go back to forging equipment now. Let's hit the entrance to the abyss first. Level up as much as you can. Giggle. In front of a black fog, Chu Qingyu tightly gripped his two-handed greatsword and fiercely slashed at the abyssal monster in front of him, and quickly retreated again. Mage support. Rear control follow. She tried to control her breathing as best she could, her eyebrows furrowed. At the current stage, the descent into the abyss has only just begun. The real entrance to the abyss hadn't even been opened yet. However, under the successive battles, she all but exclusively called on a handful of the few epic quality equipment in the Summer City. The two-handed greatsword in her hand was also the only piece of equipment whose level requirement wasn't too high for her to currently use. Boom! But just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew over, bringing first a slight hint of cold, followed by a burning heat. Chu Qingyu suspiciously turned her head to look, and then her pupils suddenly shrunk. Captain, it's the flaming giant, a member of the team exclaimed. In the black mist in the distance, a 40-odd meter long ice-cold giant sword was suddenly revealed. That's kind of like a mage's ice sword spell. However, Chu Qingyu had never even seen such a large ice sword technique, which was suspected to be a higher level skill. Even scarier, the thick black mist was almost scorched by the flames. In it, a tall flaming giant could be seen, swinging a fiery sledgehammer and fiercely blasting into the black mist further ahead. The flames burst apart with it. Even the black mist around them was dispersed by the flames with it. There were even rolling heat waves spreading around at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just what level of awakened person is this one? A member of the team who had previously followed Chu Qingyu to the dark forest muttered out. Not to mention the ice sword art that was unleashed and was more than 40 meters long. Single just the power beyond imagination flame giant hammer. A hammer down, even able to shock disperse the abyssal black fog. And that, it simply still looks more like just a normal attack. Especially after the black fog cleared, the awakened around them were more than able to notice. Where the original black fog was, there was no longer any trace of the abyssal monster. Replacement. It's material that falls all over the place. That one said he came here just to collect materials. It shouldn't be that even the materials of the abyssal creatures, he's also going to collect them. Chu Qingyu gazed at the figure of the flaming giant. It seemed that even until now, this flame giant hadn't really shown its full strength. When she had seen this awakened one in the dark forest before, the flaming figure that the other party had displayed must not have been this tall and this big. What hidden profession is this? Chu Qingyu was all puzzled. In the past, there were no skills with this kind of release effect in the strategies and intelligence that came back from the front line. She suspected that the other party, even if it was some rare hidden profession, would definitely not be a nobody. Captain, is he going to explore deeper? A team member asked Chu Qingyu in surprise. Further ahead in the black fog, but there were even more powerful abyssal creatures. And right now, what Xia Chang was able to do in his awakening was just to block the spread of the abyssal black mist as much as possible. If we go any deeper, we won't have any other awakened to back us up. It was obvious that the flaming giant was quite confident. Let him go. An awakened of this level knows no less about the abyss than we do, Xu Qingyu said in a deep voice. And ahead in the black mist, Lin Shi always used his ice sword technique and the flame giant hammer in his hand to open the way, and he was unstoppable. Again, none of the abyssal creatures could be seen, and they had been transformed into their experience value. You have killed the abyssal demon wolf and gained plus 1220 experience. You have killed the abyssal evil spirit and gained plus 1520 experience. You have killed the abyssal golem and gained plus 1370 experience. Level plus 1. You gain the phrase born to dominate, purple, upgraded. Lin Shi's heart fluttered. Looking at the newly acquired phrase, he learned that it was a phrase with a dominating effect, the ability to be immune to a certain level of negative effects. Upgrading here is fast. Lin Shi grinned. At this moment, he had already entered the depths of the black fog. Around them, there were no other awakened people to be seen at all. Instead, he noticed that not far away, a few dropped equipment were lying quietly, and a ring. Chapter 14, Killing directly to the entrance. Ring of Evil Spirits, Silver. Category, Rings. Equipment requirements, Physique greater than 100. Spirit greater than 100. Effect, Storage plus 30 compartments. Special effect, summons an evil spirit of the same level to participate in battle. Description, an item from the abyss. Only a strong and resilient warrior can withstand the assault of the abyss. A silver level ring? Lin Shi picked up the ring and his eyes lit up. Having 30 more storage compartments at once was a relief from the trouble he was having collecting materials. Things like rings require equipment drawings to forge, and the equipment drawings sent by Shun Bai Deer earlier did not contain ring drawings. Even after he had previously sacrificed the ring on his hand, the storage compartment had not increased. I'll have to find a way to get some drawings for storage rings later. Lin Shi pondered. You can't let the storage grids be restrictive, can you? At the same time, he was also a bit curious about what he could harvest through the molten fire core phrase after forging equipment with storage grids. Putting on this ring, Lin Shi collected the materials as soon as he could before looking deeper into the black mist. None of the abyssal creatures encountered at the moment had a clear hierarchy. Even the equipment that exploded out. The equipment requirement was not a level, but a basic attribute. However, Lin Shi knew that the attributes of the abyssal creatures were actually very high, and that the abyssal black mist would give them even greater attribute bonuses. The most ordinary abyssal creatures would be able to utilize powers far beyond their own by several times with the addition of the black mist. Moreover, the threat posed by the emergence of large quantities is even greater. Even now, there wasn't much information about the abyss in the world. All creatures in this category are extremely special. Nothing like the monsters that roam the world. Lin Shi didn't think much of it. In fact, he hadn't even really gotten a good look at a few of the abyssal creatures after going deeper into the black mist. It's basically an area that's been cleared out by your own attack before anyone even arrives. Let's have some power monsters. Lin Shi took a big step deeper into the black fog. Honestly, not feeling the oppression of the abyssal creatures at the moment. Golem, golem. Suddenly, in the black fog ahead that was originally filled with the hissing of monsters, a gurgling, bubbling sound of liquid flowing suddenly came out. It sounded like a very viscous liquid that was boiling as if it had been boiled. In the meantime, a thick blood bar also surfaced in Lin Shi's line of sight. Finally the boss appears. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. Outside the black mist, after Lin Shi went deeper, the awakened outside all relaxed at once. The abyssal creatures they originally dealt with had originally emerged from the abyss in a steady stream. Lin Shi was equivalent to directly going to break the back of the abyssal creatures. Giggle. The epic weapon two-handed greatsword slammed down as Xu Qingyu cut the abyssal creature in front of him in half with a single stroke. Only then did he turn his head to peer into the depths of the black mist. It's pitch black there. You can't see anything, but the occasional strange noises that came out were undoubtedly proving to them that that flame giant was continuously killing through the abyssal creatures and going deeper into the black fog. Captain, do you think that one is the raider team that fights on the front line? The team member came over to inquire. That flame giant was too raw. Moreover, as the other party went deeper into the black mist, they all distinctly heard the strange noises that arose due to the other party's battle gradually become smaller. This shows that the other party is getting closer and closer to the source of the black fog. Xu Qingyu shook her head. She was also speculating about the identity of that awakened one, but the other side really didn't have to, either, to reveal it to them. Golem, golem. But just then, Xu Qingyu's face changed when she heard a sound of liquid flowing. She distinctly noticed, in the black fog ahead, there was actually pitch black liquid flowing and spreading out from the ground. Her body couldn't help but tense up. clenching her two-handed greatsword in a death grip. Abyssal Guard, the most powerful boss-level creature in the Black Mist before the abyss truly opens. She didn't even dare to have the slightest hesitation and immediately shouted out in all directions. Retreat! Avoid the black liquid. These black liquids. The awakened zone overall blood volume would continuously shrink when they merely touched them. Unless purified, it is difficult to recover from any of this negative state. She looked deeper into the Black Mist again. That awakened one, I'm afraid, is in real danger. Summer City City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Xiaoyang frowned as he looked at the few people in front of him and said, the prices quoted by all of you, would they be a bit too high? The few people in front of them were from several powerful guilds. It was a good thing that they had arrived at Summer City early today, and were able to act as part of Summer City's high-level battle force. Sure, even if these people cannot play a decisive role, they can at least alleviate the problem of manpower shortage. Instead, ahead of him, a man with a thin frame laughed softly and shook his head. The rules are understood by Lord Xia City, but over the years, our various guilds have not had a good time either. And with the abyss descending and us risking our lives, 800 gold coins per person isn't too high. 800 gold coins are enough to buy a suite in a first-tier city. Xia Yang knew that these people were taking advantage of the fire, yet he did need their help. These people, indeed, were sort of operating at the risk of their lives, and he had to impress the first of these awakened to arrive. It was only then that those powerful awakened ones arriving behind them could continue to strike. Seemingly pondering for a while, Xia Yang's face suddenly became eased. Tell you what then, now that it's the stage where the abyssal creatures are emerging, I'll bid according to your specific strengths. If someone can hit the entrance to the abyss, then I can pay even 2,000 gold coins, not to mention 800. How could the OP be stumped by such a trivial question? But that's exactly what bargaining is all about, and it's important to put on a facade. Several awakened looked at each other. They did know that a status such as Xia Yang's would not lie. Then it's a deal. You have killed the Abyssal Guard and gained plus 4,798 experience. Level +1. You have earned the word robust, blue, 13 levels up. Lin Shi glanced at the experience bar and moved his muscles. Abyssal Guard. The strongest boss-level creature before the abyssal portal opens. It was itself increased by the abyssal black mist, plus possessing a rather nasty negative effect that was capable of spreading a black liquid over a wide area. This was a direct result of the fact that many awakened were unable to get close to the abyssal guard's main body. Stepping on the black liquid and getting even a little bit of it would constantly deduct the overall blood cap. It would naturally be very dangerous if they encountered any other abyssal creatures on the road. However, this strength was not felt by Lin Shi. Straight up 1-2 punch. What else is there to say? He didn't even look at the items that the abyssal guard had popped out in the first place, but instead turned his gaze towards the entrance to the abyss further ahead. It was a pitch-black plain dotted with starry light like the night sky, and it was rippling continuously. Chapter 15, Backup? He's blocking the door. Entrance to the abyss, not opened. Countdown to opening, 3 days, 12:28 p.m. Current abyssal increase, level 2. Lin Shi's gaze retracted from the entrance to the abyss and shrugged. He knew that when the entrance to the abyss was actually opened, the awakened were also able to pass through the entrance and enter the abyss. However, this is extremely rare, because the creatures that emerge from the abyss will be qualitatively different. Under normal circumstances, awakened people simply couldn't do it to kill into the abyss. Even, it was recorded in some intelligence that an abyssal dragon had appeared in the abyss, and a single dragon had wiped out a city. Even if it's not opened, the creatures that come out of the abyss will get stronger as time goes on. At the same time, the increase effect of the abyssal black mist will gradually increase. Lin Shi mused. He had killed his way to the entrance of the abyss, but he hadn't gotten his kicks yet. Coming here and only raising 2 levels, that wasn't even close to meeting Lin Shi's expectations. He simply kept maintaining his calcination skill and just stood at the entrance of the abyss, waiting for the next wave of abyssal creatures to pour out. Only then did he turn his gaze to the item dropped by the abyssal guard from earlier. Shadow of the Abyss, Gold. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirements, Physique greater than 200. Spirit greater than 500. Effect, Strength plus 125. Agility plus 125. Special effect, Eroding Territory. Active skill, consumes 500 mana. Releases an erosive liquid that covers an area of 10 by 10 meters, inflicting a -200 overall blood cap per second on enemies stepping into the area. Description, an item that contains the aura of the abyss. If the holder is not strong-minded, he will gradually fall into the abyss. Sword of the Guard, Silver. Category, Weapons. Equipment requirements, Physique greater than 200. Spirit greater than 100. Effect, Strength plus 250. After putting all these items into his ring, what Lin Shi cared about the most was the gold quality equipment among them. The Shadow of the Abyss necklace that releases a liquid area similar to the Abyssal Guard? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. There is no denying that this skill is very nasty. But now, he can use it too. Too bad it's not my forged gear right now. Lin Shi shook his head. There is a fixed upper limit to equip skills. It is not the case that the higher the spirit value, the more amazing the effect played out. But for now, Lin Shi was satisfied. He planned to sacrifice this necklace along with it when he returned. If he was able to advance in rank, then this skill, naturally, would be his. Sure enough, as the strength of the monsters increases, so does the burst rate of items. Lin Shi seemed to be aware of this and once again looked at the entrance to the abyss in front of him. At this moment, at the entrance of the abyss, ripples like the starry sky surged up once again. A vortex gradually formed. Another wave of abyssal creatures had emerged. Minus 1270. Minus 900. Minus 1270. Minus 1460. Only, Lin Shi didn't exactly see the abyssal creature walk out. The flames enveloping his body now were so huge that they were completely capable of blocking the current entrance to the abyss. And as soon as the creatures in the entrance of the abyss poured out, they would be damaged by Lin Shi's flame scorch. Dense damage numbers floated up directly. This is good. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. It all saved him from exploring around looking for monsters. As for dropping a load of material, he was more than capable of just reaching out and picking it up. And the flames in his hand would likewise do a fair amount of damage. The blacksmith's calcination skill, it can still be used like this. All killed too quickly before and never noticed. Lin Shi felt that if the other blacksmithing main professions could also find a way to improve their attributes, aside from not having much in the way of attacking skills, they weren't really that weak. It was no wonder that someone like Shin Bailu, who was not from a low background at first thought, valued blacksmiths so highly. Wait, am I forgetting something? Lin Shi suddenly remembered that he was already level 13 and hadn't bothered to learn a second native skill yet. Blacksmithing's next skill is appraisal, which I haven't bothered to learn yet. Hidden equipment. He hadn't exploded it until now. This was normal. Pre-awakened people were rare to see even bronze equipment, not to mention any hidden gear. In addition, there were instead some hidden materials that similarly required appraisal skills, and Lin Shi was sure of it. One's next native skill is definitely different from the secondary profession of blacksmithing. Forget it for now. Let's talk about it later. Outside the black mist, Chu Qingyu swept her eyes around, a little bewildered. Not far away, the last of the abyssal creatures were wiped out by the other awakened, but no other abyssal creatures emerged from the black mist again. Captain, what's the situation now? A team member stepped forward to ask. The abyssal creatures were killed off? How is this possible? The entrance to the abyss isn't even open yet. How could the descent into the abyss end so easily? Speaking of which, the eroded territory caused by the abyssal guard earlier has long since stopped spreading and is even closing in. Another member of the team was also filled with doubt. It's not right in any way. The Summer City defense team had long had information on the abyssal guard. This creature was extremely strong, and with the increase of the abyssal black mist, it was even more disgusting. Even that awakened one should have to guard against being affected by the abyssal guard's encroaching territory in the event of entering the depths of the black mist, right? But they only heard a strange noise before they heard no other movement coming from inside. More to the point, it was amazing that there was now a window of emptiness in front of all of them, and it had been a long time since they had seen any other abyssal creatures come out of the black mist. Could it be that the abyssal entrance is about to raise the increase level now? Chu Qingyu guessed. Each time the increase level of the abyssal entrance was raised, it would be suspended for a period of time before the abyssal monsters would continue to pour out. Sure, this was in the previous accounts of the abyssal descent, but it didn't mean that the awakened had enough time to rest, because in the vast majority of cases, the monsters that had previously emerged from the abyss were more than enough for the awakened to deal with. The abyss descends, as it usually does. All the awakened could do was to slow down the spread of the abyssal black mist. What's more, even if the awakened killed all the abyssal creatures, they still had to beware that the monsters that experienced the next level of abyssal increase would be even stronger. Captain, the black mist is dissipating too, a member of the team muttered, no longer able to suppress the surprise in his expression. This situation, has it ever arisen? At the very least, the Summer City defense team didn't have the appropriate intelligence. At this point, a voice suddenly sounded from not far away. Your Summer Cities awakened are stronger than I expected, and you were even able to take advantage of the abyssal increase boost phase to kill a window. Words. Chu Qingyu frowned and turned her head to look. Then she saw several awakened who were wearing what appeared to be uncommon quality equipment slowly walking towards her. Is this the arrival of the reinforcements that the city lord has asked for? She judged that these people should come from one of the several awakened guilds. A guild that could arrive at Summer City this early shouldn't be a very strong guild. So what if Summertown spends a lot of money now? Is there any need for so little aid to come or not? But suddenly, the awakened ones apparently noticed something. No, why is the black fog dissipating? Chapter 16 Attribute Surge. Forging. You guys still have manpower in the depths of the black mist? One of the awakened seemed to have realized something and immediately asked Chu Qingyu and the others. It was the only way to explain the abyssal black mist. That means, on Xia Cheng's side, there were still awakened people in the depths of the black fog, blocking the abyssal creatures. And it must rank high. No wonder the Summer City Lord's attitude towards them wasn't considered eager. So it turned out that he had invited other experts in addition. Only, Chu Qingyu was ignoring them at that moment, waiting for the black mist to recede. The monsters currently emerging from the abyss were not quite the most powerful batch, but for most of the awakened in Summer City, it was already very difficult. Not all awakened people dared to go practicing without any regard for their safety after turning. A good portion of them, even the initial transfer quests after the awakened, would fail. Gradual, the black mist dispersed, and it was true that people did not see any other abyssal creatures in it. But when the black mist closed in near the entrance to the abyss, the few outsider awakenings, however, were all stunned. They were near the entrance to the abyss and distinctly saw a blazing flame rising through the black mist. It was a huge flaming figure. What kind of profession is this awakened? He is blocking the entrance to the abyss, sparing them from the guild. None of them could even see that this was the effect of what profession skill. However, in the black mist, the flaming giant figure that loomed large seemed to be just standing there silently. But it's biased. The entrance to the abyss froze without a single abyssal creature killing its way out. Just the flame-scorched damage alone was enough to wipe out the abyssal creatures. Current abyssal increase, boost in progress. Lin Chi shrugged. The time he'd spent blocking the door had been rewarding. Not long after he had just been upgraded, he leveled up once more. Now at level 14, he had gained the new green phrase, Accuracy Plus, which was able to increase attack hit rate and bludgeon rate. Also, several of his rings had also been piled high with various materials. It's time to go back and fix things up. Lin Chi made a good decision. It would take some time for the abyssal increase to ramp up, and during that time, only a small number of creatures would occasionally emerge from the abyssal entrance. There was no need for him to remain here. Solely go back and tidy up first. So many abyssal materials and equipment, all smashed in. Even if you can't sacrifice epic equipment, it shouldn't be too much to sacrifice your whole body equipment to gold quality, right? Unusual. Not to mention at the current level stage, even after level 30, epic quality equipment was rare. Higher quality equipment is mostly accompanied by higher equipment requirements. Lin Chi was even more aware that apart from a handful of top guilds as well as big powers, the average awakened would most likely face a situation where it would be difficult to even see gold quality equipment at the next level after transferring or upgrading at a later stage. In the case of different levels, a high level of normal quality equipment bonus cannot necessarily be lower than a low level of high quality equipment. But these, Lin Chi didn't really care about right now. There would be little equipment that could stand up to his sacrifices. He maintained his calcination skill and left through the entrance of the abyss, passing the awakened around him. One time, the eyes of the awakened were turned toward him. Chu Qingyu took a few steps forward and had the intention to communicate with Lin Chi for a few moments. The power of this awakened one in front of her was already beyond her imagination. Yet she noticed, the flame giant simply nodded to her and spun away. It was so fast that it disappeared from sight in only a short time. Such a fast speed, moreover, meant an unimaginable agility attribute. And aside, those few awakened from different guilds were also guilty of muttering, "This shouldn't be from one of those top guilds, right?" This situation was really beyond their expectations. When Lin Chi returned to Summer City, he clearly noticed that the streets were now significantly emptier. The descent into the abyss is both a danger and an opportunity, especially in the early stages. When the strength of the abyssal creatures wasn't that high, it was most suitable for the awakened to practice. And indeed, Lin Chi had no intention of missing out on the abyssal descent. The further back you go, the stronger the abyssal creatures are, the more experience they give, and the burst rate will increase as well. All the other awakened people will probably come up with good props to brush up on the monsters. At this stage, in fact, all of the Summer Hall City defense teams still retained sufficient strength. As he had seen earlier, Chu Qingyu and the others were merely maintaining order at the periphery of the abyssal black mist, blocking the range of activity of the abyssal creatures. If it really came to a time when Summer City needed to fight hard, the city defense team would definitely come up with many powerful enough props. But all of these, for the moment, had to be held in reserve for the opening of the abyss. And the same, Lin Chi was now also planning to improve his attributes even further. Taking out the previously collected materials from his ring, Lin Chi immediately began forging and sacrificing. The various abyssal materials this time around were able to bring him attribute values that definitely far exceeded those of the past. You have successfully forged the Golem's Hammer, Bronze, X1, gaining plus 230 strength and plus 80 spirit. You have successfully forged the Demon Wolf Necklace, Bronze, X1, gaining plus 170 agility and plus 120 physique. You have successfully forged guard armor, silver, X1, gaining plus 280 to physique and plus 100 to agility. It had to be said that the materials of the abyssal creatures were originally of high quality. From time to time, among the equipment forged by Lin Chi, there would be equipment that glowed with a bronze color. Even silver quality equipment wasn't even that rare anymore. The attribute boost from each piece of this equipment is still beyond the reach of even the awakened who have experienced the next transformation. Lin Chi couldn't even help but lament. After the awakened person reaches level 30, he or she carries out a transfer, after which the basic attributes gained from upgrading will be increased accordingly. In addition, the original free attribute points would even plummet to 20 points per level. But even so, the other awakened still couldn't compete with him either. This as long as he forged a bronze quality equipment, he would be able to catch up with the effect of the next transmutation of an awakened person rising nearly 10 levels in a row. These words, the more they increase with my strength, the more significant the effect they bring. Lin Chi was even more clearly aware of the power of the word increase. Only a small amount of time passed. Lin Chi then consumed all the materials he had collected earlier. As he looked at the pieces of equipment laid out before him, a golden glow was reflected in both of his eyes. After forging and sacrificing, now the only equipment he had lying in front of him was gold quality equipment. Every single one of them. If we sacrifice them all, can we get an epic quality piece? Lin Chi was a bit distracted. Chapter 17, Forging Epic Quality Equipment. Sacrifice. Lin Chi clenched his teeth. These gold quality equipment in front of them were definitely among the best of the best when placed in front of any awakened at the current stage. It was important to realize that it was reasonable to say that gold quality equipment was already rare until at least level 30. But Lin Chi wasn't satisfied with that. Even if he couldn't sacrifice any epic level equipment, all these equipment in front of him would have been icing on the cake. In passing, he used the remaining materials to forge a silver quality sledgehammer as a forging tool. Lin Chi, on the other hand, used the Boulder King hammer, which was already a gold quality weapon, as his main equipment, and then placed the other equipment on the forging table together. Dang! The forging hammer in his hand fell, striking with a dull but contained explosive sound. The roaring flames instantly engulfed all the weapons together. Even more, there was a blazing light blooming out in the flames. Successful sacrifice. Immediately after, the light from the blazing fire became more and more dazzling, illuminating the entire forging room, and even more so, vaguely projecting out through the gaps in the forging room. Lin Chi even noticed, within this blazing flame in front of him, there was clearly a complicated rune shining up. This is the signature effect of epic quality equipment. It's done. You have successfully forged Abyssal Hammer, Epic, X1, gaining strength plus 600, and gaining the skills, Fallen Burst, Eroded Field, and Rigid Force. The flames gradually subsided, and on the original forging table, there was a blackened sledgehammer lying quietly. On it, there is even a faintly complicated runic light shining, so it looks heavy and incomparable. Lin Chi didn't even rush to pick up this sledgehammer and weigh it. Instead, he immediately opened his panel and looked at the skills he had gained from this forging. Skill, Meteor Shattering. Effects, enhanced the status of the next attack. Damage increased by 200%, ignoring 50% of the enemy's armor. Will definitely strike. The skill is accompanied by shattering damage, which can make the aftermath of the attack spread to the surrounding area effects. Description, promoted from explosive shattering strike skill. Skill, Erosion Field. Effect, summons a field of erosion that can cover 30 by 30 meters, inflicting minus 500 overall blood cap per second on enemies stepping into the area. Description, a skill from the Abyss, derived from the Abyssal Guard's Eroding Territory skill. Skill, Rigid Force. Effects, passive skill. When releasing a skill, it gains a rigidity effect, making the skill not be interrupted. The previous Abyssal Shadow Necklace from the Abyssal Guard had already been sacrificed by Lin Chi along with it, and he was very satisfied with the results received at the moment. Not only did it gain its own skills, but even the skill effects were similarly enhanced due to the forging of epic quality equipment. As for the mana consumption of these skills, Lin Chi even directly skipped them. He put away the panel, which held the Abyssal Hammer in front of him, still a pure increase in power. However, compared to the gold quality Boulder King Hammer, the power bonus of this Abyssal Hammer could be more than just doubled. A piece of weaponry that comes with 3 skills. TSK. Lin Chi couldn't even help but be staggered. Epic quality equipment is indeed powerful. And, perhaps it was because he had used a large amount of abyssal materials in his forging and sacrifices. The equipment requirement for this sledgehammer, on the other hand, changed from a level requirement to an attribute requirement. He was able to use it straight away anyway. Speaking of which, after the next transfer, a similar restriction will be attached to many of the equipment requirements. Lin Chi suddenly thought of some of the equipment requirements after level 30. After all, It was the equipment that the awakened had received after experiencing a transfer, and the equipment that they had received could already be roughly distributed according to their own professions. However, these restrictions were still nothing for Lin Chi to care about at all. Attribute values not enough for equipment requirements? It doesn't exist. It's only level 14, and my attribute value is already estimated to be higher than many high-level awakened people, right? Even in Natsujo High School's information, there was no more specific information about what happened after the third transfer, but Lin Chi could roughly tell. Not to mention 3 transfers, even if it was more. The basic attributes gained from their upgrades simply couldn't be compared to his. Collect those thoughts. Lin Chi looked at his experience bar again. After forging the epic level Abyssal Hammer, his experience bar had already reached 4/5 of the way up. It was estimated that when the next time he practiced, he would be able to rise to level 15. And in time, the next red word would be due for another rotation. Looking at the sky, due to the descent of the abyss, the summer city now looked like it was covered by thick dark clouds, and the stars could not be seen at all. But Lin Chi didn't feel much sleepiness, so he simply walked straight out of the house. Upgrading requires more and more experience. Lin Chi shook his head. Even he had to roll one now, but no matter what, his current upgrade speed was already very impressive. Newbie Awakened have a month to level up as quickly as possible. However, since previous years, the Awakened in Summer City, after a month of practicing, usually topped out at just over 20 levels. A significant portion of the Awakened, even more so, had difficulty rising to even level 15. It had only been a few days since his awakening, and it was still under the circumstances of his labor and rest. Lin Chi first looked in the direction of the western city. The abyssal increase level has definitely been raised yet again, but instead of rushing to go immediately, he rushed to the exchange. Previously, when he had sacrificed his equipment, he hadn't been so heartless as to put his ring along with it, but there's still not enough storage space either. Solely came to the exchange to see if there were any suitable storage rings, preferably with forging drawings. Due to the descent of the abyss, the entire summer city was busy. The exchange, naturally, is not off duty. When Lin Chi walked in, he saw awakened people almost everywhere. In order to cope with the descent of the abyss and seize the opportunity to practice leveling, awakened ones were pondering over the purchase of appropriate equipment and props. On the contrary, the number of people over in the column selling rings was relatively small. Not everyone was able to harvest a storage ring full of materials or equipment every time they went out to practice like Lin Chi. Lin Chi stood in front of the equipment selling bar and scanned the surroundings before frowning slightly. What works for me is only a bronze quality ring at the highest. There are higher quality rings here instead, but the level requirements are all relatively higher. Accustomed to the equipment he had forged, Lin Chi really didn't look at these equipment. After thinking about it, Lin Chi went around to the other side and searched for the forging drawings sold in the exchange. He planned to simply turn around and forge his own ring, only not much longer. Lin Chi's eyes then converged on a drawing. That was exactly the drawing of the forged ring. As long as the forging is successful, it will definitely be bronze grade. Moreover, in the introduction on the top, it was even labeled with the line suitable for abyssal material forging. Chapter 18. What's the point of having a ring if I want one? Forging preview, Black Mist ring, bronze quality, 10 compartments, plus 45 strength, plus 45 spirit, wearing requirements equal. Current auction price, 23 gold coins, price, 30 gold coins. Lin Chi directly bought it at a single price. Forging drawings for rings weren't exactly common in Summer City, especially rings suitable for abyssal material forging. It was probably someone who had gotten the drawing long ago and just happened to sell it while the abyss was descending now. A bronze quality ring naturally wasn't good, but it couldn't be helped that Lin Chi had creation sacrifice. Subsequently, Lin Chi took out a few more remaining abyssal materials and hung them on the trade bar, not stopping any longer and quickly leaving. Having spent 30 gold coins in one go, Lin Chi was still more or less in pain at that moment, but it wasn't a big problem. Turn around and sell a few unused materials and you'll have enough gold again. Go home and recuperate a little. Lin Chi then took advantage of the night and once again arrived outside the city. Due to the increase in the level of the abyssal increase, the black fog outside the city didn't subside just because he had blocked the door earlier, but instead the area it covered became a bit larger. Release the calcination skill. Lin Chi once again transformed into a flame giant and took a step into the black mist. Minus 1790, minus 2390, minus 1980. A flame-colored number then floated up. The abyssal creatures that appeared in the black mist nowadays had indeed been upgraded to a considerable degree. Lin Chi had also learned that after the black mist increase effect reached a certain level, even though these abyssal creatures were injured, as long as they were in the black mist, they would gain the gain effect of restoring their own blood, while their defense and attack power were also increased accordingly. Therefore, the other awakened would be under considerable pressure unless they dealt a single blow to these monsters. Even if you are able to clean up in a big way, you still need to prevent yourself from running out of blue. These, however, were not within Lin Chi's consideration. The ice sword technique was released, sweeping in all directions. Once again, it brought up large damage numbers. At the same time, Lin Chi's experience bar was increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even if he was only in the outer area alone and brushed until dawn, he would be able to rise to level 15. A new red word, already beckoning him. Summer City City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Xiaoyan looked at the map laid out in front of him with a gloomy expression. Right now, the main abyssal entrance is still the one in the West City, where the abyssal increase effect is boosted the fastest. Basically, I can tell that this time, the abyssal descent is dominated by the Western City. As the abyss descended, the entire Xia City was affected, and naturally there wouldn't be only one entrance. Only, at the moment, with the entrance to the abyss in the West City, the increase was the strongest. Xu Qingyu nodded. There are still too few high-level awakened in Summer City after all, and it's currently impossible to estimate the true intensity of this abyssal descent. I wonder if there are enough props kept in town. After all, Summer City was only a small city located in the Great Backlands, and there were no suitable practicing grounds for high-level awakened people in the surrounding area. Therefore, this is only a place suitable for the initial growth of new awakened people. It was more or less difficult to face the abyssal descent. Xia Yan looked at Chu Qingyu and said, "That awakened person who has the skill of transforming into a flame giant. I checked the information and did not find an occupation that has the same skill effect, but if he is also able to help us face the abyssal descent, and we encounter it again afterward, we can release some goodwill to him. I wonder if he's from one of the top guilds." In response, Chu Qingyu nodded. They still knew too little about that awakened one, but that's when, outside the room, however, a figure walked in quickly. "City Lord, that entrance to the abyss in the north of the city is about to open." Words. Xia Yang's gaze instantly froze. This time, the entrance to the abyss was surprisingly not opened at the same time. "Support the north of the city with all your might first," he ordered immediately. Level +1. You get the word washed up, red. Outside the entrance to the eastern abyss of the city, Lin Chi blocked the flaming sledgehammer in his hand in front of the entrance. At the end of an experience gain prompt, an upgraded light finally bloomed on his body. 15 levels up. New red words appeared on Lin Chi's panel with it. Current word, washed up. Effects. When collecting materials, all the essence of the target can be coalesced into any one material, and the quality of the material will be improved accordingly, and it can be collected and stored automatically, with no upper limit. Good man. Such a washout. Lin Chi's heart fluttered. Originally, when he finished off a monster, he had to collect materials for each part of the monster one by one, and the materials were not fixed, although it was also considered automatic, but he still couldn't avoid the step of putting it into the storage ring. Now it was convenient all of a sudden. What forging materials he needed afterward, he could just automatically collect them directly according to any material. Moreover, if the monster is strong enough, the quality of the material will also increase. Higher quality materials naturally have a higher probability of forging good equipment. So, is it true that if I kill a normal boss, I'll have a chance to collect bronze quality materials? Lin Chi turned to look towards the entrance of the abyss again. An abyssal guard just happened to brush out of the abyssal entrance, and before it could take 2 steps, it fell under Lin Chi's flame scorch. Spin. A crystal core automatically surfaced and suddenly disappeared, and Lin Chi just moved his mind, and the crystal core from the party appeared in front of him. Material, abyssal guard crystals, gold. It's really upgraded a grade. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. At the entrance to this abyss, every once in a while, a boss would appear. He had collected materials from multiple abyssal guards. However, only once in a while would a silver quality abyssal guard crystal appear, and even the burst rate of such materials could not be guaranteed. And now, it's amazing that this material has all turned out to be gold quality. Beyond that, Lin Chi did still realize a very serious problem. Then what's the point of me needing the ring? If I had known, I wouldn't have bought that ring drawing. After acquiring this phrase, there was directly no upper limit to the amount of materials he could store. The problem that had been plaguing Lin Chi was easily solved, but Lin Chi took a look at the pile of equipment stored in the ring compartment and put away those thoughts. Well, the ring's compartment is useful for now. After all, it was still able to store the equipment that popped out. These equipments are likewise able to be brought back to be sacrificed. Monsters don't just pop out equipment and materials. Sometimes they also pop out skill books and some rarer items. But so much for that. Lin Chi also remained at ease. There was no need to think about the problem of collecting and storing materials. So wasn't he just brushing it? Current abyssal increase, boost in progress. Just, not much longer. Lin Chi glanced at the entrance to the abyss in front of him and skimmed his lips. Abyssal increase is back in the boost phase. As the time for the opening of the abyssal portal gets closer, the abyssal increase effect will be higher and higher. When Lin Chi had brushed the monsters earlier, the abyssal increase effect had all been raised to level 4. Was going to look in the black mist to see if there were any other fallen monsters. Lin Chi, however, suddenly heard someone shout from the outer area. The entrance to the abyss in the north of the city has opened. Chapter 19, Killing Straight into the Abyss. The entrance to the abyss opens. This meant that under the current increase in the abyss, there would be a large number of monsters constantly pouring out of it. Lin Chi's gaze flickered and he looked again at the entrance to the abyss in the black mist not far away. The entrance to this abyss in the east of the city would still have to wait 2 days for it to open. Instead, other places are turned on first. He didn't even have any hesitation and directly rushed in the direction north of Summer City. Before the entrance to the abyss in the east of the city opened, the abyss north of Summer City was definitely the most suitable place for him to practice. He had planned to wait until the entrance to the abyss opened, thus killing his way into the abyss. When Lin Chi arrived north of Summer City, the first thing you notice is the large, pitch-black mist that shrouds the area. Looking out from the outer area, one could only see light shining from time to time in the black fog, and even many skills were covered by the black fog, so one could not see anything else at all. The Xia City defense team, on the other hand, was still stationed on the outskirts of the black fog and did not go deeper. They escorted out a safe area for some awakened to return to their status here. It also prevents abyssal creatures from wandering into the Summer City. Unlike the monsters you usually see in the wild, these abyssal creatures can almost always have their wandering range ignored. A newbie awakener? At this point, Chu Qingyu passed by Lin Chi and glanced at him. After noticing that Lin Chi wasn't wearing any equipment, she frowned slightly. This student, what school are you from? When she looked at Lin Chi, she thought that the other party was a teenager who had not yet awakened. Now this stage, it was time for all the new awakened to level up one after another. Even if they were newcomers, none of the equipment on his body was good, but he was at least able to put together a few pieces. And when Lin Chi came here, he didn't even see a weapon, let alone equipment. Summer City High School, newcomer awakened. Lin Chi confessed. He was roughly able to guess what Chu Qingyu was thinking right now, and raised the ring on his hand, which was enough to prove his awakened identity. Chu Qingyu, however, sighed softly. Now that the abyss has descended and the situation cannot be the same, I still recommend that you put on your equipment before entering the black mist. Also, where are your teammates? She looked around, but realized that Lin Chi was the only teenager in the vicinity. Another helpless rub of the brow. These students now come with a clear-cut stupidity. It was too dangerous for a person to come here to the abyssal black mist to practice without wearing any equipment. Even if it was a case of the abyss descending, Summer City couldn't prohibit new awakened people from coming to practice as a rule. It was only then that powerful awakened could be cultivated, not trash piled up with empty levels and equipment. I don't have a teammate. Lin Chi spread his hands. Not that teammates will just hold him back. Practicing in a group will, in many cases, have the same experience bonus. It's just that he's not in a good position to explain his situation to others, so he doesn't bother to form a group. There is no teammate. Chu Qingyu frowned more and more, all but couldn't help but once again take a look at this teenager in front of him who still looks good. Also don't see this kid has any withdrawn temperament. How to even team up not group. But this is not too uncommon. Think about it. She simply went out a scroll from her ring and shoved it into Lin Chi's hands without a word. This is the scroll of disengagement, which can help you attract a certain level of monster hatred after using it. Remember, when in danger in the black mist, you must not force yourself. Hopefully this stupid teenager doesn't die here before he can wait to be admitted from the guild. She turned away to take care of other things. Lin Chi was a bit stunned as he held the scroll. This prop, for him, is a little bit occupying the storage grid. Think about it. He didn't waste the other party's goodwill, storing it in his ring, turning back to see if he could use it, and stepping directly into the black mist. There wasn't much visible range in the black mist, only a patch around itself, but just as Lin Chi walked in, he saw some teenage girls unleashing their skills not far away. Lin Chi understood with just a general sweep. After a few days had passed since the previous awakening, all of these teenage girls had been generally upgraded to around level 5. For these people, joining forces at the edge of the black fog to deal with some fallen abyssal creatures was already their limit, and as he gradually went deeper and deeper into it, he was able to meet some higher-ranked new awakened people. But even at the very front, one could only sporadically see very few awakened teams that were able to have 2 skills per person to use in rotation. In such a short period of time, rising to level 10 was already considered fast enough. After all, every time you go up a level, the experience value required will be more. But Lin Chi didn't even intend to pull out that abyssal hammer here. Occasionally, an ungrateful monster rushed to his side, and he was able to directly turn it into forging materials and experience value with his bare hands. Abyssal creatures usually don't have levels, but do have corresponding attributes. Even newcomers to Awakening were able to harvest a decent amount of experience value here. But for Lin Chi, the experience value here was a bit low. He quickly delved deeper into the black fog, and only after there were fewer and fewer even normal awakened around him did he finally pull out the abyssal hammer. Spin! A fiery flame began to envelop his body, and he stepped out with a single step, heading straight towards the entrance of the abyss. Along the way, the same abyssal creatures came flying at him, but only just touching the blazing flames around him. A damage number quickly floated over his head, and his blood bar emptied on the spot. Even just for now, Lin Chi's attribute values, too, were already quite powerful. Ranks, for him, were supposed to be just a way to get words. Finally, Lin Chi carried the flame-covered abyssal hammer with his body and crossed the wide range of black fog, arriving in front of the entrance to the abyss. Current abyssal increase, level 5. This entrance to the abyss outside of North City only displayed an increase message. Beyond that, there is nothing else. However, in front of Lin Chi, a large number of damage numbers were constantly floating by. It caused Lin Chi's experience value to increase rapidly. The entrance to the abyss in front of him had been completely opened. After a wave of abyssal creatures were blocked by him, the entrance to the abyss in front of him was completely revealed. It stood in the black mist like a huge portal that was 6 stories high. The plane above it, like a bright starry sky dotted with stars, coalesced into a vortex. This is where the abyssal creatures come from. Lin Chi grinned and directly stepped into the abyss. What came into view was a huge cylindrical mouth. Circle after circle of writhing, morose teeth were spread all around, suddenly engulfing towards Lin Chi's figure. Abyssal worms, gold. There's a gold-level boss waiting up here. Similar to the other creatures of the abyss, again there is no leveling, but it is subject to the current 5 levels of abyssal increase. Whose size is this? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Chapter 20. Do you crave power? Giggle. The ice sword art started, and the huge longsword condensed from cold ice poured directly into the abyssal worm's large mouth. Hard stuffed. In an instant, countless fragments of cold ice splashed out from the abyssal worm's body, spreading in all directions. Minus 10,060. You have slain the abyssal worm, gold, and gained plus 5,700 experience. This was clearly an abyssal creature that was even more powerful than the abyssal guard. In front of Lin Chi's eyes, a tooth quickly condensed and coalesced with light, and then disappeared without a trace. In addition to that, there was also an equipment that emitted a faint golden color that fell to the ground. Lin Chi picked up the equipment and only glanced at it briefly before observing the interior of the abyss. Even in the information that Natashiro High School possessed, there wasn't much written about the interior of the abyss. As far as the eye could see, everything around them was shrouded in pitch black, but some areas flowed with magma, emitting a faint glow that reflected in all directions. However, after sweeping his gaze around, Lin Chi could not help but frown. Surprisingly, he didn't see many abyssal creatures in the interior of the abyss here. There were only a few scattered ones, wandering around. This isn't the same as what was in the intelligence. Lin Chi was all puzzled. Didn't you say that the inside of the abyss is extremely dangerous? Even if the awakened people from the outside world could break in, they would still have to lose most of their lives here. But there weren't nearly as many monsters in front of them as there were out there wandering around in the black mist. Could it be that the abyss is different here? Lin Chi estimated. The abyss can't simply be taken as a copy. It's more like a world that's equally different from the outside world. Almost every entrance to the abyss from which one enters comes to a different area of the abyss. Lin Chi simply walked straight ahead. He wasn't afraid of getting lost in the abyss. Evil old devil. You and I have been trapped in the abyss together for who knows how long. A pleasant and melodious woman's voice rang out from the dark abyss. Now that it's hard to wait until a rift opens in the abyss here, do you still intend to hold on to the abyssal core? This was a young girl wearing a snow-white vestment, her long hair hanging down, and her body was covered with a faint layer of light, looking holy and incomparable. Only, below her, there was a huge spell formation. The spell formation was outlined by scarlet liquid, and even more so, it also extended a scarlet chain that was bolted to the young girl's body. And in front of the young girl, there was an old man clad in black robes, with black mist constantly escaping from his body, looking evil to the extreme. On the ground around the old man, there was likewise a spell formation that emitted a bright light, constantly dispelling the black mist on the old man's body. Sacred Maiden of the Heavenly Hall, if you hadn't insisted on snatching my abyssal core, how would you and I have been stuck here? The old man let out a creepy laugh, and in front of him there was a black fog that was so thick that it was more like something was being birthed in that fog. When Lin Chi followed the light from the abyss to this place, he just happened to bump into the scene. He all blinked a little in dismay. What is this? Mistakenly entering the abyss, bumping into a holy woman and a devil grabbing a treasure. Where did this come from for me? What's all the mess in the abyss? From these two men's words, Lin Chi poured in information. The current areas that humans had explored could not be home to any heavenly halls. However, during these years of exploration, even groups such as the elves and giants had begun to appear in many of the cities populated by humans. Correspondingly, there are more options for the Awaken's transitions. These two may be from outside the currently explored area. Lin Chi didn't even deliberately release his calcination skill, so he just walked forward and observed these two evil devils such as you who try to get their hands on the abyss. The Heavenly Hall, will naturally have to remove them. The Heavenly Hall Holy Maiden's words turned a few degrees colder. She seemed to be aware of something, and her eyes suddenly landed on Lin Chi, who was approaching this side, and carefully sized him up. The evil old devil had obviously noticed Lin Chi as well, and his old face twitched. The little one who stumbled into this place from the abyssal rift? You fell into this place. I think your heart must be terrified to the core. Do you long for power? He spoke quietly, his words compelling, kind of like some kind of mission scenario. Only, there weren't any quest hints in the abyss. Lin Chi had a rough judgment. As for craving power, his power attribute was not seen to be lower than the two people in front of him. Wow! At this moment, the Heavenly Temple Holy Maiden suddenly stood up, driving the scarlet chains on her body to make a crashing sound as she came to the edge of the spell formation and stared at Lin Chi. That holy and flawless face revealed a touch of pity. Little brother, don't listen to that devil's compulsion. You shouldn't be too old. It's dangerous here. Come in here to sister. She seemed to be born with a holy aura that touched the world. Is this letting me choose two camps? Lin Chi pondered silently in his heart. He glanced at the wrinkled old man, and then at the Heavenly Hall Holy Maiden in front of him. Spin. Lin Chi's mouth widened into a smile. Immediately, he took a step towards the side of the Heavenly Hall Holy Maiden. Don't believe her. She doesn't have any good intentions either. The old man warned coldly and humorously, but Lin Chi didn't care and had already stepped into the scarlet-colored spell. You are suffering from a negative status, weakness. You're suffering from a negative status, imprisoned. You suffer a negative status, mana drain. In a split second, Lin Chi then received a negative status alert. Sure enough, the interior of the abyss is different from the outside world, but it is also the same world that has been data mined. And at that moment, the Heavenly Hall Holy Maiden stuck over all at once. Soft and warm. Little brother, you're such a savior to your sister, she whispered in Lin Chi's ear, but a staff suddenly emerged in her hand. Damn it! The evil old devil on the opposite side instantly let out a furious cry. Do you realize what you have done? Disrupted our equilibrium, and she will take my abyssal core. And the staff in the hands of the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Temple was already against Lin Chi's body. The smile on her face no longer seemed holy, and actually revealed a sense of greed. But at this point, Lin Chi, however, smiled back. A blazing flame was released on his body heatedly, quickly covering his entire body. Even the Heavenly Temple Holy Maiden that was attached to her body was followed closely by the burning flames. Ah, you! The Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Temple let out a miserable scream, and her eyes in the blazing fire revealed a touch of disbelief. The spell formation here, even she would be affected by the mana clearing, and could only hope to draw on Lin Chi's life force, thus breaking the balance. But why was this teenager still able to release skills? Moreover, she clearly felt that her life was also rapidly draining away. You killed the Holy Maiden of the Celestial Temple. Level +1. You've acquired the word Arakan physique, gold color. No boss rank? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow and didn't even receive a prompt to gain experience either. But he was a solid direct upgrade. Chapter 21, A Good Harvest. Abyssal Core. That's impossible. You didn't go into the abyss by mistake? On the opposite side, the evil old devil clearly realized the situation at this moment. This teenager in front of him was definitely not as simple as mistakenly entering the abyss. By mistake? I killed my way in. Lin Chi shrugged. He did notice that with the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Palace dying, the light of the spell formation around the evil old devil had obviously faded rapidly. Don't be anxious. It's your turn soon, Lin Chi said indifferently. After the Heavenly Temple Holy Maiden was killed, a few pieces of equipment were also exploded in the same place. Lin Chi didn't even rush to pick it up and directly rushed towards the evil old devil's side. The blazing flames burned, causing Lin Chi to transform into a flaming giant, and there was even a flaming giant hammer in his hand, violently blasting towards the direction where the evil old devil was. It was the first time he had encountered a monster that could communicate. This clearly shouldn't be something that an awakened person at the current stage could meet. But it wasn't like Lin Chi was an ordinary level 16 awakened. These two people inside the abyss, he couldn't even see their rank. But what is certain is that these two are in very bad shape. After all, it has to match the current entrance to the abyss. An abyssal creature that is too far out of balance to be found in an abyssal portal that opens first is not normally a good idea. Boom! The flame giant hammer blasted down, shaking the earth so violently. The The large flames that splashed out landed in all directions, illuminating the entire area brightly. You killed the evil old man. Level +1. You have gained word skill familiarity, purple. Upgrades blossomed again in all their glory. 2 levels in a row. Lin Shi shook his head as he looked again at the direction where the original Heavenly Hall Holy Maiden was. Pity. He suspected that he would have entered this entrance to the abyss had he not been at this stage now. After he leveled up for another period of time, he would come back to kill the 2 people here, and he should still be able to forcefully upgrade. But it's not much of a problem now. Having risen to level 17 after entering just 1 entrance to the abyss, this had already saved him a lot of effort. Lin Shi immediately checked the word panel. Current word, Arakan Physique, Gold. Effect, increase resistance to all negative effects by 50%. Why isn't it the desolate ancient sacred body? Lin Shi spat in his heart. After all, it's just gold words. What more bike? Current word, skill familiarity, purple. Effect, increase the effect of all release skills by 30%. Both phrases are capable of delivering a decent increase in strength. Lin Shi was quite satisfied. It was estimated that due to the special nature of the Heavenly Hall Sage and the evil old devil, they didn't burst out any materials. But still, he was left with a few items in place. The drops from special monsters in the abyss should always have something good, right? Lin Shi pocketed these items as soon as he could. Staff of Erosion, Epic. Category, Weapons. Equipment requirements, Effect. Description, Necklace of Erosion, Epic. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirements, Effect. Description, Orb of Erosion, Epic. Category, Weapons. Equipment requirements. These 3 pieces of equipment that exploded out. The equipment effects were all clear question marks. Apparently it was equipment with hidden attributes that needed to be appraised before it could be used. But, even so, Lin Shi couldn't help but light up before his eyes. 3 pieces of epic quality equipment were definitely enough to be coveted no matter where they were placed. I wonder if this epic quality matches those 2's bits. Lin Shi pondered and put the 3 pieces of equipment into his ring. It's also possible that both of those guys had a change of heart and even their equipment was eroded. Rather, except for the equipment. Lin Shi also found a booklet that emitted a faint shimmering light. Skill books. He couldn't even help but let out a long breath. After practicing and brushing monsters until now, he had finally exploded a skill book. The burst rate of this stuff, at least at the current stage, is actually all completely negligible. At least there are no skill books for sale in the exchange in Summer City. Lin Shi immediately picked up the skill book. Skill, Calamity Declaration. Mana Consumption, 1850. Effect, releases a 10 by 10 area covered by a spell formation, causing weakness, confinement, stun, slowdown, mana loss, blood deduction, an increase in damage suffered by 3 random negative effects on the enemy stepping into it. Study requirements, mage profession. Such as this kind of skill book, what is recorded is usually the very first effects of the skill. Subsequently, as the skill proficiency increases, or as one's spiritual attributes increase, the power as well as the effect of the skill release can be improved. In addition, the awakened person undergoes subsequent transitions, which also enhance skills in all directions. As for the power of this skill, Lin Shi did experience it firsthand. When he stepped into that scarlet phalanx, he was clearly subjected to multiple negative statuses one after another in a split second. Even the mana was emptied. This skill, even when placed in front of a high-level awakened, was unquestionably powerful. However, he didn't need mana. Kind of hard to do with an occupational requirement. Lin Shi bristled. Hard to say. The blacksmith profession does have some limitations in this area. Neither a long-range nor a melee class occupation. You can't use any of these items with career requirements directly. The equipment is a good solution, but the skills have to be replicated to make it work. Lin Shi decided that he would turn around and find a way to sell this skill book before letting his opponent cast it in front of him. This skill, paired with the erosion field skill he had previously acquired, the brushing is simply not good enough. Only after counting the loot did Lin Shi walk back to the pitch black mist that was so thick that it was extreme. Judging from the situation of those 2 earlier, they should have been fighting over an item, which led to them being trapped in the abyss with each other. However, Lin Shi estimated that even if those 2 were reconciled, they wouldn't necessarily be able to easily get out of the entrance to the abyss. He didn't think any more about it, and his gaze fell in front of the pitch black mist. Core of the abyss? Introduction? Well, another item that can't be viewed, can't even see the quality, and there was no mention of it at all in previous intelligence. Lin Shi suspected that even if he appraised it, he wouldn't necessarily be able to appraise the effects of this thing. Something that can make those 2 fight for it is definitely not ordinary. Lin Shi received it directly into his ring, but at once, the ring on his hand even gradually glowed a black color. Storage grids are dwindling? The corner of Lin Shi's mouth tugged. This thing comes with a wasted ring. Luckily, it was only an ordinary quality ring, and he transferred the items in it to other rings, leaving only this abyssal core behind. Soon the ring became pitch black, and nothing has changed except that there is only one storage compartment left, Ring of Abyssal Erosion. Instead, the ring's name is prefixed with an abyssal erosion, but from within that, Lin Shi was also able to tell. This abyssal core was absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 22, Danger? Non-existent. Wait until you turn around and try to identify it. Lin Shi had never bothered to learn the second skill of his profession until now. However, it's now level 17. Instead, you can learn 2 native skills at once. The later it gets, the more the blacksmithing skill will be useful. Sweeping his eyes around, Lin Shi didn't stay here for long. The interior of the abyss was not through everywhere. There were large areas that might have had rolling, towering mountains that were hard to find the end of at all, and others were abysses that were so deep that they couldn't be seen from the bottom. Exploring the interior of the abyss would either not work this way, or you would get lost and not be able to find an exit. He went straight back the way he came. After walking out of the entrance to the abyss, Lin Shi did notice that awakened ones were gradually starting to appear in the depths of the black mist as well. Only the entrance to the abyss was still quite a distance away. There's always going to be someone who wants to put up a fight, Lin Shi lamented. Many of the awakened did not want to be trapped in their current state, and wanted to take advantage of the abyssal descent to increase their strength as much as possible. And since Lin Shi had previously killed his way into the entrance of the abyss, the monsters here had also become noticeably thinner, and there hadn't been any more of them pouring out yet. He didn't even release his calcination skill, and took slow steps in the direction of the black fog's outskirts. Not far away in the black mist, Shen Bailu held a pure white staff, and there was a ball of light that quickly coalesced in front of her, in which complicated runes shone and violently landed on an abyssal creature. Giggle. Minus 1890. Damage numbers floated by as the abyssal creature failed to withstand her blow and collapsed with a thud. Shin Bailu took a slight breath and looked at the 3 puppet figures placed in front of him. The 3 puppet figures converged around her, blocking the abyssal creatures pouring in around her as she released her skills. Even though the abyssal creatures here attacked swiftly, the golem dolls remained still. After Shinbai Deer replied a little, she raised the staff in her hand once again and chose a suitable target. But just then, she suddenly spotted a figure in the black mist. Rinchi? A flash of astonishment passed over Shin Bailu's small face. How did he come to be here in the depths of the black mist? But there was no time to think about it. Shinbai Deer had then noticed that an abyssal evil spirit had actually violently lunged towards Lin Shi's side. Arcane Flame. A ball of flames glowing with runes instantly blasted out from Shinbai Deer's staff, smashing into the abyssal evil spirit and scorching it clean. She looked at Lin Shi, who was acting as if he hadn't realized it, before she shook her head helplessly. And ahead in the black mist, Lin Shi looked at the abyssal evil spirit beside him, which had already been reduced to ashes, and the corner of his mouth skimmed. He had naturally noticed Shinbailu a long time ago and had no intention of avoiding it. However, Shinbailu roughly misunderstood something and took the time to help him deal with the monster. Shin Shiredo invites you to join the team. Immediately, Lin Shi noticed another line of hints. At once, he was all a bit playful. Lin Shi, quick, my puppet doll can protect you, Shinbailu shouted. This place was already in a fairly deep position in the black fog, and there were many awakened people of not too low a level spread out instead. But there were so many monsters pouring out of the abyss that none of the awakened had any time to worry about others. Shinbailu guessed that Lin Shi should also be seizing the opportunity of the abyssal descent to collect materials and level up. However, it was too dangerous for the main profession of blacksmithing. Even with a massive supply of resources, Lin Shi should be about the same level as her right now. By definition, he didn't have to risk his life. And, Shinbai Deer was by Lin Shi's side, and even more so, he didn't see his teammates. She didn't know what was going on, but didn't want to see Lin Shi die here in the mouth of an abyssal creature. It's just that there are so many abyssal creatures here. No sooner had a group been cleared away than new abyssal creatures converged. Abyssal beetles? Suddenly, Shinbailu seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes suddenly froze. This was considered an extremely strong existence among the common abyssal creatures, and had always appeared in groups. The danger level of a group of abyssal beetles was on the verge of catching up to a boss-level abyssal guard. She didn't even dare to hesitate as she hurriedly commanded up the 3 puppets beside her to clear away the abyssal creatures that were blocking the way and rush towards Lin Shi's side. This would certainly attract the hatred of a large number of abyssal creatures at once, but at this point, she couldn't care less about that. That's when the prompt for teammates to join the team finally came. Shinbailu was slightly more relieved, but her small face was still full of gravity. She was ultimately separated from Lin Shi by some abyssal creatures, and Lin Shi also took Shinbailu's reaction in. He shrugged his shoulders and didn't reject Shinbailu's good intentions this time. And, he already had something else in mind. Shaka. The abyssal creatures around them pounced and let out an unpleasant hissing sound. See this. Shinbailu's pretty face went white. did you miss it after all? Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately took out a scroll from her ring and was about to unleash it over towards Lin Shi. But then, Shin Bailu's movements then stopped. Under her gaze filled with dismay, Lin Shi unexpectedly pulled out a sledgehammer that was pitch black in color. Neither had seen Lin Shi show any signs of releasing a skill. That looks particularly heavy sledgehammer. Then was Lin Shi Shang fierce swing up. In midair is actually hard swing up a piece of shadow. Bang! 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 Immediately after, a violent sound of heavy objects hitting the ground rang out one after another. That one abyssal creature was under Shin Bailu's unbelieving gaze, and it was suddenly hammered and exploded in this way. It's only one hammer. Your teammate Lin Shi kills the abyssal beetle, gaining plus 960 experience. Your teammate Lin Shi kills the abyssal beetle, gaining plus 960 experience. Level plus 1. An upgraded glow blossomed from Shin Bailu's body. It made Shin Baidir's already slender figure even more exquisite and moving. But not until the light clears. Shin Baidir also remained with her small mouth slightly opened, staring at Lin Shi with dismay. Neither cared that they had risen to the 12th level. She would have been practicing on this side of the black mist for a long time. But, she had never anticipated that the awakened at the current stage would be able to have such a high efficiency in killing monsters. At this moment, she couldn't help but begin to wonder if Lin Shi was really just a blacksmith by profession. 12 levels so soon. You've been practicing by yourself? At this time, Lin Shi walked over slowly, as if he didn't care about the other abyssal creatures around him. He glanced at the three puppet figures in front of Shin Bailu and couldn't help but be secretly staggered. In the end, it was a big family, and the puppet mannequin was something he had never really seen before. It was said that a single puppet mannequin had to cost hundreds of gold coins. In addition, the scroll that Shin Bailu was holding tightly in one of her small hands, intended to be used to support him, was also not bad. No wonder practicing is so efficient. It was only at this time that Shin Bailu finally calmed down. Somewhat complicatedly, he looked at Lin Shi. She realized that Lin Shi's situation was definitely not as simple as she had previously thought. Subconsciously glancing at Lin Shi's rank in the group again, immediately, her eyes couldn't help but widen again. You are level 17? Chapter 23 Shin Bailu, I've been taken flying? Shin Bailu had always been very confident, never believing that at the current stage, rank or occupation determined everything in the future. That can only be a reference. The power of an awakened person comes not only from their own attributes and skills, but also from how to rationally distribute and use them. Therefore, her usual means of practicing could also be completely aided by more than just these puppet figures. The family could even arrange some powerful awakened specifically for her to back her up, creating the right environment for her to practice without teaming up. But then that would only create an awakened person who doesn't understand anything other than simply releasing skills. Never face danger alone. However, the current Lin Shi, made her somewhat doubt her previous perceptions. The blacksmith profession, could it rise to level 17 in such a short period of time? Not at all. Not to mention that blacksmiths weren't really suited for combat in the early stages. This could never be achieved with such a high leveling efficiency if it were any of the professions on the occupation heavenly ranking. In particular, the experience value required for each level could be drastically increased. The difference of 5 levels might not seem like much, but it was actually a very large amount of experience value. I'm upgrading a bit faster. Lin Shi could see Shin Bailu's surprise and just smiled. Levels to him only represent the number of words. His own attributes were already ridiculously high. Ryoko. It was only then that Shin Baidir withdrew his gaze on Lin Shi, but his complicated mind was difficult to calm down for a long time. She had known that Lin Shi would never be depressed just because he had only awakened the blacksmith profession. With Lin Shi's performance in school back then, but whenever he was allowed to awaken a combat profession, even if it was no more than ordinary, he would definitely be able to be ahead of the other awakened people. But she still underestimates Lin Shi. However, she naturally wouldn't go deeper without exploring Lin Shi's secrets. After thinking about it, she then tentatively asked Lin Shi, "Do you want to practice with me?" Just now, it was obvious that she had overthought things. With Lin Shi's strength, he didn't need her support at all. Yes, Lin Shi didn't refuse. Although one of the rings on his hand had been spoiled by the abyssal core, his spare ring was not yet stuffed with monster materials that did not take up storage compartments. I had also planned to take advantage of going home and practicing a bit more. Shin Bailu spread a smile and tacitly stopped saying anything more. She rarely dealt with others in her class on weekdays, and it was rare to see a smile on her face. It was always bland. But now, the young girl's smile was one that made all the monsters coming from the black mist seem to swirl away. Youthful and beautiful, Lin Shi carried the abyssal hammer as if he was idling, traveling through the black mist with Shin Baidir. He wasn't some kind of heartthrob who couldn't walk away at the sight of the opposite sex. In the past, during the 2.5 years of schooling at Summer City High School, Lu Ruyan had gotten close to him, and it wasn't as if he had taken the initiative to pursue him. Especially when dealing with someone like Lu Ruoyan, he's more than that, he's always held a principle of not initiating, refusing, or taking responsibility. -1620, -1750, -1990. The damage numbers kept drifting by. Shen Baidir was holding his staff, and for a moment, he was somewhat at a loss as to how to strike. She had originally planned to treat Lin Chi as a warrior-type profession, while she herself was responsible for the main output under the cover of the puppet mannequins. But Lin Chi was too efficient at killing monsters. So far, she hadn't seen any abyssal creature that could carry a single hammer from Lin Chi. As for her skills, although she was naturally capable of attacking monsters at long range, that by definition didn't have the effect of clearing the monsters in front of them for a squad of 2. Soon, Shen Bailu adapted. Since there was absolutely nothing to worry about with the monsters in the surrounding area, she simply went to clean up the monsters in the distance, and was able to bring experience value to the team as well. There is an experience bonus in case of grouping. Lin Chi did experience the benefits of this addition. The dropped materials and equipment, on the other hand, are nothing to worry about at all. Whoever destroys the monsters, the materials and equipment naturally go to them first. Suddenly, Lin Chi noticed that not far away, a large area of pitch-black liquid gushed out from the ground. His eyebrows shot up, no doubt meeting the abyssal guard in the black mist again. It's a boss. Shen Bailu was startled, instantly associating it with the more common boss-level creatures in the black mist. She hurriedly looked at Lin Chi, her eyes revealing some concern. From the previous monster kills, she couldn't tell the upper limit of Lin Chi's strength at all. I wonder if they can handle the abyssal guard. Can spin. Shen Bailu's good-looking pupils then slightly condensed. She distinctly noticed, beneath Lin Chi's feet, an area strewn with pitch-black liquid unexpectedly surfaced in an instant. This directly covered both Shen Bailu himself as well as the puppet figures. And these pitch-black liquids looked like they were even more sinister than what they had just seen. There's another boss? Shen Baidir's mind stirred. She was naturally well aware of the effects of this pitch-black liquid, which would rapidly deduct the blood limit. But then she noticed that she had clearly stepped on the area covered by the black liquid, but she herself had not been harmed in any way. And this was Lin Chi's skill. Erosion field. It's even stronger than the abyssal guard's eroding territory effect. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the abyssal beetle and gained experience plus 960. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the abyssal demon wolf and gained experience plus 1380. Your teammate Lin Chi. Shen Bailu's face stagnated slightly as she looked at the tips that flashed one after another. What's happening here? I haven't seen Lin Chi do anything else either. And then, she noticed that Lin Chi was directly striding towards the front. That was where the abyssal guard had just appeared. Bang! A dull voice came out from the black fog. Shen Bailu received a prompt with it. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the abyssal guard and gained experience plus 5170. Your teammate Lin Chi killed the abyssal guard and gained experience plus 5170. Shen Bailu silently lowered his head and looked at his experience bar. It was clear that he had only just risen to level 12 before. Yet, the experience bar had already grown by most of the way. Am I being taken for a ride? She was somewhat speechless. Turns out, this is what classmates always say. Look for the big guy to take the flyer. Her mind was getting more and more complicated. Deep in the black mist, Lin Chi was about to walk back, but suddenly noticed that not far away, there were a few awakened who were darting to the side. Look at the stance. It looks like it's frantically running away. And in it, he even saw a familiar figure. Lu Ruyan. Damn. I've only just tried to go deeper into the black fog. How come I've encountered an abyssal guard? What's the point of panicking? It won't take long. And when we level up, we'll be able to destroy the abyssal guard sooner or later. Brother Long, this is not the time to say such things. It's better to run. Several people were obviously all from the same team. Only at this moment the appearance of escaping was extremely wretched. Instead, one of the teenagers glanced backward between moves and paused slightly in his steps. Wait, escaped the monster's hate range? He clearly noticed that the original pitch-black liquid had disappeared, like the dreaded abyssal guard had left. But whirlwind, he suddenly shook his body again. In the black mist not far away, he distinctly saw a figure, was holding a sledgehammer, standing calmly in the black mist. Chapter 24, What's the point of talking if you can do it in one move? Warrior class hidden profession? This thought flashed through Wang Feilong's mind all of a sudden. This was already considered to be an area deep into the black fog, and those who could come here to kill monsters, other than high-level middle-aged people, were only professions that had performed extremely well in the early stages. He didn't get a good look at the other party's face, but the other party was obviously about the same age as him, and the sledgehammer in the other party's hand was even more eye-catching. Warriors who used hammers as weapons were already considered extremely rare in the current stage of Summer City. Afterwards, the guild selection. The team this person was on would probably be a strong competitor. Who is this man? Which school's awakening? Wang Feilong's mind raced. Just then, Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly came from the side. Rinchi? She was positioned a bit closer to Lin Chi, vaguely seeing the figure in front of her, yet somewhat incredulous. Shouldn't that blacksmith be holed up in town right now looking for a place to make iron? How dare you come out to practice and go deeper into the black mist? She still felt that she had been mistaken, but Wang Feilong frowned tightly. You say he's the blacksmith? After his awakening, he had never put Lin Chi in his eyes. It was just that he was still holding a grudge after this blacksmith had seen his wretched appearance earlier. But he wouldn't believe him if he said that the man with the sledgehammer was the blacksmith. It should be a misreading. Lu Ruyan shook her head. If it was Lin Chi, not to mention going deeper into the black fog, even if he was near the edge of the black fog, he would be easily solved by a random abyssal goblin. But the next moment, Lu Ruyan's figure, however, froze for a moment, as if she had realized something. Her eyes couldn't help but tremble lightly, and her face became even more green and white. In her line of sight, next to that figure holding a sledgehammer, a girl's figure clearly appeared. Shen Bai Lu. In just an instant, Lu Ruyan realized that the figure holding the sledgehammer was really Lin Chi. I'm afraid, when she was at the awakening, she had seen Shen Bai Lu extend an invitation to Lin Chi with her own eyes. It's really that blacksmith. Wang Feilong noticed Lu Ruyan's expression and immediately reacted. His brows tightened more and more, and the long sword in his hand subconsciously tightened its grip. Luckily, he thought that the other party was some powerful hidden profession, but it turned out that he was surprised by that blacksmith. At this point, Shen Bailu also noticed Lu Ruoyan and the others. The team formed by these few people was able to go deep into the black mist, and was considered to be doing well in the middle of Summer City, but not worth her care. Instead, he looked at Lin Chi beside him again and asked, "Do you still want to continue practicing?" The Abyssal Guard, the strongest boss before the abyss opened, had all been resolved by Lin Chi, but she wasn't much help as a teammate. It made her all feel like she had become a drag on Lin Chi. One more level up. Lin Chi laughed softly. The experience bonus from practicing in a group was not bad. His experience bar had all gone up a notch, and with the grids in his ring still free, he planned to simply try to level up to level 18 before doing so. But, as time passed, the number of awakened who tried to enter the depths of the black fog around them poured in. Compared to the abyssal entrance in the west of the city, the perimeter of this abyssal entrance that had opened early was not quite beyond the reach of ordinary people. "There's some crowds. Go near the entrance to the abyss," Lin Chi added. He made light work of the entrance to the abyss. Seeing this, Shin Bailu's eyes were a bit odd. How does it feel? Like Lin Chi has entered the entrance to the abyss? No wonder you, a blacksmith, can come here, so you've really been bagged by her. But just as Shin Bailu was about to follow Lin Chi deeper into the black mist, Lu Ruoyan's voice suddenly rang out. Words. Shin Bai Deer's eyebrows suddenly knitted. Her footsteps paused and she coldly glanced at Lu Ruyan. Her nature was a bit more bland, but that didn't mean she didn't have a fire in her belly. However, Lu Ruyan was as if she didn't realize it, and walked over together with Wang Feilong and the others. "I know you, Arcane Mage, the third hidden profession on the heavenly ranking." Wang Feilong wrapped his arms around his body and raised his chin slightly towards Shen Bailu. Shen Bailu, not to mention in the entire Summer City High School, was considered a popular figure that was often and occasionally discussed by her classmates. Even in the various schools in Summer City, her name was likewise circulated. With her mysterious origins and outstanding looks, many people speculated that she was specially placed by a large family to grow up in a backwater city like Summer City. This has, in the past, had precedence, and before his awakening, it's not like Wang Feilong didn't have his heart set on Shen Bai Deer, but his family reminded him that he mustn't mess with the other party, so he had to give up. But now, he could have similarly awakened a hidden profession. Even if he couldn't compare to an arcane mage in terms of ranking on the heavenly ranking, he believed that he wouldn't be too far behind. You still purposely brought that blacksmith here to practice, and you're not afraid of him dragging you down. Lu Ruyan wrapped her arms around Wang Feilong's arm, her face filled with mockery. Shen Bai Deer frowned more and more. She originally didn't want to take care of these few people, but the other side is talking too much. Our team has all risen to level 10. Wang Feilong gazed at Shen Bailu and slowly spoke. Would you like to join us? It's better than dragging around a blacksmith, and even if you want to train a logistician, you shouldn't need to bring one yourself, right? He was strong and didn't care about the reactions of the other players. If he was able to rope Shin Bailu into joining the team, then he would really have a chance to impact the strongest ones of the guilds. It's not necessary. Shin Bai Deer maintained his good cultivation and summoned 3 puppet figures from the black mist, intending to catch up with Lin Chi's pace. But noticing the 3 puppet figures, both Wang Feilong and Lu Ruyan couldn't help but stare. The cost of this thing was extremely high. Even Wang Feilong couldn't afford to buy one. In order to bring that blacksmith to practice, you even used 3 puppet figures? Lu Ruoyan was shocked. Jealousy was driving her a little crazy. It was true that she couldn't compare to Shin Bailu anywhere. Wang Feilong's face also changed for a while, and a touch of greed showed in the depths of his eyes. He was already able to determine that if he could get Shin Bailu to join the team, or even, if there was any further development between the two sides, then he could definitely rise up the ladder in the future. A wave of jealousy also welled up in all of their hearts. What made that blacksmith so special to Shin Bailu? And could he not even compare to a blacksmith with a hidden profession? Shin Bailu, why do you care about the death of that blacksmith? That kind of waste, I can easily pinch it with one finger. He spoke again. Bang! Wang Feilong's words came to an abrupt end when he failed to finish further. A pitch-black sledgehammer did not know when, but suddenly landed where Wang Feilong was originally located, and smashed heavily on the ground. -719. At the same time, damage numbers floated up above Wang Feilong's head. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the black mist. Escape scroll? Lin Shi stepped out from the depths of the black mist and raised his eyebrows slightly. This thing, it was even more valuable than the Desistance scroll that Chu Qingyu had given him earlier. Wang Feilong's several people dared to go deep into the black mist. How could they not carry enough life-preserving props on their bodies? Seeing Shin Bailu's dismayed look, Lin Shi just spread his hands. I saw you weren't following and came out to see. Chapter 25, whose blacksmith upgrades so fast? This, beside the abyssal hammer, the 3 remaining Lu Ruyan in place all suddenly turned pale. They recognized the hammer. This was the sledgehammer that Lin Shi had just held in his hand, but they were, for a moment, having trouble reacting to what was going on. Didn't even see how the hammer hit here. Instead, Wang Feilong's blood level plummeted to 1 point and automatically activated the escape scroll, teleporting out of the place. Lin Shi, it's you! Finally, Lu Ruyan came back to her senses and glared angrily at Lin Shi. She didn't think it was Lin Shi's own skill. After all, Fong hadn't even seen the skilled blow, let alone the fact that the blacksmith profession couldn't possibly have combat skills in the early stages at all. This must be the extremely extravagant props that Shin Bailu had prepared for Lin Shi in advance, but even so, it still made her fight a wave of hardness. Wang Feilong, who she thought must be countless times stronger than Lin Shi in terms of future accomplishments, had just been almost hammered by Lin Shi. Lin Shi, do you realize what you've done? Lu Ruoyan's voice was sharp. You sneak attacked a classmate, but not before her words fell. Snap! Shin Bailu had actually arrived in front of Lu Ruyan, and a heavy slap fell. Around Summer City, and within level 30, awakened ones can't engage in life and death battles with each other. This is just a sparring match, Shin Bailu faintly said. Since it's a sparring match between the teams, let's send you off too. With a wave of her hand, the 3 puppet figures suddenly rushed forward and sent the 3 of them away together with Lu Ruyan. One time, Lin Shi's eyes became odd for a few moments as he looked at Shin Bailu. This little girl, is she so decisive even when she strikes? He had originally heard Wang Feilong's words and knew that the other party held malicious intent, so he directly slammed his hammer over. What's the point of talking if you can do it in one move? Rather, it was Shin Bailu's actions that caused him to be rather dismayed. Seemingly noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Shin Bailu's cheeks flushed slightly. She just said something outrageous, she subconsciously explained to Lin Shi. It's also true that there was never going to be any intention of holding back, but there's another reason that hasn't been said. Although there were rules to protect the awakened up to level 30, coupled with the fact that cities like Summer City, which trained newbies in the back, all had newbie awakened to add to their protection, battles between awakened wouldn't be divided into life and death. However, after all, it was Lin Shi who made the first move. In case the family of Wang Feilong and the others took the opportunity to seek revenge, they would launch a retaliation against Lin Shi. She followed suit and would help Lin Shi squash unnecessary trouble. Lin Shi smiled, but didn't say anything more. He was naturally clear about Shin Bailu's mind. After thinking about it, he took out the Calamity Proclamation skill book from his ring and handed it to Shin Baidir. This is a skill book? Shin Bailu subconsciously received it in her hand, and her eyes couldn't help but widen as her gaze fell on the skill book. She could naturally see that this skill was extremely powerful. Even as the skills become more effective, they might surpass some of her later native skills. And this kind of skill was almost impossible to see in the middle of Summer City. I'm giving it to you, try using it later. Lin Shi blinked, just in time to be able to get rid of the problem of him replicating this skill. But it's definitely better than the ice sword technique. Shin Bailu looked deeply at Lin Shi, but hesitated. This is too expensive. I'm afraid that even her puppet dolls might not be able to exchange for this skill book. Think of it as a little payment for our subsequent cooperation. Lin Shi laughed. He was indeed interested in those copies of the blacksmith's native profession that Shin Bailu had mentioned. Upon hearing this, Shin Bailu's pretty face quickly displayed a bright smile. Yes, she agreed with alacrity. After some practicing, Shin Bailu wasn't even close to level 14, and Lin Chi had finally raised to level 18, gaining a new blue phrase, spiritual concentration, a phrase that increased mental attributes. As for the ring on his hand, it had also long been stocked with equipment. You're 18 levels. Shin Bailu's gaze was ghostly. How long has it been since you first awakened? An 18th level newcomer awakened. I'm afraid no one would believe it if they said it. Not to mention, fighting all the way down. She was even more aware that the attack power Lin Chi had displayed was definitely not something that an ordinary 18th level awakened person could compare to. When those top guilds come, they will probably scramble to recruit you. Shin Bailu shook his head. She had realized that her past guesses about Lin Chi were still wrong. Even with the massive pile of resources, it was impossible to train an 18th level blacksmith master profession in such a short period of time. Lin Chi, definitely not your average blacksmith. A new guild member? Let's talk about it then. Lin Chi was well aware that the information held by those top guilds was important to any awakened, but he didn't need to think about that right now. It's almost time for this practice. He was still calculating what kind of equipment he should be able to forge after forging and sacrificing all of these materials as well as equipment on hand. At the very least, his attributes would get another round of substantial increases. Saying goodbye to Shin Bailu for the time being, Lin Chi rushed back to Summer City with a satisfied heart. On the way back, he didn't see Wang Feilong and Lu Royan again, and he didn't care. Your World Merchant Bank card has successfully arrived at 156 gold coins and 73 silver coins. Please check. As soon as he left the range of the black mist, Lin Chi received a gold coin arrival alert. The black fog seems to have the ability to isolate some information. Lin Chi glanced at the gold coin balance and raised his eyebrows slightly. Apparently, the few materials he had consigned on the exchange earlier had sold for a good price. The abyss descended, and everyone up and down the Summer City was on standby. Just as he arrived at the door of his house, Lin Chi's footsteps suddenly lurched. Oh, almost forgot again. Time to learn skills. The previous skills were sufficient, and he hadn't been thinking about learning the skills of his profession. This time, Lin Chi planned to learn the two skills of his profession first, level 10 appraisal and level 15 equipment repair. In his ring, he could now place several pieces of equipment that needed to be appraised. And, Lin Chi was pretty sure that even these two skills that were placed in ordinary blacksmiths were common. On his side, additional effects are sure to occur as well. This might help with the next forging and sacrifices. Lin Chi glanced at the several rings on his hand and quickly rushed to the awakening hall. There were several pieces of epic quality equipment in the ring alone. Lin Chi felt that he even had a chance to make an impact on legendary quality equipment when he was well prepared. Welcome to the Hall of Awakening. In the awakening hall, the little receptionist girl was stunned when she noticed Lin Chi's appearance. Little brother, you've risen to level 10 again so quickly? At the current stage, there shouldn't be too many level 10 awakened people to be found in the entire Summer City. More crucially, she remembered that Lin Chi was clearly only a blacksmith. Who upgrades their blacksmith so fast? Chapter 26 Appraisal. Good sacrificial consumables. People think I'm only 10, but I'm actually 18 and growing. Lin Chi silently bellyached. Of course, he was thinking of rank, not some unit of length. I'm growing a little faster. Lin Chi returned the smile. With the previous record, he didn't spend long in the hall before walking into the trial field under the gaze of the receptionist's glowing eyes. I can't believe it's really a level 10 blacksmith. The receptionist held her chin, her small face full of surprise. When she had met Lin Chi earlier, she had guessed that this teenager might have come from a major power, or had been favored by a major power. But give me a break. Isn't that too fast of an upgrade? She suddenly recalled what Lin Chi had just said. Growing a little faster? Is that how the upgrade is described? Immediately, her cheeks reddened. I wonder how many little girls I'll have to wreak havoc on in the future. The occupation detected is blacksmithing. The current level can learn the skills of equipment appraisal and equipment repair. Please fulfill the requirement. Judge which of the following materials are suitable for forging the current equipment. Plaza Center. The light in front of Lin Chi gradually solidified and transformed into a wide forging platform. Behind the forging table, a piece of equipment with different parts emerged respectively. Another knowledge test? Lin Chi bristled. Once again, he felt that blacksmiths really weren't suited for combat, and the successive insta-professional skill learning didn't require a monster fighting trial. It's just for him to identify the material and categorize it. And that's when, in front of the forging table, a piece of forging material had surfaced. But, this material has only just surfaced. Lin Chi then noticed. This piece of material distinctly and rapidly converged and transformed into a molten iron-like material. The effect of the red word, washed out, triggered. Lin Chi immediately blushed. Do we still have to turn off the word effect? He was speechless for a moment. There's only one piece of material left, so what's the point of categorizing it? Conditions exceeded. You realize the skill of this profession. Appraisal. Automatically promoted to the next profession stage skill. but the next hint quickly calmed Lin Shi's mind. Nice guy. Not only is it considered an automatic completion of the trial, it's an overachievement, meaning, the appraisal skill directly becomes the effect of the blacksmith's skill for the next transfer. Each time an awakened person transitions, their skills can change and improve accordingly. He hadn't even had time to carefully check out the newly learned appraisal skill before another prompt came. Please fulfill the requirement to fill in the gaps in the equipment with the following materials. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. He knew that this was the learning condition for the equipment repair skill, but he didn't even look at the mutilated equipment and materials in front of him, casually picking up the hammer tool beside him and tapping it lightly on the forging table. Bang! What's the point of fixing it? Directly forging the original material into equipment and then sacrificing it is done. This works better than the common gear fixes. Conditions exceeded. You realize the skill of this profession. Repair, automatically promoted to the next profession stage skill. Get it done and call it a day. Lin Shi put down his hammer tool and immediately checked out his two newly learned skills. Skill, appraisal. Effects, identify equipment with hidden attributes. Increase the probability of discovering additional effects of the equipment, and identify the target's attributes and skill weaknesses when it is used on other targets. Skill, restoration. Effects, when repairing equipment durability. Increase the amplitude of improving equipment durability, and have the probability to improve the equipment attributes. When acting on other targets, can repair the target's life and mana. The effect can be sustained. Two very useful skills. Lin Shi lamented. The appraisal and repair of equipment is considered the most basic skill of a blacksmith. Some awakened people purposely learn the blacksmith profession, and most of them also run towards these two skills, and both of Lin Shi's skills were boosted accordingly. Also, since he is the main profession blacksmith, he also possesses additional effects. It is also able to identify the attributes of other targets as well as skill weaknesses. His appraisal skills were more useful than the insights learned in some professions. As for restoration skills, on the other hand, it added the effect of a recovery spell, which Lin Shi didn't really care too much about. But he noted the point about sustainable effects. It's equivalent to being able to add a long-lasting recovery gain effect to equipment or other targets. It's nice. These two skills could already be used to a certain extent for his next equipment forging. Lin Shi walked out of the awakening hall with a smile, just in time to meet the clear line of sight cast by the receptionist. A strong wave of dismay spread across the face of the little receptionist girl. This time, again, so soon? She recalled that the last time Lin Shi had entered the trial field, it hadn't taken much time either. Originally, she had thought that Lin Shi had failed to learn the skill, but that's not the case now by any stretch of the imagination. But, looking at Lin Shi's face, the receptionist smiled faintly instead. Little brother, it's not good to be too fast. After all, she was a teenager. If she really let go, wouldn't she make the other person blush? Sister will know next time she tries it. Lin Shi replied with a smile. He also paused in his steps as he reached the door to the lobby, turning his head to look at the stunned receptionist with a wink. It's a deal. No initiative, no rejection. Lin Shi followed through with this guideline. The receptionist blushed and looked around cautiously before lowering her head and spitting lightly. Kids these days just know how to get high. Lin Shi returned to his home forge. Immediately, he casually yards the equipment in his ring in front of the forge. Shasta, gold, silver, various colors of luster shone, reflecting the entire forging room glittered. If this were placed in the outside world, it would definitely be called a hidden treasure, but Lin Shi didn't care too much about it, and casually cleared out a space, set up the three hidden equipment that had burst out from within the abyss. Identification. Lin Shi's fingertips gently clasped on one of the pieces of equipment. Giggle. In an instant, the runes flowed with light blossoming at his fingertips. Necklace of erosion, epic. Category, necklace. Requirements, physical fitness greater than 1000. Mental fitness greater than 1000, and strength greater than 500. Effect, agility plus 300. Special effect, erosion status, active. Subjecting oneself to abyssal erosion, gaining plus 1000 physique, plus 1000 spirit, plus 500 strength, with life and mana caps deducted per second. Description, once a necklace worn by the Virgin of the Temple of Heaven, a symbol of holiness, eroded by the abyss and corrupted to epic quality. Appraised by a certain powerful being who found an uneroded agility bonus. Lin Shi looked at the equipment in front of him and was speechless for a moment. Is this considered a burst of epic quality equipment, or a burst of junk? According to the equipment description, he could probably tell that the original necklace should be above epic quality. But never mind how strong the description of this necklace was, it was definitely a mixed bag when placed in front of other awakened people. But the good thing is, Lin Shi hadn't intended to use it. This necklace, at least, is of high enough quality. Definitely a fine sacrificial consumable. Chapter 27 Legendary Equipment. Abyssal Market. Lin Shi appraised another hidden attribute equipment one after another. There is no doubt that equipment with the prefix erosion has some degree of problems, suffers from the abyss, causing the deduction of blood and mana caps even when worn. The drawbacks are obvious, but the attribute bonuses are even more obvious if you top the erosion. It can't be that all the equipment that explodes from inside the abyss has this kind of problem, Lin Shi muttered. This situation of penetrating into the interior of the abyss rarely happened after all, and even if there was information, it was controlled by the big powers or top guilds. He didn't really care too much. Going back into the interior of the abyss, I'll be able to find out. Mostly used for sacrifices anyway. Lin Shi looked at the pile of equipment laid out on the forging table. Place the hammer of the abyss in the center. If you're going to play big. He had long ago made the decision to directly sacrifice all of his equipment together in the abyssal hammer. With this much equipment, even if the sacrifices weren't of legendary quality, it would be enough to boost many of the attributes of the abyssal hammer. Not to mention, he had a lot of material here. Even if you stacked them hard, you'd be able to pile up legendary quality equipment. Boom! As the tool hammer fell from Lin Shi's hand, the roaring flames suddenly enveloped the entire forging room. And although it was furious, it was not so furious as to incinerate all of the forging room. Gradual, the flames closed in and blossomed into a blazing light on the forging table. Successful sacrifice. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the light on the forging table. The appearance of the hammer of the abyss didn't change much, but there was an extremely thin layer of black mist looming around it. Sure enough, with just a few pieces of equipment like this, it still can't be sacrificed to legendary quality. Lin Shi was not discouraged. In fact, according to his prediction, he wanted to sacrifice from epic quality equipment to legendary quality. It would take at least a dozen pieces of epic gear to do that. But, from the descriptions of the 3 pieces of equipment that had exploded from within the abyss earlier, all 3 pieces of equipment were originally above epic quality. As a sacrificial consumable, the effect should be a bit more powerful. It can't be much worse, Lin Shi estimated. As long as he proceeded one more step, he would definitely be able to sacrifice a legendary quality equipment. The forge was cleaned out. Lin Shi struck the iron while it was hot and started forging straight away. That was his next step. With the washed out phrase, he had already acquired a large amount of useful materials. First, these materials are forged into equipment and thus sacrificed. He swung the hammer of the abyss and began hammering hammer after hammer into the forge. You have successfully forged Evil Spirit Necklace, Silver, X1, gaining Spirit plus 70, Body plus 50. You have successfully forged Sword of the Guard, Silver, X1, gaining Strength plus 90, Spirit plus 30. You have successfully forged Demon Wolf Leather Armor, Bronze, X1, gaining Body Condition plus 60. It had to be said that the materials obtained after the Wu washout phrase had a considerable increase in quality. The vast majority of the equipment he had forged was already at least bronze quality, with the occasional silver quality equipment appearing. It likewise gave him a massive attribute harvest. It's still got to be abyssal material, Lin Shi lamented. The abyss descending was definitely considered a great opportunity for him. It is estimated that in the outside world, except for a few places and some copies, it is difficult to find this kind of good material. Finally, after some forging, Lin Shi consumed all the materials on hand. He didn't stop and immediately performed the sacrifice again. You have successfully forged Abyssal Necklace, Epic, X1, gaining Physique plus 300, Spirit plus 300. You have successfully forged Abyssal Armor, Epic, X1, gaining plus 500 to Physique and plus 100 to Agility. The original equipment that had been sacrificed was of epic quality, and in addition, Lin Shi also gained several abyssal creature-like skills, but he was more focused on the sacrifice at this point. After sacrificing all the newly forged equipment, Lin Shi took a deep breath. Once again, the abyssal hammer was placed on the forge. Success or failure depends on this one. He was already equivalent to smashing his entire treasure trove into this abyssal hammer. Finally, the roaring flames gradually solidified on the forging table, which presented a hammer with a faint black mist all over its body. Successful sacrifice. You have successfully forged Abyssal Ruins, Legendary, X1, gaining Strength plus 1600, and gaining the skills, Abyssal Burst, Abyssal Domain, and Rigid State. It's finally out. Lin Shi clenched his fists hard. It wasn't in vain that he had spent so much on equipment. Legendary quality weapons have exclusive names. The Hammer of the Abyss was now sacrificed to the Abyssal Ruins. He picked up the sledgehammer, which was covered in black mist, and felt the surging power that filled it. As before, this hammer always increased only the strength attribute. However, Lin Shi could change the attributes it added at any time with the Aptitude Weave phrase. He instantly checked out the current sledgehammer. Abyssal Ruins, Legend, Category, Weapons, Equipment Requirements, Lin Shi. Effect, Strength plus 1600. Special Effects, Abyssal Shattering, Abyssal field. Rigid state. Description, forged by a powerful being, condensing the power of the abyss. It contains great power and shocks the abyss. What Lin Shi cared about the most was still the skills he gained by forging this profound ruin, although no additional new skills were gained. However, the original skills were all significantly enhanced. For example, the current abyssal burst shatter not only boosted the status of Lin Shi's next attack even more, but also made it so that what was deducted from his attack was the enemy's life and mana cap. In addition, even the aftermath caused by the burst shattering has the same effect. The abyssal domain, on the other hand, was clearly an advanced skill of the erosion domain, with a greater range and more life and mana deducted per second. As for the rigid state, it allowed Lin Shi's every strike to be uninterrupted. In the end, its legendary quality equipment Lin Shi couldn't help but be staggered. The sledgehammer in his hand was shrouded in a layer of black mist, appearing somewhat sinister as over the entrance to the abyss. But with just one movement of Lin Shi's mind, this outer layer of black mist would disappear with it. It's a weapon that belongs exclusively to him, although Lin Shi had not seen any other legendary quality equipment either, and was not sure, at this point in time, which level stage the profound ruins corresponded to. But according to Lin Shi's estimation, even if it was some high-grade legendary quality equipment, it wouldn't be stronger than the abyssal ruins he was holding. Having a legendary quality weapon at the current stage was completely beyond all other awakened. What's more, Lin Shi's basic attributes at the moment were already ridiculously high. Lin Shi looked at the time. It's almost time to open the largest abyssal entrance outside the city. He was even confident that without using any skills, he should be able to just blow up as well. Chapter 28 The Intensity of the Abyss. A layer of black mist surged around the abyssal market sledgehammer. It looks like the entrance to an abyss has been brought together here, exuding the evil that belongs to the abyss alone. Legendary equipment, undoubtedly, is the most top quality of all currently known quality equipment. A fancy look sounds tacky, but who wouldn't want to recharge a cool skin? Lin Shi thought back to some of the crappy stories from before he crossed over and involuntarily laughed. For the current abyssal market sledgehammer, there is only one adequate rating for Lin Shi. After placing the abyssal sledgehammer into the ring, the forge was empty. It's time to stock up on the abyss again. But Lin Shi wasn't really in a hurry. He was going to make a nice meal out of the monster meat he had collected, and then sleep for so long before he did so. In fact, when an awakened person's attribute value reached a certain level, they basically didn't need to eat or sleep. Even if they were in a negative state such as weakness or frenzy, they would be able to recover from their condition by replenishing a healing spell or pouring down a few bottles of healing potions. But Lin Shi doesn't roll again. Before crossing the border to use cattle and horses to discipline themselves to study and work, and after crossing the border to follow the set of treating themselves as cattle and horses to roll in life and death. That is not crossing the border for nothing? It was close to afternoon before Lin Shi stepped out of the door and rushed towards the west of the city. Not long after arriving at the outskirts of the city, Lin Shi noticed that many awakened had already gathered here. All were engaging the abyssal creatures in the black mist. Many of the awakened had even entered the area covered by the black mist, as if the entrance to the abyss was not open. Seeing this, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. It's only been 3 days since I've been here. How come all the awakened in Summer City have become brave? At the current stage, the most a newbie awakened could do was only around level 10. As for the original high-level awakened people of Xia City, they either sat at the back, ready to deal with various situations, or they were stationed everywhere like a city defense team to prevent the abyssal creatures from spreading to Xia City. There was indeed something wrong with the situation at this abyssal entrance to the west of the city. Soon, Lin Shi understood. There's a powerful guild awakener, coming over early, from the depths of the black fog. From time to time, there was a burst of aftershocks set off by the skill. That was obviously all caused by some high-level powerful skills. The descent of the abyss is often accompanied by the transfer of many new awakened to the hidden professions. This would naturally attract the attention of many guilds as well. Those guild awakened who had come to the nascent souls would naturally drop by this side of the abyssal entrance to practice as well. Lin Shi did also notice that in the outer regions of the black fog, there were likewise teams of new awakened ones. Brave enough, Lin Shi commented. The abyssal creatures here had experienced an abyssal increase that was not comparable to what they had experienced before. He was about to make his way through the crowd and into the dark fog ahead. Not far away, but Xu Qingyu's voice came. It's you again. Xu Qingyu looked at Lin Shi with some curiosity. She still had some impression of this newbie awakened. It was already a very dangerous thing to break into the black fog alone before. Now that the largest entrance to the abyss was open outside of Summer City, he had unexpectedly come back. Thanks for the escape scroll you sent, but I didn't use it. Lin Shi took out the scroll that Xu Qingyu sent earlier and handed it back again. Seeing this, Xu Qingyu's complexion was suddenly complicated. She could see that the teenager in front of her seemed very confident. Earlier, When he had turned around alone at the entrance to the abyss, he was surprisingly unaffected. It should be another powerful hidden profession. Chu Qingyu roughly had a judgment. Still, she shook her head. There's no need to return what you were given, and this time, I don't think you'll be able to use it. There in the depths of the black mist, some awakened people from the guilds have come, and they are blocking the foremost area. The outer area is relatively safer. Blocking the forwardmost area? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed. He could hear the other meanings contained in Chu Qingyu's words. These guilds, they really aren't normally overbearing. Straight away, he used the largest abyss entrance outside of Summer City as his practicing ground. They have the strength to kill into the abyss? Lin Shi asked again. In response, Chu Qingyu was disdainful. It's not like it's the top guild or the whole guild is coming. Even if they could kill their way in, they wouldn't be able to. That said, she fell back on her words, just glancing at Lin Shi again. He said, turning back to the guilds to recruit new members. You'd better not pick these guilds that arrived in Summer City first. It was always a good thing to have an outside awakened to help them fight against the abyssal creatures in Summer City, and it was able to alleviate the pressure on the city's defense team to a considerable extent. In terms of just blocking some of the creatures that are leaking out of the entrance to the abyss alone, rather than going to clean up the interior of the abyss, Lin Shi also understood. The guild awakened who came to Summer City right now, although their rank was considered high, it didn't mean that they were strong. Then the intensity of this abyssal descent is only like this? Lin Shi frowned slightly. Wasn't it agreed that in the event of the abyss descending, some cities could be in danger of suffering an overthrow? At those words, Chu Qingyu's gaze became odd as she looked at Lin Shi. Is that the only strength? Although the abyssal creatures didn't have levels, with the abyssal increase, each one of them was already equivalent to an awakened that wasn't low in level and wore equipment, without the help of an outside awakened to help suppress it. Just the current opening of the abyssal entrance alone would require the entirety of their defense team to be deployed. Also, beware of bosses killing their way out of the entrance to the abyss. It was these same bosses that the whole of Summer City was wary of nowadays. It's important to save as much strength as possible before the boss shows up. The strength of those bosses can definitely not be compared to the unusual abyssal creatures. That is the biggest danger when the abyss descends. I didn't see that this teenager was quite wild. Chu Qingyu once again slanted a glance at Lin Shi. I suggest you try finding the weakest abyssal demon wolf first. After saying that, she no longer bothered with Lin Shi. Lin Shi shrugged and turned around to enter the black mist. He actually knew that the greatest danger of abyssal descent was coming right from the bosses within the abyss. For example, the entrance to the abyss that he had entered earlier housed the two Heavenly Hall Sacred Maiden and the evil old devil. The destructive power of such an existence of unknown level could naturally be imagined once it escaped from the entrance of the abyss. One should know that just one piece of equipment on them that had been eroded by the abyss alone was already of epic quality. I don't know the abyssal increase here. Just how many levels? Muttered Lin Shi. To be sure, as the largest entrance to the abyss outside of Summer City this time around, the bosses hidden within the abyss were definitely more powerful. He pulled out the abyssal market sledgehammer and slowly moved forward. Not far away, a large-sized abyssal demon wolf stepped on all four limbs, its fierce eyes emitting a scarlet glow suddenly locked with Lin Shi. Abyssal Wolf King. A message instantly appeared in Lin Shi's eyes. In just the outer black mist alone, surprisingly, boss-level monsters had already appeared. Giggle. In the mouth of the demon Wolf King, a light flashed. It was a newbie awakened who was in its mouth, almost being cut off by it. The near-death state was spared by activating the props it carried. Run! Around them, there were immediately awakened people who exclaimed in shock. Chapter 29, Draw a Line? Good point. Roar! The abyssal demon Wolf King let out a hissing roar up to the sky. Vaguely, there was actually a clear and cold moonlight looming behind the demon Wolf King, transforming into an obscure round moon. Pust! A wolf's paw suddenly appeared at the edge of the obscure full moon, picking at the border and snapping out of it. It transformed into a brand new abyssal demon wolf. And then, one after another, abyssal demon wolves emerged from the full moon. It's a summoning skill. Run! The awakened people around them all changed their faces drastically. This level-less abyssal demon Wolf King. I'm only afraid that even an awakened who had experienced a transformation would not be a match. The appearance of so many abyssal demon wolves in an instant was enough to break an opening in the defense line in a short period of time. Lin Shi shook his head straight as he watched this scene. All don't know enough about abyssal descent to run here? Everyone was able to learn a lot about the subject during their 2.5 years of schooling at Summertown High School. But anyone who has any knowledge of the abyssal descent should know the strength of the abyssal creatures. So, he was only surprised to see so many new awakened people here at first. Isn't this purely a gift? He didn't bother with the awakened who fled in all directions, and took a step ahead of him, heading towards that abyssal demon Wolf King, and the black mist outside. Chu Qingyu also received the news that the abyssal demon Wolf King had appeared ahead. She furrowed her brows and sprang into action. Large swords emerged with both hands and violently rushed into the black mist. Stopping the boss and not causing too much damage was exactly the duty of the Summer City City Defense Team. Not all new awakened people were able to have life-preserving props. Not to mention, even if one was able to teleport out of the black fog, there was still the possibility of encountering the abyssal creatures that rushed out of the black fog. That would undoubtedly bring about a despair for the awakened who were already in a state of near death. However, Chu Qingyu had only just entered the black mist for a short while when her footsteps slightly lurched. Why are there still abyssal guards? Her face became grave for a moment. On the ground in front of them, a large range of pitch-black liquid had suddenly sprung up. And, in Chu Qingyu's eyes, these pitch-black liquids were even more sinister than the abyssal guards encroaching territory. The black liquid looked like it was boiling and churning. It wrapped the many abyssal demon wolves around it. Abyssal guards with indiscriminate attacks? Chu Qingyu's gaze flickered. She realized that it wasn't that simple. It could also be an unknown creature that pours out of the entrance to the abyss. She took a tentative step forward, ready to pull out at a moment's notice. However, it was found that no damage had been done to itself. Instead, it was surrounded by dark liquid. A head of abyssal demon wolves quickly fell, again as if even their carcasses had been corroded away by the pitch-black liquid. There wasn't even any material left. This extremely counterintuitive scene caused Chu Qingyu to become more and more alarmed. Captain, this situation shouldn't be the boss in the abyss appearing, right? The city defense team members at the back hurriedly inquired. Their faces extremely ugly. If it is, then it was likely that they had encountered the strongest boss of this abyssal descent. Not like. Chu Qingyu shook her head. She was clearly unaffected by the dark liquid, even though she had stepped in it. It's not like an indiscriminate attack. Suddenly, a low howl with panic came from the depths of the black fog. Chu Qingyu's gaze condensed and she immediately charged forward. This must be the voice of that abyssal demon wolf king, but it was as if he had been strangled by some more terrifying creature, as if he had encountered a natural enemy, and when she rushed into the depths of the black mist, she saw only wolf corpses scattered in place. The abyssal demon wolf king was destroyed. Who wiped it out? Chu Qingyu raised her eyes to look around again, her gaze instantly resting on the black mist in front of her. Deep in the black fog, a blurry figure loomed, only vaguely visible. The figure carried a hammer. It's that one. Chu Qingyu's gaze flickered, instantly realizing, this time, that awakened one who was covered in flames didn't release his original skill again. Appearing at the entrance to this abyss, he casually destroyed the abyssal demon wolf king. What is he going to do this time? Kill into the abyss? Chu Qingyu murmured. That awakened one was too fast for her to catch up. Lin Shi was carrying a sledgehammer and had gradually penetrated deeper into the black fog. The number of awakened people that could be seen in the surrounding area had also become much smaller. The increased level of this abyssal entrance in the west of the city was not low. Although Lin Shi was all about 1 move seconds, he was able to tell from the damage numbers. The abyssal creatures here were clearly stronger than the previous abyssal entrance by more than 1 degree. Traveled forward some distance more, Lin Shi then vaguely saw some awakened figures reappearing in front of him. We just let go of an abyssal demon wolf king. The Summer City City defense team should be burnt out by now, right? There were voices coming. Just in time. We'll also find something for them to do, so that the people of Summer City won't think that we've come here just to hijack the entrance to the abyss. Words. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows at once. He knew that these awakened ones that appeared in front of him should be from the various guilds. As he had expected earlier, these people directly wanted to use the entrance to the abyss as their leveling ground. I wonder how much longer it will be before the boss inside the abyss appears. Another awakened said. If it does come out, will we be able to escape in time? This is clearly their biggest concern. Just because they could deal with the monsters outside the entrance to the abyss didn't mean they could deal with the creatures inside the abyss. If the boss inside the abyss really appeared, they could only hurry to escape. As for the confrontation, unless they were willing to lose a large portion of the guild members who had come here at the hands of the abyssal interior boss, there would be no possibility of victory in front of some powerful boss, but even the life-saving props will lose their effect. Don't worry, from what I've seen so far, the intensity of the abyssal descent that Summer City has encountered this time isn't too high. Even if a boss appears, it won't be enough to leave us all here. The mess, just leave it to Xia Cheng himself. Hearing their words, Lin Shi shook his head. He had always had mixed impressions of the guilds of this world. After all, the monster-infested areas that awakened people traveled to when they truly reached a high level didn't have any complete protection to speak of. Likewise, many high-level awakened people can have little restraint. Naturally anything can be done. Which guild are you from? We have the place occupied. At that moment, an awakened in front of him spotted Lin Shi who was striding towards him, and immediately drank in the question. Friend, go somewhere else and give our guild face. Same time, the gazes of the other awakened also locked onto the figure carrying a sledgehammer in the black mist. with a sense of ill will in the depths of their eyes. It's common sense to not travel to a practicing site that's occupied by someone else if they can't afford to mess with them. Don't worry. I'll go to the interior of the abyss and not disturb each other with you guys. The figure carrying the sledgehammer spoke calmly. To the interior of the abyss? Who believes that? An awakened at the head smiled skinlessly. Friend, draw a line in the sand. Tell me, what guild are you in? Those who could come here naturally shouldn't be the local awakened in Summer City. They were all ready to release their skills as well. As soon as they realized something was wrong, they would immediately attack. Words. Lin Chi laughed. Draw a line? Good talk. The words fell. His body fiercely burned with blazing flames. Chapter 30. What do I care about you this and that? Amidst the dense black mist, the figure carrying the sledgehammer was suddenly surrounded by blazing flames. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd of awakened, the flames quickly solidified again, transforming into a flame giant. Just the hammer in his hand alone was already as tall as a man. I, for one, don't really like to bull people. Cascading words came out between the flames churning. The flaming giant hammer then blasted towards the group of awakened with a strong and incomparable stance. It's an awakened from a top guild? The crowd of awakened people were stunned. It's the only possibility. If the other party was an awakened from a top guild, they could have told them earlier. They hurriedly had to release their respective skills, either to block the attacking flaming hammers or to quickly retreat. However, the flaming giant hammer was too fast. The strong blast smashed down, not giving them any time to react at all. Boom! The flaming giant hammer smashed down on the ground, hardening and stirring a circle of terrifying ripples formed by smoke and dust on the ground. It caused the black mist around them to be swept away and drummed in all directions. In the meantime, a ray of light flashed, and it disappeared into the black mist. Lin Chi didn't pay any more attention to this and stepped straight forward. These high-level awakened people liked to use rules. Then he could naturally discuss his own rules with the other party. Dang! Further ahead, the ground shuddered and churned up a stream of dark liquid. High-ranking Abyssal Guard. A line of information also surfaced before Lin Chi's eyes. It was a tall figure covered in pitch-black armor, more than 5 meters tall, and in his hand he was holding a huge two-handed sword with flashing cold light. The pitch-black liquid spread out under his feet, writhing on the ground, looking especially evil and disgusting. In the end, it's the biggest entrance to the abyss outside of Summer City. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Earlier, when he was practicing in the north of the city in a group with Shunned by Deer, he had also encountered a few mid-rank Abyssal Guards. Compared to the most ordinary Abyssal Guard, its strength was raised by more than one notch, and the ones roaming outside the entrance of this abyss in front of them were already high-ranked Abyssal Guards. Obviously, those awakened ones gathered just now should be precisely to deal with this boss in front of them. I'll take it begrudgingly then. At this moment, the flame giant that Lin Chi had transformed into was even taller than a high-level Abyssal Guard, and at his feet, the same pitch-black liquid spread rapidly. Abyssal Realm. These liquids were much more viscous, much more dark and sinister. As if conscious, in a short period of time, it covered the original eroded field. Same time, the advanced Abyssal Guard's total blood bar was also gradually decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. It lowered its head and looked at the dark liquid at its feet, seeming a bit puzzled, but immediately after, the flaming giant hammer in Lin Chi's hand was then already blasting towards the high-level Abyssal Guard. Minus 9,732, deducting almost 10,000 blood was the Abyssal Guard's blood limit, not Lin Chi's. In that case, wouldn't the total blood volume of a high-level Abyssal Guard have to be over 10,000 as well? This was still under the influence of his Abyssal Domain skill, Lin Chi estimated. He had no doubt that if this thing made it into Summer City, in the absence of a high-level awakened person to block it, a havoc would surely be unleashed. You have killed a high-level Abyssal Guard and gained plus 12,000 experience. Level plus 1. You gained the word defense increase, green, upgraded again. Lin Chi shrugged. He hadn't been too intentional about practicing and brushing monsters until now, but the level is still rising rapidly. As for the newly acquired words, Lin Chi had only taken a general look at them. What the green word actually represented to him was that the next time he upgraded, he would be able to get the red word again. Collecting these thoughts, Lin Chi's gaze went back to where the party's high-ranked Abyssal Guards were. After the materials were automatically collected, there were a few items left in place. He immediately picked it up and looked at it. Abyssal bracelets. Hidden equipment? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. In the vast majority of cases, hidden equipment has more powerful attributes than other equipment gives. He directly released the appraisal skill. Benton time. The attributes of the equipment were then displayed in front of him. Abyssal wrist guard, gold. Category, wrist guard. Equipment requirements, strength greater than 600. Effects, physique plus 200. Spirit plus 200. Strength plus 200. Special effect, Abyssal Increase, gain level 1 Abyssal Increase. Abyssal Increase set, 1//6 increase the set parts. Can get equipment attributes, quality improvement. Description, equipment that is sunk into the abyss, being completely eroded and becoming part of the abyss. It is said that collecting all the sets can gain additional powerful strength. Suits, Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Although the current wrist guard was only a gold quality piece of equipment, it was a set component. A single piece is gold quality. If it's a whole set, it'll be epic quality? Lin Chi was well aware of the function of this equipment. Normally, just one epic piece of equipment alone is very powerful. Even now, if he wanted to forge epic equipment, he would have to sacrifice many pieces of equipment to do so. What's more, with the addition of the set effect, this will likely reach the point where the whole body equipment is epic. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chi immediately equipped the wrist guard. On the arms of both hands, a pair of blackened wrist guards instantly emerged. Like the previous high-ranking abyssal guards, he was going to see if he could collect the full set. If you can, keep it for yourself. If you can't, then use it for sacrifice. Also, there was a ring and a skill book in place instead. 32 grids. Lin Chi instantly replaced it. Rings were something he didn't mind too much at the moment. As for the skill books, Lin Chi had some complications in his heart. Generally speaking, there were many skills he couldn't learn directly. Just one Calamity Proclamation skill, and he still replicated it through Shan Bai Deer's side. Skill, Summon Abyssal Guard. Mana Consumption, 1500. Effect, Summons an Abyssal Guard to battle. Learning requirements, Spirit greater than 600. No request? Lin Chi's eyes widened slightly. The point that the spiritual attribute was greater than 600 was directly ignored by him. Wouldn't that be the same as not asking for it for him? Actually, most of the items that exploded from Abyssal Descent were equivalent to having no requirements for use for Lin Chi. This thing doesn't even have a level requirement. What do I care about this and that? Lin Chi directly slammed the skill book onto his hand, and as the skill book turned into a ray of light and disappeared into his body, he instantly mastered the skill. Wrap these up. Only then did Lin Chi cast his gaze forward. Current Abyssal Increase, 7. The already open entrance to the abyss churned and swirled on its surface. Lin Chi took a direct step inside. Chapter 31 The True Entrance to the Abyss. Captain Chu, did an awakened from one of the top guilds go in before? What guild is he in? Any idea who he is? A chasing voice kept ringing out. Chu Qingyu frowned as she looked at the few awakened before her. These people in front of me suddenly teleported out of the black fog. Moreover, everyone's blood level was even down to just a sliver, and they just came out and directly gulped down healing potions. It's only now that it's finally slowing down. Didn't see any awakened people from other guilds. And earlier, didn't all your guilds all go in together? Chu Qingyu thought about these people and shook her head. For a while now, those who entered the Black Mist could all be new awakened ones. Moreover, she was still more impressed with the somewhat arrogant teenager from earlier. What is this that has befallen you? She suspected that the men would have been in a guild fight with each other. It's not uncommon to see this kind of thing. However, the people who teleported out in front of them were clearly all from the same guild. It was more like someone else had taken care of all these people in one fell swoop when none of them had been able to fight back. An awakened person, covered in flames, an awakened person said in a deep voice. They all used up a life preservation prop for nothing and suffered heavy losses. The higher the level, the higher the value of the life-saving props spent. Chu Qingyu's eyes flashed and she instantly understood. These guys have been eyeballing everything since they came to Summer City, and this time they've kicked the bucket. It's better for all of you to take a break before entering the Black Mist. She greeted the awakened ones in front of her again. The abyssal descent that Xia Chang encountered this time was indeed not considered the highest level of danger. From the current situation, as long as it can be stabilized, even if they waited until the boss and the entrance to the abyss ahead of them rushed out, they had the ability to block it outside of Xia City. Entrance to the abyss, not opened. Countdown to opening, 1:29 p.m. Current abyssal increase, 8, but just then, a message suddenly appeared in front of Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu was instantly stunned. Isn't the largest entrance to the abyss outside of Summer City now open? And where did this tip come from? She looked around suspiciously, but saw that the others around her also looked confused. It was as if he didn't understand why a hint of the entrance to the abyss suddenly appeared in front of him. Gradual. Chu Qingyu's face became grave to the extreme. Even a hint of shock showed in one eye. The abyssal entrance that hadn't been opened yet had already reached an increased level of 8. Predictable. How terrifying it would be once the abyssal creatures came out of it. This abyssal entrance west of Summer City was not the largest abyssal entrance of this abyssal descent. The true terror was so great that everyone in the middle of the Summer City hadn't even realized it. Spin. Chu Qingyu slowly raised her head, her pupils all reflecting a darkness, and all around. The other awakened also looked as if they had realized something, slowly raising their heads and looking out in the direction of the sky. There is the sky directly above the summer city. Just this moment, a dense mass of pitch blackness, from the roiling dark clouds, had emerged. Earlier, when the abyss descended, the entire summer city was already covered by thick dark clouds. You can't see the stars at night and it's hard to see the sun during the day. But who could have expected that? This was not what one might have previously thought, which was simply influenced by the various abyssal entrances outside of the city. Rather, there was one of the largest entrances to the abyss that was in the sky of Summer City. Nowadays, the entire Summer City, all the awakened, were able to see this line of hints that the entrance to the abyss was about to open. Summer City City Lord's Mansion. The faces of City Lord Xiaoyang and the group of high-level awakened ones on standby in the city also changed dramatically at this time. Entrance to the abyss at level 8. The entrance to the abyss that was encountered by the city that was previously overwhelmed by the descent of the abyss seems to be precisely the 8th level. But right now, that abyssal entrance above our heads, it's not time to open it. This means that the level of the abyssal increase will still be raised, yes? The level of abyssal increase could not simply be the equivalent of raising the level of an abyssal creature by 1 level. Because of the abyssal creatures themselves, there was no such thing as rank. They look completely different from the common monsters of the world. Each level of increase will, to a certain extent, enhance the various attributes of the abyssal creature. And by the 8th level of increase, even common ordinary abyssal creatures such as the abyssal demon wolf, I'm afraid it's enough to exert a strength equivalent to that of a field boss. Not to mention, along with the descent of the abyss, there are often real bosses that appear in the various abyss entrances. Just over an hour to go. Xia Yang's face was hard to see. The situation now was no longer something that he, the city lord, could solve. Gentlemen, tell all the men you can use to move as many people in the city as possible, especially students in various schools and newcomers to awakening. I'm afraid we'll have to keep the last trace of fire for Summer City. Inside the abyss, Lin Shi directly released the abyssal domain skill, enveloping all directions, to encompass the abyssal creatures in the surrounding area. All together, the flame giant hammer in his hand even swept across the surrounding area, setting off a violent flamestorm inside this pitch-black mist-surging abyss. Minus 1,750, minus 1908, minus 2,370. Damage numbers continued to float up around Lin Chi. He had only just stepped inside this abyss, but the sights seen here are quite different from the last time. Everywhere was filled with densely packed abyssal creatures, like a raging tide, swooping towards his side. That's more in line with what's going on inside the abyss. Lin Chi grinned. Although these several entrances to the abyss were all spread out around Summer City, however, each entrance to the abyss led to a different area in the abyss. And, each year the abyss descends, and even more so, it will also appear randomly in multiple areas. The abyss, a world, but even so, only not much longer. The area around Lin Chi still became empty very quickly. Abyssal creatures are plentiful, and abyssal increase levels are high, but it can't be helped that he's capable of one move a second. Releasing skills is just to increase the efficiency of brushing monsters. Lin Chi also took the time to look at his experience value. It hadn't been long since he'd stepped out of the abyss. The experience bar has been boosted a notch. I wonder if brushing the interior of the abyss here will be enough to pile me up to level 20. Lin Chi bristled. During this time, he also realized one of the problems with the descent of the abyss. Still too little experience value given. This is probably why none of the creatures of the abyss have ranks. But if you kill enough, you can still level up. Lin Chi quickly picked up the equipment and items that had fallen around him and continued on his way. Inside this abyss, there must be bosses as well. For within the abyss, it is not the abyss that descends, but I who descend into the abyss. Chapter 32 Crusading against the Abyssal Bone Dragon. Not far away, a piece of equipment with a golden luster caught Xia Qi's attention. Abyssal bracelets. Another wrist guard. Lin Chi's mouth tugged. What he wanted was the other parts of the abyssal increase set. These abyssal creatures just wear wrist guards, don't they? With a casual appraisal, the attributes added by this wrist guard were not as good as the last one. It's just a sacrificial consumable. Lin Chi still put it away beautifully. He couldn't wait for the equipment that popped out to be of gold quality now. Gather these and continue on, deeper into the interior of the abyss. Gradual, Lin Chi discovered the inner structure of this abyss. This appears to be a nest, like a nest built by some kind of bird. The ground that his feet stepped on was covered in the dark dust of the interior of the abyss, but it was still recognizable as being constructed from the bones of a single creature. Lin Chi followed these bones and advanced further into the depths. It was only a short while before he noticed that in the pitch-black area in front of him, there was clearly a mass of ghostly blue flames burning. Abyssal undead bird. Each of those flames was a pure skeletal bird, covered in a ghostly blue light. Could this be a bone dragon lair? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. He had studied there was information about the abyss when he was in high school in Summer City. And here, It was similar to the documented lair of the bone dragon. The surrounding area is filled with some monsters like the abyssal undead bird. It would be fun to meet a bone dragon. Lin Chi grinned. Some of the gargoyles in this world have a penchant for collecting treasures. As in the case of the bone dragon, the same will be true of the treasure hidden in the territory. Lin Chi guessed. If this was indeed the bone dragon's lair, then he should be able to discover the bone dragon's treasure. He was so motivated that he immediately took a big step towards the front. The abyssal undead bird in front of him had obviously discovered the strange movement on his side, fluttering its wings draped in ghostly blue flames and swept towards him in a hurry. Each of the undead birds had a wingspan that was more than 2 meters wide, but as they neared Lin Chi's side, their speed quickly dropped again, some falling, others wailing. Calamity proclaimed. Below, blood-colored spell patterns spread out in the pitch-black liquid, enveloping all of the undead birds. Lin Chi didn't even swing his sledgehammer again, so he just took a step towards the group of undead birds. When he arrived at the location where the group of undead birds were in place, there were only a few pieces of equipment left. Lin Chi twisted his head towards the tall figure at the back and commanded, "Keep an eye on it. Pick up any missing equipment and bring it to me." It was the abyssal guard he had summoned. At this point inside the abyss, Lin Chi didn't expect it to be able to play much of a role, but Lin Chi's damage covers a wide range, and it's nice to have a summoned monster to be able to help out with the checking. Lin Chi was already getting deeper and deeper into the interior of this abyss. He had been able to determine that this must be the lair of some kind of abyssal creature. That meant that the center of the lair should be the location of the boss inside the abyss. Roar! Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from the center of the nest. Lin Chi immediately brightened up. He could clearly see from afar that a rushing cloud of ghostly blue fire blossomed out in the center of the nest, violently engulfing a black shadow into its stomach and slowly falling back down again. Boss! Abyssal bone dragon! Lin Chi released an appraisal from afar, and the monster's information flickered away. It really is a bone dragon. There was some joy in his heart. 2.5 years of schooling. Honest. Immediately, he quickened his pace and rushed towards the center of the nest. Bone dragons, which often meant extremely powerful. Lin Chi has also learned that when the abyss descended a few years ago, a small city was destroyed by a bone dragon that crawled out of the abyss. The crushing of all the high attributes, coupled with the abyssal increase, was completely beyond the ability of the awakened in the small city in the rear to resist. It wasn't until later, when the abyss fell, that the awakened from other guilds arrived and crushed that bone dragon. But Lin Chi didn't care about that. More than anything, he wanted to try to see if the attributes of the current bone dragon, which had received an increase of level 8 abyssal, could compare to his. -2102, -2280, -2790. Ahead. From time to time, there were abyssal creatures wandering around the periphery of the lair that swooped down to Xiaqi's side, and then took the initiative to send materials and equipment. But unlike the outside world where many monsters are spread out in the area, the closer one got to the center of the bone dragon's lair, the fewer abyssal creatures spread out around them in turn. As for the increase in monster strength, it's not that big of a deal. On second thought, that's normal. Monsters such as the bone dragon wouldn't let too many abyssal creatures get too close to their lair. The monsters roaming around the lair are, at best, ecologically dependent on the bone dragons. At this point, the abyssal guard rushed to Lin Chi's side, and in his pitch-black gloved hands he was clearly grasping a piece of equipment. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly and received it in his hand as an appraisal skill. This is just another part of the abyssal increase set. Belt of the Abyss, Gold. Category, Belt. Equipment requirements, Physical fitness greater than 600. Effects, Physique plus 220. Spirit plus 220. Agility plus 220. Special effect, Abyssal increase, gain level 2 Abyssal increase. Abyssal increase set, 2//6 increase the set parts. Can get equipment attributes, quality improvement. Description, equipment that is sunk into the abyss, being completely eroded and becoming part of the abyss. It is said that collecting all the sets can gain additional powerful strength. After equipping it, all attributes increased by 20 points, and the abyssal increase effect reached 2 levels. According to this, if you collect a whole set, the abyssal increase effect is at least level 6. Lin Chi moved his muscles, and if there is a quality boost after collecting the set, then there should be another qualitative leap in the effectiveness of the abyssal increase. The overall quality of this set could no longer be taken as simple gold equipment. Having traveled all the way to this point, he wasn't far from the center of the lair, and there were fewer and fewer abyssal creatures around him. To the end, the air was filled with a putrid stench that almost formed substance. Lin Chi had no doubt that if a regular person took a whiff of it, it would go straight to the sky, but with the flames burning around him, he easily isolated the putrid odor. And Lin Chi finally got a full look at the bone dragon's figure. Abyssal bone dragon. The massive skeletal structure was perched in the center of the nest, and just one skull alone was already over a man tall. A pair of dragon wings did not stretch out, but the skeleton was also still incredibly large, and under the burning of the ghostly blue flames, it exuded a hefty and ferocious might. Here, there are no other abyssal creatures left. Only this bone dragon slowly raised its head. Flames condensed in its eye sockets and bloomed into a bright and incomparable light, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. Its gaze fiercely landed on Lin Chi. Roar! The roar that resounded in all directions came out, and the invisible waves of sound all stirred up the rolling dust around them, impacting towards Lin Chi. Bang! But what greeted it was a hammer that Lin Chi suddenly smashed over. Chapter 33, Dragon Beheading. Red words. Scare who? The sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand was similarly draped in blazing flames, contrasting sharply with the ghostly blue flames on the bone dragon. The flame giant hammer impacted on top of the abyssal bone dragon's dragon head. Bent in time. Flames mixed with the two colors of ghostly blue and fiery red erupted, setting off a fiery storm. The huge body of the abyssal bone dragon also flew backwards, hitting the nest heavily, causing the entire nest to tremble violently. No blood strips? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. As a boss within the abyss, this abyssal bone dragon obviously had some special characteristics. It's amazing that he didn't even destroy it with one hammer. Speaking of which, earlier, when he was inside the abyss, he saw to the two bosses, the Heavenly Hall Holy Maiden and the evil old devil. In a similar situation, inside the abyss, it would have been impossible to judge by common sense, especially before the abyss boss entered the outside world. This special would have always existed inside the abyss. But, with this hammer, he had also clearly dealt a heavy blow to the abyssal bone dragon. The skull was lifted off the ground. The entire head area, too, was completely smashed to pieces. There were even a few completely cracked seams that spread to the neck area. With a flutter, the abyssal bone dragon finally staggered up, spread its wings and flew into midair. There were broken bones coalescing at a rapid pace, and it opened its cracked mouth as if it wanted to let out another roar, but it was apparently too damaged to roar out again. Lin Chi weighed the abyssal ruin sledgehammer in his hand while judging the situation of this abyssal bone dragon. This may mean that attacking only the body of this bone dragon couldn't really cause much damage. Rather, it's where it really takes the damage, at least not in the head area. But that's not much of a problem. One hammer didn't wipe it out. More hammers will do it. Lin Chi didn't mind demolishing this lair altogether. However, Lin Chi did notice that there were ghostly blue flames surging from the abyssal bone dragon's abdomen. Immediately after, the ghostly blue flames extended from his abdomen to his neck and then to his mouth, violently spurting towards Lin Chi's side. Searing dragon breath. This mouthful of flames was easily avoided by Lin Chi and landed on top of the nest, but it easily scorched a large hole in the nest made of bones. But the bone dragon's movements still didn't stop. With a flutter of his wings, he swept overhead, spreading a line of ghostly blue flames across the ground. Hardly had the battlefield been divided into two halves. Splitting my alignment? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This bone dragon clearly possessed some intelligence. At this moment, he was even flying high in the air, only responding to him with the dragon's breath spewing out of his mouth. This highlights the role of long-range skills or flying skills. Lin Chi staggered. He was only a blacksmith. After all, from the looks of it, there wasn't much of a good response to dealing with this kind of monster that flew high in the air all the time. Think about it. Lin Chi violently leapt up from the ground, and the profound market sledgehammer in his hand suddenly flew out amidst the flames. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air resounded, and it was almost impossible to see the trajectory of the profound market sledgehammer's flight with the naked eye. Next moment, bang! The sound of impact suddenly resounded around the abyssal bone dragon, and its original figure flying high in the air shook violently as it wobbled and fell toward the ground. The dragon wing on one side of its body, however, was blasted by the profound ruin sledgehammer and snapped apart, slowly falling to the ground. Who says blacksmiths can't attack at long range? Lin Chi grinned. His movements flew as he picked up the abyssal ruin sledgehammer and slammed it towards the bone dragon that had landed on the ground. First, demolish the bone dragon, and if you can't find the main body, then demolish the nest. Phew! The mouth of the bone dragon that landed on the ground was still spewing out ghostly blue flames that scorched in all directions, but Lin Chi's hammer had already smashed through. This time, it completely smashed the upper half of the bone dragon's torso to pieces. The abyss burst into pieces. Lin Chi released the skill. The shattered bones splattered in all directions, causing the ghostly blue flames to find no vent, bursting apart on the surface of the bone dragon's body, impacting the remaining bones to burst apart as well. In the meantime, in the center of the nest, another ghostly blue flame rose. It caused the bones that were shattered on the ground to coalesce at a rapid speed, to once again construct the form of an abyssal bone dragon. There is the abyssal bone dragon's body? After all, in the past, the information about the abyssal bone dragon wasn't much, and it was also the first time Lin Chi had met this particular monster. Next time you encounter one, you'll know how to hammer it out. Immediately, he rushed forward, the profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand raised high, and slammed it towards the ghostly blue flames that were condensing the bones. Boom! This time, in the ghostly blue flames, the shadow of a huge dragon was faintly visible, struggling violently, as if trying to dodge away from the impact of the hammer. However, the profound ruin sledgehammer fell. This ghostly blue flame completely burst apart. You killed the abyssal bone dragon. Level +1. You get the word flint, red. At the same time, a prompt instantly surfaced in front of Lin Chi. As before, there was no experience value gained from killing the boss inside the abyss, but the level was directly raised by 1 level. He rose to level 20 and once again gained a new red word. Lin Chi swept his eyes around, his gaze quickly falling on the panel. Current word, flint napping. Effect, absorbs and immunizes all flames encountered, and uses them for its own purposes. The effect of the words is simple, but Lin Chi was still stunned for a long time before he leisurely spat out a sentence. Burning. Burning skill? The effect made him think back to the online articles he had read before he crossed over. The phrase, however, is outrageous, directly immune to all flames, and, also, the ability to absorb it. The original calcination skill gave Lin Chi the effect of being immune to normal flame damage, but it's not like there's only one kind of flame in this world, such as the ghostly blue flames spat out by the abyssal bone dragon just now, or perhaps some awakens fire professions after their transitions, which could likewise cast different flames. But now, Lin Chi could directly declare that in front of him, any fire profession was useless, completely immune. How does this break? More importantly, with this phrase, it is also able to absorb flames. Lin Chi immediately stepped aside and reached out to probe the ghostly blue flames still burning in front of him, left behind by the abyssal bone dragon. Absorption. Bent in time. The flame in Lin Chi's hand was then tinted with a ghostly blue color. This was none other than the flame of the abyssal bone dragon. He was well aware of the destructive power of this kind of dragon flame, which was capable of burning through a bone dragon nest with its searing alone. Even the calcination skill, which was the first skill learned in the blacksmithing main profession, had changed with it. Familiar with flames including the abyssal bone dragon flame, in the introduction of the effect, there is this extra line of hints. This thing should be very effective when used for forging. Lin Chi couldn't even help but lament. Put these away. Only then did Lin Chi's gaze fall amongst the items popped out by the abyssal bone dragon. Chapter 34 9 Levels of Increase. Treasure. Bone Dragon Sai, Legend. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirements, Spirit 1000. Effect, increase all attributes by 10%. Special effect, Bone Dragon Remodeling, passive skill. When receiving fatal damage, it will automatically resist it and increase blood recovery by 5% per second for 5 seconds. Description, the last sigh of a mighty dragon as it suffers from the erosion of the abyss and falls into the form of a bone dragon, containing its unwillingness. Lin Chi picked up this necklace-shaped equipment and casually released it with an appraisal. The pendant of the necklace looked like a dragon's eye, interspersed with threads coalesced by the ethereal blue flames. A legendary piece of equipment. Lin Chi was very satisfied. As a powerful boss within the abyss, even Lin Chi had taken several hammers to destroy it without understanding the opponent's mechanics. It wouldn't even make sense if this didn't explode into a legendary quality equipment. And aside from this equipment, Lin Chi also found a few pieces of gold quality equipment. Armor of the Abyss, gold. Category, tops. Abyssal boots. Category, boots. 2 more parts have been collected for the abyssal set. The attributes possessed by the 4 pieces of equipment were further enhanced, and the abyssal increase level, with it, was raised to level 4. Still missing pants and a hat. Lin Chi changed into these pieces of equipment and moved around a little. The bonuses of these pieces of equipment he didn't see much of, but they were just enough to give him a fillip for each part of the equipment. If I can collect them, I'll turn around and sacrifice them one by one. Lin Chi didn't force himself on this. He glanced at the spot again and bristled. Just these pieces of equipment? Wasn't it agreed that all the dragons of this world would harbor treasure? Where's the treasure? The Bone Dragon Sai necklace could still be said to be something that the abyssal bone dragon itself possessed. And as for, say, the abyssal increase set components, they should have been worn by the prey that this bone dragon had eaten before. These, I don't think, should be considered bone dragon's treasures. Lin Chi immediately searched through the nest. Soon, he then found a cave in the center of the nest that was hidden by a ghostly blue flame. There really is a hiding place. Lin Chi's eyes lit up and he immediately jumped in. Over the summer city, large clouds of pitch-black mist erupted from the entrance of the abyss, squeezing away the dark clouds in the sky, like a single dark eye opening in the vault of heaven. Entrance to the abyss, not opened. Countdown to opening, 4 minutes, 21 seconds. Current abyssal increase, 8. Chu Qingyu stood beside City Lord Xia Yang and looked up into the middle of the sky, her small face already grave to the extreme. Less than 5 minutes to go. Seeing that the entrance to this abyss was about to open, the residents of Xia City, are still in the process of transferring. Chu Qingyu looked at Xia Yang again. When the prompt appeared at the entrance to this abyss earlier, there was only an hour and a half left. It was impossible to move all the people in the city in such a small amount of time. And nowadays, in the middle of Summer City, all the high-level awakened people had gathered, but they all know it well. Just the level 8 abyssal increase at the moment alone. The monsters that poured out from the entrance of the abyss would definitely not be something they would be able to withstand. Xia Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath as well. As the lord of the city, he had changed into some of the most powerful equipment in the city. Self will serve as the main force against the opening of this abyssal portal. Hold on as long as you can, Xia Yang whispered. Hopefully, we can hold on until help arrives. This time the change was so sudden. Originally, due to the descent of the abyss, Xia Chang had already raised the alert level, but this sudden change still left them helpless. For how many years? There are not a few cities that have been wiped out by the descent of the abyss. It is difficult to resist this abyssal descent full of randomness, even with the best established defenses. In particular, at the forefront, the same abyss exists. That does not come in the form of this descent into the abyss, but is always present. Again, it takes many high-level awakened people to keep suppressing. Chu Qingyu no longer said anything more, but subconsciously looked in the direction of the west of the city, as the largest entrance to the abyss outside of the original Summer City. In that direction, the resistance had already been withdrawn. The entrance to the abyss in the west of the city was bound to gradually spew out black mist until it invaded Xia City. But, for some reason, the figure of that flame giant suddenly surfaced in Chu Qingyu's mind. According to what those awakened from the guild had said earlier, that awakened had already traveled to the entrance of the abyss in the west of the city. She never knew the other person's occupation or rank. However, it somehow felt that only the awakened of the topmost guilds could possibly be compared to him. And until now, the abyssal entrance on the west side of the city also never had any abyssal creatures invade the Summer City. Is it because of him? Chu Qingyu murmured, not quite sure. Entrance to the abyss, not opened. Countdown to opening, 3 minutes, 59 seconds. Current abyssal increase, 9. But just then, all the awakened in this place noticed that the information about that abyssal entrance in the dome of the sky had changed once again. Level 9. The last thing I wanted to see happened. Abyssal increase level, reaching the highest level recorded for abyssal descent. If anything, a level 8 abyssal increase meant that it was possible to overrun a small city when the boss came charging out of the abyssal entrance. A level 9 abyssal increase, then, meant that no matter what, Summer City would surely be overthrown. Even if a powerful awakened person rushed to support them, it would still happen. Just the fallout from the battle alone will reach a point where it can't be stopped. A touch of despair couldn't help but show in the people's expressions. Everyone, retreat. Xia Yang turned around and faced Chu Qingyu and the others behind him. Whether or not to block the entrance to the abyss in the firmament is lost. The cave. Lin Chi hadn't taken a few steps before he saw several golden objects scattered on the ground. Gold coins? Lin Chi immediately brightened up. God knows where that abyssal bone dragon scavenged gold coins from within this abyss? Gold plus 1. Gold plus 1. Something like picking up gold coins wasn't much of a hassle for the current Lin Chi. The more the merrier. Of course, as he made his way deeper into the cave, a wide area suddenly surfaced in front of him. Golden blows converged in one place. A bunch of gold coins, 5 treasure chests, and a bunch of equipment. That's what treasure looks like. Lin Chi's mouth grinned as he waved his hand and scratched all the gold coins into the world merchant card. Balance, 1,226 gold coins and 79 silver coins. There were more than 1,000 gold coins. Lin Chi quickly put all the piles of equipment into his ring again. All gold quality. Also, in this pile of equipment, he also found the last 2 parts of the Abyssal Increase set. Abyssal Increase set. Completely collected. Chapter 35, Giants. The Plague of Overthrow. Lin Chi didn't hesitate and directly put on the remaining parts. Bent in time. His head was covered with a pitch-black helmet with intricate patterns etched into it. The entire person was even shrouded in a dense black fog. Glanced down at herself. Kind of like a high-level abyssal guard. Lin Chi smashed his mouth. At this moment, all of his suits had been upgraded to epic quality, and compared to the basic attributes boosted by these equipments, what he cared about the most was the effect bonus of the set. Special effect, Abyssal Increase, gain 7 levels of Abyssal Increase. Abyssal Increase set, 6/6 collect all the effects. All the equipments will be promoted to epic quality, and the attributes will be greatly improved. Epic quality set with a level 7 Abyssal Increase. Lin Chi was able to feel that he was like a fish out of water within the abyss, where at first, Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. With the addition of the Artifact Soul True Body phrase, these equipments were also able to give him a certain boost now. As for the items in the 5 treasure chests, they were even more eye-catching to Lin Chi. In 2 of the treasure chests, a total of over 200 gold coins were opened, while in the remaining 3, a skill book, a ring, and an abyssal core were opened. Skill, Bone Dragon Breath. Mana consumption, 800. Effect, releases a Bone Dragon's flaming breath. Lin Shi took a look at the skill description and put it away. This skill was no better than Calamity Declare for him right now. He had already mastered the flames of the Bone Dragon, but it was the ring that concerned him a bit. 80 frames, one top several. He immediately replaced the one in his hand, and the storage space was once again enhanced. As for the abyssal cores, Lin Shi already had 2 of them in his hands. But this thing? Even the appraisal released by Lin Shi couldn't see its attributes. Purely occupying the ring, it hasn't been useful. Lin Shi skimmed his mouth. He had intended to put it in a ring with fewer compartments, but after thinking about it, he tried to move this abyssal core to the pitch black ring where the abyssal core was already stored. Bent in time, Lin Shi's hands were empty. This abyssal core automatically merged into the pitch black ring, and the 2 abyssal cores suddenly gathered and fused. Core of the abyss? The message still hasn't changed much. Whatever, it only takes up 1 ring anyway. Lin Shi spread his hands. He always felt that it must be of great use. I just don't know exactly what it's for at the moment. The entire Bone Dragon treasure cache was directly emptied by Lin Shi. He clapped his hands together sharply and swept his eyes around with some intent. This abyssal Bone Dragon doesn't have any taste, only knows how to collect gold equipment. The only piece of legendary quality equipment that had been harvested on this trip was still exploded by the abyssal Bone Dragon itself, but even that is still a bumper crop. But suddenly, Lin Shi noticed again that there was even a small crack in the cave where this treasure was hidden. Hidden in the corners. If you don't look closely, you won't be able to find it at all. There could be other treasures? Lin Shi was staggered. It's not that bad, is it? He walked over to the crack and glanced into it. Bent in time, Lin Shi couldn't help but be stunned. A passage? The abyss was a world, except that many places were separated by a heavenly rift, and even if one entered it through the entrance of the abyss, one would only arrive at different areas. This basically also makes it difficult for Awakened to explore everywhere in the abyss. Below the lair, there are other areas of the abyss that lead to it? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, and there was even a ghostly blue flame blooming in his hand. Come all the way. When the abyssal descent ended afterward, and the abyssal entrances around Summer City were all closed, it wouldn't be so easy for him to enter the interior of the abyss again. Soon, under the burning of the ghostly blue flames, the crack rapidly widened, enough for Lin Shi to pass alone. He jumped right in. Current abyssal increase, 9. Noticing the information floating in front of him, Lin Shi's eyes immediately flickered. Where did this go? The several abyssal entrances around Summer City. The highest increase level was only up to level 7. It's reasonable to assume that the entrances to the abyss all lead to different places though. But some of this world's intelligence that had information about the abyss speculated that the abyss entrances that appeared in the same area, and the abyss that they entered, were also mostly in the same range of abyss. That is to say, the interior of this abyss that possessed the 9th level of increase. If it truly appeared along with the descent of the abyss, it would likewise appear in the surroundings of Summer City. It's a good thing this abyss didn't come down together. Lin Shi gave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be an absolute disaster for the entire Xia City. His home could still be in the middle of the Summer City. It wouldn't do him any good if Summer City was overthrown. Lin Shi's descent was fast, and only a short time later, he had left the range of the nest. Yet again, it was descending into the darkness below. According to his prediction, that lair should be at a fairly high position in the abyss. Falling like that, he would likewise take some impact damage once he touched the hard ground. But, Lin Shi didn't care. He could completely rely on the flame giant transformed by calcination as well as the abyssal domain to slow down the impact altogether. Falling damage doesn't work on him. Gradual. Lin Shi noticed an area of lava appearing below, reflecting brightly all around. And this lava surrounds an isolated island. In the middle of the isolated island, a huge black shadow was lying on its back. Abyssal giant. Another boss? Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Was there so much to gain from this trip inside the abyss? Countdown to opening. 2 seconds. Countdown to opening. 1 second. In the Summer City. Xia Yang in the city raised his head and stared dead at the entrance to the abyss in the sky. This entrance to the abyss finally opened. One moment. There was hot magma flowing down from the sky, forming a column of magma that rolled down over Summer City. Giggle. In the sky above Summer City, a huge spell formation emerged, condensing runic symbols from the sky and forming a barrier of converging runic symbols. But, the barrier was all gradually deforming under the constant flow of magma. The barrier is going to fail to hold. Not far away, Xu Qingyu spoke in a deep voice. Nowadays, there were only some of the original high-level awakened people left in Summer City. As for those awakened from various guilds, they had already evacuated. They were going to be here, fighting to the end, delaying the abyssal creature's invasion as much as possible, and buying time for the evacuation of the rest of the city. But just then, bang! In the entrance of the abyss, a large hand suddenly poked out and grabbed the edge of the abyss entrance. Immediately after, a large eye appeared in the entrance of the abyss. It was a vertical one eye that glowed with an azure blue light. Looking downward towards Xia Chang, Abyssal Giant. Benton time. Everyone in Summer City had seen this boss's message. The entrance to the abyss with a level 9 increase only had this one boss level creature appear. But no one can question its power. Legend has it that the giants of the abyss feed on dragons. Chapter 36. The giants are coming. The giant is gone. Click, click. A gap gradually cracked open in the spell formation barrier above Summer City, emitting a not so loud shattering sound. But even so, the shattering sound was like a bolt from the blue for those who still remained in the Summer City. Even more terrifying was the fact that the large hand on the outside of the entrance to the abyss was clearly firing. The hardened entrance to the abyss was torn open, allowing more lava to flow down in a torrent. Finally, the barrier completely shattered apart and dissipated into bits of light. What followed was the hot lava pouring down from the entrance of the abyss. It's over. There was a murmur. This kind of spell formation that enveloped Xia City would have only been able to delay it slightly for a while. However, under the 9th level increase of the abyssal entrance, it was simply unbeatable. Even this magma, I'm afraid, has been subjected to an abyssal increase. Alert! At that moment, City Lord Xia Yang suddenly shouted out in all directions. The hot magma that fell to the ground actually gradually coalesced into a head of magma monsters of a not so small size. As for the entrance to the abyss, they could already make out the heads of the abyssal giants in it. The face was similar to that of a human being, but there was only one large vertical one eye. The skin was red and full of horizontal flesh, and a one horn was growing on the top of his head. After scanning around towards the outside of the abyss, that huge one eye quickly converged on the side of Xia Yang and Chu Qingyu and the others. This boss is really going to come out of the entrance of the abyss. Why is the top of your head pointy? Inside the abyss, Lin Shi carried his sledgehammer and came up to the abyssal giant with some novelty. It was reasonable to say that he had already entered this boss's range of activity, and the other party should have reacted. However, the abyssal giant in front of him was lying on the ground, and even buried his head into the edge of the magma on one side, and did not immediately make a move against him. Then I ask you, Lin Shi came to the abyssal giant's head, followed by a glance into the lava. Immediately, Lin Shi's face suddenly darkened. He saw the Summer City located below the entrance of the abyss. Here, surprisingly, is a place located in the sky of the Summer City inside the entrance to the abyss. How could he not understand the situation at this point? You're hiding it deep enough. Lin Shi gritted his teeth, and the profound ruined sledgehammer in his hand suddenly clenched. He distinctly noticed that there were already large streams of lava flowing down, setting off fires in the Summer City. This was clearly a sign that the entire Xia City was going to be destroyed. Next moment, Lin Shi swung his hammer, directing a vicious blow towards the abyssal giant's head. The abyssal market sledgehammer was wrapped in a ghostly blue blazing flame, creating a wave of fire on the ground. Bang! In the Summer City, Chu Qingyu and the others had already cast their skills individually, blocking the monsters made of magma in front of them as much as possible. Wherever these monsters pass, they set off flames as well as smoke around them. It caused a large area of the Summer City to be filled with a cloud of ash. But compared to these lava monsters, what people cared more about was undoubtedly the boss in the entrance of the abyss above. It was like a sword hanging over everyone's head. It could fall at any time, and once it falls, it will bring the deepest despair to Summer Hall. There was no possibility of resisting this at all. It's useless. Our resistance is useless. Some people retreat to the back in despair. In this situation, even the life-preserving props on the awakened person wouldn't have any effect. The 9th level abyssal increase was enough to make the abyssal giants as well as the magma monsters' attack range cover the entire Xia City, leaving no possibility for anyone to escape. Chu Qingyu fought to grab the two-handed greatsword and repelled the enemies in front of him, and his heart was filled with hopelessness. She also couldn't help but look up at the entrance to the abyss in the sky, trying to observe the progress of that abyssal giant's descent. Bang! But just then, a violent crashing sound suddenly came out from the entrance of the abyss. Under this kind of crashing sound, people seem to be able to vaguely feel an invisible wave of sound. Only, the place where the sound wave comes out and sweeps is not in the middle of the Summer City. Inside the abyss, Xia Yang immediately raised his head. He realized that something must have changed inside the entrance to this abyss. Is that abyssal giant up to something big again? However, when he looked at the site of the entrance to the abyss in the sky, even he couldn't help but freeze. Where are the abyssal giants? He murmured, subconsciously looking around. That abyssal giant had not descended into the Summer City. But everyone else, however, distinctly noticed that the abyssal giant, who was originally raking his hands over the entrance to the abyss, had already disappeared. It's like, by the other terrifying existences within the abyss, they were given a blow that sent them flying in general. But how is that possible? Chu Qingyu's little face was all frozen in place as well. In the very next moment when that crashing sound came out, she distinctly noticed that a ghostly blue blaze had flashed through the entrance of the abyss. The flame was like a bright meteor that crossed the night sky, extremely fast, dragging a long flame tail, but it was clear that the flaming giant's head was hardened. Somehow, Chu Qingyu inexplicably associated it with the awakened one whose body was wrapped in flames. This seems to be the similar sight when he's dealing with monsters. Could it be that there is more than one boss inside the abyss? People are looking around in bewilderment, completely unaware of what is really going on at the moment. Boom! In front of Lin Chi, hot magma splashed in all directions, splashing over a large area around him. The abyssal giant was smashed hard into the magma by his hammer. This thing, however, is obviously extremely high in defense. Even after a hammer blast to the skull, Lin Chi still failed to kill it in seconds. It's a level 9 abyssal increase after all. Lin Chi sighed, and was not too dismayed by this. With a level 9 abyssal increase, it wasn't just as simple as greatly increasing the defense or blood quantity of an abyssal creature. Even more, it will also give some characteristics to the abyssal creatures. Wow! Magma! The abyssal giant slowly stood up. Its figure was almost like a small mountain now. There were large swathes of magma flowing down the surface of its body, stirring up rolling smoke all over it. And even more gruesome, his mountain-like head was actually dented most of the way in at this moment, flowing with hot magma. Only the vertical eye, the azure light, became more and more dense, also became more and more huge, almost occupying a large half of the head position. Something like Stage 2? In response, Lin Chi did not panic in the slightest. He knew very well that this should be the trait given to this abyssal giant by the level 9 abyssal increase. No matter how much damage he did with his square hammer, he couldn't manage to kill the abyssal giant in seconds. Instead, it will force the opponent's second stage to be turned on. Roar! The abyssal giant violently swung his arms back, his head probing forward as he let out a roar at Lin Chi. There was actually a burst of sound waves surfacing, like a hurricane, blasting towards Lin Chi. However, Lin Chi's movements were even faster, and the sledgehammer in his hand flew directly out. The abyssal ruin, which was draped in ghostly blue flames, suddenly arrived in front of the abyssal giant. Chapter 37, A Hammer and a Stage. Can you carry it? Bang! The abyssal ruin sledgehammer hardened over the sound wave and struck the vertical eye on the abyssal giant's head. In the meantime, Lin Chi leaped into midair, catching the falling back profound ruins as he did so. Intend to have a dry streak. However, noticing the abyssal giant's current situation, Lin Chi's movements paused slightly. The hill-like abyssal giant was struck in the eye by a hammer blow, and then he sat down in the magma with a crash. Still didn't die on it, but, on his head, the huge one eye, but it fell off like a big leather ball. It landed in the magma, splashing and rolling, still sinking and floating in it. 3 stages? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. A hammer down is forcing the boss to convert a stage? He noted. There was crimson light condensing rapidly in that huge one-eyed eye. The pupils fell on him even more violently. Next moment, a pillar of light erupted violently towards him. Seeing this, Lin Chi but smiled. How many more stages do you have? He let his form fall into the lava, but he was not burned by the flames at all. Storming up again, he met the pillar of light and came to the front of the eye. Hands up, hammers down. The giant's one eye was completely shattered, and along with it, the abyssal giant's body also lost the support of its strength in an instant and collapsed. You killed the abyssal giant. Level +1. You've acquired the word soul snatching, gold color. Upgraded light suddenly blossomed on Lin Chi's body. Killing the boss inside the abyss forced an upgrade. 21. This trip to the abyss. Lin Chi was undoubtedly full of rewards. Soul taking? Lin Chi glanced at the prompt and raised his eyebrows slightly. This phrase doesn't sound, on the surface, like a decent style. He landed in the lava and didn't even rush to move, opening the word panel when he did. Current word, soul sucking. Effect, each monster you kill will drop 1 extra essence material of the same level. Essence of prana. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Back when he was in Summer City High School, he had learned that there were also many ways for some high-level awakened to upgrade their equipment, such as setting gems, or equipment upgrades. The essence, likewise, is a material used to upgrade equipment. Only a very small number of monsters could possibly burst out this kind of material. It's not the forging materials, but the enhancement materials. Lin Chi also knows it by heart. This was similar to his sacrificial refinement, but the difference was that by directly consuming essence spirit, he was able to enhance some of the equipment's attributes. As a golden word, it has been very useful. Lin Chi made a comment, gathering his thoughts before he looked around again. The materials dropped by the abyssal giant had been automatically collected under the effect of his wash-out phrase. The lava, on the other hand, had several other items floating on it that had a different sheen to them. That's the abyssal giant's drop. At least a legendary quality equipment must have exploded. Lin Shi rubbed his hands together. As an internal boss under the level 9 abyssal increase, how could this thing not drop a legendary quality item? He quickly walked over to the items and with a wave of his hand, he collected them all into his ring. It was only then that he was not slow to check it out. Giant's Pupil, Legend. Category, Necklace. Requirements, Strength 1000. Spirit 1000. Effect, increase all attributes by 12%. Special effect, Giant's Gaze, active. Releases a giant's pupil that automatically launches a pillar of light at an enemy target. All damage is taken by the giant's pupil for the duration of the skill. Description, the vertical eye of a giant, rumored to have been given by the gods, contains great power. Unquestionably legendary quality equipment. But, Lin Shi looked at the necklace in his hand on the pendant like an azure blue eyeball, but he skimmed his lips. Why the necklace again? The legendary equipment he had previously obtained from the bone dragon could be the same necklace. The two abyssal interiors are interconnected. Even the gear that drops is the same parts. I have to sacrifice it for you guys later. That being said, Lin Shi's heart was still beautiful. Legendary quality. Even if it was used as a sacrificial consumable, it was definitely a big profit. Solely, he directly replaced the bone dragon's eye necklace and put on the giant's pupil. Compared to that, the attributes boosted by the giant's pupil were a bit higher. Other than that, there were two epic quality pieces of equipment instead. Giant's Bestiary, epic. Giant Orc Skin Pants, epic. After the identification, Lin Shi simply scanned it and received it into his storage ring. The abyssal increase set he was wearing was already of epic quality, and the effect of the set was undoubtedly stronger than the two individual pieces of epic quality equipment. Turn around and I'll be able to take it and sacrifice it. Lin Shi didn't care about that. He was bellyaching about being an abyssal giant before dropping a piece of legendary quality equipment when out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a ring. Ring of the Giant King? A ring with hidden properties. Lin Shi couldn't help but breathe. Compared to these equipment worn on his body, what was most useful to him at the moment was none other than the ring equipment. Even now, it was the first time he had met a ring equipment with hidden attributes. Immediately an appraisal was released. Ring of the Giant King, epic. Category, Rings. Effectiveness, 220 compartments of storage space. Special effect, Hegemony Protection, passive. Able to increase hegemony effect by 10%. Description, legend has it that the Giant King built many rings as tokens and gave them to his tribes, which could provide the giants with ample food reserves. Raider, 220 compartments of storage space. Lin Shi's eyes glowed. This ring, then, directly and extremely drastically solved the problem of his lack of storage space. Ring of the Giant King. One is stronger than 6. Lin Shi immediately replaced this ring, together with the ring he had previously obtained from the bone dragon's treasure. He estimated that he would have enough even if he walked around the interior of the abyss one more time. But, it has proven to be a real coincidence that the two abyssal interiors have been able to link up. Even when Lin Shi looked around, there were only large swathes of lava all around him, and there was no way to see any other area at all. In addition to these, the abyssal giant did pop out a skill book. This is all the items. However, Lin Shi couldn't help but be stunned when he glanced at the description of the skill book. Skill, Bone Dragon Summoning. Mana Consumption, 1800. Effect, summons a bone dragon to battle. No. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why would there be a skill book for summoning a bone dragon here in the abyssal giant? Isn't it rumored that the abyssal giants feed on dragons? This can't be. Facilitating the abyssal giant's meal. Lin Shi was speechless for a while. Summoning it over and just eating it, that's no one. Chapter 38. Where's the abyssal giant? How did it settle? Bone dragons are dry and not much meat. Lin Shi had a belly laugh. Unless the abyssal giants can make soup out of big bones. Learning requirements, spirit greater than 1200. He took another look at the skill book's learning requirements, which were the same as the previous summon abyssal guard, and amounted to no requirements for him. Of course it's straightforward to learn. Spin. Lin Shi waved his hand, releasing a formation in front of him, and as the light floated, a large skeleton head poked out from it. Twin horns were born on the top of its head, and its jagged skeleton extended all the way down, and there was even a blazing flame blazing in the skeleton, transforming into a pair of huge flaming wings. It was particularly similar to the previous abyssal bone dragon, but did not have the abyssal prefix. Bone dragons, rank, 21, life value, 12,000 / 12,000. Lin Shi's gaze quickly swept over the attributes of this bone dragon. The bone dragon summoned by this skill was not an abyssal bone dragon, and the flames burning on its body were not the ghostly blue fire of an abyssal bone dragon, but ordinary flames. But even if it wasn't as good as the abyssal bone dragon that was able to get an abyssal increase, however, only in the 21st level that corresponded to Lin Shi at the moment, this bone dragon's blood quantity had already reached over 10,000. This was all higher than the blood of some high-level bosses, especially this huge size, plus a pair of flaming bone wings, enough to soar through the sky, able to temporarily act as a flying mount. Lin Chi's heart moved slightly. It would go a long way to make up for his lack of flying skills at the moment, such as this summoning-type skill, unless one was a summoner profession. The monsters summoned had a time limit, but even just using this bone dragon alone to catch up was enough for the current Lin Chi. The items dropped by the abyssal giant were harvested by Lin Chi, and in the center of this isolated island surrounded by magma, Lin Chi had likewise discovered an abyssal core. It was collected together into the pitch-black ring on his hand. Sooner or later, I'll be able to find out what this thing does. So far, all of the abyssal cores that Lin Chi had harvested already amounted to 3. Put these away. It was only then that Lin Chi clapped his hands and leapt onto the head of the bone dragon, stepping on the flaming, rising bones and commanding the bone dragon to fly towards the entrance of the abyss. Having pierced through the interior of 2 abysses in succession, he was already reaping the rewards. In particular, the materials of the abyssal giant and abyssal bone dragon were both definitely superior forging materials. Even if they continued to explore further here, it would be difficult to find other areas of the abyss. Let's go back and do some forging and sacrificing first. The abyssal giant is gone? Chu Qingyu slashed a magma monster with his sword and looked up at the entrance to the abyss in the sky. She distinctly noticed that the prompt message, which represented the abyssal giant, had disappeared. Boss left? The other awakened looked at each other with confusion on their faces. That's not right, is it? That abyssal giant's message. They had all seen it. This meant that the abyssal giants would definitely rush out from the entrance of the abyss and truly descend on Xia City, drawn away by another powerful being inside the abyss? There was some speculation. They were all able to hear the violent crashing sounds coming from the entrance of the abyss earlier. It was just that there was information about the entrance to the level 9 abyssal increase that was ultimately too little. It's really hard to know the specifics of that. It's also possible that the abyssal giant was wiped out. At this moment, Xia Yang's voice suddenly sounded. He looked grave, not half trying to make a joke, and in response, the surrounding group of awakened could not help but be stunned. The abyssal giants have been wiped out? It's not possible. Huffing, but just then, a strange sound suddenly came from the sky. It was like the sound of wings flapping. The people in this place were instantly alert to the extreme, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Even now, they still hadn't noticed the abyssal giant's prompting message. But the only thing that seemed to be in the entrance to the abyss at the moment were the abyssal giants and another unknown abyssal creature. Then, at this moment, what is this flapping sound of wings? Suddenly, a ball of fire blossomed from the entrance of the abyss. See this scene. People's hearts couldn't help but tremble heavily. At the entrance of that abyss, they clearly saw a huge head. Immediately after that, under the burning fire, the huge skeletal structure, and the wings coalesced by the flames. Bone dragon? Chu Qingyu's heart flinched. A bone dragon, actually drilled out of the entrance of this abyss? However, instead, she likewise noticed that the bone dragon wasn't sending out a prompt message like the abyssal giants. It was as if it wasn't a boss. Prepare to meet the enemy. Xia Yang's low voice resounded. The situation at the entrance to this abyss was now very weird. The abyssal giant they had originally seen did not appear, and instead, a bone dragon was drilled out. Moreover, it wasn't like the abyssal bone dragon from previous intelligence, but they still had to be on guard. This might be some kind of unknown abyssal boss. Huffing and puffing. However, the huge-sized bone dragon only just flapped its wings high in the air and swept away into the distance. It actually disappeared into the magma flowing down from the entrance of the abyss, and then disappeared without a trace. Outside the entrance to the abyss, calm returned once again. The only thing that was left was the magma that kept flowing down through it and falling into the summer city. Where's the bone dragon? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Cold sweat ran down many people's foreheads. That bone dragon, after all, suddenly disappeared. But they were afraid that the next moment the bone dragon would appear beside them and harvest all their lives with a single bite of its breath. Ryoko, the entrance to the abyss remained calm. There was no sign at all of any other dissension reappearing. It seems that both the abyssal giant and the bone dragon no longer exist. What the hell is going on here? People's minds were already filled with doubt. They were even wondering if they were out of danger. Current abyssal increase, 9, abyssal descent, in settlement. Suddenly, Chu Qingyu noticed such a message. How did abyssal descent suddenly start settling? It is the harbinger of the abyssal descent to end. In a corner of Summer City, Lin Chi had already returned home. He looked around and shook his head. The Summer City had become empty now, and there were no other inhabitants to be seen in the neighborhood streets at all. And further away, magma still continued to flow down from the entrance of the abyss, emitting rolling dust and smoke, and even the air was filled with a pungent odor. Xia Chang was really smashed by this abyssal descent. Lin Chi burst into a burst of emotion. He didn't doubt that any of the previous abyssal giants or abyssal bone dragons would be enough to destroy the entire Summer City. Right now, there were simply no awakened people of too high a level in the middle of Summer City, making it difficult to stop a disaster of this level. He looked up again at the entrance to the abyss in the sky. It's time to settle. Lin Chi staggered. Chapter 39, Abyssal Settlement Reward. When the abyss descends, the bosses in it will come out of the entrance, bringing great danger, and all told, there were only a total of 5 entrances to the abyssal descent this time. Just Lin Chi himself alone had solved 3 bosses inside the abyss. The other 2 entrances, presumably the bosses in them won't walk out. Lin Chi was not dismayed by this. Only if the abyssal increase level is high enough will the bosses in it appear. As in the case of the Heavenly Hall Holy Maiden and the evil old devil that he had encountered earlier, there was a great probability that they would not come out of the entrance of the abyss without the interference of other existences. It's a pity that it was killed a little too early. Lin Chi skimmed his lips. That abyssal giant was undoubtedly the strongest boss that had appeared in this abyssal descent, but also because of its crusade, the abyssal descent is coming to an end with it. Otherwise, Lin Chi was thinking of brushing the abyssal entrances one by one. That's at least another 2 or 3 levels of lift. But, Lin Chi didn't really care too much. When the abyss descends, the monsters give too little experience after all. If he were to place it on a monster of equal strength in the outside world, he definitely wouldn't have only leveled up this much if he had killed it up to this point. This is still in the case of crusading away the internal bosses of the abyss and upgrading them directly. And since the beginning, what Lin Chi cared about most was still the materials and items dropped by the abyssal creatures. Abyssal creatures are no slouches when it comes to dropping materials and items. He went straight to the forging room and started forging. Soon, in the forging room, ghostly blue flames rose, and clear and pleasant hammering sounds resounded. You have successfully forged abyssal black armor, silver, X1, gaining plus 230 physique, plus 60 agility. You have successfully forged an abyssal ancient shield, gold, X1, gaining strength plus 200, constitution plus 200. You successfully forged. It had to be said that the materials that had gotten a not so small abyssal increase were all of very good quality. The equipment that Lin Chi had forged with this were all above silver in minimum quality. This is a point that was simply difficult to achieve with the previous material. According to Lin Chi's prediction, with these materials alone, he would still be able to sacrifice at least 1 legendary quality equipment. While Lin Chi was concentrating on forging, in the middle of Xia City, Chu Qingyu and the others were still in a state of dismay. How did abyssal descent end? That abyssal giant, it's really not coming out? All the other bosses at the entrance to the abyss, too. For a moment, the crowd simply struggled to figure it out. Is this normal for the descent of the abyss? The abyssal portal's increases were all at level 9, but even up until now, they froze and didn't even really face a boss that rushed out from inside the abyss. It's as if all the bosses didn't rush out of the entrance of the abyss. City Lord, do you think there could be some kind of mutation inside the abyss? Chu Qingyu walked to Xia Yang's side and tentatively inquired. They had all previously prepared for the worst in the face of Summer City's destruction, but it's amazing how hastily abyssal descent ended. Spare her the trouble of reacting. Xia Yang's face was a bit more relaxed, no longer as grave as before. Instead, I'm wondering if there really hasn't even been a single boss in this abyssal descent. Words. Chu Qingyu was instantly stunned. Immediately, she understood the meaning of Xia Yang's words. When the abyss descended, perhaps there were other bosses besides that abyssal giant, at the entrance to some other abyss. Of course, do you mean that there are other awakened ones, who have also annihilated bosses within the abyss? Chu Qingyu immediately inquired. She was instantly reminded of the awakened one who was covered in flames. Earlier, that awakened person had most likely entered an abyssal entrance, and eliminated one of the bosses. Xia Yang nodded. I'm afraid that the only one who can do this in the crisis that our Summer City is facing this time is that person. He had never actually met the flame-encrusted awakened one. However, he guessed that awakened one should have a higher rank than all the previous awakened ones from the various guilds. So much so, that the other party was able to do so, single-handedly painting an abyssal entrance. But, he is only one person, said Chu Qingyu. Chu Qingyu are a little difficult to determine. One person single-handedly brushing an abyssal entrance was too unimaginable for her. Xia Yang, however, nodded with certainty. I know some information about the top awakened, and there are awakened who often enter the abyss at the front line. It's not impossible to do this if it's an awakened person who knows quite a bit about the abyss themselves. Only, there was one more doubt, which he didn't say. That entrance to the abyss in the sky, under the 9th level abyssal increase, even a top awakened person was afraid that they would encounter great danger in it. Not to mention, there was an abyssal giant among them. But luckily, the abyssal giant didn't really descend. Go inform the residents who are evacuating that the crisis is over. Xia Yang waved his hand again. let's wait to meet the Abyssal Settlement. This is one of the great real benefits of the Descent of the Abyss. The Abyssal Settlement, which will settle rewards according to the abyssal creatures the awakened one crushes during Abyssal Descent. Awakened people are able to obtain a certain amount of experience, materials and item rewards at the time of settlement. After surviving this descent into the abyss, the strength of the awakened in the entire Summer City was able to be boosted accordingly. Successful sacrifice. You have successfully forged Abyssal Fangs, Legendary, X1, gaining strength plus 1200, Constitution plus 200, and the skill, Abyssal Erosion. On the forging table, a fawn-like pitch-black long sword was quietly placed, its entire body surrounded by a dense black mist. Lin Shi let out a light breath, a smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, he had forged another legendary quality equipment. However, regarding the attributes of this piece of equipment, Lin Shi only glanced at it before looking back to the Abyssal Erosion skill that it came with. Skill, Abyssal Erosion. Effect, when released, each attack will have an Abyssal Erosion effect, which will reduce the enemy's life and mana limit, and at the same time, forcibly destroys the durability of the enemy's equipment. Somewhat similar to the effects of Abyssal Domain, but yet it also destroys equipment durability further. Lin Shi's expression went all odd for a few moments. The effect of this skill is more or less shady. Endurance goes to 0. Even the highest quality equipment loses most of its effect unless it gets repaired before it can be used. And all along, Lin Shi's equipment had been changed more often. There was no such thing as losing durability. He was about to continue forging the remaining materials in one go when he suddenly saw a prompt floating in front of him. Abyssal Descent, Settlement completed. The settlement rewards for the Abyss are coming. Lin Shi immediately brightened up. Chapter 40 Becoming an Abyssal Lord. Abyssal Descent, Settlement completed. Will you receive the reward immediately? Pick up. Lin Shi stood still and waited for the Abyssal Descent rewards to be handed out. He had long known that he would be able to collect the rewards after passing through the stage of Abyssal Descent. This is actually similar to a copy. Only, the Abyss is very special and will not be able to collect the clearance settlement the first time you fight your way through the interior of the Abyss. Successful. You gain level +1. You gain level +1. Upgraded light suddenly blossomed on Lin Shi's body. A direct boost of 2 levels. Lin Shi's heart was immediately stirred. Abyssal Settlement, surprisingly, was also able to directly force him to upgrade. This can be seen quicker than collecting experience at the end of a copy. You gain the word Power Surge, purple. You gain the word Energy Purity, blue. The two phrases that come with the upgrades are able to improve the strength as well as the mental attributes respectively. Lin Shi breathed out freely. 23 levels up. After some brushing and upgrading, he finally felt the taste of leveling up by leaps and bounds, instantly rising 2 levels in a row. This is actually hardly the case at this stage. Even if the corresponding level was within 10 levels of the copy clearance settlement, the experience given would not be able to directly allow the awakened person to directly force a level up. However, it was because of the special nature of the Abyss that Lin Shi was able to ignore the limitations of experience and level. And the settlement of the Abyss, apparently, is not over. In front of Lin Shi, another prompt message surfaced one after another. You have obtained the Abyssal Lord's Crown, Legendary. You have obtained the Abyssal Core, Awakened. You gained the skill Abyssal Summoning. Settlement completed. It was only at this point that the settlement of Abyssal Descent finally ended. And in front of Lin Shi, a pitch-black crown as well as an Abyssal Core coalesced by a pitch-black mist appeared. Settle. And surprisingly, I even got an extra legendary equipment. Lin Shi was the first to cast his eyes on the pitch-black crown. It was kind of like a crown, except that it was pitch-black. Except that there was a groove at the very front, like it could be inlaid with something. Crown of the Abyssal Lords, Legendary. Category, Helmet. Equipment requirements, Lin Shi. Effect, full attribute plus 400. Special effect, territory enjoys level 1 Abyssal increase. Abyssal Lord set, 1//6 increase the set parts. Can get the equipment attributes. Effect enhancement. Description, the equipment of a lord who controls the interior of an abyss. A symbol of the Abyssal Lords. Since it was a settlement reward, it didn't require Lin Shi to perform the appraisal skill again. However, looking at the introduction of this Abyssal Lord's crown, Lin Shi could not help but be stunned. The territory enjoys an abyssal increase? Lin Shi was all a bit puzzled. His side could have already assembled an epic quality abyssal increase set. The effect of the set, on the other hand, was that it gave him a direct level 7 abyssal increase. However, this Abyssal Lord crown was clearly different. What the hell is abyssal territory? Even among the information Lin Shi had come into contact with in the past, there was no mention of it. But as a traveler, he more or less still had the experience of playing online games before crossing over. A lord should be able to rule a territory. And looking at the effect of this equipment, it allowed him to increase his territory. But the key is, Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Where did I get the territory? he tried to change into this Abyssal Lord's crown, and didn't see any territory for himself. This thing, it should still be a legendary quality set. Lin Shi became more and more puzzled. It couldn't be that he could only have territories after he had collected a whole set of equipment, could it? That would be too chicken, but at least it's a legendary quality equipment, so it's not bad as a sacrificial consumable. Lin Shi put it away for now and looked at the other Abyssal Settlement rewards first, and then, he reached out and grabbed the Abyssal Core in front of him. Unlike the 3 Abyssal Cores he had obtained earlier, this Abyssal Core was no longer a question mark. Instead, it is labeled Awakened. Core of the Abyss, Awakened. Effect, you can use this to gain a territory within the Abyss. Oh wow. This time, Lin Shi instantly realized what was going on in his territory. The Core of the Abyss, capable of giving me a territory in the Abyss? This is obviously what the Abyssal Core really does, become the lord of a region in the Abyss. It was, sort of, like a gang token from a pre-crossing online game. Then in that case, the Abyssal Lord crown is still very useful. Lin Shi directly gave up his decision to use this helmet equipment as a sacrificial consumable. The Abyssal Settlement rewards earned this time around certainly go hand in hand. Spin. Lin Shi again brought this awakened Abyssal Core to the pitch black ring he wore on his hand. There was a flash of light. This Abyssal Core was then directly integrated into the pitch black ring. Your territory has been upgraded. The alert message came with it. Collecting Abyssal Cores enables you to raise the scope of your territory. Lin Shi already had a complete understanding of the role of the Abyssal Core. Now his Abyssal Core was 4-in-1. This meant that the scope of his territory in the Abyss must have been boosted accordingly. Moreover, Lin Shi realized, as long as he wanted to, then he could always teleport into his territory with the help of the Abyssal Core in his hand. But there's no rush. Lin Shi still had some materials in his hand that he hadn't finished forging, and at the end of the forging, there's a bit more sacrificing to be done. According to Lin Shi's estimation, the equipment and materials he obtained in the Abyss this time should be enough for him to forge 2 pieces of legendary quality equipment. Subsequently, Lin Shi opened his skill panel again and looked at his newly acquired skills. Skill, Abyssal Summoning. Effect, you may summon any creature in your territory to battle. Nice one. Now, Lin Shi was shocked. It's quite a completely matching Abyssal Settlement reward this time around. First, there was the Abyssal increase in territories, and then a territory was acquired. Then again, it is the ability to summon creatures from the territory for use in combat. This effect, completely equivalent to a moving Abyssal Big Boss. What creatures are in my territory? Lin Shi was all a bit pressed to head to the territory to check it out. But, the plan still needs to be accomplished one step at a time. Let's consume the materials on hand first. He immediately continued with the forging. The increase in attributes brought about by each forging is obvious. Lin Shi was well aware that a significant portion of the awakened in this world actually own territories, especially those guild presidents, whose guild quarters were supposed to be the president's exclusive territory. The same, a city lord such as this summer city could, in a sense, be considered a lord, only that the bonuses one receives are far less than those of a lord. Finally, after consuming all the materials and performing some more sacrifices, in front of Lin Shi, a legendary quality equipment once again appeared. You have successfully forged the Abyssal Defense, Legendary, gained Physique plus 1200, Strength plus 400, and gained the skill, Immovable Shield. Chapter 41, Territory, the beginning of the natural disaster. Skill, Immovable as a mountain. Effects, Passive skill. When holding a shield, after standing in the same place for 5 seconds, you can get a complete Overlord effect, immune to any control effects. Lin Shi looked at the skills and got a general idea. As a passive skill, it's kind of pretty powerful. Only, this passive skill could only take effect if one stood in place for 5 seconds while holding a shield. This limitation is also more obvious. Lin Shi looked again at the Abyssal Fang's longsword as well as the Abyssal Imperial shield that were placed on the forging table. 2 pieces of legendary quality equipment. This was the biggest gain from the previous trip to the Abyss. In addition, in his ring, he had placed a Bone Dragon Sai necklace. It was also a legendary quality piece of equipment. Given the attributes of these equipments, even if they were placed amongst the legendary quality equipments obtained by high-level awakened, they could still be considered top quality. However, Lin Shi did not intend to use them. All sacrificial consumables. He directly sacrificed these 3 pieces of legendary quality equipment to the Abyssal Market Sledgehammer. With that, the attribute bonus of the Abyssal Market Sledgehammer had once again skyrocketed. Legendary quality. The limit of equipment quality known to Lin Shi at the moment, but Lin Shi was sure of it. With the creation sacrifice phrase, he would definitely be able to raise the quality of the Abyssal Ruins once again as long as he sacrificed enough equipment. Only, what kind of quality it will be then? Lin Shi doesn't know now. After consuming all the harvest from the trip, apart from the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer, All that was left on Lin Chi's body was an epic quality Abyssal Increase set and a legendary quality Giant's Pupil necklace. As for the Abyssal Lord helmet, he had no intention of consuming it now. Gotta get into my own territory first and see what happens. Attributes skyrocket. After this forging, Lin Chi naturally gained a great attribute boost. His various basic attributes, moreover, had already reached a very outrageous point long ago, but Lin Chi wasn't proud of it. His shortcomings right now are actually pretty obvious. That's just not comprehensive enough. For example, his agility attribute was high, but he didn't really have a skill that allowed him to rush, nor did he have a flying skill. Also, compared to those mage professions that were able to cast wide-range forbidden spells, he still had to favor pure physical attacks. These need to be followed up with reinforcement. After putting these away, Lin Chi immediately raised his hand and with a thought, he entered his territory. Territory gained through the Abyssal Core. He would like to see how it was different from the territories he had known in the past. The scene in front of me changed rapidly. Soon, Lin Chi then stepped into an area shrouded in lava under a cloud of light. Seeing the scene around him, Lin Chi couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the interior of the abyss? He was familiar with the scenery here. Wasn't it just the interior of the abyss where he'd scrubbed earlier? The surrounding magma gurgled and surged around this lonely island, which was particularly similar to the area where the abyssal giant was earlier. Only, from the surrounding scenery, Lin Chi still judged that this place was not the isolated island where the abyssal giant was located. In comparison, the scope here is significantly greater. The lava that surrounded the area provided a source of light, while the dome above was pitch black. Farther away, the magma seemed to have transformed into a sea that was boundless. No other islands could be found. Only at the center of this area was a cloud of pitch black mist that was almost thick to the extreme, and that was precisely the Abyssal Core. After taking in the sights of this place, Lin Chi came to the Abyssal Core and examined it. Territory, unnamed. Abyssal Increase, Level 1. Territorial population, 40//40, as Lin Chi expected. Currently, his territory only had a Level 1 Abyssal Increase, far from being comparable to the previous Abyssal Descent. But, this territory, however, belonged entirely to him, and, right in the middle of the abyss. I've never heard of any awakened person being able to obtain a territory in the abyss before. Lin Chi mused. This already possesses quite a special. He had all originally thought that he would not be able to enter the abyss again after the abyssal descent ended unless he was able to travel to the frontline area. And now, it's a lot easier. Only, there were no other abyssal creatures in his current territory. Compared to the interior of the abyss that he had previously entered, the territory was obviously much too empty. Do I need to catch the abyssal creatures in the territory myself? Or, Lin Chi once again opened the panel of the Abyssal Core and immediately noticed a line of hints appearing on it. Currently available, Abyssal Nest. Abyssal Nest, description breeds creatures of the abyss for the Lord to use. So here it is. Lin Chi immediately brightened up. Wait until enough abyssal creatures have been bred in his territory. Then he will cast Abyssal Summoning. I'm afraid that even the top summoner professions in the world simply couldn't compare to him. He directly selected an area to build. Soon, a crack then surfaced in this area, in which pitch-black mist continuously gushed out. From time to time, the shadows of abyssal creatures flashed through them. Lin Chi fell back and saw many abyssal creature figures in them. These were all abyssal creatures that he had previously destroyed when the abyss descended. Base population of 40. Lin Chi muttered. This should mean that he would only be able to breed a maximum of 40 abyssal creatures in his territory at the moment. And this, in turn, corresponded with the 4 abyssal cores he had collected earlier. At the moment, territories don't look very useful. Lin Chi pondered. However, this was a private territory that belonged entirely to him. Moreover, being located inside the abyss, it was able to minimize the disturbance of other people. And if you want to boost your territory, it should then be necessary to need to collect more abyssal cores, in addition to the Abyssal Lord set including the Abyssal Lord Crown. After knowing this, only then did Lin Chi look at the Abyssal Core's territory introduction again. Named the territory? Lin Chi only pondered a little before he made a decision. Natural disaster. He instantly named it on. Your territory has been confirmed, natural disaster. Lin Chi grinned. The name is cheesy, yes, but it is full of intimidation when placed in the outside world. Although Lin Chi was unable to tell at the moment where exactly his territory was located within this abyss. But if any creature did step inside the abyss and inadvertently came into his territory, just noticing the name of this territory alone would have scared him half to death. Speaking of which, Lin Chi suddenly looked like he had thought of something again, and his eyes became playful. If the abyss descends again afterward, will it appear along with my territory? It's still a real possibility. Chapter 42, 4th Guild. The Human King's Guild. Abyssal Wolves. In front of Lin Chi, an abyssal demon wolf had already been birthed from the abyssal nest. It wasn't too different from the demonic wolves he had seen outside the entrance to the abyss before. Only one level of abyssal increase is weak, but it's not impossible to use. This could still come in handy when placed in the outside world against some small monsters. What's more, the territory was now capable of spawning a full 40 units of monsters. Back then, if they were all summoned, they would be more powerful than many summoners. After circling around the territory, Lin Chi teleported back home. The abyssal nest could automatically spawn monsters without him having to watch all the time. After everything was put away and finished, Lin Chi took a glance at the darkening sky before he was ready to go for a nap. When you think about it, I'm pretty diligent. Lin Chi lamented that he usually didn't even have plans to go out and hang out. It was all used for practicing, but the effect is also obvious. 7 more levels and you'll be able to make the switch. What would be the transfer of the blacksmith profession? Lin Chi didn't have any knowledge of this either. For the awakened who use blacksmithing as a secondary occupation, blacksmithing is divided into only 2 stages. One is the common blacksmith profession, which masters various skills related to forging, thus forging various kinds of equipment. The other stage is divine blacksmithing, but in order to become a divine level blacksmith, even a top awakened person would need a long period of time, plus all kinds of resources piled up. Lin Chi, on the other hand, was different. The main profession, blacksmithing, will naturally have a transfer stage as well. He doesn't have any intel on the next transfer here either. Next, you can choose an area or copy that is above level 30 in practice. Lin Chi had already made a plan. As soon as possible, he rose to level 30 and made a transfer before saying anything. Compared to Lin Chi's relaxation, the vast majority of people in the entire Xia city were having a hard time sleeping through the night. Even though the abyssal descent had ended, Summer City had not been destroyed by the abyssal creatures after all. But people still have a sense of hijacking in their hearts. In particular, it wasn't until not too long ago that the magma monsters that had ravaged Summer City were removed, which still damaged many of the buildings in the city. City Lord, the abyssal descent settlement is complete, and almost all members of the city defense team have received generous rewards. Chu Qingyu came in front of Xia Yang, and her normally cold demeanor was overflowing with faint joy. Even on the city defense team's side, it would take a great deal of effort to get a gold quality equipment of the corresponding grade. But this time, the Abyss settlement, on the side of the city defense team, the gold quality equipment was almost a handful. Beyond that, Chu Qingyu himself had even received a bonus of basic attribute points. This is undoubtedly a huge enhancement for the entire Summer City. Xia Yang nodded, but his eyes were a bit complicated. I was also rewarded with an epic quality piece of equipment on my side. But, that makes some sense. As a matter of fact, although this abyssal descent is loud and powerful, the real threat it poses to our Summer City is not that great. But with this level of settlement reward, it's instead like we've cleared the interior of the abyss. Especially, he got the message on his side. Almost all of the awakened who participated in the abyssal descent received settlement rewards. There is no shortage of gold quality equipment. This directly caused the strength of the awakened in the entire Summer City to be directly upgraded by a notch. It's amazing. This was not even close to the dangers they had faced before. In this regard, Chu Qingyu was equally puzzled. Could it be that the awakened one has opened up an influence inside the abyss? They had previously suspected that the flame-drenched awakened had punched through the interior of an abyss with his own strength. That was able to be right. I'm afraid it's more than, Xia Yang muttered. He couldn't quite figure it out either. However, he had more or less guessed about the origin of that awakened person. I've already received news that due to our Summer City spending the abyssal descent this time around, there will be awakenings from the top guilds coming to nab the new ones. Xia Yang added. Perhaps that awakened one came from one of the top few guilds. The top guild? Chu Qingyu's mind moved slightly. Most of the guilds in the top 10 of the guild rankings that are able to go out on missions are awakened after the 3rd transfer, right? That's generally above level 90. On a normal day, it would be difficult to see an awakened of this level in the middle of Summer City. Xia Yang nodded and was about to say something else. Outside the room, however, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. City Lord, there's an awakened person outside. He's from the Earthly Kings Guild. A member of the city defense team came and spoke eagerly. The Council of the Kings of the Earth. At those words, both Xia Yang and Chu Qingyu's bodies shook. This was the 4th ranked awakened guild in the guild rankings. Such a powerful guild would send someone to Summer City? Soon, Xia Yang came back to his senses and a smile spread across his face. It seems that these guilds are all very well informed and have already learned that we, Summer City, have survived this abyssal descent. It had been many years since Summer City had seen an awakened from one of the top 10 guilds on the rankings. The top 10 guilds have many powerful professions as well as developmental strategies, and are in possession of many rare copies and treasures, especially the top 3 ranked guilds. On the other hand, Hadn't heard of them specifically sending people to the back of the city for new recruits for many years. The Human Kings Guild was undoubtedly the strongest guild that all the cities located in the backcountry had access to right now. You have received an announcement letter. Wake up early in the morning. Lin Chi then noticed a line of message alerts. A school announcement passing out letters? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Awakened people would register their information at the school when they awakened. This kind of announcement transmission, on the other hand, is an announcement to every student at the same time, and can only be used once in Summer City High School, and the next time you want to make an announcement transmission, you will need to re-register. Lin Chi opened the letter and glanced at it, immediately understanding. Temporary call with access to top guilds? He was all a bit staggered. What kind of guild must this be, with such a big face? Just giving a chance to get into the guild makes all of Summerstown High School have to burn this pass. Good. By the way, Lin Chi then walked out the door. In regards to joining the guild, he didn't really have much intention of doing so at the moment. However, it was good to be able to deepen your understanding of these top guilds a bit. It was likewise convenient for him to find areas to practice in the future. It's also just right to go find Shinbai Deer and ask for information on the main profession blacksmith transfer. What Lin Chi cared more about was still these. Also, the level 30 and above practicing areas around Summer City, on the other hand, were mainly located in more distant areas. That same ability to go over to the school and get a piece of information. Chapter 43 Blacksmithing Next Stage. Students, I'm sure you've all heard of the Earthly Kings Guild. If you can enter this kind of guild, then you are destined to become high-level awakened beings and even leave your legends in the world. On the high platform of the playground, the old principal of Summerstown High School delivers his speech. When Lin Chi rushed over, the playground was already full of students. In addition, the freshmen and sophomores, even if they hadn't awakened, were all gathered around, listening to this speech by the principal. From their faces, they were all able to see the yearning and anticipation for the future. The kings of the earth, Lin Chi chanted. This guild, indeed, has a reputation. Nowadays, in the square in the center of Summer City, there is also a leaderboard erected. Among them, apart from the professional heavenly ranking, which awakened people are more concerned about, is the guild ranking. The Earthly Kings Guild, on the other hand, was a guild that had risen to prominence in recent years, occupying a strong fourth position on the leaderboard. There were even rumors that the Earthly Kings Guild was still growing thick and thin, so maybe after that, there was a possibility that they could enter the top 3 seats on the leaderboard. Lin Chi, I heard that this Earthly Kings Guild, only one high-level awakened person has come, most likely because they want to nab new people early. At this moment, a crisp voice came from not far away. Lin Chi turned his head to look, and he saw Shunbai Deer, who was wearing a snow-white mage's long dress, walking over to his side. A gold equipment? Lin Chi noticed the luster of the equipment on Shunbailu's body. According to his estimation, Shunbailu should be around level 15 by now. Gold quality equipment, in this class, could be absolutely uncommon. Sure, except for Lin Chi himself, any random piece of equipment on his body was not comparable to any other awakened. I was planning to find you to thank you. Shinbai Deer wore a warm smile. The last time they teamed up to practice, the two had become much more familiar with each other. Last time we teamed up, you led me to kill quite a few abyssal creatures, and I actually gained 100 points of base attributes directly when I settled in the abyss. Speaking of this, Shinbailu did show a rare hint of excitement. 100 points of basic attributes, in the current level, could definitely be able to be extremely useful. But, there's even a reward for basic attributes? Lin Chi was a bit stunned. Awakened people have the opportunity to receive props or settlement rewards that directly increase their attribute points at certain stages. Just for example, every time you transfer a job, you also gain additional base attribute points. This was a major factor in the gap between the various awakened people. How come I didn't get? During the Abyssal Descent settlement, Lin Chi was muttering darkly as he glanced over the settlement information. The whirlwind calmed down. Oh, I got 2. Only, Lin Chi had directly subconsciously ignored it before, because it wasn't as much as the attribute points he'd gained from forging an epic quality piece of equipment. The last thing he lacked was basic attribute points. What are you doing? Shinbailu glanced openly at Lin Chi and noticed that Lin Chi seemed to be immersed in his personal panel, but awakened ones couldn't view each other's panels, and she had no idea what Lin Chi was doing at the moment. Forgot to add some. Lin Chi casually responded. Ha! Shinbailu was stunned. Can additions be forgotten? Spinning around, he realized that Lin Chi should have upgraded during the Abyss settlement as well, and hadn't had time to add points. But actually, from the time of his awakening until now, Lin Chi hadn't added many points to himself. The attribute points gained from upgrading have all been accumulated until now. Add it first. Do you need a follow-up career development strategy? Shinbailu asked again as if she had thought of something. At the current stage, many professions are not considered to be a secret for the initial edition of the strategy, but the main profession of blacksmithing is, after all, extremely rare, especially since she also knew that Lin Shi must want to go in the direction of combat. It was up to Lin Shi himself to make the tedious and comprehensive reference. Share it with me if you have it. Lin Shi wanted to consult Shen Bailu about this very issue. Do you know what it's like for the blacksmith profession to transfer at level 30? It's better to know ahead of time than to be in the dark when the time comes. At the mention of these, Shen Bailu's eyes slightly complicated for a few moments. Appears to still be a blacksmith. And for the blacksmithing main profession to become a god-tier blacksmith, you need to obtain a special profession title quest first. That would be very different from the normal vice profession of blacksmithing. She was also roughly able to know some of Lin Shi's thoughts, although he didn't know how exactly Lin Shi was able to exert such strong combat power with his blacksmith profession at that moment. But, presumably, Lin Shi also needs to plan well for the future. Still a blacksmith, Lin Shi skimmed. I thought I could at least have a title like Elite Blacksmith, but it turned out to be so plain and simple. But he didn't really care. Plain and simple, yes, but there are still some corresponding changes in the skills of this profession after the transfer as well. However, Shen Baidir wore a persuasive look and softly said, the early stage will be a bit tough. However, after each transfer of the blacksmith profession, you will be able to obtain an additional forging skill, which will also increase the success rate of forging high-quality equipment. In addition, if one is able to receive a transfer quest with a higher difficulty, one will also be able to have a chance to obtain forging flames with different effects. She obviously knew this information ahead of time. Lin Shi nodded. These were indeed the dry facts he wanted to know as well. Right, I have to go leveling later. Do you want to join me? After some conversation, Lin Shi asked Shen Bailu again. Groups get experience faster. The rank gap between him and Shen Bailu shouldn't have widened too much. Yes, Shen Bailu nodded with a smile. Now that she had stopped even bringing up the matter of pulling Lin Shi into her home, the two had long ago come to an understanding. Moreover, the last grouping experience was even more fresh in her mind. Proud as she was, she would be carried away by someone else, but now it was different. She had already improved again, and she certainly wasn't going to team up with Lin Shi again. Still like before, how dare you show up in front of me? Right at this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the distance. This immediately attracted the gazes of many students around the playground. In fact, some of the students had long since noticed Lin Shi's conversation with Shen Bailu. With Shen Bailu's popularity, many of her moves in Summer City High School would attract attention, especially now that she seemed to be on good terms with Lin Shi. This is even more unacceptable. Lin Shi followed the source of the voice and did not care. He also remembered that it was Lu Ruyan's teammate from before, who he had never seen again after being sent flying by his hammer. Now it's coming back to me. Wang Feilong, I should have given your family a warning. At this time, Shen Bailu's somewhat cold voice suddenly rang out. Lin Shi, however, was a bit staggered. This girl, warned directly to other people as homes? Why was he kind of under the illusion of being covered? Chapter 44, 30 Years of Playing Awkwardly. Shen Bailu changed her gentle attitude from when she had just talked to Lin Shi and became a bit icy. It was reasonable to say that this kind of temperament rarely appeared in girls of this age, but you can't help but feel a chill in your heart. Lin Shi couldn't help but be a little playful, and he had to say that Shen Bailu was a very smart girl. Apparently arrangements had been made earlier and he had not been told. As for Wang Feilong's side, he indeed did not care at all. Taking on an awakened who hasn't been awakened for a long time? Just kidding. In the whole of Summer City, how many people can be found who can withstand his hammer? And at this point, Wang Feilong's expression also froze instantly, becoming somewhat ugly. His family did give a warning, explicitly urging him to never provoke Shen Bailu again. That was an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. But it's just as well that Shen Bailu has an illustrious life. But what's Lin Shi? He was half in the eyes, and now clinging to the thighs of Shen Bailu, directly flying on the branch to become a phoenix? Especially, when noticing the glances cast by other students around the playground. Wang Feilong's face was even redder. As a hidden profession with a ranking on the heavenly ranking, his future achievements were not destined to be comparable to others. Today, Shen Bailu deceived him about his origins. Then when he grows up, he will pay back twice as much. Shen Bailu, remember what I, Wang Feilong, am saying right now. 30 years east, 40 years west. He reached out and pointed straight at Shen Bailu. Don't deceive the youth. The words fell. A silence fell all around. Many students know that Wang Feilong's hidden profession is ranked on the heavenly ranking, and once he is able to enter a good guild, he is bound to grow by leaps and bounds. It was also true that once one was among the ranks of the top awakened, one would be able to break many worldly shackles. That is indeed mesmerizing. And aside, Lin Shi was also silent as he watched Wang Feilong's actions. Not shocked, but going taut. It's a bit of a joke, isn't it? But apparently, The people of this world don't understand these stems. Most people seem to be so deeply inspired by Wang Feilong that Lin Shi had no place to spit out any grooves in his heart. He's totally taking pleasure in the current situation. Only then did he look at Shin Bailu on the side and laughed. He's too low in rank. There's no need to take care of him. In response, Shin Bailu simply nodded. She also didn't expect that Wang Feilong would come up with such a plan. Especially, according to her estimation, Lin Shi probably had to be not far from level 20 now. What Wang Feilong said was undoubtedly a joke in front of Lin Shi. Although Lin Shi's tone was calm, in the ears of the surrounding crowd, it was enough to set off an uproar. Too low of a rating? Lin Shi was looking down on Wang Feilong's rank? Wang Feilong's face was even more ugly to the extreme. With his pride, the most intolerable thing was the contempt of others. Even with Shin Bailu's belt, how many levels can you ascend to? You think you can be seen by the guild as long as you have a high rank? Which guild could tolerate a main profession blacksmith who had spent a lot of resources to have some possibility of training up, especially after leveling up? The practice areas are all much more difficult. Even the strongest awakened could not keep practicing with a teammate who could not perform. Expecting forging upgrades is even more unthinkable. Guilds are even less likely to take on blacksmiths. Shen Bailu frowned at once. Teaming up with Lin Shi, she was the one being carried. Wang Feilong's words were more like talking about her. Lin Shi, come over here. The awakened of the Earthly King's Guild wants to meet you. But just then, a voice suddenly came. The gazes of the crowd followed, and they saw Mr. Zhang, the teacher of Lin Shi's 4th class, striding towards them. However, what she said caused everyone to be stunned. The awakened of the Guild of the Kings of the Earth to see Lin Shi? No, it's not. What makes it so? Lin Shi also raised his eyebrows slightly, not expecting the current situation. But presumably, it should be the 4th guild on this list that also understands the blacksmith special. After thinking about it, he instructed Shin Bailu, wait for me for a while, come back and go leveling together. Having said that, he simply stopped caring about the rest and took a step along with teacher Zhang. Comparing himself to an awakened of Wang Feilong's level, Lin Shi himself felt that he had dropped the price. But as he looked at Lin Shi's departing back, Wang Feilong's face turned ironic. This kind of grandiose disregard was even more of an extreme insult to him. But all around, the other students had already been talking about it. Why would the Council of Earthly Kings seek him out? Are you planning to train a blacksmith in your main profession? That would be too much of a loss. This kind of big guild will never lack logistical professions. But they all sounded sour. Whether it was shunned by Lu's favor or the current invitation from the Earthly Kings Guild, it made their eyes red with envy. Shouldn't awakening only the blacksmith profession be a gray cloud over one's future life? How is this different from what they thought? Compared to that, what Wang Feilong had said just now was set off as if he was incapable of rage. Blood was seeping out of Wang Feilong's eyes, and he clenched his fists in death. This gathering of theirs could be precisely for the Earthly Kings Guild. Lin Shi's words from earlier came to his mind uncontrollably, and he felt even more deep contempt. Blacksmith, how high can the level be? Wang Feilong gritted his teeth. At this time, Shin Bailu was glancing faintly at Wang Feilong. One last warning. If your family doesn't want to go bankrupt, stop making a fool of yourself. Also, long before that, Lin Shi's rank was already higher than mine. After saying that, she turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Wang Feilong. But Wang Feilong was frozen in place. The eyes were wide and somewhat listless. Shin Bailu's level would undoubtedly be higher than his. So how many levels must Lin Shi be now? 17 or 18 levels? But how is that possible? Blacksmith profession. It was impossible to upgrade so fast. A sudden shattering sound resounded in his heart. It was his pride. Shattered. Rinchi-san, is it? You've awakened the blacksmithing main profession. So I guess you've been quite depressed lately, haven't you? However, what I'm going to tell you is that the blacksmith profession is actually very special. And in a way, it can be considered a hidden profession. Lin Shi had just followed teacher Zhang to the conference room when he saw a female awakened in leather armor equipment in front of him looking at him with a smile on her face. But, depressed? Lin Shi thought back to the monster upgrades he had done after his awakening and didn't feel depressed. And we, the Guild of Earthly Kings, just happened to hold some copies of the blacksmithing main profession, and have rated some of them so far. The female awakened's smile was nice and affable, like she could instantly bring the relationship closer. So, Lin Shi asked. He was well aware that the blacksmith profession was special and rare, but not so much that the 4th guild on this list specifically invited him to join just because he was in the blacksmith profession. The female awakened one's smile grew even wider. So, do you have any intention of joining the Blacksmith Association? The Blacksmith's Guild? Not the Society of Kings on Earth. Lin Shi couldn't even help but be stunned for a moment. Isn't the opponent an awakened person from the Earthly Kings Guild? The female awakened had obviously prepared for this, and a hammer with a flow of runic light suddenly appeared in her hand. I am likewise a blacksmith by profession. Chapter 45. are you really a blacksmith? The awakening of the same blacksmith profession. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. No wonder it came to me. He instantly realized that in terms of knowledge of the main profession of blacksmithing, of course no one could compare to someone in the same profession of blacksmithing. Career development strategies. That's also written by the awakened. This is epic quality equipment? On the contrary, behind Lin Shi, Teacher Zhang looked at the hammer in the female awakened's hand and exclaimed in shock. In fact, if one were to look at it across the board, epic quality equipment was actually not too rare in high-level awakened. At best, it's considered rare upwards, but gear that is appropriate for the current stage is difficult to obtain. The awakened person's level will continue to rise, and there will always be a time when the equipment can't keep up. Coupled with the limitations of equipment durability, many pieces of equipment would simply be scrapped before they could be repaired during awakened battles. Not to mention, restoration also requires a lot of materials. I forged it before, the female awakened said with a smile, her eyes curving into a nice crescent moon. Teacher Zhang, I want to talk to Lin Shi's classmates alone. Teacher Zhang instantly understood and gave Lin Shi another steadying look before he walked out of the office. Lin Shi was also quite curious about the person in front of him. He had a whole set of epic quality suits sitting in his ring. Only, at the current stage, the high-quality equipment that Lin Shi had forged were actually the effects of the creation sacrifice phrase. It could only be forged by sacrifice, and it was difficult to directly forge the material to epic quality. This requires a fairly high success rate, as well as the corresponding forging means. To formally introduce myself, my name is Li Mingyue, and one of my identities is a council member of the Blacksmith Association. You should have heard of the Blacksmith Association as well. Joining it, although you may not necessarily be able to obtain vast amounts of resources, but at least it can be considered a doorway. Li Mingyue was very frank about all this. Once you've transferred at level 30, you can consider applying to the Blacksmith's Guild. The association is different from the guild in that it is made up of awakened people of their own profession, can provide a lot of development planning, as well as some resources. This, of course, includes hidden professions. For example, Shin Bai Deer's profession as an arcane mage would allow him to apply to join the Mage Association. Guilds, on the other hand, favor the strength and leveling up of awakened members. Lin Shi also had some knowledge of the Blacksmith Association. That was an association that could only be joined if one had learned the blacksmithing sub-profession and had raised each of the blacksmithing abilities to a certain stage. Rather, he didn't expect that the other party would come all the way to tell him this. How's that? Li Mingyue asked with a smile. It's not a good time for the blacksmith profession in the small cities in the backcountry, is it? But what I'm telling you, Junior, is that you don't have to be buried in the middle of Summer City just to do that. She also symbolically waved her small fists as if she was cheering up Lin Shi. Didn't he feel anything bad about it? Lin Shi didn't explain his situation. It just asked, why wasn't I invited to join the Council of Kings on Earth? The words fell. Li Mingyue's face instantly stiffened slightly as she suspiciously surveyed Lin Shi. She had learned from Mr. Zhang that Lin Shi had performed well in the past and was not of an arrogant or shady nature. How could you think you could join the Society of Earthly Kings? After thinking about it, she nodded again. Good. Very spirited. It's reasonable to say that if you're able to get to level 25 or higher within a month, you'll be qualified to try and join us. But I can't stay in Summertown for too long. Obviously, she was only meeting Lin Shi this time to give him a way to join the Blacksmith Association. There was a pause before he added, nor is it the case that a blacksmith's main profession will necessarily enable him to join the Blacksmith's Guild. You have to know that normally awakened people will only consider learning a secondary occupation after they've risen to level 60. In response, Lin Shi just shrugged. He did realize that the other man did come to see him out of the goodness of his heart. I'll consider it afterward. Lin Shi said frankly, all of these major powers hold strategies and intelligence that are difficult for regular people to seek out. For him, it also helps. Very good. In you, I don't see any signs of drooping due to the current predicament. Keep it up. Li Mingyue smiled in satisfaction. Another book was casually taken out and handed to Lin Shi. Here are some cheats for the blacksmith profession including level 30. Don't hesitate to take them. Thanks a lot. Lin Shi took this guidebook and gave it a cursory glance. It does contain some dry knowledge of blacksmithing career development. Go for it, Junior. I'm optimistic about you, and I hope you'll be chosen by the top guilds in the guild recruitment afterward. Li Mingyue waved her fist at Lin Shi again. Level 30 will be up soon. There are many bigwigs from various guilds in the association. Maybe you'll even be able to join one of the top 10 guilds on the leaderboards. The corner of Lin Shi's mouth tugged, always feeling that this person was a bit of a pit. However, the Blacksmith's Guild could indeed be considered. Associations are not bound by guilds, and members share just as much information with each other. He was about to push the door and leave when he heard Li Mingyue's inquiring voice again. By the way, how many levels are you now? Maybe I can help you find a few good guilds for you to choose from afterward. 23. Ha, aha. The rank of the awakened is able to be shown in many cases. In this regard, there was absolutely no need for Lin Chi to hide it. He closed the door to his office and was about to stride straight away. But the next moment, Li Mingyue, however, suddenly rushed out of the office and came in front of Lin Chi. Wait, how many levels did you say you were? She stared wide-eyed, staring intently at Lin Chi, a bright light reflecting in her clear, moving eyes. Li Mingyue invites you to join the team. Hint, due to the large gap between the levels of the current squad members, the efficiency of experience acquisition will be greatly reduced. Spin. A message floated in front of Lin Chi, so he tapped agree. He would like to see how many levels the members of the Earthly Kings Guild who were able to come to the rear city would be. Li Mingyue, rank, 97. This is the awakened one after the third transfer. Lin Chi understood, but at this time, Li Mingyue's little face was more and more dumbfounded, and the stunned look was not hidden at all. It's really 23 levels, she murmured, her gaze brushing back down on Lin Chi. Is your kid being bagged by some rich? How did you freeze up to 23 levels in such a short period of time? Are you really a blacksmith? She asked 3 direct soul questions. How long has it been since you first awakened? The new awakened in Summer City were still generally around level 10. The best of them were only around level 15. Even if Xia Chang had just passed through abyssal descent, it was impossible for anyone to upgrade so quickly. Lin Chi spread his hands and didn't explain anything. May follow. Li Mingyue's soft, boneless little hand was the one that clutched onto Lin Chi's palm, her eyes glowing with a strange color. Junior, make sure you join our Earthly Kings Guild. We're the 4th ranked guild. Whatever resources you need, we have them. Chapter 46 Blacksmith, also considered a hidden profession. Then let's start with 10 materials for forging legendary equipment, Lin Chi said without thinking, and regardless of Li Mingyue's attitude reversal being so drastic, he himself actually didn't have much of an obsession with joining the guild. However, as the 4th Earthly Kings Guild, it was bound to hold many leveling treasures as well as copies. That's some use. 10 legendary quality materials. Li Mingyue's mouth tugged. It was the first time she had ever seen that their Earthly Kings Guild would have a lion's share of new awakened people when they were accepting new people. But the level of the kid in front of him was enough to prove the efficiency of practicing. Though I don't know how Lin Chi did it, but she was able to determine. It's totally a master profession blacksmith that's bound to grow up. Low risk, high reward. After a moment's thought, she smiled again and said, when you make a certain contribution in our guild, not to mention 10, 100 will be able to come together for you. Lin Chi didn't eat the big pie she drew. It just asked, your guild should have a vacancy similar to a guest secretary, right? To be honest, I don't really want to be bound by the guild. This is an unwritten rule in all the major guilds. Recruit some special awakened people who don't have to be involved in guild matters on weekdays, but can be useful when they need to be used. Li Mingyue gave Lin Chi a rather startled look. How come it sounded like Lin Chi had suffered a loss by joining their Earthly Kings Guild? Who wouldn't want to join their guild? However, since the main matter had already been mentioned, Li Mingyue still straightened up a few times and said, there is that, but that's only if you prove your worth. Junior, although you're upgrading with outrageous efficiency, you're ultimately just a newcomer. Not waiting for her to finish, Lin Chi had already casually waved his hand, and a spell formation immediately appeared in front of him. Calamity proclaimed, is that enough now? There's no point in hiding something like having skills. He had already mastered quite a few skills now, and Calamity Proclamation was just one of the skills he had reproduced with the past recurrence phrase. He can always replace it when there are more powerful skills afterward. It wasn't even a secret as far as he was concerned. Sometimes, a proper demonstration of one's abilities certainly leads to more convenience. This is combat skills? Li Mingyue's eyes instantly widened, and she couldn't suppress the shock on her small face. She scrutinized the spell and stiffly twisted her face to look at Lin Chi again. You, she stammered for half a day before finally saying, you kid, you can't be born with dual martial souls. Bah, born with dual occupations? For a moment, she associated it with many things. Could it be that this Lin Chi kid had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The fact that blacksmithing is his main profession is just his disguise. Actually, Lin Chi awakens an unprecedented dual career, with one hand holding a sledgehammer while the other can unleash combat skills. Li Mingyue was shocked. With the same main profession of blacksmithing, she had the best understanding of how a blacksmith should behave. Even she was unable to release such a skill. Lin Chi casually put away the skill effect and shrugged, saying, my blacksmith profession is just a bit special. Well, that's pretty special. Li Mingyue's heart surged. She suddenly gazed up at Lin Chi again. Is this the secret to your leveling up so fast? Blacksmithing, in a way, counts as a hidden profession. Lin Chi returned the words to her. Li Mingyue was silent. It never occurred to him that Lin Chi's blacksmith profession would be so special. Blacksmiths with combat skills. This has not been documented at all in previous intelligence. So, a consensus has been reached? Lin Chi smiled slightly. The playground. Lin Chi saw Shun Bai Deer standing in the crowd at a glance, as if she was out of place with the noisy crowd, left out of the world, and with the gazes of others around them. A bright smile bloomed on Shun Bailu's small face as she quickly stepped forward to welcome him. Well, has the Guild of the Kings of the Earth extended an invitation to you? She understood Lin Chi's strength. The blacksmith profession would never be a limitation for Lin Chi. It's okay. Lin Chi smiled and didn't explain much. Another passing glance at the information on the panel. You have joined the Society of the Kings of the Earth. Current position, member. You gain 10% speed. You gain 10% attack power gain. You get a 10% defense gain. That's the bonus effect of the guild. The direct improvement is in the performance of each base value, as Lin Chi had expected. As the fourth guild on the leaderboard, the Kings of Earth must have been raised to full level in terms of bonus effects. The effect was even more pronounced for him whose various basic attributes were already ridiculously high. How many levels are you now? Lin Chi asked. In response, Shin Bailu looked like she had prepared for this and smiled brightly at Lin Chi. Guess. It looks like it is confident in her rank. Lin Chi naturally guessed her mind. However, Lin Chi still cooperated and deliberately said, you're upgrading at a fast pace. Now it's estimated that you should be level 15. The first thing you need to do is to praise the other person's heart. And at the same time, you need to get it right. Before I came to school, I had just risen to 17th grade. Shin Bailu laughed lightly and shook her head. Previously teamed up with Lin Chi, she was on the verge of leveling up to 14. This kind of upgrading speed, no matter where it was placed, was definitely far beyond other awakened. Lin Chi also raised an eyebrow. In this way, he would be able to directly choose a level 30 leveling area with Shin Bailu. For Shin Bailu, the experience decay of only 3 levels wasn't too great an impact, and when the two's team was formed, Shin Bailu was still surprised to the point where her small mouth was slightly open. 23. Even she hadn't even heard of anyone being able to rise to the 23rd level in such a short period of time. With only a little planning, the two rushed to the outskirts of the city. Most of the high-level areas are located farther away from Summer City, and this time, Lin Chi, on the other hand, planned to head directly to the Tidal Bay area that possessed a level 30 copy. Tidal Bay, with 3 levels of difficulty, normal, hard, and nightmare. The nightmare difficulty of it was the most suitable for Lin Chi to practice. The two Lin Chi had just stepped into the teleportation array not long ago. A faint voice then rang out from a shadowy corner around the perimeter of the teleportation array. The target has teleported out of Summer City. Follow it, it's the best chance. Tidal Bay, surrounded by mountains on both sides. The sea in the center is sparkling, but from time to time it raises a wave. Occasionally, in the surf, one could catch glimpses of huge black shadows skimming by. Tidal Turtle, rank, 29. As a wild monster on the outskirts of the Tidal Bay copy, the Tidal Turtle is considered an extremely powerful wild monster. Only, Shin Bailu's eyes became a little complicated as she looked at the monster's information that flickered in front of her. Your teammate Lin Chi kills the Tidal Turtle, gaining plus 1920 experience. Your teammate Lin Chi kills the Tidal Sea Serpent and gains plus 2360 experience. All around, there was dark liquid spreading out. However, all the monsters that appeared around the two of them were turned into experience in the blink of an eye. Chapter 47, Bosses are brushed as small monsters? The ones spread out here could be monsters whose levels far exceeded theirs. Shin Bailu knew the power of Lin Chi's strength, but after throwing away those special abyssal creatures from earlier, these truly ranked wilds have strengths that can be directly measured. It's more like mowing the lawn than fighting monsters. It's even easier than mowing the lawn. Remember to pick up your equipment. Let's go straight to the duplicates. At this moment, Lin Chi's voice came. Shin Bailu subconsciously nodded, but was somewhat speechless. As much as it was hard to admit it, she did get carried away again. This is nothing like the side-by-side battle she had previously anticipated. Lin Chi came to the front of the entrance of the copy, looked at Shun Bai Deer who was diligently picking up the fallen equipment, but a strange thought inexplicably flooded his mind. She's much better than the Abyssal Guard. Abyssal Guards don't have storage grids, so they can only grab their equipment with their hands, and with Shin Bailu around, it could relieve Lin Chi of a considerable amount of storage pressure. Fighting monsters too much. The thoughts in my head are going out of whack. Lin Chi quickly threw away this thought. I have to say, Shin Bailu is indeed very beautiful. Just following around is extremely pleasing to the eye. She's not a vase either. It's just that beside Lin Chi, even if any other awakened came over, it would actually be very difficult to have a chance to participate in a fight. Tidal Bay. Number of persons required, 2 to 4. Please select the difficulty of your copy. Normal, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. Lin Chi made a quick choice. One of the most important reasons for choosing the Tidal Bay copy is that, like the previous Firestone Valley copy, there is no level requirement. But yet, For the number of people entering, a minimum of 2 is required. The bottom of the level is where the boss is located, and it requires 2 people to open the gate at the same time to be able to enter. And that, in fact, is one of the difficulties of this copy. The monsters in the original copy were already very powerful, and if an underpowered squad entered it, it would inevitably experience attrition. Taking a fatal attack in a copy necessarily prevents you from teleporting away. Even if there is only one person left, they can't open the door to the bottom boss, and are doomed to die in despair in the copy. A sea mist enveloped the area. When the sea mist receded, the scene before Lin Chi's eyes abruptly changed. The ground around them was littered with a bunch of monsters. Tidal crab, rank 30, giant oyster shrimp, rank 30, phosphorus venomous sea serpent, rank 30. Different monster information surfaced in front of the two Lin Chi. Among these, there were even elite monsters with a shiny body. Only the moment Lin Chi and the two of them had just stepped into this area, all the monsters came roaring towards them like a tidal wave. More accurately, behind these monsters, there was indeed a tide gradually rising. Nightmare difficulty tidal bay. The tide will continue to rise over time until it drowns all awakened who intrude. Shun Bailu had a grave expression on his face. The staff in her hand was already raised high, gathering a blazing glow as runes surged and blasted towards the swarm of monsters that were pouncing. -307, -298. The damage dealt by Shin Bai Deer was actually not that low, and she was facing monsters whose level exceeded hers by more than 10 levels. The skill fell and was still able to inflict a reduction in blood bars visible to the naked eye on these monsters. Lin Chi, on the other hand, did not release his attack skill at the first opportunity. His surroundings quickly burned with a blazing flame. Calcination. The commotion caused by the ghostly blue flames instantly attracted Shin Bailu's attention. She turned her head to look, and her eyes couldn't help but stare. At this moment, Lin Chi was like a terrifying juggernaut that had climbed out of the abyss, and the ghostly blue flames set off his figure especially tall. In his hand, a giant hammer with flames even emerged. Whoosh! The giant hammer swept across the circle, wrapping up a loud wind-breaking sound. The ghostly blue flames spread out in all directions as well, drowning the surrounding monsters abruptly. -3,180, -2,970, -3,060. Spin. Dense damage numbers emerged from the flames. The monsters that had originally pounced on them were then quickly turned into experience for the two in a short period of time. Blood cleared. All seconds. It wasn't until the experience alert messages kept flashing by that Shin Bailu finally came back to his senses. The skill forms that Lin Chi was displaying now were completely unlike anything she had ever seen before. The ghostly blue flame itself gave off a sense of evil. She didn't even dare to recognize Lin Chi at first. This skill is so strong, Shin Bailu muttered. She knew very well that the effect of this skill nowadays was feared to have reached the point of an extremely high-level awakened person. Oh yeah, another skill book for you. From the roaring flames, Lin Chi's voice came out. With that, a skill book flew out of the flames and landed in Shin Bailu's hands. This was the Bone Dragon Spit skill that Lin Chi had previously discovered in the Bone Dragon treasure. Only that it had certain requirements for the spiritual attribute, and it was estimated that within a short period of time, Shin Bai Deer would not be able to learn it. However, after that, if there was a need, Lin Chi would be able to replicate the skills on Shin Bai Deer's side at any time. As Lin Chi was thinking, he saw a flash of light in Shin Bai Deer's hand that didn't go into his body, obviously having learned it. I previously added all of the rewarded attribute points to the spiritual attributes. Shin Bai Deer was a little embarrassed. In this world, even for mages, very few people dared to go all in on spiritual attributes. Too little life will make it easier to die there. Pretty good. Lin Chi smiled. He knew Shin Bailu must have a clear career development plan. With the Bone Dragon Spit skill, plus the Calamity Declare, Shin Bai Deer was able to deal more damage to some of the mist monsters. The two traveled all the way. Shin Bailu's body, however, suddenly blossomed with an upgraded glow. Seeing this, Lin Chi was a bit puzzled, and the one who was more surprised was Shin Bailu. Her small mouth opened slightly, and she looked at Lin Chi somewhat dumbfounded. You just destroyed a boss. That was one of the 3 bosses in the tidal bay. Originally, she had calculated that she was about to arrive at the location of the boss. Be careful when you get there. But who would have thought that the boss would also be brushed by Lin Chi as a small monster? Favorably, Lin Chi himself didn't even notice. The last time the group was formed, due to the fact that none of the basic attributes of the abyssal creatures were actually too high, it was only due to the abyssal increase that the strength displayed by the abyssal creatures would far exceed their own attributes. It was also hard for her to have an accurate assessment of Lin Chi. But now, facing a level 30 nightmare copy monster, she was truly experiencing Lin Chi's power. Was this something a normal 23 level awakened person could do? Lin Chi didn't feel anything, but after scanning the equipment dropped around him, his eyes lit up slightly. Epic quality equipment, tidal wave armor, epic, category, tops, equipment requirements, level 30. A level 30 epic outfit, surprisingly dropped by the first boss. It's nightmare difficulty after all. Chapter 48 Releasing Flame Skill in Seawater? A level 30 epic armor. Very rare. Shinbailu took the armor and glanced at it, all a bit surprised. The lower the level, the rarer high quality equipment becomes. Around level 30, gold quality equipment was considered good. She handed it to Lin Chi again and smiled softly. I don't know if you can use this equipment, but if you want to sell it, I can help provide a way for you to do so. When she teamed up with Lin Chi to practice leveling, she wouldn't take away either equipment or materials. The 2 skill books obtained successively from Lin Chi already possessed considerable value. What's more, she's the one being carried off. Lin Chi didn't treat her politely either. Epic quality equipment was already good sacrificial consumables. On top of that, a conch-shaped item exploded on the ground. Conch key, key to a portal. This is the key that unlocks the door to the boss at the bottom of the level. Pop the next key and you'll be able to head to the bottom of the level. Lin Chi collected the equipment on the ground. Both of them knew some information about the Tidal Bay copy and knew what to do next. The tide is rising. Shinbailu glanced toward the back, her brows knitting. The waves came in and her little feet were soaked in seawater, submerging up to the ankles wrapped in snow-white stockings before they subsided again. The 2 of them had traveled all the way under Lin Chi's attack, completely unhindered, and the speed of raiding the copy had been very fast. But actually, starting on hard difficulty, the awakened in the Tidal Bay copy walks in seawater all the time. The tide was already rising at an extremely fast rate, which would likewise affect the awakened's movements as well as some of their skill effects. As for nightmare difficulty, unless they move forward as fast as the 2 of them, most of them will have to soak all over the sea and move around by virtue of some water-avoiding props. Lin Chi looked down at the ice cream soup under Shinbailu's feet, but did not care about the impact of the rising tide. It's not a big problem. The bottom boss of the level is supposed to be in the sea. In seawater, unleashing fire attribute skills would undoubtedly be quite affected. Even if it was like the ghostly blue flames of the abyssal bone dragon, it was likewise the same, and if one wanted to maintain it, it would require a significant drain of mana. And that's where a big part of the difficulty of the Tidal Bay copy comes from. Giggle. The 2 of them stepped on the seawater, and after traveling some distance again, Lin Chi's body suddenly bloomed with an upgraded light. Level +1. You get the word offensively swift. 1 level short of being able to get the red word. All of this round of word rotation went extremely well for Lin Chi. The internal bosses from the previous abyssal descent, every time he killed one, he was able to directly upgrade, all but saving him the trouble of accumulating experience points. Lin Chi didn't care too much about the level up, but instead cast his gaze ahead. This time, he finally got a good look at the boss. It was a harpoon-wielding fishman with fins like human limbs and a mouth full of fangs. Title Fishman, Gold, Rank, 32, Hard difficulty bottom boss. Shinbailu's eyes condensed slightly, and on Abyss difficulty, the boss that should have been level 30 was raised to level 32. It was also the first time Lin Chi had seen a real living fishman. In the past, he did see a specimen of this thing when he was at Summertown High School. Gollum Gollum. As Lin Chi's 2 men approached, a gurgling sound like talking underwater came out of the title fishman's mouth. Immediately after, a blazing blood-colored light blossomed in its eyes as it leapt up violently. Wow! In its circumference, actually all suddenly surfaced large strands of seawater, and after leaping into the water, only a long dorsal fin was revealed, but it's extremely fast. In an instant, he rushed towards Lin Chi and the 2 of them, and the harpoon in his hand was glowing with a cold light. The waves churned and were broken hard by the title fishman, showing how fast it was. The target is me? Shinbailu immediately raised her staff high. This kind of boss already has some wisdom. Knows to attack the relatively brittle and extremely troublesome long-range profession first. She could even see the pair of crimson eyes in the churning waters. However, then there is no more. The ghostly blue flame flickered in front of Shinbailu. Your teammate Lin Chi kills the title fishman and gains plus 4,125 experience. Ding! The harpoon in the title fishman's hand, which fell to the ground with it, vaguely glowed with a faint runic shimmer. Another epic quality equipment. Shinbailu's eyes lit up. 2 bosses in a row had exploded epic equipment, and they weren't equipment with hidden attributes that didn't need to be appraised. Lin Chi picked up the harpoon and put it away in his ring without even looking at it. This thing, which he couldn't use, was meant to be used as a sacrificial consumable. Only the bottom boss of the level remains. Lin Chi's gaze went further ahead. There was a pool of water, into which the sea water coming up was constantly filling. Through the seawater, it is possible to vaguely see the conch-like lines at the bottom of the pool. Here is the door to the boss at the bottom of the level. In abyssal difficulty, the bottom boss of the level is randomized. Shinbailu pondered. The strongest of them should be the title python. while the most difficult to deal with is the tidal jellyfish. While the tidal python is very powerful in all values, the tidal jellyfish is due to the fact that it splits into a swarm, making it difficult for the awakened to destroy them all in one fell swoop. However, as long as one of the splintered jellyfish is still alive, it will once again revert back to the original boss. Just thinking back to these, Shinbailu couldn't help but look at Lin Shi beside him again. No matter what boss appeared at the bottom of the level, it shouldn't be able to carry one of Lin Shi's hammers, right? Until now, she even suspected that even if Lin Shi didn't use a weapon, he might be able to tear apart the body of the bottom of the past boss with his hard bare hands. The two of them tacitly picked up the conch keys dropped by each of the previous bosses and stood on either side of the pool. As the conch key was simultaneously placed into the groove at the edge of the pool, the conch pattern at the bottom of the pool slowly opened. Wow! Large streams of seawater erupted from the pool, creating a column of water. But Shinbailu didn't bother to look at these, but instead cast his eyes to the bottom of the pool in the first instance. Vaguely, a dark purple glow could be seen floating in the water. Tidal jellyfish, epic, rank, 33, sure enough, it's an epic boss. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Even if this thing couldn't explode legendary quality equipment, it was still capable of exploding epic equipment that wasn't weak. Shinbaidir's hand flashed with light and he took out two water-avoiding beads from his ring. It was a prop she had prepared on her way here. Reaching out his hand, he was about to hand one of them to Lin Shi. However, he was shocked to notice that Lin Shi had no intention of using the water avoidance props at all. Under the haze of ghostly blue flames, the tall flaming figure leapt directly into the seawater. Snicker! White vapor rose from the seawater, but the seawater here showed no signs of extinguishing the flames. Shinbaidir's small mouth slightly opened, somewhat unable to speak. A flame skill of this range that can still be fully cast underwater? Chapter 49. This is to deliver equipment. Outside the entrance to the duplicate, a cloud of sea mist swept by. Lin Shi and Shinbailu's figures then emerged. It was just that Shinbailu's gaze at Lin Shi was always a little odd. Are you in the blacksmith profession or the mage profession? How much mana would have to be consumed to maintain a flame that large in seawater? However, she watched as Lin Shi kept the flame giant in the seawater, not even really touching the tidal jellyfish. The single just heaved towards the ground. The raging aftermath of the seawater was then swept up in the carapace of the tidal jellyfish, and the tidal jellyfish was turned into experience value without even exercising its splitting ability. Lin Shi smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, he took out a robe-style outfit from his ring. This was one of the equipment dropped by the tidal jellyfish, with hidden attributes, and since both of them had been soaking in seawater earlier, he hadn't rushed to appraise it. It was only then that an appraisal skill was released. Tidal wand, epic, category, weapons, equipment requirement, level 30, -10, mage class profession, effect, spirit plus 500, physique plus 100, special effect, tidal surge, passive, when touching seawater. You can gain 300 mana per second back and improve the effective skill release. Description: equipment from the tidal wave. From a region engulfed by the tidal wave since many eras, it's definitely a good staff when placed at level 20. Lin Shi thought about it and casually handed it to Shinbailu. You'll rise 2 more levels, just in time to take it. This staff possessed the effect of lowering the level of equipment requirements, and it was definitely considered a good boost for Shinbailu. The staff in Shinbailu's hand now should still be a gold quality equipment. Shinbailu nodded, but did not imply anything. Even as cold as she was, she had already found herself much closer to Lin Shi long ago. It's petty to count on that. Moreover, his own increased strength would also be able to keep himself from looking too burdensome by Lin Shi's side, but she didn't know it was. Lin Shi didn't feel Shinbaidir was a burden at all. Having someone to help pick up equipment also boosts the efficiency of gaining experience, and additionally allows him to enter a copy with a limit on the number of people such as the tidal bay. This can be very helpful. As for participating in the battle, Lin Shi simply doesn't think that there is anyone within the level limit who can get involved in his battle. Shinbailu put away her staff and looked at Lin Shi again. The time it took to clear the tidal bay copy was faster than she expected. She didn't know whether to take advantage of the copy's cooldown time and go to another copy next, or to practice in the surrounding area first. However, instead, she noticed that Lin Shi seemed to be aware of something and turned his head to look in one direction, and following the direction Lin Shi was looking, Shinbaidir then saw 2 middle-aged men walking this way. The other man's eyes, always resting on her. Ms. Shin, why did you come to such a dangerous copy when you're dating a male classmate? A middle-aged man at the very front wore a smile, only, there was no semblance of affinity in the smile. The other person behind him, on the other hand, stepped to the side and stood there with good grace, as if to block off the retreat of Lin Shi's 2 departing men. Looking at the equipment, it should be a thief profession as well as an assassin profession. Lin Shi's gaze swept over them and landed on Shinbailu's side again. These 2 people, obviously, were running towards Shinbaidir. Shinbailu knitted her eyebrows tightly and looked around, a touch of displeasure in her eyes. Looking for your family's cards? The other middle-aged man shook his head. If they were there, we wouldn't have shown up. Instantly, Shinbailu's little face sank. She immediately looked at Lin Chi and whispered, Lin Chi, they're coming for me. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to come across something like this and get you involved. With a flash of light in her hand, 2 scrolls emerged. A teleportation scroll? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. In the end, Shinbailu's origins are not bad. He could see that the price of this kind of scroll was definitely not low, and furthermore, it was estimated that the time needed to activate the teleportation would definitely not be very long. As for the danger posed by those two, Lin Chi couldn't feel it at all. Giggle. Just then, a runic light suddenly bloomed out, forming a curtain of light that enveloped the place. Another figure stepped out from the distance, wearing a mage's robe, and waved his hand towards the 2 middle-aged men. Arcane silence. Shinbailu's eyes suddenly condensed. That's also an arcane mage profession. I'm afraid, it's at least above level 60. This was an intrinsic skill that belonged exclusively to arcane mages, and in order to learn it, one had to go through a second transfer at level 60. The opponent had actually sent out an awakened of this profession, and she was pretty sure that the opponent definitely wouldn't just be level 60. She looked at Lin Chi again, her small face becoming more and more grave. The teleportation scrolls are disabled. Do you have a way to break out? Earlier she had already understood Lin Chi's strength. In the case that these people were targeting her, Lin Chi should have the opportunity to leave. However, instead, she noticed that a smile actually appeared on Lin Chi's face. Would you say that an awakened person of this level carries some nice props and equipment with them when they go out on a mission? Words. Shinbailu was slightly stunned. How did it sound like Lin Chi had hit his idea on these 3? Don't worry, Miss Shin. We're just going to kidnap you. We won't kill you for now. The middle-aged man at the forefront let out a light laugh. It's just your little boyfriend that has to be silenced. A black light had blossomed in his hand. That's a precursor to releasing a skill. This skill did not show any effect. A spell formation, at some point, had enveloped the area they were in. Calamity declared. Shinbailu was stunned for a moment. Wasn't this exactly the skill from the skill book Lin Chi had given her earlier? She clearly didn't cast it, so who else could have released the skill? The Calamity Proclamation skill, which can attach multiple random negative effects to the enemy at the same time. This, naturally, includes silence as well as confinement. All 3 of those people's bodies had frozen, affected by various negative effects, unable to even speak. They all stared involuntarily, their eyes filled with horror and consternation. Don't even understand what's going on yet. But then, they noticed that the young man beside Shinbaidir had already taken a slow step towards them. Beneath his feet, a cloud of pitch-black liquid sprang up, spreading rapidly in all directions, and the 3 of them, including the arcane mage in the distance, could only watch helplessly as the pitch-black liquid spread towards them. What followed was the horrible feeling of having your life value rapidly deducted. The deduction is still the life cap, and that, too, was the last thought in their minds. In place, there was only a floor of equipment left. Chapter 50, the 3-year period has arrived. 25 levels. Your teammate Lin Chi kills a wanted awakened person and receives a front reputation bonus of plus 120. Your teammate Lin Chi kills a wanted awakened person and receives a front reputation bonus of plus 110. Your teammates. A prompt flashed in front of Shinbailu. Ryoko. Shinbailu was having trouble coming back to her senses. The levels of those 3 awakened were at least 40 to 50 levels higher than them, especially since there was an arcane mage profession among them. But to be killed just like that? But Lin Chi didn't say anything more at all, already sweeping a bunch of equipment into his hands with a wave of his hand. Shadow Spike Leather Armor, Epic. Category, Tops. Equipment requirement, Level 65. Assassin Class Profession. Cryptic Robe, Epic. Category, Tops. Equipment requirements, Level 70. Mage Class Profession. Shadow Blade, Epic. Category, Weapons. The 3 awakened, in total, had exploded 5 pieces of epic equipment. The rest are all gold quality. Sort of some family money, but not much. Lin Chi put a wave of these equipments into his ring. Within the level 60 to 90 ranks, it would be considered good to have an epic quality equipment on an awakened who didn't have much opportunity. And among them, there were 3 pieces of epic equipment, all of which were obtained from that arcane mage. It is evident that the hidden profession has an impact on the subsequent achievements of the awakened person. And besides these equipment, Lin Chi did find some props of great value from all of these people's rings. This also includes items such as teleportation scrolls, healing potions, and extreme speed potions. But, it seemed that due to being out on a mission, these 3 did not carry any additional more equipment. Peeling off these people's rings one by one as well, Lin Chi only then looked at the information prompts on the panel again. Pre-existing prestige rewards. Only then did he turn his head to look at Shinbailu. These three, what forces are they wanted by? Reputation, in the unusual case, is not even very useful. However, in some big powers, you can enjoy many benefits by virtue of your reputation, or use it to exchange for precious items and props, and those three must have been wanted by a certain power, which is why the front-loaded reputation reward was automatically triggered after killing them. If the forces that wanted these three could be found, they could collect the subsequent prestige rewards. Shinbailu shook her head. I'm not sure at the moment, I can check later. Her eyes were still colored with a complex look. In fact, she was more or less able to judge the strength of those three from the previous prestige rewards alone. The front reputation is over 100, which means that their wanted reputation, at least, is all over 500. And that's something that can only be achieved with several murders in hand. Halftime. Shinbailu looked at Lin Chi again with an apologetic face. I'm sorry. She was indeed shocked at the strength Lin Chi had displayed, refreshing her expectations time and time again. But what she cared more about was that if Lin Chi hadn't been so strong, she was afraid that she would really be implicated to death. It was a favor she owed too much. Lin Chi shrugged, not taking it to heart at all. 3 wanted bandits, but also sent him a bunch of high-quality equipment and props directly. He couldn't wait for more of this to come. Will you be able to practice in peace again? Lin Chi simply asked. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. Calm to the core. Yes, Shinbailu's reply, however, was very decisive. She simply took out a voice transmission prop from her hand and whispered a few words before that prop dissipated into light. This is equally valuable. Lin Chi couldn't help but wonder about Shinbailu's family background. Just these few props that Shinbaidir had flashed out alone. In the middle of Xia City, even if one had money, it would be very difficult to buy them if one wanted to. However, he didn't ask too many questions. Just as Shinbailu teamed up with him and did not inquire about the unusualness he displayed, Shinbaidir lightly exhaled a breath and whispered to Lin Chi. I need to look into all the specifics, but there's no need for you to bother with it anymore, unless I involve you again. As for me, my family sort of runs the exchange. She still confided some of herself to Lin Chi. Lin Chi's eyes, on the other hand, were all of a sudden odd. No, open the exchange? Nice guy. He did know that Shinbailu came from a not bad background, but he hadn't thought that she had such a thick family background. In the middle of the Summer City, there are many exchanges. However, excluding the local exchange in Summer City, the other exchanges could all be branches of certain behemoth powers, and Shinbailu's origin clearly belonged to the latter. One time, Shinbailu actually looked a little apprehensive, as if she wasn't sure what Lin Chi's attitude towards her would be after she revealed this. And then, she heard Lin Chi's voice ring out, Then are you now? 3 years of the period has arrived, and welcome the return of the god Ho? Shinbailu? Not only did Lin Chi not feel any pressure, but on the contrary, he took it even more for granted that he could fight the monsters with Shinbailu next without having to share any of the dropped items with her. It's not necessary, unless it was an extremely rare piece of equipment such as that title wand. Shinbaidir wasn't liking at all. What is a tycoon? This Shinbailu clearly is. Lin Chi roughly understood what script Shinbailu had taken, but Shinbailu's snow-white cheeks had already swooned a scarlet red, and under Lin Chi's odd gaze, she was inexplicably a bit groundless. What's up with this shame of exhibiting your identity? After the little incident just now, the cooldown of the copy had ended after the pile of loot had been gathered and organized. Lin Chi brought Shinbailu to step into the Title Bay copy once again, according to Lin Chi's plan. This time, if he practiced, he would have to level up to 25 and obtain a new red phrase anyways. Instead, after some brushing copies, Shinbailu took the lead in upgrading and had already reached level 19. Level limited experience gain, 2, is gradually decreasing, until the two finished the last round of Title Bay replicas. Shinbaidir was about the same distance away from ascending to level 20, and it was estimated that he would soon be able to use that epic quality title wand. And as soon as the two of them stepped out of the copy, an upgraded light blossomed from Lin Chi's body, passing a copy of Title Bay, gaining settlement experience plus 13,000, level plus 1. You get a word rule replacement, red, 25 levels, new red words. Lin Chi's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at the effects of the words on the panel. Current word rule replacement. Effect, any material or equipment can be used to replace the target's material or equipment of the same quality. Lin Chi smacked his lips as he comprehended what the phrase did. Replacement? Isn't it just 1 for 1? But then, in a whirlwind, he realized, it's really not as simple as 1 for 1. When used properly, it is capable of very outrageous effects. Chapter 51 Promotion. Abyssal Legendary Set. On some monsters, there were already core materials, and I was able to directly replace them as well. An example. Take the unicorn for example. The most central material is undoubtedly its unicorn horn. If it's epic quality unicorn material, then, Lin Shi could completely take any epic material or equipment and replace it. A unicorn that had lost its unicorn horn would not be able to use it at all, even if it obtained the equipment or materials that Lin Shi had replaced it with. And that's just the most basic usage. The materials inside some monsters could not be popped out that easily. Even if you swiped hundreds or thousands of them, you wouldn't necessarily be able to pop out a single material. However, with the rule replacement phrase, Lin Shi would even be able to guarantee that he would be able to obtain 100% of the materials he wanted. This phrase can be absolutely effective in situations where specific materials are urgently needed. Lin Shi figured it out quickly. This phrase can be powerful whether it is used in combat or material gathering. Put these away. Lin Shi and Shin Bailu also did not continue to wait for the end of the copy cooldown and rushed in the direction of Summer City. They'd been on this side of the tidal bay long enough. Moreover, Lin Shi also planned to go back for a wave of forging first, before going to learn the two native skills at level 20 and 25. Before level 30, all the Awakened's native skills are where the foundation lies. The blacksmithing profession is likewise no exception. Once we get this done, we can go all out to hit level 30 and go for a transfer. Lin Shi had already finalized his plans. What Lin Shi valued most was undoubtedly the ability to forge higher quality equipment after transferring. On the way back, Lin Shi and the two of them didn't forget to brush up on their monsters. On the contrary, before returning to Summer City, he had raised Shin Bailu's level to 20. Just Shin Bailu's upgrade speed alone, put anywhere, it definitely belonged to a very outrageous situation. But, Shin Bailu still couldn't help but be preoccupied. Those three kidnappers were bound to not come spontaneously. There might be someone behind them. However, Lin Shi had no intention of getting involved in this kind of powerful family feud. When I go back, I'll check the forces that those three wanted people belong to and transfer the prestige to you at that time. A gentle smile hung on Shin Bailu's face. Lin Shi nodded. Those reputations weren't exactly small. It's not much use right now, but it's a good bet that it will come in handy later. In addition, I will also find a way to have my family arrange a copy of the blacksmith profession for you as soon as possible. Shin Bailu added, with your strength, it must not be too difficult to pass on. With Lin Shi's help, all of her upgrading speeds had been greatly increased. Naturally, he wouldn't forget about the matter of arranging a copy of the blacksmith profession for Lin Shi. After the two parted ways, Lin Shi hoofed it back home. He had harvested a lot of epic quality equipment from this practice. According to Lin Shi's prediction, this was almost enough to be able to sacrifice 3 more legendary quality equipment. But, Lin Shi did not place the sacrificial effect on the Profound Ruin Sledgehammer again. Above the legendary quality is the sacred equipment, which is commonly known as the holy weapon. He had already learned about the subsequent equipment grades from Shin Bailu, but according to Lin Shi's prediction, want to raise the Abyssal Market Sledgehammer from legendary quality to holy. Then even if he smashed all the equipment and materials he possessed at the moment onto the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer, he wouldn't necessarily be able to do so. Gains are seen too slowly. So, instead of piling up the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer hard, it would be better to sacrifice other legendary quality equipment first, and wait until the attribute bonuses were acquired. Immediately, in the home's forging room, he picked up the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer and began forging and sacrificing. You have successfully forged Abyssal Embrace, Legendary, X1, gaining Physique plus 800, Strength plus 200, Agility plus 200. You have successfully forged Abyssal Blight, Legendary, X1, gaining plus 1000 Agility, plus 200 Spirit. You have successfully forged Abyssal Grip, Legendary, X1, gaining Physique plus 400, Strength plus 400, Spirit plus 400. This time, for the forge offering, Lin Shi placed it directly on the Abyssal Increase set. The epic quality Abyssal Increase set is capable of delivering a level 7 Abyssal Increase effect, but for Lin Shi, it was still impossible to keep up with the pace of legendary equipment. And now, when upgraded to legendary quality, the bonus effect has naturally increased significantly. He instantly picked up a piece of equipment at random to check it out. Embrace of the Abyss, Legend, Category, Tops, Equipment Requirements, Lin Shi. Effect, Physique plus 800, Strength plus 200, Agility plus 200. Special effect, Abyssal Increase, gain 6 levels of Abyssal Increase. Abyssal Legendary Set, 3/4 increase the set parts. Can get equipment attributes, quality improvement. Description, the equipment sunk in the abyss has been forged and refined by a powerful being and is destined to become a legend. Compared to the previous Abyssal Increase set, its increased base attributes had undoubtedly gotten an extremely large boost. And beyond that, the current Abyssal Legends set components, on the other hand, had been reduced from the original 6-piece set to the current 4-piece set. It could still have a level 6 Abyssal Increase effect while the set was still not fully collected. Tops, boots, wrist guards. Lin Shi equipped all 3 pieces of equipment and smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the equipment whose stylized appearance had changed significantly. The next set part, naturally, was left to his choice. He was going to keep it in his pants. It was only that there was no longer enough material on hand to sacrifice another legendary equipment, so there was no rush. By the time you collect the set, you should be able to obtain at least a level 8 abyssal increase. Lin Chi sighed. Compared to the current abyssal legendary set, he actually cared more about his lord's set. It's more or less chicken feed to have an empty territory in the abyss, but the creatures in the territory only get one level of abyssal increase. However, there was no information on the abyssal lords in the intelligence that Lin Chi knew at all. He also didn't know how to get the set parts afterward. The car will be on the night. Lin Chi muttered that if he really pushed it, he'd freeze pile the quality of the abyssal lord's crown. Continuing to raise the abyssal lord's crown from legendary quality always strengthens the abyssal increase in his territory greatly. After consuming all the forging materials, Lin Chi looked out the window at the bright sunny sky, walked straight out the door and head for the Hall of Awakened Ones, prepare to learn 2 other native skills. But just then, a line of prompts suddenly popped up in Lin Chi's panel. Guild, Li Mingyue invites you to join the guild hall channel. Almost forgot about the guild. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. One of the great conveniences of a guild is the guild hall channel. All guild members are able to communicate and even trade items in the channel. Realizing this exchange also seems to cost the guild a small fortune. But again, this doesn't affect Lin Chi. He chose to agree at once. Guild, Li Mingyue invited Lin Chi to join the channel. Chapter 52. A blacksmith is a combat profession. Current channel, 98//100. Lubu, welcome Lin Chi. I'm the vice president of the Kings of Earth. Is it convenient to reveal your profession to everyone? Lin Chi looked at the message that popped up in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Guilds, in fact, in Lin Chi's opinion, were in some ways more like companies in the world before he crossed over. But the difference is that instead of forcing the members to be cowboys and horses, the guild will provide a platform to practice and grow. Beyond that, guilds are also able to participate in guild replicas and other activities of great benefit. As for the Earthly Kings Guild, naturally there wouldn't just be less than 100 people. This is the limit of what the current channel can hold, not the limit of the number of guild members. However, the guild would naturally not disclose the specific information of this to the outside world. Lubu, he recited the names of the vice presidents of the Kings of the Earth, the 3 family names. No, my head is itchy. Left ponytail. Is it right ponytail? Is it going to turn into Lubu, double ponytail? Mentally, he spat silently. Lin Chi, yes, he simply replied. It's not like the blacksmith profession is a secret. As for joining the guild, it's not like he has to work for the guild. It's purely mutual benefit. Publishing some information would also make it easier for him to exchange the materials and props he needed from the guild afterwards. Zhou Yong, and the vice president needs to ask about occupation? This means that Li Mingyue pulled in a guest big brother? Which guild did you belong to? Is it convenient to disclose? Lubu, you're right next to me and you're still speaking. I wonder how much prestige value you're going to waste. Guild, Zhou Yong was kicked out of the channel by Lubu. Guild, Lubu has initiated a trade request with you. The communication of the current channel is to consume reputation. Lin Chi poured in and figured out this rule. He looked again at the trade request Lubu had initiated and agreed to it. Lin Chi was also a bit curious. He had just joined the guild. What did the other party want to trade with him? Lupo, it's our guild's membership benefit. Transaction completed. You get gold plus 500 coins. You gain reputation plus 100. You get heavy armor, gold, x1. You have obtained the gold shaking hammer, gold, times 1. You have obtained the skill set, drawing, times 1. In front of Lin Chi, a ball of light flashed and disappeared into his ring. 500 gold coins, 100 reputation. The benefits of the Guild of the Kings of the Earth are really not low. As for the 2 gold quality equipment, even though Lin Chi couldn't see it, its equipment requirement level was only level 25. Apparently it was specifically for him as well. Putting it in front of other awakened, it was also undoubtedly extremely powerful. And of these, what Lin Chi cared about the most was the set drawings. Mastery set, 0//6 collect the set and gain a 10% increase in forging speed. An exclusive set for the blacksmith profession? Lin Chi knew that this kind of set drawing must have come from an exclusive copy of the blacksmith profession. Back to forging to try it out. And that's when Lubu poured out a few more messages in the channel. Lubu, new member Lin Chi is also a blacksmith in his main profession, but he also has a unique fighting ability, so you'll be able to meet him when he arrives at the guild house afterward. Guild, Li Mingyue invited Zhou Yong to join the channel. Zhou Yong, a blacksmith profession with combat abilities? He can't be a god-ranked blacksmith, can he? Lu Tianba, no wonder he's a guest member. Our guild finally has a divine blacksmith. Wait, I haven't heard of Big Brother before. Guild, Zhou Yong was kicked out of the channel by Lubu. Guild, Lu Tianba was kicked out of the channel by Lubu. Instead, no other new messages appeared on the channel. Apparently, as Lubu said, every time you speak, You have to consume a certain level of prestige. Even if the Guild of Earthly Kings was powerful, it wouldn't be so powerful that all the members would use the channel to gossip. Lin Shi put away the panel and continued to rush to the Hall of Awakening. Compared to before, the number of awakened in the Awakening Hall had become significantly larger now. As time passed, the levels of the new awakened had all started to rise, so naturally they would come here to learn the skills of their profession. Every time a new skill was learned, it was undoubtedly a huge upgrade for the awakened. In front of the reception desk, there were already multiple receptionists guiding the new awakened to the trial grounds. And even though they were looking at the many teenage girls, the receptionist who had originally guided Lin Shi saw him at a glance. Little brother, level 15 yet? The receptionist inquired with a smile, looking at Lin Shi with a strange color in her gaze. This was the only main profession blacksmith among the current Summer City, yet he was able to rise to level 15 in such a short period of time. It was conceivable that if Lin Shi was able to keep this momentum going, his future achievements would definitely not be limited to the Summer City. Yeah, it's grown, Lin Shi responded with a light smile. Anyway, he would be able to learn all of the skills when he entered the trial ground, and there was no need for him to give his rank in detail. Growing up, I see that you have scourged a lot of little girls, the receptionist joked, while helping Lin Shi open the trial field. I'm a different person. I prefer my sister. Lin Shi did not blush or jump. It also depends on the person who says such things, otherwise they come across as greasy and lewd. The two talked for a few moments and the receptionist was made to blush again. Only then did Lin Shi take a step into the trial field. Before level 30, this would be his last two native skills, level 20 equipment breakdown and level 25 equipment enhancement. Rinchi chanted. One is the ability to break down equipment into the most basic materials that can be used to forge other equipment. However, without the change, this skill would be of no use at all to Lin Shi. The effects brought about by the creation sacrifice phrase didn't require him to disassemble his equipment. Equipment enhancement, on the other hand, is based on the original attributes of the equipment to further enhance them. Sure, the enhancement level of the equipment is different, and the attributes that will be enhanced will also be different, and that, for Lin Shi, would be of some use. The occupation detected is blacksmithing. The current level can learn the skills of equipment disassembly and equipment enhancement. Please fulfill the request. Lin Shi didn't waste too much time in the trial grounds at all. With his ability, meeting the skill learning requirements of this profession could not be difficult. It only took a short time for Lin Shi to reach the requirements. Looking directly at his two newly learned skills. Skill, decomposition. Effects, can decompose equipment into basic materials, and at the same time, can decompose the target skill if its own attributes are higher than the target. Skill, reinforcement. Effects, can force the attributes of the equipment, and at the same time, can have the strengthening effect for themselves in a short period of time. Blacksmithing is also a combat profession, right? Every time he learned a new native skill, Lin Shi would give birth to such a feeling. These two skills, even if they were only used in combat, were properly very powerful. Chapter 53, World Boss. Breaking down equipment, indeed, is useless. The main profession blacksmith's decomposition skill can also be used to directly decompose the target's skills. Equivalently, nullify the target's skills forcibly. As for attributes above the target limit, just kidding. Can anyone have a higher base attribute than Lin Shi? Even some high-quality bosses didn't necessarily compare to Lin Shi. Enhanced skills, on the other hand, are directly usable in combat. Isn't this just putting a reinforcement buff on yourself? Lin Shi muttered. It burns, it detects, it replies, and it diffuses attacks and increases buffs. The blacksmith's 5 native base skills appear to be the absence of direct powerful attacks, but other than that, there is nothing wrong with it in every other way. Lin Shi had just one thing to say about this: comprehensive. As you can imagine, divine blacksmithing is indeed a powerful profession. Wait until you become a god-level blacksmith and gain the attack skill of your profession. Blacksmithing profession, there will be no shortcomings. Lin Shi retrieved these thoughts and walked out from the trial field. Without further chatting with the receptionist who was busy, he left straight away. The next step in the plan was naturally to ascend to level 30 as soon as possible. At level 30, after completing the transfer, Lin Shi's forging success rate would increase accordingly. This meant that he was able to have a probability of forging higher quality equipment. Beyond that, it was also able to master a flame that could improve the quality of forging. You have to take a transfer quest to transfer. Lin Shi bristled. As a small city located in the back of the country and dedicated to cultivating new awakeners, Summer City's Awakening Hall didn't offer transfer quests. That's understandable. Usually, after reaching a certain stage, the awakened would travel to other cities to practice. The awakening halls that could provide transfer quests were all located in large cities. Sooner or later, I'll have to make a trip to a city where I can transfer. Lin Shi held his chin, calculating. What if I just kill it all the way through? although he was only level 25 now. It was time to prepare for the transfer afterward. You can't wait until you're all up to level 30 to think about it. And along the way, he could continue to fight monsters and upgrade. Aim to level up to level 30 before arriving at the next city, and then go straight for the transfer. Say it and do it. Lin Chi moved to depart directly. The ring on his hand already had more than enough storage compartments, and in a short period of time, there was no need to worry about it being filled up. He was pretty sure that the gains along the way would definitely not be worse than choosing a practicing spot around Summer City. As for his own practicing partner Shun Bailu, when the two of them had returned to Summer City earlier, Shin Bailu had explicitly talked about taking care of some things. In a short period of time, I'm afraid that there will be no time for group practicing. Lin Chi traveled directly to it alone. Moonrunner City. It's decided that it's you. He had actually picked out a place to practice afterward. Moonrise City was considered a city relatively close to Summer City, and the special thing about it was that around the running Moon City, there was a small abyssal rift. The abyssal rift was similar to the abyssal entrance when the abyss descended, and the same abyssal creatures would pour out of it from time to time, but not as if the abyss had descended. There will be bosses from inside the abyss that also appear in the outside world. Moreover, the increase effect of the abyssal rift was relatively weak, and it was considered to be an Awaken's treasure land for practicing. I need all the props and materials from the Abyss series, Lin Chi muttered. His abyssal territory had better be able to improve a bit as well, and that, in turn, should require the abyssal core. I wonder what it will be like inside the abyss on the other side of Moonrunner City. After gradually moving away from Summer City, the monsters that Lin Chi encountered along the way all started to become stronger. Red Hot Tiger. Rank, 64. Lin Chi looked at the tiger that appeared in front of him and frowned slightly. Am I going the wrong way? As far as he knew, the area between Summer City and Moonrise City was dotted with monsters of both high and low levels. There were level 1 and 20 wild monsters, and likewise level 60 and 70 wild monsters. The route that Lin Chi had planned, on the other hand, passed through various areas that happened to be suitable for him to practice. He looked around again and shook his head. This was clearly the area he had mapped out and was not going the wrong way. How did you run into a level 60 plus wild monster? You have killed the red flame tiger and gained plus 390 experience. Was thinking about it. The ghostly blue flames burning up around Lin Chi had already killed this red flame tiger. Less than 400 experience. Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth. He naturally killed the level 60 plus monsters as they were. But the problem is that the experience decay caused by the level gap is too severe. Also, this thing doesn't even explode equipment. Well, at least you're still able to force the collection of materials after a kill. Lin Chi sort of had some mental comfort. Moving on, however, Lin Chi's heart, gradually became puzzled. He had thought that bumping into that level 60 plus red flame tiger earlier was just a fluke. However, walking through this area, the number of high-level monsters he saw was increasing. It's kind of like the wildlife was evicted from the area it was originally in. Lin Chi's heart fluttered. It's a situation that he's also known about. Wild monsters, in general, do not leave the area they inhabit. But there are exceptions. If there are hordes of awakened people purposely evicted, they are certainly able to drive the wildlife away. In addition, there have been changes in some regions that can lead to this. If it's the latter, that's interesting. A change in the area means, again, that there is a possibility of high-quality equipment or materials. Lin Chi immediately followed the path where the high-level wild monsters appeared. You have killed the red flame tiger and gained plus 390 experience. You have killed the thunder python and gained plus 280 experience. The monsters encountered along the way had both high and low levels, and Lin Chi killed them all. A mosquito is still neat. Can't get much experience. Well, at least you can get forging materials. Finally, after some marching, Lin Chi noticed that the ground beneath his feet was vaguely trembling. Bang, bang, bang. It was like a mountain shaking, and there was even a dull ringing sound. The moment Lin Chi once again felt the necessity of the catching up skill, he simply summoned the bone dragon and leapt above its head. Burn! The bone dragon lifted its wings and spat out roaring flames downwards, turning the low-level creatures in its wake directly into experience. This was certainly not as efficient as Lin Chi's own monster brushing, but what Lin Chi was more concerned about right now was the source of the vibrations, and he, too, had gotten a good look ahead. It was a monster the size of a small mountain. World boss? Lin Chi's eyes widened. No wonder so many high-level monsters would leave the area they were originally in. Surprisingly, the world boss was brushed out here. Chapter 54, Mountain Beast Skill, Mountain Peak Fall, Mountain Beasts, World, Rank, 100, Life Value, 9637891/1000000. The monster that was as huge as a small mountain had its body surface covered with rocks, and its 4 extremely thick short legs supported the ground, making the ground tremble with every step it took. More than that, it would stir up an invisible shockwave, rolling smoke and dust drifting away with it. At this moment, it was in a relatively low-lying terrain, surrounded by a group of awakened who were constantly attacking it. Various skill effects were on the mountain beast, but the damage done to the mountain beast was negligible. The defenses and various resistances of the world boss were all equally high. Instead, each of the mountain giant's attacks would directly turn the awakened within the wave into a blur of light. This will consume a lot of life-preserving props. Lin Chi stood on the head of the bone dragon, taking in the scene in front of him. World boss is a boss that will be randomly refreshed in various areas and is far more powerful than other quality bosses of the same level. Even, according to Lin Chi's understanding, generally speaking, if you wanted to crush a world boss, at least any guild other than the top 10 guilds on the leaderboards would have difficulty defeating it with the power of one guild alone. It's rare for a world boss to be refreshed in this area. Lin Chi muttered. As far as the eye could see, they should all be awakened from the same guild. As for the other guilds, even if they received the news of the world boss over here, it was too late to rush over too early. Guild, Lu Bu, world boss information, southwest of Sunrise City, Taishu Dragon, south of Shifting Star City, the Shadow Tree, northeast of Payroll City, Sunburst Bird. Members around Day by Day City are requested to rush to the location of the Taishu Dragon as soon as possible. At this point, a message also popped up in Lin Chi's guild channel. Obviously, world bosses don't just appear in one area only. Moreover, in this message sent by Lu Bu, there was no mention of the mountain range beasts on this side of Moonrise City. Is it because a world boss with a 4-character name, the Earthly Kings Guild, simply can't look at it? Lin Chi guessed. Although there was no class division of world bosses, the Awakened had still summarized a rule. Bosses like Mountain Behemoth that have 4 words in their main name are generally weaker than bosses with even fewer words in their main name. But Lin Chi didn't care about that. His current location was too far away from those world bosses mentioned in the guild channel. By the time we get there, it'll probably be too late. It would be better to focus on the mountain beast in front of you first. He simply rode the bone dragon and swept directly in the direction of the mountain range beast's back. Since he had met the world boss, it was only natural for him to ruthlessly pull the wool over his eyes. Ahead of the mountain beast, dozens of awakened were scattered around, avoiding the range of the mountain beast's attack as much as possible. How long will it take for the manpower that has been evacuated to get back into shape? A female awakened chanted in all directions. When dealing with this kind of world boss, they would carry enough life-saving props on them. It is extremely costly. However, the so-called life-saving props naturally triggered teleportation to a safe range only in a near-death state. Teleporting away also requires immediate replenishment of one's status. With this round trip, there will be a shortage of manpower. The fastest batch. It will take 5 minutes, an awakened replied. Only a few men were rushed back sporadically, but there was no time to set up a formation and play enough. The female awakened frowned tightly at once. As soon as possible. After a while, I guess it's time for the other guilds to arrive. They were the first guild to arrive at this world boss location, taking enough of a head start. And as long as you are able to participate in the world boss crusade, everyone will be able to receive rewards after the world boss is defeated. Not good. The mountain beast is going to release a skill. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. This was followed by all the awakened in the surrounding area fleeing frantically. The female awakened also looked up sharply, and her eyes widened instantly. As she watched, the mountain behemoth had turned on its side and raised one of its stubby short legs high in the air. Even though it was just a leg, it was like a mountain peak that covered the sky. And this leg, which was actually hardened and separated from the body of the mountainous beast, was suddenly thrown and smashed to the front. The movement, given the massive size, was not swift, but a mountain was thrown and even more tumbled down. Just the shadows that hung down alone had covered a large area. There's no escape from this at all. Spread out, the female awakened shouted, but her voice was easily drowned out by the whistling sound of the falling mountain peaks. It seems like the whole world, all that was left was the huge mountain that fell from the sky. Boom! The mountain peak suddenly smashed down. Rolling smoke and dust filled the sky, and the earth trembled and shook violently, as if the sky was falling apart. It didn't just ripple through a smashed down area, but also sent a shockwave rippling through the ground, spreading out in all directions. It rippled all the awakened people in the surrounding area. In the smoke and dust, a flash of light passed by, and when the female awakened's vision cleared again, she realized that she had arrived in the middle of a forest. Around them, gathered the other awakened in the guild. President, our regiment is destroyed. An awakened came to her side with a palpitating face. After saying that, he also immediately took out a healing potion and poured it into his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that they had prepared life-saving props in advance, they were afraid that they would really have to stay under the skills of the mountain beast. President Huang Xin nodded and casually released a healing spell on herself. Count everyone's props and prepare to continue the attack. she arranged. Life-preserving props don't mean they can completely replace death either, especially after encountering some bosses, or some awakens restricted skills. The life preservation props would be useless. In addition, there are very few life-saving props that can be useful in a copy, but against this kind of world boss, life preservation props will be very effective. Bang! Bang! But just then, another dull sound came from the distance. The source of the sound was undoubtedly the direction where the mountain beast was. At the sound of the voice, Huang Xin couldn't help but stare. The other awakened around her also looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces. Haven't we all been teleported back? Now, they're back in full force. It was simply impossible for anyone to dodge the attack of the mountain beast, not even if you're flying in the sky. Predictable. The area around the mountain beast must have been cleared out straight away. So who's fighting the mountain behemoth now? It shouldn't be. Even if some other awakened had arrived, it would be impossible to avoid that attack just now. An awakened person murmured. Just the shockwave from the fall of that peak alone was enough to kill the other awakened in seconds. But at that moment, Huang Xin seemed to realize something. Her eyebrows knitted. This movement doesn't quite look like an attack by a mountain beast. Indeed not. At this moment, Lin Chi was raising the profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand high, smashing hammer after hammer into the mountainous beast. Chapter 55 Crusade completed. New words. The small half of the mountain beast's body was lying on the ground, like an oddly shaped mountain, and it was shaking again. And every strike that Lin Chi landed, all of which would cause the shuddering of the mountain giants to intensify with it. Even more, large chunks of debris continued to fall, so much so that the back of the mountainous beast had cracked open a huge fissure. This thing, it's so hard. Lin Chi smashed his mouth. Facing this world boss in front of him, he experienced the feeling of fighting a boss for the first time. Life value, 520532 \/1000000. Looking at the remaining blood level of the mountain beast, Lin Chi skimmed his lips. After hammering several hammers in succession, it was surprising that he only managed to knock out less than half of the mountain beast's blood. He also had some rough information about the mountain beasts. The thing's agility, as well as its attack power, isn't really that great. At least among the world bosses, it was the type that was at the bottom of the list in terms of attack power and speed. The usual attack pattern is also simple, just pounding the ground with its limbs to create a shockwave. And the party. Its ability to throw a short leg straight up is one of its few powerful skills, but with this thing, the most powerful thing is the defense. In addition, the skills of each attribute had no effect on the mountain beast at all, and it likewise did not eat any control skills. Moreover, as long as the mountain beast touched the ground, it would keep recovering its blood. This also leads to, of all the world bosses, there are actually only a handful of times that the mountain beast has been successfully crushed. At this point, the mountain beast suddenly slowly raised its figure, and the short legs that were originally thrown out and mutilated, even coalesced again, as if the rock had been extracted from the earth's veins and reassembled its mountainous short legs. Immediately after, Lin Chi then rushed to a violent to extreme shaking coming from his feet. It was as if the mountain had collapsed in a moment. Boom! Beneath his feet, the massive size of the mountain beast slammed down onto the ground. Rolling shockwaves then rippled out, and even Lin Chi, who was standing on its back, was agitated and lifted out. Sure enough, the backs of mountain behemoths don't stand up that well. In midair, Lin Chi muttered, "This thing doesn't have much of a dead zone for attack." However, Lin Chi did not allow himself to fall down, but instead, he smoothly rode onto the back of the bone dragon once again. Along the way, the bone dragon's summoning duration had been depleted by half. Lin Chi did not intend to adopt the tactic of kiting in midair, which was too inefficient for him. He looked down at the mountainous beasts below, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Found it! Maneuvering the bone dragon to where the limbs of the mountainous beast were attached, he leapt down, and then, raising the abyssal ruin sledgehammer high, he slammed it down. The abyss burst into pieces. This was the strongest attacking skill that Lin Chi currently had at his disposal. Minus 96,780. In one hit, nearly 100,000 damage was dealt, and the short legs that the original mountain behemoth had recovered shattered. The mountain-like body slammed down heavily on the ground, stirring up a rumble on the earth. This was one of the few areas of weakness on the mountain beast. Still not enough damage. Lin Chi smashed his mouth. According to his estimation, if he had met, this time, any other world boss, maybe this hammer would have the potential to smash off at least 1/5 of his blood. The only creature that has too high a defense value is the mountain behemoth. It's a world boss after all. As a world boss, the level of the mountain beast had no relationship at all to its value. Even if a 100-level awakened person came in front of the mountain beast, they would not be able to carry the mountain beast's strike head-on. This also includes professions in the heavy tank category. But Lin Chi was in no hurry. Now that it's knocked out, it's good. He once again mounted the bone dragon and landed at the back of the mountain beast. As the mountain beast's weak point had just suffered a devastating blow, it was still paralyzed on the ground, not moving a muscle. And as Lin Chi landed, the hammer in his hand began to fall quickly. Each strike was capable of causing great damage. Even the body of the mountainous beast shook like a landslide. But actually, even if it was a real mountain, it couldn't carry Lin Chi's hammer. Finally, under some hammering, the mountain beast's blood level fell to 100,000. There's only a tenth of blood left. Boom! Lin Chi's next hammer fell, smashing most of the rubble that had constructed the mountainous beast's massive body. However, but it did not cause any more damage to the mountain behemoth. Moving on to the next stage, Lin Chi wasn't in a hurry and once again mounted the bone dragon and leapt into midair, waiting quietly. When the mountain beast has 100,000 blood remaining, it will appear to turn the stage, and at least so far, there was no method that could interrupt this kind of transmutation stage in the intelligence that Lin Chi knew. Gradual, the mountain beast's body completely collapsed. It turned into countless pieces of debris that crumbled out and smashed to the ground again, and just these debris alone. In fact, every piece that landed on the awakened person was capable of causing great damage. Finally, in the midst of this rolling smoke, there were roaring flames rising up. Immediately afterward, a mountainous beast change that had shrunk by nearly 100 times appeared in the midst of the rolling smoke. Compared to the original body that was constructed out of rock, the mountain beast at this moment was more like it was made out of lava. Flame immunity, water attribute damage doubled. Lin Chi recalled the mountain beast's stage 2 intelligence. One had to admit that many of the skills that Lin Chi had mastered wouldn't work anymore when facing this particular creature, such as calcination, or the abyssal domain, which could not have any effect on the mountain beast. But Lin Chi was similarly immune to flames. He jumped directly onto the back of the mountainous beast, his feet stepping on the lava, and the abyssal ruin sledgehammer in his hand fell once again. Same with the abyssal burst shatter skill, minus 100,000. The profound ruin sledgehammer fell. The first thing Lin Chi noticed was the 100,000 damage value. Immediately after that, it was the magma on the mountainous beast that gradually solidified and spewed out a large amount of white smoke. And after, the mountain beast's body, which seemed to be constructed from magma, was also gradually becoming transparent. You slayed the mountain beast, world, level +1. Successful crusade against world boss. Reward settlement in progress. You get the word elemental extraction, gold. A prompt message quickly surfaced in front of Lin Chi. World bosses were also like the bosses inside the abyss, in that after killing them, they would be directly leveled up. As for the rest of the experience, it will be distributed when the subsequent rewards are settled. Lin Chi first scanned the pile of items dropped by the abyssal boss in front of him, and then looked at the new words he had acquired. Current word, elemental extraction. Effect, can extract elements from equipment and add them to the skill. A very simple phrase with a very simple effect. However, it has a very powerful effect. This means that I'm able to directly cast the skills of other elements with this phrase? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Chapter 56. How much damage is this? As for the effects, Lin Chi also quickly grasped them. Casually taking out a piece of equipment with the poison attribute skill from his ring, his fingertips gently crossed it. In an instant, a pile of green mist converged on his fingertips. The abyssal domain is unleashed. A greenish mist could be seen floating vaguely in the pitch-black liquid that invaded the surroundings. Attach elemental attribute damage in skills with damage values that are also similar to the skill damage available in equipment. Lin Chi muttered. Moreover, each time it is extracted, it can only be attached to one skill as well. The gold-colored words are more or less inadequate compared to the red words. However, this was able to greatly compensate for his lack of elemental attribute skills. After all, up until now, he had only been able to master the flame scorch effect with his calcination skill. Enough! Recovering these thoughts, Lin Chi then gathered the equipment on the ground, and of these, the one he cared about the most was a belt equipment. The entire body was as if it was made of obsidian, and even though it was not yet firm, it still had a strange luster. Unlike any equipment Lin Chi had ever seen before, the luster of this equipment, it's not quite right. Lin Chi immediately released an appraisal skill up. Mountain Ridge, Sea of Clouds, Estee. Only just seeing the first glance, a brilliant light flashed before Lin Chi's eyes. This is a holy weapon. He had actually gotten a holy equipment. World bosses such as the mountain beasts usually popped out some extraordinary equipment. Only, in the past, Lin Chi did not know much about this aspect, and originally thought that the mountain beasts might burst out legendary quality equipment. The harvest is now clearly beyond expectation. Mountain Ridge, Sea of Clouds, Estee. Category, Belt. Equipment requirements, level 120, -20. Strength greater than 1000. Effect, physical fitness plus 3000. Strength plus 1000. Special effect, landslide, active. Full power strike. Damage increased by 300%. Attack causes a large shockwave and creates 100% damage. Earth Gift, passive. When standing on the ground, defense is increased by 300% and elemental resistance is increased by 50%. Description: the mountain range is lofty and rises straight to the sky, and where it breaks through the clouds, it is like the boundary between heaven and earth. After all, it was a holy weapon, and the increase in attributes was calculated in thousands. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel emotional. It was no wonder that he had trouble sacrificing the Abyssal Market sledgehammer into a holy weapon even after sacrificing multiple pieces of legendary equipment. In addition, the two skills that come with this belt are no less powerful in their effects. Wearing this equipment, one's own attributes were like a small mountainous beast. It's just a shame I can't wear it now. Even though this sacred artifact came with the effect of reducing the level 20 equipment requirement, his level was still not enough, and to take it to be sacrificed right now, Lin Shi felt a bit of a pity. Sacrificing legendary equipment with holy weapons should be equivalent to holy weapons for holy weapons. It's a bit of a loss. Let's put it away for now, and wait to see if we can see any words for the equipment level requirement when we turn around, or find a chance to sacrifice it again. And apart from this holy weapon, among the other equipment that the mountain beast had exploded, there was a legendary quality equipment, as well as a few pieces of epic equipment. Only, Lin Shi all but took one look at it and put it away. The same equipment requirement limit of 100 levels. Although the attributes were high, Lin Shi could not use them. Turn around and take it to be sacrificed. Lin Shi rubbed his hands together. In addition to the equipment, there were also 2 skill books, while the effects were similar to the skills on the sacred weapon belt. However, its learning restriction was the warrior class occupation, which Lin Shi didn't care about. This harvest would have been something he hadn't anticipated. Straight away he made a fortune. As he was checking his harvest, another line of prompting information suddenly popped up in front of Lin Shi. Settlement completed. Are you on the Crusade leaderboard, posting your information? Crusade charts? Lin Shi had some understanding of this. In fact, even if the world boss is not successfully conquered, the same settlement rewards will be given out based on the damage inflicted by each awakened person. You just need to wait for the world boss's appearance time to end before you can do so. The leaderboard on the side of the mountain beasts was undoubtedly the first to be published. Hide first. Lin Shi made a decision. Generally, the Crusade leaderboards are used by each guild to show off their strength. Hiding this information first would also be able to save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. He could still have to focus on his own upgrades at the moment. On the side of the mountain beast, why isn't there any movement? Huang Xian's guild had already regrouped once more, maintaining their formation and running with all their might towards the location of the mountain beast. The commotion that came from the side of the mountain range beast earlier was very wrong. It wasn't like what they had learned in the intelligence that there were skills of the mountain beast. Just in case something changed, they wanted to get there as soon as possible. Maybe traveling between. A prompt message, however, suddenly appeared in front of Huang Xian. Are you on the Crusade leaderboard, posting your information? Aha! Huang Xian was stunned, and her footsteps couldn't help but pause. She glanced at the message blankly, then turned her head to the group of guild members behind her. Instead, they saw the blank faces of all of them. Immediately after, Huang Xian's eyes widened slightly. With the experience of crusading world bosses in the past, she knew very well what this prompt message meant. The time for mountain giants to appear is over so soon? Their guild was the first to arrive at the perimeter of the mountain beast's refreshment site. This was still due to the fact that their guild was on a mission and just happened to meet the refresh of the world boss. She was in the middle of her thoughts. To the side, however, a sudden cry of alarm came. Chairman, look guys, what's up with the person at the top of the leaderboard? Huang Xian was stunned. Shouldn't the person at the top of the leaderboard be some member of their guild? A figure instantly flashed through her mind. The guild, in conjunction, is able to create enough output for many members. Coupled with the guild's various increase effects, the people on the leaderboard should naturally all be their guild's awakened ones. Only then did she open the Crusade leaderboards after the announcement. Crusade rankings, mountain beasts. First, hidden, points 961, 980. How much? Huang Xian instantly cried out in surprise. For the first moment, she suspected she was seeing things. 10, 000, 000, 000. Confirming once more, she lifted her head in bewilderment and looked around. Is there something wrong with? When they had been regrouped earlier, that mountain beast would have had over 960, 000 total blood remaining, and the first awakened on the leaderboard was able to have such high points. Then it means that the other party had wiped out the mountain beast by himself. The movement of the party was that awakened one crusading against the mountain beast? How is that possible? Settlement reward issued. A line of information prompted and popped up again. But until now, Huang Xian also still had are confused. Chapter 57, Rewarding. This is afraid to be an old-timer. You have earned the Badge of Valor, Legendary, X1. You get Hammer of the Mountain Range, Legendary, X1. You get Barbarian Mountain, Legend, ×1. You have obtained the skill book, Call of the Ancient Beasts of the Mountain Range, ×1. You gain Prestige plus 4,800. In front of Lin Chi, a message flashed continuously. 3 pieces of legendary quality equipment. In terms of legendary equipment alone, it was more than what the mountain beast itself had popped out. That's normal. After all, this thing called World Boss, successfully crusading was one thing. What the Awakened cared more about was the damage settlement rewards inflicted. Lin Shi took a look at the 3 pieces of equipment one by one, which were necklaces, weapons, and boots. But again, the equipment requirements are all at level 100. He didn't care too much about the attributes, and he was going to take it back to the sacrifice anyway. As for skill books, before Lin Shi had a chance to look at it, 2 consecutive upgraded lights blossomed on his body. You gain level +1. You gain the word Earth Elemental, purple. You gain level +1. You gain word Extra Strength, blue. It was only at this point that the settlement rewards were distributed. Good guy. It's directly raised me to level 28. Lin Chi couldn't even help but lament. He couldn't wait for a few more world bosses to come now. What's the point of this vicious kill? But that was just a thought. Every time a world boss appeared, even the most powerful guilds could only pick one head to crush. He glanced at the 2 words again. One was able to allow him to increase various attributes when he touched the ground, and the other was to increase the strength attribute. Lin Chi took a deep breath. He felt that if he fought another wave of mountain beasts, the time to resolve the battle would inevitably be even faster. Collecting these, Lin Chi then looked at the skill book in his hand again. Skill, Call of the Ancient Beasts of the Mountain Range. Effect, summons a mountain beast to battle. Counting the 2 skill books from earlier, the harvest from this crusade against the mountain beast was 3 skill books straight away. Summoning skills such as these, on the other hand, generally have little to no learning restrictions. Lin Chi directly tapped into his hand to learn this skill down. Mountain Range Ancient Beast. A completely scaled down version of the Mountain Range Beast. Lin Chi barred his lips. This was somewhat similar to his Bone Dragon summoning skill. And what was summoned was not a full-bodied abyssal bone dragon, but even so, placed in the outside world, it was already a very powerful skill as well. There are 3 or 4 summoning type skills alone. This is the rhythm of becoming a summoner. Lin Chi silently bellyached. Summoner professions up to level 30 are able to master roughly 5 summoned beasts of their profession. Now he's not too far off, apparently. The only difference was that he couldn't sustain his summoned beast for long. The bone dragon around him didn't have much summoning duration left, but Lin Chi didn't intend to cancel the skill either. Rolled right over and stepped on the head of the bone dragon, and took advantage of the last of the sustaining time to continue on his way. He was supposed to head to Moonrunner City for a transfer on this trip. Now that he had risen to level 28 in such a short period of time, he didn't need to stay to brush the monsters and was able to speed up the pace a bit. Huffing, the bone dragon flapped its flaming wings, lifting its wings and flying, tracing a long arc of flames in the sky. Not far away in the forest, Huang Xian and the others finally came to their senses since they were in a state of shock. But even now, they still couldn't believe the points of the first person on the crusade ranking, defeating the mountain beast in such a short period of time, with one's own strength. Who can believe this when you say it? A level 100 world boss. Even the awakened of a top guild would have to put in some effort, right? Huang Xian murmured. An awakened came forward and tentatively inquired to Huang Xian, President, you don't think it's a certain old-timer awakened who made a move, do you? In response, Huang Xian nodded. This is not impossible. If it was a certain old-timer who happened to pass by this place, it was indeed possible to take down a mountain beast on his own. But the question is, from the time they were massacred, to the time the mountain beasts were destroyed, the time interval is too short. In such a short period of time, crusade against the mountain beasts known for their defense. Those old-timer awakened people, can they do it? Huang Xian wasn't sure. Huffing, but just then, in the sky, there was a sudden whistling sound. It looked like some sort of giant bird of prey, fluttering its wings as it swept across the sky. Huang Xian immediately looked up warily. Immediately, her pupils shrunk slightly, reflecting the long shadow of a flame. Is that a bone dragon? At once, there were awakened people who exclaimed in shock. Dragons, in this world, were undoubtedly extremely powerful creatures. Almost but any creature that had some connection with the dragon race was able to be considered a boss. The bone dragon, on the other hand, is an even more sinister presence. A new boss? Someone asked tentatively, but that's simply not possible. There is basically no possibility of 2 world bosses appearing at the same time in the same area. But, according to their understanding, such creatures as bone dragons did not exist in this area at all. Where did this bone dragon come from? An awakened wanted to immediately release a scrying technique skill. but was hastily stopped by Huang Xin. This isn't a boss. It should be the summoned beast of some awakened person. Huang Xin warned in a deep voice. Don't offend the one. The identity of the other party is, in fact, called out. I'm afraid that's the same big guy who killed the mountain beast. And the other party, since it has a summoned beast or mount like a bone dragon, it is evident that the other party is powerful. If it's such an awakened person, it should be able to do a single kill of the mountain giants, right? Huang Xin lamented. The bone dragon was very fast, and in no time, it disappeared from their sight. Only then did Huang Xin withdraw his gaze and ordered around. Take one more look at the place where the mountain range beasts were wiped out, and then, we'll head to Moonrise City to rest and recuperate. Although this time, they didn't get as many damage points from the mountain beast as they had hoped for. The rewards they each received from the mountain beast being successfully crushed were still there. Only, whether it is the mountain beast being annihilated, the points of that awakened person, or the bone dragon, that appeared in their line of sight just now, the shock that this brought to them was too strong. Speaking of which, when the time for all the world bosses to appear is over, someone should have noticed the situation on the Crusade leaderboards as well, right? An awakened beside Huang Xin said. The Crusade leaderboards aren't just going to be about them. When all the world bosses disappear, all the leaderboards will appear together. As long as the awakened who had participated in the crusade against the world boss during this event, they would be able to meet it. And the crusade of the mountain giants was not supposed to be too dramatic. But this time, an awakened person single-handedly killed the mountain beast, and it's still a full 960,000 points. The shock it gave people. That's even more predictable. Chapter 58 Treasure Map. The Earthly Kings Guild was powerful. Boom! The huge-sized bone dragon swept through the air at a low altitude, spewing scorching flames downwards as if forming a lake of flames on the ground. Spin! The blazing flames on the bone dragon's body gradually faded away, and even the bones that constructed its body became illusory. In the flames, Lin Chi's figure was revealed, not long after flying out of the area where the mountain range giants were located. The time for the bone dragon's summoning arrived, so Lin Chi simply stopped at this place. He pulled out his abyssal ruin sledgehammer, and his eyes fell on the lake of flames created by the bone dragon in front of him before it disappeared. Underneath his feet, there was even a pitch-black liquid spreading out. You have killed the poisonous toad and gained plus 190 experience. You have killed the land bird and gained plus 220 experience. An information prompt flashed by in front of Lin Chi. Only the experience gained was completely negligible. This is naturally due to the wide gap in rank. However, Lin Chi was not concerned with these, but looked at an elephant-like creature in the area further ahead. Giant Mammoth, Epic, rank, 72. Before he landed, Lin Chi took the opportunity to pick a conspicuous target on the planned route. And this level 70 plus epic boss was his target. It's better than running a bit further and specifically looking for monsters. Ow! As the flames burned, the giant mammoth let out a roar of pain and its blood level dropped. It was also particularly large, and just standing in the flames alone was like a high wall that could not be crossed. At this moment, the giant mammoth's pair of eyes were already gazing up at Lin Chi, glowing with a crimson glow. Bang! Its limbs flexed slightly, and it actually rushed out of the lake of flames at an extremely fast speed, darting in front of Lin Chi. A pair of long teeth suddenly stabbed straight towards Lin Chi. However, tinker! A shield lands silently in front of the giant mammoth, and the giant mammoth's pair of teeth had disappeared without a trace. Rule replacement. Even if he didn't know much about this boss, Lin Chi knew that the most precious material on the giant mammoth was undoubtedly this pair of long teeth. The giant mammoth that had lost its tusks was still arching its head as if it wasn't quite used to exactly what had happened. But the next moment, the sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand had already smashed down. Bang! You have killed the giant mammoth, Epic, and gained plus 317 experience. With such a large level difference, Lin Chi didn't care about the experience value he gained. Instead, he looked directly at the few items dropped by the giant mammoth. 1 epic outfit, 2 gold outfits. Well, normal epic boss configuration. Lin Chi swept through them before putting these sacrificial consumables into his ring. The eyes fell back on the last item that the giant mammoth had exploded. Mysterious treasure map, appears to point to a mysterious area. Surprisingly, it's a treasure map? Lin Chi's heart stirred. This was an unexpected gain. After killing so many monsters, this was the first time he had exploded this kind of item. The treasure map opened, and what was drawn on it was a route that could be described as abstract, with no terrain labeling other than an icon drawn at the final location. But, the good thing about treasure maps is that they indicate bearings and distances. Direction, northwest. Distance, 193 kilometers. Nearly 200 kilometers, said Lin Chi, raising his chin. He was now far away from Moonrunner City. Then he should be about the same. The direction has shifted a little, but it's not a big problem. Lin Chi made a quick decision. Anyway, It was all about leveling up to level 30 before arriving at Running Moon City. Just a slight detour. Lin Shi was also quite curious as to what kind of equipment would be hidden in the treasure locations marked on this treasure map. Only just traveled a little over half a day. Lin Shi then suddenly noticed that a line of information prompts popped up in front of him. The time for the world boss to appear has ended, and you can view the current crusade leaderboard. World bosses were only supposed to appear randomly for a period of time, and now that the time was over, it was only natural. Lin Shi opened the crusade leaderboard and glanced at the Taishu Dragon's crusade. He also remembered that this Taishu Dragon was the main target of the crusade that the King's Guilds on Earth were pursuing. Crusade ranking: Taishu Dragon. First, Li Shi, 211, 980 points. Second, Zhou Fanga, 172, 360 points. Facing the Taishu Dragon, the number 1 awakened was even able to deal over 200,000 damage. Lin Shi was slightly stunned. Is this the strength of a top awakened? The Taishu Dragon was undoubtedly going to be a more powerful world boss than the Mountain Giant, and should have an overall blood count of over 2 million. That makes it seem like 200,000 plus damage would actually be a bit on the small side of the total damage. But even so, it was still somewhat out of Lin Shi's expectations. Lin Shi glanced downwards and did find Lu Bu's name in the top 10 as well. Points, however, are only a few tens of thousands. The 4th-ranked Earthly Kings Guild is out in force, crusading for the world boss, which should be almost exclusive. He estimated that the vast majority of awakened people that he could see on this crusade leaderboard should be members of the Earthly Kings Guild. There are quite a few awakened people in the world who have great strength, lamented Lin Shi. The Human Kings Guild was able to be ranked 4th on the guild ranking, and naturally had an extremely strong background in strength. His growth time at the moment was too short after all, even after forging that pile of equipment and piling up his own attributes to a rather outrageous degree. But it still needs more time for growth to happen too. Guild Channel. Lupo, good job, everyone. Next up is my exclusive red packet distribution time. Lubu, congratulations and good luck. You have received Lubu's red packet. Gold plus 872. Another nearly 1,000 gold coins? Lin Shi couldn't even help but be stunned for a moment. When he took a closer look, he realized that this red packet that Lubu was handing out was a full 5,000 gold coins. Are the benefits of the Human Kings Guild so strong? Lin Shi's heart was all a bit odd. To crusade off a world boss only, he directly pulled out 5,000 gold coins to be distributed as a red packet. Zhao Hong, chairman, has more than 200,000 points this time. His strength has improved again. Lupo, don't pry, don't talk. Wang Yuanji, speaking of which, you can check out the crusade leaderboard for the mountain beasts. There's a hidden big guy who did over 900,000 points. Cho Hong, rating less? Lubu, how many? Lin Shi silently peered at the screen and did learn 2 pieces of information. That first place on the Taishu Dragon ranking, Li Shi, was apparently the very name of the president of the Earthly Kings Guild, and his crusade against the mountain beast was, in turn, noticed by all the other awakened. Sure enough, hiding the name first is necessary. Lin Shi sighed. Without bothering about the words of the people in the guild channel, Lin Shi continued to follow the marked directions of the treasure map. He didn't stop too much along the way, and with the summoning of the bone dragon to hurry, he was already getting closer and closer to the treasure site. Direction, north, distance, 5 kilometers. However, Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. He had actually arrived outside a canyon filled with thick mists. Chapter 59, Strange Mist. Treasure-stealing Goblin King. Fog of War? Lin Shi judged the type of mist in front of him. In this world, there are different kinds of mists even, like the black mist of the abyss. Another example is the earlier sea mist before the Tidal Bay copy, whereas, a fog of war such as the one in front of them would make it impossible for the awakened to discern any bearings after stepping into it. And, as long as it exceeded a certain range, this mist would mask all movement. Kind of funny. Lin Shi grinned and simply took a direct step into it. This place wasn't really close to Summer City, and Lin Shi hadn't learned about the situation here in the past. But that didn't stop him from searching for the hidden treasure. Only just took a step into the mist. Lin Shi then noticed a change in the scenery in his sight. The visible range around the perimeter was probably only 20 meters in diameter. And even when he looked back, it wasn't the view he had before he entered the fog of war. It was as if he had gone straight into the depths of the fog of war. Distance, 3 kilometers. On the contrary, the labeling of the treasure map still works fine. The fog of war here shouldn't be so bad that it's just to hide the hidden treasure. Lin Shi also had a prediction in his mind. As an epic boss, the giant mammoth, the treasure map had exploded was not so much as to involve the source of the fog of war. After all, the appearance of the fog of war in the outside world would have been extremely special. Then, It should be this area that is a bit unusual. Lin Shi wanted to see what other strange circumstances were here besides the hidden treasure he was originally looking for. It might be possible to meet a boss of notable quality in the depths of the fog of war. Think about it. Lin Shi slowly raised the profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand at first. Aptitude knitting, words to launch. The strength attribute originally added by the Abyssal Market sledgehammer was then quickly transformed into a spiritual attribute. Immediately after, a pitch-black mist that was completely at odds with the surrounding fog of war emerged from the Abyssal Market sledgehammer. Bang! The Abyssal Market sledgehammer landed. A complicated pattern instantly spread out in all directions, in which a pitch-black mist continuously gurgled out. Immediately after, in this pitch-black phalanx, a single abyssal creature suddenly emerged. Abyssal Demon Wolf. Abyssal Evil Spirit. Abyssal Golem. This was none other than Lin Chi's skill. Abyssal Summoning. After this period of cultivation, the population units in his abyssal territory had been filled with abyssal creatures. A full 40 abyssal creatures were spread all around the forest pool. Even more so, after appearing, they were all waiting for Lin Chi's call. Although these abyssal creatures only had a level 1 abyssal increase, even their size was much smaller than the abyssal creatures Lin Chi had encountered before. But used here, it is capable of being quite effective. Spread out. Lin Chi waved his hand. 40 abyssal creatures instantly took him as their center and quickly spread out in all directions. Summoning these abyssal creatures, Lin Chi's purpose wasn't to have them fight these abyssal creatures. Currently it was estimated that even some newbie awakened could not defeat them. However, in this canyon filled with the fog of war, they were able to act as Lin Chi's temporary eyes and ears. Only not much longer. Lin Chi then noticed that a few of the abyssal creatures had their blood levels emptied, obviously having been wiped out by some kind of existence. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards that direction. Soon, Lin Chi then saw a figure in the fog of war ahead. Lost man. Rank, 67. It was a humanoid figure. Only the clothes on its body were already decayed, like a dry corpse walking in the mist. Should have been an awakener in life. Lin Chi frowned. The fog of war here is surprisingly capable of transforming dead awakened into monsters. Very odd indeed. Spin. Lin Chi's body was quickly enveloped in ghostly blue flames, transforming into the figure of a flaming giant. Just a flick of the sleeve toward the front. That lost one was then quickly engulfed in flames. You kill the lost one and gain experience plus 210. Checking the experience received, Lin Chi completely confirmed that it was indeed the fog of war turning the awakened into monsters. Only, all of the equipment on this lost one's body was decayed. Even the ring on his hand was likewise. I don't know if it's been too long, or if it's been eroded by some force. No other equipment or materials were popped either. It's a bizarre situation here, to say the least. Lin Chi retrieved his mind, and while searching for the creatures roaming the area based on the exploration of the abyssal creatures, he followed the treasure map and rushed towards the treasure site. Soon, Lin Chi realized, the fog of war here doesn't just have awakened turned lost eyes, but equally some creatures that are already monsters. But without exception, they all carry the prefix lost. Lost Phantom Tiger. Rank, 53. Lost Venomous Snake. Rank, 55. It looks like it was originally like a level 50 plus practicing place. Lin Chi muttered. It's just that later, for unknown reasons, it encountered the fog of war here, and was eroded by some special power, turning into the current scene. He hadn't been privy to this in the past. Golden treasure chest. Instead, as he moved forward, Lin Chi also discovered a treasure chest hidden in the grass. If the abyssal evil spirit hadn't passed through here, he would have had trouble spotting it. Unlike the treasure chests he had found in the Bone Dragon's lair before, the treasure chests here were all generally of the same quality as the outside world. All treasure chests of epic quality and above, on the other hand, are likely to be locked. It would take a thief or some special skill to pick the lock. Opening the treasure chest and finding a gold quality equipment in it, Lin Chi directly incorporated it into his ring. Moving on, the more he explored this place, the more Lin Chi felt like no other awakened had been here for a long time. It was difficult to detect any other movement in the fog of war, and there were no traces left behind by the awakened. This kind of situation could be extremely rare in the areas that the current awakened had already raided. Finally, after some traveling, Lin Chi arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. Direction, straight ahead. Distance, 3m. In front of them, a cave blocked by rubble. The only thing that was carved in the center of the rubble was a strange pattern, like a keyhole. Lin Chi took a step forward and directly pressed the treasure map onto the grain. Click. A crack spread, and the rubble blocking the entrance to the cave burst apart. In the meantime, a creature shaped like a kobold then appeared in front of Lin Chi. Treasure Goblin King, Epic, rank, 80. It was carrying a sack, and around it were various treasure chests of different qualities, but they had all been opened by it. Here it comes, the exclusive boss of the treasure land. Lin Chi was not surprised, but delighted. Epic quality. which was the corresponding boss quality of the treasure land, did not mean that there were only epic quality equipment or props in this treasure land. The items in the treasure chest had apparently all been placed into the sack that the treasure thief Goblin King was carrying. Chapter 60 Phantom Divergence Scroll. Sword Saint. Treasure. Treasure. My treasure. The king of the treasure-stealing goblins spat out his long tongue and his voice was shrill, clearly speaking the language of a human, but with a very sharp and obscure tone. It carried a bone crown on top of its head, and its face looked like it was always assembled with greed, its gaze falling vigilantly on Lin Chi. Only for a moment. From its body, an overlapping figure actually came out. Treasure Thief Goblin King, Phantom, rank, 80, only. These phantom doppelgangers had only just stepped out when their blood bars began to rapidly decrease. Beneath Lin Chi's feet, the pitch-black liquid had spread out, enveloping a phantom. Lin Chi had always known a lot about creatures like the treasure-stealing goblins. They would split into a phantom detachment the first moment they encountered an awakened. Its body, on the other hand, will be far away in an instant. Same time, the profound ruined sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand swung forward violently, and a blood-colored glow blossomed on the head of the hammer like a staff. Calamity proclaimed. Pust. A phantom transformed into a ball of gas and burst apart. Only a few equipment props fell from the spot, while other than that, there were no hints of kills and experience gained. Kill each phantom and you'll be able to obtain props and equipment from the treasure land. That's exactly what the treasure thief gnomes are. Actually, even an unusual treasure-stealing goblin would be hard to kill. Therefore, when the awakened discovered the hidden treasure site, they would make sufficient preparations to deal with these phantom doppelgangers, and after a certain amount of time, the treasure-stealing goblins will leave with the remaining phantoms along with them, again taking with them the props and equipment that the awakened person has not yet had a chance to collect. The calcination skill was going to be released a long time ago, and the roaring flames blocked the cave entrance of the treasure place, and even more so, as Lin Chi swung the sledgehammer in his hand, it scorched towards the interior of the cave. Poof, 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 a phantom exploded one after another, scattering equipment and props all over the place, and in the air mass that burst apart, the figure of the treasure thief Goblin King reappeared. Treasure, my treasure. The voice was still sharp and obscure, but it added a bit of anger and greed. That's all that will be said. There's no need to say more. Lin Chi took a step forward. Scarlet-colored spells filled the four directions, having long ago attached the negative effects of teleportation and confinement to the treasure-stealing Goblin King. The additional attribute of the abyssal ruin sledgehammer transformed into a strength bonus in an instant, and slammed the hammer towards the treasure-stealing Goblin King. In the meantime, above the treasure-stealing Goblin King's head, the bone crown flickered away. Bang! The bloodstain is cleared. You slay the Goblin King of Treasure Thieves, Epic, and gain +1 rank. You've been given the word windy, green. You gain 250 points of free attributes. The body of the treasure-stealing Goblin King quickly dissipated, leaving a skill book with several scrolls in its place. Only then did Lin Chi put away his sledgehammer and check the harvest from killing the treasure-stealing Goblin King. 29 levels up. Just one level away from being able to make the switch, and as a reward for killing the treasure-stealing Goblin King, he also gained 250 free attributes. That's not really much. Monsters such as the treasure-stealing goblins, which only appeared in special locations, would have had some unusual rewards. Lin Chi looked at his personal panel. Forging gains so many attribute points that he was usually too lazy to add them. Directly add them all while you're at it. As for the phrase, it was a phrase that increased the range of skills in a specific state, and the effect was okay, but what Lin Chi was more looking forward to was naturally the red phrase after leveling up to level 30. Subsequently, Lin Chi rubbed his hands together and looked at the equipment and props all over the floor. Other than that skill book and a few scrolls, all the others could be treasures that were originally found in the hidden treasure land. Only after putting all these items away did Lin Chi focus on checking out the things he could use. Goblin Crown, epic proof of the Goblin King. When used in forging equipment, there is a high probability of attaching a goblin skill to the equipment. This was the material he had replaced from the Goblin King through the rule replacement phrase before killing the Goblin King. It was shaped like a crown, but it wasn't equipment, and unusually, the burst rate of this item was even lower. As for the skill books and scrolls that the Goblin King finally exploded, Lin Chi was somewhat concerned. Skill, Phantom Splitting. Effect, manifests a doppelganger with 60% of its own attributes for 1 minute. Learning requirements, Assassin, Thief professions. This was a skill almost exclusive to the Assassin and Thief class professions. Those scrolls, on the other hand, were the equivalent of disposable consumables for this skill. Just by consuming a copy of the scroll, you were able to summon a phantom doppelganger. A doppelganger would have no problem killing an abyssal giant single-handedly. Lin Chi smashed his mouth. Unfortunately, this kind of prop, which had a price, could only be popped by the treasure thief Goblin King, and beyond that, it is the original equipment and props in the hidden treasure land. 1 legendary suit, 1 epic suit, Lin Chi counted, plus gold equipment with potions, scrolls, and other equipment and props, as well as more than 300 gold coins, was all that was in the treasure trove. A treasure map that could unearth so much was actually quite good. In many cases, it's just a matter of picking up bits and pieces of gold through the treasure map. As for the attributes of the equipment, Lin Chi merely scanned them. All of them are sacrificial consumables, so there's no need to look closely. After checking these items out, Lin Chi looked at the fog of war outside the cave and pondered. 1 level to go. The decay of experience gained from leveling above 10 was too severe, and he could barely gain much experience in this area. But, according to Lin Chi's judgment, there must be some sort of powerful boss hidden in this canyon filled with the fog of war. Perhaps, finding out the boss and destroying it will be able to force an upgrade just as well. Lin Chi made a quick decision. Let's explore this area first. That won't take long. There were very few of the originally summoned abyssal creatures left after some exploration. Lin Chi simply summoned the Bone Dragon, Mountain Ancient Beast, and Abyssal Guard together again. The Bone Dragons and Mountain Ancient Beasts were unable to explore in all directions, though they were outnumbered by the abyssal creatures. Still, their massive size was able to greatly increase Lin Chi's range of exploration. Finally, after the summoning time of both the Bone Dragon and the Mountain Beast had run out, Lin Chi found an anomaly on the side of the last remaining abyssal evil spirit. He rushed over at once. The abyssal evil spirit had already been annihilated by some kind of power, but when it was annihilated, it clearly looked like it had been eroded by some kind of power. Along with its life value, it changed before it was wiped out. There, perhaps, is the source of the specialness of this area? Soon, the fog of war before us lifted. However, Lin Chi's gaze was fixed. Giggle. A huge sword crashed violently to the ground in front of him, its blade deeply missing into the ground. There was even a golden blazing light blooming in the cracks in the ground, which appeared particularly sacred. And further ahead, a figure surrounded by golden light stood out of the air, and there was even a lightsaber composed of radiance suspended around his body, ready to strike. Can say, on the other party's body, Lin Chi only saw a prompt message. Chapter 61, Mixing Up the Damage. Hydra. Is this the title? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow immediately. The figure in front that was filled with blazing golden light all around was clearly not a monster. Rather, it is an awakened being, or a suspected awakened being. It is possible for any awakened person to earn a title and make it visible after certain achievements have been made, but Lin Chi knows, Sword Saint, this title, Awakened People, should not have been obtained by anyone. He had not expected that in the depths of the fog of war that filled the canyon, he would be able to encounter such an existence with the title of Sword Saint. Amidst the thousands of sword lights, one could vaguely see the figure of a woman with a delicate figure. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, her armor gleamed under the golden light, and one slender arm was raised high in the air, was looking out of the corner of his eye at an area below. It was clearly a 9-headed monstrous snake, and on each head, a single eye grew, the perimeter of the 9-headed monstrous serpent. On the other hand, was an area of near decay, even the weeds. Hydra, holy, rank, special monsters that can't see the level? Lin Chi's heart was suddenly stirred. He knew that there were definitely extremely special monsters in this fog of war. Even this is the source of the strange erosion suffered by those lost people as well as lost monsters in this place. Saint-level boss. Lin Chi's heart couldn't help but surge. This thing, it was an existence that was going to be rarer than a world boss. And, there's no rank in sight. Perhaps it's from an area that's not currently rated. Lin Chi already had a guess. The world has long since changed dramatically after being invaded by the game. The area in which people are currently able to move is indeed extremely vast, but even so, there are still many uncharted areas on the front lines. There, moreover, are many special creatures. A similar situation exists in the case of the Abyss. Lin Chi even felt that the female Sword Saint in front of him was likewise from an unredeemed region. And just then, the sky. The Sword Saint seemed to have noticed Lin Chi's arrival as well and glanced his way. Immediately, the gaze fell once again on the Hydra's side. The arm that was raised high suddenly fell, like the sharpest sword in the world. Giggle. Thousands of sword lights fell together, all of them attacking towards the Hydra's side. Even the huge sword that was originally inserted in front of Lin Chi trembled and flew back into the Sword Saint's hands. As soon as she moved, the huge sword in her hand emitted 10,000 feet of light and chopped towards the 9-headed snake together. In the meantime, Lin Chi also noticed that Hydra's blood bar was decreasing even more drastically. Only, it is impossible to see the exact value. This is going to wipe out Hydra? Lin Chi was stunned. How does that work? Although he wasn't sure if the current situation was similar to the scene where he had met the Heavenly Hall Sacred Maiden and the evil old devil earlier inside the Abyss. However, if one were to stand by and watch a Saint Realm boss of an unknown level just get wiped out, wouldn't he be exploring this fog of war for nothing then? How to mix up some damage? Next moment, Lin Chi's figure then appeared at the Sword Saint's side, and in his hand, the profound ruin sledgehammer already had a blazing ghostly blue flame on it. Watch out! At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice came out from the Sword Saint's side. She noticed Lin Chi, who had quickly rushed to her side, and gave a warning. But at this point, boom! The profound ruin sledgehammer had already suddenly smashed down, blasting on top of one of the Hydra's heads. The abyss burst into pieces. Ghostly blue flames exploded on top of the snake's head, splashing down in all directions. Mixed with the rest of this head of Hydra, it also splattered away. Same time, the huge sword in the Sword Saint's hand also chopped at the Hydra's body. The bloodstain is completely cleared. The remaining heads of the Hydra let out a miserable howl and collapsed in response. Didn't grab a head. Or rather, only grabbed a head. Lin Chi skimmed. He had discovered this Hydra far too late. In this case of encountering a special boss like the Hydra without a group, it was natural to settle the final harvest according to the amount of damage inflicted. But on his seeing this side, Hydra would have been left with only a small amount of blood remaining. But even so, Lin Chi's body still blossomed with an upgraded light. You participated in killing Hydra, holy, and gained +1 rank. You've been given the Wordly Dai Tao Z, red. Alert, level has reached level 30. You can change jobs. Sure enough, rubbing in the rewards, Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. It's only 1 level up, but the result is good. And 30 levels of red words were given with it. But, at this moment, however, he didn't rush to check the effects of the words, but instead looked at the Sword Saint beside him. It wasn't until now that he finally got a good look at the Sword Saint's face. She had black hair and an especially delicate face, while in her eyes, a blazing golden light emanated from her pupils, exuding an aura of divinity and holiness. It was true that the other party was not a monster, but according to Lin Chi's speculation, it should not be an awakened either. I'm sorry, when I was just fighting this Hydra, I didn't expect you to suddenly appear, so much so that I almost injured you. The Sword Saint looked at Lin Chi at this moment, not caring about the items that the Hydra had burst out. The huge sword in her hands just now had landed straight in front of Lin Chi, and it was indeed all able to be considered an attack. But Lin Chi didn't care about that. What he was thinking was that since the other party wasn't a monster, there was no need to crusade. What's more, by all accounts, his involvement in the battle between the other side and the Hydra could actually be considered a monster grab in a sense. Don't worry about it. I saw that you were fighting this snake, so I stepped in to help. Lin Chi waved his hand. He scanned a few more items that the Hydra had popped out, and his eyes quickly rested on one of the necklace-like equipment. This piece of equipment exuded a luster that was different from all other equipment. According to Lin Chi's judgment, this should be another holy weapon. After all, that Hydra was a saint-level boss, and although its level was unknown, the equipment it burst out was bound to be very good. Should I take these equipment away as compensation for the attack that I almost encountered just now? Lin Chi weighed in his heart. He was, after all, strangers to this female sword saint, and between the two sides, he didn't even seem to belong to the same camp or race. Moreover, that huge sword of the other party did come close to affecting him. Sure, even if this huge sword really falls straight towards Lin Chi, it doesn't necessarily hurt him. But this time, the sword saint, however, spoke to Lin Chi again. The remnants of the Hydra, I may need to take them away, and you stepped in to help. Can I make up for it with another item instead? Oh, compensation. Lin Chi's heart was suddenly stirred. Chapter 62 Special Presents. Guild Copy. Obtained quest, Sword Saint White Star's compensation. Do you accept? In front of Lin Chi, a message suddenly surfaced. Mission? He was all but stunned. In fact, the quests that awakened people could pick up in the early stages were extremely limited. At most, it was a quest performed when entering the trial field in the Hall of Awakening to learn the skills of the profession. Either that or it was the transfer quest that Lin Chi would receive when he changed jobs afterward. General quests such as these can only be obtained from some special beings in cities close to the front lines. For example, the elves or the dwarves. In the territories of these groups, the awakened are also able to receive quests. But the Sword Saint White Star in front of him had only spoken a few words to him, and a quest had even appeared. This female Sword Saint was indeed an extremely special existence. Thinking of this, Lin Chi spread a smile. Yes, it's kind of a special opportunity. By now, he was able to determine that the other party's origin was definitely unusual. Current task, Sword Saint White Star's compensation. Spin. Lin Chi then noticed that White Star just casually waved his hand, and the pile of equipment and items popped out by the Hydra disappeared instantly into place with a flash of light. However, on the tips of her thin, white fingers, Lin Chi did not find any rings. Obviously, the other party had a special means of storage. Immediately after, White Star then had another necklace-like object emerge in his hand and handed it to Lin Chi. I have a mission ahead of me, so I can only give you this necklace first. Sort of some thanks and compensation from me. with which you can seek me out in the future. As the words left her mouth, she smiled apologetically at Lin Chi again. Lin Chi glanced at the necklace and raised his eyebrows. White Star's token, holy. Category, necklace. Equipment requirements, none. Special effect, 10,000 swords, below the holy realm. Any swordsman skill that deals damage to the wearer is reduced by 50%. Stored sword breath, 1/1, contains a sword from the sword saint. Description, a sword saint's token from an unknown land, containing her powerful force, stimulating the storage of sword energy, as the sword saint himself. A special necklace outfit that didn't have any attribute bonuses. However, the special effects it possesses are exceptionally powerful. Lin Chi couldn't help but be startled when he received the necklace. It was still a holy weapon directly named after White Star. He really has met an extremely unusual existence. I hope you're satisfied. White Star smiled faintly at Lin Chi again and turned around, taking a step out, his figure instantly disappearing into thin air. Mission accomplished. You gain level +1. You gain the word fall immunity, gold. Another prompt appeared. There's a rank reward? Lin Chi opened his mouth. The series of encounters had left him a little dazed. Even though he hadn't interacted much with White Star, he still found that the other party was too special. Perhaps, from another world that was data mined? Lin Chi had some guesses. Like the Abyss, this world is already a mishmash of phenomena beyond common sense. It is said that both the elves and the dwarves originally lived in different worlds as well. It was only later that the world became data-driven and connections were made between the two sides in their respective quests. If you can't figure it out, you just stop thinking about it. Lin Chi put the necklace away in his ring, but he didn't intend to take it to be sacrificed. This thing was considered a holy weapon, but again, it wasn't quite the same as other equipment. Moreover, it was possible that he might be able to pick up any quests in the future if he saw White Star again. Wrap these up. Lin Chi looked again at the fog of war that was gradually dissipating around him. Apparently, the Hydra was indeed the source of the fog of war here, and after it was eliminated, this area returned to normal. Put these away. It was only then that Lin Chi looked at his two newly acquired words again. Word, Li Dai Tao Z, red. Effect, any damage received can be taken by the durability of the equipment you are carrying. A phrase that transforms wound bearing into durability consumption. Red words, powerful in the end. Lin Chi couldn't even help but be staggered. As long as he carries enough equipment of his own, plus his current defense, probably, there weren't many tank profession awakened people in this world who could compare to him. Entry, falling immunity, gold. Effect, immunity to all falling damage. As for the effect of the golden word, it is much simpler and more powerful. Specializes in all fear of heights. This treasure hunting trip had a little hiccup, but it had given him an additional gain. Lin Chi was already satisfied. Faster than the planned upgrade. Originally, according to the plan, it was estimated that he was all still on his way to Moonrise City to brush up monsters and upgrade. But now, he was already level 30. You can go directly to Moonrunner City to make the transfer. Summoning the Bone Dragon. Lin Chi had only just traveled a short time ago. A prompt then suddenly appeared in front of him. Guild Channel. Lu Bu invites Li Mingyue to join the channel. Li Mingyue, Lin Chi, the jungle is in need of help. There's a quest in the guild. Can you help me? Lin Chi's expression moved slightly. And this is how a guild quest came to him. Even though I showed my skills in front of Li Mingyue, it's not so bad that I'm being asked to do some kind of quest right now, right? It is estimated that in the eyes of the people of the Earthly Kings Guild, he is after all only a newcomer awakened person within 30 levels. Li Mingyue, all of you people in Xiaochang are really able to hide before the abyss descended. It is estimated that a lot of people have gained benefits. Lu Bu, I'd better say it. Our guild wants to get new recruits in Summer City this year. Let's see if we can find one or two more talented awakened to cultivate. Li Mingyue, but I don't have time. I'm leaving Summer City soon, so I'd like you to help me nab the new nice guy. Dare I say it's such a task. Lin Chi's gaze went weird, letting him, an awakened who had just joined not more than a few days ago, be in charge of the guild's newcomers. Thanks to the people in this guild for daring to think. Lin Chi, are you guys sure? He asked anyway, always feeling a bit off. Lu Bu, honestly, we're going to prepare to enter the guild copy next. Mingyu is going to come back early to get us the equipment, so it would be better to let you, who knows Xiaocheng the most, be in charge. Guild copy. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a large replica that could only be accessed by joining a guild. Kind of one of the reasons he joined the guild. Lin Chi, actually, I can contribute a little bit. If the copies come together, you can take me one. He's added the guild, so it shouldn't be a problem to dabble in a large copy and contribute a bit too, right? But when he sent this message, the guild channel went silent. Ryoko, Li Mingyue, Jr., you've got a big mouth. I'm looking forward to you. Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Li Mingyue's not-so-reliable appearance came to mind, but he didn't mind in any way. That's when the news of Lu Bu came back again. Lubu, I've asked the president, such as your profession, the early growth is indeed difficult. We can take you with us, but also consider to cultivate the follow-up force. Don't say. The Society of the Kings of the Earth is indeed quite righteous. Chapter 63 Highest Difficulty Transfer Quest. Lin Chi, yes. Let me know if there is a follow-up arrangement. After sending out these words, Lin Chi intended to close the guild channel. But before closing, he noticed another message from Li Mingyue. Li Mingyue, by the way, if you transfer afterward, remember that it's best to receive the highest difficulty quests and come back to the guild channel for help. Oh, Lin Chi's heart fluttered. In the end, the awakened of the same profession were well aware of the transfer task he was going to receive. However, whether to ask for help or not, that will depend again. Turning off the channel, Lin Chi didn't think any more about it. What he cared more about was naturally the guild copies. As a guild participating in a large copy, the rewards in it are naturally extremely generous. Lin Chi did have some expectations. The bone dragon lifted its wings and flew at a fast speed, and the original treasure hiding place was not too far away from running Moon City. After only half a day's work, Lin Chi arrived outside this Moonrise City. Looking ahead, the city in front of him, with its towering walls and some complicated spell formations carved into it, looked much more imposing than Summer City. Entering the city, Lin Chi even met the elves on the way. Full of blonde hair, slender, while the ears are a bit more pointed than human ears, but the appearance is more delicate and beautiful. To be able to see the elves in this kind of backwater city, Lin Chi was also a bit stunned. Races such as the elves, whose clans are mostly to be found in areas closer to the front lines. Some special clans will also establish city-states, while different races, in turn, will focus on different attributes and professions as they grow. The female elf seemed to be accustomed to the gazes cast by the other awakened and made her way through the crowd on her own. On the contrary, when he noticed Lin Chi, who was casting his gaze unapologetically from the side, his golden eyes turned slightly and collided head-on with Lin Chi's line of sight. She seemed a bit curious, such as this greatly generous sighting, but it was not common. Why don't you avoid it? Lin Chi silently spat in his heart. He could roughly guess what the female elf was thinking, but still gazed at the other openly. It's the kind of move that you either don't look at, or you make a big deal out of, or else it comes across as obscene, and Lin Chi has long been familiar with it. Instead, he smiled and nodded at her as if in greeting. Only then did he continue on his way, rushing to the awakening hall in Moonrise City. While seeing this, the female elf was slightly stunned, her delicate little face filled with dismay. Do I know him? She was filled with confusion as she recalled Lin Chi's teenage face in her mind, which was still pretty even to an elf. Moonrise City Awakening Hall. Lin Chi arrived, filled out the form, and waited for the receptionist aunt to process it. Obviously, Auntie is much more skillful than the little girl. It only took a few minutes to do the paperwork for Lin Chi. 7th room from left to right. Go in and get your transfer quest. The receptionist's aunt pointed toward the back. The size of the awakening hall here was also much larger than the Summer City side. Instead, before entering, Lin Chi also encountered an awakened who looked somewhat familiar. When he crusaded against the mountain beast not long ago, this awakened seemed to be from the guild that was also crusading, but he only took one look, and the other party had already been massacred by the mountain beasts. Rather, it didn't matter too much. Straight away, he stepped into the room where he received his transfer quest. Giggle. The door to the room closed, and a blazing illusory hammer glow blossomed forth with it. See this. Many awakened ones in the awakened hall couldn't help but look sideways. Is this the main profession blacksmithing? That was a young man who just went in there, wasn't it? That's the room for transfers. It's impossible to have a blacksmith who quickly rose to level 30 at this time of year, so I guess it's last year. If you take a year to upgrade, I'm afraid the road ahead will be harder. Although the blacksmith profession was rare, the awakened ones all knew something about it. Of course, the vast majority of blacksmiths are difficult to train. Still, this rare occupation draws attention. Lin Chi was unaware of the situation outside the room. At this moment, he had already arrived at an area that resembled a testing ground. In a small altar in front of them, there was a streak of light surrounding it, as if it had formed some sort of strange spell formation. You've been detected as having met the transfer requirements. Please select and receive your transfer assignment. Task 1. Independently forge 3 pieces of gold quality equipment. Difficulty rating 1 star. Receive a reward of 50 points of free attribute value and plus 10,000 experience. Task 2. Independently obtain materials and forge an epic quality piece of equipment with a difficulty rating of 3 stars. Receive a reward of 120 points of free attribute value and plus 30,000 experience. Task 3. Arrive at the designated location to summon and crusade a bronze to epic level monsters exclusive to this profession. Allowing a difference of less than 10 levels of 4 people team. and with its materials to forge the corresponding quality of equipment. The difficulty rating 1 5 stars. Bonus 50 to 300 free attribute points. Plus 10,000 experience to plus 1 level can be earned. Hint, exclusive monsters of different qualities have different levels of difficulty, so please choose carefully. Lin Shi automatically ignored the first 2 quests as he scanned over each of the 3. The third mission should be the highest difficulty mission that Li Mingyue is talking about. He instantly understood. The highest difficulty, without a doubt, is summoning epic level monsters and crushing them. Of course, as a quest for the first transfer of the blacksmith profession. Even though the highest difficulty doesn't actually mean extinction for other blacksmithing professions, the quest also allowed others to help, and within 10 levels, it wasn't impossible to crusade an epic level monster as long as your teammates were strong enough and had enough props. It was no wonder that Li Mingyue would remind him that he could seek help in the guild after receiving the highest difficulty quest. Exclusive monsters of this profession that can still be leveled up. Lin Chi chanted. Even if it's just an epic monster, it's definitely not bad. This mission is certainly the best. Lin Chi immediately chose to receive the third mission. On the altar, light coalesced and transformed into a scroll. Blacksmith's scroll summons an exclusive monster of the same level. Choosing from bronze to epic quality, Lin Chi glanced at it and put the scroll away. He would like to see what kind of state the exclusive monsters of the main profession blacksmith would be in. Walking out of the awakening hall, Lin Chi then directly followed the quest guidelines and rushed outside of Moonrise City. This was rather an area similar to the area around Summer City, outside of the Firestone Valley replica. From time to time, there were earth fires rising from the ground around them, scorching the 4 directions. There was likewise a group of monsters with flame attributes spread out here. Little Fire Monkey, rank 60, Ash Monster, rank 57. Guess that's what makes the task so difficult. If any other blacksmith awakened accidentally entered the hate range of these creatures, it would inevitably usher in a disaster of destruction. However, Lin Chi didn't even pull out the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer, so he just went straight forward. Even the monsters around them were falling. Finally, he came to a valley that was relatively empty around him, with no other monsters. Successful arrival at the mission site. Lin Chi immediately took out the scroll and activated it. Chapter 64. Who was it that struck the iron in the wilderness? In an instant, the scroll in Lin Chi's hand transformed into thousands of runes that poured onto the ground like a torrent, forming a spell formation that shone with various colors of light. And in the glow of the phalanx, a huge figure was gradually revealed with it. It was a huge creature shaped like a strange stone, with a strange branch growing from various parts of its back, each emitting a glow of various colors. Rock Forge, Epic, rank 31. This thing can still be called a forge table? The corner of Lin Chi's mouth pulled as he looked at the strange creature in front of him. He had trouble connecting the creature to the forge table anyhow, but at this point, the monstrous stone's massive body had moved as if it was facing Lin Chi, but it didn't have any clear features. Hammer at first. In Lin Chi's hand, the profound ruined sledgehammer emerged and suddenly blasted toward the strange stone. He had already discovered that even the abyssal domain was unable to cause any effect on this strange stone. Apparently it has similar qualities to the mountain beast, but carrying negative effects doesn't mean you can carry a purely physical attack. Boom! The sledgehammer falls. The entire monstrous rock then exploded with it, but there were flames rising up between the broken monstrous rocks, as if they were calcined into magma, and gradually intersecting and merging, reorganized into a huge rock like a hammer. And after, under Lin Chi's gaze, the hammer-like stone even slowly lifted up as if it was held by some invisible force. Again, Hurley smashed down towards Lin Chi, but the sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand was even faster. Bang! The strange stone shattered again. Still no kill cue. Reorganized again. This time, Lin Chi instead discovered a familiar glow from its gradually reorganizing monstrous stone sledgehammer. Repair. With enhancements? He understood instantly. In the end, it's a monster exclusive to the blacksmith's profession. Every form it displays has the characteristics of the blacksmith profession. Calcination, decomposition, repair, strengthening. Still missing an appraisal. Lin Chi took a moment to calculate, then attempted to point remotely at the strange stone sledgehammer in front of him. Identification. Monolithic hammer, epic. You have obtained the hammer of monolith drawing ×1. Sure enough, Lin Chi had been enlightened. This wasn't just testing the awakened's fighting ability, but more, the degree of mastery of the profession. Other than that, he did find a special strange stone in a corner of the strange stone sledgehammer. There was the monster's weakness that he had identified. Spin. Lin Chi simply reached out his hand and with a slight grip, that particular strange stone appeared in his hand. Rule replacement. You killed the rock forge. Mandate changed. That's a hit? Lin Chi blinked. What about the deal that this monster is testing the skills of this profession? The monstrous stones that had originally formed the sledgehammer instantly disintegrated and fell to the ground. forming a stone forging table that just rested on the ground. It's really a forging table. Lin Chi was a little powerless to spit out. He glanced again at the broken rock in his hand and instantly realized. Core of shattered stone, epic. Category, special equipment. Description, special equipment props for blacksmithing profession. Can be used for decomposition. I guess it was originally supposed to be used to test decomposition skills. However, after being used by Lin Chi to replace the words using the rules, it led directly to its elimination. Since you have obtained the equipment from the exclusive monster, the quest has been completed and you may return to submit the quest. Another prompt appeared. Line. Lin Chi shrugged. With the word stack, these trials of this profession are occasionally the case where they are completed out of the blue like this. Put these away. Lin Chi's gaze quickly landed on the stone forging table that was left behind after the monstrous stone shattered. In his hands, he could have piled up quite a lot of equipment and materials. If we return to Summer City for another wave of forging, it would still take a while. It would be better to simply take advantage of the fact that there was this stone forging table in front of him and do a wave of forging in the wild. Say it and do it. Lin Chi immediately walked towards the stone forging platform, swung the abyssal ruin sledgehammer, and began to sacrifice the forge. On this trip to Moonrun City, Lin Chi had gained more than he had expected. There were several pieces of legendary quality equipment alone. The legendary set of the Abyss. One last part to go. Lin Chi had long ago made plans. After sacrificing the last part of the Abyssal legendary set, he was going to sacrifice all the remaining materials and equipment to the Abyssal Market sledgehammer. Up until now, he didn't even have a holy weapon that he could equip himself. When we run out of this equipment and materials, even if it's still not enough, it shouldn't be too far off. Boom! A ball of flames exploded in the mountain range, accompanied by a howl from the monster. Huang Xin immediately shouted out to the surroundings. It's going to be stage 2. Control it. After settling the rewards for participating in the crusade against the mountain range beasts earlier, the members of their guild had all returned to Moonrise City for the time being, and now it has also spread out. Each team practicing. Under the combined efforts of the 4 members of the team, this epic quality boss was quickly destroyed. The quest has changed. I guess by completing this quest, our guild will be able to gather enough prestige to open a guild copy. Huang Xin spread a smile. The 3 teammates all nodded, but suddenly, one of them wondered, President, why is the fog of war mentioned in the quest for the change? There are fogs of war in the outside world too? Fog of war, which usually only appears in replicas, but their changed mission was a reference to the fog of war. Huang Xin also shook her head. When we arrive at the mission site afterward, we'll be able to know. Ding! But just then, a clear knocking sound suddenly came from the distance, echoing between the mountain ranges. The voice wasn't too clear, but it was enough for all 4 of them to be able to hear it. Huang Xion's few people were all stunned. What kind of movement is this? A monster or a boss? Ding! But immediately afterward, another knock came. The sound was extremely rhythmic, one after the other. However, Huang Xion's few people knew that they should not be too close to the source from which this kind of knocking sound came from. Instead, a faint echo was heard in the surroundings of the mountain range. How does this look like? Someone is making iron? Huang Xian murmured, and a touch of doubt passed through all of his expressions. But who's going to pump iron in the wild? Is ironworking a blacksmithing profession? Suddenly, an awakened, however, seemed to have thought of something and said, speaking of which, when I went to the awakening hall to transfer, I also met a young man of the blacksmithing main profession. With all this commotion, it can't be that he's here for a transfer quest, can it? In response, Huang Xian just shook her head. This kind of commotion was not something that a blacksmith profession that came to Moonrun City to change jobs could cause. But the next moment, instead, her eyes glazed over as if she had noticed something. Ahead, there was suddenly a dark pillar of light that rose up to the sky and flickered away. This sight is the Abyss? Huang Xian was stunned. Chapter 65, Set Collection. 9 levels of increase. You have successfully forged Abyssal Avoidance, Legendary, X1. Gaining Physique plus 800. Agility plus 400. The 4th component of the Abyssal Legendary set was completely forged. Lin Chi immediately put it on and checked the attribute bonus of the complete set now. Special effect, Abyssal Increase, gain 9 levels of Abyssal Increase. Abyssal Legendary set, for //4 increase the attributes of all parts of the set by 20%, and provide level 8 Abyssal Increase to up to 4 friendly targets. It's a straight up level 9 Abyssal Increase. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. He could be too happy with this effect. Furthermore, one of the set effects has the effect of giving friendly targets an Abyssal Increase. Then in that case, his Abyssal territory would be able to be of some use again. He was also able to choose any 4 of the summoned Abyssal creatures and apply a level 8 increase. Even if it couldn't compare to a boss unit like the Abyssal Bone Dragon, it could at least be considered an elite monster, right? Waiting to turn back. Or better yet, looking for the rest of the Abyssal Lord set. Recovering his thoughts, Lin Shi continued with his forging and sacrificing. In the previous forging, he had also forged the equipment through the blacksmith set drawing that Li Mingyue had given him. The speed of the forge has also improved. Soon, he had already consumed the materials he had obtained earlier. Actually, Lin Shi didn't do any large-scale monster brushing on the way from Summer City to Moonrise City. The materials he obtained weren't much, but the victory was that the quality of the materials were all extremely extraordinary. And there were also materials that had been popped out of the world boss mountain beast in this one. However, Lin Shi didn't use the materials from the mountain beast. Similarly, the materials on the treasure-stealing Goblin King he didn't use. Until he succeeded in switching jobs, it would be difficult for him to actually forge epic quality equipment with his current forge, whereas originally following the materials popped out by that home occupation exclusive monster would have greatly provided a success rate. That was out of the question. After primping the remaining materials, Lin Shi then placed those legendary equipment that had exploded earlier, as well as the newly created equipment below legendary quality, on the forging table. A freshly forged gold quality hammer was picked up in his hand, with the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer as the main focus. It was straightforward to offer these pieces of equipment together. Ding! The sledgehammer smashed down. Sparks splashed in all directions, and even more so, a blazing light bloomed at the point where the hammer struck, incorporating all of the equipment laid out on the forging table. Half a day later, only then did the light converge, and on the forging table, only a profound market sledgehammer remained. Sure enough, it still falls short. Lin Shi picked up the Abyssal Market sledgehammer and examined it. As he expected, even after consuming the equipment he had obtained earlier, he still failed to pile up a single holy weapon. But the exterior of the Profound Ruin sledgehammer was now all glowing with a strange rune in the pitch-black mist. Those runes were even almost dense into substance, vaguely filled with a strange aura. Probably another 2 legendary suits. Or maybe one will be able to be promoted. Lin Shi already had a feeling in his heart. Granted, he had also taken the time to sacrifice the Abyssal Legendary set during this time, but the investment he had expended on the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer was by no means small. Submit the quest and then collect some materials around Moonrise City afterward. Lin Shi had already made plans for what was to come. When the transfer was successful, all he needed to do was to pick a nearby copy or an area with high-quality bosses, and he should soon be able to gather the materials to forge a piece of legendary quality equipment, and by then, it would be able to promote the Abyssal Market sledgehammer to a saint weapon. Even if Lin Shi's own attributes were put aside for the time being, it was just a saint artifact that corresponded to his current level 30+. Wherever you put it, it's definitely extremely outrageous. Sacred weapons, according to common sense, had to be at least 90 levels later before an awakened could obtain them. Even though many awakened people ascended to a higher level, they did not necessarily have a holy weapon. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Shi immediately summoned the Bone Dragon, intending to rush back into Moonrise City. He won't stay in this city for too long, and after that he has to go back to Summer City to participate in the guild's new. To be precise, it was to help the Earthly King's guilds to go to penetrating Moon City to get new people. On Lin Shi's side, he naturally already had a candidate, but since it was something that had been promised, Lin Shi would definitely not be perfunctory. He stepped on top of the Bone Dragon's head and flew out of the valley, heading right towards Moonrise City. Instead, he noticed that a few awakened were standing on a peak not far away. It seems like all of them were the people who crusaded against the mountain beasts earlier. Lin Shi still had some impression in his mind. It was assumed that all of these people had crusaded against the world boss and then arrived on the way to this side of Moonrise City to recuperate. And at this point, Huang Xian's few people had long since stared in dismay. Earlier, after they had eliminated the boss, they happened to notice that a sight like the entrance to an abyss seemed to be coming from this side of the valley. Solely, he rushed straight over. Who would have thought that a huge skeleton creature with a body covered in blazing flames would have suddenly appeared in their line of sight? Bone Dragon? A bone dragon such as this one was not the first time any of them had seen it. It was only instantly associated with the bone dragon that their guild had met earlier when they were crusading against the world boss. They even guessed that the awakened person who summoned that bone dragon was most likely the existence that had crushed the mountain beast with his own strength. Now then, did we meet that big guy again? An awakened murmured to Huang Xian, his tone filled with astonishment. Although they didn't know now what was going on with the original sight of this place flickering like the entrance to an abyss. But if even that big guy showed up here, then everything, it seemed, made sense. Huang Xian nodded. Creatures like the bone dragon could only be seen in some extremely special areas. Among the awakened, those who could summon a bone dragon were even fewer. The identity of the other party is already calling out. Think about it. Huang Xian simply waved his hand toward the bone dragon in midair in front of him in a friendly gesture. Earlier, they were attracted by the strange movements over here. so it wouldn't be good if they were misunderstood by the other side as trying to rob the monsters. The other 3 people beside her were all subconsciously waving their hands, not yet recovered from the shock of seeing the bone dragon again. But Whirlwind, Huang Xian's 4 people, however, were all baffled. They actually distinctly noticed that the bone dragon was rapidly swooping towards their side. The bone dragon's body was ablaze with flames, and even though it hadn't revealed any information yet, it still exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. Not to mention, above the head of the bone dragon, there was clearly a figure standing. See this. All 4 of Huang Xian could not help but have their hearts trembling. If it was really misunderstood, then if an awakened of this level wanted to make a move against them, I'm afraid they wouldn't see a chance to teleport away. But that's when Lin Chi's calm words, however, came through. You guys looking for me? Chapter 66, Transfiguration. Forging quality upgrade. No. Huang Xian's small face stiffened, suddenly at a bit of a loss for words. They were just rushing at each other to say hello. Who would have thought that the other party would come straight over? But, calming down, she did notice again that the awakened standing on top of the bone dragon's head was clearly a young man. It doesn't seem to be very old. Huang Xian pondered. Could it be a top awakened person who has almost returned to his old age? There are always situations in this world that people can't understand, and it's not surprising what kind of awakened people appear. Former seniors. After thinking about it, Huang Xian still called out tentatively. Seniors? Lin Chi rubbed his chin. He didn't care about what Huang Xian and the others thought, simply because he was on his way back to Moonrise City and saw these people waving at him, so he came over to ask a question. Don't. I just turned 18. Lin Chi shot back. Originally, he had thought that these people were looking for him for something, but since they weren't, he would have to go back to Moonrise City to submit his quest. It was just that. Although Huang Xian's few people were stunned at what Lin Chi had said, they didn't believe it. What awakened person just turned 18 and can fly around on a bone dragon? Huang Xian still maintained a respectful stance. She suddenly seemed to think of something and inquired to Lin Chi again. Then, Big Brother, do you know where there is a fog of war around here? Since she was able to have the opportunity to interact with such top awakened, she simply asked the other party about the mission that had them. As for whether or not the big man was willing to answer, then of course she wouldn't force the issue. However, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Fog of war? Wasn't it exactly a fog of war that he had entered when he was searching for treasure before? However, the fog of war there had dissipated with the appearance of Hydra. Is this a new mission you've encountered? Lin Chi asked again. The quality of the bosses inside the fog of war was something he had already experienced firsthand. Simply mending a cut is able to gain an upgrade. That's right, the quest that has only just changed has assigned us a location instead. Huang Xian replied. None of us expected that outside of the duplicates, there could even be a fog of war. The mission had just changed, which meant that there was indeed more than one fog of war outside of Moonrunner City. Lin Chi's heart fluttered. That was a bit of information for him. Not long ago, I did see a place, Lin Chi recounted. It probably depends on the area where the fog of war is located. It will transform all the creatures in it into lost creatures. In addition, if the awakened person dies in it, they will also be transformed into monsters. He briefly related his earlier experience. However, when they heard this, Huang Xian's several people's faces suddenly changed. Why does that sound? Well, a little weird? It's not uncommon for awakened to die in a monster crusade. However, after the awakened person dies, he will be turned into a monster. This is very horrible, and they were already convinced that Lin Chi was definitely a big brother. Even this rarely seen fog of war was able to be encountered. That's all I know. If you guys need someone to help you with your mission, you can ask for my help instead. At this time, Lin Chi added, such things as being paid to bring down a copy, or being paid to help with a quest. Such things were more than normal amongst the awakened. Since he was able to obtain information about the fog of war, Lin Chi didn't mind cooperating with these people for a bit. However, when they heard Lin Chi's words, Huang Xian and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Able to ask the big guy for help? Is this big guy so enthusiastic? Huang Xian didn't even have any hesitation, and immediately nodded heavily to Lin Chi, begging for a big brother band. What's the hesitation? Their guild wasn't a top guild to begin with, and they had to spend quite a bit of time accumulating reputation values to even try to open a guild copy once. And now, the mission they've been given has touched the fog of war in the outside world. This would have been very unusual. If they had this big guy who could summon a bone dragon to help lead them, what else would they need to worry about? It's totally a guaranteed guild copy, alright. Big brother, this is my contact scroll. You can receive my messages from here. Huang Xian immediately took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Chi. This kind of scroll was a one-time consumable item that could only receive one message, but its value wasn't too low. Lin Chi received it in his hands and nodded. Then you can tell me when you're leaving. And what if? Now, Huang Xin inquired tentatively again. They had completed the pre-quests, so it was time to head to the area where the fog of war was located. That's fine. Lin Shi didn't really care. He just said, but you guys have to wait for me for a while. I'll go to Moonrise City first and submit a transfer quest. When you guys are ready, just let me know when you get to the place. After saying that, he maneuvered the bone dragon and headed straight towards Moonrunner City. Just, while looking at Lin Shi's departing figure, Huang Xin and the others couldn't help but be stunned. What's the big man doing there? They looked at each other face to face. Transfer? Doesn't the Awakening Hall in Moonrise City only offer transfers up to level 60 at most? But they didn't look deeper. Bigots such as these are all normal, even if they are out of the ordinary. Moonrise City Awakening Hall. Lin Shi once again returned to the trial arena. Take out the shattered stone core that had been blasted out of the monstrous stone forging table and place it on the altar. Benton time. An upgraded light then bloomed on Lin Shi's body. Mission accomplished. You get to gain 300 free attribute points. You get +1 rank. You gain extra precision in words, blue. You have been successfully transferred to Blacksmith. You get a skill forging boost. Your skills in this profession are improved. Each time you upgrade, you get an attribute point boost that compensates you for 3 levels of free attribute points. A message alert flew to the surface. Lin Shi shrugged after checking them one by one, as he had previously received a guide to this profession. The blacksmith profession was still a blacksmith even after a transfer. It is not like, for example, the mage profession. After the transfer, you can choose the professional mage of each element. But, what Lin Shi cared about the most was undoubtedly the forge enhancement skill. Skill, forging enhancement, effects, passive skill. The probability of the success rate of forging equipment of various qualities will be increased, and the equipment can be forged with the highest epic quality materials. This was the skill that would be most effective for him after the transfer. That is to say, even when Lin Shi was forging, without using high-quality materials, he also has the probability to forge high-quality equipment. And if after using high-quality equipment, then the highest he was able to forge epic-quality equipment. Beyond that, the other boosts Lin Shi received after the transfer were all-encompassing. The original basic skills of this profession have all seen slight changes as well, including the free attribute points gained from each upgrade. It also directly became 25 points per level. Chapter 67, Big Brother Don't Joke. After checking out the changes after the transfer one by one, Lin Shi then walked out of the trial field. Being able to directly forge epic quality equipment now would be extremely helpful for his sacrifices afterward. And this time, the original scroll that Huang Xin had given him had also seen changes. Huang Xin, Big Brother, we have arrived at the outskirts of the fog of war. The fog of war here is so strange. Never appeared before. Corresponding to the level of the region is not very high. Originally it should be 45 to 50 levels of the region. The location of the Valley of Rotting Grass. The scroll shifted for a while, and finally rested on this large section of text posted by Huang Xin. A level 45 to level 50 area? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. It was just right for him to practice. The current one had risen to 33 levels. Even if a level 45 monster had experienced decay, it wouldn't be much. Maybe if we practice this time, we'll even be able to quickly rise to level 35. He quickly left Moonrun City, summoned the bone dragon, and rushed towards the location Huang Xin had mentioned. Only not much longer. Lin Shi then rushed here, since the mid-air, far from being able to look out. The front of a valley, at this time is shrouded in a layer of thick fog, and outside the valley, there were 3 figures waiting. Big Brother, at the entrance of the valley, Huang Xin saw the bone dragon in the sky at a glance and waved at Lin Shi as she had earlier. The 2 men following beside her, on the other hand, were somewhat shocked at the massive bone dragon flying down from the sky. This time, the teammates following Huang Xin around had changed. It turned into a middle-aged man as well as a young girl. Apparently, there was also a place reserved for Lin Shi to form a team. Lin Shi directly collected the bone dragon from mid-air and landed on the ground, which caused the 3 Huang Xin to be stunned again. That high up, just jumping off? In the end, it's a big man, and it's raw. This is it? Lin Shi looked in front of him and his gaze fell back on the 3 people beside Huang Xin. Huang Xin nodded and introduced the 2 people around him to Lin Shi again. Big Brother, this is the vice president of our Zun Huang Guild. Occupation is Jedi Warrior. With that, she added a ring around the young girl beside her and laughed. And this little beauty's profession is the War Priest profession. Jedi Warrior, War Priest. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly and shot a glance at the 2 people in front of him. The middle-aged man looked stout and wore a heavy suit of armor, while the Jedi Warrior was undoubtedly a hidden profession, and a tank type one at that, especially known for his defensive prowess. He has known about this information for a long time. As for the young girl, Lin Shi took one more look at her. She looked quiet, but she had her own gentle aura, and she also smiled gently at Lin Shi. War Priest, on the other hand, is a profession for the priest profession after the transition. The original priest profession, on the heavenly ranking, could be a top 10 profession, very well configured. Lin Chi nodded. Being able to resist and breastfeed, and then 2 outputs, naturally, is the perfect squad configuration. I, on the other hand, am of the fire mage profession. Huang Xian patted himself on the back again and briefly introduced the 3 of them on his side. It was obvious that as the guild president, she was good at dealing with all these aspects. Lin Chi nodded and introduced himself to the 3 as well. Lin Chi, Blacksmith. Aha! The words fell. Huang Xian and the 3 of them all froze at once. They looked at Lin Chi, and then subconsciously looked up in midair. There was originally a bone dragon covered in blazing flames, only now it had been unsummoned by Lin Chi. But, Blacksmith? Since when was the blacksmith profession able to summon bone dragons? Is this normal? It's not normal. Big brother shouldn't be a divine blacksmith, right? Huang Xian inquired tentatively again. It's the only possibility. A god-level blacksmith was considered a legendary existence in the world of the awakened. The divine blacksmiths that were known to people were also able to be called by their names. Perhaps the young man in front of him was a divine blacksmith who had been hiding. Not yet. Lin Chi shrugged and didn't explain much. Huang Xian invites you to join the team. A message prompt popped up in front of him, and Lin Chi accepted it straight down. Teammate Lin Chi has joined the team, and the next moment, the 3 of them, Huang Xian, were even more dumbfounded. Forest Pond, rank, 33, what? 33? Who would dare to believe that? Not to mention the fact that Big Brother's blacksmith profession was already quite outrageous, but this 33 level was even more false. Not to mention the blacksmith profession. Even if it was replaced with a summoner or necromancer, it would be impossible to summon a bone dragon at this level. Halftime. Huang Xinsai couldn't help but reach out and hold his forehead, and somewhat helplessly said to Lin Chi, Big Brother's hidden rank. It's more or less a bit outrageous. Obviously, they didn't think that what they were seeing was Lin Chi's true rank. There were 1,000 different awakened skills in this world, and it wasn't surprising that there was a skill that hid identity and rank. Lin Chi smiled and didn't explain anything. Currently, his relationship with Huang Xian's Zun Huang Guild was also just a partnership. Big Brother, the equipment that falls, we'll distribute it as needed. And if it's not the equipment of mages, warriors, and priest-type professions, then it will all be handed over to you. How's that? Huang Xian asked again. She felt that Lin Chi shouldn't be able to look at the equipment dropped here either. This was after all only a level 45 to level 50 level practicing area, and the equipment that was popped out was not even something they could use. But, the fog of war that fills this place is yet very weird. Who could say if the depths of the fog of war hid any other monsters? Lin Chi nodded and agreed. He looked at the rank of the 3. Huang Xian, class 99. Liang Yunshan, level 117. Zhao Jinger, class of 96. There was a huge difference in level, but it was clear that these 3 were not running for the experience here, and were simply here to complete the quest. Tell you what, I'll withdraw from the team first, and I'll join when I need to complete the mission. Lin Chi quickly made a decision. Just kidding. With a difference of a few dozen levels from his teammates, he wouldn't be able to gain any experience at all. Instead, it would be better for him to directly open the way in front and lead these 3 people all the way to the quest location in the fog of war. To this, Huang Xian's trio didn't question anything. It wasn't like it had any impact. But whirlwind. They then noticed with astonishment that with a wave of his hand, Lin Chi summoned a spell formation emitting a pitch-black mist on the ground in front of him. That pitch-black mist was like the black mist of the abyss. Immediately after, in the spell formation, 3 figures emerged one after another. Abyssal evil spirit, summoning creatures of the deep. The 3 of them, Huang Xian, stared wide-eyed. Even they, for the first time, had seen that someone had summoned an abyssal creature. Lin Chi didn't say much. He just assigned the 3 abyssal evil spirits to the 3 of them. These 3 abyssal evil spirits had already been subjected to a level 8 abyssal increase. You guys just follow me. As the words fell, he took a step into the fog of war. Chapter 68 The eroding source of the fog of war. In the fog of war, it's impossible to tell where to go. However, this was not a problem for Lin Chi. Beneath his feet, a pitch-black liquid spread out, covering a large area. Entering this place and upgrading was his main purpose. You killed the lost one and gained plus 210 experience. You have killed the lost tree demon and gained plus 4109 experience. The kill prompts kept coming, but due to the mist of war, Lin Chi didn't even see the monsters around him. Your mission. Any more hints? As Lin Chi walked, he inquired towards the 3 Huang Xian behind him. When they entered this place together, Lin Chi had already learned about the mission that Huang Xian and the others had taken on. Mission, Earthly Shadows. Description, in an unknown region. Legend has it that there is a huge and boundless monster, just a wisp of ghostly shadow, has already covered the sky and the sun, and where its ghostly shadow passes through, it will be descending into the fog of war. Please track down the ghostly shadow in the fog of war. This looks somewhat similar to Lin Chi's previous search for the Hydra when he entered the fog of war. Only, the description of this mission doesn't exactly describe Hydra. After a moment's thought, Huang Xin replied, "We previously obtained the quest, which Jinger discovered unintentionally. When she was practicing in the wilderness, she encountered an old man. This task was given to her by that very old man, but according to our speculation, that old man was not an awakened, but came from a region outside the pioneering region." In response, Lin Chi slowly nodded. This reminded him of that Sword Saint White Star, who was likewise not an awakened. Actually, after reaching a certain level, the awakened are likewise able to issue quests. However, most have to go through guilds, or the Hall of Awakening or something like that to help, while some beings in unexplored areas have other means of posting quests as well. After thinking about it, Lin Chi stopped caring. Anyway, let's explore while practicing in this fog of war first. As for this quest, it should also be a search for the source of the fog of war. The big thing is to brush the whole fog of war clean. It was just that he hadn't spawned enough abyssal creatures in his abyssal territory, and he couldn't just spread out his troops here to explore as he had earlier. But even so, all three of Huang Xin's expressions revealed a sense of eccentricity. Beside them, they were all followed by an abyssal ghost each, looking cold and ghostly, and underneath his feet, there was a dark liquid that spread out. This situation, in turn, was going to lead people to believe that they were already in the boss's wave range, but as they traveled along in this fog of war, they never encountered any monsters. That's not to say that there really aren't monsters in this place. Rather, the monster had been destroyed by the big man in front of them before it got anywhere near them. Sister Xin, about how long must it have been since we've been taken flying by a big brother like this? Zhao Jinger lowered her voice to Huang Xin. They were both nearly 100 levels old, and in the areas where they usually moved, there were hardly any monsters that could threaten them, and in guilds, it's usually a case of them taking guild members to practice. Huang Xin shook her head. This counts as bandwagon flying in a sense. After all, she had never even seen the monster's face. Something's not quite right up ahead. At this point, Lin Chi's words, however, suddenly came. At the sound of the voice, the three of them, Huang Xin, were instantly on guard, a situation that could be considered out of place by the big boys. Then I'm afraid there's a big problem for them. They followed Lin Chi all the way forward, and the depths of the mists of war gradually unfolded before them. Spin. In the line of sight, a dry branch of a tree emerged. Monster? Seeing this, Huang Xin was slightly stunned. Those branches looked like they came from some kind of tree demon type monster. Only, with the dark liquid writhing around them, those monsters had clearly died under the big brother's skills. It's a large monster. At that moment, Lin Chi added, those monsters in front of him had indeed died under his abyssal domain skill. However, he did not gain experience value. Instead, it felt that these monsters were more like doppelgangers, like the phantom of the treasure-stealing Goblin King, some kind of tree demon, but the branches are extremely numerous, and the main body is not here. Lin Chi estimated, probably a bit like a banyan tree, a solitary tree, and right after the four of them arrived here, the dead branches that had originally died were actually revitalized once again, slowly squirming under the field of the abyss. Lost banyan tree tentacles, rank 45. At the same time, the information of these withered branches also surfaced in front of Lin Chi's several people together. 45 level monsters. In response, the three Huang Xin did not feel threatened. They could all be more than twice the level of these monsters already. But the next moment, the gazes of the three of them, Huang Xin, however, were all slightly frozen. Those withered branches actually instantly disappeared into the ground and vanished. So fast, it was clearly just a branch, but it displayed a speed that was far beyond the grade. Dangling. A crash came. Lin Chi glanced towards the back and saw that Liang Yunshan, whose team was in the Jedi warrior profession, had already cast a large shield skill. It enveloped a large area around it, forming a large illusory light shield, and that crashing sound originated from the ground. A withered branch stretched out from the ground in a heck of a way, but like a spear, it stabbed at the illusory light shield. By all accounts, it didn't do much damage to the illusory light shield. However, Liang Yunshan frowned and reminded the three people around him, it's not quite right. The shield skill I unfolded has suffered an eroding negative effect. Erosion? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This was quite similar to the situation when he had entered the fog of war before. The real danger in the fog of war could not be those ordinary lost creatures. Rather, it is a source of power that erodes these lost creatures. Soon, Lin Chi then noticed that the shield Liang Yunshan had put up was actually gradually breaking open with cracks. This was a level 100 plus awakened shield skill. As for Lin Chi's abyssal domain, it wasn't put away. but it didn't have any effect on the withered branches of this place. Like the mountain beasts that have some sort of immunity to negative effects? Lin Chi was not surprised. As a boss in a fog of war, it would be strange if there wasn't something special about it. Suddenly, around them, a tree branch violently emerged, so dense that it almost coalesced into a jungle. Those dead branches were all writhing, like countless human arms, from all directions, converging towards Lin Chi and the others. Cooperate with Big Brother. Huang Xin immediately spoke to the two people around him. With so many monsters, it should be troublesome to clean up even for the big guys. But just as they were about to perform their respective skills, however, they suddenly noticed that the abyssal evil spirits that were originally following them had actually moved, swooping down in all directions. He unleashes the abyssal evil spirits frost skill. Only for a moment, it froze the large withered branches around each of them into ice. Chapter 69, Monster Too Weak? It's just a matter of simply crushing it. Click. The ice shattered. Large swaths of dead creatures shattered apart with it. Seeing this, the three of them, Huang Xin, froze in their tracks. They could all feel the power of these withered branch tentacles just now. Just from the erosive power contained in the withered branch alone, it was evident that it was able to break Liang Yunshan's open shield skill. The strength of this kind of monster could definitely not be classified by level alone. They looked again, somewhat dully, at the three abyssal evil spirits following beside them. How many levels of abyssal increase was this abyssal creature subjected to? I'm afraid it's even more outrageous. And that was still just some sort of summoned creature of Lin Chi's. In the meantime, Lin Chi moved as well. He took a step forward, his body instantly surrounded with blazing spectral blue flames, and the profound ruined sledgehammer in his hand became especially huge under the burning flames. Spin! The hammer slammed into the ground. Boom! Ghostly blue flames erupted, spreading out abruptly in all directions. Every splatter of sparks exuded an unspeakable burning sensation that spread in all directions, putting all this flammable firewood in front of me. Not realizing I'm a blacksmith? Lin Chi silently spat out. In the meantime, his experience was piling up fast. You killed the lost banyan tentacles. Experience plus 4,620. You kill the lost banyan tentacles. Experience plus 4,620. The banyan tentacles around him could not be few and far between, and in only a short period of time, they made his experience bar grow by a fraction. Extremely efficient. After clearing the dead branches around him, Lin Chi continued to step forward along the area where the dead branches were. You guys wait for me. Lin Chi exchanged a word to the three Huang Xin behind him, and immediately stepped into the fog of war. And the rear, the three of them, Huang Xin, were still a bit messed up. They looked somewhat dumbfounded at the ghostly blue flames still burning around them, only feeling that a large area around them had been turned into a sea of fire. It was even possible to feel the burning heat contained in that strange flame. And the big man just kills himself in? Zhao Jinger looked at Huang Xin beside her, originally feeling that she should be worried, but then he looked at the three abyssal ghosts around him, and inexplicably felt that there was an indescribable ease in breaking into the abyssal mists on this trip. You kill the lost banyan tentacle. Experience plus 4,620. Deep within the mists of war, Lin Chi was still continuing along the dead branches, as he had expected. This was, indeed, a place where the monstrous one-tree forest was located, and along these withered branches that had been eroded by the strange power, it didn't matter even if they couldn't find the banyan tree's main body. These dead branches alone were already able to contribute a rather sufficient amount of experience value to him. Passing through the large swathes of mist, Lin Chi had a clear view in front of him. In front of them, a huge tree with large, massive roots grew out of it. Every tree root was deeply rooted in the ground, and the branches and leaves above it were continuous, just like a huge banyan tree. Lost banyan tree, epic, rank, 48, epic monsters? Lin Chi looked at the monster information in front of him and bristled. He had searched for a monster for half a day, but it was only an epic monster? It shouldn't be that simple. Lin Chi swept his eyes around and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Is there a possibility that even this boss strain is just a branch? Perhaps all the banyan trees here have mutated under that eroding force. After all, even those banyan tentacles couldn't simply be viewed as small monsters when they were level 45. And this banyan tree, in all likelihood, has gotten even bigger. Scattered in a branch, each branch can be considered a boss. But Lin Chi didn't think much of it. Immediately, he raised his hand and summoned the bone dragon and the mountain ancient beast. Go destroy it. The two massive summoned creatures didn't look so small even in front of that huge banyan tree. After being summoned by Lin Chi, they immediately rushed towards the lost banyan tree together. The bone dragon's flames gushed out, igniting large swaths of trees, while the mountain range ancient beasts even charged across, crashing through all the tree trunks blocking the way in front of them. And after, Lin Chi gave another order to these two summoned beasts to continue to kill along the remaining dead branches of this place after eliminating the lost banyan tree. Having these two ancient beasts wreaking havoc in this place was enough to provide him with constant experience. Only then did he follow the connection with those three abyssal evil spirits and return to Huang Xian's trio. Big brother, how's it going? Huang Xian immediately came forward and looked at Lin Chi with some concern. The fog of war is very wrong here. Even though they knew that Lin Chi was extremely powerful, they weren't sure if Lin Chi would directly encounter the hidden boss in the fog of war. There's no problem. Follow the area where the withered branches and you'll always find the boss here, Lin Chi said casually. The body of that banyan tree should also not yet be the source of the fog of war in this place. Lin Chi also wanted to see what kind of thing the hidden boss here was. The three of them, Huang Xian, nodded and followed the path that Lin Chi had just taken. Moving forward once again, all around, there were burning ghostly blue flames. It was like the place had been completely incinerated, and the monsters had all been turned into fuel for the flames. In response, all three of Huang Xian were a bit wooden. It can't be that these monsters, even though their attack power has increased to a very outrageous degree under erosion, their defense power hasn't increased, right? Zhao Jing'er muttered. She also knew that it wasn't possible, but from start to finish, the three of them were like Lin Chi's thigh pendant, not even able to touch the monster. None of them had a basic judgment about the specific strength performance of these monsters. Simply the big brother is too strong. Liang Yunshan lamented. It's a complete one-sided crush on these monsters. So much so that even the strongest monsters were like papier-mâché in front of Lin Chi. Finally, the fog of war in front of them all became much thinner as Lin Chi took a step out. But looking at the scene around them, they were even more speechless. In mid-air, the bone dragon flew and swept, spewing out large swaths of fiery flames. On the ground, on the other hand, a huge beast, like a rock construct, was rampaging. It's like they've completely turned this place into their territory. As for the front, there was a large open area, with only a few charred tree trunks vaguely visible. Obviously, there was supposed to be a boss here, but it's been wiped out. Lin Chi's gaze, however, landed over at an area in the ashes. There was a cave. A steady stream of mist was rising outward. It looks like we've found the place. Lin Chi looked at the three of them and smiled faintly. He came to that cave first and looked downward. Immediately after, two separate prompts then appeared in front of them. Lost Banyan Body, Legend, Rank, 45. Earthly Shadows, Rank, Chapter 70, Has the Big Man Always Been So Brave? A level 45 legendary boss, as well as an existence like the Hydra that could not be seen in terms of quality or level. Lin Chi couldn't help but breathe. The interior of the cave was wide, like a small underground temple. The banyan tree itself was particularly tall, and each of its leaves emitted a faint golden luster that was radiant and eye-catching. As for the earthly apparition, it was a shadow formed by some kind of bubbling grayish-white mist, entwined between the branches of the banyan tree with its intertwined roots, vaguely able to make out what appeared to be a giant python. At the python's head, there was the same grayish-white mist, with only the eyes bubbling with a blood-colored glow, and at the same time that Lin Chi looked inside the cave. The giant python made of grayish-white mist also raised its head violently, its blood-emitting eyes gazing fiercely at Lin Chi. You are under the gaze of an earthly specter. Strength reduced by 50%. Spirit reduced by 50%. Lin Chi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he looked at the information prompt in front of him and felt the weakening of the power in his body. Forced lowering of power and spirit? It seems to be some kind of suppression that is naturally possessed. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a negative effect. And behind the forest pool, Huang Xian and the three of them even noticed that under Lin Chi's feet, a pillar of blood-colored light through the sky had clearly risen. The first moment the pillar of light rose up, it directly engulfed Lin Chi's figure in it. Huang Xian's eyes instantly became grave. That pillar of light, is it some kind of boss skill? Even she was seeing this for the first time. Big brother? She immediately shouted eagerly towards Lin Chi. Just as the three of them were about to approach Lin Chi, their bodies couldn't help but tremble heavily. You are under the gaze of an earthly specter. Strength reduced by 50%. Spirit reduced by 50%. In front of them, this same prompt appeared. Negative effects that directly affect the awakened person's own attributes. And that's just one of the boss's skills. What quality of boss must this be? Zhao Jing'er murmured, turning her head somewhat stiffly to look at Huang Xian and Liang Yunshan beside her. Even earlier, when they had crusaded against a world boss like the mountain beast, they hadn't suffered this kind of negative effect. Big brother, are you alright? Zhao Jing'er also tried to shout into the light pillar. This negative effect must be mandatory. None of it has anything to do with what kind of domination effect one has anymore. But just then, another message alert popped up in front of the three at the same time. Lin Chi applies to join the team. As expected of a big brother, there was even the effort to request to join the team in this situation. In a pillar of blood-colored light, Lin Chi casually moved his muscles. Directly reducing attribute values is indeed a very powerful skill. He let out a sigh of emotion. but without the slightest apprehension. There was the aptitude weave phrase that briefly lowered the attribute values, and again, it didn't affect him much. Team assignment changed. You have discovered the trail of the earthly phantom. Escape the danger as soon as possible. At this point, another prompt message for the quest flashed in front of Lin Chi. The pillar of blood-colored light that had erupted from the cave had gradually dissipated, and Huang Xian and the three of them had all gotten close to Lin Chi, their expressions even more grave to the extreme. They naturally received a quest change alert. The quest hints don't even mean for us to fight, Lian Yunshan said in a deep voice. This must be a task that is judged by combining their ranks. In other words, even if the three of them added Lin Chi, it was still impossible to defeat the hidden boss in that cave. As long as we discover the hidden boss here, surprisingly, it's considered a mission accomplished. Huang Xian also realized the seriousness of the matter. Even in the quest they had undertaken, there was no mention of eliminating the hidden boss in it. However, just then, the three of them, distinctly noticed that Lin Chi had already made a leap and jumped into the cave in front of them. Huang Xian, big brother? Her eyes widened at once. No. What is Biggie up to? Lin Chi has withdrawn from the team. Zhao Jing'er, Lian Yunshan? They looked at each other, and for a while, they were somewhat speechless. Is the big guy always this brave? Straight away, they even backed out of the team. This is to face the hidden boss inside the cave by yourself? Huang Xian couldn't even help but secretly clench her teeth. She was calming down as much as she could, judging the situation at hand. What's going on here? A hidden boss is encountered, and the big guy gets on it himself. After thinking about it, she took another deep breath and said to the two beside her, "Go stand guard over the cave and prepare to receive Big Brother." Boom! But just as the three of them arrived in front of the cave, their sight was violently filled with a blazing incomparable ghostly blue flame. That was undoubtedly the effect of Lin Chi's skill. The flames recede. The scene in the cave also surfaced in front of the three together. A giant python made of grayish-white mist was coiled at the roots of the banyan tree, gulping scarlet snake letters. They couldn't even tell the border between the banyan tree and the python. It was as if the banyan tree had been mostly devoured by the python, yet it maintained some sort of strange symbiotic relationship. A giant python growing at the root of a banyan tree? Huang Xian murmured. She inexplicably associated it with a legend, but more than that, she cares. Instead, it was a huge flaming figure that the python was currently confronting. It was raising the huge flaming hammer of the ghostly blue color high and fiercely blasting towards the side of the python and the banyan tree. Boom! The ghostly blue flames erupted once again, filling the entire cave, and the ground beneath his feet was actually trembling with it. The three of them, Huang Xian, hastily backed away. The edges of the cave entrance where they were originally standing were all rapidly collapsing, and when the ghostly blue flames receded again, what came into view was the gray-white mist python's half-body that had already burst apart. With one blow, it hammered that python? As for the huge banyan tree that the python was originally coiled around, it was reduced to ashes in the flames. Giggle. And what was even more concerning to the Huang Xian trio was, a light actually blossomed on that huge shadowy blue flame figure. Is that upgraded in all its glory? Big brother, upgraded? The three of them, Huang Xian, looked at each other, their faces all carrying a strong sense of doubt. Even at their level, killing monsters in this area shrouded by the fog of war, they could barely gain any experience. The levels are going to be more than 50 levels apart. The experience gained is completely negligible under experience decay. But how did the big guy get upgraded? You have killed the lost banyan tree proper, legendary, and gained experience plus 12. 390. Level plus 1. You've been given the word green. 34 levels up. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. It wasn't in vain that he had brushed all the way here. The eyes fell back on the giant python that had been hammered halfway through its body. The grayish-white mist was reorganizing, restoring the python's body. Chapter 71 The Mark of the Dusty Phantom. This kind of monster seemed to have transcended the realm of unusual visible monsters. And, since the beginning, Lin Chi had even discovered a problem. He hadn't seen the life value of this mist python. It was simply a matter of hammering the opponent to burst with power. Hard. Who says you can't hammer blast without life points? Not waiting for the gray-white mist python's body to coalesce again. The profound ruin sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand had already smashed down again. Boom! Ghostly blue flames erupted, blasting the grayish-white mist python's body apart hard. The flames spread, wrapped in a thick grayish-white mist, and when the flames dissipated again, in the cave, the figure of the giant python was no longer visible. The only thing that was left was the dense grayish-white mist spreading all around, as if all sound had been lost. But, Lin Chi still noticed that the grayish-white mist was still surging. Still no eradication? He was all a bit confused. This thing, is it that hard to kill? It's all just monsters anyhow. Even the Hydra from earlier had a life value. This grayish-white mist python, could it even be killed? I don't believe it. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. If the grayish-white mist around him were to be crushed, he wouldn't believe that he couldn't kill it. Immediately, he swung the sledgehammer in his hand and continued to blast down. And between his sledgehammer swings, layers of flames then spread out in all directions like waves. Even the grayish-white mist was collapsing. The upper edge of the cave. All three of Huang Xian's eyes were staring straight at the scene in the cave, their eyelids fluttering. They were all in a bit of disbelief. What kind of power is this? A few hammers exploded the grayish-white python that they hadn't even seen the life value of. And that, surprisingly, is not all. Biggie is still whipping. Finally, a circle of flames completely dispersed the mist in this place, and in the cave, only wisps of mist were still suspended. But apparently, it had lost any power and no longer surged. In the meantime, Lin Shi also finally received an alert message. You have been marked by an earthly specter. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Marker? He swept his eyes around again. Here, besides the equipment dropped by that legendary quality lost banyan tree proper earlier, he also found no more. That python, it didn't explode anything? Lin Shi frowned slightly. Not only did he not explode his equipment, but in fact, the first moment he jumped into the cave, he used the rule replacement phrase. Likewise, there was no replacement of any material on the python. Since the beginning, there has only been one non-existent mark. What's the use of this thing? Lin Shi was speechless. Looking at his own status, the negative effect of being watched by the dusty specter earlier was gone. Instead, a dusty phantom marker state appears. However, in this state, Lin Shi found neither any negative nor beneficial effects. Significance unknown. Seems like it's a waste of effort? As Lin Shi pondered, he suddenly had a change of heart and looked up at the three Huang Xian above the cave. Since the quest that those three people had received was precisely related to that head of the dusty phantom, then, would it make any difference if he now went with these three to submit his quest? Think about it. He immediately initiated a request to the three Huang Xian to join the team. Actually, when he jumped into the cave earlier, he naturally had his own considerations. At least that lost banyan tree proper was still a level 45 legendary boss. With the three of them teamed up with Huang Xian, even if he killed the banyan tree proper, he would definitely not gain much experience. Not to mention, the moment they discovered the dusty specter's shadow perched in this cave, Huang Xian's trio's mission was complete. Then naturally there's no need for another group. Lin Shi joins the team. A good half hour. It was only when Huang Xian's trio looked at the alert message in front of them that they finally slowed down. They hadn't pondered why Lin Shi had taken the lead in retreating from the group. In his heart, he was completely just shocked by the sight of Lin Shi when he attacked the giant python just now. Big brother, that python was just wiped out? Seeing Lin Shi jump out of the cave, Huang Xian hurriedly went forward to ask. In fact, she had been alerted to the change in the mission. Mission changed. You have escaped the range of the earthly specter. Please go and submit the mission. That giant python made of grayish-white mist had all been wiped out. But it's not just escaping the range of the earthly specter? Lin Shi shrugged and didn't explain too much. Is the mission considered complete now? He inquired of the three again. Since he had completed the quest, he could certainly rub in another wave of quest rewards when he submitted the quest. Huang Xian immediately nodded and asked Lin Shi, is Big Brother going to submit the quest with us? All of her gazes as she looked at Lin Shi were already glowing with a strange color. As things stood, she had some guesses about Lin Shi's identity. This Big Brother. I'm afraid that he's not one of the top Awakened Raiders active on the front lines of the Awakened Raiders. The four of them took a moment to recuperate, and then they walked together towards the outside of the valley. As the dusty phantoms were annihilated, the fog of war that had originally filled the area gradually dissipated. They soon left the valley and headed in the direction of Moonrise City. And in the meantime, Lin Shi, on the other hand, took the time to look at the equipment that the banyan tree proper had exploded. Banyan staff, legendary, category, staff. In addition, there's an epic piece of equipment, along with other materials. Lin Shi was already planning to sacrifice these two pieces of equipment to the profound ruin sledgehammer once he submitted the quest. This kind of monster seemed to have transcended the realm of unusual visible monsters. And, since the beginning, Lin Shi had even discovered a problem. He did not see the life value of this mist python. It was simply a matter of hammering the opponent hard with power. Who says you can't hammer blast without life points? Not waiting for the gray-white mist python's body to coalesce again. The profound ruin sledgehammer in Lin Shi's hand had already smashed down again. Boom! Ghostly blue flames erupted, blasting the grayish-white mist python's body apart hard. The flames spread, wrapped in a thick grayish-white mist, and when the flames dissipated again, in the cave, the figure of the giant python was no longer visible. The only thing that was left was the dense grayish-white mist spreading all around, as if all sound had been lost. But, Lin Shi still noticed that the grayish-white mist was still surging. Still no eradication? He was all a bit confused. This thing, Is it that hard to kill? It's all just monsters anyhow. Even the Hydra from earlier had a life value. This gray-white mist python, could it even be killed? I don't believe it. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. If the grayish-white mist around him were to be crushed, he wouldn't believe that he couldn't kill it. Immediately, he swung the sledgehammer in his hand and continued to blast down. And between his sledgehammer swings, layers of flames then spread out in all directions like waves. Chapter 72 Dharma Sage. 2 levels in a row. Found and wiped out. Zhao Ginger walked up to the old man first and spoke in a complicated tone. Oh, you guys did well. The old man was sheathed under a wide, tattered robe. His face was unreadable, and his voice all but carried a line of witheredness. With the strength of the moment, you were able to track the traces of the dusty phantom, and boys, you managed to avert a catastrophe. As he spoke, the 3 Lin Shi people had also come over. Lin Shi did notice that under the old man's tattered robes, there were no feet. Instead, it was like a ghost, floating in mid-air. I can sense from you, too, the aura of the earthly phantom, and I will be there to destroy the phantom of that monster. The old man continued. However, he suddenly looked as if he had realized something and turned back to his senses, jerking his head up to look at Lin Shi and the others. Until then, only then did his face reveal itself to the crowd. It was a withered and old face, but at the center of the brow was shining a golden mark like a snake, which looked especially mysterious. However, his old face, was filled with dismay and dullness at this time. What did you just say? The old man looked violently at Zhao Ginger, his withered eyes glaring round at once. You guys wiped out the dusty phantoms? The voice was getting a little shaky, and in response, Zhao Ginger was filled with helplessness, shrugging her shoulders and stretching out her small snow-white hand towards Lin Shi again. It was this big guy that wiped out that thing and scattered all the grayish-white mist that made up its body. The words fell. It was only then that the old man's somewhat stiff gaze fell on Lin Shi again, his pupils contracting slightly. This can't be right. Only for a moment, he actually floated in front of Lin Shi, his eyes staring straight at him. Lin Shi instantly frowned slightly. It wasn't so much that he was surprised at how fast the old man was, but he was a little uncomfortable being stared at by an old man like that. This but for Huang Xian or Zhao Ginger by his side. He could accept it openly and even look deep into the eyes of the other party. Is marked. The old man murmured and spoke, his tone full of alarm. It was as if he had discovered something, and his tattered robes were fluttering. Marker? Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Wasn't it precisely for the marker that he had followed Huang Xian's trio over to submit the mission? As expected, as the issuer of the mission, the old man in front of him knew the source of the mark. How did you destroy that thing? The old man suddenly eagerly inquired to Lin Shi. That is the projection of the earthly phantom in the world. Its power. It will thus descend to the earthly world. That's one of the few most special monsters in the world. Projections again. Lin Shi bristled. No wonder he didn't even add experience after wiping out that thing. Not to mention the lack of exploding equipment. Not nearly as useful as stealing treasure from the Goblin King. Well, at least the treasure-stealing Goblin King's projection was able to explode equipment. Then, where is the Dusty Spectre's main body? Lin Shi simply took the opportunity to ask. Since this old man had clues about the Dusty Spectre, he didn't mind turning back to find the Dusty Spectre's main body. I can see that. Dusty Phantom is definitely an extremely special boss. So if we can crush it, how come we won't have a full harvest? And that, again, was information he had not been privy to before, but the old man did not answer, but was meditating on something. Halftime. Only then did he let out a long sigh. I have, likewise, the markings of that thing on my body. Words. All 3 of Huang Xian's complexions couldn't help but be shaken. Even this old man in front of me has some kind of mark on him? They also learned something from the old man's earlier words. It was evident that the big man had suffered some sort of marking after he had struck down the shadow of the Dusty Spectre. But the old man's next words sent some shivers down their spines. Even the fact that I've fallen into this hellish state is due to that monster. The old man took a deep breath. Once, in another region, I was known as the Sage of Law. The words fell. Lin Shi's then saw a line of information on the old man at the same time. Saints of the Law. Sure enough, it is similar to the Sword Saint White Star. Lin Shi's heart. As an existence outside the currently explored area, this old man should have been very powerful in the past as well. I didn't realize there was such a title. The 3 Huang Xian people, on the other hand, were even more alarmed in their hearts. They associated with more. Even such a Dharma saint had been reduced to his current state after being marked. So is there any unknowable danger to the equally tagged bigots? Think about that. They looked at Lin Shi with worried faces again. However, they noticed that Lin Shi always looked as normal. Specifically, does being marked mean that the creature will come for me? Lin Shi's tone even revealed a little bit of intent. That's great. It all saved him from having to go back to that Dusty Spectre of a body. Elder Dharma Sage nodded before sighing. the once existent me. 2. Destroyed one of the projections of the Dusty Spectre shadow after discovering it against all odds. But that's why, after being marked by it, I actually met the thing at some point. It was a monster enough to qualify as a natural disaster. Its specter will eventually consume the entire world. By the end of his sentence, he sounded as if he was dreaming, but Lin Shi silently spat in his heart. A natural disaster? Coincidence. His domain in the abyss is called the Plague of Heaven. He would like to see if the monster that could be called a heavenly disaster could come to him. A heavenly disaster lord. Looks like there is some use for this marker. Lin Shi then smiled in satisfaction. Instead, it was Huang Xian's 3 people whose hearts had become incredibly heavy. It was hard for them to imagine just how powerful this Dharma Saint Elder was. However, after they learned some information that they had never known before, their minds could not help but be depressed. This world, I'm afraid it's far more dangerous than they expected. It's just, destiny can't be escaped after all. It was only after a long time that the Dharma sage old man sighed once again. The eyes fell back on Lin Chi's few people. You have accomplished more than I could have imagined. I'm also going to fulfill my promise to give you enough rewards. Finally, I was able to claim my mission reward. Lin Chi lifted the corners of his mouth. At least he had eliminated an earthly phantom, so he couldn't be considered a basket case. Could he? Spin. He then saw the Dharma sage elder slowly wave his hand toward them, and vaguely, a starry light drew away from the elder and landed on them. Mission accomplished. Level +1. You've earned the phrase familiarity breeds skill, red. Level +1. You've been given the phrase in the same boat, gold color. You gain prestige +5,000. In the meantime, Lin Chi, as well as Huang Xian and the others, bloomed with an upgraded light one after another. It's a 2-step upgrade in one fell swoop. 36 levels. Moreover, under the word rotation, Lin Chi had also directly gained a red word and a gold word. Chapter 73, Transfer Scroll. Hidden Profession. This quest reward, isn't it too generous? Lin Chi couldn't even help but play with it in his heart. Originally, he had only planned to rub off on Huang Xian and the others' quests and find a boss to kill in the fog of war. Now that's good. Straight up 2 levels in a row. As for Huang Xian, the 3 of them looked at each other with a wave of surprise in their expressions. Obviously, the rewards of the mission had likewise now exceeded their expectations. And this time, the old man's voice resounded once again. This is one of the few things I can pay you for. By destroying a dusty phantom, you have solved a scourge for me. He shook his head before his gaze fell on Lin Chi again. As for you, you should be an extremely powerful existence among the awakened, right? To this, Lin Chi nodded matter-of-factly instead. Regardless of his level, his various basic attributes could be all-powerful. There was no problem in saying that it was an extremely powerful awakened. Only then did the old man add, I seem to see only an extremely strong affinity for the element of firing you, and yet this is not quite the same as the mage profession. You should be a special warrior-type profession, right? It was evident that even though the old man was not an ordinary awakened, he still knew a lot about awakened. I'm a blacksmith, Lin Chi confessed. Blacksmith. Huang Xian and the 3 of them raised their heads in unison with extreme tacit understanding. Looking towards Lin Chi, the skills that Lin Chi had previously performed were summoning type, and likewise those that were covered in flames. How can this be seen? It doesn't match the blacksmith profession they perceive. At best, Lin Chi's weapon is a sledgehammer. But it seems, even the legendary god-level blacksmiths don't fight like this. The old man didn't say anything more on this, but added, the term awakened's occupation was also mentioned in the region I used to live in. Our profession, however, has to be relatively lax, and as the one who killed an earthly phantom, I deserve to pay you more. As he said that, his tattered robe fluttered for a moment, and he actually poked out a bony palm, and in the palm of his hand, a scroll was placed. And extra pay? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. This elder Dharma saint is indeed very generous. I, Lin Chi, am willing to call you the most generous. He silently bellyached. Only then did he receive the scroll from the skeletal palm of the old man of the law saint. Transfer scroll. Effects. You can use this scroll to change to the hidden profession. Auric mage. Hidden profession transfer scroll? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. It's kind of an extremely special prop. It is reasonable to say that the occupations of the awakened are fixed. As in the case of the mage class professions, no matter how they are transferred, they will be on their respective career paths and develop. The same is true even for hidden professions. There is a clear route to transfer. There is generally no such thing as a mage class profession switching to a warrior class profession. But, awakened people are not without the opportunity to change their destiny. After completing certain special quests, or getting props such as transfer scrolls, then there will be the opportunity to switch to another profession. This thing, it's a completely valuable existence. Huang Xian and the 3 of them all came over as well. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Naturally, they had all heard of the existence of transfer scrolls. And, This was surprisingly still a transfer scroll capable of transferring to a hidden profession. If it was placed in the outside world, it would definitely be able to be auctioned off at a sky-high price. However, they were only envious and didn't eye the rewards Lin Shi received in the slightest. That's the reward the big guy deserves after eliminating that earthly specter. If you are willing, you can try to use the scroll and follow the same path as me. At this time, Elder Dharma Saint rushed at Lin Shi again. As he spoke, his figure was becoming gradually illusory. Perhaps, in the future, you can take over the title of Dharma Saint from me. The words fell. Elder Fa Shang's figure also disappeared in this way. In place, only the three Huang Xin were still in a daze. Lin Shi then just casually put the transfer scroll away in his ring. Transferring to a hidden profession? He's not half as interested. How can this thing even compare to his blacksmithing profession? The front end is a bit short, but it can't be helped that he has infinite words. When the words stacked up to a certain level, he would surely be able to make up for all of his occupational shortcomings with the words. This is far from what a mage-class hidden profession can be compared to. Only then did Lin Shi look at the three Huang Xin beside him again and let out a light laugh. Cooperation is complete, and if there is any more news related to the fog of war after that, you can come back to me for help. This time with Huang Xin and the others. He had tasted enough sweetness. Huang Xin returned to his senses and immediately nodded heavily to Lin Shi. Big brother, I have another summoning scroll here. Keep it for now, and I'll be sure to contact you if there's another mission in this area in the future. In her opinion, what they gained the most from this quest wasn't really the upgrades or the prestige value they gained. Instead, he had befriended such a great man as Lin Shi. Then big brother, can you reveal which guild you're from? At this moment, Zhao Jinger also tentatively asked Lin Shi, her eyes all glowing with starry light. She also wanted to learn more about Lin Shi. The kings of the earth. Lin Shi shrugged. It's not like it's a secret. After bidding farewell to the three of them, Lin Shi summoned the bone dragon and swept off on his own in the direction of Moonrise City. The current upgrade progress was already much faster than he had expected. There was also no need for him to brush up and upgrade all the way from Moonrise City and kill his way back to Summer City. It would be better to return directly to Summer City through the teleportation array. And in situ, the three Huang Xin looked at each other in disbelief, finally coming back to their senses. The fourth guild on the list. No wonder. In this way, everything Lin Shi had shown seemed reasonable. In midair, Lin Shi was also calculating his next plan. He made this journey to Moonrise City and stayed here for a while longer. There wasn't much time left before Summer City's guild nascent, and he had also promised the Earthly Kings Guild the task of helping to identify one or two new awakened people in the middle of Summer City to join the Earthly Kings Guild. It's natural to rush back and finish. Also, he was still waiting for it, the guild copy of the Earthly Kings Guild to open. Wait, in the middle of his flight, Lin Shi's body suddenly shook. Am I forgetting something? He tapped his head. Almost forgot about business. With 2 levels in a row, he had just gained a red word as well as a gold word. Practice makes perfect in red as well as in gold in the same boat. Lin Shi immediately opened his panel and checked it out. Chapter 70 for the power of 2 words. Back to the city. Word, practice makes perfect, red. Effects, after forging the same equipment for a corresponding number of times, you will get the next quality of forging drawings. Oh wow. Only just seeing the effect of the red words, Lin Shi couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. This is the legendary. Nothing else, only the hand is familiar? The thing about forging drawings was actually an extremely useful thing for all blacksmithing professions, such as the blacksmith set drawing given by Li Mingyue earlier. As long as it was used, the forging method of the entire set could be mastered directly. And actually, it is basically impossible for a blacksmith to forge equipment of equal quality without forging drawings of the appropriate quality. Only, Lin Shi had the effect of the creation, sacrifice and refinement phrase, which could directly break this restriction. But no matter what, being able to obtain higher quality forging drawings would undoubtedly greatly reduce Lin Shi's consumption in terms of sacrifices. The same equipment, with different qualities of forging materials, should be roughly the same, and at best require materials of higher quality. Lin Shi pondered. That can't be a problem for him. After all, due to the effect of the washout phrase, a significant portion of the forging materials he obtained were actually 1 grade higher. Another instant looked to the next golden word. Word, together, gold. Effects, the level limit of experience gained from killing monsters is lowered by 10 levels, and when teamed up with teammates, it can be lowered by 20 levels, and the effects can be shared with teammates. Finally, a word that lowers the level limit. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. The level restriction does make it a bit difficult for him. In the past, but any monster that exceeded his own level 10, it would be difficult to gain much experience due to experience decay. This, of course, made the high level awakened. Almost all of them had their own excesses. Not so much that the awakened person had just awakened and was led by other awakened people to kill level 100 monsters, thus jumping up dozens of levels at once. And now, at level 36, he could target level 56 monsters. Higher levels can be reached if you are in a group. The speed of upgrading, being able to speed up further. After all, this was still only a golden word, and to be able to have this kind of effect was already very good. After checking the 2 words, Lin Chi glanced downwards, already approaching this moonrise city. He leapt straight off the top of the bone dragon's head and jumped. Bang! Lin Chi's body fell heavily to the ground, smashing a crater in the ground, and even stirring up rolling smoke. While the smoke and dust receded, Lin Chi noticed that there was a tall figure standing in front of him. Elf? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, but he was able to see the other party's appearance. It was the same elf that he had seen earlier when he first entered Moonrunner City. She was particularly beautiful in a long turquoise and gold-encrusted dress, carrying a large turquoise bow with flowing blonde hair. At this moment, her turquoise pupils were staring intently at Lin Chi, a lingering surprise still on her delicate little face. Raising his head slightly again, he glanced upward. It seemed to be pondering how it was possible for someone to be able to fall out of the sky and still be fine at all. Hello again. Lin Chi chimed in with a bright and warm smile. The young man's face was as energetic as it could be, and he didn't flinch even when faced with a female elf who was a combination of thousands of beautiful things. You know me? The elf asked. This was actually something she had been thinking about lately. Earlier in Moonrise City, it was this teenager in front of her who nodded his head in greeting, as if he was very familiar with her. Yeah, Lin Chi smiled and nodded. Reaching out his hand again, he waved at the elf before him, and Woody stepped into the city of Running Moon. We've met once, and we've kind of gotten to know each other. But the elf was still standing in place, somewhat dumbfounded as he watched Lin Chi's departing figure. Seeing this human teenager once again, the doubts in her heart not only didn't get answered, but instead intensified. When did she meet this teenager? In the city of Moonrise. Lin Chi stepped into the teleportation formation with a single foot, accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. He all but felt a sense of weightlessness coming from himself. Spin. The light around him gradually dissolved, and the scene outside the light came into view. He had already returned to the middle of Summer City. Between two cities such as this, which were not too far away, there would be teleportation arrays, which would be open twice every day. Only, every time you use it, you have to spend a certain amount of gold coins, and if one wanted to travel to the cities on the front line, it would not be possible to reach them by simply using a teleportation array. At the current stage, the Awakened had already explored an extremely vast area, which was far larger than the world before Lin Chi crossed over. After looking around, he went back to his house first. During the time he had traveled to Moonrise City for his transfer, not much had apparently changed in the middle of Summer City. On the contrary, the effects of the previous abyssal descent had also been completely repaired by some Awakened who possessed builder-type side professions. Arriving at the front of the house, Lin Chi however noticed that there were several letters clearly placed in the mailbox at the entrance. The wireless communication in this world was completely destroyed long ago after the game invasion. Lin Chi muttered, inexplicably somewhat nostalgic for the days when he hugged his cell phone and read novels before crossing over. In this world, to communicate over long distances, it was either through some props or similar to a guild channel, which was only possible through some consumption. Lin Chi opened these letters and scanned through them one by one. Among these, there was a message from Shin Bailu to him, telling him that the previous matter had been able to be resolved, and that the follow-up would not have any effect on him. In addition, the reputation value from getting rid of the 3 kidnappers earlier had been collected for him, and was only waiting to be forwarded to him at the next meeting. There were also some miscellaneous publicity advertisements for guilds or equipment and prop stores, as well as a guild recruitment reminder sent by Summer City High School. Is it scheduled for 2 days from now? Lin Chi counted the time. Since the awakening, up to now, the time has been less than a month, but it is almost the same. Even the Earthly Kings Guild has specially asked me to select suitable new awakened ones, so I guess all the other guilds will also focus their attention more or less on Summer City's side, right? Lin Chi was already able to predict that the next guild nascent was bound to be a bloodbath. That, however, didn't have much to do with him. He's a judge, not a contestant. After tidying these up, Lin Chi then went to his home's forging room. Immediately, he took out a bunch of equipment from his ring. After wandering around in the fog of war with Huang Xian's trio, he could and did obtain some equipment and materials. Placing the Abyssal Market sledgehammer on the forge again, he rubbed his hands together somewhat expectantly. He was certain that this sacrifice would definitely be able to elevate the Profound Ruin sledgehammer to a sacred artifact. Chapter 75 Sacred Artifact Quality Profound Ruins. In front of the forge table, Lin Chi raised the tool hammer in his hand high, letting the ghostly blue flames cover the hammer. And then, a heavy hammer slammed down towards the forging table below. Boom! Flames flew and a burst of light covered all the equipment on the forging table. Lin Chi quietly waited for the final result of the sacrifice. Soon, a prompt then surfaced in front of Lin Chi. Successful sacrifice. You have successfully forged Pool Abyssal Ruin, Holy, X1. Gain strength plus 4,500. Gain skills, Holy Abyssal Burst, Holy Abyssal Shock, Holy First Throw, Holy Plus Protection, Holy Weapon. Forged successfully. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. He instantly picked up the new hammer sitting on the forge. Pool Abyssal Ruins, Holy. Category, Weapons. Equipment requirements, Lin Chi. Effect, Strength plus 4,500. Special effects, Holy Abyss Burst, Holy Abyss Shock, Holy One Throw, Holy State. Description, forged by a powerful being, condensing the power of the abyss and sacrificing it to a holy product, containing the greatness of the holy, shocking the four directions. The abyssal market sledgehammer had already faded away from its original state of being shrouded in black mist, and was instead flooded with a divine silver-white light. Between the complicated lines on it, there were also a few red dots of light, which made it look extremely cool, and this was a holy weapon that Lin Chi would be able to fully use at his current level. The attributes are vaguely stronger than the belt that the mountain beast exploded. Lin Chi couldn't even help but TSK after seeing the current profound market sledgehammer's attributes. After being promoted to a holy weapon, the abyssal market sledgehammer was also added a pool prefix name. Just by looking at the name of the weapon, it carries a holy weapon's unique style. Sure, what Lin Chi cared about the most was naturally still the several skills that came with sacrificing this profound ruin sledgehammer. Abyssal Burst has become the current Holy Abyssal Burst skill. The effect is similar to the previous one, but with a considerable increase in both the damage bonus and the splash range of the burst. As for the Abyssal Domain skill, it was replaced by two other new skills in the midst of the sacrifice. Skill, Sacred Abyssal Shock. Effect, blasts a wide range of shockwaves in front of you, with damage equal to that of a normal attack, and causes a flying effect on all targets affected by the wave. The effects of this new skill seem simple, but are undoubtedly extremely powerful. It directly made up for Lin Chi's lack of attack range. Skill, Holy One Throw. Effects, can throw a weapon shadow in any direction. Damage equal to normal attack damage. Maximum attack range 1500 m. Good lord. Long range skills too. Lin Chi's gaze flickered. Equivalent to a normal attack. It just seems to increase the distance of the attack. But, Lin Chi weighed the sledgehammer in his hand. Even if it was an ordinary attack, he didn't see anyone being able to withstand this hammer. As for the final Holy Addition skill, it was a passive skill that had gotten a slight boost from the previous rigid status and had the effect of automatically restoring equipment durability, which wasn't too useful for Lin Chi. Finally, there's a working saint artifact. Lin Chi lamented. Up until now, he had possessed 3 sacred artifacts. The belt popped out by the mountain beast and the token necklace given by the sword saint. One level requirement is too high to equip, and one has no useful equipment effect. As to whether or not to sacrifice these 2 holy weapons together to the profound market sledgehammer, Lin Chi still doesn't consider it. That's a bit too defeating for him right now. Next step, just build another holy weapon suit. Lin Chi looked down again at the abyssal legendary suit he was wearing. This suit can and will be able to function well enough for him. Summoned beasts such as the Bone Dragon, the Mountain Ancient Beast, and the Abyssal Guard, under the protection of the Abyssal Legendary set, could all be able to utilize the strength of a monster with an increase of level 8 Abyssal. Taking a short break, Lin Chi was planning to gather the materials on his body to see if he could forge a few more pieces of equipment. At that moment, a message surfaced on the panel. Guild Channel, Li Mingyue, Xiaoqi, it's time to go to the meeting. Xia Chang is going to hold a mobilization meeting before the new recruits. Just go and take a look. There's a pep rally here? Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Lin Chi, what's in it for me? Li Mingyue, it can give us some reputation value. And every time the guild is new, these cities will prepare some new rewards for us. And now our guild has decided that all these rewards will go to you. And the reward? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. That's normal. Guild recruitment is supposed to be a bit like a job fair for fresh graduates in college. Although there were many guilds in this world, it was not possible to be able to recruit all of the new awakened every time a guild was new. Many of the awakened would also choose to practice on their own or simply join certain forces if they were unable to join a guild. When one's level and strength had risen to a certain level, there would naturally be guilds that would be able to choose. And in order to be able to get guilds to recruit more awakened, many cities would likewise give some incentives. Li Mingyue, in addition, the guild copy is almost ready. Before participating in this guild copy, you'd better complete the transfer. Oh, I believe you can. Lin Chi, I've already completed the transfer. Turning off the guild channel, Lin Chi then forged and sacrificed all the remaining equipment and materials before walking out of his house and rushing to the city lord's mansion. Dude, are you here too with the intention of hitting the ground running? Just after arriving outside the city lord's mansion, Lin Chi saw a chubby teenager coming over with a wary face. Lin Chi looked at the other party's humble equipment and roughly judged that the other party was likewise a newbie awakened. A hit? I don't know what occupation you are, brother. I can remind you, there is a great risk to show your face today while the mobilization meeting is in progress. I heard that the Guild of Earthly Kings that is ranked 4th on the list will also be in the Summer City this year to take in the new. Oh, how about this? I have a doorway here that can contact guilds that are famous on the ranking list. Are you interested? Oh, now. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The so-called one-hit wonder was undoubtedly a way for the new awakened to show themselves to the guilds that had come to the mobilization meeting today before the guild's new members. After all, they were competing against newcomers in the same class, and with so many roles, any number of strange tricks were used. Don't say I won't give you a chance, brother, just 5 gold coins, or a level 30 gold equipment, and I'll help you get in touch. What do you say? The chubby teenager lowered his voice again. Fraud came to me. Lin Shi's gaze at this teenager became odd. At this point, it's you? How many levels are you? I don't think you're trying to take advantage of the mobilization meeting to have any crooked thoughts, right? A slightly cold voice came out. Lin Shi turned his head to look, and he was seeing Chu Qingyu, who had walked out of the city lord's mansion. Earlier when the abyss descended, he had also obtained an escape scroll from Chu Qingyu. No, I'm here for the mobilization meeting. Lin Shi confessed that even though he was a member of the Earthly Kings Guild, he didn't mean to deliberately create misunderstandings to act like a bully. Participate in. Chu Qingyu's complexion twitched, and immediately, as if she had thought of something, she carefully sized up Lin Shi. You can't be the new member of the Earthly Kings Guild, can you? Chapter 76. You're a real dog. Chu Qingyu was all a bit stunned. This year's guild nascent. Aside from the fact that the attention of all the major guilds had shifted towards Summer City's side due to the descent of the abyss, the most special of all is undoubtedly the fact that the Earthly Kings Guilds are also planning to come here for newcomers. She also already knew that the Earthly Kings Guild had chosen a teenager named Lin Shi from Summer City High School. Now then, the only Summer City teenager who could come to the mobilization meeting was undoubtedly Lin Shi. It's me. Lin Shi nodded. Since Chu Qingyu knew the reason, it would be good. Spin. He then saw a pleased smile spread across Chu Qingyu's slightly cooler face. No wonder you dared to rush into the abyssal black mist alone at that time, said Chu Qingyu, waving her hand toward the city lord's mansion. Let's go. I'll take you in. Anna sighed. The teenager who had witnessed the two men talking, on the other hand, had long been frozen in place. He was surprised to see Chu Qingyu, and even more outrageously, the teenager he had just talked to was a new member of the Earthly Kings Guild? So young and straight into the 4th guild on the list? This is too much of a shock for him, and the next words that Lin Shi said caused even more of a shock to him. Wait, this person just said that if I give him 5 gold coins or a gold equipment, he'll find me a way to introduce me to other guilds. Lin Shi pointed at the chubby teenager. At this juncture, there are quite a few people who want to fish in troubled waters. Any evil will eventually be brought to justice. Chu Qingyu instantly frowned and coldly gazed at the teenager. With a wave of his hand behind him, a member of the city defense team immediately rushed over and took away the dumbfounded teenager. No, you are a real dog. It was a while before the teenager's voice came from the distance, only to become more and more distant. The clamor disappeared, and Lin Shi refreshingly followed Chu Qingyu into the city lord's mansion together. The city lord's mansion was rather lively. Lin Shi saw at a glance that the group of awakened here were all wearing extremely high-quality equipment, none of them purposely covering up the luster of their equipment. Apparently, it's also the front of a guild. And although Lin Shi's arrival also drew some attention, none of them paid much attention to him. It's not like anyone knew he was from the Guild of Earthly Kings until he revealed his identity. Lin Shi was happy to be free. Instead, Chu Qingyu only left for a short while before she brought a middle-aged man to his side. Lin Shi naturally recognized that the other party was the city lord of the Xia city. Xia Yang, your student Lin Shi? It's true that heroes come out of the youth. Ha ha. Xia Yang had an affable smile on his face, making it impossible to see half of the arrogance of a superior person. Even when he talked to Lin Shi, a teenager, it was as if he was talking to his peers. Well, is there any equipment or items you need for the current stage? Just ask. Xia Yang added. Since we, the people of Xia City, have joined the Earthly Kings Guild, we have to show all those top awakened ones what we're made of. It seemed that in a matter of 3 words, the two were brought closer together in no time. They were all from the same Summer City, and the Guild of Earthly Kings were the outsiders. Lin Shi gave the city lord an interested look, and naturally, he would not poke at the intentions in the other party's words. But, since the other party had mentioned equipment and items, he was not to be blamed for climbing up the pole. Brother Xia, you don't say. The Earthly Kings Guild is indeed considered to be righteous, but I just wanted to ask for 100 legendary quality forging materials from them, and they were surprisingly unwilling to give them, Lin Shi said, and even patted Xia Yang's shoulder to show his friendship. However, seeing this, Chu Qingyu on the side had her eyelids jump slightly. I can't tell. This kid is really self-conscious. This is clearly see out the city lord pulling the heart of the city, so directly knocked the bar. And you call the city lord brother Xia? The city lord was afraid that he was more than twice as old as even Lin Qi. Xia Yang also raised an eyebrow, but the smile on his face did not diminish. Indeed, 100 legendary materials. Even the great guilds wouldn't just take them out. Even our Summer City's warehouse simply can't come up with this much. As if he hadn't heard the meaning of Lin Qi's words, he turned his words around again. However, when I was out exploring before, I did collect a few. Have them all brought to you later. This is a direct indication that it's going to be out of the individual's pocket. Lin Qi's heart was slightly moved, but he did not expect Xia Yang to be so generous. Then he naturally butted in. In this assembly, there wasn't anything where there were awakened people who thought that Lin Qi, a teenager, didn't deserve to come and participate, and spoke out to mock him. Subsequently, Lin Qi showed his identity, and the other party was unconvinced and insisted on proposing a match, and was finally blown away by Lin Qi with a hammer and shocked the whole audience. After all, everyone was there for the guild's newest addition, and no one wanted to make trouble. Instead, the meeting ended. Chu Qingyu really did bring a ring and handed it to Lin Qi's hand. The city lord said that although he doesn't know how many slots the Earthly Kings Guild intends to open up in Summer City, he still hopes that you will give some thought to recruiting awakened ones who truly have the hope of rising to prominence. Chu Qingyu instructed. Since previous years, the members of the Earthly Kings Guild could not appear in Summer City. Next, the Earthly Kings Guild would take in new people, which was undoubtedly a considerable opportunity for Xia Chang. Put my brother Xia at ease, Lin Qi responded with a smile. He took the ring and glanced towards it. There were really 5 legendary quality materials in this. Blood Serpent Venomous Teeth, legendary, rank, 56. Phantom Shard, legendary, rank, 62, the lowest ranked, and the material dropped by the 56th ranked boss, the highest grade. On the other hand, was over 90 levels of material, placed in the hands of other blacksmithing professions. It was enough to last a long time. Instead, there was a gold quality set of over 30 levels in the ring, and there was no limit to the professions that could be used. Obviously, this was specially prepared for Lin Qi at this stage. Beyond that, instead, it was a list of consumable items that held 500 prestige values, as well as some high-quality props. Good brother, Lin Qi smiled with satisfaction and stepped out of the city lord's mansion. And after Chu Qingyu watched Lin Qi leave, she then came to Xia Yang's side, somewhat puzzled. City lord, you think highly of that teenager? In response, Xia Yang slowly nodded. The blacksmith profession is originally even a hidden profession, only that it's difficult to cultivate it, at least in our Summer City. But since he's joined the Earthly Kings Guild, it's highly likely that he'll become a divine blacksmith in the future. Divine blacksmith. Chu Qingyu's eyes flashed slightly. Even the top guilds might not necessarily be able to cultivate a divine blacksmith. Moreover, he knew that I was pulling the strings. Didn't he take it all in stride? Xia Yang smiled slightly again. This brother of mine that I just recognized is not simple. Chapter 77, Practice Makes Perfect. A forge. On the forging table, as Lin Qi took out each of the 5 legendary quality materials in his ring and listed them, all of a sudden, the entire forging room was reflected with various colors of light. Legendary quality materials. Each one of them was actually extremely extraordinary, and when placed in the outside world, they were all extremely valuable existences. Only 5 ingredients. Dry and not enough. Lin Qi bristled. Although these few legendary materials saved him from having to collect them, he couldn't directly use them to forge equipment at the moment. It would be nice to be able to get some more supporting materials. Lin Qi pondered, and suddenly a light dawned on him. Yes, some more pre-existing quality materials and drawings. The newly acquired, Practice Makes Perfect, red phrase was bound to be able to play an extremely powerful role in his future forging. And in the moment, the same can be done for accumulation. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned the guild channel in the panel. Guild channels, now that would be able to come in handy. At the moment, there was only a day or so before the guild's renewal, so Lin Qi didn't intend to go out and look for a leveling area before then. Might as well get some more forging done while we're at it. Guild channel. Lin Qi, I have a transfer scroll in my hand, and I wonder if I can barter for the materials of the venomous blood serpent and the undead specter, as well as the forging drawings. The materials he mentioned. This was exactly the type of source for the one Xia Yang had given him. The arcane mage's transfer scroll wasn't of much use to Lin Qi. The best use would undoubtedly be to take it to auction or, as is the case now, to put it on the guild channel for trading. Since joining the guild channel for a while, Lin Qi had seen members trading here occasionally. Only, compared to these top awakened, Lin Qi still realized a problem. His money is too little. He had accumulated a lot of gold coins, but the gold coins needed by the top awakened would only be more. It was said that after reaching a certain level, Gold coins were also capable of performing other functions. It was just that this didn't matter much to Lin Shi at the moment. Lubu, wait a minute. Rather quickly, there was a reply in the guild channel. Li Mingyue, Arcane Mage? I'll go. Hidden profession. And it seems like it's a special hidden profession. This is a direct route to the mage's profession strategy. Zhou Yong, brother Lubu, lend me 500,000 gold coins. It's urgent. I'll take this profession. Lu Tianba, brother Lin Qi, do you need these materials urgently? Give me a month's time. This transfer scroll, after all, came from a farcer, as that old law saint had said. By switching to this profession, one could even hope to inherit the title of law saint. Sure, even if you succeed in transferring, it doesn't mean that you will really be able to become a law saint in the future. But this could be considered a chance to change one's fate against all odds for many awakened people. However, Lin Shi hadn't thought of exchanging it for gold coins. The most practical thing at the moment is undoubtedly still materials and equipment. But Lin Shi only waited a moment before noticing another message appear in front of him. Lubu initiated a trade request to you. Lin Shi couldn't even help but be stunned. No? That fast? He opened the trade with a skeptical attitude and was stunned when he looked at the pile of materials and a few drawings in the trade bar. It seems that I still underestimated the strength of the Earthly Kings Guild. Lin Shi couldn't even help but lament. Lubu, what you want is too little. There are two kinds of materials that are not easy to collect, and the legendary quality materials are not easy to get in a short period of time. In this case, I'll transfer another 30,000 contribution points to you. Do you think it's okay? It's still LV Boo. He's a righteous man. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction and immediately agreed. In fact, these materials that Lubu took out were already enough for him to use at the moment. As for the 30,000 guild contribution points, they were also able to be of much use in the guild. This was very much in line with Lin Shi's expectations. Soon, in front of Lin Shi, various materials were then piled up. He scanned it cursorily, energized. Start forging from gold quality equipment first, and try to get the forging drawings for legendary quality equipment before we run out of materials. Immediately, he swung the sledgehammer and began to forge. You have successfully forged Bleeding Serpent Sword, Gold, X1, gaining plus 150 strength, plus 100 agility. You have successfully forged Bleeding Serpent Sword, Gold, X1, gaining plus 150 strength, plus 100 agility. Familiarity breeds skill words take effect. You gain Bijou Sword, Epic, Drawing X1. Clanking and banging sounds continuously resounded in the forging room. Under the influence of the practice makes perfect phrase, Lin Shi was finally able to break through the current occupational limitations and directly forge legendary quality equipment. Only, even with the bonus of the drawings, the forging success rate was low. After spending 2 legendary quality materials for nothing, finally, a light blossomed from the forging table. You have successfully forged Ghostly Phantom Boots, Legendary, X1. Gain agility plus 800. Physique plus 400, and gain the skill, Phantom Step. Good, hang on. Didn't waste all 3 materials that can be used for forging. Lin Shi lightly exhaled a breath. The heart is full of fulfillment. This time, he had forged a legendary quality equipment without using sacrificial refinement, directly by forging alone. At least at the stage of career development that Lin Shi is at, it was absolutely impossible for any blacksmith to forge legendary quality equipment. The success rate is still too low without further transfers. Lin Shi shook his head. In addition to enabling the blacksmith profession to master the method of forging equipment, forging drawings can also increase the success rate to a certain extent. Lin Shi also knew that it was purely by chance that he was able to forge at this time. Also, the forging had taken him more than a full night by now. The speed of forging equipment also still needs to be further transferred before it can be improved. Sure, the rewards are also tremendous. Lin Shi directly sacrificed these equipment, together, into his Abyssal Legendary set components. As for the other Abyssal Lord set, he never found the opportunity to search for it again. Always leave the Lord's crown dry. At that moment, it could only work by virtue of the Abyssal Legendary set first. Still need to upgrade soon. Lin Shi muttered. Leveling and attributes. He had to grab both. Finish your guild nerf as soon as possible and wait for the guild copy to open. After packing up and taking a nice nap, Lin Shi then rushed to Summer City High School. For this year's guild orientation, the venue was set at Summertown High School. Throughout the Summer City, the new awakened from all the schools would converge here, hoping to be chosen by the top guilds. As for Lin Shi, he had already prepared a black curtain. The person he was going to choose was, of course, Shen Bailu. Couldn't plan on spending much time in this nativity. Counting Shen Bailu and I, isn't that 2 new members received in Summer City at once? Lin Shi grinned. Naturally, it is considered to have accomplished the mission of the Earthly Kings Guild. Chapter 78, Why are you messing with him? Summertown High School. The place is already packed. As far as the eye could see, there were all new awakened people from various schools. Lin Chi quickly found Shin Bailu in the ranks of the 4th class. Lin Chi. Seeing Lin Chi, Shin Bailu's delicate little face instantly displayed a warm smile. The youthful face of a young girl carries with it an unspeakable vigor and beauty. Benton time. The gazes of the other students around the room turned red-eyed when they looked at Lin Chi. On what grounds? Since their awakening, but whenever they saw Lin Chi and Shin Bailu at the same time, they would realize that these two were getting more and more familiar with each other, and they would just have to look away, making it difficult for them to even get close to Shin Bailu. Taking a step back, even if Lin Chi's blacksmith profession could be said to be some kind of hidden profession, but it wasn't like he was a true god-level blacksmith. It wouldn't be possible for even Shin Baidir to favor him, right? Later on is the guild's new recruitment. I just don't believe that there is really a guild recruiting blacksmiths. Some of his classmates were red-eyed with envy and muttered under their breath. That's right, as long as you can be seen by a powerful guild, even if you don't join for the time being, you'll be able to quickly widen the gap with your peers in the future. When I level up, I'll get a secondary profession blacksmith too. Then is it possible that Shin Bailu has already picked a guild for him? Another person said. Benton time. The crowd, which was still whispering, fell into silence all of a sudden. It's still a real possibility. If Lin Chi really hugged Shin Bailu's thighs, then the guild's newest addition. Lin Chi really didn't need to think about it. No, on what grounds? In the end, all the talk, again, turned into a lament. At this point, Lin Chi and Shin Bailu had already arrived at a corner of the playground long ago. Lin Chi, the reputation value I have already collected for you. That thing before, I'm really sorry. Shin Baidir's eyes flashed with an apologetic look, even though she had already taken care of the follow-up. She had, after all, allowed Lin Chi to also encounter the kidnappers along with her. If Lin Chi wasn't strong enough, then Lin Chi was experiencing a life and death danger. But Lin Chi's face was odd for a moment. After taking a trip to Moonrun City to complete the transfer, he had almost forgotten all about the specifics of the last time. Just remember someone came and gave away a wave of gear and props. Forget about that for now. Lin Chi casually waved his hand. Let me ask you, do you have a guild picked out in this guild recruitment? That's what he had to say right there. Shin Bailu shook her head. No. The way she looked at Lin Chi revealed something strange in all of her gazes. Already saw that Lin Chi indeed did not care in the slightest about the previous matter. If she mentioned this matter again, it would be that she was uninterested. That's good. Lin Chi was about to say something about the Earthly King's Guild, when suddenly his heart moved. He unapologetically took a close look at Shin Bailu. Nowadays, Shin Baidir's equipment was clearly of a higher quality than the last time they met. He changed into a moon-white mage robe, outlining his slender figure, and the stockings on his small feet also became moonlight, adding a bit more mystery, and so on. Regardless of whether it was based on Shin Bailu's origin or her profession, this guild's new recruitment would not constitute any difficulty for her at all. It could be said that Shin Bailu was completely capable of picking at random. You wouldn't have joined some guild already, would you? Lin Chi asked immediately. The smile on Shin Bailu's face thickened a few points, and his eyes both narrowed slightly. Yes. She put her hands behind her back on the hem of her skirt and stood on tiptoe, not answering positively. This, Lin Chi bristled. He hadn't envisioned this situation earlier. After thinking about it, he still said to Shin Baidir, in fact, the Earthly King's Guild has given me a place in the Summer City Nascent, and I had planned to find you. I'm in. Before Lin Chi's words fell, Shin Bailu's had already replied decisively. When Lin Chi looked at her in dismay, Shin Bailu smiled and said, that's the 4th guild on the charts, so since we can use your connections, we're not going for nothing. That's good. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. In this way, the task of the Earthly King's Guild was considered complete. This time, the guild's newest member was only a passing phase for him. At most, they will follow Xia Yang and review the good seedlings of this session to see if they can pick another person for the Earthly King's Guild. But just think of this. Lin Chi suddenly seemed to realize something again, and his gaze once again fell on Shin Bailu. Wait, the guild you've joined now. It wouldn't be one of the top 3 guilds on the leaderboard, would it? It's still a real possibility. Earlier, Li Mingyue could have already made a trip to Summer City. Since he was planning to take in new people in Summer City, then no matter what, it would be impossible to ignore Shin Bailu, right? Especially after Lin Chi had teamed up with Shin Bailu several times in a row. Shin Bailu's level had long since risen along with him. Even if they were to join the Earthly King's Guild directly, they would still fit the criteria perfectly. What's the point of thinking so much? Shin Bailu pursed up her small lips and put on a pose that she was too lazy to explain to Lin Chi. That's true. Lin Chi didn't think much more about it. Don't care what guild you join anymore. It's not even close to being comparable to teaming up with him. Lin Chi, Captain Chu is looking for you. At this moment, Class 4's homeroom teacher, Teacher Zhang, came over to Lin Chi's side, and after glancing at the two of them, He looked at Lin Chi with some complicated gazes. Captain Chu. Lin Chi quickly reacted that this should be talking about Chu Qingyu. That was mostly because the guild orientation was about to start and he had to go to the judges' table. Only then did he pass a wink to Shen Bailu and follow teacher Zhang as he walked across the playground towards the judges' table. Lu Ruoyan, what are you doing here? Just as he arrived in front of the high stage, teacher Zhang noticed Lu Ruoyan, who was standing not far away beside several guild awakened. At this time, the person beside her had changed to a youth, no longer the previous Wang Filon, and the equipment worn by that youth had a guild mark engraved on it. Of course it's to join the guild. Teacher, what's the problem? Lu Ruoyan responded in a nonchalant manner, her gaze falling on Lin Chi all of a sudden. Oh, teacher, you're not still trying to help your good class president and introduce a guild, are you? Now she had smugness written all over her face. He's a blacksmith. What guild would want him? Even if Mr. Zhang really was able to help introduce to it, it would only be a small guild, unable to cultivate it at all. You joined the guild? Teacher Zhang was clearly a bit stunned. Lu Ruoyan, however, proudly wrapped her arms around the youth beside her and raised her chin at Lin Chi. Of course, Linghai Guild, a guild that's ranked in all the guild rankings. Generally speaking, being able to enter the guild rankings was enough to prove the strength of the guild. Teacher Zhang noticed Lu Ruoyan's movements, frowned, and was about to say something, but that's when the youth beside Lu Ruoyan, however, slanted a glance at Lin Chi and casually pointed. You mean, this useless blacksmith? At once, Mr. Zhang was shocked, somewhat dismayed at the youth. No, why are you messing with him? Chapter 79, Little Grits. Why bother? Yeah, that's him. Lu Ruoyan immediately nodded. Even if he hugged a woman's thigh, it's still impossible for him to become a high-grade awakened. Speaking of which, there was also a hint of resentment implied in her gaze as she looked at Lin Chi. Actually, her previous mentality towards Lin Chi was just to look down on the other party, thinking that she had previously looked at the wrong person, not realizing that Lin Chi had awakened such a wasteful occupation. However, after she got together with Wang Filong, she fell apart because of Lin Chi. The current Wang Filong, of course, was abandoned by her altogether. What's a hidden profession? The real high-level awakened ones were all around her. Blacksmithing, even we, Linghai Guild, don't have the intention to train a newcomer in the blacksmithing profession. The youth only slanted a glance at Lin Chi before retracting his gaze again without a care in the world. This is indeed the most wasted profession. In the early stages, you can only forge equipment, and you don't have much in the way of combat skills. The blacksmith, a secondary profession, is likewise able to supply forging, unless one became a god-level blacksmith. Only then would the effect appear like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. But, there's only a few divine blacksmiths in this world? Alright, get lost. The youth raised his chin at Lin Chi again. Remember, in the future, Lu Ruoyan is an existence that you can't afford to climb up to. Don't presume to pester her anymore, or else. At the end of his words, he sneered, the threatening implication not hidden at all. Upon hearing this, teacher Zhang's frown grew tighter. Hastily, he looked at Lin Chi. It wasn't that he cared about this youth and Lu Ruoyan's taunts, but he was worried that Lin Chi wouldn't be willing to let go of this youth. The Linghai Guild, indeed, was ranked in all the guild rankings, but this kind of guild with a low ranking was not even halfway comparable to the Earthly King's guilds. Actually, Lin Chi was also half-hearted. It's not because he's got a temper. Rather, he's watching the fun. Climbing high? Entangled? He looked at Lu Ruoyan. In fact, he had already guessed what Lu Ruoyan had said in front of the youth. It was nothing more than the fact that he, a blacksmith, was still undeadly pestering Lu Ruoyan after his awakening. That's really going to put a face on it. However, Lu Ruoyan seemed to have detected the meaning in Lin Chi's eyes, and her face suddenly reddened. Lin Chi, are you still delusional? She chortled, her face putting on an expression of disgust, but her words had just fallen. Not far away, suddenly a voice came. Lin Chi, why are you still here? Immediately, Chu Qingyu walked quickly with her slender legs. It had to be said that Chu Qingyu was very tall, especially between a pair of long legs striding. It was even more stunning. Captain Chu, this young man doesn't seem to be of good character. I'm considering whether or not to send out an announcement stating that our Linghai Guild will not participate in his evaluation and assessment. The youth beside Lu Ruoyan turned around to greet him with a smile on his face. Once Linghai Guild sent out this announcement, then, this would be made known to all the guilds involved in this Summer City nativity. At that time, how could any other guild not sell Linghai Guild a face to recruit a blacksmith? As for the guilds ranked above their Linghai Guild, there was even less to worry about. But that's when Lin Chi's words, however, suddenly emerged from the back. Captain Chu, where is my brother Xia? Words. Chu Qingyu's pretty face immediately darkened. This kid is really a brother and brother to the city lord. He asked me to come find you, Chu Qingyu said helplessly. This guild nerf is waiting for you. Saying this, she gave the youth on the side another cold, ghostly glance. With just this youth's words, she had already realized the cause and effect. No, who can't the Linghai Guild offend? They had to mess with this kid. Lin Chi spread his hands and didn't say anything. However, Chu Qingyu read his meaning, which led her to frown again and face the youth. At this point, that youth's brows also furrowed. He had realized that the situation at the moment, something wasn't quite right. As the captain of the Summer City City Defense Team, why would Chu Qingyu look like she was very familiar with this kid? And, who is this Xia that kid is talking about? Why are they waiting for this kid to arrive at this guild orientation? Instead, it was Lu Ruyan who hadn't figured out the situation yet and reminded up Chu Qingyu. Captain Chu, our Linghai Guild was just informing Summer City that they were going to send out an announcement. Send an announcement? Chu Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and her already cool face appeared a few points colder and colder at this time. When did your Linghai Guild's announcement even manage to mention the members of the Earthly Kings Guild? The words fell. The youth's face froze. He turned his head somewhat stiffly to look at Lin Chi, his pupils trembling slightly. Kings of the Earth Guild? As for Lu Ruyan, her face was even more green and white, somewhat unable to believe her ears. Earlier, members of the Earthly Kings Guild had indeed come to Summer City. There was a special announcement for this at Summerstown High School, but if it is said that Lin Chi will be a member of the Guild of Kings on Earth, she absolutely does not believe it. Brother, I've waited for you. And at that moment, another voice came from not far away. As the crowd's gazes followed, they saw the figure of Xia City's city lord, Xia Yang. I've kept brother Xia waiting. Lin Chi was the only one who greeted him with a smile. Xia Yang just cursorily scanned through it and instantly slapped his face. What's going on? Who's picking on my brother? Brothers. The Linghai Guild's young man's eyes instantly widened as his gaze shifted back and forth between the two of them. Lin Chi and Xia Yang, almost frozen. Calling yourself a brother to a city lord? The awakened who acted as the lord of the city in the back didn't mean that they would have much of a high rank or be too strong. However, there was no doubt that these city lords were extremely influential in the world of the awakened. And, once the term is over, it will be nurtured with great resources. Perhaps this wasn't considered an unoffensive existence for the Linghai Guild, but the Linghai Guild would never offend a city lord for his sake. Not to mention, that teenager, or a member of the Earthly Kings Guild, in front of a behemoth like the Earthly Kings Guild. What was their Linghai Guild? Brother, is it the Linghai Guild's people who are looking for trouble from you? At this time, Xia Yang asked Lin Chi again. Offending my brother has already led to death. Words. Lin Chi's gaze at Xia Yang became odd for a few moments. Similarly, a wisp of playfulness deep within Xia Yang's eyes was also seen. He realized at once. Xia Yang was cooperating with him, going for a fake punch in the face. It's more or less awkward. Lin Chi silently belabored. However, he still nodded without blushing, slightly raised his chin, and spoke in a flat tone. It's just a mole cricket. Why bother brother Xia? Just because Lin Chi didn't get angry didn't mean he wasn't careful. Chapter 80. Is it necessary to be so high profile? No harm done. Xia Yang put his hands behind his back and leisurely said. In the middle of Xia City, Mr. Xia should still be able to say a few words. The words fell. A scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. I hope that afterward, the Linghai Guild will be able to give me an explanation, and that this time, the Linghai Guild will be able to find another place for this guild nation. After saying that, he violently crushed the scroll. See this. That youth's face suddenly turned pale, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He knew that the scroll that Xia Yang had crushed just now was their guild's summoning scroll, and this year, Xia Yang has a full bottom line. The abyss had already descended on Summer Hall. After all, this will affect all the new awakened people in the entire Summer City. Even the Earthly Kings Guild chose to participate in this nascent sacrifice, which showed the importance that all the guilds attached to Summer City. One less Linghai Guild to come and get new members. This wouldn't affect Xia Chang. It would only be a loss for the Linghai Guild. Moreover, according to past knowledge, the effects of the descent of the abyss will take effect even in the coming year. By that time in Summer City, there would likewise be a group of powerful hidden professions. Xia City Lord. I didn't know before that he was your brother. The youth hurriedly spoke to Xia Yang, but not before he finished. Xia Yang then frowned slightly and directly interrupted him. Even if it wasn't my brother, would it be possible to have awakened ones from other guilds to bully the newbie awakened ones from my Summer City at will? Or do you think I'm playing favorites? With a cold face, he revealed an unspeakable majesty. That youth's eyes trembled, and between his mumbling lips, he was somewhat unable to speak. He had realized what Xia Yang meant, and they, the Linghai Guild, would inevitably come after him for this. Good to go without seeing you off. Xia Yang waved his hand decisively and let the youth leave, until after the youth slipped away in ashes. Lu Ruyan on the side was still in a daze. She also knew City Lord Xia Yang and had seen him from afar in the past. she knew more about the rankings of the King's Guilds on Earth. The fourth guild, rumored to be building up its strength, has hopes of advancing to the top 3 of the rankings, and the top 3 guilds on the leaderboard. The other awakened beyond the top awakened had no access to it at all. Of course, the top 10 guilds on the list are actually pretty much like this. Only this year, there were exceptions. But, how could Lu Ruoyan have trouble connecting Lin Chi to all of this? In her 2.5 years of studying at Summer City High, she thought she knew enough about Lin Chi. Undeniable. Lin Chi, at that time, was indeed excellent, but after all, he had only awakened a blacksmith profession only, and there was no future to speak of from then on, doomed to cower in the Summer City and eke out a living from ironworking, and she's the one who has the chance to be the top awakened. Now, it's a whole different story, with the power of the Earthly King's Guild, not to mention supporting a blacksmith profession, even if it is to cultivate a god-level blacksmith, then I'm afraid it's not impossible to do. She and Lin Chi were indeed 2 worlds away, only, she's the one who's far behind. Brother, how is it? Can we go to the judges' table now? Xia Yang glanced at Lu Ruoyan on the side. If you don't make an appearance, this guild nascent can't be organized. Of course, the truth isn't that bad. There weren't many spots for the Human King's Guild to get new members, and it was more important for Summer City to have other guilds. But some scene stealing, naturally, is still to be said. Lin Chi smiled lightly and nodded. Of course, according to Xia's arrangement. With that, he walked with Xia Yang towards the side of the judges' table. But that's when Lu Ruoyan's voice with a sobbing tone suddenly came from the back. Class President Koike, I misunderstood you before. She already had 2 lines of tears on her face, and her delicate makeup was all blown up from crying, so she looked as if I could see her. Before her awakening, she was the only girl around Lin Chi. Lin Chi, however, ignored Lu Ruoyan's words and just left on his own, leaving Lu Ruoyan frozen in place. She clenched her lips, her gut turning green with remorse. Ahead, Xia Yan looked at Lin Chi with a smile and said, Brother, old brother, I work well together, don't I? Lin Chi naturally knew that Xia Yang was talking about the situation just now, matching a thumbs up, and it's still Xia. Ha ha ha, old brother, I love to see teenagers pretending to hit their faces. Xia Yang laughed. If you encounter this situation again in the future, brother, you can call me anytime. Lin Chi shrugged and added, then, old brother, you drove out the Linghai Guild, so Summer City has to have several fewer slots all of a sudden, right? It is still natural for the awakened to speak of interests among themselves. Earlier, he had received legendary quality materials from Xia Yang, so naturally, he had to return them as well. Of course, as for the return, there was no need for Lin Chi to put in his own effort. He is the middleman between the Guild of Kings on Earth and the city of Xia. Lin Chi was still very clear about his position. Brother is out of line to say this. Xia Yang waved his hand. Before, when brother said that he would carefully identify some new awakened in our Xia city, he had already given old brother a lot of face. The members of the Earthly King's Guild don't appear in Summer City on weekdays. What Xia Yang really cared about was naturally still the Earthly King's Guild. The smile on Lin Chi's face did not diminish. This is good to say. In this case, how about leaving full authority to you, old brother? When the guild's new recruitment is over, old brother, give me a list of names and I'll pass it directly to the Earthly King's Guild. This was actually exactly what Lin Chi had come for. He also didn't need to pick carefully in this guild nation. Xia Yang, as the city lord, would only be more responsible than him. Xia Yang's eyes lit up. A brother so righteous? Of course I trust Xia. Enough brothers. Oh, Xia is joking. I always do. The two were already walking up to the judges' table as they joked and laughed. Only Chu Qingyu, who was following behind the two, had a dark little face and was somewhat speechless. That old man, the city lord, was just as bad, but that teenager Lin Chi, who was still quite handsome in appearance, was even like this. Stinky. She spat lightly and moved away from the two Lin Chi, but Chu Qingyu had only just left for a short while when she suddenly heard Xia Yang's shouting voice from the side of the judges' table in the playground. Everyone, this new recruitment for our summer city is about to begin. Before that, I want to share with you the good news. This year, we have many hefty big guilds coming to Summer City, and some of them are even located on the guild rankings, so I hope you all perform well. In addition, I'd like to even more grandly introduce to all of you this young man beside me. His name is Xia Yang. He's our newest awakened in this session of Summer City, from Summer City High School, and likewise, also from the Earthly King's Guild. With the props, the sound was loud enough for the entire Summer City High School, everyone, to hear clearly. For only a moment, the entire room was in an uproar. Only on the judge's table, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it necessary to be so high profile? Chapter 81, Teleportation Guild Residence. A city. There's actually an awakened from Summer City in the Earthly King's Guild. Lin Chi? What class of awakening is this big guy from? Our Summer City High School. Is it so dignified? Wait, no. Lin Chi, isn't this the class president of Class 4? Is that the blacksmith profession? Many of the original awakened from Summer City High School also knew Lin Chi's name, especially during the previous awakening ceremony. Lin Chi's role as a blacksmith had become a laughingstock when people exchanged words. How could they not connect Lin Chi's name with the current members of the Earthly Kings Guild? Immediately, many awakened ones raised their heads together and looked out at the judges' table. Immediately after, people's faces then all changed in unison. At this time on the high platform, beside Xia Yang, a young man was clearly sitting comfortably. Its body appears to be wearing only a simple set of black armor, making it difficult to identify the occupation. However, many awakened still recognized Lin Chi at a glance. Indeed, it was the blacksmith profession Lin Chi that had been awakened almost a month ago along with all the new awakened people from Summer City High School. The crowd. Wang Filong was also staring intently at the podium. Bean-sized beads of sweat had long since seeped out from his forehead, and his entire body was as if he was deflated. Blacksmith, Kings of the Earth. When these two names were linked, it meant that Lin Chi could no longer be treated as an ordinary blacksmith profession. It is bound to become an unimaginably powerful blacksmith. Even if they weren't god-level blacksmiths, in the future they would definitely be the top awakened who were active on the front lines of pioneering the world. 30 years east of the river, Wang Filong murmured. Not to mention the east of the river in 30 years. I'm afraid that even if we go back 300 years, it will still be the east of the river. What more awakened people cared about the most was the fact that the Earthly Kings Guild had come to take in new people this time. A newcomer awakens and recruits for the Guild of Earthly Kings, the fourth largest guild in the guild rankings. This was all the more evident in the trust that the Earthly Kings Guild had in Lin Chi. The status between them and Lin Chi had long since been a world of difference. The judges' table. Lin Chi didn't care much about the comments of the people below. His task at the moment was just to sit on the judges' table. Instead, he took advantage of this free time to dish out his next plan. I guess the copies of the Earthly Kings Guild will be opening in a few days. So should I take this opportunity to practice leveling again? Lin Chi muttered. According to his past understanding, large guild copies such as this would require the guild to consume a large amount of prestige every time they were opened. But again, the harvests that guild members can get from guild copies are naturally extremely substantial. He'd been looking forward to this copy for a long time. After we've been to the guild copy, we'll see if it's best to take a trip to the abyss. Lin Chi already had plans. Before entering the guild copy, all members naturally had to gather in the middle of the guild premises first, and the Earthly Kings Guild's residence was naturally not far from the front line. As for the front line, that's a lot of abyssal areas spread out there. Guild Channel, Li Mingyue, Jr., did you experience the joy of manifesting yourself in front of people when the guild was new today? Seeing this, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly, something odd in his heart. What is it with these people? They all like to play this game? Xia Yan was like this, even Li Mingyue was like this. After thinking about it, he just replied briefly over the channel. Lin Chi, leave it to me, don't worry. Li Mingyue, oh, well, I'll tell you the good news by the way. The duplicate is scheduled to open tomorrow, so you'd better come to the guild premises as soon as you can after you've finished with the new recruits. Lu Bu initiated a trade request to you. Is it that sharp? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This guild new, but will be held for 3 days. But after thinking about it, he did think it was normal. There are just 1 or 2 spots in the Human Kings Guild, and it's entirely possible to pick directly from the most distinguished list. Another look at the deal that Lu Bu had initiated. Guild teleportation scroll? Lin Chi's heart fluttered. With this scroll, it saved him from having to rush. While he was chatting, Summer City's Guild Nascent was also in full swing. The test of Nascent is actually quite simple. First, they looked at the grade, just like Lin Chi's college entrance exam scores before he crossed over. With as many levels as you have, go for the guild that corresponds to the requirements. The other thing is to look at the occupation, and the specific strengths displayed. At this time, all over the playground, a puppet had already been placed. The awakened need only deal damage or healing effects to the golem with their respective professions. Sure, many guilds still add some additional tests on top of these, but that's going to be after the guild nativity. Lin Chi was facetious enough to take a daytime seat at the judges' table. It was worth mentioning that during the midday meal in between, there were quite a few awakened from various guilds who came up to talk to him, but Lin Chi left it all to Xia Yang to deal with. He kind of took advantage of this nativity to enjoy a short vacation. By late afternoon, it was getting dark. Only then did Lin Chi walk straight to a corner of the playground, pulling out a teleportation scroll and crushing it with one hand. Next moment, an illusory rune condensed into a beam of light then flickered up and around him, rising up. Eventually, the light blossomed. Lin Chi's figure disappeared into thin air, and when Lin Chi stepped out of the light once again, He could not help but be slightly stunned when he saw the unfamiliar scenery around him. This is a new city again? Look around. Surrounded by buildings with various styles, there are high-rise buildings, there are ancient houses, and there are also buildings with the color of legends, in abundance. But surprisingly, these clearly styled completely mismatched buildings, placed in a city, in the surrounding grass and trees, but also looks very harmonious. And, even though it was already getting dark, the city was already ablaze with light. Also, Lin Chi even also saw many pedestrians from different races outside of the teleportation array area. These shouldn't all be members of the Earthly Kings Guild, should they? Bringing together the races and having a city directly as a residence. That's outrageous even for a top guild. Not to mention, according to Lin Chi's understanding, the maximum number of members in a guild was only 500. Of course, larger guilds would still have chapters, enough to stock the guild with more power. Guild channel. Lin Chi, I'm here. Li Mingyue, wait a moment, I'll send Lubu to fetch you. Soon, Lin Chi then saw a few awakened descend from the sky, seemingly performing some sort of flying skill. This made Lin Chi's eyes glaze over. The leader of the group, however, was a young man wearing a mage robe with a kind smile on his face, only, his face looked a little pale, and there were thick dark circles around his eye sockets. Lin Chi, I am Lubu. Lubu laughed softly as he walked towards Lin Chi. His footsteps were actually a bit frail. This image was very different from the one General Lin Chi had expected, to be so emaciated after being injured by alcohol. From today onwards, quit drinking. Lin Chi silently spat. Chapter 82 Redemption Store. The underlying deepness. Brother Fengxian. Brother Lubu. Lin Chi also smiled and went up to greet him. He was about to shake Lubu's hand, but suddenly noticed a flash of light in Lubu's hand, and a bottle of potion emerged. The potion held an azure-colored liquid. The bottle was exquisite, and it even shone with a faint light. A top-notch blue returning potion? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Before he could understand Lubu's intentions, he saw Lubu smother the potion in his hand in one gulp. Lin Chi was stunned. Is this taking the top blue return potion and drinking it as a beverage? Are the kings and princes of the earth so bold? And this time, an awakened behind Lubu smiled and explained to Lin Chi. The vice president's occupation is relatively special, and there is no lack of money in his hands, but at present, for some reasons, he has been in a state of lack of blue. Some kind of extremely special hidden profession? Now, Lin Chi understood some of this. As the fourth guild in the rankings, the Human Kings Guild naturally possessed many of the top awakened. The awakened person who could serve as the vice president was naturally even more unusual. After pouring down a bottle of potion, Lubu's face eased up a bit. He also waved at Lin Chi and said, "This city is the residence of our guild? However, the president has not been able to name this city, so it is not very good to call it. However, as you can see, there are many awakened active in this city, as well as other races. Those who can enter here are either members of our guild or chapter, or forces that maintain friendly relations with our guild." As he walked, he introduced himself to Lin Chi. These, more than anything else, are enough to show the bottom line of the Earthly Kings Guild. A city was carved out of the hardwood to serve as the guild's residence. In addition, the guild is moreover still maintaining friendly relations with the forces of other races, and here, it should still be in the front area. The monsters that were active here were, without exception, extremely powerful. The guild copy will open early tomorrow morning. Until then you can. Only just after saying that, Lubu picked up another bottle of potion and poured it down. Only then did he continue. You can go to the exchange store and browse there. You still have quite a few contribution points in your hand, so you should be able to exchange them for some props. Redemption shop. Lin Chi's heart fluttered. Earlier, he had traded the scroll for transferring to an arcane mage to Lubu, and after getting enough materials, he had but 30,000 contribution points left in his hand. That was one of the purposes for which he had come to the guild house. Let's first see what we can exchange in the guild with these contribution points. The forge room in the resident is not too far from the exchange shop and guild warehouse, so if you want to forge equipment, you can also go there. Lubu introduced again. With that, he passed a wink to one of the awakened beside him. The awakened man then raised the staff in his hand high and swung it downward. You get a speed boost. You've been given a guidance boost. Immediately, Lin Chi felt that his feet were all slightly airborne, and in front of the line of sight, but also surfaced a hidden light, seems to be guiding him to the front of the march. Priest profession? Lin Chi glanced at the awakened person, a middle-aged man with a beard that looked a bit scruffy, not quite the same as the priest profession awakened person he remembered. I'm a bit busy, I can't take you too much for an introduction, so feel free to do exactly as you please, Lubu said, and pointed to the several awakened following beside him. Of course, you can also let them take you for a ride. In a short time, his face became slightly pale again. Lin Chi are a bit skeptical. this vice president. It will not become a top awakened due to the lack of mana value and deflate it. But, Lin Shi still politely refused to be led by the other awakened. After all, he had only just joined the guild and not too long ago, and the only people he was more familiar with in this guild were Li Mingyue as well as Lu Bu, who he was meeting for the first time in front of him. With the gainful effect of the guide, he was perfectly capable of traveling to the exchange store in the resident on his own. After bidding farewell to Lu Bu and the others, Lin Shi directly rushed to the exchange store. The architecture of the so-called exchange store is actually very simple. There was only one hall, and an illusory panel hovered in the center of the hall, and there weren't many awakened in the hall. After all, the awakened wouldn't always be nestled here, always searching for items to be exchanged. Lin Shi immediately walked over to the illusory panel and checked out the items listed on it. Equipment, props, potions, materials. Lin Shi took the lead in checking out the materials. Phoenix Feather, Holy, Contribution Value, 60,000. Taishu Dragon's Horn, Holy, Contribution Value, 50,000. After choosing the quality to be sorted from high to low, Lin Shi's line of sight was already filled with all sorts of materials. Clearly holy materials. Is the highest only holy materials? Or, are the other materials unable to be exchanged for contribution points right now? What Lin Shi was interested in, on the other hand, was this point. There was no doubt that the Earthly Kings Guild was very deep. It was not surprising to have these holy materials, but there are higher grades above the holy products. It's impossible for the human kings guilds to not have materials that are above holy. But, even if it was a holy material, for the current Lin Shi to use it to refine weapons, it was more or less a waste. The total number of legendary quality equipment that he was currently able to forge was only the one that he had piled up earlier by virtue of the practice makes perfect phrase. Another instantly opened the equipment section. Lin Shi planned to simply exchange a few pieces of equipment of similar quality to use for sacrifices first. As for contribution points, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to acquire. Soon, Lin Shi then selected 4 pieces of legendary equipment that required the least amount of contribution points. The contribution points in his hand instantly consumed away 28,000, leaving only 2,000 left. None of the attributes are of much use. They belong to the weakest of the legendary qualities. Lin Shi swept his eyes at these pieces of equipment and didn't care. He was supposed to take the equipment and perform the ritual. I reckon that if I collect some more, I should be able to refine another saint weapon. Lin Shi already had a prediction in his heart. Stow the equipment in the storage ring. Lin Shi was planning to leave, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly glimpsed that not far away, a blazing light suddenly bloomed. Each of those glows clearly had a piece of material or equipment in it, and Lin Shi was even more clear about what these glows represented. The Holy Grail. Lin Shi couldn't even help but be stunned. Even for him, it was the first time that he had seen several pieces of saint-grade materials piled together with equipment. Only then did he look again at the awakened who had pulled out these materials and equipment. It was a girl, who didn't look too old, and was expressionless as she collected all those materials and equipment into her ring. Chapter 83, Flame by Flame. Burning Skill, Activate. No, man, are you that rich? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Sacred materials, even though he couldn't use them at the moment. Who would have too many? You want it too? But then, the girl's voice came over. She seemed to be able to see Lin Shi's intentions and even took out a holy material in her hand and handed it to Lin Shi. Nah, here's one for you. Ha! Lin Shi couldn't even help but be slightly stunned. His gaze rose and fell a little as he looked at the holy materials handed over. It was a feather that took on a radiant gradient color that shifted from gold to crimson. Phoenix Feather, sacred taken from the true feather of the phoenix, which contains a strong element of flame, used for forging or refining medicine, and may have unexpected and strange effects. For me? Lin Shi asked tentatively. I don't think he knows this girl, does he? The other guy was so kind? Even if this girl was a member of the Earthly Kings Guild with him, she shouldn't be generous to this extent, but to hesitate is to lose. Lin Shi directly received this phoenix feather first before saying anything. Aren't you a new member of the Guild of Earthly Kings? The girl calmly said, seeming to take this for granted and not seeing any other emotions. Lin Shi nodded in dismay. Yeah, then take it and save it for later. The girl finished her sentence and took a step towards the outside of the exchange store. Lin Shi looked at her departing figure and never slowed down. No, are the princes of Earth so friendly? Being a member of the same guild, you're even able to casually share holy materials? Spin. Lin Shi spread his hands. Let's not worry about that for now. Since there were holy materials, it was a good thing. Use it when you turn around and can actually forge holy gear on your own. Having already consumed his contribution points in the exchange store, Lin Shi also simply walked out of the exchange store directly. The guild copy was going to open early tomorrow morning, so there was no delay for him to prepare a little bit in advance. Following the guiding cursor, he soon arrived at the forge room of the guild premises. The forging room here was, of course, far larger than the one in Lin Chi's home, and it was also divided into several compartments. In each of the forging rooms, there were enough forging tools placed. Even after Lin Chi walked into one of the forging rooms, he also noticed that a special kind of flame was actually burning in one of the furnaces. Flame by flame, increase in forging success rate. I'll go? Lin Chi was stunned. The flames in the forge room are really the right flames for forging? After all, it's the 4th guild on the leaderboard. Lin Chi lamented. Immediately, he put his hand into the furnace and let the flames sear his palm. Come out. Burning technique. Lin Chi silently spat out a sigh. This flint phrase takes effect, absorbing this flame directly. If he had known, he would have come to the Earthly King's Guild earlier, which would still be able to boost his previous forging success rate. Of course, it's not too late. Lin Chi immediately took out the several pieces of legendary quality equipment that he had previously exchanged and began to sacrifice them. Select the Abyssal Embrace top and sacrifice these pieces of equipment into this top together. Only, sacrificing a holy weapon wasn't simple. And even after smashing all of these legendary equipment into it, Lin Chi hadn't sacrificed a new holy weapon. But it shouldn't be too far away. Lin Chi pondered. If he could get his hands on a few more pieces of legendary quality equipment, then he would definitely be able to refine a new holy weapon. And that, in turn, depends on the next guild copy. Still don't know the information about this time's guild copy. Lin Chi skimmed his lips. There are dependable aspects of the Society of the Kings of the Earth. And naturally there are less dependable aspects as well. As a member who was about to participate in a guild copy, he didn't even know about this. Li Mingyue should also be in the forging room. Recalling Lu Bu's earlier reminder, Lin Chi immediately walked out of the forge compartment he was originally in. Li Mingyue was, after all, a blacksmith main profession of nearly 100 levels, and he wanted to see how a blacksmith profession that had been transferred many times like this one refined its chi. The forging room of the residence was not really that lively. After all, there was Li Mingyue, a blacksmith, in the guild, who naturally had his own advantages over other awakened who had blacksmithing as a secondary occupation. Following the sounds of knocking and tapping, Lin Chi soon arrived at a forging compartment. Just come here. Lin Chi then met Li Mingyue, who was wielding the hammer in her hand in front of the forging table, and was continuously forging. At this moment, she was wearing a simple-looking outfit, but Lin Chi was able to tell that it was bound to be some sort of forging-type suit. In the forging room, flames blazed, reflecting on Li Mingyue's body. Under her concentrated forging, it even made her exude a beauty filled with power at this moment. And on the forging table in front of her, there were several materials placed. It was the same types of holy materials that Lin Chi had previously seen in the exchange store. To the side, even more so, stood the girl from earlier. She was also paying attention to Li Mingyue's forge and seemed very curious. Finally, after some tapping, the forging material in front of Li Mingyue was enveloped by a blazing light. The light converged and coalesced into a wrist guard, on which a faint glow was even more faintly emanating. This was clearly a holy weapon. Phew! Li Mingyue let out a long breath, picked up the holy weapon in her hand, and took a closer look at it. That's before casually handing it to the girl next to him. Hey, look at the properties. And aside, Lin Chi couldn't help but light up as he looked at the scene in front of him. Blacksmithing main profession. As long as you rise to level 90 or so, you'll be able to forge holy weapons? Nice guy. His motivation to upgrade. One more. At that time, there was bound to be no need to even offer it. He would be able to forge it directly. Yo, Junior, you're here too. At this moment, Li Mingyue also noticed Lin Chi and greeted him with a smile. Instead, the girl beside her was still surveying the wrist guard in her hand, seemingly considering the attributes of the wrist guard. I came to take a look at the equipment you're going to forge, and it's a bit of a shock. Lin Chi laughed lightly. Forging a holy weapon from holy materials could be very unusual. Actually, a blacksmith who was able to forge a holy weapon was already able to be called a holy level blacksmith in the outside world. Li Mingyue shrugged her shoulders and laughed lightly. It was just a fluke with some props. In this regard, she certainly wouldn't tell Lin Chi a lie. Apparently, even if it was her, forging a saint weapon had a limit to its success rate. This time, the girl beside her had already put her wrist guards on before she looked at Lin Chi. You too. Yeah, Lin Chi responded, always feeling that this girl was a bit naturally dull. You've already met? Li Mingyue was stunned. Immediately, as if realizing something, he introduced Lin Chi again. Junior, do you know that she is the president of our guild? President? Lin Chi turned his head to look at the girl with a moment of dismay. The president of the Human Kings Guild. So young? Chapter 84, Guild Copies Open. Lin Chi quickly recalled the Crusade Points leaderboard that he had seen after crusading the world boss. At that time, the Earthly Kings Guild was crusading against the Taishu Dragon, and the number one in points among them was the guild's president, Li Shi. the name instantly surfaced in Lin Chi's mind. Hello, Lin Chi. Li Shi, on the contrary, remained expressionless and greeted Lin Chi. Xiao Shi, how many times have I reminded you to smile when greeting others? Li Mingyue crossed her arms and frowned as she reminded Li Shi. Spin. Lin Shi then woodenly saw that the corners of Li Shi's mouth turned up slightly, showing him a slightly stiff smile. Although the girl was a bit naturally dull, it was undeniable that her features were extremely beautiful, and she seemed to have her own air of serenity and dust. Even if the smile is slightly stiff, it invariably reveals a friendly charm. And what concerned Lin Chi even more, when Li Mingyue crossed her arms, she was clearly still grasping the sledgehammer that looked like it was not a lightweight in her hand. It seemed to have noticed Lin Chi's gaze. Li Mingyue raised her polished chin again and seemed a little proud. Junior, how's it going? The president is my own sister. I'm a relation. Nice guy. Lin Chi sized up the two girls in front of him. Looking closely, the two did look somewhat similar. However, Li Mingyue, who was the older sister, was ranked over 90. Then, the younger sister's rank shouldn't have surpassed Li Mingyue's, right? Another president of this Earthly Kings Guild. That might mean extremely powerful and talented. He didn't treat the other party lightly just because Li Shi didn't look old. Li Mingyue smiled and added, you just came to our guild's premises, so you can wander around everywhere. It's just that we don't have a dedicated leveling area for the lower levels here. Or else you can go and brush up on the leveling area first, and wait for tomorrow morning, when the duplicates open. There are also dedicated practice areas in the guild premises. Lin Chi did understand some of it. It seemed that as long as you crushed some puppet monsters in the practice area, you would be able to gain experience, but he was only at level 36 now, after all, and the top guild quarters would be a bit of a waste if they specifically set up a low-level practicing area. No need. Can I get a place to stay here? It's fine if I sleep for a night first, Lin Chi added. He wasn't in a hurry to go leveling, so he'd settle down in the guild house first. Li Mingyue seemed to give Lin Chi a somewhat strange look before she said quietly, to buy your own. However, due to Lu Bu, gold coins are not considered currency in our guild. You have to spend contribution points to buy it. The cheapest one sells for 1,000 contribution points. Reasonable, Lin Chi commented silently. The guild was not meant to be a charity, and although he had gotten a lot of benefits here, it was only reasonable that many things should be exchanged by virtue of the corresponding contribution points according to common sense. Let's go. After forging this sacred artifact, it's pretty much busy. By the way, I'll take you to find a house to live in, Li Mingyue said dryly. Lin Chi did not refuse and followed Li Mingyue out of the forging room together. On the contrary, it was Li Shi, who had not uttered a word and had been silently following behind them. Guild president, so available, Lin Chi pondered. However, recalling back to whether it was in the guild channel in the past or after he came to the guild premises, it had been Lu Bu, who was the vice president, who was in charge. Coupled with Lu Bu's airy and frail appearance, he fell back to feeling reasonable again. Soon, Lin Chi then spent 1,800 contribution points to purchase a two-room room, of which there were no additional features other than basic storage. After all, such as the forge room, it was perfectly possible to use the forge room in the resident, and there were flames in it that could help with forging, and it was true that there was no need to add extra features for other awakened people. Lin Chi planned to turn around and use the spare room as a forging room. The house is fully equipped with basic living utensils. After bidding farewell to Li Mingyue for the time being, Lin Chi took a beautiful nap in his room. The next day, early morning, a message then suddenly popped up in Lin Chi's panel. Guild channel. Lu Bu, all members participating in this guild copy, please quickly come to the square to gather. The guild copy finally opened. Lin Chi instantly sat up from the bed. He had been busy with a lot of things in the past few days, and he hadn't even been able to properly fight monsters and upgrade. Just waiting for this guild copy. After washing up, Lin Chi quickly arrived at the plaza of the compound, and then noticed that there were already awakened people here who were rushing to gather one after another. With just a glance, the equipment worn by these awakened ones were almost all of legendary quality. Perhaps due to being in the guild, these awakened didn't intentionally hide the effects of their equipment either, allowing the equipment on their bodies to emit a luster of various colors. All top awakened sighed Lin Chi. Legendary quality equipment was naturally considered standard for the top awakened. Just the quality alone, after all, does not represent the true attributes of the equipment. This also has to refer to things like leveling, bonuses to certain attributes and all that. Sure, this was not something that needed to be considered for Lin Chi. Simply by using the creation, sacrifice and refinement phrase, Lin Chi was able to forge the equipment he needed most. Not much longer. The awakened in the square were then assembled. With a cursory glance, Lin Chi roughly noted that there were only 50 awakened who participated in the guild copy this time. This naturally cannot be the entirety of the Earthly Kings Guild. And in this, Lin Chi likewise saw the figures of Lu Bu, Li Mingyue, And Li Shi, this time's guild copy, isn't it a mega copy? Lin Shi already had a judgment. The mega guild copy could even accommodate up to 200 awakened people to enter together. This was actually considered extremely large for the usual limit of only 4 people in a squad. Spin, he then noticed. With Li Shi at the front of the square, he reached out a little in midair. Benton time. In the center of the square, a vortex then appeared. There was a grayish-white mist floating in the vortex, in which there was even a lavender glow. The copy that opens this time is the Muddy Swamp. Li Shi's calm voice rang out leisurely, but as her words fell, Lin Shi then noticed that the faces of the surrounding group of awakened ones clearly showed a hard look of screaming pain. Surprisingly, it's a muddy swamp. This time it's hard to do. Thanks to the new equipment I've managed to get ready. Don't worry, there's the chairman. Even Lubu is involved in this guild copy. Really can't. Let's let them these special professions take the top first. Listening to the crowd's conversation, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Looks, there's something weird about this guild copy. Chapter 85, what's with the outfit? Muddy Swamp. In this copy, the weight of the equipment will increase drastically. The higher the quality of the equipment and attribute bonus, the heavier the equipment will be. Li Mingyue's voice came from behind Lin Shi at the right time. Also, we almost always have to step in the swamp, and if we're not careful, we may have trouble getting out. Add to that the monsters that are already in the swamp, and there might be attrition. With that, she walked over to Lin Shi, and without any further ado, she shoved a scroll into Lin Shi's hands. Copy of escape scroll. In near-death state, you can escape from the copy. Lin Shi glanced at the scroll and raised his eyebrows slightly. This scroll, in the middle of Summer City, was completely a high-level prop that could not be bought by an unusual awakened person. You shouldn't know enough about this copy, but you also just need to pay attention to avoiding dangers. Li Mingyue said with a smile. Her words were not a slight, but rather a reminder to Lin Shi. After all, although Lin Shi was upgrading fast, in her opinion, he was only level 30 after all. It's enough to enter the copy and just follow along with everyone else to mix up the experience. Even Lin Shi's profession was considered special compared to the blacksmith's main profession, but one couldn't really expect Lin Shi to lead them in battle, could they? After a pause, she corrected her expression and said, also, you should remember that if you encounter a boss, there is a high chance that this escape scroll won't be able to be used as well. So, if you realize the situation is not right, you immediately crush the scroll. This is directly related to Lin Shi's life. Lin Shi didn't say anything more and casually put the scroll away in his ring. Soon, the vortex in the center of the square opened up a crack, and with that, a prompt popped up in front of Lin Shi. Muddy Swamp, Team Nightmare. Number of persons required, 30 to 50. Is this an immediate entry? Obviously. Nightmare difficulty is the highest difficulty of this team copy, and a teleportation glow had already blossomed on the awakened around Lin Shi, and their figures then disappeared in place. Lin Shi also confirmed it right away, and with that, he entered this team copy. Unlike the outside world, the Muddy Swamp replica was still shrouded in a pitch-black night. As far as the eye could see, all that could be seen were layers of trees, and underfoot, a soggy quagmire. There were constant flashes of light all around, emerging one of the awakened who participated in the replica this time. It didn't take long for 50 people to arrive. On the contrary, there were occasionally some awakened gazes that landed on Lin Shi, and although they were a bit curious, they didn't have any hostility. The world of the awakened is inherently full of dangers, and even as strong as the Guild of Earthly Kings, there are cases of loss of members. It was natural for guilds to train newcomers. This time, he slowly walked in front of the crowd and poured a large bottle of blue recovery potion before speaking loudly to the surroundings. Old rules. Split into 5 teams and gather in front of the first boss area. Spin. Lin Shi then noticed that the awakened around him skillfully separated into different groups. These people have been working very well together for a long time. Instead, Li Mingyue's small hand rested on Lin Shi's arm as she said, Junior, you're on my team. I'll lead you to fly. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi glanced at Li Mingyue with a strange gaze. Speaking of which, although Li Mingyue was over level 90, in the end, he was just a blacksmith, right? How many attack skills could a blacksmith profession have before becoming a god-level blacksmith? He didn't expect Li Mingyue to really take him flying. The division was completed and the 5 10-man squads headed in different directions. Lin Shi looked at the few people around him. Besides Li Mingyue, it was Lu Bu who was in the group, leading them along. Only, Lu Bu has to pour a bottle of blue returning potion from time to time. Soon, they then stepped right into the swampy sludge. In an instant, Lin Shi noticed that each awakened had dragged up large swaths of silt behind them between their actions. This was not considered elegant, naturally, but even more serious was the fact that everyone's speed of movement was extremely drastically affected. Especially, around Lu Bu, the silt was directly lifted up in large swathes, splashing in all directions. on a scale that even exceeded the effect of several awakened ones put together. Brother Boo, you can't hold your own. Are you really planning to carry a holy weapon forward? An awakened person snickered. Nice guy. All holy weapons. Lin Shi couldn't help but give Lu Bu a strange look. This guy looked like he was only wearing an unusual vestment robe, but in reality, he was hiding the effects of his equipment. This one's pure rich. Cut the crap. Lu Bu filled the bottle of potion, but his gaze fell on Li Mingyue. Li Mingyue shrugged her slender shoulders seemingly helplessly and extended her hand towards Lu Bu. And after, Lin Shi then noticed that the staff in Lu Bu's hand suddenly blossomed with a radiance that quickly coalesced into a golden chain again, wrapping around Li Mingyue's arm. Immediately, under Lin Shi's somewhat dismayed gaze, Li Mingyue just dragged the golden chains and tugged Lu Bu to march up through the sludge. This, Lin Shi opened his mouth and froze. The sight of a girl with a slender frame, dragging a heavy load through the sludge with one hand, was an odd one. Any way you look at it. Junior, as a blacksmith senior, the first lesson I'm going to teach you is that blacksmiths, the last thing they need is strength and physique. Li Mingyue still had the leisure time to introduce Lin Shi. In favor of her walking, her own equipment also dragged up large swaths of silt, not much smaller in scale than Lu Bu's. As a senior blacksmith, how could the quality of one's equipment be poor? In our guild, there are more strange people and strange things. You just get used to it. An awakened person reached out his hand to Lin Shi, seemingly wanting to pat his shoulder, but the wrist guard on his hand was obviously extremely heavy, and in the end, it didn't fall down towards Lin Shi's shoulder. Lin Shi spread his hands, didn't say anything more, and followed with a step into the sludge. Wow! In the next moment, a large area of silt was then lifted up and splashed down in all directions. I'll go? No dude, how many levels are you? What's up with your outfit? Wait, this isn't right. The members of the team turned their heads to look at Lin Shi in unison, noticing the large swath of silt that Lin Shi had dragged up behind him, and their gazes were filled with stupefaction. Compared to the two of them, Lu Bu and Li Mingyue, the commotion Lin Shi had made wasn't too big. But the point is, the members all knew that Lin Shi was just a newbie awakened. Although they couldn't see Lin Shi's level in the team copy, according to their deduction, Lin Shi was at most around level 30, and this kind of movement was clearly something that only legendary equipment could stir up. A level 30 or so newbie awakened with legendary equipment all over his body? That's who dares to believe. It's not right. Even if it's a level 30 legendary suit, the movement is still very wrong. Suddenly, Li Mingyue's voice came out. She also rounded her eyes and gazed closely at Lin Shi. Whose level 30 legendary outfit can have this kind of attribute bonus and stir up so much sludge? Chapter 86, the new guy kills it in front of us. As a blacksmith, Li Mingyue was most able to see that something was wrong. However, Lin Shi looked as normal and had already thought of an explanation. Almost got a legendary set when the Abyss descended earlier. When the Abyss descended, the equipment that the Awakened were able to obtain originally did not require a level, but rather the various attributes of the Awakened. To this day, people still haven't worked out exactly what makes Abyssal Descent so special. Even if you get legendary equipment in it, it's normal. But is this even a kit? At those words, the eyes of the surrounding crowd changed as they looked at Lin Shi. It's getting a little green. 30-something levels, a legendary suit. What level is this? What player is this one again? It could be said that, at least up to level 60, awakened people would be hard-pressed to see a piece of legendary equipment. Epic suits can be considered extreme. I bought the same epic outfit when I was level 30. Lu Bu's voice came from the front, and immediately, he was dragged forward by Li Mingyue's hand through the sludge for about 2 meters. Junior, can you suffer? Li Mingyue asked Lin Shi again. High-quality equipment with strong attribute bonuses cannot be a good thing in the sludge. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she noticed woodenly that Lin Shi had already walked quickly to her side, as if not affected in the slightest. Why don't I open the way ahead? Lin Shi asked rhetorically. The gazes of the others as they looked at Lin Shi were filled with dullness. It's not normal. The weight of a piece of legendary equipment in the sludge was something a level 30-something awakened could carry? Why is Lin Shi able to act as usual here? However, they didn't pursue it too much. Maybe it's Lin Shi's own special occupation with extra skills, or the effect of the set. In short, each awakened had their own attribute assignments and secrets, and they naturally wouldn't take offense. Lin Shi glanced at Li Mingyue and laughed. You know, the strength attribute of the blacksmith profession is a bit stronger. Compared to those professions with fancy skills, the blacksmith profession was supposed to be like the warrior profession, which only needed to add strength and constitution. Of course, Lin Shi was different. All of his attributes are top-middle. Collecting their thoughts, the crowd moved forward again. Only a short while later, Lin Shi saw from afar that a ripple was spreading out in the silt in front of him. Immediately after, a bloody mouth that grew with gruesome fangs suddenly lunged towards the side of the crowd. Swamp crocodile. Points, 50 points. Looking at the monsters panel, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. the monsters in the guild copies, again, are not leveled, but each monster possesses points, and by participating in destroying monsters, you'll be able to earn points, which can be rewarded at the final clearance settlement. Giggle. And just as that bloody mouth pounced on the crowd, Lin Shi suddenly noticed that golden light flashed in midair, coalescing into a giant golden blade that violently penetrated the large mouth of the mud swamp giant crocodile. You get +1 point for destroying the swamp crocodile. Only then did Lin Shi look at Lu Bu, who was at the side. At this moment, the staff in Lu Bu's hand was shining with a blazing golden light. Organize formations and prepare to meet the enemy. Remember to leave room for newcomers to output. Lu Bu drank stoically and lightly took out another bottle of blue recovery potion and poured it down. Lin Shi, be careful not to get seconded by the monsters. There's going to be a huge wave of monsters in the early stages. He gave another reminder to Lin Shi. Even though the monsters here were not classified, there was no doubt that they were all extremely powerful. For top awakened people, it was also able to cause damage. Not to mention, looking ahead, a bloody mouth had once again surfaced in the swamp in front of them, and even farther away there were countless ripples, like a raging tide in a swamp, lashing out in the direction of the crowd. It does top a monster wave. Bent in time, the skills of the group of awakened ones were each unleashed, and a sky of light exploded continuously in the swamp. You get +1 point for destroying the swamp crocodile. You get +1 point for destroying the swamp crocodile. Alert messages of points were also constantly flashing in front of Lin Shi. He looked at a skill ahead of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. It had to be said that the awakened of the Earthly Kings Guild were indeed powerful. The skills that each unleashed were different. This was far more shocking than the Exalted Emperor Guild of Huang Xian and the others that he had seen during his crusade against the mountain beasts. Even, Lin Shi saw an awakened summoning a number of powerful monster summoning beasts, allowing them to soar towards the monsters in front of him altogether. Watch out for mana replenishment. Lu Bu was still commanding calmly, and around him, a golden sword blade was suspended, constantly slashing into the sludge in front of him. This skill effect was also very different from that of an unusual mage. Tianba, split one of your summoned beasts and go protect the newcomers. He also didn't forget to remind the summoner professions in the group. The monsters in this copy can be very high in all values. Even for them, unless they consumed a significant portion of their mana and unleashed skills that dealt powerful damage, it would be difficult for them to manage to kill the monsters in a single blow. What's more, there was still a cooldown time between skills, and they could only articulate some low consumption skills during this period, thus striving to achieve the maximum output effect. There was no way around it. There were just too many monsters in the copy. Coupled with the fact that each of them had limited mobility, they could only set up defensive formations to meet the onslaught of monsters. But if something goes wrong, it will undoubtedly be the end of the world for the new awakened. Good. In the team, Lu Tianba of the summoner profession shouted out, but immediately afterward, his somewhat startled words followed. No, boo, I didn't find any new people. He frowned, but it was too late for him to look for himself, so he could only relay orders to the rest of the group. Scouts, archers, you go find it. Akatsuki, take cover. The scout profession and the archer profession can both have unique skills in tracking. He hadn't expected to slip up even after this had just begun in the replica. It wasn't so much to blame Lin Shi, but under the protection of so many top awakened, it would be too disgraceful to let a newcomer be teleported away just after coming in. But soon, the words then rang out from the ranks. Booger, the newcomer, is ahead of us. Surprise filled his voice, and even his tone sharpened a bit. Lu Bu was stunned, and following the markings made by the scout's profession, he quickly found Lin Shi's location. Spin. He then saw a sight that took his breath away. In the midst of the mud swamp, there was a figure holding a sledgehammer, blasting towards a mud swamp giant crocodile in front of him, and that figure was none other than Lin Shi. Boom! The sledgehammer fell, stirring up the rolling mire, almost forming a high wall of mire that rose up from the ground. Even the large ripples spread out in all directions. Is this a skill effect, or an equipment effect? Lu Bu murmured. His mind was instantly filled with questions, but at this point, it was too late to think about it. And yet, Li Mingyue's voice sounded ghostly ahead. The sledgehammer in his hand is a holy weapon. Chapter 87. You say this is new? Boom, boom, boom. In the quagmire ahead, rushing mud was constantly being stirred up, spreading large ripples in all directions. Even Lu Bu and the others, who had formed a defensive formation at the back, were able to feel the pushing and pulling sensation coming from the front. They had no doubt that if they had solid ground under their feet, then, under such an impact, even the earth must be shaking violently. A holy weapon? Lu Bu's words were plucked up a few notches. That kid even has a holy weapon. Even if it was him, he had never even seen a holy weapon that could be used by an awakened person of more than 30 levels. In other words, is there a level 30 plus holy weapon? Mingyue is the newcomer. Really over 30 levels? He's really a newcomer? Lu Tianba also asked Li Mingyue. His summoned beasts couldn't even charge that far ahead. Li Mingyue skimmed her lips and didn't say a word. The same blacksmith profession. How come Lin Chi was so different from her? Lu Bu took a deep breath and looked at the mud that kept blowing up in front of him. In the panel in front of you. Moreover, there are also all constantly prompting information floating. You get +1 point for destroying the swamp crocodile. You get +1 point for destroying the swamp crocodile. However, it was indistinguishable whether it was the skill of those of them who had killed it, or the monsters that Lin Chi had killed in front of him. How high can his attack power be under the Holy Weapon Edition? Lu Bu tentatively inquired to Li Mingyue again. It's not like, right now, you can kill a nightmare difficulty mud swamp giant crocodile solo, right? This time, most of the awakened who participated in the guild's copy were able to do a single kill instead, but the problem was that most of them were already around level 90, and among them, there were more than 100 level awakened people. An awakened who had just completed a level 30 transfer and was still in the blacksmith profession. That was outrageous in any way, wasn't it? Li Mingyue shook her head. I've never seen a holy weapon that can appear at this level either. But there's no doubt that the hammer in his hand is definitely described as powerful even for a high-level awakened person. The quality of a holy weapon was already too high. This might itself possess a trait bonus that transcended equipment limitations. And, the sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand could have come from the abyss. Ryoko. It was only then that Li Mingyue clenched her silver teeth again and said, this brat, I'm afraid that he's the newbie awakened who gained the most benefits from Summer City's abyssal descent earlier. Thanks to her earlier, she thought that the awakened in Xia Chang were already very capable of hiding, but it turned out that Lin Chi was hiding even deeper. After all, it is an abyss that has reached the 9th level of increase. Lu Bu also sighed lightly. Abyssal descents, which occur around several cities every year, and level 9 abyssal increases, are not common, not to mention, the previous Xia Chang had still managed to survive the abyssal descent under the 9 levels of increase. Then the benefits that the awakened person in it could receive would naturally be beyond imagination. Speaking of which, there's still no news about that awakened who is suspected to have helped Xia Cheng through the abyssal descent. Lu Bu's mind flashed through Xia Cheng's information, and quickly suppressed it again. Now is not the time to think about this. Let's clear the copy monsters first. Priest, always keep an eye on the newcomer's blood level and give him gain effects. Lu Bu commanded the surroundings once again, raising his staff that shone with blazing golden light high in one hand, while the other hand pulled out a blue restoration potion and poured a bottle of it. The newcomer's performance is unbelievable. If we can't beat the newcomer, we'll be disgraced. They were certainly full of questions about Lin Chi's performance. It just doesn't make sense at all. Of course, this could only mean that Lin Chi must have had a strange encounter, but having risen to their level, who hadn't gained a few strange encounters? In a split second, a powerful skill once again erupted from the quagmire. You get plus 50 points for destroying the swamp crocodile. You get plus 50 points for destroying the swamp crocodile. In front of Lin Chi, a prompt message constantly flashed. The profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand wasn't swung too quickly, nor did he deliberately release his skills. But even so, his efficiency in killing monsters wasn't exactly low. What's there to say about a hammer one? Looking in front of him, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Finally, we found the area where the monsters are more concentrated. In the mud swamp ahead, a bunch of hidden mud swamp giant crocodiles could be vaguely seen. And even though the mud swamp was extremely deep, it couldn't completely hide more than a dozen monsters. But Lin Chi had only just taken a few steps forward when his feet seemed to have stepped on an empty space. Even his body was sinking below the mire. Stuck in the swamp, Lin Chi instantly realized the situation at this moment. However, he was half panicked. With his agility, he was perfectly capable of getting out of this state. The sledgehammer in his hand had been slowly raised, and above the hammer body was blooming a glow that was rapidly accumulating. Sacred Abyss Impact. Priest, pull the newcomers. At this point, Lu Bu's voice sounded from the back. He was obviously keeping an eye on Lin Chi from time to time. Actually, from the very beginning, Lin Chi was not in their consideration for this battle. Just don't get sent away by monsters in seconds and casually follow them around to mix up points. Of course, Lin Chi's performance had completely exceeded their expectations. But, another hidden danger in the current area, besides monsters, is getting stuck in a swamp. Even if Lin Chi had high-strength equipment on his body, his level 30 plus agility was completely insufficient to support his escape from the swamp. Roger that. At the same time, the priest profession in the team also suddenly cast their skills, releasing a beam of light that enveloped Lin Chi. Shifting skills can pull teammates within a certain distance to your side, but just the moment Lin Chi's figure was enveloped by the beam of light, boom! A large area of mire actually formed a tidal wave in a matter of moments, and all the mire around it was visible to the naked eye as it all lifted away. The Holy Abyss Impact skill blasts a wide area shockwave in front of you. with damage equal to normal attack damage and a knockout effect on all targets in the wave. The quagmire erupted completely, throwing the lifted silt in all directions. The sky was raining silt. Wow! As the mud splashed everywhere, the tank profession in the team immediately released a light shield that covered all directions, which prevented the people in the team from being drenched in mud. What's happening? Lu Tianba stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his eyes flickering for a while. This can't be a boss encounter, can it? It wasn't the first time their guild had entered this copy, and they had gathered some corresponding intelligence. Here, there is indeed a mini-boss, but it's logical to wait until they've cleared out most of the quagmire giants. Junior, bravo, but you came close to going back home. Li Mingyue laughed and winked at Lin Chi, who had been pulled back to his side. Until now, the aftermath in the quagmire ahead had not subsided. Lin Chi didn't say anything, just stared blankly at the information prompts that flashed by rapidly in front of him. You get plus 50 points for destroying the swamp crocodile. You get plus 50 points for destroying the swamp crocodile. The effect of this strike was even better than he had expected, directly eliminating nearly 20 mud swamp giant crocodiles. But just then, that already churning quagmire stirred violently again. Immediately, a crocodile head that was far larger than an ordinary quagmire giant crocodile by several times suddenly emerged from the quagmire. Swamp Devourer, Legend. Points, 600. Chapter 88. Your hammer is strong. In the mud puddle, a pair of vertical eyes opened up, their cold sight staring at the group of awakened ones. This was still just the first boss that the dispersed squad had met, and it was already at the legendary level. Out comes the boss. Watch out for its eyes. Lu Bu's voice followed at once. Watch out for the quagmire beneath your feet. Priests are always ready to move out of the way. The crowd of awakened people immediately acted individually. The team copybook is just that. Even if it's only the first mini-boss, its values in all aspects are extremely powerful. However, their team was sort of well configured, with tanks and outputs as well as controls and backups all in place. As long as the skill articulation is in place, it's perfectly possible to beat the boss's stiffness until it's eliminated. Bang! But just then, a black shadow suddenly disappeared into one of the swamp devourer's eyes, and it directly blew out that vertical eye. See this scene? Lu Bu and the others were stunned. They distinctly noticed that what was in the swamp devourer's eyes was clearly a sledgehammer. That was the sledgehammer that Lin Chi had used earlier. No, you're able to throw long-range attacks with the hammer you have now? Li Mingyue looked at Lin Chi beside her in surprise, clearly noticing that the hammer in Lin Chi's hand was still there. Placed there was just a shadow of the sledgehammer. My occupation is rather special. Lin Chi grinned and once again swung the profound market sledgehammer in his hand forward. Whoosh! Another hammer's shadow flew out. Holy one throw! This was Lin Chi's only super long-range attack skill. What's more, this swamp devourer was only a few dozen meters away from him. Roar! At this point, the swamp devourer let out a cry of pain as its massive tail emerged from the swamp, slapping wildly at the mud around it. A pair of its eyes had already been blown out by Lin Chi. Just, giant tail flinging, splashing mud in all directions, but also exudes a stream of poisonous mist. No! Stage 2 now? Lu Tianba exclaimed in shock. Lu Bu and Li Mingyue and the others were also stunned. Boss, how did this go to stage 2? Is it that effective to blow out both eyes? Is Lin Chi's attack too high? Or is the effect of this weakness attack too strong? The effect instantly flashed through Lu Bu's mind. That's just 2 long-range attack skills. The boss is surprisingly just 2 stages away. He was pretty sure that even the archers in the group wouldn't necessarily be able to hit the swamp devourer's second stage with 2 arrows. Skills follow. Still, Lu Bu did not hesitate, and the staff in his hand heralded the release of a radiance that blasted towards the swamp devourer. What made Lin Chi feel a bit odd was, the effect of Lu Bu's skill unexpectedly unleashed an extremely huge gold coin that smashed hard into the swamp devourer's head. Lin Chi looked at Li Mingyue on the side again. This girl who was a high-level blacksmith profession. He had already seen the other party's fighting method in the previous battle. The sledgehammer in his hand burned with blazing flames like Lin Chi's calcination skill, and the hammer handle violently extended tens of meters again. Then, a hammer slammed down on the swamp devourer. It was actually hard enough to slam the huge swamp devourer all the way into the mud puddle. Is this the way a high-level blacksmith fights? Mused Lin Chi. In comparison, the effect of Li Mingyue's skill was more like an alienation of the equipment to a certain extent. This allows you to perform a variety of different skill effects. Subsequently, Lin Chi instead followed the crowd around him to cast an attack. One holy throw, although it only deals damage from normal attacks. But the point was that Lin Chi's base attributes were high. His normal attacks were also not comparable to the powerful damage skills of normal awakened people. Boom! A hammer down. A shriek of surprise ensued. No! The boss is covered in blood aura. Is this stage 3? How did you get to stage 3 so quickly? The crowd of awakened people were a bit stunned. Soon, their gazes converged on Lin Chi again in unison. Is that right? With their team, The only variable was Lin Chi. That means, the reason he was able to consume the boss's blood so quickly was because of Lin Chi. How high is the attribute bonus? This newcomer? Lin Chi, isn't the sacred weapon in your hand a little too strong? Li Mingyue was stunned. She didn't think towards Lin Chi's own attributes. No. How many levels are you now? Exactly? She asked again. 36. Only 36 levels? Aha. No. Didn't you just transfer not long ago? How come you're level 36? Li Mingyue was shocked. The last time she had gone to Summer City, Lin Chi had only been in the mid-20s. Even if the transfer was completed, it shouldn't be 36 levels so soon. Not to mention, a 36th level blacksmith profession simply couldn't have much of a strong base attribute. That meant that the holy weapon in Lin Chi's hand was indeed ridiculously strong. When the abyss descended earlier, just how much benefit did your brat get? Li Mingyue murmured, fearfully. Apart from that awakened who was suspected to have helped Xia Cheng through the abyssal descent, it was really Lin Chi who had gotten the most out of it. Mingyue, forget about that for now. Output is the main focus. At this time, Lu Bu's reminder came from the side. The Stage 3 Swamp Devourer had become particularly berserk. Defense would be lowered, but attacks would be increased. And none of them would be spaced out. Bang! But just then, another sledgehammer shadow flew out and landed violently on the Swamp Devourer. One blow. The Swamp Devourer's huge body trembled with it, and then it crashed helplessly into the mire, splashing up large swaths of mud. You participated in destroying the Swamp Devourer, legendary, and gained plus 60 points. Lu Bu looked at the alert message in front of him and was stunned. Legendary level Swamp Devourer, just, collapsed? Isn't this too fast? Lu Tianba whispered to himself. Destroying the Swamp Devourer together and sharing points among 10 people doesn't seem much of a problem. It was reasonable to say that it wouldn't be too difficult for them to eliminate this little boss. But the problem was that the annihilation was happening quite a bit faster than they had expected. The crowd's minds hadn't even calmed down before they looked at Lin Chi once again. With the Swamp Devourer eliminated, the original remaining swamp giant crocodiles around them would not be much of a threat. And right now, what shocked them the most was undoubtedly Lin Chi's performance. It's outrageous. This hammer you're holding is strong. Only after a long time did Lu Bu speak slowly. All of this irrationality could only be attributed to the holy weapon in Lin Chi's hands. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason at all. An awakened person of over 30 levels could have higher base attributes than a high-level awakened person? No kidding. Lin Chi, however, didn't care about this, as his line of sight had fallen on the pile of equipment and items dropped by the boss. In fact, none of the previous swamp giants had dropped any equipment or items. This is probably going to be put on the copy pass settlement. Legendary level bosses, however, had drops. Chapter 89 50-man battle. Guild copy boss. There were 7 or 8 pieces of equipment and props scattered on the ground, and among them, Lin Chi even caught a glimpse of 2 legendary quality equipment. Apparently, the burst rate of guild copies was, indeed, high. I wonder how this thing has to be distributed, muttered Lin Chi. It wasn't as if he had to get those pieces of equipment. After all, the guild copy was only accessible if there was a sufficient number of people, and even without him, the others would still be able to kill the Swamp Devourer without much effort. This time, Lu Bu was already the first to collect those pieces of equipment and waved his hand around again. Destroy the remaining monsters first, then distribute the equipment. The remaining swamp crocodiles were no longer a threat to the crowd, and after some skill shuffling, the remaining monsters were all turned into points for the crowd. Lin Chi also looked at the points in front of him. Current points, 1659. It was roughly equivalent to the total number of points of more than 30 mud swamp giant crocodiles. This copy doesn't even have a points leaderboard, and I don't know what the settlement rules are for turning back. Lin Chi skimmed his mouth. But what could be determined was that the rewards given by the guild copies would definitely not be bad either. The time has come for us to put our hands together. At this time, Li Mingyue was instead rubbing her fists, an expectant smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Luck of the draw? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This was about to be randomly assigned. At least they were legendary equipment. According to Lin Chi's prediction, these equipment were estimated to be suitable for high-level awakened people as well, and naturally they were also of great use to other members. Old rules, I don't participate in the distribution. If there is equipment I need, I'll pay for it. Lu Bu fell back and stepped aside. Obviously they are all very skilled at this kind of distribution. Is the vice president so generous? Lin Chi was all a bit stunned. High-grade legendary equipment, when placed in the outside world, its value would definitely not be low, right? Li Mingyue gave Lin Chi a smiling look, her eyes almost curving into a crescent moon. Why do you think our vice president is so popular? In terms of wealth and generosity, there are probably not many people in this world who can compare with him. She gave a playful snort. However, Lin Shi noticed that Lu Bu's face was clearly darkened. I have a special occupation, and I don't get any points for this kind of random assignment, he said quietly. After saying that, he filled up another bottle of blue recovery potion. Then this career can be too special. Lin Shi silently spat. He was able to see that purely in terms of combat strength, Lu Bu, the vice president, was not the strongest in the guild, but rather, the occupation was indeed not quite the same as the other awakened. All those skills that Lu Bu had unleashed earlier, he hadn't seen them in any information. Immediately, Lin Shi followed Li Mingyue and the others and started rolling points. And the so-called random allocation meant that the members were to be allocated according to the number of points rolled. Lu Tianba rolls a 7. Li Mingyue rolls 97 points. Lin Shi rolls 97 points. The points on the panel surfaced one by one in front of the crowd. I told you, newcomers have newcomer protection, Lu Bu commented slyly. In one round of rolls, Lin Shi and Li Mingyue had the same 97 points and were undoubtedly tied for first place. And then, Lu Bu pulled out 2 more pieces of legendary equipment each, which were a greatsword as well as a set of armor, with Li Mingyue being the first to unleash an appraisal skill over the information of the 2 pieces of equipment surfaced. Swamp Breaker, legendary, category, weapons, Swamp Stone armor, legendary, category, tops, you 2 pick one each, Lu Bu said. As high-grade legendary equipment, both pieces of equipment undoubtedly had extremely powerful attributes. Li Mingyue spread her small hands and gestured for Lin Shi to choose. She had quite a few holy weapons on her, and legendary equipment in her hands could only be used for disintegration. Lin Shi was not polite and directly took the Swamp Breaker blade with his hand. This legendary equipment was certainly not something he could use, but it was undoubtedly the best sacrificial consumable at the moment. After distributing the loot, the crowd moved forward again. It was only a short time before they arrived in front of an altar. To Lin Shi's considerable dismay, there was already a team of members waiting for them here. The person at the head was clearly guild leader Li Shi. That fast? Lin Shi's heart moved slightly. They hadn't even lost much time along the way. Even the overall progress of their team had accelerated a bit due to Lin Shi joining the fight. I'm sure what happened to all the other teams was similar. Rather, they did not expect that this team led by President Li Shi would be faster than them. The Human Kings Guild, indeed, are all top awakened. Not much longer. The members of several other teams had also arrived one after another. The overall difference in time is, surprisingly, not that much. Everyone, after destroying the first boss, prepare to deal with the hidden boss. After all 50 people participating in this replica were gathered, Lu Bu walked to the front and greeted the crowd. And after, Lin Shi then noticed that Lu Bu and the other 5 had each stepped out from the group and arrived at a corner of the altar. A key-like prop emerged from each person's hand and was placed on the altar. That's obviously the reason for splitting up the 5 teams, obtaining the props to open the altar from 5 places, thus opening the altar and summoning the hidden boss along the way. Lin Shi roughly understood. He waited for the altar to open, but he also wanted to see what the boss and the guild copy should be like. This kind of big boss that required 50 high-level awakened to face it together was definitely not a small fight like the Swamp Devourer. Moreover, it should also be quite different from a world boss like the Mountain Beast. Soon, above the altar, there was gradually a glowing pattern spreading out from the 5 corners, intertwining with each other and quickly converging into a strange formation. Rumble. The very moment the formation took shape, the ground beneath the feet of the group of awakened ones unexpectedly trembled with it. Even further back, the endless swamp was churning up. Pust. Suddenly, at the center of the altar, a rush of mud violently erupted. Tanks, nurses, get ready. The commanding voice of Lu Bu rang out with it. At the same time, one of the awakened also acted quickly. The tank-type professions in the team quickly raised their shields in their hands, or cast their defensive skills to open their shields and shelter every member of the team. The team's healing professions, too, were all rapidly chanting as light continued to coalesce in front of them. You have gained the effect of the poison removal aura. You have gained a healing aura effect. You've gained an attack bonus effect. Soon, a prompt emerged from Lin Shi's panel, and even his body radiated a faint glow of various colors around him. All of the awakened in the guild copy were already standing by. Chapter 90, Corrosive Poison Augur. Intensely poisonous. Put. At the center of the altar, rushing mud splashed down in all directions. However, there was a mist with a turquoise color that spread out. The poisonous mist is coming. Someone alerted the surrounding area in a hushed voice. Be ready to bleed back. That turquoise mist clearly contained a strong poison, and even for the high-level awakened in the guild, it also had an extremely strong damaging effect. Even Lin Shi noticed that a poison negative status had appeared in his own panel. Only, the effect that this negative status could have on him was simply minimal. His equipment durability doesn't even drop much. The effect of the Li Dai Tao Zi entry was that all the damage he took on himself was taken by the equipment durability, but after acquiring so many words, Lin Shi himself possessed quite the dominating effect. The equipment durability deducted by poison mist erosion was even more minimal. And just then, in that mud that rose up to the sky, a huge figure suddenly emerged. Even with the mud are then snaked up, stretching out a fin-like tentacles, and swiftly slapped to the four sides. Take cover, Lu Bu's high-pitched voice rang out, alerting the surroundings. Bang! The mud tentacles slapped down, stirring up large swaths of mud, and even more so, leaving a long corrosive trail on the ground. In an instant, the altar was in tatters. Rotting toxic auger. Points, 6,000. Finally, the information of this boss surfaced in front of the crowd. Good fellow, the points are 10 times that of the Swamp Devourer? Lin Shi couldn't help but light up when he looked at the points of the corrosive poison Jiao Dragon. Just by destroying this boss, each awakened would be able to gain more than 100 points, right? Attack! In the meantime, the sound of Lu Bu's voice followed. Now was clearly the moment when it was possible to launch an attack on the corrupted poison auger. Lin Shi did not hesitate and immediately released the Holy One throw skill, throwing a sledgehammer shadow at the corrosive poison Jiao Dragon. Boom! 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 At the same time, a skill unleashed by the other awakened also bombarded the body of the corrupted poison auger. The various skill effects were enough to dazzle the eyes, causing the mud on the corrosive poison auger to continuously explode. But the mud that exploded apart and landed on the ground was actually all with a corrosive effect as well. It left a large turquoise area on the ground, and even more poisonous mist spread out with it. Poisoning effect intensifies. Lin Shi couldn't even help but feel a little emotional as he glanced at the prompts on the panel. It's a boss that requires a team of 50 people to deal with it. Even dealing damage to a boss can lead to this wide range of negative effects, especially from the reduction of his own equipment durability has increased by a small amount. Lin Shi was able to determine that this poisonous mist must have extremely high damage. It was conceivable that if the team's awakened configuration was insufficient, it was feared that there was a real possibility that the group would perish here. Pay attention to your feet. Don't step on the areas corroded by the mud. At this moment, Li Mingyue's calm voice rang out from the side. Apparently, she was also still paying attention to Lin Shi's situation just now. Although Lin Shi's earlier performance was enough to shock her. After all, Lin Shi was entering this team copy for the first time. Moreover, she wasn't sure if Lin Shi's life value and poison attribute resistance would be able to carry the poison mist here. But soon, Li Mingyue then let go of these worries. She clearly saw that Lin Shi was clearly stepping in the area eroded by the mud at this moment. Yet it was as if he was oblivious to it. Your kid's equipment. Just how good is it? Li Mingyue was shocked. Lin Shi laughed and slowly walked out of the area eroded by the mud while throwing sledgehammer shadows at the corrosive poison Jiao Dragon every now and then. There's always something to do. Otherwise it does seem a bit conspicuous to really carry the poison. It's stage 2. Attack the totem with all your might. Lu Bu's voice sounded once again. Lin Shi couldn't even see Lu Bu's figure amidst the constantly blooming skill effects. Only the center of the altar, the corrosive poisonous auger dragon that is constantly snaking in midair is still struggling violently in the blooming flames. Cold ice, venom, and light may follow. The earth trembled, and the altar, which was already in tatters, completely crumbled apart. A stone pillar suddenly rose up from the ground, and one could vaguely see that these stone pillars were inscribed with complicated runes. Rotting totem, points, 100. One totem has 100 points. Lin Shi quickly understood, and right after these totems appeared, the corrosive poison Jiao Long that was still struggling actually seemed to have quickly disappeared. Only at the center of the altar, there was still a constant gush of rushing mud. Now, it was clear that none of the awakened one's skills were able to deal any damage to the corrupted poison auger anymore. It was just that the skills of the crowd had already surfaced in the 4 directions of the altar. More than that, it obscures people's respective sights. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth and immediately rushed towards the nearest stone pillar. Those points, of course, he wouldn't miss. Watch out for the blood. The reminder was still ringing. After that one stone pillar surfaced, the turquoise poisonous mist also became denser and denser, and it was even enough to cover up the awakened one's skill effects. Obviously, this level of toxin also had a considerable effect on the blood level of high-level awakened people. Bang! In the midst of the poisonous mist, Lin Shi directly slammed his hammer on the stone pillar. Destroy the poisonous totem. You gain plus 70 points. Still a hammer one. However, it seemed that due to the fact that the totem had already consumed a portion of its blood under the previous bombardment of skills from the other awakened, Lin Shi did not gain all of his points. However, he did not stop his footsteps and quickly rushed towards a stone pillar. Destroy the poisonous totem. You gain plus 80 points. Destroy the poisonous totem. You gain plus 60 points. Destroy the poisonous totem. You get plus 50 points. Giggle. Lin Shi was hammering away when he suddenly noticed that a full-blooded stone pillar in front of him exploded. Spin. A petite figure then surfaced in front of them. That was none other than Li Shi. Only at this moment, In her hand, she was actually holding a huge shield that was more than one person high, and a strange light was still blooming on the shield. Just now, she had crushed a stone pillar hard by virtue of her shield. This is a tank class occupation? Lin Shi wasn't even too sure anymore. Just one shield strike directly smashed a full-blooded stone pillar. This president, apparently, was extremely strong. Li Shi also noticed Lin Shi, slightly tilting her little head, her delicate cheeks still revealing a look of doubt. It was as if he was pondering why Lin Shi, a newbie awakened, was able to trample through the corrosive territory and come to such a deep area. It's stage 3. Attack the corrupted poison Jiao Dragon with all your might and destroy it. But at that moment, Lu Bu's voice sounded once again. This team director is, indeed, very committed. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shi charged straight towards the corrosive poison Jiao Dragon in the center of the altar. And in the meantime, Lin Shi clearly saw that a black shadow swept past him violently, rushing towards the corrosive scalp dragon faster than him. That was clearly the giant shield in Li Shi's hand. Chapter 91. Wait, who threw the hammer? No, man, you're Captain Beautiful. Lin Shi looked back at Li Shi, and his gaze turned back to the side of the corrosive poison Jiao Dragon in front of him. It was hard to imagine that Li Shi's tiny body was able to directly throw the giant shield out. And it was so fast that it arced in midair. Next moment, boom! The rushing mud in the center of the altar erupted suddenly, almost stopped by the impact of the giant shield. This is not a bit stronger than Lu Bu. Lin Shi recalled that he had seen the points that Li Shi had scored when he had previously checked the leaderboards of the crusade against world bosses. It was hard to imagine that a tank-type profession could burst out with such high damage. This world truly has many capable people. Lin Shi sighed with emotion, and his figure had also rushed in front of the corrosive poison Jiao Dragon. In the dense poisonous mist, a mud tentacle suddenly slapped, but Lin Shi did not retreat at all. A blazing fire blazed up on his body. After absorbing the flame and the guild residence, Lin Shi's ghostly blue flame had lightened in color a bit. The power, however, is even more enhanced. When the mud tentacles slapped down, they rapidly lost water at a speed visible to the naked eye and became dry, and all the movements of the slapping down became stiff for a few moments. And in Lin Shi's hands, the profound ruin sledgehammer was already raised high. Under the light of the various colors of skills that continued to bloom on the corrosive poison auger, he fiercely blasted down with his hammer. Boom! Mud splattered everywhere, and even the body of the corrupted poison auger broke apart in the struggle. Roar! Eventually, a hoarse roar resounded through the rushing mud and returned to being faint. You have earned plus 600 points for destroying the poisonous dragon. Achievement, no corruption. 600 points? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. He had originally thought that he would divide the 6,000 points from the corrosive poison Jiao Dragon into 50 equal parts. It seemed that there was indeed something special about being the big boss against 50 people. And one more achievement. Lin Shi immediately checked it out. Rotting poison, permanently increase poison attribute resistance by 5%. Hint, this achievement will be added to the settlement when the copy is cleared. Directly improves the poison attribute resistance, but also able to join the settlement at the pass with the points. Lin Shi was instantly satisfied. After all, the corrosive auger didn't drop any equipment, so naturally it would make up for it elsewhere. With the corrupted poison auger being annihilated, the poisonous mist that originally filled the area around the altar also gradually dissipated. Return blood and prepare to deal with the hidden boss. But Lu Bu's voice remained grave. In an instant, a warm glow blossomed out in the surroundings and did not enter everyone here. This was obviously the various recovery skills of the healing professions. Lin Shi looked around and returned to Li Mingyue. The difficulty in this team copy is not exactly low. Having just dealt with a boss, it was immediately followed by a hidden boss. When you see the hidden boss, just remember to fight with all your might. If we can eliminate it, we'll be able to make a lot of money this time. Li Mingyue explained to Lin Shi with a smile. Earlier, they split up into 5 teams, but it was precisely for the hidden boss here. And just then, Lin Shi, however, noticed that the surrounding quagmire areas were actually all gradually drying up. Areas that had been soft and fluffy were also hardened. It was as if it had been scorched by a searing fire, turning what had been a swamp into a parched wasteland. Spin. The originally dim surroundings actually gradually became bright. As in the early morning hours, the sun rises in the east, and an object similar to the sun did emerge from the sky at that moment. Scorching sun, hidden, points, 10, 000, a 10, 000 point hidden boss? Lin Shi immediately brightened up. He knew very well that, as in the case of the previous corrosive poison auger, although there were only 6,000 points, in reality, every awakened involved in this group battle had gained several hundred points. Then, this hidden boss that contained 10, 000 points would naturally bring them more points. Long-range professions, deal with the boss body. Melee professions prepare for defense. In the meantime, the words of Lu Bu followed. Boom! Next moment, the blazing sun in the sky trembled violently, and immediately a ball of fire also fell down from the sky. Fireball, points, 200. For a ball of fire, there are 200 points. The awakened ones quickly moved individually. Junior, do you still need my protection? Li Mingyue's words came out. Be warned, under this boss's domain, your escape scroll is no longer effective. By the time that blazing sun appeared in the sky, all the swamps here had dried up. The replica area turned from night to day, and it was all like a different replica here. Lin Chi shrugged. Do I look like I need protection to you? Indeed. After saying that, Li Mingyue took the lead and rushed towards a ball of fire in front of her. Lin Chi's gaze also landed on the fireball in front of him, the corner of his mouth slightly. There was no doubt that even these fireballs released from above that blazing sun in the sky had extremely high damage. Even for high-level awakened people, they were all capable of posing a considerable threat. However, Lin Chi had the Fusilier's fire phrase and was completely immune to the fire attribute. It doesn't affect him. Incidentally, he was also able to absorb a bit of the flames from these fireballs, increasing the power of his calcination skill. Between swings, Lin Chi didn't forget to give that sun in the sky a holy one throw. This sun was just a monster after all. How could it fly any higher than 1500 meters in the copy? He then rushes forward and hammers the fireballs in front of him. Long-range professions stand by and wait for the boss to enter the attack range. Lu Bu waved his staff to release his skills while not forgetting to command in all directions. But then his voice suddenly lurched. Wait, who threw the hammer? The blazing sun was still high in the sky and had not yet descended. Among the current long-range profession awakened, there were only a few some who were able to attack Prideful Sun with their skills. However, among the arrows and skills, Lu Bu clearly saw a sledgehammer. He was stunned. Then, as if he realized something, his eyes swept around, but he didn't find Lin Chi's figure. Just, from time to time, a hammer shot blasted high into the air amidst a ball of fire, and all around, a group of awakened of long-range professions couldn't help but be stunned. A hammer? Warrior? No, it should be Blacksmith. This doesn't look like Akatsuki's skill. The blazing sun, now, should still be more than 1,000 meters away from the crowd, right? What hammer can throw that high? But just as the crowd was wondering, the blazing sun in the sky was actually falling down at an extremely fast speed, and the flames rose, causing smoke to rise from some of the awakened, and even more fireballs to splash down. No, how come the boss is stage 2? At that moment, there was still a portion of remote awakened who hadn't even launched an attack on that wheel of blazing sun. Is the hidden boss this time so brittle? The crowd voiced their questions. Only Lu Bu's face was a bit odd. For some reason, he inexplicably associated it with the earlier situation of dealing with the boss with Lin Chi. It can't really be that kid that caused it, can it? No way. Chapter 92, Guild Copy Reward Settlement. You destroy the fireball of the sun. You gain plus 200 points. You destroy the fireball of the sun. You gain plus 180 points. You destroy the fireball of the sun. You gain plus 200 points. The hammer in Lin Chi's hand kept swinging down, and his points were rapidly increasing. According to his projections, even if it was just for now, by the time the copy was cleared, his settlement rewards would be quite substantial. What's more, nowadays they were still dealing with the hidden boss. Boss stage 3 now. At that moment, Lu Bu's voice suddenly rang out. Destroy it with all your might before it hits the ground. So soon? For a while, the awakened around them were all stunned. Why did it feel like, this time around, the speed of dealing with the hidden bosses had sped up so much? The boss has only just been in stage 2 for a short while, right? Is everyone getting stronger again? Whatever, don't let the boss get away. Once the scorching sun hit the ground, it would mean that their crusade against the hidden boss was declared a failure. In fact, it wasn't until the first few times they challenged this copy that they were able to guarantee killing the hidden boss every time. It would have taken one copy of the raid to get specific information. In an instant, all of the crowd's skills turned to blast towards the scorching sun. Lin Chi, however, did not rush to the front of the scorching blazing sun. In fact, the mere fact of having a holy one throw every now and then was more than enough for his output. Instead, the fireballs on the ground all grew stronger as the scorching sun fell to the ground. Tanks, watch out for resistance, Lu Bu reminded again. The current stage is undoubtedly when the scorching sun is at its most powerful. All fireball attacks are boosted. The crowd could only resist the attacks of these fireballs while dealing with the scorching sun with all their might. But all around, it had almost been turned into a sea of fire. On some of the awakened, they were already burning with flames, suffering from intense flame burning damage. Even with the help of a healing profession, the blood will be cut down. This situation, but whenever something goes wrong at some point, even for a high-level awakened person, it can result in attrition. Junior, how are you doing? Instead, Li Mingyue's voice came from not far away. Obviously in this situation, she was also still paying attention to Lin Chi's situation. Actually, Originally, according to their planning, Lin Shi didn't need to rush to the front when facing the final hidden boss. Simply hide at the very edge and wait for the healing professions as well as the tank profession's protection skills. But it was really Lin Shi's performance that was too beyond expectation. Not a big problem. Lin Shi responded with a cry, and in the midst of the blazing fire, he also failed to spot Li Mingyue's figure. The scorching blazing sun in the sky kept falling, not too fast. The crowd's attacks had all apparently been able to cause damage to the scorching sun, causing it to tremble more and more. However, the fireballs around them all became more and more furious. This copy, the bosses are all in the same situation. Lin Shi lamented, the abyssal ruined sledgehammer in his hand already slowly raised. The more damage done to the boss, the more attacks the awakened person will receive. But, Lin Shi looked at the scorching sun in midair. The profound ruined sledgehammer was already poised and ready to perform the Holy One throw once again. Boom! A volley of sledgehammers blasted into the scorching sun along with the skill effects that kept flashing around. Can't even tell who did the damage. But the descent of the scorching sun in midair came to a standstill. Immediately after, the scorching sun collapsed and turned into a black hole, thus disappearing. You get plus 1,000 points for your participation in destroying the scorching sun. Achievement reached. No baking. Achievement, swamp hidden. In addition, the fireballs that had been scattered around were all extinguished as the scorching blazing sun collapsed. There were the same hints of gaining points that constantly flashed in front of Lin Shi. You participate in destroying the fireball of the blazing sun and get plus 20 points. You participate in destroying the fireball of the blazing sun and get plus 20 points. That saves us from having to clean up another round. Lin Shi shrugged. Only after all the fireballs were extinguished did he then look at his points again. Current points, 4,329. Enough to gain over 4,000 points. Lin Shi swept his eyes around. He knew that most of the points earned by the other awakened who participated in the guild's copy this time should also be around 3,500. After all, the guild copy was originally able to benefit all guild members. As in the formation of a mega team, the settlement rewards that could be obtained, naturally, wouldn't be too far off. Copy cleared. Reward settlement in progress. The current harvest is just one legendary quality high-grade equipment. Lin Shi took stock. And that, really, is just an added bonus. The real reward will depend on the settlement of this reward. Soon, Lin Shi then noticed a glow enveloping the awakened around him. This was already a sign of teleporting out of the copy. Immediately after, the scene in front of Lin Shi then transformed. At the same time, a message surfaced on the panel. Settlement completed. Level +1. You gained the word unyielding resistance, purple. Level +1. You gained the word derivative speed, blue. You get Manhwarecap, legendary, manhwareinding, legendary, and pride armor, epic. You gain prestige plus 1,000. Upgraded light bloomed out around Lin Shi one after another. 2 levels in a row. Lin Shi looked at the experience bar again, and there wasn't much left before the experience needed to move up to the next level. I guess with some more monsters, I'll be able to upgrade straight away. In addition, he had obtained 2 pieces of legendary equipment as well as 3 pieces of epic equipment. Wreck of the Bog, legendary, category, tops, equipment requirements, level 90. Manhwareinding, legend, category, belt, TCH, it's still a set. Lin Shi staggered. But for now, the equipment requirements were too high, and even though the attributes were good, he couldn't wear it at the moment. Lin Shi didn't intend to keep it, he would just take it back and refine it together. Anyway, the higher the attributes of the equipment, the higher the attributes that would be enhanced by the equipment that was sacrificed to him. The settlement ended, and Lin Shi once again returned to the original square. Yo, Junior, are the rewards generous? Li Mingyue smiled and waved at Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded. The rewards received from this guild copy were indeed not comparable to other copies. Li Mingyue, however, smiled again and winked, saying, the reward isn't over yet. Did you reach any achievements in the copy? Oh, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Achievements reached in guild replicas that serve another purpose? He held up 3 fingers to show that 3 achievements had been reached. Li Mingyue nodded with a smile. Very good. All 3 achievements have been obtained. Let's go. I'll take you to collect your title. Is this even a title? Lin Shi's eyes lit up, just like the Sword Saint White Star that he had seen earlier, as well as that Dharma Saint Old Man. They could all have obtained titles. Titles, on the other hand, were like equipment, and would also bring bonuses to the attributes of the awakened person. Similarly, in the guild quarters, Lin Shi also saw quite a few awakened with titles. With a little checking, you will be able to see the title worn against. He hadn't even expected that there would be this kind of extra reward for clearing the guild copy. Chapter 93, Swampwalker, Returning to the Abyss. If you have equipment that you don't need, you can exchange it for contribution points. Or you can keep an eye on the exchange store to see if there are any new additions. Lubu stood in front of the square and waved his hand around. All dismissed. After a trip to the guild copy, every awakened who participated in it was practically obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment in their hands. That's the bottom line for top guilds. Li Mingyue patted Lin Chi's shoulder. Let's go, Junior. I'll take you to change your title. It's not often that an awakened person of more than 30 levels is able to obtain a title. Only, just after saying this, Li Mingyue's small face slightly stiffened again. In front of this kid, what could a title be? Having holy weapon equipment that can be used at level 30-something is the most outrageous, right? Sure, she didn't realize that the most outrageous thing about Lin Chi's body was actually the basic attributes. Soon, the two came to a strange building like a mushroom. This is the Elf Clan's building in our guild's premises. Report your achievements there and you'll be able to obtain the title. Li Mingyue introduced herself to Lin Chi and walked inside. Entering the mushroom building, Lin Chi noticed that the decorations were also based on grass and trees, which looked very much like the style of the elves. Speaking of which, he hadn't gone around the real frontline area since his awakening, nor had he entered the territory of the elves. Akatsuki, you're here, where's your title? As soon as the two of them walked into the building, an elf greeted them from the front, with her hands on her hips, looking at Li Mingyue with what seemed to be a bit of anguish, revealing a different sturdiness from the other elves. Seeing this, Lin Chi couldn't help but be stunned. So majestic. The elves had always given him the impression that they were more slender in stature. The elf in front of him, on the other hand, was a bit over the top in terms of size. Li Mingyue blushed slightly, seemingly a little embarrassed, and only waved her hand casually. Lin Chi then saw a line of information above her head. Elf Honeymooners, that's obviously the title as well. No, there's still a title for that? Lin Chi opened his mouth, inexplicably somewhat speechless. Li Mingyue's face did quickly return to normal and said to the elf in front of her, Ellie, I'll take him to exchange his title. Only then did Elf Ellie look at Lin Chi, a smile spreading across her delicate cheeks. Well done, young man. She led Lin Chi to a small verdant tree in the building and clasped her hands together in a pious manner. Sasha, all at once, the small, pale tree swayed gently, showering the forest pool with starry light. Detection of achievements. Detection complete. You can receive the title. Swamp Walker. Lin Chi immediately chose to receive it, checking up on the role of this title. Title, Swamp Walker, 3 stars, where effect, can summon a swamp in its own area, reducing the enemy target's movement speed by 15%. Titles are apparently also divided into grades, from 1 to 9 stars, a 3-star title that already has good results. This directly equates to an additional control class skill. How's that? Not bad? Li Mingyue winked at Lin Chi. Lin Chi nodded and didn't say anything more. In fact, both his Abyssal Domain skill and his Calamity Proclamation skill could have far stronger effects than this title. However, the title was one more thing for Lin Chi. That's the ability to hide your name and level info all over the team. Even if you team up with others, your teammates will only see his title. He directly put on the Swamp Walker title before Lin Chi looked at Li Mingyue again. There shouldn't be any other quests for the guild in a short period of time, right? In response, Li Mingyue's complexion was somewhat complicated. Our guild actually hasn't recruited any new awakened for a few years now, so it's reasonable to find you some practicing areas or copies, but right now it seems that there are no copies that are suitable for you. She was more or less speechless. After seeing Lin Chi's performance in the guild copy, she no longer looked at Lin Chi with common sense. God knows what kind of profession this kid has awakened. It couldn't have been a blacksmith anyway. Immediately, as if she thought of something, she said, oh yeah, there are also the newcomers you recruited in Summer City. Turn around and let Lubu consider them. Then they will be able to join our guild. Although you sent up a list of names, I still can't guarantee that all of them will be able to join the Kings of the Earth, and the odds are that they will be recommended for the chapter. Originally, recruiting a Lin Chi was already an exception. Who let this kid upgrade so fast? Lin Chi nodded. He wasn't worried about Shan Bai Deer. This was an existence that was supposed to join the top 3 guilds on the rankings. Then I'll go find a place to practice by myself first, Lin Chi added. He'd already made plans. The Human Kings Guild's residence shouldn't be too far from the frontline area. That means there must be an abyss around the perimeter. He hadn't forgotten to raise his abyssal territory first. You can. Li Mingyue seemed to want to command something else, but Frozen couldn't say anything else. She hadn't seen a new awakened with Lin Chi's combat prowess. After thinking for a while, she then said, most of the awakened in our guild are pioneering on the front line. When you reach level 50, remember to come back. We hold a level 50 copy of the blacksmith profession. Saying that, she then looked at Lin Chi with a skeptical gaze. Your kid is a blacksmith, right? Of course. Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth. There is no copy of this profession until level 50, but thinking about the rarity of the blacksmith profession, it felt normal. Once we go on a trip to the abyss, we'll focus on leveling. Lin Chi pondered. It had been a while since he had even looked for a good place to practice after the transfer. Of course, 38 levels isn't that low these days. After asking for a map of the surrounding area from Li Mingyue, Lin Chi left the guild house. Summoning the bone dragon, he rushed directly in the direction where the abyss was. Nowadays, even without the abyssal increase, the bone dragon had already risen to level 38 along with Lin Chi, and its sustaining time had likewise been boosted. Lin Chi didn't even stop along the way, and after only half a day, he arrived outside an abyss. Looking down from mid-air, there was clearly a canyon-like area below. It was just that the canyon was pitch black, and even more so, it was constantly spreading a dense pitch black mist outwards, like a dark wound in the earth. This is much more shocking than the entrance to the abyss when the abyss descended. Lin Chi couldn't help but lament. This place was different from the entrance to the abyss that would only exist for a period of time when the abyss descended. Rather, it is an area that has existed for a long time, as an overlapping adjacency of two worlds. Lin Chi lightly patted the bone dragon's head and swooped down directly towards the abyssal rift below. Abyss, your lord has returned. Lin Chi silently spat. He could have also teleported directly back to his natural disaster territory in the abyss, but the territory was so bare that there was really nothing to go to. This time, how can we get some equipment or items that can increase the territory in the abyss? For example, the abyssal cores that can increase the population of a territory, or the abyssal lord set components. Chapter 94, The Abyss? Like coming home. Huffing, huffing, the four directions were dark and silent, with only the flames from the bone dragon's body illuminating the surroundings, emitting a loud sound of wings flapping. Squeak! Suddenly, a hoarse cry came from not far away. Immediately after, a pair of blood-colored eyes then emerged from the pitch-black area and were rushing towards Lin Chi at an extremely fast speed. Abyssal Devil Bat, 2 stars, level 50. It was a large group of bats, nearly 100 of them, and all of them actually lifted up harsh wind blades as their wings flapped. Unlike when the abyss descended, the abyssal creatures here in the abyssal rift entered from the front line already possessed rank. It's more a sign of being further data mined by the world. Lin Chi had already grasped the relevant information in this regard within the intelligence given by Li Mingyue. As for the 2-star after the name of the abyssal demon bat, it meant that it had received a level 2 abyssal increase. Level 50 monsters are good. Lin Chi grinned. With the addition of the "together in the same boat" phrase, he wouldn't be too badly affected by the experience decay even if he were to deal with a level 60 monster, not to mention a level 50 monster. He hadn't even thought before that the interior of the abyss could be considered a treasure trove for leveling. As a world, the abyss naturally had a wide variety of creatures spread out just like the outside world. It was just that, in comparison, many of the creatures in the abyss had received an abyssal increase, and were more powerful than ordinary monsters. Next moment, Lin Chi's body immediately burned with light blue flames around him, instantly transforming into a flame giant. Even the bone dragon that he rode roared with flames all around him. You have killed the abyssal demon bat and gained plus 8,720 experience. You have killed the abyssal demon bat and gained plus 8,720 experience. There was no need for Lin Chi to personally do anything. The flames were enough to clean up these abyssal demon bats. Earlier, he had also absorbed the flames of the hidden boss and the guild copy, and the power of the calcination skill had already become stronger. A 2-level abyssal increase is only a little bit stronger than the abyssal creatures in my territory. Lin Chi skimmed his lips, but then again, the experience this thing gives is pretty substantial. One more wave and he would definitely be able to upgrade. However, Lin Chi didn't intentionally search for them. An outer area of an abyssal rift. To be able to brush out so many abyssal demon bats was already considered very good. After jumping off the bone dragon, Lin Chi landed in the middle of a wasteland. Instead, there weren't many abyssal creatures to be seen around, and it was clear that even in this abyssal rift, there would still be some high-level awakened who would come to clean it up. After all, the creatures in the abyss would most likely then climb out along the abyssal cracks, which would have a certain impact on the surroundings. Even in an abyssal rift, the areas of each abyss don't necessarily link up with each other. Lin Chi swept his eyes at the surrounding scene. Instead, a fiery red glow could be seen from afar in an area to the left. That means big areas of lava. Even if Lin Chi traveled along the magma area, he would have to spend a considerable amount of time again before he could reach the new area. This was also the reason why Lin Chi specifically chose to depart from the guild's premises rather than from his own territory. Moving along the other side, Lin Chi soon saw a group of monsters that looked like they were made of bones spread out in front of him. Abyssal Skeleton Wolf, 3 stars, rank 43. After going deeper into the abyssal rift, the level of increase that the creatures here were subjected to had also apparently increased. However, the abyssal creatures roaming this area were only around level 40. Skeleton creatures generally have a hard time appearing during the daytime. So the awakened who cleared the outer areas were simply spared? Lin Shi was also roughly able to figure out the reason for this. High-level awakened people wouldn't miss the experience of these monsters, but for Lin Shi, it was quite appropriate. The abyssal domain skill was instantly released, turning into a pitch-black liquid that filled all directions. Spin. Lin Shi swung his abyssal ruin sledgehammer again, summoning abyssal guards as well as mountain ancient beasts, plus 2 abyssal creatures from his territory to maximize the efficiency of brushing monsters. His summoned beasts, all at the same level as his current level, but coupled with the 4 level 8 abyssal increase slots from the abyssal legendary set, the combat power that these summoned beasts exerted could be far from what these abyssal skeleton wolves could contend with. In an instant, an abyssal skeleton wolf's body trembled, and the bones that built its body crumbled apart. You have killed the abyssal skeleton wolf and gained plus 7,200 experience. You have killed the abyssal skeleton wolf and gained plus 7,200 experience. Information on gaining experience continuously flashed in front of Lin Shi, and in only a short period of time, the abyssal skeleton wolves here were wiped out. The 4 summoned creatures, however, were still lunging towards the monster further down the road on their own. Soon, as one of the abyssal creatures was annihilated, a light finally bloomed on Lin Shi's body. Level +1. You gain the word elemental affinity, green, a phrase that can slightly increase the power of each elemental skill. Lin Shi just swept a glance and then subconsciously looked at his experience bar again. 39 levels up. In this abyssal rift, the upgrading speed was a bit faster than he had expected. Then maybe this trip to the abyss will be able to give me a few more levels. Lin Shi grinned, continuing to search around the area where the abyssal creatures gathered. Rumble. In the distance, a tremor came from the earth. There were scattered skeletons gradually coalescing around them, seemingly to form a giant skeleton creature. In only a short period of time, the bodies of skeletal creatures had already coalesced, and in a nearby area, 4 awakened were passing this way. One of the awakened at the head merely swept his eyes over the coalescing skeletal creature and withdrew his gaze. A level 50 skeleton wolf boss. It is estimated that the abyssal increase can be a level 5 or 6. In response, the 3 people around him stopped paying attention. Although in this abyss, the higher the level of the abyssal increase, it means that the more able to burst out high-quality equipment. But it was nothing to them. At their level, even if they killed that boss, they could barely get anything. The 4 were about to leave, but just then, one of them, however, looked as if he had discovered something, and his brows furrowed. Nope, there seems to be some kind of monster approaching us. At those words, the other 3 couldn't help but stare. This was still only the outer area of the abyss. Abyssal creatures generally roamed around an area. What monsters could there be that would appear abnormal? They immediately looked at the awakened who had given the warning. This was the scout profession of the team, with extremely strong scouting abilities. Immediately, they then heard the sound of the scout's professional voice filled with surprise. It's a level 8 abyssal increase monster. Mountain Ridge Ancient Beast. Chapter 95. This is a summoned beast? Mage Association. The ancient beast of the mountain range? The other 3 awakened were all stunned. Is there such an abyssal creature in the middle of this area? Moreover, it was still a level 8 abyssal increase monster. This kind of increase, even if it was a small monster, the combat power was enough to be comparable to that of a high-level awakened person. Several people subconsciously held their breath and stared ahead. Ahead, a huge beast covered with rock armor is moving its limbs, slowly walking. Between the cracks of the rock is rising rolling black mist. The huge body type can invariably bring a sense of oppression that is difficult to describe. The outer area of the abyss. Since when are there level 8 abyssal increase monsters? The ancient beasts of the mountain range. Haven't heard any information about this. Several people looked at each other, their brows furrowed. Couldn't be something going on inside the abyss, could it? This is undoubtedly their greatest concern. Inside the abyss, there is absolutely no way to explain it with common sense. Areas such as those where only low-level monsters usually gather. There was no telling when an extremely powerful boss would jump out. Not to mention a 4-person team like theirs, sometimes even a large team can be wiped out. Beware of defenses. Among the 4, the only female awakened, Shin Xiaoli, immediately let out a low cry. This monster in front of them was extremely abnormal, and they also had to be wary of it, as it launched itself at them. They had no doubt that a single attack from a mountain beast under the increase of an 8th level abyss would be enough to pose a great threat to them as well. Can't see the rank. Something's not right, the scout profession in the team added. The more you can't see the rank, the more likely it is to be from an unknown abyssal region. Snicker. But just then, the pitch-black abyss, however, suddenly heard the sound of a roaring flame burning. A few people were alerted in their hearts, and immediately looked at the sound, and then their faces became even more stiff. In the darkness, at some point, a blazing light blue flame had surfaced, and the blazing flame was still approaching this way. revealing a human-like state like a flaming giant with a sledgehammer grasped in its hand. A new monster was attracted? A few people were shaken. There was definitely some kind of unknowable situation in this abyss. If it was a monster that had been attracted by that mountain ancient beast, then there was no doubt that it would definitely be a boss-level creature from the abyss. Boss of the 8th level increase. It was enough to destroy the 4 of them in a group in the abyss. Chen Feng, what's the situation? Shin Xiaoli immediately inquired to the scout in the team. Swamp Walker. Scout Shin Feng subconsciously said the information he saw. But then, in a whirlwind, he was suddenly struck dumb. Swamp Walker? At the same time, Shin Xiaoli and the others were also slightly stunned. Isn't that the title you get after clearing the muddy swamp copy? Is that awakened? But the question is, who has ever seen an awakened person in this state? What a career! Berserker's berserking skill? I don't see any fire coming out of the berserking skill either. A few people looked at each other. The sense of crisis in their hearts relaxed a little, but they were always on guard. After all, encountering other awakened in this abyss meant the same danger. And at this point, the figure of the flaming giant had already arrived in front of them, the sledgehammer in his hand blazing with flames, radiating a powerful sense of oppression. That's the boss you guys are fighting? Lin Chi swept his eyes around, and his gaze quickly landed on the skeleton wolf boss not far away. Abyssal Skeleton Wolf King, 6 stars, level 50. He had no intention of robbing the monsters. However, these few awakened before him should all be high-level awakened just by looking at their equipment. It shouldn't be so bad as to specialize in cleaning up level 50 bosses, right? However, Lin Chi's words came out from the flames, but they appeared to be layered, and in the ears of Shin Xiaoli and the others, they added a sense of grandeur. Immediately, Shin Xiaoli returned to her senses. She first looked at the awakened before her, who was disguised as a flaming giant, and then at the mountainous beast not far away. As for the skeleton wolf, it was directly ignored by her. Just kidding, this awakened one in front of him, at first glance, was a top awakened one. Who would care about a level 50 boss? Thinking of this, Shin Xiaoli immediately waved his hand. Big brother, that mountain range ancient beast should possess a level 8 abyssal increase, and we only stumbled upon it by chance, and have no intention of fighting with it. This mountain range ancient beast was like a small mountain. Against this kind of increase level monster, they were completely struggling. If this awakened one in front of them was interested, then they might as well simply let the other party have it. Ancient beasts of the mountain range? Lin Chi was stunned, then realized that these people had misunderstood and casually summoned them to his side. It's not a monster, it's just my summoned beast. And see this scene. Shin Xiaoli's few people, however, were instantly stunned. Is that summoned beast? No way. This thought was born in their minds subconsciously. When was an abyssal creature with an 8th level increase able to be summoned? A flash of disbelief passed through the eyes of several people. So far, they hadn't heard of any hidden professions that could summon increased abyssal creatures into battle. Actually, abyssal creatures, even if they popped out items like summoning books, what the awakened person summoned after using them could only be unusual abyssal creatures, and there is absolutely no way to have an abyssal increase. But, after seeing that huge mountain beast prostrate beside Lin Chi with their own eyes, they were however forced to believe it. No doubt about it. The awakened person in front of him who was shrouded in blazing flames was definitely a powerful top awakened person. Then big brother, you asked. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoli again seemed to realize something, and somewhat stiffly turned her head to look at the skeleton wolf on the side. That skeleton frame, Lin Chi replied. For a while, Shin Xiaoli's few people were silent. This head boss, they were going to just skim over. After a moment's thought, Shin Xiaoli again seemed to have guessed something. Her eyes flickered slightly. Big brother, I'm a member of the Mage Association. Which guild is Big Brother from? Is it also here to take charge of cleaning up around the abyss? Mages Association. Back in the past, Lin Chi had known quite a bit about the existence of the association. Each profession has its own association, which is different from a guild, and is assembled solely based on the awakened's profession. As in the case of the blacksmithing profession, there are likewise blacksmith associations. Only, if you want to join the association, there are also certain conditions. Lin Chi didn't intend to report the name of the Earthly King's Guild either. He just nodded. Sort of. If you guys don't have any intentions of destroying that boss, just leave it to me. We are willing to take over for Big Brother. Instead, it was Shin Xiaoli who boldly waved her sleeve. Since he knew that the other party had no malicious intent, he didn't need to worry too much, so he might as well make a friendship here. That's not necessary. Lin Chi's mouth tugged. Chapter 96 The Association's Abyssal Crusade. A little too much enthusiasm, haha. Lin Chi had roughly guessed what these people were thinking. He just didn't intend to cross paths with him. That skeleton wolf, however, could be quite useful to him. Solely, he directly waved his hand and hurled a nearly solidified sledgehammer shadow. Holy one throw. Bang! minus 183,200. The abyssal skeleton wolf boss, which had just coalesced its form, was instantly emptied of blood. With experience in hand, Lin Shi collected the few equipment items that had fallen with another wave of his hand. It only dropped one epic level equipment, which wasn't very useful. However, based on the principle that the lowest quality materials and equipment were able to be used as sacrificial consumables, Lin Shi naturally wouldn't waste them. That easy? But when Xin Xiaoli and the others looked at Lin Shi's actions, their gazes changed again. A 6-star, level 50 boss, they were naturally able to easily eliminate, but it would take a little bit of effort. But Lin Shi only used one strike. It was not until then that Lin Shi came to these people again and asked, "Are you guys appointed by the Mage Association to come here and clean up the outskirts of the abyss?" Earlier, he hadn't been able to encounter any monsters that were too powerful, and it was obvious that they had been cleared by these people. Xin Xiaoli nodded. "Having taken up the association's mission, I didn't expect to meet the big brother here. You can also take missions." Lin Shi's mouth tugged at the corner. Forgetting about it. If he explored the abyss this time, if he was able to take on a quest to clear the abyss, when he turned around and submitted the quest, he would also be able to collect a certain amount of experience value along with other rewards. A bit of a loss, but not a big problem. Lin Shi quickly adjusted his mindset. He hadn't joined the association at the moment, so even if he wanted to receive a task in this area, he would have to find a doorway before he could do so. Then, part ways here. Only then did Lin Shi head towards the depths of the abyss again. It was just a chance encounter with these people. He didn't know them in the first place, and he didn't intend to be polite or anything with these people. Wait. However, Xin Xiaoli called out to Lin Shi in a hurry after exchanging glances with his teammate beside him. "Are you called here, big brother, to explore this abyss along with the other big brothers of our association? On call?" Lin Shi's footsteps slightly paused, meaning that, inside this abyss, there are other top awakened people from the Mage Association? "No," he replied, "I just happened to see you guys." In this regard, Xin Xiaoli's few people did not feel that there was any problem. There were so many associations in the world, and each of them had a different branch, and it was normal to coincidentally meet them in this abyss. However, Xin Xiaoli scratched his head, seeming to be a bit anxious to speak. "Big brother, with our association exploring here, it is logical that the addition of other awakened people will more or less affect our actions." This she said euphemistically, but it was also a reminder to Lin Shi. The Mages Guild was now exploring this abyss, which amounted to taking the place over for the time being. The arrival of other awakened would more or less disturb the Mages Guild, but without waiting for Lin Shi to reply, Xin Xiaoli hurriedly waved her hand again and said, "But don't worry big brother, our Mage Association is not so overbearing as to not allow other awakened to enter here. It's just that, if the big guy is willing, he can try to pick up quests from the other big guys of our Mage Association when he meets them inside the abyss." It's a kind reminder. Lin Shi instantly understood. The guild is a fairly large organization, not a cohesive group such as the guild. Normally, it would be extremely rare to specialize in a large number of awakened ones to occupy an area. But, regarding what Xin Xiaoli said, he did care a little. It's natural to be able to pick up a mission. Thanks for the reminder. Lin Shi nodded his head in response before continuing his advance. On the other hand, Xin Xiaoli's few people silently watched over Lin Shi's departing figure, and it was only when the ancient beasts of the mountain range on the side were all far away that they were finally at ease. Being able to summon an 8th level abyssal increase mountain ancient beast. This big brother. It seems like I haven't heard of it in the past said Chen Feng, a scout at the side. Xin Xiaoli also shook her head, but just then, the black mist behind them, but suddenly another figure flashed by. "Attention! All level 8 abyssal increase monsters," Chen Feng immediately reminded. In the darkness, 3 shadows have already emerged one after another. The Abyssal Guard, the Abyssal Evil Spirit. Compared to that Mountain Ridge Ancient Beast, these 3 monsters are obviously all more common monsters in the abyss. However, as they watched these 3 monsters swiftly swept past from a short distance away, several people then quickly understood again. It's all that big guy's summoned beasts. For summoned beasts with level 8 abyssal increase, Xin Xiaoli glanced at the 3 people around her, her eyes all glowing a little in the darkness. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful profession. Should I notify the internal vice president and the others? She asked the 3 people around her. Reminder. Chen Feng took a deep breath and looked at the direction where the 3-headed monster had disappeared. According to the information we have received, inside this abyss, there is an Abyss Lord level boss. Regardless of what kind of stance that awakened person actually has, it's still necessary to have the vice chairman and the others pay more attention to it. The association had even sent out the vice president, which was evident of the importance that the Mage Association attached to the interior of this abyss this time around. And Lin Shi's appearance was indeed an unforeseen factor for them. Lin Shi was unaware of the thoughts of Xin Xiaoli and the others. He was just continuing to head towards the interior of the abyss, turning all the monsters he met along the way into experience value. It was true that none of the monsters in the outer areas were considered powerful, only occasionally would some high-level monsters appear, and Lin Chi took them as they came. Level 50. That should be the dividing line between the outer and middle levels of the abyss, Lin Chi muttered. The outlying areas of the abyss generally did not exceed level 50, but as he went deeper, the levels of the monsters had all risen significantly. You have slain the shadow of the abyss and gained experience plus 12. 100. You have slain the shadow of the abyss and gained experience plus 12. 100. But likewise, Lin Chi's experience bar was rapidly accumulating. There was the "together in the same boat" phrase acquired earlier, and then Lin Chi's current level was factored in. Even if it was a level 60 plus monster, it was still equally capable of providing Lin Chi with attenuated and not so strong experience. Also, along the way, Lin Chi even also collected quite a few equipment and materials. While he was planning to continue practicing here, Lin Chi noticed from afar that a group of awakened had suddenly appeared in front of him. At a cursory glance, there were also more than a dozen people. The awakened of the Mages Guild? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. He could still remember Shin Xioli's reminder earlier. Since he had encountered the Mage Association's awakened, he could try and see if he could pick up the Mage Association's crusade. That could be another bonus. Thinking of this, Lin Chi simply put away the flames around his body and stepped up. Chapter 97, Assault for Asking for Directions? Guys, I heard you can get a mission over here. Lin Chi wandered over and swept his gaze over the titles above the heads of the dozen or so awakened people in front of him, his eyebrows slightly raised. Shadow Walker, Killers, Extrajudicial Maniacs, Chaotic Evil Seed. No, the titles worn by members of the Mage Association are also evil? The Mage Association's recruitment standards are pretty wild now. Lin Chi staggered, subconsciously spitting. Actually, within the first moment of discovering the titles, he had realized the problem. Most of these titles, he'd learned about in his 2.5 years of schooling at Summertown High School. All of them are evil titles that can only be earned after a certain level of murder and arson. These 10 or so awakened people in front of them were clearly not members of the Mage Association, and at this point, the crowd of awakened people also looked at Lin Chi alertly, a gaze filled with wariness and hostility. Swamp Walker. They naturally saw Lin Chi's title. This kind of title was fairly common among high-level awakened people, but one man dares to enter the abyss alone? Brother, come to take a mission? The awakened who bore the title of Chaotic Evil Seed squeezed out a smile, but secretly gestured behind his back. There was a subtle ringing in the dark shadows, and a few transparent ripples disappeared without a sound. Yeah, looking for the Mage Association to receive a crusade against the abyss? Lin Chi shrugged. Wrong person. I'll continue to look for the Mage Association then. Easy. But the Chaotic Evil Seed held out his hand. He carefully sized up Lin Chi before adding, "Which guild is brother from?" Linghai Guild. A guild on the ranking list. Lin Chi tilted his face slightly, seemingly with a hint of arrogance. This was the same guild that Lu Ruyan was going to join when he was in Summer City earlier for the new recruitment. Oh, the Linghai Guild? The smile on the Chaotic Evil Seed's face instantly milded, but a faintly unrecognizable chill rose from the depths of his eyes. Then your President Linghai and I also know each other. Swish. The words had not yet fallen. Beside Lin Chi, a figure then suddenly emerged. A weapon then bloomed with a blazing skill light, like a viper spitting out its mail. Frost and shadow intertwined into a net, blocking off all of Lin Chi's movements. Beyond that, Lin Chi's feet also Herculeanly sprang out of a vine, wrapping around his feet, more to pierce the leg guards planting roots of flesh and blood, still extending towards his body. Comes with a negative effect that prohibits teleportation. The full assassination flow was so smooth and flowing that even the surroundings were colored a treacherous purple-black by the special effects of the skill. Professional! Lin Chi exclaimed in admiration. At the first sign of discovery, stealth was turned on straight away. Spinning around, he blocked off his alignment and acted as soon as he decided to stab. Even near-death teleportation is limited to prevent other unpredictable situations. See, this is called professionalism. And beneath his feet, light blue flames had abruptly risen. Inside the abyss, a different skill light bloomed one after another, and even the surrounding ground was constantly roaring and trembling. Elder Gu, the Lord Regent of this abyss, has yet to be discovered. A middle-aged man covered in armor approached a rogue old man. The old man Guhenian stroked his beard and slowly nodded his head. He looked in front of him before saying, Rue said that they found an awakened in the abyss who was able to summon abyssal creatures that were subjected to a level 8 increase. An abyssal creature with an 8th level increase. At those words, the middle-aged man's gaze suddenly condensed. They could all be very clear about the power of the abyssal level 8 increase. Just one level 8 boss alone possessed the power to be able to destroy a small city in the rear. As for the ordinary monsters with level 8 increase, Even if their combat power was not comparable to a boss, it would still take the full strength of a high-level awakened person to do so. After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed again. He swept his eyes around before he whispered to Gu Henian again. Gu Lao, could it be the group of fish you want to catch? Gu Henian, however, just smiled blandly. If he's not, naturally it's best. If he is, we can take this opportunity to eliminate him altogether. Words. It was only then that the middle-aged man nodded again and continued to be vigilant in his surroundings. This time the Mage Association had sent out Elder Gu, not simply to explore this abyss, but also to still fish. They were waiting for a group of awakened to assassinate them. Giggle. Pale blue flames burned brightly, and a little smoke gradually drifted away from the surroundings. Lin Shi stood in the flames and casually scooped up the ring that had landed on the ground, but he skimmed it. That's all I brought with me. He raised his eyes again to the group of awakened in front of him, his eyes cold for a few moments. Normally, high-quality equipment would be bound to the awakened person after wearing it, and when the awakened person is killed, these equipments will also disappear and cannot be dropped. So, relying on killing these awakened to obtain equipment was not really effective. Good thing, there are still a bunch of props in the ring, so it can be considered a harvest. Lin Shi muttered. These awakened ones in front of them, who were hanging on to the title of evil, were in the middle of this abyss, as if they were on some kind of mission. The rings worn will not hold much of value either. Most of them are suitable props for use in combat, but at this point, the chaotic evil seed and the others looked at Lin Shi, but a wave of horror had already flowed uncontrollably from their gazes. What profession is this? It's kind of like a blacksmith, but a blacksmith's calcination skill shouldn't have such high damage. Early on, within the first moment of discovering this awakened person, they had already made a decision. Make sure to kill this awakened person in seconds, to prevent word of their infiltration here from leaking out. But it was clear that they were all well aware of how strong the several awakened who had made a move on Lin Shi together earlier were in their own combat power. But the moment it looked like it was about to attack Lin Shi, it was engulfed by a blazing flame. They even noticed that beneath Lin Shi's feet, at some point, a pitch-black liquid had already filled the air, and in the pitch-black liquid, there were even wisps of scarlet light still seeping out. It was bound to be some sort of spell formation, with the same effect of forbidding teleportation. This time, the light blue flames had already coalesced into shape, transforming into a magnificent flame giant. Among them, even more magnificent words came out from the layers. I'm just asking for directions, and you guys are trying to kill me? Lin Shi shook his head. He wasn't actually sure what these awakened who hung on to their evil titles were coming to this abyss to do, but it's obvious. At the first moment the other party discovered him, he was up to the task of killing him. Slaughter him. The awakened who bore the title of chaotic evil breed ordered in a deep voice to the surroundings. He wasn't certain what exactly the occupation of the awakened person in front of him was. However, with his insight, he was more or less able to tell that Lin Shi's flame-drenched state at that moment was very much like a blacksmith. However, they were able to use a dozen or so awakened to deal with the Mage Association, so they naturally had full support. Only for a moment, one of the awakened around him then acted in unison, his figure gradually fading away, to be hidden in this way. However, these people froze in place after a tremor in their figures, but they all froze in place. Calamity proclaimed. A variety of negative statuses were heftily added to these awakened ones. Chapter 98. A large wave of harvest. Why bother? Lin Shi shook his head, but the profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand instantly surfaced, covered in blazing flames. How about this? How about you give me all the equipment you can unbind from your bodies and I'll let you go? In front of them, the figures of a group of awakenings were either moving slowly or frozen in place, not moving at all. They all suffered different negative effects. But, in this abyss, there were very few escape teleportation props that could be effective, and with the interference of these negative effects, it would be even more difficult to trigger. The Mages Guild. Since when did they have you? The awakened who bore the title of chaotic evil breed spoke once more, gazing at Lin Shi. Lin Shi just shrugged. I didn't say I was a member of the Mage Association. Speaking, he slowly turned his head to the side again. The left hand was already extended out, allowing the flames to subside, actively reducing the damage. But in his hands, a figure emerged. He was being choked hard, his body was stiff, and he was still struggling violently. It's that chaotic evil seed. Ahead. The original figure of the chaotic evil seed had dissipated. This is obviously some sort of double or split skill. After all, they are high-level awakened. They are still able to escape the effects of the Calamity Proclamation skill. Lin Shi lamented. The skill effect of Calamity Proclamation, while strong, is more or less flawed. The negative effects that come with it don't necessarily have to be a banning effect. But the next moment, the chaotic evil seed figure in Lin Shi's hand suddenly dissipated again. Immediately afterward, a cold light appeared above Lin Shi's head, stabbing Lin Shi straight in the face. The high-level assassin class professions were very powerful indeed. Moreover, Lin Shi even saw clearly that the source of that cold light was clearly a dagger. Sacred artifact quality dagger. A holy weapon, no wonder it's so brave. Lin Shi had long since noticed the equipment on this awakened person, even though the effect of the equipment was hidden. When the attack was executed, it clearly possessed the might of a holy weapon level. The chaotic evil seed always gazed closely at Lin Shi, and the cold aura in his hand was already approaching Lin Shi's face in a flash of lightning. As an assassin, there was absolutely no need for him to say anything more to Lin Shi. However, the attack fell. Spare the chaotic evil seed, but he was baffled. The holy weapon dagger in his hand, at some point, had disappeared. In its place, a belt, mountain ridge, sea of clouds, estate, sacred artifact quality belt? His thoughts raced, but he couldn't figure out how the holy weapon dagger that was originally in his hand had turned into a belt. Can spin. He then noticed that the dagger that was originally in his hand had actually appeared in Lin Shi's hand. Normally, it was true that killing an awakened person did not allow one to get the equipment that was already bound on the awakened person. But Lin Shi was different. He had hangings. Word, rule replacement. Effect, any material or equipment can be used to replace the target's material or equipment of the same quality. Lin Shi hadn't even used this word effect on an awakened before. Now, instead, there is a use for it. A holy weapon in hand. Lin Shi grinned as he put the dagger away in his ring. Even if he could only replace it once, he was already extremely satisfied. Only then did he look again at the chaotic evil species before him. Now, it's time to give me back my belt. Boom! Pale blue flames rose, accompanied by a sledgehammer that suddenly slammed down on the chaotic evil seed. The sacred abyss burst into pieces. You kill the wanted awakened person and get a front reputation bonus of plus 2,200. Just the front reputation alone is 2,200. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. These awakened ones in front of them who hung on to their evil claims were indeed richly rewarded. You've suffered a skill reversal, automatically deducting 5,000 durability from your equipment. In addition, Lin Shi did notice such an information tip. And skill reversal? He glanced at the ring left behind by the chaotic evil species. Obviously, this should be some sort of skill from the opponent's near-death state, but it didn't take effect when it was applied to Lin Shi. Whether it was overlord resistance or defense, Lin Shi naturally completely crushed this chaotic evil seed, putting that ring away altogether. Only then did Lin Shi's gaze fall back on the group of awakened in front of him. Will you voluntarily hand over your equipment, or die? Lin Shi calmly inquired. For the awakened who was about to kill him, Lin Shi didn't have any intention of holding back. The same was delivered when Summer City High School taught the awakened. In the event of an attack by another awakened, especially one that carries the title of evil, you must not stay your hand. These people, by nature, are vicious. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. That group of awakened looked at each other. The panic in their eyes were all thick to the extreme. But before they could reply, Lin Shi had already shaken his head. Forget it, since you're not willing to shell out the equipment, it's better to kill them all. Rule replacement, words are launched one by one. Only after collecting equipment from these people one by one, Lin Shi didn't bother to say anything more to them. The profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand was slowly raised, and the fiery flames continued to rise, exuding an unspeakable fury and scorching heat. Boom! The Holy Abyss impact skill was unleashed, suddenly blasting into the crowd. In an instant, the flames were wrapped in a shockwave and spread out, engulfing all of these awakenings. In place, only one ring remained. Not a single piece of epic or lower quality equipment? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. He didn't know exactly where these awakened people were coming from, what exactly they were going to do when they entered the abyss. Between the two sides, it would have been a chance encounter, and if the other side wants to kill him, he will naturally fight back. But judging from the equipment these people are wearing, they should be trying to make some big moves in the abyss. Lin Shi didn't bother to think about it anyway. Only after checking these rings one by one and replacing the ones with suitable effects among them did Lin Shi clap his hands in satisfaction. The world of the awakened is not always a harmonious one. 2 sacred artifacts, more than a dozen legendary quality equipment, plus a whole bunch of utility props. He summarized the harvest of this time, and were all but stunned. So fat? Just by encountering these awakened alone, he had directly obtained so much equipment. Originally, according to Lin Shi's prediction, he might not be able to gain so much from this trip to the abyss, even if he went around carefully, with the gear we have now. Plus if we take a turn from the abyss, Lin Shi discerned, if he went back and performed another wave of sacrifices, he would be able to at least sacrifice both parts of the abyssal legendary set to holy weapon quality, and that was just a conservative estimate, not counting the 2 saint artifacts that had now been obtained. Turn around, and then sacrifice the 2 saint weapons, all of them, to the sledgehammer. Lin Shi grinned. As the quality of the equipment he obtained increased, he could also once again consider sacrificing the abyssal market sledgehammer. Chapter 99. This teenager is so confident. Gu Lao. It's almost time. Those fish haven't shown any sign of biting. The middle-aged man once again came to Gu Henian's side, observing the surroundings vigilantly. They had been waiting inside this abyss for a long time, and yet, until now, none of them had detected any windfall either. After thinking about it, only then did he try to ask Gu Henian again, could it be that those people have sensed something wrong and cancelled the attack? In response, Gu Henian slowly shook his head. Soul Hunt appears to be only a top 10 guild in the rankings on the surface, but in reality, their true high-level battle power is not much inferior to the kings of the earth. Even if they detect an ambush, they'll still try to make a move, and once they're in their sights, this group will be like an altar in Hawk. With that, he flicked his sleeve again. Wait a little longer. I feel that they are almost here. Words. The middle-aged man then nodded and turned around to leave. But just then, the middle-aged man seemed to be aware of something, and a light suddenly reflected in his eyes, gazing in a direction. Gu Henian followed suit and turned his head, his old eyes narrowing slightly. In the darkness in the distance, a figure slowly stepped out, long and wearing armor of unreadable quality. However, both of them were able to see that the figure was extremely unusual. Even though he was inside this abyss, the other party was still as if he was walking idly, seemingly without any nervousness. The middle-aged man immediately waved his hand secretly to the rear, causing all the awakened around him to remain vigilant. A teenager? However, as the figure approached, the middle-aged man's gaze froze slightly. Surprisingly young in appearance? Breaking armies. At that moment, he suddenly heard Gu Henian's words come again. Remember when Rue reported earlier about the awakened one who could summon the abyss? Words. Shin Baojuan's gaze immediately froze. What Gu Lao means is, since that awakened one would show his face directly in front of Xiaoli and the others, it means that he has enough confidence. And the same goes for that teenager in front of him. Gu Henian looked calm, not knowing what he was pondering. But just then, yet again, they suddenly noticed that the young man had clearly extended a hand towards them and waved it slowly. Is it the Mages Guild? Sure enough, it was running towards the Mage Association. A dangerous light glowed in the depths of the eyes of both Shin Breejan and Gu Henian. To come over here so struttingly, did this teenager have the confidence to block the attacks of all of them? Or is it, there's already an ambush around? Broken army, you go and weigh it. Gu Henian spoke in a low voice. Mage class professions. Most of them possess the characteristics of high offense and low defense. Once an assassin-type profession gets close, they will be in danger. So this time, the Mage Association had specially invited Shin Breejan, an extremely powerful warrior profession. Shin Breejan nodded and greeted him. You're looking for us? Shin Breejan asked calmly, also scrutinizing Lin Chi. He naturally noticed the title, Swampwalker. The awakened members of the Soul Hunter Guild were generally unapologetic about hanging on to their evil names, and this young man was an exception. Yeah, Lin Chi spread his hands. He naturally noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with the atmosphere of these awakened members of the Mage Association in front of him, but it can't be that he's worried about him coming to rob the monster. As the Association for the Exchange of Mage-type Professions in the world, it shouldn't be so petty. But at this point, the depths of Shin Baojuan's eyes, however, became more and more vigilant. It was just as he and Gu Lao expected. This young man, who was indeed very conceited, even admitted it directly. But the Soul Hunters Guild, when did such an awakened person appear? Immediately, he asked Lin Chi, are you the only one? Yeah, Lin Chi continued to reply. It's just taking a quest. Is the Mage Association's process so troublesome? You're fine. Shin Breejan nodded. This teenager's confidence was somewhat beyond his expectations. How rightfully answered. It's as if the rest of the team is considered to be nothing more than a drag. Just one person is enough to easily wipe out all of them. He had long since noticed that Lin Chi was not carrying a weapon in his hands. This confidence is as innate. And Shin Baojun likewise did not intend to immediately pull out his weapon. He was equally confident that he would be able to defend himself against this teenager's sudden strike. Only then did he slowly ask again. So, what are you going to do? Since he was going to do it face to face, Shin Breejan didn't intend to play any tricks. Then let's fight it out in a dignified manner. But immediately after, Lin Chi's reply, however, caused Shin Baojun to be slightly stunned. Well, that depends on what kind of mission you're asking me to pick up. Lin Chi became more and more speechless. It always feels like the Mage Association isn't professional enough. It wasn't as bad as the group of awakened people who had hung on to the evil title earlier. Well, at least they all had a very clear purpose. What mission did you say? Shin Breejan subconsciously inquired. He suddenly realized that they seemed to have guessed wrongly the intention of this young man. Aren't you guys crusading against the abyss? Lin Chi shook his head. Had he known that the Mage Association was so unprofessional, he wouldn't have traveled all the way here to take on this mission. So, I've come to collect the mission of your crusade against the abyss and mix up a mission reward. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Shin Baojun was inexplicably a bit speechless. False alarm? But he never let his guard down in his mind. Forget it, if you guys don't have any quests that you can claim, then I'll see you again. Lin Chi, however, had already turned around and was about to leave with a step. Too lazy to bother with these people. Wait, was it Xiao Li who introduced you here before? At this moment, Shin Baojun's voice suddenly sounded from the back again. Lin Chi paused slightly in his steps. It's not like I know their names. He had already secretly decided that he should stay away from the Mage Association's quests in the future. He couldn't claim this thing. Shin Breaker initiated quest sharing with you, but suddenly, another prompt popped up in front of Lin Chi. Quest Crusade the Current Abyss. You can receive equipment, reputation and gold rewards from the Mage Association based on the abyssal creatures you destroy. Lin Chi glanced at the general description of the mission and raised his eyebrows slightly. This meant that the more abyssal creatures that were destroyed, the higher the rewards that could be collected at the Mage Association would be. This mission, on the other hand, was just right for his needs. Choose to receive it instantly. Catch. Lin Chi shrugged and stepped straight away. Until Lin Chi's figure disappeared into the darkness of the abyss, Shin Baojun was still standing in the same place. The other party had indeed left and had indeed just picked up the task. Obviously not what they expected. Members of the Soul Hunters Guild. He returned to Gu Henian's side and looked at him with a complicated face. Gu Lao. He received a mission and left. Gu Henian stroked his beard and silently turned his back. Oh, the old man guessed wrong too. Chapter 100 Level 40. Starting a territorial war. Boom. The blazing flames slowly dissipated, and a huge abyssal monster fell. In the meantime, an upgraded light also finally bloomed on Lin Chi's body. You have killed the abyssal demon sheep, 7 stars, and gained plus 20. 500 experience. Level plus 1. You gained the word Greedy Wolf's Devouring, red. Finally level 40. After receiving the quest at the Mage Association, Lin Chi had been constantly brushing monsters in this abyss. He was close to brushing up on just the outer areas alone. It was a pity that there were no monsters encountered that were able to go up a level directly after being killed. But this was normal. This abyss, there were already many awakened people who kept coming to explore it, and even though the area was large, it was difficult for special monsters to appear. Lin Chi immediately looked at the new phrase he had just acquired. Current word, Greedy Wolf's Devouring, red. Effects, after killing an enemy target, you can devour 10% of its full attributes and transform them into your own temporary bonus for 30 minutes, with no upper limit. An extremely pure combat phrase. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This phrase, obviously, is best suited for combat. It was straightforward that the more you fought, the more you killed and the stronger you were, the higher the temporary bonus you received. In particular, the full attributes of many bosses were actually much higher than awakened ones at the same level. When placed in combat, it would be like a snowball with no upper limit to speak of. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction, put away the panel, and once again looked ahead. He had almost wandered through the outer regions of this abyss, and it was not easy for him to raise to level 40. And next, Lin Chi didn't really intend to continue staying here either. This time, the main purpose of entering the abyss was still to search for the abyssal core as well as other abyssal set components. And these things are undoubtedly only available in the very depths of the abyss. He immediately summoned the bone dragon and leapt to the top of its head. Running straight into the deepest part of the abyss should always lead to new discoveries. The bottom line is that there has to be an abyssal core as well. Huffing, the bone dragon's massive size swept through the interior of the abyss, heading deeper. Finally, after traveling for some time, Lin Chi had already arrived at the deepest part of this abyss. Looking around, some of the monsters encountered in the surroundings had already been subjected to level 8 and level 9 abyssal increases. No boss found? Lin Chi bristled. This naturally didn't mean that within this abyss, there weren't any level 8 or level 9 increase bosses. Rather, he hadn't come to the right place and would have to search some more. But just then, a message suddenly popped up on Lin Chi's panel. You have stepped into an abyssal territory that doesn't belong to you. Do you want to start a territorial war? Looking at this message in front of him, Lin Chi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Territorial warfare? Is this a battle like a guild war or something? Lin Chi had never known anything about this situation in the past. After all, before that, he didn't even know who else could become an abyssal lord. He looked out over the large area of the abyss ahead of him and muttered softly. That is to say, I have come to a territory within this abyss, and there is undoubtedly a lord in this territory. This was naturally the most useful information for him. Lin Chi could only have one abyssal lord set component on him. Abyssal lords, naturally, meant the other parts of the abyssal lord set. After roughly clarifying the situation, Lin Chi grinned. Turn it on. Territory wars. He'd like to see what's involved. Elder Gu, do you think the people from the Soul Hunting Guild will still come to assassinate? Inside the abyss, Shinbrijan asked Gu Henian beside him with complicated eyes. They've been here, but they've been waiting for too long. Also just the teenager I met earlier, which was kind of a blip on the radar. However, it was obvious that the other party was not from the Soul Hunter Guild at all, and up until now, they hadn't had the slightest hint of an attack at all. Gu Henian stroked his beard, but he also frowned. Things are very wrong now. Indeed, it's logical that it's best to catch the fish before we explore this abyssal territory's lord-level boss. Gu Henian spoke in a deep voice and suddenly waved his robe sleeve. But since the fish never took the bait, let's go all out to search for a lord-class boss. Even if, when the time came, the Soul Hunter Guild's Awakened came back to assassinate them, they would be equally capable of dealing with it. And just then, in the distance, a voice suddenly came. Elder Gu, the territory in this abyss has been discovered. Words. Gu Henian and Shin Baojun immediately looked at each other and smiled. After so many of their Awakened, they had been exploring the interior of the abyss for a long time, and they had finally managed to find this territory inside the abyss. The crusade against the lords of this place was likewise one of the purposes for which they had assembled here. Spin. Gu Henian nodded and said, inform all members to head towards the territory and make sure to crush the lord boss here. But they were about to make their move. Next moment, a message alert then suddenly popped up in front of everyone. Territorial warfare has begun. No unauthorized entry into the territory. A territorial war? Seeing this information tip, the crowd was stunned. Their gazes soon converged on Gu Henian again in unison. Elder Gu, what is the situation? An awakened person asked Gu Henian about it. Territorial warfare? This was very unfamiliar even to high-level awakened people. Gu Henian, however, frowned tightly. The abyss, indeed, should be treated as if it were another world. This time, we've come at a bit of a bad time, and just happened to meet two lords from within the abyss, waging a territorial war. During the territory war, it was clear that none of them would be able to set foot in this territory in the abyss again, unless we wait until this territorial battle is decided. It's just that, it's not clear how much time the territorial war here is going to last. Gu Henian once again lamented. Existences that could serve as abyssal lords were undoubtedly extremely powerful bosses, even, according to the information they had in the past. The lord boss within the abyss was an existence that was to be even more powerful than the boss after the 9th level increase. This kind of battle between bosses was bound to last for quite some time. Then what should we do? Shinbrijan became more and more speechless. Until now, they hadn't caught any fish. Moreover, even the crusade against the abyssal lords looks like it's out of the question for the time being. Gui gave a young sigh and also looked very helpless. It was only after a long time that he waved his hand around. Let's take a turn in the abyss first. And if it doesn't work, let's cancel this crusade for now. Naturally, none of them could have predicted this sudden change. But at the moment, the question that concerns them the most is really still where did the fish they were trying to catch go? Shouldn't the Soul Hunter Guild's awakened ones have been out long ago, lurking among the interior of the abyss? Where are the people? Chapter 101, Substituting Attack for Defense. One crushes. Wordlessly, the dark abyss seemed to faintly transmit some unknowable changes. The natural disaster territory is approaching. Should we immediately teleport back to the territory and set up the territory? Territory in close proximity? Lin Chi comprehended the meaning of the prompted message in front of him, and his gaze was odd for a moment. Territory in the abyss and still able to move places? But after thinking about it, he realized, since it was a territorial battle, it couldn't just be him trespassing into the opposing lord's territory. His heavenly plagued territory would likewise become a hunting target for the other side. Shared risk. That's fair and square. Lin Chi grinned. His body was quickly covered in pitch blackness and his figure disappeared in an instant. He had already teleported back to his natural disaster territory. Natural disaster territory. It was still as bare as before, like a deserted island suspended in a sea of lava. The only structure was the abyssal nest, still spewing out bubbling black mist. On the contrary, the abyssal creatures in the territory have been gathered. 40 units of abyssal creatures roamed around as if guarding the territory. At the same time, Lin Chi also noticed that at this moment, the heavenly tribulation territory was clearly shrouded in darkness, like the whole territory was experiencing a teleportation. Finally, the darkness around them was dense and floating for a while, and gradually revealed an abyssal area in the darkness again. Territory is approaching. Territory battle will begin in 3 minutes. Protect your abyssal nucleus and destroy the enemy's abyssal nucleus. In the meantime, in the center of the heavenly tribulation territory, a pitch-black mist that was almost thick to the extreme rose up with it. Territory, natural disaster. Abyssal increase, level 1. Territorial population, 40//40. This was clearly the heavenly tribulation territory's abyssal core, which also presented information about the heavenly tribulation territory. A level 1 abyssal increase is indeed chicken feed. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. Although there were 40 population units in his territory, the only ones that could really be useful were just 4 abyssal creatures that had been increased by his abyssal legendary suit. Those abyssal creatures that received a level 1 increase were completely negligible in this territorial battle. But the good thing is, after experiencing this territorial battle, the Celestial Tribulation territory would surely receive a sufficient boost. Spin. Lin Shi immediately summoned bone dragons, mountain ancient beasts, and abyssal guards in his territory. In addition, another abyssal evil spirit was selected, again giving the same increase effect of the abyssal legendary set. With these 4 monsters around, it was enough defense against some special abyssal creatures sneaking into the territory, and Lin Shi's goal was clear: offense instead of defense. As long as he killed enough and fast enough, he would be able to defeat his opponent before they could breach the abyssal core in his territory. In the territory ahead, a head of abyssal creatures had appeared in front of Lin Shi. There were dozens of them. Some of these abyssal creatures were just like the ones Lin Shi had seen earlier, possessing level 8 or level 9 abyssal increases. There were also a large number of creatures with abyssal increases below level 8 mixed in. Obviously, the other party's territory was much larger than the natural disaster territory. In front of me, winning by volume won't help, Lin Shi muttered. And the profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand had already materialized. A pitch-black liquid had also spread around him. Territorial warfare has begun. Battle begins. Finally, the 3-minute countdown is over. In the territory ahead, a head of abyssal creatures instantly lost its restriction and pounced straight towards the side of the Heavenly Tribulation territory. Among these armies of abyssal creatures, there were actually no boss-level existences. But even so, a large number of abyssal creatures that were subjected to a high-level increase. The combat power they were able to exert was no weaker than some bosses. Between these abyssal creatures wreaking havoc, the earth was trembling violently and roaring, as if it was a landslide. Boom! But the next moment, a fierce attack violently erupted from the beasts. The invisible shockwaves spread out, hardening the solid ground as if it were a rolling wave. Sacred Abyss Impact. Minus 36,290. Minus 57,100. Minus 41,800. A damage number quickly surfaced, densely packed and connected. A large area was cleared with just this one strike. You destroy the Abyssal Spectre, 6 stars, and gain plus 30 territory battle points. You destroy the Abyssal Creeper, 4 stars, and gain plus 20 territory battle points. You destroy the Abyssal Hyakum, 7 stars, and gain plus 35 territory battle points. In the meantime, the blazing flames also suddenly spread out, and the flame giant holding the fiery sledgehammer once again ran wildly towards the other abyssal creatures. The region of pitch-black liquid filled with it, constantly devouring the abyssal creatures around it. There is no experience for destroying abyssal creatures in territory wars. Lin Shi noticed this and didn't really think there was anything wrong with it. He had long since experienced the usefulness of points in his earlier guild copy. After the territorial war was over, these points would inevitably be able to be used to exchange for rewards. He charged all the way, and in a short period of time, he cleared out the abyssal creatures that had originally pounced on him. These monsters that received high-level abyssal increases were strong, but there wasn't even a boss among them. Lin Shi didn't need to spend much effort at all to kill all the way down. Another glance back at the natural disaster territory. Lin Shi had already made his decision. Find the abyssal core of this territory as soon as possible. The difference between the current natural disaster territory and the one before it was too great. He wants to end this territorial war in the shortest time possible. The bear's flame-covered legs took a step, his footsteps leaving a ball of flame on the ground. The flame giant that Lin Shi had incarnated almost barged right into the opponent's territory in the most furious manner. Bang! 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 The abyssal ruin sledgehammer kept smashing down, wrapped in the glow of different skills. Wherever it passed, there was hardly an inch of grass. It was a total lopsided crush. Lin Shi, alone, was harvesting all the hostile creatures in this abyssal territory. Since it's a territory, there should always be a population unit cap. Lin Shi didn't think that his Heavenly Tribulation territory was fundamentally different from this abyssal territory. If the lord of this abyssal territory didn't possess too much intelligence, then the abyssal creatures here would, at best, coalesce out of instinct. And that's exactly what happened. After clearing the place of a bunch of normal abyssal creatures, there were no more other abyssal creatures swooping down on the natural disaster territory, but Lin Shi's side ahead. Instead, a huge stone statue appeared. Rumble! Before Lin Shi could get close, the huge stone statue was already trembling. What that stone statue had carved was clearly a giant, with a head born with 2 horns, and the armor on its body looked like it had fused with its skin, taking on a pitch-black hue. Wailing demon statue, 9 stars. Looking at this demonic statue in front of him, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Finally met one of the bosses here. a nearly solidified sledgehammer shadow in his hand was instantly hurled out, smashing into the wailing demon statue. Holy one throw. Chapter 102, Killing all the way through. Breaking the abyssal nest. Bang! The sledgehammer's shadow suddenly landed on the wailing demon statue, but it did not emit the expected hard impact sound. Instead, it seemed somewhat dull. Immunity. At the same time, Lin Shi also saw a hint floating across the wailing demon statue. Immune to attack? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had ever met a monster with such a trait. Of course, it's also possible that in past battles, he killed monsters so quickly that he hadn't even seen a similar skill. Is it immune to physical attacks, or is it immune to magical attacks along with it? Lin Shi simply acted like a mage, swinging his abyssal market sledgehammer while bullying his way to the wailing demon statue. Above the body of the hammer, a scarlet glow flashed. Below the wailing demon statue, a scarlet-red spell formation suddenly coalesced. Calamity proclaimed. The wailing demon statue's body froze, as if it had once again turned into a stone statue. But at the same time, another message floated by. Immunity. Pure immunity to attacks? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. Smoothly, he flicked his hand towards the wailing demon statue in front of him. Identification. However, when the appraisal skill is applied to another target, the target's skill weakness may be appraised. This skill, Lin Shi had never been able to cast it much on a target other than his equipment. It can't be immune to attacks all the time, so this should be a skill, and the skill weaknesses were within the scope of his appraisal. Soon, the wailing demon statue's abdominal joints glowed with a ball of red light. Is the weakness roughly in the abdomen? Although he had gone through a transfer, Lin Shi's appraisal skill had also improved, but in the end, it was difficult to gain complete insight into the weaknesses of the wailing demon statue. But this was also enough for Lin Shi. The sledgehammer in his hand swung down with vigor, blasting the wailing demon statue in the abdomen. Click! It still wasn't a hard crash, but rather a sound like glass breaking. The wailing demon statue's body suddenly trembled with it and collapsed to the ground. Obviously, immunity to attack is broken. The wailing demon statue's huge body trembled as if it wanted to struggle to get up. However, one of Lin Shi's weakness attacks just now caused it to fall into a hardened state. And at this point, the top of the wailing demon statue's head, however, suddenly reflected a light blue luster. The profound ruin sledgehammer, which was surrounded by a blazing flame, had already smashed down on his head. Boom! Finally, Lin Shi's expected voice rang out. With a single hammer blow, the head of the wailing demon statue shattered with it. There were even fragments that splattered in all directions as they were wrapped in fiery flames. The sacred abyss burst into pieces. Minus 120,000. You kill the wailing demon statue, 9 stars, and gain plus 180 points. The wailing demon statue's huge body collapsed with a loud bang, shattering apart in this way. A crystal-like shard flickered along with it and disappeared into the void. Lin Shi glanced at the space where he had organized his materials, and his eyes moved slightly. It was true that he had gained no experience in this territorial battle at the moment, but that didn't stop him from acquiring materials. Whether it was those abyssal creatures he had previously destroyed or this wailing demon statue in front of him, they all provided him with materials. Wailing energy crystals, used for forging, can have a probability to make the equipment obtain the characteristic of not consuming durability for a certain period of time. A nice piece of forging material. Lin Shi lamented. It's just a pity that the equipment forged with it shouldn't be of much use to him. As a blacksmith, he was always able to repair his own equipment. What's more, he has a high-quality equipment. Durability value are not low, such as the abyssal market sledgehammer, but also has the characteristics of automatic repair durability. Something is better than nothing. Just thought of this, Lin Shi was suddenly reminded of the Li Dai Tao Ji phrase again. If you can make equipment not consume durability for a certain period of time, plus the effect of this phrase, doesn't that mean that he also sort of directly gained the ability to be immune to all attacks for a certain period of time? But this, when turned back, will have to be seen if there is a probability that this material can be used effectively in equipment forging. Collect those thoughts. Lin Shi swept the ground again. After the wailing demon statue was vanquished, it still didn't produce any equipment. On the contrary, the points are given quite a bit. Current points, 1020. I've already accumulated 1,000 points, so we'll just see what rewards we can redeem afterward when the territorial battle is over. Lin Shi rushed forward once again. Now that he was there, he had encountered the boss that had gained the level 9 abyssal increase. That shouldn't be too far from the center of this territory. After going a little further, Lin Shi did encounter a few more abyssal creatures one after another, but none of them were bosses, and even the abyssal increase gained was only 1 level. Is it no longer capable of spawning creatures with high levels of abyssal increase? Lin Shi mused. Obviously, his earlier cleanup had already dealt an extremely heavy blow to this abyssal territory. Soon, Lin Shi then stopped in his tracks. Ahead, a building that Lin Shi was extremely familiar with had suddenly surfaced. Abyssal nest. The ground was cracked with a fissure, in which pitch-black mist was constantly gushing out, as if it was breeding some horrible monster. This was, apparently, the very area where this territory bred abyssal creatures. Gah! As Lin Chi stopped, a hoarse low roar suddenly came out from the dark mist. Immediately afterward, an abyssal creature appeared in Lin Chi's line of sight with it. Abyssal kobolds, 1 star. Who are you fooling with this monster? Lin Chi shrugged. He wasn't quite sure how this territory operated, but apparently, the abyssal creatures spawned by this abyssal territory were no longer enough for him to kill. But, Lin Chi did notice that the abyssal nest here was clearly breeding and hatching abyssal creatures at a much faster rate than the one in the Heavenly Tribulation territory. After the abyssal goblin climbed out, its line of sight instantly landed on Lin Chi, and a hateful implication seemed to surface on its hideous and ghastly face. Immediately after that, he picked up a stone from the ground and staggered towards Lin Chi. -250. And then, this abyssal goblin was reduced to a number. Even playing against the wind? Lin Chi silently spat out. After only just waiting for a moment, another kobold hatched out of the abyssal nest. After roughly understanding the conception and hatching speed of the abyssal nest here, Lin Chi did not intend to hesitate. Directly swinging the abyssal ruin sledgehammer, he charged at the abyssal nest and violently blasted down. Boom! The might full of destructive power just spread out in the hammerhead, and even the rolling black mist gushing out from the abyssal nest stirred in all directions with it. Territorial warfare, naturally, allows you to directly destroy buildings in enemy territory, and as the abyssal nest that nurtured and hatched the abyssal creatures, once it was destroyed, it meant that no other abyssal creatures would interfere with Lin Chi in the next territorial battle. You destroy the enemy territory of the abyssal nest. Chapter 103, The Lord's Great Hall. Fallen Knight. You destroy the enemy territory of the abyssal nest. The abyssal nest that was spewing out rolling black mist had shattered open, and there was no longer the slightest bit of black mist left. In its place was a huge deep pit. Lin Chi swept his eyes around. He hadn't seen any other bosses since he came here. This might mean that he was not far from being the lord of this abyssal territory. After only just a short while of traveling forward, another building surfaced in Lin Chi's line of sight. It was clearly an altar made of huge stones. In it, a few pieces of debris were vaguely visible suspended in a dark mist, as if something was brewing. See this? Lin Chi's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. Sure enough, in the abyssal territory, are there other buildings besides the abyssal nest? It was a building that wasn't in his territory. Statue altar. The name of this building then appeared in Lin Chi's line of sight. An altar capable of summoning that wailing demon statue from earlier? Lin Chi instantly had an epiphany. In the previous battle, he hadn't seen the wailing demon statue unleash any lethal skills though. However, as a boss that had received a level 9 abyssal increase, the wailing demon statue undoubtedly possessed extremely powerful strength, even compared to the abyssal giant from the previous Summer City abyssal descent. Moreover, it has the property of being immune to attacks for a certain period of time. This was undoubtedly an extremely powerful boss when placed in the outside world. Good stuff. Too bad I don't have it in my territory. Lin Chi bristled. The profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand, however, had been slowly raised high. After he crushed the wailing demon statue, this demon statue altar was already summoning new ones. Perhaps if we wait a little longer, a new demonic statue will come out in it. But Lin Chi had no intention of giving the wailing demon statue another chance to walk out. Even if it comes out, it's probably only a level 1 abyssal increase to begin with, so there's not much points to be gained from wiping it out. In this territorial battle, a level 1 abyssal increase monster was only a pitiful 5 points. Boom! A hammer fell, and this demonic statue altar collapsed into ruins. The debris that had originally coalesced on it also crumbled away. You destroyed an altar to a demon statue in enemy territory. There shouldn't be any other buildings, should there? Lin Chi muttered. Currently, it seemed that this territory was much larger than the scope of the Heavenly Calamity territory, and moreover, there were so many high-level abyssal increase creatures in it, plus buildings not found in natural disaster territories. To be honest, Lin Chi was a bit red-eyed. It was also an abyssal territory. The difference couldn't be too great. Soon, Lin Chi then retracted that thought, the corner of his mouth tugging. In front of his sight, a building he had not seen before reappeared. Lord's Hall. It was surprisingly a temple in the middle of an abyss. Although it didn't seem to be on a grand scale, like a humble temple at best, it still left Lin Chi somewhat speechless. Not to mention that there was no Lord's Hall in the Heavenly Tribulation territory. There wasn't even a bench for him, the Lord, to sit on. The difference in treatment is simply not that great. Lin Chi gripped the profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand tightly, and without a word, he buried his head and walked into this Lord's Great Hall. If you enter the temple and do not worship, your true life is lost. But right at this moment, by Lin Chi's ears, a sudden murmur came from his ears. It was like some kind of living being silently chanting a prayer, giving it an eerie feeling. Worship you? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. The same lord, and he had to be allowed to enter the temple and kneel? Where do you get the confidence when I'm hitting your doorstep? He swaggered deeper into the lord's great hall, scanning one of the thick stone pillars that stood tall on either side of the corridor. The buildings here did have a temple style that invariably managed to give people a sense of grandeur and oppression. Finally, after Lin Chi took another step, a light was reflected at the end of the originally dark corridor. Immediately afterward, the scene of the depths of this great hall surfaced in his sight. As far as the eye could see, it was clearly a figure clad in tattered robes and dressed as a monk. Abyssal prayer. There were a full 7 figures, and they all knelt on the ground, forming a semicircle. And in the center of the semicircle, there was a tall figure. It was clad in blood-red tattered robes, covered in pitch-black heavy armor, and on the ground beside it, there was even a wide, huge sword still sticking out. In the same way as the 7 monks, it knelt down at that moment in the form of a prayer. Lords, fallen knights. After seeing the figure's information, Lin Chi's eyes flashed. Finally meet the lords. As for the abyssal core in this territory, Lin Chi had also already discovered it. It was in front of where the fallen knight knelt with the 7 abyssal prayers. It was a tall, broken sculpture, carved out of some kind of alabaster, with the upper half of its body taking on the appearance of a human female, the alabaster skin extremely vibrant. Underneath, however, was the body of a giant dragon made of alabaster. The half-man, half-dragon sculpture was extremely beautiful and lifelike, yet it had also broken open. Half of his head was broken, and his body was still covered with a little bit of obsidian-like gravel stains, except for his hands, which were cupped with a dense to the extreme pitch-black mist. That mist was the goal of Lin Chi's trip. The abyssal core. Heretic lords, humble and weak, dare to set foot in this place dedicated to the gods. At this point, the grand and hoarse voice echoed up in this great hall. The fallen knight's tall frame slowly stood up, one hand pressing on the hilt of the huge sword at his side. You have blasphemed. It turned around violently, and under the dark and heavy helmet, it was clear that the only thing that blossomed at its eyes was a ghostly blue light amongst a decaying face. It's time to kill. In the meantime, one of the abyssal prayers that had originally knelt behind the fallen knight also slowly stood up and faced Lin Chi in unison. Underneath the wide, tattered robes, a shadow covered the face, making it impossible to see it. I'll smash this statue altogether later. Lin Chi skimmed his mouth. He is also a lord. Why does it seem that there is such a big difference between his style and this fallen knight? But just then, a prayer rang out longingly. Those abyssal prayers all had various colors of phalanx light appearing around them, and their figures flickered and wavered. It was like it had left its original position but was chanting some kind of magical skill. The great war of the lords has begun. Boom! Lin Chi's body instantly burned with blazing flames around him, transforming into a huge flaming giant. The Calamity Proclamation skill was released immediately. It turned into a scarlet phalanx and landed at the feet of the fallen knight. Even those abyssal prayers whose shimmering figures had solidified. Fancy! The profound ruined sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand was suddenly raised high, wrapped in blazing flames, and blasted directly towards the fallen knight in front of him. Chapter 104. Hammer breaks the sculpture. Crusade against the lords. Giggle. But at the same time when the sledgehammer smashed down, a blazing light suddenly bloomed and enveloped the 4 directions. Immunity. Immediately, a message surfaced in the blazing light. Immune to attack again? Lin Chi's eyes narrowed slightly, but this time, there was no need to release his appraisal skill. He had already detected the source of the blazing light. It was the same statue that the fallen knight had knelt before. The lords have appeared. This can't still be a boss, right? Lin Chi muttered. The statue, which was already broken, could show no signs of coming to life. Immediately, Lin Chi understood. Lord Fallen Knight is blessed and will be immune to control. Abyssal Prayer is blessed and will be immune to control. A message flashed from in front of Lin Chi. This was clearly the role played by the statue in the Great Hall. The party's immunity was an immunity to the control-type negative status of the Calamity Proclamation skill. That's not unusual. The Calamity Proclamation skill originally originated from a boss in the abyss. This skill, even if it's strong, will still have a way of dealing with it. Ahead of his sight, the light gradually narrowed, but immediately after, a huge sword with a shimmering ebony light then appeared in the dissipating light, rushing towards Lin Chi and slashing down head-on. Heresy! The fallen knight grasped the huge sword with both hands, and his tall figure fell down with it, exuding an unspeakably powerful sense of oppression, as in pronouncing a death sentence. Lin Chi's speed was even faster. The profound ruined sledgehammer in his hand slashed through a flaming residue in midair and violently blasted out. Bang! The profound ruined sledgehammer and the giant sword suddenly collided, and flames splashed out in all directions with it. Even more so, a sword chime rang out with it. Sacred Abyss Impact. Under this strike, the fallen knight's figure actually flew backwards with it, but the next moment, a ray of light of various colors, however, swept in from behind the fallen knight and blasted straight at Lin Chi. This is exactly the attack from the Abyssal Prayer. Lin Chi moved quickly, and with his high agility attribute, he easily avoided the skill. A mage-like monster? Lin Chi swept his gaze over the one Abyssal Prayer. He did realize that it was no wonder the Mage Association had chosen to explore this abyss. Truly, if the Mage Guild hit the depths of this territory and encountered the Fallen Knights as well as these Abyssal Prayers, that would certainly be a no-brainer for the Mage Association. And Lin Chi, however, also noticed that the information of these Abyssal Prayers was not labeled with how many levels of Abyssal increase they had received. This might mean that these Abyssal Prayers were the equivalent of Lord Fallen Knight's companion monsters. But these, Lin Chi didn't need to care about. A nearly solidified sledgehammer shadow had already flown out from Lin Chi's hand, landing on an Abyssal Prayer with extremely swift speed. Bang! The sledgehammer smashed down, and that Abyssal Prayer's body suddenly exploded. Along with a wide, tattered robe, it dissipated. You destroy the Abyssal Prayer and gain plus 300 points. Just one monster alone was able to gain 300 points? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. It's a battle between lords. After all, in the name of the gods, chop. Not far. The Fallen Knight, who had already restabilized his stance, once again leapt high into the air, and the wide, huge sword in his hand then heavily blasted the ground. Rumble. At that instant, a tremor emanated from the surrounding space, as if it was going to send everything around it flying out. The powerful destructive force even formed a shockwave visible to the naked eye. This is clearly a skill similar to Holy Abyss Impact. However, this attack was not effective against Lin Chi. His hegemony attribute was already very high, and with the addition of the Li Dai Tao Ji phrase, it would be difficult to deal any damage to him even with ranged attacks. Against a barrage of attacks from the Fallen Knights and Abyssal Prayers, Lin Chi had closed in on an Abyssal Prayer. Bang! You destroy the Abyssal Prayer and gain plus 300 points. The sledgehammer smashes down, one by one. Lin Chi's speed was soaring, and with the flames added to his body, the range of his attacks was also considerably improved. Immune to control-type skills, huh? The sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand swung down again. Coincidentally, the thing I'm least good at is control skills. Bang, bang, bang. Each hammer fall was accompanied by the fall of an Abyssal Prayer. In only a very short period of time, Lin Chi cleared out all 7 of these Abyssal Prayers. In place, it was just the Fallen Knight. But the moment the Abyssal Prayer was cleared, the Fallen Knight's body, which was gripping the huge sword, actually shook violently again. Scarlet-colored mist spread out over its tall body, while the blood-colored cloak behind it flew high. Gradual. Under the impact of the blood-colored mist, the blood-colored cloak violently tore into 2 halves, extending and spreading to both sides. It actually transformed into something like the wings of a giant dragon and flapped, dragging the Fallen Knight's tall body. He slowly flew up. Stage 2? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes. Apparently, this was a consequent change that happened to the Fallen Knights after clearing out those Abyssal Fallen. But Lin Chi didn't care about that. The sledgehammer in his hand swung up first, throwing out a solid sledgehammer shadow. With lightning speed, it violently blasted on top of the Fallen Knight's body, smashing the Fallen Knight, who had just taken flight, to the ground. Instead, a beam of light blossomed from the Fallen Knight, linking to a statue not far away. Lin Chi immediately swept his eyes at the sculpture. With that, he noticed that the sculpture, which was already broken and open, had a new long crack. Sculptures take the damage on your behalf? Lin Chi instantly realized the mechanics of this Lord Boss. Obviously, as the Lord of this abyssal territory, the Fallen Knight possessed extremely powerful strength. In Lin Chi's calculations, this was even able to rival the mountain range beasts. He pulled the corner of his mouth and stepped out. His body then rushed in front of the Fallen Knight. They're all lords. You're the only one who's special, aren't you? Boom! A hammer fell, adding another crack to the sculpture. You're the only one with a magic statue altar, aren't you? Boom! You're the only one with a Lord's Hall, aren't you? Bang! A few hammers fell, and the sculpture not far away was already overwhelmed, a crack spreading with it like a spider web. Immediately afterward, the sculpture completely collapsed away. It turned into a field of rubble and dissipated again, and the Fallen Knight's figure froze in place the moment the sculpture shattered open. Ding! The giant sword fell to the ground. The Fallen Knight's body, as if no more strength could support it, half-kneeled and braced its hands on the ground. Eventually, its head also slowly dropped. The ghostly blue light in his eyes eventually went out after a flickering moment. The crusade was successful. Lin Chi's gaze swept over the area where the sculpture was originally located again, and the pitch-black abyssal core was slowly floating down. Chapter 105, Rewarding. Abyssal Lord Title. You destroy Lord Fallen Knight and gain plus 1,000 points. Current points, 4,130. The Fallen Knight still hadn't popped out any equipment, which Lin Chi had expected. This should all count as part of the points for this territory war. So, he didn't use the effect of the rule replacement phrase either. Abyssal Core. The blackened to the extreme abyssal core slowly floated down in front of Lin Shi after the sculpture shattered. Looking at the abyssal core that was silently surging in front of him, Lin Shi skimmed his lips. In the end, this territory was far larger than his heavenly tribulation territory. Even the abyssal core in front of us is much larger than the one in the natural disaster territory. Bang! The sledgehammer smashed down, and the abyssal core in front of him crumbled apart. You have successfully destroyed the enemy's territory. The abyssal core. Winning, the dense black mist spread and rushed in all directions. Boom! Even the great hall beneath Lin Shi's feet trembled. More accurately, this side of the territory also trembled. Reward settlement in progress. Lin Shi put away his sledgehammer and waited. This battle of his could definitely be considered a great victory. Only not much longer. A message then surfaced in front of Lin Shi. Settlement completed. You have obtained the abyssal core times 7. You gained altar of devil's statue, construction, times 1. You get Lord's Hall, building, times 1. You have obtained the equipment fallen judgment, holy. You have obtained the abyssal lord's cloak, legendary. You gained the skill, abyssal knight summoning. Achievement, territory wipeout. Level +1. You get the phrase clear and turbid flow together, gold color. You have earned the title, Lords of the Abyss. A piece of information flew by on Lin Shi's panel, and an upgraded glow bloomed all over Lin Shi's body with it. Good lord, the rewards for the territory war are so generous? Lin Shi was a little surprised. Compared to these rewards, even his promotion by one level could only be considered an add-on. 7 abyssal cores acquired at once. Of these rewards, the ones that Lin Shi cared about the most were undoubtedly these 7 abyssal cores. According to Lin Shi's estimation, this was directly able to provide an additional 70 population units in his heavenly tribulation territory. This is something that would have been the highlight of this reward. In addition, there were the 2 buildings that Lin Shi had been coveting for a long time. The Devil Statue Altar as well as the Lord's Great Hall. I was able to build them both. Lin Shi grinned. I guess it's not too desolate in the Celestial Calamity territory after all. As for the fall trial, with a wave of Lin Shi's hand, a giant sword appeared in front of him and was heavily inserted into the ground. It was the same giant sword that the fallen knight had used earlier, and it was also of holy weapon quality. Counting this sacred artifact, I now have 5 sacred artifacts in my possession. Lin Shi smacked his lips. Aside from the Mountain Ridge Cloud Sea as well as the White Stars token, the other 3, all of which were able to be taken and sacrificed. Only after tidying these up did Lin Shi take out another blood-colored cloak. Cloak of the Abyssal Lords, legendary. Category, additional jewelry. Equipment requirements, Abyssal Lords. Effect, full attribute plus 600. Special effect, territory enjoys level 2 abyssal increase. Scarlet transformation wings, active. Gain flight ability after release. And inflict an air banning effect on enemy targets in the surrounding 30-meter area for 1 hour. Abyssal Lord set, 2/6 increase the set components, which can get the equipment attributes. Effects, quality enhancement. Description, the equipment of a lord who controls the interior of an abyss, a symbol of the Abyssal Lords. This was exactly the Abyssal Lord set component that Lin Shi had been, for so long, pining for. Or extra trinkets. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. This category of trinket does not occupy an equipment position and can be equipped at any time. After hanging up this cloak, he only moved his mind and the Scarlet Transformation Wing skill was released. Like the previous fallen knight, the blood-colored cloak parted and transformed into wings that flapped, making Lin Shi's body detach from the ground. If I turn around and sacrifice this equipment, I'll be able to directly and permanently obtain a flying skill. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. Even amongst high-level awakened, flying skills could be uncommon. What remained was the skill of summoning an Abyssal Knight, which naturally belonged to the rewards for winning a territory battle. The spell formation surged forth, and a tall knight in abyssal armor then appeared in front of Lin Shi with it, also holding a huge sword. The shape was somewhat similar to the previous fallen knight, but it was different again as it was covered in pitch-black mist. See the lords. After the Abyssal Knight stepped out, he actually bowed to Lin Shi respectfully on one knee with his head bowed. Abyssal creatures with some intelligence? Lin Shi immediately raised an eyebrow. In fact, the bone dragons he summoned as well as the mountain ancient beasts were all considered to have a certain level of intelligence, but they were obviously unable to communicate with him in words like the Abyssal Knight. That's great, Lin Shi lamented. This kind of territorial battle can't be viewed from the perspective of crushing a boss. The rewards received are also almost always related to his territory. Before that, Lin Shi didn't even think that he would be able to move up a level. Current word, clear and muddy, gold. Effect, 2 skills can be synthesized into a combo. The description of the newly acquired golden words is very simple. However, Lin Shi's eyes lit up after taking a look. This was directly able to make up for the lack of skill flourishes in some of his skills. Like the Saint One throw skill, the attack distance was a full 1500 meters, but the damage dealt was only equivalent to a hammer from his normal attack. Then if you combine Holy Abyss Impact or maybe Calamity Proclamation, the effect can be quite outrageous. After a quick check, Lin Shi was finally able to sort out these rewards. The eyes finally fell back on the title that had been earned. Title, Lord of the Abyss. Effect, inflicts deterrence on all abyssal creatures below Lord level, reducing their full attributes by 10% and granting themselves a Lord level abyssal increase. Lordly abyssal increase. Rinchi chanted. This was, without a doubt, an even more powerful increase effect than a level 9 abyssal increase. Wait, isn't this equivalent to collecting my abyssal legendary set? For nothing, this didn't stop Lin Shi from getting a bargain. Placed on Other Awakened, the equipment would have had the potential to be replaced at any time, except that this process, for the most part, doesn't hold up very well on Lin Shi's side. Luckily, the abyssal legendary set can also give an increase effect to 4 abyssal creatures. On second thought, Lin Shi smiled with satisfaction again. Replace this new title immediately. Feeling the additional power he had gained, Lin Shi then waved his hand towards the abyssal knights who were still kneeling beside him. Teleport. Since he had already checked the rewards of this territorial battle, there was no need for him to linger. Let's first return to the Heavenly Tribulation territory and put the newly acquired abyssal core to use and see the effects. Chapter 106, Natural Disaster Territory. Refreshed. Territorial warfare has ended. Rumble. Inside the abyss, there was a tremor. As far as the eye could see, almost all of the abyssal creatures seemed to feel some kind of suppression, and they all lowered their bodies, trembling. Shin Baojun looked at the surrounding scene and his gaze shifted for a while. Elder Gu, isn't this territorial war over too quickly? He wasn't quite sure what that meant, but according to past experience, sometimes a territory war in the abyss would always last for at least a few days, unless between the two territories, the difference in strength is too great. So did the original lords of this abyss win or lose? Gu Henian stroked his beard and was also observing the situation around him. It's hard to say. It's hard to tell what's going on in this territorial battle from the outside looking in alone. After thinking for a moment, he then added, but according to the information we learned earlier, the lords in this abyssal territory are very powerful. Moreover, it seems to be dedicated to an unknowable being. That was the purpose of their mage association assembling here this time. The awakened ones at the forefront have been exploring the world. Even until now, there were still many areas in the world that the awakened had never set foot in, and the unknowable presence that the abyssal lords were offering up, that could be a threat to any awakened. Then it shouldn't lose, Shin Brejan said in a deep voice, his brows furrowed. This time, they were all ready for attrition. If one fell into a near-death state in front of the abyssal lords, there was more than likely no possibility of escaping either. And now, after winning a territorial battle, the abyssal lords here, I'm afraid, will be even more powerful. It's hard to say. Gu Henian shook his head. The situation in the abyss could not have been deduced by common sense. This is considered another world, after all. Spin. Gu Henian waved his hand again and said, the entire team that entered the abyss this time is pretty much assembled, right? Wait until our people who are responsible for scouting the area where the abyssal territory is located come back, and then we'll judge whether or not it's time to continue with the plan. Also, the assailant they had been waiting for, until now, could not have appeared. I wonder if the attack plan was cancelled. Natural Disaster Territory. Lin Shi arrived in front of the abyssal core in the territory. Taking the 7 newly acquired abyssal cores out of his ring, he slowly extended his hand forward. Dark mist surged over the abyssal core of the Celestial Plague territory. Almost the first time Lin Shi probed the abyssal cores closer, it was as if he was being pulled by some kind of tug, spreading out wisps of black mist that gradually wrapped and swallowed the 7 abyssal cores. In an instant, Lin Shi's hand lightened, and the 7 abyssal cores were collected under the wrapping of black mist, and the abyssal core in the Celestial Calamity territory seemed to be accumulating some kind of power. The pitch black mist actually became denser and denser, almost coalescing into substance. Gradual. Even the Heavenly Tribulation territory experienced a slight tremor. Lin Shi was even able to feel that this territory that belonged to him was extending and expanding in all directions. Finally, calm was once again restored to the Natural Disaster territory, and the abyssal core in front of Lin Shi had changed. Although the surroundings were still wrapped in a dense to extreme black fog, Lin Shi was able to see that in the black fog, there was a crystal core-like object suspended. It's as if it's completely cohesive. Promotion of Natural Disaster Territory completed. An information prompt then surfaced in front of Lin Shi. Territory, Natural Disaster. Abyssal Increase, Level 2. Territorial Population, 40/130. Buildings, Abyssal Nest, Upgradable. Statue Altar, Buildable. Lord's Hall, Buildable. The population unit went straight to 130. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. One must know that his abyssal summoning skill was able to directly summon all the abyssal creatures in the territory. Wait until the abyssal nest hatches 130 units of abyssal creatures. That could be a straight-up monster army. Sure, With the current situation, the monster army with only a level 2 abyssal increase, although it looks bluffing, the combat power is still nothing. When we get all the abyssal legendary sets up, then we'll try to upgrade the abyssal lord sets, Lin Chi mused. If it's not possible, turn around and think of a way to fuse the lords and legendary sets together. That's how you can achieve the best results. The abyssal legendary set provides an increase of 4 abyssal creatures at the moment, which is sort of complementary to the lord set. Maybe, when the legendary sets go up another wave, they'll be able to keep cutting down on the number of sets. Lin Chi already had a guess. If he upgraded his equipment in this direction, then he might be able to wear 2 sets directly. Only after collecting these thoughts did Lin Chi look at the buildings in the Heavenly Tribulation territory again. The Heart's Desire Demon Statue Altar as well as the Lord's Great Hall were gained. How it has to be built on. He swept his eyes around again. After one promotion, the scope of the Heavenly Tribulation territory had already expanded much more than before. According to Lin Chi's expectations, this scale wasn't much worse than the Fallen Knight's territory. He immediately walked over to the Abyssal Nest and casually waved his hand. Upgrade. For the upgraded Abyssal Nest, he had also long predicted the effects. It is natural to speed up the rate of spawning abyssal creatures. Earlier, in the Fallen Knight's territory, the Abyssal Nest had produced 2 brave abyssal goblins in a very short period of time. Upgrade completed. The Abyssal Nest spawns abyssal creatures at a faster rate and has a chance to spawn new abyssal creature types. Looking at the description that surfaced before him, Lin Chi nodded in satisfaction. That was pretty much what he expected. Originally, there were only a few types of abyssal creatures in the Heavenly Calamity territory, and there weren't as many varieties as there were in the Fallen Knight territory. Now there are more options instead. With that taken care of, let the Abyssal Nest continue to produce abyssal creatures. It was only then that Lin Chi was not far away again, choosing an area where he was going to build on the demonic statue altar first. Actually, the Fallen Knight's territory, in Lin Chi's opinion, did not have any construction plans, so, even if the 2 buildings were empty of the demon statue altar as well as the Lord's Great Hall, that territory, too, still looks cluttered and empty. This may have something to do with the Fallen Knight's intelligence going awry, but Lin Chi didn't delve deeper into this. Instead he prepared to build the devil statue altar at about the same orientation. The altar, the Great Hall, the Abyssal Nest. Lin Chi muttered. When it was over, there would definitely be more and more buildings in his territory. Then, too, it will surely look far more magnificent than it does now. Spin. Lin Chi started building immediately after choosing the area. Rumble. Above the earth, a wave of dust and smoke instantly stirred up, and there were vaguely broken rocks coalescing in it. Chapter 107, The Unfathomable Abyssal Lord. The rubble levitated and rotated on the ground, quickly coalescing into a boulder. Immediately, it landed neatly on the ground again, stacking up at great speed as if it were a tall building rising from the ground. Soon, in front of Lin Chi, there was then a complete altar made of stacked boulders. Construction completed. Statue altar. Description: permanently summon an abyssal demon statue as a boss unit in the territory, occupying 30 population units, gaining level 6 abyssal increase in the initial phase, and can be resummoned after the statue is destroyed. No wonder the demonic statues in the Fallen Knight's territory count as boss units. Lin Chi realized, an abyssal demon statue would take up 30 population units straight away. In contrast, summoned beasts such as the bone dragons and mountain giants summoned by Lin Chi, although they did not occupy the population units in the territory, there was a limit to the time they could exist, so it could only be said that each had its own advantages and disadvantages. On the stone altar, there were already broken stones coalescing in the black mist, as if they were summoning the abyssal demon statue. Letting the demonic statue altar call first, Lin Chi then arrived at the site of the Lord's Great Hall. My Great Hall, of course, should be chosen at the very center. This, likewise, was the orientation where the abyssal core was located after the territory war opened. When there was the protection of the Lord's Great Hall, it would not be necessary to wait until a territorial war was encountered in the future, and then there would be a situation where the abyssal core was bare and exposed to the outside world. Boom! As earlier, the Lord's Hall gradually rose up in front of Lin Chi. Construction completed. Lin Chi looked at the Lord's Hall in front of him, but his expression was a bit odd, not quite the same as the Fallen Knight's Great Hall. Originally, he had thought that his Lord's Hall would also be similar to the style of the temple, but now it was very different. The entire Lord's Hall was based on dark red abyssal rock, with a single stone pillar rising up to support the dome of the hall and extending out to the sides. Only the center has a channel. The wall is dark, as if flowing with liquid black iron, but in the front wall on both sides, but also each carved with a piece of relief. Those were the scenes when Lin Chi hammered and exploded the abyssal giant and when he fought the Fallen Knight, respectively, and they were filled with a magnificent sense of epicness. Lin Chi walked over to the relief and rubbed his chin to take a closer look. The style of this relief, is a bit abstract. He gave his assessment. If he hadn't experienced the two battles himself, he wouldn't have been able to recognize that it was himself depicted in the relief. It's more like some kind of mystical ritual scene. It's okay. The corners of Lin Chi's mouth lifted involuntarily, seeing this kind of relief depicting himself for the first time. It still felt very novel. Walking into the main hall, there was an empty area. The floor was carved with intricate patterns like a spell formation, and the abyssal core was at the bottom of the spell formation. Here, it's clearly got the feel of a boss room. Lin Chi estimated. All one had to do was stand here, holding the abyssal market sledgehammer. By the time the other awakened arrived, it was time to see his extremely outrageous blood bar. Well, it still lacks something. Lin Chi held his chin and looked ahead of him. If we get a throne at the very front of this great hall, TSK, the compulsion pulls straight through. Lord's Hall. Description: the temple of the Lord's dominion, the symbol of the Lord's supremacy, will be raised with the Lord's authority. Obviously, this is not the final form of the Lord's Hall. After glancing at the description of the Lord's Great Hall, even Lin Chi couldn't help but blush in his old face. Pushy enough to stop here anymore, and it starts to get awkward. After primping these, Lin Chi toured the heavenly tribulation territory one more time before he was satisfied. His natural disaster territory was finally not still bare, and after, Lin Chi raised his hand, the pitch-black ring on his finger vaguely surging with black mist. Teleport. After building his territory, he had made plans to teleport back to the outside world. There was still a bunch of equipment on hand as well as materials that had yet to be forged and sacrificed. Let's clean up the way first. In addition, although the previous trip to the abyss, he had managed to raise his level to 41, but the class is at a somewhat awkward stage right now, not to mention making the next transfer. Even the qualifications to enter a copy of this profession were not enough. As Li Mingyue said earlier, a copy of the blacksmith profession held by the Earthly King's Guild will have to wait until level 50. Elder Gu, the abyssal territory, here has disappeared. Inside the abyss, Shen Breijin frowned tightly, his expression grave. Looking around, the area that was originally supposed to be in this abyss, where the territory was located, had become bare. Not even a trace of any other abyssal creatures could be seen. It seems that we have all underestimated the strength of the other abyssal lord. Gu Henian stroked his beard, also gazing at the area in front of him. The fact that the original abyssal territory had been reduced to this current scene meant that the previous territorial battle had been lost by the lords here. Also, the territorial war ended so quickly. It's not hard to imagine that this might be a war of all-out crushing. But originally here, wasn't an unknowable being still enshrined? Shin Breijin said in a deep voice. Under such circumstances, it was still able to quickly win this territorial war. I'm afraid that the other abyssal lord is bound to be extremely powerful. There are still such powerful monsters in the abyss? Beside the two of them, a crisp voice came from none other than Shin Xiaoli. Gu Henian nodded and glanced at Shin Xiaoli with a smile. Until now, we didn't know enough about the abyss either. He waved his hand at Shin Brezhong again. Retreat. The operation is over. There isn't much to gain, but at least, this abyss won't pose much of a threat to the outside world for some time. It was natural that the abyssal territories here would not remain empty for long. It wouldn't be long before other abyssal creatures would once again occupy this area. Only, for a long time, there wouldn't be any more lord-class bosses here. At this time, Gu Henian suddenly seemed to think of something again, and asked Shun Xiaoli, who was at the side. Xiaoli, have you ever seen that awakened person who was able to summon abyssal creatures before again? That person Shin Xiaoli scratched his head and subconsciously looked back around. Only then did he shake his head and say, didn't see it again. That person is strange. He doesn't look old, but he must be very strong. Gu Henian didn't respond to anything more to what she said. This exploration of the abyss was very strange indeed. This was already going to be a retreat, and they still never encountered an attack from the Soul Hunter Guild. Moreover, it was clear that this abyssal territory war had caused such a big commotion that all the awakened in this abyss must have been able to detect it. Instead, they also didn't meet the awakened one who could summon abyssal creatures again. It seems necessary to get the association's attention, he mused. As for the awakened man who had picked up their crusade, he didn't even think about it. There was bound to be no way that they would go to their mage association to turn in quests. Chapter 108, Forging a Sacred Artifact Set. Dark light flashed by, and Lin Chi's figure took a step out from it. How come I teleported home? Looking at the familiar scene around him, Lin Chi's face was odd for a moment. Earlier, he was in the middle of the abyss and teleported directly into the territory after opening the territory war. Originally, he thought that after teleporting, he was going to return to the abyss again, but he didn't expect to return to Summer City. Never mind, just in time, Lin Chi immediately headed towards the family's forge. It was estimated that the pitch-black ring on his hand was a direct record of the coordinates of both Summer City's home and the Heavenly Calamity territory. but this didn't have much of an effect on Lin Shi. Come to the forge. Lin Shi was the first to place the Abyssal Market sledgehammer on it. With all three saint weapons on hand capable of being used for sacrifice, it was only natural to choose the Profound Market sledgehammer. Sacred weapons, too, were not the limit of equipment quality. During the time he had joined the Earthly Kings Guild, Lin Shi had already gained quite a bit of information. The highest quality of equipment known from all the current intelligence that has been explored by the Awakened is mythic quality, ranked above the holy weapons. The so-called god-level blacksmiths were also the very blacksmiths who could have the probability of forging a mythic weapon. Of course, according to Li Mingyue, the ability to forge mythic quality equipment only existed in the skill descriptions even for god-level blacksmiths. The probability is so low as to be negligible. Also, there has to be enough mythic quality materials to make it work. Sacred quality equipment that can be called a holy weapon, but mythological quality equipment that can't be called a divine weapon. Lin Shi smacked his lips over what Li Mingyue had said and wasn't quite sure of the exact meaning of it. By his reckoning, Li Mingyue didn't understand either. Then my next goal is to stack the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer Rash to mythic quality. Lin Shi pondered as he slowly raised the forging tool in his hand and dropped a hammer. The three holy artifacts dissipated as much as they could in a glow, and were lost to the Profound Ruin Sledgehammer. Even though Lin Shi had prepared for this, he watched with a pang of flesh pain. A holy artifact, when placed in the outside world, would probably be able to be auctioned off at a sky-high price. However, very quickly, Lin Shi put these thoughts behind him. He clearly noticed that after the three holy weapons disappeared, on the forging table, a bit of glow still remained. The glow floated and emanated a starry beauty. It gradually sank again and disappeared into the forge below, so that at this time the forging platform, are as if into a starry sky-like glow. This is, Lin Shi's eyes flickered. Dare I say that after he had sacrificed so many equipments by virtue of this forging table, too, had begun to show unusual changes? Similar to being tainted with the aura of legendary and holy equipment, like the alchemy furnace of the Supreme Lord? Lin Shi pondered the source of these changes and had a general judgment. After thinking about it, he silently spat out again. Immortal, Shroud of the Immortal King. Reaching out, he tapped the forge in front of him. Anyways, it was also a forging table that he had spent a full 20 gold coins on, and after going through so many forging sessions, it was considered a good thing that it wasn't scrapped. After sacrificing the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer, Lin Shi immediately pulled out another pile of materials and began forging. Earlier, he could have also collected quite a few materials, among which there were even materials of holy products, which in turn was able to forge a bunch of equipment. Of course, even if Lin Shi had the practice makes perfect phrase right now, in a short period of time, it would be very difficult to pile up a forging drawing for a saint equipment, but the other materials alone were enough for him to perform a wave of forging. Soon, in the forging room, clanking and banging sounds resounded continuously. From time to time, it was accompanied by a shower of sparks, reflecting the entire forging room. Actually, every time he forged in his home's forging room, Lin Shi would intentionally suppress the power of the flames. Otherwise, with his calcination skill fully unleashed, the entire home would have to burn down. After spending almost a night consuming almost all of the materials, Lin Shi immediately hoofed the sacrifice again. During this time, Lin Shi did notice again that a message alert had surfaced in front of him. Guild channel. Lubu, welcome new member Shen Bai Deer. She is the third arcane mage in the professional heavenly ranking. She is extremely gifted, although she is only a newcomer. It is estimated that her growth time will not be too short. Lubu, congratulations and good luck. Did Shen Bai Lu just join the guild channel now? Lin Shi's heart fluttered, and the movement of the offering in his hand did not stop. You have successfully forged demonic wolf armor, legendary, X1, gained physique plus 1000, agility plus 400, and gained the skills, wolf transformation, and bloodthirsty teeth. Actually, like this every time he forged equipment, Lin Shi was also able to gain some skills. Only, compared to the skills brought by the sacred artifact quality Profound Ruin, the power of these skills was going to be significantly weaker. What's more, in general, when Lin Shi brushed monsters, aside from releasing ranged skills like Calamity Proclamation as well as Abyssal Domain, most of the time a single normal attack would be able to take care of it. There was also no need to unleash so many fancy skills at all. You have received Lubu's red packet, gold plus 1025. Of course, Lin Shi didn't forget to grab the red packets. Lin Shi, welcome. Shen Bai Deer, thanks a lot. Guys, Lin Shi, you're here too. Shen Bai Deer, congratulations and good luck. You have received Shen Bai Lu's red packet, gold plus 1500. Lubu, it's also got to be Shen Bai Deer, which is generous enough. This just joined the guild channel, and they're already distributing red envelopes. Speaking of which, all along, most of the people in the group who handed out red packets were Lubu, and Lin Shi had no idea about his occupation until now. Li Mingyue, good lord. Little sister Shinbailu, are you an arcane mage? Or are you an alchemist like Lubu? Alchemist profession? Isn't this the fourth profession on the occupation heavenly ranking? Lin Shi instantly understood. No wonder Lubu has always seemed so rich. The combat power of this profession was not really strong, and in the past, Lin Shi had experienced this when he fought alongside Lubu. But this profession, being able to alchemize, is not short of money. Think about it. Lin Shi's heart moved and he directly initiated a sale transaction in the group. Previously, in the Abyss, he had cleared out more than 10 awakened who were hanging on to their evil titles, and in addition to harvesting equipment, but he had also harvested quite a few props. These were things that he normally wouldn't be able to use, so he might as well turn around and sell them all in packages to the members in the guild. Lin Shi, it's best to contribute to the point trade. With Lubu as an alchemist, gold coins were indeed worthless to the Earthly King's guilds. What's more, the guild's exchange store had quite a few forging materials that Lin Shi valued. Li Mingyue, where did you get this? Junior, you're a hidden rich kid too, aren't you? Lin Shi ignored this and had already placed the Abyssal Embrace top on the forging table. This equipment, too, should be promoted to a holy weapon. Chapter 109, Legendary Set. Good enough to use. While sacrificing his equipment, he silently put all the props he had previously obtained from the Abyss into the guild channel. Forest Pond, packaged for sale. It was only natural to take advantage of the large number of people in the guild channel right now to make a trade. These props, even if they were traded with contribution points, they would still be able to obtain quite a few. And then, Lin Shi stopped paying attention to the guild channel and focused on the forging table. The top of the Abyssal Embrace rested quietly, the sledgehammer in his hand falling slowly. Giggle. The blazing light surfaced and slowly dissipated. In front of Lin Shi, a long-awaited message prompt also finally surfaced. You have successfully forged legendary Abyssal Embrace, Holy, X1. Gained physique plus 2400, strength plus 800, agility plus 800, and gained the skill, Gift of the Abyss. Quantitative changes bring about qualitative changes. The bonus of forging and sacrificing a holy weapon undoubtedly far exceeded that of other equipment. Lin Shi immediately checked the equipment properties. Legend, Fuchi Embrace, Holy, Category, Tops, Equipment Requirements, Lin Shi. Effects, Physique plus 2400, Strength plus 800, Agility plus 800. Special effects, Abyssal Increase, gain 5 levels of Abyssal Increase. Abyssal Gift, active, can provide 8 levels of Abyssal Increase to a friendly target. Abyssal Legend Set, 1//3 increase the set parts. Can get the equipment attribute. Effect Enhancement. Description, the equipment sunk in the abyss has been forged and refined by a powerful being and has become a legend. Compared to before, the current piece of equipment had an additional Abyssal Gift skill in addition to the attribute boost. Even without the bonus of the set effect, it was still able to directly provide a friendly target with an 8-level increase in Abyssal now. And, taking into account the extra skills Lin Shi gained, that's 2 friendly targets. As for the level 5 Abyssal increase of a component, he simply ignored it. In the end, it's a holy weapon. Lin Shi burst out with emotion. What he cared more about, on the other hand, was the component requirements for this Abyssal Legend set of turns. Only 3 pieces. Well, he'd give it a try. The current Lord set, a hat and cape. If you plan for it, it's really possible to wear 2 suits. Of course, it would be nice if there was a way to be able to fuse the 2 sets. Continue with the sacrifices. According to Lin Shi's estimation, with his current equipment, even if he couldn't directly gather all 3 components of the Abyssal Legend set, it wouldn't be too far off. He was going to, for good measure, choose the other 2 components, pants and boots, as a set of clothes. Immediately, he took off his Abyssal Avoidance pants and began to sacrifice. That's when he took the time to look at the guild channel. Li Mingyue, Lubu, I'm short of money lately. I'll exchange it with contribution points first, then you can buy it from me. Lubu, good. Li Mingyue has made a trade request to you. Apparently, the results had already been discussed in the guild channel. These props obtained from the awakened who hung in the abyss with a bad reputation were all very powerful, and Li Mingyue simply transferred 30,000 contribution points to Lin Shi. But Lin Shi still couldn't help but bellyache as well. In the end, Lubu's career is strong. The alchemist profession, in fact, was also extremely rare, and only by ascending to an extremely high level could one actually create gold coins that could be traded in reality. But even so, it still has enough power to destroy the monetary system of this world. No one would say much of anything if they ranked 4th in the career sky ranking. Lin Shi thought back to all of Lubu's previous behavior and the non-stop drinking of mana potions, and suddenly realized, switching to this profession, never mind the mana drain, wouldn't that be a ruthless gold producer? After thinking about it, Lin Shi sent another message to Shanbai Deer in the guild channel. Lin Shi, White Deer, turn around and pick a place to practice together. Shinshiredo, okay. With the sharing the same boat phrase, Lin Shi was perfectly capable of teaming up with Shinbailu to gain more experience value. And just then, on the forging platform, a light shone and gradually converged. You have successfully forged legendary Abyssal Avoidance, Holy, X1. Gained Physique plus 2400, Agility plus 1600, and gained the skill, Gift of the Abyss, similar to the top. This pants outfit, likewise, gave Lin Shi another Abyssal gift skill. That alone is back to the original number of increases. Still 4 friendly targets with 8 levels of increase. But as Lin Shi put on these pants, he noticed the set effect from the 2 components again. Abyssal Legend set, 2//3 can be used on 1 friendly target, providing level 9 Abyssal increase, increasing the set components, which can be equipped with attribute and effect enhancement, and an additional target for a level 9 Abyssal increase. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. That's enough for now. I just don't know what the effect should be when the set parts are gathered together. The original Abyssal Legendary set was the one whose bonus effect changed qualitatively after it was collected, and now that it's at Sacred Artifact quality, how can we say that there must be other changes? If only there was a phrase that worked for the suit. Lin Shi smashed his mouth. The set effect of equipment, after all, was not taken from just one piece of equipment, so Lin Shi could not directly obtain the set effect in the forge. And whether it's the current legendary set or the Lord set, after all, they all come from the Abyss as well. The effect bonuses are now able to complement each other, but more or less overlap. However, Lin Shi wouldn't be insatiable. There are so many more words that you can get, so maybe you'll get one that has an effect on the set at some point. What's more, in the subsequent development of the blacksmithing profession, one would be able to learn other skills that might have similar effects. This, however, would require entry into a copy of the profession in order to learn it. Scan the rest of the gear. Lin Shi was also able to estimate that the third component, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to forge and sacrifice it today. The equipment and materials needed to concoct a saint weapon were simply too many. Even if you went back to the guild channel to change it, it still wouldn't be enough. And, in that case, it would be a bit of a loss. Sacrificing the remaining equipment to the Abyssal Blight boots together, Lin Shi clapped his hands together sharply. The only additional equipment he had in his hand was the Mountain Ridgecloud Sea Belt and the White Star's Relic. As for the materials, they were the remaining materials from the Mountain Beast and the Phoenix Feather given by Li Shi. Refreshing. After primping these, Lin Shi pulled out another scroll and sent a message to City Lord Xia Yang. Lin Shi, brother Xia, when you have time, look after my house for me. There are things I left behind inside. It's best if no one goes in. Xia Yang, I'll take care of it. The current forge table is not yet a piece of equipment or a prop, and it can't be carried around all the time. It would be better to let Xia Yang help take care of it, and there was no need to worry about the titular city lord stealing a forging table that wasn't of much use to the rest of the world. Walking out of the house, Lin Shi was not in a hurry to immediately rush to the guild premises. Instead, he stepped into the teleportation array at the corner of Summer City and teleported towards Moonrise City first. Lin Shi didn't forget about the Mage Association quest he had received earlier. In the Abyss, the rewards should be very generous as well. As long as we accumulate some more equipment and materials, we will be able to collect the legendary set by sacrificing the boots of the Blight of the Abyss to the Sacred along with it. Chapter 110, this teenager is a powerful character. Tower of the Void Realm. Ask the City. Mage Association residence. Lin Shi swept his eyes around and stepped inside. Hello, I've come to submit my assignment. Walking up to the reception desk, he flashed a kind smile at the receptionist lady. On the contrary, when he saw the face of the receptionist lady, Lin Shi's gaze moved slightly. Elf? The delicate elven face was vaguely familiar to him. It seemed that he had seen this elf in front of him when he had previously gone to Moonrun City to transfer his job. After leaving from the Summer City's teleportation array, he also borrowed the Moonlight City's teleportation array once again before arriving at this questioning city. Nice face. Lin Shi admired the elf's face and silently marveled. While the vast majority of the elven race were extremely beautiful to look at, the receptionist elf in front of them was clearly much more distinguished. Of course, Lin Shi hadn't seen many elves. The elf in charge of exchanging titles in the Earthly King's quarters belonged to the type with a particularly exaggerated figure, while the elf in front of him was more proportionate. It's you! The receptionist elf obviously recognized Lin Shi as well. In fact, after meeting her twice earlier in Moonrise City, her impression of Lin Shi had become very deep. You sure do remember me. Lin Shi smiled and replied along with her words, continuing to deepen his impression. It was true that he had only met this elf twice full time, but that didn't stop him from talking to this elf for a bit longer. A little spice is always needed in a busy life. You. The elf in front of him was clearly getting more and more confused. Why did it sound as if she still knew this human teenager in front of her? But she really can't remember either. I've come to hand in the mission, Lin Shi said once again. Chatting with the elf lady should not delay business. Oh, good. The elf nodded hastily and maneuvered around a bit, seemingly still a bit rusty. But when Lin Shi submitted the mission up, the elf was yet again slightly stunned. She stared intently at Lin Shi's face, her turquoise eyes blinking continuously. Your quest, can receive 3 pieces of legendary quality equipment, as well as 5,000 reputation and 3,000 gold coins. Her little face was full of disbelief. What kind of mission is this? 3 pieces of legendary quality equipment? Lin Shi's eyes lit up. This could definitely be considered a bonus for him. One step closer to collecting the legendary set. But the elf was obviously a bit overwhelmed. I don't have enough authority, I have to report it. You wait a moment. After saying that, she quickly ran off to the side. It only left Lin Shi with a back figure stepping on snow-white stockings. Lin Shi shrugged and was in no hurry. After receiving the quest from the Mage Association in the Abyss before, there were quite a few abyssal creatures that he had crushed away. Even if the abyssal creatures that he had eliminated during the territorial wars didn't count, he had still killed quite a few of them. Halftime. It was only then that the elf rushed over again, an object seemingly clutched tightly in his small hands, and behind her, she was followed by an old man in mage robes. Little friend, you received the crusade against the Abyss before? The old man looked at Lin Shi with a smile. The efficiency of the Mage Association. Indeed it's not high. Lin Shi sighed. When he received the quest before, he felt that the Mage Association's efficiency wasn't good, and now when he received a reward, it was still the same. It was clear that if he handed in the mission now, the other party would also be able to see the mission information, so there was absolutely no need to ask more. At this point, the old man waved his hand again to the elf beside him, who then spread his small hand out and reached for Lin Shi. This is the reward for this quest. Young friend has done a good job. In the future, if you have the chance, you can work with our Mage Association again, the old man added. Good point. Lin Shi nodded and took the ring from the elf's small hands, only giving it a cursory glance before putting it away with satisfaction. It's okay, well at least claiming rewards isn't a no-go. It was only then that he smiled weakly at the elf again and turned to leave. Wait, what is your name? Do we know each other? At this point, the clear voice rang out again from behind Lin Shi. Only at the end of her words, the elf was obviously a little less confident, and her voice was getting smaller and smaller. Lin Shi, don't forget next time. Lin Shi responded with a light smile that didn't imply any blame, but the elf blushed slightly and blushed a little. So do you remember that my name is Starfly? Of course. Lin Shi spread his hands and stepped out of the Mage Association's premises. Lin Shi, Starfly chanted in a low voice, her slender brows furrowing slightly as if she was very serious. Gotta remember that this time. While beside her, the old man gave Starfly a helpless look. That teenager is a powerful character. The old man let out a long sigh. He also looked at the uninitiated elf Starfly beside him, but did not say anything more. He glanced at the mission description in front of him again, his gaze slightly frozen. The crusade against the Abyss plan. Hasn't it already fallen through? The old man muttered. We'll have to tell old Gu about this. It took Lin Shi a few turns before he teleported to the Earthly King's Guild residence. Without a teleportation scroll, one would have to go through several teleports even if they wanted to return to the guild house. Arriving outside the agreed-upon tea house, Lin Shi saw at a glance the two beautiful figures sitting opposite each other in front of the tea house window, and one of the figures' eyes flickered and just happened to meet Lin Shi's line of sight, followed by a smile. Shen Bai Deer stood up. The mage robes on her body had obviously changed again. The hem of her skirt fluttered, reflecting the ice cream-like stockings underneath that were even more slender. Instead, in front of her, Li Mingyue followed suit and rose, sweeping her eyes diagonally across Lin Shi. Immediately, the two walked out of the tea house together. Honestly, what method did you kid use to pull all the little white deer into our guild? Li Mingyue took the first few steps to Lin Shi and lowered his voice to inquire. Previously, she had been to Xia City, naturally until Shen Bailu's talent and origin. In theory, Shen Bailu was going to join the guild that was number 1 on the leaderboard, and now that he had come to the Earthly King's Guild, it was obviously because of Lin Shi. It's similar to the way you dragged me into the guild, Lin Shi casually responded. But Li Mingyue's eyes widened all of a sudden. You kid also performs beauty tricks? The beauty plan. Lin Shi looked at Li Mingyue, whose appearance was indeed very outstanding, but recalling the scene when he first met Li Mingyue, how could that not be related to the beauty plan? Lin Shi, Sister Mingyue has helped us choose a few areas to practice. I think it's most appropriate for us to go to the Tower of the Void Realm. What do you think? Shen Bai Deer also came over. At those words, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. The Tower of the Void Realm is now the greatest result of discovery from the Frontline Awakenings explorations in recent years. It was a tower that was nearly sky-high. It stretches from the first level all the way up, and it's impossible to tell exactly how many levels there are at the highest. and in this case, it's similar to a copy that you can teleport out of before you've cleared the level, but it's endless. This is indeed the place to be. Chapter 111, Tower of the Void Realm. A treasure trove of practicing. It's reasonable to say that the average awakened who enters the Tower of the Void Realm for the first time, and wants to climb up the tower, would have to ascend to level 60 or above anyhow, Li Mingyue said, patting Lin Chi's shoulder, her pretty face displaying an old-fashioned expression of relief. But Junior, your fighting prowess, we all have witnessed it, and anyway, the Tower of the Void Realm doesn't restrict the level of entry, so I'm relieved that you're taking White Deer with you. That's another special thing about the Tower of the Void Realm. Each level is spread out with monsters of different fighting strengths, with the first level having the weakest monsters, and the higher up you go, the stronger they get. The number of floors an awakened could break through was all up to their own strength. Lin Chi had naturally considered going over to climb the Tower of the Void Realm a long time ago, but there is another problem. He looked at Shin Bailu beside him. Do you have any Void Realm vouchers in your hand? The Tower of the Void Realm wasn't something you could enter just because you wanted to. You had to have credentials. Shin Baidir shook the ring he wore on his slender fingers. I prepared more than 60. I don't know if it's enough. Her words had just fallen. Raider Shao? Li Mingyue then slightly widened her eyes and looked at Shin Bailu with a meaningful expression. How many floors are you guys planning on doing this? The Tower of the Void Realm. Consuming one voucher for every 10 floors. These 60 or so, even if they were divided between two hands and used together, would be perfectly adequate. Moreover, the value of the Void Realm voucher could not be low. Immediately, Li Mingyue looked at Lin Chi with some uneasiness. You guys still need to measure your strength. Many of these bosses have skills that restrict teleportation. If you feel overwhelmed, leave immediately. There were not a few awakened who had died in the Tower of the Void Realm. After the three of them had discussed the matter, Lin Chi arrived at a teleportation array at the guild's premises with Shun Baidir. As strong as the Earthly King's Guild, it was naturally possible to set up a teleportation array to the Tower of the Void Realm. Swish! The light of the teleportation array flashed by. As Lin Chi stepped out from it, he caught a glimpse of a tall tower towering in front of him. The tower went straight up into the sky, and you couldn't see the end of it at all. Even in the clouds, all that could be seen were the shadows of the towers dropping down. It's spectacular. It's just like the Tower of the Void Realm described in our textbook. Lin Chi looked at Shun Bailu with a smile. Granted, the Tower of the Void Realm has only been discovered in recent years by the awakened on the front lines, but the reputation of the place, however, has been great. Shin Bailu also looked out at the Tower of the Void Realm in front of him, his eyes floating. It was only after a long time that he withdrew his gaze and asked Lin Chi, have you thought about what virtual nickname you want to take in the tower? Once you enter the Tower of the Void Realm, you will be able to see your ranking in the tower, but the vast majority of awakened people, obviously, don't exclusively leave their real names. Of course, Lin Chi grinned. The two soon arrived in front of the entrance to the Tower of the Void Realm. Many awakened people could also be seen in the surrounding area one after another, either in groups or alone, entering them. In fact, all around the Tower of the Void Realm, it had grown into a not-so-small town. Many awakened ones simply set up stalls on both sides of the road, selling props and equipment. Dude, vouchers to FAP? I also have a bunch of practical props here that can specifically target the bosses in the Tower of the Void Realm. Not far away, there were already awakened people waving at Lin Chi. It seemed to have noticed that both Lin Chi and Shin Bailu didn't look very old, and intended to take advantage of the opportunity to sell some props. Lin Chi turned his head to look, and immediately raised his eyebrows slightly. The awakened who was still smiling and coming over, however, had a footstep. It's you, boy. It's you? That awakened shrank his neck and squeezed out a smile worse than tears towards Lin Chi. The two had previously met outside the Summer City Lord's mansion. At that time, it was this chubby awakened who wanted to pit Lin Chi against him, and as a result, Lin Chi turned around and reported him to Chu Qingyu. Released? Lin Chi said with a smile. Yes, it was well remodeled inside, and City Lord Xia was magnanimous enough to release it for me. So how come you're doing your old job again? Little fat man, a burst of speech. A long time, only helplessly said, this time, my hands are really quite a lot of virtual world vouchers and props. Last time there was also a real doorway to connect new awakened people to nice guilds. Alright, an awakened with a good head for business. Lin Chi didn't bother with him and waved his hand, leading Shin Bailu directly into the Tower of the Void Realm. Just as he took a step inside, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, presenting a scene of a small altar. There were illusory runes coalescing into a phalanx, dropping down from top to bottom. Welcome to the Tower of the Void. Please fill in your virtual world nickname. A message then surfaced in front of Lin Chi. Lin Chi had been prepared for this for a long time and quickly filled it out. Fill in the blanks. You will enter the first level. As this message surfaced, a spell formation that dangled above the altar spread down, turning into a light of teleportation. It enveloped Lin Chi's entire body. The light dissipated. Shin Baidir took a step out from the spell formation and immediately noticed Lin Chi, who had been waiting here for a long time. After glancing at Lin Chi's nickname, Shin Bailu's little face instantly became odd for a few moments. Someone better than you. She was a bit speechless as she pronounced Lin Chi's nickname. It's me. Lin Chi instead bared his teeth and nodded as he looked at the nickname on top of Shin Bailu's head. When the forest is deep. Seeing deer when the forest is deep. Not bad, not bad, he praised. Another look at the team info. Shen White Deer, rank, 33. It had to be said that Shin Bailu's upgrading speed was already fast as well. By all rights, the new awakened in the same session should all still be below level 30. Shin Bailu blushed slightly and didn't say anything more. The two didn't linger too long as they walked forward along the passage. Soon the view suddenly opened up. In the square in front of them, a tiger was clearly being coiled up. Flaming Tiger King. Number of floors, 1. Almost within the first moment Lin Chi and Shin Bailu entered this place, the Flaming Tiger King climbed up. The bloody mouth opened to deliver a roar to the two. And after that, nothing happened. You can enter the second level after killing the Flaming Tiger King. Rankings updated. It was just a monster from the first floor, and there was no leveling, but it still popped out a normal quality top equipment. Lin Chi picked up the equipment and looked at it. Normal equipment of level 20. Breakdown directly into materials. With this kind of equipment, it wasn't cost-effective to use it for sacrificing, so it was better to just use the blacksmith's decomposition skill to transform it into basic materials. Let's go. Go up to the 5th floor first and see how many rewards we can collect in the first wave. Lin Chi gave another reminder to Shun by Deer behind him. In the Tower of the Void Realm, you will encounter a boss every 5 floors. As long as you destroy them, you will be able to collect 1 experience and ranking bonus. Only. Lin Chi looked at the leaderboard. After 10,000 th place, someone better than you. The leaderboard only showed 10,000 people, and he couldn't even get in now. Start climbing the tower. The two Lin Chi went forward together, at least within the leaning tiers. Lin Chi didn't think there was any monster that could resist one of his hammers. Chapter 112 Climbing the Tower. That mysterious teenager. Current number of floors, 5. Settlement completed. You gain experience plus 10,000. For the first time you pass the level, you gain plus 10 free attribute points. And free attribute points? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. It was something that he hadn't seen in quite a while, and he really didn't care. It wasn't as much as the attribute points he usually gave for forging a piece of equipment. Of course, that's only the reward given after clearing the 5th level. The higher the tier, the more rewards given will naturally increase. Let's hit the leaderboards first? Lin Chi looked at Shin Bai Deer beside him. Shin Bai Deer nodded. As she had expected, climbing the tower with Lin Chi, they wouldn't encounter any obstacles at all, at least for a short period of time. The time spent in the middle is just the time it takes to climb the tower. As for monsters, in front of Lin Chi, it is completely equivalent to non-existence. The information I've learned so far is that the awakened who are ranked over 9,900 are probably hitting around the 150th floor. Shun Bailu added. Since she had chosen to come to the Tower of the Void Realm to practice, she had naturally done some research a long time ago. Actually, in the Tower of the Void Realm, for every 5 floors you climb, the level and strength of the monsters will increase by a certain amount. Even the awakened who ranked after 9,900 were already level 70 or 80. Moreover, it should still be one of the more powerful professions in the 70s and 80s. More than 150 layers, Rinchi said, holding his chin. He wasn't sure how much settlement experience this would probably garner. The Tower of the Void Realm was not supposed to be the first choice for awakened to practice. Of course, the experience settlement rewards are significantly increased after a certain number of tiers are reached. According to Lin Chi's prediction, it shouldn't be a problem for him to raise 2 or 3 levels. The two had already climbed 2 more floors as they spoke. As for the monsters in the tower, in front of Lin Chi, it wouldn't appear for much time at all. Mages Association. Gu Henian sat in front of the table case, looking over the information in his hands, and beside him, Shin Baojun also frowned and kept sizing it up. Elder Gu, from the news we've received so far, we haven't discovered that there are any changes in the other abyss. Shin Brejan sighed lightly. Perhaps, the Abyssal Lords who previously won the Abyssal Territory battle came from the unexplored Abyssal region. The abyss that they had originally gone to crusade against could not just be because there was some Lord-level boss in it. What was more concerning was actually the movements of the other Abyssal creatures in that territory. According to the intelligence, the original lord of that Abyssal territory was the Fallen Knight, Gu He Side Young. This was originally in the outside world. There was a possibility that it was an occupation to serve the gods. However, after the fall into the abyss, they began to worship a certain unknowable being. I fear that one territorial battle will involve that unknowable being. This is their primary concern at the moment. For an abyssal lord to take the initiative to worship a certain existence was something that was extremely out of the ordinary. It's just a shame. Before they had a chance to investigate, that territory was defeated in a territorial battle. I've already sent out a notice for all the other associations to pay more attention to the abyss. Shin Breejan added, this kind of territorial war shouldn't be a coincidence, so maybe we'll be able to observe the situation afterward. The abyss that they had explored earlier could have been present in the outside world for not too many short worlds. It was originally quite peaceful, and the act of worshipping a certain being has only emerged in recent years. General, the lords in the abyss, too, would rarely initiate a territorial war. It'll have to do. Gu Crane let out a young sigh. Collecting these thoughts, he asked Shin Baojun again, you and Shaoli and the others still haven't gotten any more news about that awakened person who can summon abyssal creatures? In response, Shin Baojun could only helplessly shake his head. The news of that awakened man has gone stone cold. He also couldn't deduce which guild had such an awakened person in it. The guilds at the top of the leaderboards have all given us replies, and it's only the Earthly King's Guild and the guilds at the back that have nerfs this time around, Shin Baojun said. But their newly recruited teenagers are all just newbie awakened ones. As for the teenager he had seen in the abyss earlier, it must not be possible for him to be a newbie awakened, using a sledgehammer as a weapon. Gu Henian pondered a little and said, follow this direction to look for it in the future. If he doesn't want to appear in our field of vision, we shouldn't be able to find him. The words just fell. Gu Henian then noticed a message alert flashing in front of him. He skimmed the information, but his face froze slightly. Gu Lao? Seeing this, Shin Breejan instantly looked puzzled, but Gu Henian fell into a moment of silence. After a long time, he slowly extended 2 fingers to Shin Baojun with a complicated face. I just got 2 messages. 4-1. It's that teenager we were just talking about, who has appeared in the City of Questions, and he's received a quest reward. This. At those words, Shin Baojun couldn't help but be slightly stunned. And really go for the mission reward? Then this means that, perhaps, that awakened person is not from the Soul Hunters Guild. Immediately after, he then heard Gu Henian's words ring out again. Secondly, the fish we were waiting to hook in the abyss have all died in the abyss. What? Shin Breejan's eyes glared. The awakened people sent by the Soul Hunters Guild to attack them all died in the abyss. This meant that the others had been wiped out before those people struck out to attack them. Who could have done this? Just as this doubt rose in Shin Breejan's mind, it was as if he realized something. He turned his head to look at Gu Henian, but he met Gu Henian's gaze squarely. The old man suspects that it was the awakened person we met who did this. Either that, or it's the other lord of the territorial war, but that's just too unlikely. In the previous abyss, there were only a few of them in total. Anymore, the people of the Soul Hunter Guild were not so much as to encounter a lord of a party of abyssal territories. After excluding the factor of the abyssal creatures, there was only that awakened who could summon the abyssal creatures left. After thinking for a long time, Gu Henian only waved his hand again and said, keep an eye out for information on that awakened person in the future, but don't openly search for them, lest you cause any misunderstandings. Current number of floors, 75. Settlement completed. You gain experience plus 320, 000. For the first time you pass the level, you gain plus 10 free attribute points. Level plus 1. You've earned the word Iron Ambition, purple. Having only climbed about halfway through the plan, a glow of vitality blossomed around Lin Chi. 42 degrees up. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. Projecting on the current trend, when you actually get yourself ranked into the rankings, then maybe it will be able to go up 2 more levels. Lin Chi powered up. Chapter 113, 3 consecutive levels. The rewards are generous. Lin Chi, it's almost 100 floors. Shin Bailu walked while rushing at Lin Chi. According to past data, an awakened who can normally break through to the 100th floor must be at least a level 70 awakened or above. Actually, above the 100th floor, the general level of awakened people was actually around 80. Either that or they are all extremely powerful professions as well as awakened people with a decent chance. If you're a man, go up 100 floors. Lin Chi snickered in response. Along the way, the speed at which they climbed the tower was always maintained as it was, and they didn't have to exert any effort at all, and the experience bar, below, was accumulating. As the number of tiers increases, the reward for settling experience every 5 tiers is also increasing accordingly. On the contrary, it was Shin Bailu beside him, who had already risen 2 levels in a row, reaching level 35. Finally, on climbing to the 140th floor, an upgraded light once again bloomed on Lin Chi's body. Level plus 1. You gain the word tough resistance, blue. It's a pity that the low number of tiers of the Tower of the Void Realm, there's not much need for more brushes, or else if you practice leveling here, the speed simply shouldn't be too fast. Lin Chi was a bit emotional. The Tower of the Void Realm is a sort of proving ground for awakened who are weak in combat, but for him, He was able to gain experience on a fixed basis just by walking around. But the problem is that instead of spending Void Realm credentials on the lower counts, it's better to just climb on the higher counts. And as you level up, the fixed amount of experience gained will only seem more and more inadequate. When the two Lin Shi arrived at the 155th floor, Lin Shi finally saw his nickname on the leaderboard. No, 9982, someone better than you. No, 9983, Lin Shincher. The two of us are currently ranked as sort of leaderboard goalkeepers. Lin Shi gave Shin Bailu a smiling look. Shin Bailu nodded, but her small face carried a touch of complexity. She knew very well that with just her own strength, she wouldn't be able to reach such a high number of floors this time when she climbed the tower. In the rankings of the Tower of the Void Realm, the top 10,000 were actually considered to be awakened ones with considerable strength in the world, and she knew better. With Lin Shi around, now that they had entered the rankings, they could really only be considered the beginning. The truth, too, was indeed as she expected. The tiers of the two continued to climb rapidly. The 175th floor, the 200th floor, 225th floor, and the rankings of the two were rising rapidly. Gradual. Rao Shin Bailu also realized a wave of wrongness. She looked at Lin Shi with a stunned expression, her eyes all filled with complexity. Lin Shi, just how strong are you? The monsters in the previous layers were indeed not too strong. According to Shin Bailu's past understanding of Lin Shi, whenever he encountered a monster, he would just kill it in one move, which was not really a problem. But the point is, the layers are now up to over 200. She had all but followed it up another level. Along with that, the rankings of the two had risen to over 5,000 places. The boss in the tower, too, still fought a single shot and was killed by Lin Shi in seconds. Is that right? Maybe the monsters in the Tower of the Void Realm are easier to kill. Lin Shi responded. He really did feel that way. Even the bosses here, compared to the outside world, also possessed the same characteristic of having their blood quantities lowered to turn the stage. But for the most part, bosses don't force a bloodlock when they turn the stage. As in the previous territorial battle, the Fallen Knights kind of situation was even more rare. Level +1. You gained the word locator teleportation, green. Having just climbed to 245 floors, Lin Shi rose another level to 44. The words obtained this time, however, caused Lin Shi to be a bit dismayed. Current word, location transmission, green. Effect, mark a place. Can be in any area. Teleport to the marked place. Can be used once every 3 days. Teleportation. Skill? Lin Shi looked a little odd. If you just look at it as a normal teleportation skill, this is naturally not strong. But the key is that it can be transmitted in any area. One must know that even if some space-based magicians cast a great teleportation spell, there would still be a distance limit. This thing, it's only green words? Lin Shi silently spat. One of the more useful additions to the green word is always out there. Glancing at the empty experience bar again, he took stock of the situation. At the next level, you'll be able to get new red words again. This tower climb can be considered a proper leveling exercise anyways. 3 consecutive promotions in one day. Sure, this was purely because Lin Shi's current level wasn't high and he was climbing the tower fast. And beside him, Shin Bailu silently focused on the rankings of the two. As the two moved up the tiers, their rankings came to the top 2,000. No, 1735, someone better than you. No, 1736, Lin Shincher. With your current ranking, any guild should not be able to reject you. Shin Baidir all let out a sigh of relief, including the top 3 guilds on the leaderboards. They would likewise open their doors to Lin Shi. What's more, Lin Shi's current level was only 44. Try and see if you can rise to level 45. Lin Shi grinned. The harvest in the Tower of the Void Realm was indeed higher than he had expected. And these nearly 300 floors climbed all the way up. And in his ring, he had already accumulated a bunch of equipment. As the number of tiers rises, the quality of the equipment obtained from each kill has gradually improved. There should still be some equipment left to be able to gather the last component of the legendary set. Lin Shi pondered. He also wanted to see what kind of effect the 3 sacred weapon components of the legendary set would have when they were gathered together. 2 weak humans, how dare they set foot in the Tower of the Void Realm? Ahead, the resounding words had not even fallen. Bang! A nearly solidified sledgehammer shadow then flew directly over. What is there to say about one move in a second? You have killed the Bloody Hand Demon and can enter the 341st floor. Rankings updated. Just as he was about to continue climbing upwards, Shin Bailu was in a bit of a bind. Lin Shi, our Void Realm vouchers are not enough. This time when she climbed the Tower of the Void Realm, she had still underestimated Lin Shi's strength. Although a full 60 or so Void Realm vouchers had been prepared, they had all been used up. It was reasonable to say that in normal times, even the top awakened would have to save up for a while if they wanted to obtain Void Realm vouchers. The price of these Void Realm vouchers is actually quite high. Fine. Lin Chi shrugged and quickly gathered his thoughts. Then change it and I'll try to get another level. Let's get the next level of red words first. In addition, it was necessary to level up to 50 as soon as possible so that he could enter his own profession's replica. It's there that the other skills that follow on from the blacksmithing profession are available. At the current stage, Lin Chi's efficiency in forging equipment was still too low, which very much affected the upper limit of his sacrifices. Current number of floors, 340. Settlement completed. You gain experience plus 700,000. You've earned the title, Miracle Climber. For the first time you pass the level, you gain plus 20 free attribute points. You get the ranking reward, the Certificate of Honor. The rewards for reaching the current tier have also been significantly increased. Chapter 114, Intelligence on the Discovery of a New Area. Beast Tide. Hashtag 926, someone better than you. No. 927, Lin Shinshir. No wonder there's a ranking reward. This is into the 1000th place. With hindsight, Lin Chi took out his newly acquired Certificate of Glory. This is another extra trinket that adds to the damage dealt to monsters, making it a fairly useful piece of equipment. But what he cared more about was that it was legendary quality and could be taken to be sacrificed. Shin Bailu glanced slyly at Lin Chi. There's already a ranking bonus when our ranking enters the leaderboard. She was a little helpless, but more than that, she was shocked. This climb of the tower was not considered any challenge at all in front of Lin Chi. Can be ranked in the top 1? 000. This was on the verge of touching the level of a top awakened person. Moreover, many people in the world would have an interest in the ranking situation of the Tower of the Void Realm. Entering the top 1000 was equivalent to entering the field of vision of many high-level awakened people. Good harvest. Lin Chi grinned. The two soon left the Tower of the Void Realm. The next time you climb the tower, you can still start on the 340th floor. The two had just stepped out of the Tower of the Void Realm when a bunch of message alerts appeared in front of them at the same time. Guild Channel. Lu Bu. The nest of the beast is about to take shape, and it is expected that many parts of the frontier city will be affected. Members who are ready to go can come and gather at the residency afterward to prepare for their trip to the Xiangnu Pass Township. The remaining members, at their discretion, may travel to other cities to deal with the beast wave. Zhao Hong, what's going on? How come there's suddenly a wave of beasts on the front line? Zhou Yong, same question. Lu Bu, based on currently known intelligence, perhaps, we'll be able to discover new areas again, perhaps encountering previously unknown presences. This is information just released by the Assassin's Guild. Only just seeing this, Lin Chi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Going to discover a new area? This can definitely be a big enough event to affect the whole world. The previous awakening explored the new area, so the awakening began to approach the elves and dwarves. These races one after another. Various civilizations, too, have intersected with each other in their explorations. In addition, this seems to affect some sort of underlying logic of the world. For example, after the discovery of the elves, among the human awakened, there are more hidden professions such as elven archers and elven mages, and some awakened people can also travel to the elf clan territories for transfer after obtaining the transfer props. Together with the various props and equipment of the elves, it directly affects every aspect of the world. For some reason, Lin Chi's mind gained the Sword Saint White Star, as well as the Dharma Saint that he had previously seen around Moonrise City. These two, no doubt, are from unexplored areas. They, on the other hand, have discovered the area where the current awakened one is, but the awakened one has yet to discover where they are. I'm afraid that it will bring about a considerable shock to the current world. Shin Bailu sighed softly. Lin Chi nodded. Yet again, he suddenly noticed that a message had likewise appeared in the status bar on his personal panel. Shadow of the Earth's markings change. Earthly specters. Lin Chi's eyes narrowed slightly as the giant python silhouette that was condensed by the grayish-white mist appeared in his mind. That Dharma Saint old man had said that once he was marked by the Dusty Phantom, he would be hunted down by the Dusty Phantom's main body. But until now, Lin Chi, not to mention meeting the Dusty Phantom's original body, even this kind of unusual movement now was the first time it had ever occurred. It's good to mark dissimilarities. The corner of Lin Chi's mouth lifted slightly. He also wanted to see what the strength of this thing's original body was. I shun it? Lin Chi could wait for this thing to come over and deliver equipment and experience. Let's put the beast tide thing on hold for now. The top awakened in this world had been exploring all areas of the front line. And how could there still be scouts as well as assassins and other professions? Enough to find traces of the beast tide before it took shape. It was estimated that when the beast tide was fully formed, and then rushed to the frontline area, it would be another while. Unfortunately, the level of the abyssal increase in the celestial calamity territory is too low. Lin Chi skimmed his lips. Otherwise, if he directly released all the abyssal creatures in his territory, how could that not be considered a wave of beasts? Pick a copy and let's go practice. Lin Chi looked at Shun Bailu again. But that's when, Shen Baidir had already taken out a scroll from his ring and handed it to Lin Chi. This is a copy of one of my family's holdings, and it was originally my alternative as well, so now we're ready to go. Scroll of the Wind and Sand Valley replica. Description: after activation, you can teleport to Wind and Sand Valley. Copy. After receiving the scroll and glancing at it, Lin Chi's eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. Is this the gold of mastering a copy? Even the step of going to the entrance of the replica specifically is omitted. Just use the scroll to enter directly. Seemingly noticing Lin Chi's eyes, Shin Bailu looked a little less than pleased. This copy is a bit special. It can only be brushed once, but the settlement experience is very generous. She introduced herself again. Lin Chi nodded and sighed in his heart. In the end, she was a little rich. The two of them only had a brief discussion before they activated their teleportation scrolls together and entered the Wind Sand Valley. Looking around, the sky was filled with wind and sand. In the wind and sand, you can even see some monsters lurking in the sand and dust. But these, to Lin Chi, were naturally not much of a threat. The abyssal domain activates and spreads in all directions. Since it was a copy leveling, it was natural to be fast. Lin Chi simply summoned even the bone dragon along with him, turning his hand and adding a level 9 increase to it. This scene can be seen. Shen Bailu, however, couldn't help but widen his eyes all of a sudden. Bone dragons? She was all a bit dazed, slowly turning her little head to look at Lin Chi. All along, she hadn't had the heart to explore Lin Chi's secrets, but Lin Chi's performance was really something that she couldn't even help but be surprised by. According to her judgment, the current Lin Chi, I'm afraid that he had truly reached the level of a top awakened person. By the way, how many levels do you have to be to enter your family's copy of the blacksmith profession? Lin Chi asked Shin Bailu another question while brushing his copy. It wasn't a day or two since he had been thinking about Shin Baidir's family's copy of the blacksmith profession. The lowest one is level 50, Shin Bailu replied. Sure enough, a copy of the blacksmith profession would have to be level 50. Lin Chi skimmed his lips and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. When I turn around and finish brushing the blacksmith's copy of the Kings of the Earth, I'll take another trip to Shin Baidir's. The monsters in the Wind Sand Valley copy were all around level 45, which was even easier in front of Lin Chi than the monsters in the Tower of the Void Realm. In only a short amount of time, Lin Chi cleared the copy, and even popped out a legendary quality equipment in the process. Copy settlement completed, and when the copy settled, Lin Chi finally received the long-awaited prompt. Level +1. You gained the phrase everything is a soldier, read. 45 levels, new red words. Chapter 115, new word, abyssal lore aura. Current word, everything is a soldier, read. Effects, convert any single item or skill within the range of its own touch or skill into a temporary weapon that lasts for one attack or effect, and the weapon inherits all the attributes of the item or skill. Converting makeshift weapons? Lin Chi smacked the description of the effect of the everything is a soldier phrase. Weapons whose transformations only lasted for one attack or effect naturally could not be considered forged, nor could they be used for sacrifice. However, Lin Chi still deeply felt the powerful effect of this phrase. The tip of his foot kicked lightly on the ground, and a stone flew up with it. As Lin Chi's mind moved, the stone suddenly transformed into a stone sword. Stone sword, temporary, effect, strength +2, 5. 2.5 kilograms of stone translates into a stone sword that adds 2.5 strength. Grabbing the stone sword with his hand, he chopped it out forward and turned it into pieces. And that, just the most basic roll. Skills such as Lin Chi's abyssal domain skill could directly cover an area. Then, all the land in this area would be able to be transformed into weapons by him in a matter of moments. Even more interesting, Lin Chi turned to look at Shin Bailu by his side and smiled faintly. At this point, Shin Bailu was also looking at Lin Chi's actions in astonishment. Her eyes filled with a strange look. What skill is this? With her knowledge of the blacksmith profession, it seemed that there was no such similar skill. Of course, if it was a high-level blacksmith, or a god-level blacksmith, they would naturally all have their own special features. While she was baffled and confused, she heard Lin Chi's voice ring out again. Try randomly releasing a skill at me. Ha! Although Shan Baidir was puzzled, he still tried to raise the staff in his hand. A light quickly coalesced and wagged its long tail, releasing it towards Lin Chi. The most common skill of the arcane mage profession. Arcane missile. She knew that with Lin Chi's power, he wouldn't be harmed at all, but the mind was still filled with doubt. But immediately after, she then noticed that Lin Chi was just poking his hand forward. But the moment the arcane missile touched Lin Chi, the light suddenly coalesced, and it actually transformed into a staff condensed from light in Lin Chi's hands. Arcane missile staff, temporary, effect, unleashes an arcane missile, dealing 1,370 attack points of damage to the enemy. Lin Chi glanced at the effect of the staff in his hand and judged that this was the damage that Shin Baidir was able to inflict by releasing an arcane missile. Of course, arcane missile is actually a continuous skill. As long as Shin Bailu wants to, he can directly release dozens to hundreds of them one after another. But even so, directly converting the opponent's skill into a temporary weapon was undoubtedly already extremely overbearing. Especially in the face of a single skill, it is bound to be able to play an unexpected role. Wait! Suddenly, another thought sprang up in Lin Chi's mind. He had a word effect that was supposed to stack indefinitely, and some of the word effects work in conjunction with each other to create additional effects, such as the Molten Fire Core and Creation and Sacrifice phrases, or the Mana Unlimited and Yesterday Revisited phrases. Earlier, he had also obtained a Clear and Turbid phrase that was capable of combining skills. In other words, he was perfectly capable of combining this arcane missile with other skills. Strong. In response, Lin Chi only had this one comment in his mind. Having done these experiments, only then did Lin Chi blink again at Shin Bailu, whose little face was filled with a look of astonishment. White dear, lend me a city return scroll. I'm going back to Summer City. The equipment and materials he had collected from this tower climb and leveling were more than enough. When we get back to Summer City, we'll do another wave of forging. Then the long-awaited legendary set, we'll be able to collect a complete set. Shin Baidir nodded and took out a Summer City's return scroll, handing it to Lin Chi. Good, then I'll go back to the house too. She was also very concerned about the information about the beast tide that was posted in the guild channel earlier, and it was necessary for her to go home and discuss it. The two separated, and Lin Chi directly crushed the scroll and teleported to Summer City. Back home, Lin Chi was not in a hurry to immediately start forging and sacrificing. Instead, he mobilized the Locate Teleportation phrase and marked the coordinates of the teleportation. In the home forge, easy to get home afterwards. Actually teleporting back to the territory is likewise considered a teleportation skill. Only, there's still some difference between a territory's teleportation, where the marker is positioned at the location of the last teleportation. Only then did he come to the forging table, took out the previous loot, and immediately began forging and sacrificing it. Giggle. Only not much longer. Then a blazing light blossomed from the forging room. You have successfully forged legendary Abyssal Disease, Holy, X1. Gained agility plus 4,200, spirit plus 800, and gained the skill, Gift of the Abyss. The three parts of the legendary set are thus assembled. Lin Chi exhaled softly. In this way, after wearing the legendary set, the number of targets he was able to perform a level 8 abyssal increase became 6. Sure, what he valued most was still the set effect of the legendary set. Abyssal Legends set, 3/3 provides level 9 abyssal increase to one friendly target. Abyssal Legends Aura, passive, provides level 7 abyssal increase to all targets within a 30-meter diameter area centered on itself. Aura effect? Lin Chi immediately brightened up. Wasn't this the multi-target increase effect he had been waiting for? An area of 30 meters in diameter. Lin Chi estimated. Forget how to calculate the area of a circle. In the 2.5 years of Natsujo High School, the net result was that singing, skill chanting, jumping, walking and dodging, and rapping, skill combos, were taught. So much so that he had forgotten this aspect of his knowledge. But, counting the mostly massive size of the abyssal creatures, it shouldn't be a problem to put 10 or so abyssal creatures in an area 30 meters in diameter. Plus I'm able to make 8th and 9th level increases to my targets. Sheesh, Lin Chi couldn't even help but be staggered. One step closer to realizing the goal of a large wave of abyssal creature beasts. As for the remaining equipment and materials, Lin Chi did not use them for the Abyssal Lord set. Not having collected the Lord set yet, it's unclear what the exact effect of the set will be. Wait until afterward. First, take these materials and equipment and sacrifice them to the Profound Ruin Sledgehammer together. After some primping, Lin Chi looked at the forge again. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that there was a little more starry light on the forge. This thing, it can't really have some kind of effect after it's molded, can it? Lin Chi mused. There were instead some forging tables in this world that had some sort of gainful attribute in and of themselves. Those, however, are undoubtedly extremely high-priced for the blacksmithing profession. It wasn't that Lin Chi couldn't spare the money, but he inexplicably had a feeling. The forging table in front of him would sooner or later undergo a qualitative change after he had sacrificed and forged so many equipment. Wait, I'll go find you more equipment and materials to feed you. Lin Chi reached out his hand and gently tapped the forging table. Chapter 116, Mistakenly Entering the Elf Clan's Territory. Residents of the Guild of the Kings of the Earth. The first thing Lin Chi did after arriving here was to come in a wave of teleportation in the Celestial Calamity territory. Sort of a simple teleportation marking of the guild's premises. Wait to turn around and exchange some resident teleportation scrolls. Lin Chi calculated. Otherwise you always have to cross multiple cities to teleport back to the compound. Sweeping around, the number of awakened in the compound nowadays had been reduced by a lot with the naked eye. Obviously, the previous news of the impending beast tide had mobilized the entirety of the Earthly Kings Guild. It's possible to discover new areas. Lin Shi came back to a teleportation array in the compound. Originally, he had planned to wander around the interior of the other abyss after doing some time of practicing. Find as much abyssal territory as you can, and give the natural disaster residency a good expansion. But now, with the beast tide coming, it was a good opportunity for Lin Shi to practice. Maybe, experiencing this wave of beasts will be able to raise me to level 50. The so-called beast tide would naturally have countless monsters coalescing into groups and impacting the area where the awakened were all together. Moreover, I don't know if it was because of the game's invasion, but generally the monsters in unexplored areas could rarely be seen leveled up. It's also like the same situation as abyssal descent in a way. Swish, the light of the teleportation array blossomed, and when Lin Shi stepped out again, he had arrived in a majestic pass. What attracted the most attention was undoubtedly the tall walls of this majestic pass, which stretched for hundreds of meters, and on top of the walls, there were even complicated runes engraved everywhere. Majestic Pass. Here, it was already considered the true front line of the current area that the Awakened had explored, and when the real Beast Tide came, this pass would undoubtedly become a battlefield between the Awakened and the Beast Tide on one side. After opening the guild channel and looking at it, Lin Shi already knew that most of the members of the Kings of the Earth had already walked out of the Xiongnu Pass and entered the frontline region to explore. In such unexplored areas, the probability of awakened ones finding powerful props and equipment is extremely high. So, the vast majority of the top awakened, too, would be active in the front range all year round. Lin Shi also didn't stay in the Xiongnu Pass. He directly walked out of the city gates, summoned the Bone Dragon, and headed deeper into the outside world. It's so clean. Looking at the scene outside the majestic pass, Lin Shi pulled the corner of his mouth. Originally, he had thought that the Xiongnu Pass would be filled with a large number of powerful monsters, and high-level awakened people will fight monsters here. But what actually happened was very different from what he had expected. The surrounding area is full of green mountains and green water. Even the misty area is not seen. Occasionally there will be some lower-level monsters active in a certain area. The Bone Dragon would directly turn into Lin Shi's experience with a mouthful of dragon breath spewed out in midair. The awakened on the front lines are diligent after all. Lin Shi smashed his mouth, somewhat speechless. Obviously, he basically didn't expect to see any other powerful monsters in the area closer to the Xiongnu Pass. The high-level awakened who were usually active in this area had long ago cleared this place over and over again, solely picked a direction and went straight ahead all the way. Exploring deeper and deeper outside of the Xiongnu Pass, one could always find some areas suitable for leveling. Finally, after flying on the Bone Dragon for distance after distance, Lin Shi finally saw some areas where monsters were gathering. Likewise, he saw many of the figures that moved through the area. Is this the elf? Lin Shi was slightly stunned. Looking around, a significant portion of the figures that could be seen ahead of them were elves. Speaking of which, the area where the elves are located is also outside the Xiongnu Pass. Thinking of this, Lin Shi couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. He couldn't have accidentally come to the territory of the elves, could he? Solely, he directly rode the Bone Dragon and landed in an area in front of him. He had noticed long ago that the monsters that were active in this area were not of a high level. It's generally around level 60. It also happened to be a suitable area for him to practice. Look, is that the Bone Dragon? In this area, there were soon some elves who noticed the vision in the sky, and their figures couldn't help but tense up. Monsters like bone dragons. On the contrary, there were some strong people who were able to summon them. But more than that, naturally, it was still the terrifying monsters that were active in the various areas. Especially, these elves also all noticed that the Bone Dragon was coming down towards them at speed. Phew! Scorching dragon's breath spewed out, turning large swaths of the area into scorched earth. Many of these monsters were affected by the dragon's breath and disappeared. This scene, more than anything else, made these elves certain that the Bone Dragon must be an extremely terrifying monster. However, when the Bone Dragon landed on the ground, some elves noticed that there was an awakened person leaping down from the top of the Bone Dragon's head. Is it a human, top awakened? Soon enough, there were elves who understood and were slightly more at ease. Elves and humans have long traveled together in the exploration of the world's races. Nowadays, in the territory of the elves, it was also possible to see quite a few active human awakened ones. But just as a crowd of curious elves watched, instead, they noticed that the awakened man was actually heading their way again. Human, you should be a high-level awakened, right? A female elf looked around a bit nervously, making it clear that the awakened one was casting a glance at her precisely. It was a human teenager, handsome even by elven aesthetics. Lin Shi nodded before smiling. I came to ask for directions. He has determined that he is lost outside the Xiongnu Pass. Otherwise it wouldn't be a mistake to enter the territory of the elves. Asking for directions. Haven't all the high-level awakened and elves now traveled to the front lines to scout the movements of the beast tide? The female elf asked tentatively. Soon enough, There were elves who understood and were slightly more at ease. The news of the beast tide has spread through the elves as well? Lin Shi instantly understood. Immediately, he had another thought in his mind. Since the beast tide's coming made such a big commotion, the elves, as well as the major associations of the human awakened, should have released quests with information about the beast tide's coming, right? Almost forgot to lead the mission. A mosquito's leg is no longer small. It's still meat. Around here, are there any elven cities? He inquired again to this elf. Let's go to the elven city and get a quest first. The elf nodded and pointed in one direction. Just go that way. Thanks a lot. Lin Shi gave a polite greeting and once again mounted his bone dragon, preparing to rush towards the elven city ahead. But just as he jumped onto the bone dragon, he smiled brightly at the female elf as if he had thought of something. Elves are indeed all beautiful. The female elf froze in place, a scarlet blush welling up on her delicate cheeks, widely casting the net. Likewise, has always been Lin Shi's guideline. Chapter 117, another look at the erosion of the earthly specter. The Valley of the Green Destiny. Compared to human cities, most of the territories of the elven race were different. Here is more like a dense vegetation of the valley, especially quiet, some dim place, and vaguely visible sporadic blue light. What was even more striking was the center of the valley, an extremely tall tree, with the lowest part of the canopy being hundreds of meters high. Tree of Life. Lin Shi stood on top of the bone dragon's head and looked out at the huge trees in front of him. This even in the world before he crossed over. There were many legends, mysterious and full of life. In this world, the energy of the Tree of Life can even restore the awakened person's blood in a very short period of time and bring about a fairly high increase effect. Just, gradually. Lin Shi, however, frowned slightly. The state of this Tree of Life doesn't seem right. On the crown of this Tree of Life, he distinctly saw a withered yellow. Even more so, you can faintly see that some of the leaves on the branches have already faded. What is this? Even Lin Shi felt something was wrong. The Tree of Life had always been extremely vibrant and turquoise, and the withering and glory of the trees would not be reflected in the Tree of Life at all. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Shi quickly withdrew his thoughts again. It was the elf clan that knew the state of the Tree of Life best. It's important to pick up the task. But just then, Lin Shi's panel, however, suddenly popped up a message. Shadow of the Earth's markings change. Seeing this, Lin Shi couldn't help but be stunned. This mark, once again, is dissimilar. Either that or just show up right in front of me. What's the deal with being so dissimilar all the time? Silently bellyaching, Lin Shi still thought carefully in his heart. The eyes were once again on the Tree of Life in front of them. Speaking up, the first time he met the dusty phantom, it seemed that the giant python made of grayish-white mist was precisely coiled on the roots of a tree, right? Could it be that this Tree of Life is in a similar situation? Think about that. Lin Shi immediately patted the bone dragon's horns and rode the bone dragon towards the canopy of the Tree of Life. Huffing, but as soon as they approached, in the canopy, there was a sound of wings flapping. Immediately afterward, a huge flying bird suddenly swept out from the canopy. What man? Above the back of the flying bird stood a slender figure in leather armor, also an elf. The turquoise eyes that appeared in the helmet were filled with vigilance as they stared at Lin Shi. Human, you're in the wrong area. Crisp words with a hint of coldness came out. An elfin dragon? Lin Shi looked at the huge flying bird in front of him and instantly realized that it was no flying bird. It was none other than the elf dragon that the elf clan kept. The same dragon race, but particularly skilled in a variety of different elemental spells. He had only come here to explore the situation, so there was no need to start any conflict with the elves. He was about to say something, but suddenly he heard another familiar voice coming from the canopy. Wait, Bone Dragon? Captain Changlan, he's our friend. Immediately afterward, a huge branch extended out from the tree's canopy, and out of it stepped a figure familiar to Lin Shi. It was none other than a few people from the Zun Huang Guild. Huang Xin. Such a coincidence. Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Earlier, when he encountered the dusty phantoms, he could have borrowed these very people for his mission. And here we are again. Friend? Qinglan on the elf dragon's back once again sized up Lin Shi, and only flew back into the canopy when she saw a kind smile on Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi shrugged, put away his bone dragon, leaped, and landed on the canopy of the Tree of Life. Biggie, are you here? Because of the mark of the dusty phantom? As soon as he landed, Huang Xian greeted him with gusto as if he had expected something. Sure enough, in the green underworld valley, the mutation of the Tree of Life was related to the Tree of Life. Lin Shi instantly realized this. He nodded and asked bluntly, you guys got another mission about this? In the final analysis, the mission of the Dusty Phantom was still discovered by Huang Xian and the others. Yeah, Huang Xian replied. On the side, Zhao Jinger then had already gotten in front of Lin Shi and said, Big brother, not long after we parted ways earlier, we met that old man again. and he said that he had a premonition that the earthly phantom would descend to the earthly world soon. He also asked us what we had about you and said he was going to look for you, but we couldn't reach you. When they parted earlier, Lin Chi had also obtained a few transmission scrolls from Huang Xian's several hands. This thing, however, is even harder to use than the guild channel. Moreover, when Lin Chi was in a copy or in an abyss, such communication was not possible. Guess that just happens to be the reason. He's the one you guys were talking about, the one who killed the dusty spectral shadow projection alone? At this time, the elf Qinglan also walked over and took a closer look at Lin Chi. I'm sorry I didn't know who you were before. She maintained the condescension and etiquette that was characteristic of the elven race. Lin Chi glanced at her and didn't respond to anything. Instead, he inquired to Huang Xian again. So what mission did you guys take from the Fa Shang? He only said that he was on the elven side of the territory and found some dusty phantom's aura and asked us to investigate. Huang Xian replied. Immediately, she then waved her hand at Qinglan and said, and after we arrived here, met Captain Qinglan, and took on the Tree of Life's investigative mission. The mission was automatically changed to cooperating with the elves in investigating the dusty specter's scent. That is to say, from the elves here, the same was able to pick up, with the quest about the dusty specter? And bonus, Lin Chi's heart was suddenly stirred. Beckoning to Qinglan, he said, give me a copy of the quest as well. I have the mark of the dusty phantom on me, so I might be able to find something. A mission picked up for nothing. Don't take it for nothing. The words fell. Qinglan's eyes clearly appeared to change, revealing a touch of alarm. Obviously, Huang Xian and the others hadn't told her that there was specific information about Lin Chi. Please wait a moment. I need to communicate with the Tree of Life before I can forward this task for you. Qinglan took a step back, his arms slowly spreading out as if he was making some sort of connection with his surroundings. In the meantime, the branches and leaves of the Tree of Life swayed gently, scattering bits of blue light. Get the mission, investigate the cause of the breath of the earthly specter based on the state of the Tree of Life. Do you accept? Note, this mission carries risk. Good lord. A mission tip with a risk warning? Not only did Lin Chi not have the slightest bit of fear, he instead brightened up. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Accept the mission immediately. Mandate changed. Due to the fact that you have the mark of the dusty shadow, the Tree of Life will guide you to the source of the dusty shadow's scent. So please destroy the source of the scent. Note, this quest is extremely risky. Chapter 118, Cleaning Up the Beasttide. Two birds with one stone. The risk level has been raised again. Even Lin Chi's brow was gushing out a black aura. Big brother, you have a blackened brow. Huang Xian, who had been paying attention to Lin Chi, had her small mouth slightly open, and her eyes couldn't help but blink, as if she wanted to take a closer look at the black chi at Lin Chi's brow. The Hall of the Seal is black, and I am afraid that there will be a bloodbath. Zhao Jing'er also subconsciously added a sentence. However, a few people looked at each other, and suddenly it was as if they realized something, and their faces all suddenly became grave. And then, Huang Xian took a deep breath and tentatively asked Lin Chi, Big brother, did you take on a different mission than us? In rare cases, some missions are labeled with a certain level of danger, and like Lin Chi, there were even fewer people who had black chi showing up at their eyebrows. This showed that Lin Chi was already in a very special state at the moment. Actually, Lin Chi also felt something. The status bar of the panel does have an additional alert in it as well. You are blessed by the Tree of Life, increasing your blood recovery by 100% per second for 12H. You are favored by the Tree of Life, gaining a 10% bonus to agility for 12H. You are sheltered by the Tree of Life, gaining 50% life armor for 12H. Any attack on you will be repelled by the Tree of Life for 12H. Looking at the hints in front of him, Lin Chi couldn't even help but raise an eyebrow. Another look around at the canopy of the Tree of Life. Obviously, the Tree of Life has put its money where its mouth is, too. At this point, the elf Qinglan also walked up to Lin Chi, actually changing her previous condescending attitude and respectfully performing an elf salute towards Lin Chi. In you, I sense the call of the Tree of Life. Mustn't it be the call of the Tree of Life? Lin Chi silently bellyached, because not only did he notice the information prompt on the status bar, but he also noticed that a teleportation prompt had already surfaced in front of him. Teleportation is imminent. Are you going immediately? Yes. Around Lin Chi's body, a glow emerged with him. It's good to have teleportation. It would also save him the trouble of going around looking for the source of the Dusty Specter's scent without a specific quest guide. The Dusty Specter has marked me for so long. How come it's time for the main body to descend? Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth, but he had been thinking about the Dusty Phantom for a long time as well. Another wave to Huang Xian and the others. See you later. Huang Xian's few people hadn't reacted yet and looked at the glow around Lin Chi suspiciously. Swish! In the next moment, Lin Chi's figure had already disappeared. Biggie he teleported away? For a long time, Huang Xian's few people looked at each other, still somewhat not understanding what had happened. On the contrary, the respect in Qing Lan's eyes remained intact. This is the teleportation effect of the direct descent of the Tree of Life. Tree of Life teleportation? The eyes of Huang Xian's few people had widened. As with the legends, the Tree of Life may have a will of its own, and since it was the Tree of Life's teleportation, I'm afraid it wasn't Lin Chi who went directly to the source of the dusty phantom's breath. Mission accomplished. But just then, in front of Huang Xian's several people, however, a prompt surfaced at the same time. The quest to find the scent of an earthly specter. Complete? It's not like, is going to have the big guy go straight for the dusty phantom's projection again, is it? Transmission in all its glory. Lin Chi stepped out, but after scanning around, the corners of his mouth twitched. Where is this? He had clearly arrived in the middle of a mountain range. It's obvious that this isn't a copy of anything either. It's totally in the outside world. Moreover, it's kind of like the area beyond the Xianggu Pass that Lin Chi was originally heading to. No, the Tree of Life's teleportation comes with getting lost? Lin Chi was speechless for a while. Here, he didn't see the expected dusty phantom, but soon, Lin Chi then noticed the problem. Not far away, a patch of ground gradually rises. Immediately, a not-so-thick root system suddenly emerged from the soil. The root system of the Tree of Life? Lin Chi quickly understood. In the past, it had never been heard that the Tree of Life possessed any teleportation skills. At least the current intelligence known to the Awakened has not mentioned any of this. Then it's possible that the Tree of Life teleported him to the area where the roots are at best. Just as he was thinking, Lin Chi then noticed again that a shoot was actually growing out of the root system of this plant at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then, the shoots quickly grew into the wind, transforming into small, sturdy trees nearly a person high. It looked especially similar to the Tree of Life in the Green Underworld Valley. Tree of Life, branch. Subsequently, Lin Chi then saw that this branch of the Tree of Life slowly swung up its branches, and its branches and leaves were all facing in one direction, as in showing him the way. The Tree of Life doesn't help. Lin Chi was all a bit powerless to spit. After half a day of messing around, teleporting over, the Tree of Life would at most give him a quest guide. However, now that we understand the direction, it's a good idea. Immediately, he summoned the bone dragon and leapt up. It shouldn't take too long to be able to reach the source of the earthly spectral breath. Shadow of the Earth's markings change. Fruity. Only just after flying some distance ahead, Lin Chi once again noticed the unusual movement of the markers. Dare to tag me. You're this. Lin Chi silently gave a thumbs up. I can make you run when we meet. I'm this. He slowly pointed his thumb down again. Mei is flying in the sky. Lin Chi, however, noticed from afar that further ahead, a rolling cloud of dust and smoke had clearly surfaced. The dust and smoke stretched out in sheets, above the earth, like a tidal wave, sweeping this way. Is this a beast wave? Soon, Lin Chi was able to get a clear view of the smoke and dust. It was clearly an uncountable variety of monsters. It's darting this way. Guild channel. Lubu, received notification from the Assassins Guild that a wave of beasts has taken shape in multiple observation areas. All members involved in fending off the beasts. Be safe. At the same time, a message popped up in the guild channel of the Earthly Kings. Lin Chi's mind was racing, and he already had a guess. Discovering new areas, beast tides, and dusty phantoms, as well as Mage and Sword Saint White Star. All of these, in this sudden situation, seemed to be somehow related. Thinking of this, Lin Chi's gaze went back to the raging tide of beasts in front of him, and the corner of his mouth lifted up slightly. Since a wave of beasts was found in the direction guided by the Tree of Life, does this mean that, clearing the beast tide, again, is part of the mission? That's a double whammy. He immediately leapt and flew down from the head of the bone dragon. Behind him, a blood-colored cloak suddenly unfolded, transforming into blood-colored wings, and even Lin Chi's figure was suspended in midair. Beneath his feet, it was an instant bloom of light. Abyssal Lore Aura. Chapter 119 Meat Grinder. In midair, the light rapidly converged and gradually coalesced into a pitch-black line. It was as if it formed a kind of pitch-black formation. Yet again, it fell toward the earth below at great speed. Boom! Lin Chi's body crashed to the ground, and even the earth vaguely trembled with it. Even more dust and smoke stirred up and filled all directions. Ahead, the wave of beasts was already approaching, and the gazes of countless monsters coalesced on Lin Chi almost within the first moment of approaching him, filled with bloodlust and mania. Boom! In just a moment, there were many monsters altogether swooping towards Lin Chi's direction. The tide of beasts was really like a raging and furious tide. Flying down, it was enough to drown and tear apart any living being in this way. But the next moment, giggle! The blazing firelight was violently projected from the place where the beast tide gathered and flooded. Like a spear of flame, it pierced through everything. The firelight shines in all directions. More so, it was accompanied by a sound that was far more astounding than that caused by the beast tide, violently erupting once again. the earth was shaking uncontrollably. An invisible shockwave, accompanied by monstrous flames, impacted the four directions in a very short period of time. Under this kind of shockwave, countless monsters were unexpectedly sent flying away, and their bodies, before they even hit the ground, suddenly bloomed with dense damage numbers. Combines the holy abyssal shock of the calcination skill, minus 37,820, minus 51,200, minus 18,900. The beast tide was not composed of a single type of monster. It was more like all the monsters in a certain area of monster distribution were driven by a certain force, thus coalescing into a wave of beast tide. In turn, the waves of beasts would converge on each other as the monsters ran around, thus coalescing into a greater might. As a result, most of the monsters in the beast wave also varied in strength. But the same thing. At this moment, all those destroyed monsters were turned into Lin Chi's experience. You kill the poisonous vine rat and gain experience plus 97,200. You have killed the stonecracker bee and gained plus 53,280 experience. You have killed the red sand-cold icebird and gained plus 33,700 experience. With just this one strike, Lin Chi's experience bar rose by a fraction of a second as far as the eye could see. This experience, Lin Chi couldn't help but let his eyes light up. The ripple effect of the Holy Abyss impact wasn't small, and just now one strike had wiped out at least dozens of monsters, and that, in the wave of beasts in front of them, was only a very small portion. In addition, with the effect of the wash away the lead phrase, he was able to harvest many materials in a single strike. And that's not even counting the land full of equipment that these monsters in this piece of land have exploded. A bunch of monsters were destroyed. The other monsters in the surroundings quickly came again, and in a very short period of time, they made up for the vacancies in the party. Lin Chi, on the other hand, swung the abyssal ruin sledgehammer unhurriedly. Behind him, a dark mist emerged out of thin air. Again, in a flash, the fog became thicker and spread in all directions. Immediately after, one abyssal creature after another rushed out from it, and in the first moment they rushed out, their body sizes all rapidly changed, becoming larger, and the black mist enveloping their bodies was also becoming thicker. With Lin Chi as the center, all abyssal creatures within a 15-meter radius around the area were able to obtain a level 7 abyssal increase. Beyond that, the mountain ancient beasts, abyssal guards, abyssal knights, and abyssal demon statues were all summoned. Lin Chi turned his hand to them and bestowed an abyssal blessing on them, granting an abyssal increase of level 8. As for the bone dragon, as the main output that flew sweeping through mid-air, of course it was necessary to increase it for the level 9 abyss. Rumble, only for a moment. All the monsters that approached the abyssal legendary aura at Lin Chi's feet were then all turned into forging materials. It wasn't even necessary for Lin Chi to do it himself, but just the abyssal creatures that gathered around him and gained a level 7 increase were enough to crush any monsters that pounced on them. Wait, however, Lin Chi was slightly stunned as he checked the tips on gaining experience that kept popping up on his panel. It's not right. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. A careful glance was taken toward the abyssal creature that was moving aside. Instantly realized the source of the wrong. Where's my experience? Those abyssal creatures were undoubtedly extremely strong in battle, almost turning into a meat grinder, tearing apart all the approaching monsters. But the problem is, Lin Chi didn't check to receive the experience of these abyssal creatures after destroying the monsters. Hard to say. It was only the bone dragons, mountain ancient beasts, and abyssal knights that were creatures that were able to continuously gain experience for him by virtue of their unique summoning skills. No, you abyssal creatures destroy monsters without experience? Lin Chi's face was going black. It was hard to initially form his monster army, only to be told that he couldn't gain experience when his monster army destroyed monsters? Who can top this? However, this thought had only surfaced shortly before Lin Chi realized it. The information prompts in front of them were interspersed with information about the natural disaster territory in addition to experience gain. Natural disaster territory expanded. Area +1. Natural disaster territory expanded. Population +1. This information was intertwined with the experience acquisition information, which Lin Chi had previously failed to realize at first glance. So it is. Light flowed in Lin Chi's eyes. It was true that the abyssal creatures in the celestial calamity territory did not give him experience after killing the other monsters. What can be brought about is the elevation of the natural disaster territory. Population units, as well as the size of the area, have been upgraded. So, this is also a way to boost the abyssal territory. Lin Chi lifted the corners of his mouth. He hadn't even tried summoning abyssal creatures to fight until he obtained the abyssal lore aura. The first time it was used, it was still in the misty area outside of Running Moon City, but at that time, the abyssal creatures with only one level of increase were a complete dish in front of the other monsters. Looking at the abyssal creatures that were fighting around him, and the pitch black mist that spread out with them, Lin Chi's expression all gradually became odd. Does this count as abyssal descent in a way? Of course, this is still actually a huge gap. And since these abyssal creatures were able to have another way of harvesting by killing monsters, Lin Shi didn't really care to continue letting the abyssal creatures fight. Save some for me too. Lin Shi had long since transformed into a flaming giant, and the profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand was ablaze with flames. Various skill combos are constantly released out. As for skill cooldowns, it doesn't exist. As long as the skill sets were fancy enough, there was no constraint on what cooldowns were for Lin Shi. Forging so far, there could be quite a few other skills that Lin Shi had mastered. Now that they were facing the beast tide, they could be used to their fullest extent, only not much longer. An upgraded light then bloomed on Lin Shi's body. Level +1. You gained the word Greedy Pact, gold color. Effect, after killing a monster, you can loot one of its skills, which can be replaced. Chapter 120 First Wave of Beasts. No more? Another replica skill phrase? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The Greedy Pact phrase is, in a way, somewhat similar to the yesterday revisited phrase. One more skill bar that can be looted. He swept his eyes around, and his gaze quickly landed on a monster in front of him. Berserk Sword Hedgehog, epic. It was actually extremely rare to see a boss in the midst of a beast tide. Perhaps it was due to the fact that these monsters had left their original territories and their own mechanisms were out of whack. But once in a while something comes up. Let's try the words first. The sledgehammer in Lin Shi's hand suddenly blasted out towards the front. Bang! As soon as the hammer fell, the body of this mad sword hedgehog directly burst apart, its blood bar suddenly emptying, and after, among the equipment it dropped, Lin Shi then saw an illusory ball of fire glowing with various colors of light. This looked somewhat similar to the monster essence seized by the soul-taking phrase. However, monster essence had always been just forging material for Lin Shi. He casually picked up the equipment on the ground and looked again at the illusory fireball in front of him. Skill, Rampage, can launch a dash in one direction. Maximum distance 50 m. Inflicting damage to targets it collides with along the way. Skill, Sword Spike Burst, bursts 30 sword spikes in all directions with a range of 15 m in diameter. Skill, Counter Stab, upon release. Attacks rebound 15% damage for 10s. Skills. There are 4 or 5 skills to choose from. That means that no matter what skills the monsters I kill have, I'll be able to loot them. In some cases, gold words can actually be quite effective. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. The Calamity Proclamation skill that he had previously reproduced with the yesterday's recurrence skill, he had been using it until now. Now, then, would be a good time to look at the timing and add one more well-used skill. After only a moment's thought, Lin Shi selected the Rampage skill. This skill is not really strong, but it is very interesting to unleash. Skill activation. The flames around Lin Shi's body all swept towards the back as his figure suddenly crashed towards the front, violently rushing in the middle of the beast tide. Wherever they passed, all the other monsters turned into Lin Shi's experience. As for the abyssal creatures around him, they were also moving along with the aura of abyssal lore at his feet. It's good to be able to use it in the current wave of beasts at least for a little bit. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. It's not too late to make a replacement when you come across a skill that works better later. The 9th level increased Bone Dragon was constantly spitting out dragon breath in the sky. And with the 6 powerful monsters with 8th level increases, it was completely possible to be a force in the midst of the beast tide. In addition, the area where Lin Shi was located was such that no other monsters could be seen approaching from all around. Without spending too much time, the original wave of beasts was quickly cleared by Lin Shi. Bang! When the last monster was finished off by Lin Shi with a hammer on Lin Shi's body, an upgraded light then bloomed once again. Additionally, he noticed that a message quickly popped up on the panel. Successfully survived a wave of beasts. Settlement complete. You have obtained the equipment Beast Wrist Guard, Legendary, ×1. You get the equipment 10,000 Beasts Belt, Legend, ×1. You have obtained the equipment Beast Legs, Legendary, ×1. You get Props Beast Tide Scroll ×1. You get a Treasure Map ×1. Level +1. You have acquired the word Sky Elemental, Purple. Surviving a wave of beasts and a settlement reward? Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Immediately, he looked at the 3 pieces of legendary equipment. Beast Wrist Guard, Legendary. Category, Wrist Guard. Equipment requirements, Lin Shi. Effect, Strength +600. Constitution +600. Special effect, All Beasts Shield, active. Opens a shield that devours all flying objects for 5 seconds. All beasts set, 1//6 increase the set parts. Can get the equipment attribute, effect enhancement. Description, a powerful piece of equipment wrapped in a tidal wave of beasts, of unknown origin, with a powerful deterrent effect on monsters. 3 outfits, all sets? Lin Shi bristled. The only things he could equip at the moment were his wrist guards and belt. The beast's legs overlapped with his legendary set and couldn't be equipped at the same time. Another look at the set effects. All beast set, 2/6 increase damage to monsters by 5%. There is some lift, but not much. If he was able to gather the remaining parts later, he could see the effect and decide whether to refine it into a holy weapon or just use it as a sacrificial consumable. The other scroll, on the other hand, is capable of briefly summoning a small wave of monsters to help one in battle. For Lin Chi, it wasn't of much use, so he would turn around and collect a wave and put it on the guild channel to trade it off. As for the treasure map, Lin Chi only glanced at it and put it away. He didn't have time to go treasure hunting just yet. The newly acquired phrase, on the other hand, was able to increase jump height as well as flight speed, which was quite practical for Lin Chi. After tidying these up, Lin Chi looked at his experience bar again, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. No, 50 experience short of an upgrade? Miscalculated experience. However, if he had let one less of the abyssal creatures around him be killed in the beast tide of the party, he would have been able to rise to level 48 by now. Of course, this small problem was completely insignificant before the gain of expanding another 30 or so population units in the natural disaster territory. It's still going to be a tidal wave of beasts. One wave makes a lot of money. Lin Chi lifted the corner of his mouth and continued to set off forward. The search for the source of the earthly phantom scent should not result in repeated encounters with the beasts. The Green Ghost Valley Defense. A crowd of awakened people and elves had long been gathered here. Huang Xian and the others also came here. The previous task of seeking the scent of the dusty phantom had been completed after they met Lin Chi. Solely in conjunction with the elves in the valley of the green underworld, he came to this side of the defense line to hold down the fort. The news of the possibility of discovering a new area had already spread throughout the major guilds, and with that in mind, the tide of beasts, likewise, will hit the elves' territory. Huang Xian glanced at her panel, but her eyebrows gradually tightened. Walking over to Elf Qinglan again, he tried, Captain Qinglan, I've already received news from the other awakened guilds, and they've already started to engage the beast tide one after another. But on our side, we haven't found the condition of the beast tide coming. Could it be that the beast tide has changed the direction of attack? This is clearly not right. At that moment, it was still only the first wave of beasts coming. As time passes, the wave of beasts will significantly increase in terms of range, intensity, and frequency. But it was very strange that the first wave of beasts didn't come. Qinglan shook her head. I'm waiting for news from the front, and I should soon be able to have a reply. And just then, around her, a little bit of blue light suddenly coalesced, which transformed into a leaf again and floated down into Qinglan's hand. Immediately after, Huang Xian then noticed that Qinglan's gaze was obviously slightly fixed. The scouting elves report that the wave of beasts that was originally coming toward the green underworld valley has disappeared. At those words, Huang Xian was stunned. A wave of beasts that big, and it's gone? But then a figure inexplicably surfaced in her mind. This can't have anything to do with Rinchi, can it? Chapter 121, First Discovery. Earthly Dungeon. Huffing, the bone dragon's wings flapped, setting off a harsh gale in midair. It was even faster, dragging out a long arc of flame wherever it passed. It was just that Lin Chi was sitting on the horn of the bone dragon, crossing his legs, but he was somewhat helpless. Is the tree of life guiding us in the right direction or not? After surviving the earlier wave of beasts, he hadn't even seen a single small monster along the way. It's just a large, barren plain with weeds that are rare. Looking at the 50 experience points that were always missing on the experience bar, Lin Chi was even more speechless. Even if you encounter a small monster, it's okay. While pondering over this, Lin Chi suddenly seemed to realize something and violently stood up from the top of the bone dragon's head. Directly in front of the field of vision, a grayish-white mist emerged. Fog of war. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Finally, wasn't it in the fog of war that the last time we saw a projection of the dusty specter? Immediately after, Lin Chi directly leapt down from the bone dragon's head, his blood-colored wings unfolding behind him as he swept straight into the fog of war. But just as he entered it, Lin Chi's footsteps came to a halt. It was different from the previous entry into the area where the fog of war was located. The fog of war here doesn't seem to cover much ground, and as far as the eye could see, it was a building that resembled the top of a temple. Like the rest of the area, it's all buried deep under the earth. The shadow of the world has sensed your arrival. Just then, a message popped up on Lin Chi's panel. So this is it. The source of the dusty phantom scent was clearly here. But, sensing my arrival? Lin Chi silently spat. This monster's pushiness, is it that high? Solely swapping out the Swamp Walker title and replacing it with the Abyssal Lord title. In this way, one would be able to compare one's compulsion with the dusty phantom to each other. But here it is. Lin Chi didn't notice any sign of the dusty specter, but just took slow steps to approach the building ahead that was having its roof exposed. Boom! Just after Lin Chi took a certain step, the ground around them was actually vaguely trembling with it. The roofed building in front of it, on the other hand, slowly rose as the earth trembled, revealing the underside of the building. As Lin Chi expected, this was a building similar to a large hall, with its entire body appearing to be an earthy yellow color, as if it was made from a pile of yellow soil. As it rose, it continued to stir up dust toward the bottom. Finally, the great hall completely emerged. A pillar that seemed to be piled up like yellow soil did not have other carvings. It looked a bit simple instead. Only one portal, which took up a significant portion of the room, stood silently in front of the great hall, kind of like the portal to the Tower of the Void. Looking at the portal in front of him, Lin Chi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Although there was only a large hall in front of him, it was not like the Tower of the Void realm, which had an unending tower that could not be seen to the end. However, the overall aura of this great hall inexplicably gave him a sense of familiarity. You found Dusty Dungeon. First discovery. May initiate an announcement to all awakened. Does it follow the nickname of the Tower of the Void? Dungeons? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Of course he knew exactly what a dungeon was. In contrast to the Tower of the Void realm, the dungeon stretches all the way down, and it's hard to determine exactly how many levels are in the dungeon. But, in the past, Lin Chi had studied at Summer City High School, but he hadn't learned any information about dungeons. This means, the dungeon, for the first time, appeared in the view of all the awakened. Is this part of this discovery of a new area? The last time the Tower of the Void realm was discovered, it was the same area the awakened discovered the dwarves were located in. By the way, it is said, at that time, outside the Tower of the Void realm, there were still extremely powerful monsters guarding it. It was only through the combined efforts of several of the top guilds at the time, along with the elves and dwarves and other races, that it was crushed. But the specifics, Lin Chi is not clear. He hadn't even expected that doing the Dusty Phantoms mission would be equivalent to directly participating in this great discovery as well. Collecting these thoughts, Lin Chi only then looked at the prompts in front of the panel again. Announcement it. When the beast tide ended and a new area was discovered, the other awakened would sooner or later discover the earthly dungeon here as well. There was no need for Lin Chi to hide it. What's more, like the Tower of the Void realm, there was likewise no robbing of monsters in here, and there wouldn't be anyone who dared to hijack such an area. Announcement. Someone better than you has discovered the earthly dungeon. Immediately after, such a simple message then surfaced in front of Lin Chi, still glowing with a slight glow. You get a reputation bonus of plus 1 million. You've earned the title Great Explorer, tens and tens of millions. Lin Chi's eyes couldn't help but widen slightly as he counted the zeros in his reputation numbers. Taking less? 1 million prestige. Just by discovering an area alone, he was able to collect so much prestige value for nothing. All this time, Lin Chi had never used his reputation. But this stuff, in fact, has quite a lot of uses. Not only can you exchange equipment or material items in some special areas with your reputation value, you will also be able to redeem your reputation for titles and races such as elves and dwarves. Even redeeming a territory by virtue of reputation was possible. Now that's a brief realization of prestige freedom. Lin Chi spat and looked at the newly acquired title again. Title, The Great Explorer. Effect, increase the probability of encountering hidden bosses by 30%, and increase the explosion rate of equipment and props according to the level. A title that adds drop probability? Good stuff. Lin Chi silently removed the Abyssal Lord title and replaced it with the Great Explorer title again. What's the point of being pushy when you're in front of an explosive rate? As for the increase in the Lord of the Abyss title, it wouldn't be too late to use it when we went to the Abyss. A bit of tidying up. It was only then that Lin Chi's gaze went back to the entrance of the dusty dungeon in front of him. The source of the dusty specter's scent is here, isn't it? Now that we've found the right place, it's just a matter of going straight in. He immediately lifted the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer and stepped into the dusty dungeon. Announcement. Someone better than you has discovered the earthly dungeon. Same time, the same message surfaced in front of all the awakened in almost all the regions in the outside world. Dungeons of the earth. The last time the awakened learned such news was when the Tower of the Void realm was discovered. And then combined with the various intelligence of the beast tide coming today, it's not hard to guess that this must be a strong validation of the discovery of a new region. And, from the name of the dusty dungeon alone, it wasn't hard to guess that it was bound to be a lost relic. It also means that the world may have to see many changes as a result. Within the first hour of receiving the announcement, all the major professional associations, all the guilds, and all the awakened organizations, all acted swiftly to collect the relevant information. The most striking thing about the announcement was undoubtedly the nickname of the awakened person. Someone better than you. Chapter 122. Overbearing skill? Can't carry a hammer. Entering the dungeon. The sight before him was not a large hall like the Tower of the Void realm as Lin Chi had expected. Instead, it was an area like a secluded valley. The surroundings were pitch black. Only the blazing flames burning up on Lin Chi's body shone in all directions. Under the bright light of the fire, One could vaguely see the surrounding walls of yellow earth piled up as if surrounded by mountains. It's even full of disjointed roots and thick undergrowth. Instead of the Great Hall, it was more like a primitive jungle in a valley where no living being had set foot for an unknown number of years. It's here. Lin Chi likewise didn't see any sign of monsters. Click. The footsteps could still be heard clearly as the rattling sound of trampling through the roots of a tree. But just then, in the dense forest ahead, wisps of grayish-white mist suddenly emerged. The fog gradually became thicker, spreading in all directions as if it was about to coalesce and take shape. And in the first moment that the grayish-white mist spread out, all those trees that were caught in the wave withered in unison. Looking at the scene in front of him, the corner of Lin Chi's mouth but lifted up slightly. It was not in vain that he had traveled all the way to finally find the source of the dusty phantom's breath. Finally, the dense gray-white mist had completely coalesced, and a giant python made purely of gray-white mist was clearly visible. Its huge body was perched in this valley, almost occupying most of the area. The python's head was raised high, spewing out serpentine letters. The grayish-white mist in the position of the eyes floated, and even more gradually bloomed with a blood-colored light. It exudes a powerful sense of oppression. Earthly shadows? Rank? As with the first time he saw it, the dusty specter's information was still a series of question marks in front of Lin Chi. It was impossible to tell if this was its body, or a projection. You are under the gaze of an earthly specter. Strength reduced by 50%. Spirit reduced by 50%. Mark of the dusty phantom mutates. You will gradually and permanently transform into an earthly python over a period of 5 minutes, maintaining your original attributes. But noticing the newly surfaced information on the panel, Lin Chi instantly frowned. No? What kind of skill is that? Similar to a warlock's sheep-changing spell? Directly about to forcibly transform a person into an earthly python. This is certainly quite a dominating skill. Lin Chi had also learned that some warlock professions that possessed the sheep-changing skill, the ability to turn the target into a sheep for a short period of time, with their own attributes unchanged, but with difficulty in performing skills and means of attack. However, this kind of skill can have a time limit, and it will also be blocked by the dominating skill. But the skills of the Dusty Spectre, apparently, did not have these limitations. Coming up as a permanent shift, when he looked down, Lin Chi then noticed that wisps of grayish-white mist had also started to gradually emerge from his own body. It was like it was going to assimilate with the earthly apparition. Kind of interesting. Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth, the profound ruined sledgehammer in his hand having long since been pressed. The sledgehammer, burning with a blazing flame, flew straight out and blasted at the head of the dusty phantom. If you give me a white Susie, I'll think about it, but if not, Lin Chi muttered, then let's see if, by eliminating you, you can still turn me into a snake. He was half worried. Whoosh! The sledgehammer wrapped in flames was as swift as a meteor, cutting through the sky and instantly arriving at the head of the dusty python. However, although the dusty python was huge, its movements were particularly swift. The tongue swung, surprisingly avoiding the hammer. Only, Lin Chi's Holy One throw skill wouldn't end that simply. The sledgehammer staggered the dusty python's head, but it also smashed into the dusty python's body. Bang! The snake body condensed by the grayish-white mist suddenly crumbled apart after the sledgehammer smashed down. Even the dusty phantom was visibly pained, and its mouth opened, revealing two sharp snake teeth like giant blades. Spin! A grayish-white light actually bloomed on the snake's teeth, and a grayish-white mist was spewed out in the direction where Lin Chi was, like snake venom. But the next moment, the grayish-white mist then suddenly seemed to have lost its source and suddenly dissipated. Nice snake teeth. Mine. Lin Chi grinned. Rule replacement, word launch. The two snake teeth in the dusty phantom's mouth had disappeared, and in their place was a huge stone as well as a cloud of feathers that burned like flames. These were the materials of the mountain beast as well as the phoenix feather, respectively. Sacred materials replace snake teeth that are also sacred. Dusty Spectre, it shouldn't be as simple as a saint-level boss. Lin Chi pondered. If it was a saint-level boss, it wouldn't be enough to implicate an existence of the level of the Dharma Sage Elder, who had been pursuing it with great nostalgia. Hiss! Having lost his serpent's teeth, Dusty Phantom's large mouth was all but propped open by the material of the mountain behemoth. But then, its mouth moved nicely, as if it wanted to swallow the two holy materials on that. But Lin Chi wouldn't give it that chance. His figure was already approaching, and the sledgehammer in his hand swung with vigor, slamming the hammer on top of the Dusty Phantom's head. Direct hit! Bang! This time, the Dusty Phantom's head all exploded under this hammer, turning into a large swath of grayish-white mist. My ingredients are not something you can eat just because you want to. Lin Chi grinned. Yet again, he noticed that the negative status on the panel, which was about to transform into an earthly python, had disappeared. This ability, derived from two snake teeth? He soon realized it, and after he replaced the two snake teeth, the negative status imposed by the Dusty Phantom naturally disappeared. This thing, then, should be able to bring about similar effects if it is used as a forging material, or if it is used as a weapon of all things. Lin Shi was certain that if he activated the "everything is a soldier" phrase and turned a serpent's tooth into a weapon, it would definitely carry the skill that transformed the target into an earthly python. But this kind of skill, at the moment, doesn't seem to be of much use to him. The attributes remain the same again, and even if you turn the abyssal creature into a dusty python, it's just one more target. Having lost his head and his body broken in two, the dusty phantom's body was still struggling violently, like it was trying to reassemble itself. The grayish-white mist that filled the surroundings surged. Lin Shi even noticed that the durability of all of his equipment was actually depleted. The Li's replacement word effect was triggered. Is this an ability similar to erosion? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. No wonder the previous quest hints said that the level of risk was extremely high. This dusty phantom, indeed, could not be treated as an unusual monster. Lin Shi, however, had no intention of letting Dusty Phantom manifest any other skills. The profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand was raised high, gathering a powerful might. And suddenly it blasted down. Holy Abyss Impact plus Holy Abyss Burst. Boom! The powerful shockwave spread in all directions in an instant, wrapping up the grayish-white mist that filled the surroundings, and even the body of the Dusty Phantom was sent flying away. Subsequently, all of the things that had been hit by the shockwaves burst into pieces. You have killed Dusty Phantom, projection. And the marking breath has dimmed. This time, Lin Shi received a different message than when he dealt with the Dusty Phantom before. Chapter 123, Remnants of a FA Sage. The lowest level of the dungeon. Mission accomplished. Another projection? Lin Shi frowned. Didn't this thing have an original body? But this thought had only just surfaced when it was washed away by the surfacing of a reward prompt. You gain reputation plus 100,000. You gain 2,000 free attribute points. You get the title, Earthly Beings. You receive a transfer scroll, Arcane Mage. You've acquired a skill book, Aoi Blast. Level plus 1. You gain the word Control Resistance, Blue. Level plus 1. You gained the phrase Electricity Hardened Body, Green. With that, Lin Shi's body bloomed with 2 successive upgraded lights. 49 levels. The reward for destroying the projection of the Dusty Phantom is a mandatory level up. In other words, Lin Shi was still 50 experience points short of being able to upgrade again on his experience bar. The 2 phrases increase dominance as well as constitution respectively, and are part of the common blue and green phrases. Only after checking these did Lin Shi check up on the other rewards. 100,000 reputation values as well as 2,000 free attribute points. This kind of reward, for any awakened person, could not be said to be ungenerous. This was catching up to Lin Shi forging 1 or 2 pieces of legendary quality equipment. Just these rewards alone seemed to not matter anymore whether or not it was the Dusty Spectre proper that I destroyed. Lin Shi lamented. He couldn't even wait to meet the projection of the Dusty Phantom a few more times now, and the rewards can be more than that. Title, Earthly Beings. Effects, when worn, the Fog of War can float around the body, and can cancel any control effects once a day effects. A title of no great use, but after replacing the Great Explorer title, Lin Shi's expression, however, was a bit odd. That title is pushing it. His body is shrouded in gray-white mist. A thought. Gray-white mist can be condensed into a cloud under his feet. Quite a bit of floating feeling. Moreover, it was still the Fog of War, possessing the characteristic that the Fog of War could not be seen through. As for the Arcane Mage's transfer scroll, Lin Shi had already obtained it once before from the Law Saint Elder, rather unexpectedly. This time, when he eliminated the projection of the Dusty Spectre, he got an additional one. In addition, the Arcane Blast skill book, on the other hand, was a skill similar to the Holy Abyssal Burst Shatter, which Lin Shi couldn't use. Go back together and put it on the guild channel to trade. After collecting these rewards, Lin Shi swept his eyes around again. He had noticed it long after eliminating the projection of the Dusty Phantom. This area in the dungeon has changed. The grayish-white mist still hadn't completely dissipated, floating in this place. Only, whereas the original valley was characterized by intertwined trees, all the trees had now gradually withered and dissipated. Eventually, the area revealed the site of a large hall. The surrounding area was still like a wall made of yellow earth, but on the wall, a mural that resembled a clay sculpture emerged. In one of the places, the figure of a giant python floating in the mist was still clearly visible, which was obviously none other than the Dusty Phantom's shadow. And what was even more concerning to Lin Shi was, the grayish-white mist that originally floated in this great hall was actually gradually coalescing again, as if it was about to turn into some kind of entity. Gradual. The grayish-white mist unexpectedly coalesced into a human form again. Could it be the boss in this dungeon? Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Even though he's now in the Dust Dungeon, he's not exactly climbing the tower as he meets the Dust Phantom right here as the new area opens up. Now then, perhaps it was possible to encounter some sort of boss in the dungeon. But soon, Lin Shi's face then looked odd again. the grayish-white mist had completely coalesced into shape, but it was not a monster in human form, but an old man with a withered face and a serpentine pattern imprinted on his brow. The body of an old man. To be precise, its appearance was exactly the same as the Dharma saint that Lin Shi had seen before, so the dusty specter's projection didn't pop out any equipment. Just a corpse? Lin Shi was speechless for a while. Is this right? He walked over to the old man's body and took a look at it, and surprisingly, he was able to make out item information. The body of the Holy Spirit, description, and existence standing at the top of the mage. For some reason, left the remnants of his body here, and that existence, too, has been searching for his remnants. Speaking of which, the Dharma saint old man that he had seen earlier was himself an existence similar to a soul body, like a ghost, without an entity. Dare I say that the body had landed here and was taken over by an earthly apparition? For a moment, Lin Shi didn't know what to spit out. He wants this. It's no use, at best. By virtue of the "everything is a weapon" phrase, give transformed into a weapon, but it still doesn't work either. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated my little friend's strength in the beginning. The old man has been chasing after the shadow of the earthly ghost for the past half of my life, but I never thought that the remnants of my old body would have landed here. At this point, an old voice suddenly came from the back. Immediately afterward, Lin Shi met the Dharma saint old man from earlier. When I sensed something strange in this dungeon, I teleported here at the first opportunity, not realizing that little friend had already annihilated the projection of the earthly specter. The Dharma saint old man stroked his beard with a burst of emotion. You'd better be able to give me a quest and then give me a reward. Lin Shi's heart burst with slander. Otherwise, it would be best if this Dharma sage elder had some kind of mutation and directly turned into a boss. The Dharma sage old man had already arrived in front of Lin Shi and actually bowed and saluted. Many thanks, little friend, for finding this remnant body for old me. Obtaining a quest, the gratitude of the Dharma Saint Junin. Do you accept? At the same time, an information prompt surfaced in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi's heart was immediately stirred. It's nice to be able to give assignments. He actually couldn't understand how existences such as the Law Saint and Sword Saint could directly issue quests. There's no need to say words of thanks. Lin Shi waved his hand. How about just coming up with something practical? The Dharma Saint Junin floated in front of the broken body. Looking at his broken body, his old eyes revealed a touch of complexity. This remnant body, and now in this dungeon where the seal has been lifted, is still able to be of some use. With that, in his hand, a staff suddenly emerged. With only a gentle wave, a spell formation emerged above this staff. There were a full 9 spell formations, each one far more complicated and arcane than the last. Next moment, the light that condensed in the spell formation fell violently on top of that remnant body. Almost at the same time, a message also surfaced in front of Lin Shi. The earthly dungeon has been completely opened. The body of the Holy Spirit of the Law will enter the dungeon of the earth. You have been granted direct teleportation to the lowest level of the earthly dungeon. This earthly dungeon still needs strength to guard it. Otherwise, the monsters that breed in it will plague the world, and I can only make some modest contribution. Dharma Saint Yunin sighed lightly, but Lin Shi's face was very complicated. Then what was this direct teleportation to the lowest level of the earthly dungeon he was qualified for? Teleport over and beat the pass? But immediately afterward, he heard the words of Dharma Saint Yunin ring out again. This, already, is the bottom of this dungeon. Chapter 124, You Robbed the Mages Guild? For a moment, Lin Shi didn't even know what to spit out. Well, at least the bottom of the earthly dungeon. The result, is this? If he turns around and wants to come to practice, won't he still have to fight his way down from the top, layer by layer? But, these were just thoughts, and Lin Shi was aware that it wasn't so much that he would be able to reap extremely outrageous rewards just by eliminating a single dusty phantom shadows projection. The harvest is pretty good now. Lin Shi looked at Dharma Saint Yunin again. The previous mission, and no changes had occurred up until now. Again, no rewards have been claimed yet. He wanted to see what else Dharma Saint Yunin was able to bring out, and at this point, Yunin had already drifted down to the mural in the great hall that was carved with earthly apparitions. Little friend, have you already noticed one of the murals in this great hall? He looked at Lin Shi with a smile. Lin Shi nodded. There were murals here, 7 in total, but except for the mural of the earthly apparition, the other 6 were in disrepair and not very visible. This mural, does it mean anything? He asked Yunin again. It wasn't quite clear what Yunin was trying to say. The dusty phantom, the undying hydra, and the ancestor of the giant dragons. Yunin but murmured, all of these, they are all existences of the same level. Lin Shi instantly and keenly caught the message in Yunin's words. This means, bosses like the dusty specter, such as the mural here, had a total of 7? He thought of the hydra he had met when he first met the Sword Saint White Star. This should be an existence similar to the dusty phantom projection. belonging to an alter ego of the indestructible Hydra? Then there are several more bosses to choose from later. Lin Shi lifted the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. It is rumored that these few existences are related to the legendary gods. If little friend meets their essence in the future, be sure to please act with caution. Yun Yin's face became a few points more grave as he looked at Lin Shi. They all have the power to truly mobilize the rules of the world. Mission accomplished. This. Lin Shi's face froze. No? What the hell? This old guy's thanks was just giving him a piece of information? Well, at least take out a few holy weapons. Just as Lin Shi was considering whether or not to pull out the profound ruin sledgehammer and approach this Dharma saint to talk about reason, he then noticed that in Yun Yin's hand, he had already taken out an object. It was a white stone, like some kind of pearl. Old me suffered a drastic change back then, and the objects on my body have long since been left. Yun Yin handed the stone in his hand to Lin Shi. This object, the old man also obtained by chance, and because of this, a grudge arose between him and the dusty phantom, and now it will be given to little friend as a gift of thanks. That's more like it. Lin Shi took the stone and looked at it. Alright, simply all question marks and no hints. It was also the first time that Lin Shi had seen this particular thing, and it didn't seem like it could be considered a forging material, but in the spirit of putting it away first, he frankly put it in his ring. The abyssal core that he had gotten in the first place was not known to be useful. Later it was used directly in the natural disaster territory. It's something that might come in handy at some point. Little friend, the old man still needs to arrange something in this great hall. Perhaps. Yun Yin gazed at Lin Shi and spoke solemnly. Perhaps one day, it will be possible to draw on the essence of the dusty phantom. Words. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. At last, he was no longer like a headless fly when searching for the dusty specter, and could only wait for the dusty specter's projection to come to him. Here at Cloud Cuckooland, it's something. In this dungeon, there was also a root of the tree of life that was originally hauled over, and now it seems that the root has withered away. Yun Yin carried his hands behind his back and looked around. After you leave, you can also go to the nearest place where the tree of life is located, and perhaps, you will receive the tree of life's gratitude. It was not necessary for Yun Yin to remind him of this. Lin Shi had originally picked up this mission and came over. After briefly talking with Yun Yin, Lin Shi directly teleported out of this earthly dungeon. Looking back, earthly dungeon, countdown to opening, 8 days, 23:45. Perhaps it was because Yun Yin still needed to set up a bit. This earthly dungeon was not accessible right now. Lin Shi didn't really care. Although he was still short of 50 points of experience, as long as he wanted to, even if he teleported back to Summer City, he would be able to find any small monster and brush it to upgrade, and after rising to level 50, he could enter the exclusive copy of the blacksmith profession. He summoned the bone dragon once again and leapt up, heading straight towards the direction of the green netherworld valley, the tree of life's quest reward, which has not yet been claimed. This trip is a total blast. During the flight, Lin Shi opened the guild channel again, intent to trade out the previous harvest. Immediately, he saw that in the guild channel, everyone was discussing the movement of the dusty dungeon. Lu Tianba, there is no other information about the dungeon at this time. Lu Bu, there's no need to rush. It's now certain that we'll be able to discover the new area once we've completely survived this beast wave. And I've been contacted by all the major associations looking for specific information about the dungeon. Li Mingyue, seeing this someone better than you nickname gives me an uncontrollable fire. Zhou Yong, seconded. Lu Bu, on the Tower of the Void Realm, one is also able to find the ranking of this awakened person, currently at just over 900. Perhaps soon, one will be able to find out who he is. The previous announcement was sent directly to all the awakened in the world, but at the moment, no one else had gotten specific information about the dusty dungeon. It was not even clear where its exact location was. This is bound to take quite some time to investigate. Only, people aren't even sure who the discoverer is at this point. Lin Shi shrugged after reading the guild channel. Even though he was the discoverer himself, he didn't know anything about the specifics of what was going on in the dusty dungeon. At best, he knew that in the lowest level of the dungeon, there was Dharma Saint Junin who had made an arrangement and was waiting for the dusty python's main body to descend. But this information, too, is not necessary to share with other people. It's no use talking about it. Moreover, with the orientation of where the dusty dungeon was located, Lin Shi estimated that someone would soon find out. Solely posted the deal directly in the guild channel. Forest Pond, transfer scrolls for sale, preferably traded for contribution points. Lin Shi, another skill book and some props. These two messages were released. A surprisingly quick silence fell over the guild channel. Apparently, the members were browsing through information that had information about the transfer scrolls. But soon, it blew up. Lu Tianba, no? Another copy of the Arcane Mage transfer scroll? Lu Bu, this time, I'll buy. Li Mingyue, Lin Chi, you're not robbing the Mage Association, are you? Zhou Yong, I told you, this newcomer must be a hidden big shot. Chapter 125, Tree of Life Fruit. 50 levels. Lin Shi ignored the talk of the people in the guild channel and made a deal with Lu Bu on his own. As for the earthly dungeon, it would take at least 8 more days to enter it, and there was no rush to discuss it now. Returning the same way. Soon, Lin Shi returned to the area that the Tree of Life had teleported to earlier. Will you immediately teleport to where the Tree of Life itself is located? In front of him, a teleportation prompt surfaced with it. Teleport. Lin Shi had originally come here for the quest rewards. After helping the Tree of Life to solve the trouble of the Dusty Phantom, how could there be a decent quest reward? As for the thank you gift given by Dharma S.A. Cloudcroft, that would have been extra and completely negligible. A flash of light. When Lin Shi stepped out again, he suddenly noticed that he seemed to have arrived in an underground cave. A bit of turquoise light lingered all around the cave, and it didn't seem dim. The only thing in front of it was a huge tree root spread out. Here to collect your mission reward? Lin Shi took in the scene around him and frowned slightly again. Granted, he had also learned that the Tree of Life was supposed to exist with an autonomous consciousness. However, it had not been heard that anyone in this world other than elves could communicate with the Tree of Life. So who does he go to for his mission reward? Boom ga! And just then, the huge tree roots in front of Lin Shi suddenly moved slightly by a few points, emitting a low tree shaking sound. Thank you, awakened one. There was a hoarse and fuzzy voice that followed, not too clear to hear, but it could somehow make people feel a sense of vicissitude. The words of thanks don't need to be said. Lin Shi silently spat. He was not shocked to be able to hear the voice of the Tree of Life. It was so hoarse that the average person would not be able to hear it clearly. It's only right to pull out the mission rewards first. Boom ga! The huge roots of the Tree of Life were swaying with another burst. With it came a hoarse whisper. The earthly specter is coveting the World Tree. The World Tree? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was another piece of intelligence. The legend of the World Tree. He had also learned about it before he crossed over. Come to think of it, every time I encountered the earthly shadow, I was able to see the roots of the tree, which was a match for the legendary world-devouring serpent. But the Tree of the World does not exist in this world, or maybe it only exists in elvish lore, but it's got its eyes on me, so there shouldn't be much of a chance for it to find any more roots of the World Tree. Lin Shi muttered. When you turn around and really meet the Dusty Phantom's body, teach it to be a snake with a hammer. Originally, this branch should have branched out into a new one. Now, there is no need. The raspy voice of the Tree of Life resounded once again, still accompanied by the booming crunching sound of the trees shaking. Lin Shi heard a moment of dismay. Long hard sentences, right? How could he not understand the meaning of the Tree of Life's words? But immediately afterward, Lin Shi had a guess. At this moment, on the roots of the Tree of Life, there was clearly a slight bulge at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then the bump gradually sprouted a sapling. This was clearly the very same sapling that had given Lin Shi directions in the teleportation area earlier. Since this branch of yours was originally missed by the Dusty Phantom, you simply cultivated a new branch of the plant, intending to leave a way out? Lin Shi asked tentatively. That explains it. The appearance of an earthly specter will also be accompanied by the erosion of the fog of war. Even Lin Shi encountered the snake change technique when he saw the projection of the earthly shadow. It's a pity that the projection is very special, otherwise with the greedy contract phrase, it wouldn't be bad to loot a skill like snake change or erosion at least. Lin Shi secretly staggered his mouth. Boom ga! Having received the Tree of Life's reply, Lin Shi was also certain of his thoughts. Looking at it this way, the elf's territory could be expanded by another place. The elves' territory, of course, was more than just the Valley of the Green Netherworld, and in every elven territory, almost without exception, there was a Tree of Life. But there are also legends in the world that the Tree of Life in various elven territories actually belongs to the same plant. It's just that the Tree of Life has branched out into different branches. But as Lin Shi was thinking about it, he noticed again that the small tree was actually becoming withered at an extremely fast speed. To be precise, it is experiencing the transformation of the bark from tender to pale and the leaves from young green to pale. Eventually, however, the leaves on the sapling withered, and the tree transformed into an irregular fruit-shaped sphere. On it, however, a faint turquoise light flowed. You get a reward. Tree of Life fruit. The tree fruit that flowed with turquoise light then floated down in front of Lin Shi. Is this the quest reward? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought that the reward would be something like prestige or equipment gifted by the elves. Unexpectedly, it was directly transferred by the Tree of Life to a tree fruit of unknown use. Immediately, he received it in his hand and examined it. Tree of Life fruit. Description: containing a strand of the Tree of Life's essence of origin. Used in forging. Can attach Tree of Life guardian effects to equipment, and perhaps other uses. The descriptive information of the item, too, isn't really specific. However, it is mentioned that it can be used for forging. At least it's a strand of the Tree of Life's origin essence. How can it be said that it's stronger than the materials of a holy product? Lin Shi mused. This thing, at his current stage, seemed a bit too wasteful to use for forging. Keep it for now. He was also a bit concerned about the other uses of the tree of life fruit in its description. So this thing, can it cultivate a new tree of life? Lin Shi took another look at the huge tree roots in front of him and quickly dismissed the thought. The tree of life should just be differentiated by virtue of its roots. Blossoming tree of life. Can that be like that? And after Lin Shi had received his reward, the huge tree root in front of him fell silent and no longer emitted any strange movements. Get it done and call it a day. First go and forge the materials and equipment you collected earlier. Directly activate the location teleportation phrase and teleport back home to Summer City. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Shi returned to the forging room. This time, Lin Shi still had no intention of sacrificing the Abyssal Lord set. At least, he hadn't considered it in that direction at all until he'd collected multiple Lord set parts, all piled on the Abyssal Market sledgehammer. He was quite certain that even if it was just this gathering of sand alone, sooner or later, he would be able to sacrifice the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer to mythic quality. Ding! The sledgehammer swung in his hand. Only just forged a piece of equipment. An upgraded light then bloomed on Lin Shi's body. You gain experience plus 532. Level plus 1. You have been given the word armed empowerment, red, as Lin Shi expected. The experience gained from forging even just the most ordinary piece of equipment would be enough for him to rise to level 50. Chapter 126 The Powerful Effects of New Words. Lin Shi rubbed his hands together and instantly looked at the newly acquired red words. Current word, armed empowerment, red. Effects, can give equipment characteristics to any item within the range of its own touch or skill, and the equipment attributes and skills will be changed based on the item itself. While looking at the effect of the new words, Lin Shi was a bit surprised. Characterizing equipment? This looked, rather, like it was somewhat similar to the effect of the everything is a soldier phrase. One is to take an item or skill and just transform it into a weapon that can only be used once, and the other, turning any item into equipment? Lin Shi was even a little less sure. After thinking about it, he casually took out a piece of cow horn material. Savage bull horns, gold. Description, used for forging. Can improve equipment durability, and can increase weapon damage. This was a gold quality material that had been obtained during the beast tide earlier. It's not a waste to use it to test the effects of new words. Instantly inspire word effects. A ray of firelight then surged out from Lin Shi's palm and instantly disappeared into the ox horn material. Immediately after, the message of the bullhorn in his hand then changed. Savage bull horns, gold. Category, material equipment. Equipment requirements, none. Effect, strength plus 100. Special effect, piercing, doubles damage when using piercing attacks. Description, a savage bull's horn endowed with the characteristics of the equipment, containing the sharp power of a savage bull's horn. The information was also very simple, but it went from item information, straight to equipment information. This is a direct conversion to equipment? Lin Shi's heart fluttered. It doesn't look like the forging step was directly omitted and it just turned into a special piece of equipment. It looks like, can't be used to sacrifice, either. He tried it, a gentle tap of the hammer going down, but there was no sacrificial effect. Using it on forging materials is not as rewarding as using the materials directly for forging. However, Lin Shi did not lose any ground. He had come to realize what the phrase really did. That is, don't limit the effect of this phrase to forging materials. His gaze, then, rested on the forging table in front of him. The forge, which was still flowing with a starry light, looked especially strange. The thing, however, never produced any other effect. The last few times Lin Shi had forged, he had purposely placed it at his home's forging table, and it was precisely with this in mind. Wanted to see if this forge table could undergo some qualitative changes. Thoughts open. Some items that were already of high quality were likewise able to be given equipment characteristics by him. Don't rush to use it on the forge yet. Try it on something else. Think about it. Lin Shi pulled out another scroll. This was the guild residence return scroll that he had traded in passing from Lubu when he had traded in the guild channel earlier. Props, naturally, are considered items. Armed empowerment, word launch, Benton time. The information on this return scroll changed. Return scroll, special. Category, props equipment. Effect, none. Special effect, back to the city, upon release. Can teleport to the Earthly King's Guild residence. Cool down 1 day. Description, the scroll of return, and with it, the equipment characteristics. That is to say, this city return scroll can now be used an unlimited number of times. Lin Shi's heart fluttered. These consumable props, after being turned into equipment, will naturally not be consumed after use. In a way, it could be said to be going in two opposite directions from the everything is military phrase. It's a shame that both phrases work on items, otherwise they'd work with each other, and you'd be able to get stuck with the bug. But Lin Shi was certain that this still wasn't the full use of the armed empowerment phrase. That's a phrase that needs to be developed later. For a short time, he had a few more thoughts that hadn't occurred to him. Only after collecting these thoughts did Lin Shi's gaze fall back onto the forging table in front of him. Use the newly acquired words to help you out. It's up to you what you can become. Lin Shi chanted and directly released the abyssal domain skill, allowing the pitch black liquid to spread throughout the forging table. This inspired the armed empowerment phrase. Spin. The forging table that was originally shrouded in pitch black liquid actually blossomed into a ball of fire. Giving completion. The abyssal domain skill was withdrawn, and the forge once again revealed its original site. It was still the same as before, with a starry light flowing through its body, but at this point, Lin Shi was already able to see the information about the equipment on the forging table. Forging table, special. Category, equipment forging station. Equipment requirements, none. Effect, forging success rate plus 50%. Special effect, forging enhancement, passive. Forging with this equipment will gradually enhance the attributes and effect bonus of this equipment. Description, forged by a powerful being over time. It was gradually influenced by mysterious power and generously endowed by the powerful being, accomplishing a party of special equipment. Sure enough, this forging table, too, now has equipment properties. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it also has the effect of increasing the success rate of forging. Then in that case, he could be more comfortable forging higher quality equipment afterward. Subsequently, he tried again, reaching out and touching his hand lightly on the forge. Bent in time. This forging table then disappeared into thin air and was put away in Lin Shi's ring. This is likewise a powerful effect of the armed empowerment phrase. The corners of Lin Shi's mouth were slightly. Items such as these would have been difficult to stow away in the storage space. As a result, Lin Shi could only teleport to his home each time before he was able to forge. Now, then, it would be possible to just carry the forging table around with you. After mulling it over some more and releasing the forge table again, it was only then that Lin Shi finally continued his earlier forging and sacrifices. Newly acquired words that are part of an unanticipated situation. As for its usefulness, it still needs to be developed more. After spending half a day's effort, Lin Shi had forged and sacrificed all the materials and equipment. Finally, the profound market sledgehammer was pulled out again and placed on the forging table. Sacrifice. Light bloomed and enveloped the abyssal market sledgehammer. It was only when the light dissipated that the profound ruined sledgehammer was once again displayed in front of Lin Shi. On the outside, it doesn't look like much has changed. However, the attributes have been increased accordingly. Lin Shi glanced at the abyssal market sledgehammer's message and raised his eyebrows slightly. This hammer now doesn't look like a normal holy weapon anymore. According to his prediction, perhaps it wouldn't take too long for this profound ruined sledgehammer to be able to obtain a quality promotion and become a mythic quality weapon. It seems that mythical weapons, all of them have some extremely special effects, right? Lin Shi didn't know much about mythic quality equipment. In fact, in the intelligence of the Earthly Kings Guild, there were only a handful of mythic quality equipment that could be documented, but there are no specific details recorded either. This was, after all, already the highest quality equipment that the current awakened could know. Lin Shi was looking forward to the effect of forging mythic quality equipment with his own hands. Chapter 127, Temporary Copy. Are you the great explorer? After performing some forging sacrifices, Lin Shi looked at the information on the forging table again. Nothing has changed in the attribute information. Still, the starry glow on the forge increased a bit. He had always cared about the special effects of the forge table. Forging with this forging table will gradually increase the attributes and effect bonuses of the forging table. Then we'll see what changes will occur when we make some sacrifices afterward. Spin. Lin Shi again smoothly took the forging table that had been turned into equipment and put it away in his storage space. He hadn't obtained too many high-quality equipment in the previous battles, so the effectiveness of this forge offering wasn't really significant. But, the onslaught of beasts can't be over. The further back the beast tide went, the stronger the impact would be, and likewise the number of high-quality monsters would increase. This is a great time to brush up on experience and gear. First, go outside of the Shon Nu Pass and ride out a wave of beasts. Then go to the native copy. Lin Shi quickly made a plan. The previous quest escalated faster than he expected. And before the next forging, he also had to go to the blacksmith profession copy to learn the subsequent skills of his profession. After the transfer, the skills of the same profession will also change differently. It all depends on what kind of opportunities can be had in this professional copy. But there was no doubt that he was bound to be able to harvest skills that added to both forging. Pulling out the city return scroll that had already been given the attributes of his equipment, Lin Shi casually waved his hand and his figure suddenly teleported away. Swish! The transmitting light flashed by, and Lin Shi had only just stepped out when he saw a few light flashes similarly passing out from the side. Apparently it was also a member who had just teleported into the guild compound. Yo, Junior! What a coincidence! Li Mingyue noticed Lin Chi beside her and beckoned with a smile. But then, in a whirlwind, she looked as if she had noticed something, and her gaze froze slightly. Earthly beings? What kind of title is that for you? As a high-ranking awakened of the Earthly Kings Guild, she naturally knew a lot of information, but it was the first time she had seen a title such as Lin Chi. Lin Chi didn't rush to answer, but looked at the other two beside Li Mingyue, President Li Shi as well as Vice President Lu Bu. The two senior members of the Human Kings Guild are here. Seemingly noticing Lin Chi's gaze, a smile appeared on Lu Bu's slightly pale face as he explained. We just went to have a meeting with the major guilds as well as the people from the various professional associations. The top awakenings have to have a meeting once in a while. Lin Chi silently bellyached, but then casually asked, any new information? Lu Bu nodded and said in a deep voice, at the moment, it can already be determined that the new region will inevitably appear after the Beast Tide, and will surely bring many new hidden professions as well as other changes. And the scouting profession has revealed a message. In their exploration, they found that there is at least one extremely powerful existence in the new region, one of which holds the Sword Saint title. Sword Saint? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, was the Sword Saint White Star from the new area about to be discovered, just like the Dharma Saint Yunin? It's just that right now, we all still haven't received any information about the Dusty Dungeon. Lu Bu shook his head again. We suspect that it might have something to do with this Beast Tide. Then I am afraid that it is no longer relevant. Lin Chi thought silently. He's all but gone straight to the very bottom of the dungeon. After eliminating the projection of the Dusty Phantom, Dharma Saint Yunin made another arrangement at the lowest level of the dungeon. This shouldn't have much to do with the Beast Wave, should it? But at this point, Li Mingyue, however, added, of course, it is also possible that other awakened ones did not rush to make a statement after discovering. After all, according to past intelligence on discovering new areas, if the dungeon is similar to the Tower of the Void Realm, then it won't open for at least a few days. That's right up there with the Dusty Dungeon. Lin Chi lamented in his heart. In the end, he was a top awakened He was able to more or less deduce the situation of the dungeon based on his past experience alone. But immediately after, he then heard Li Mingyue's slightly frantic voice ring out again. It's a pity that I wasn't the one who discovered the dungeon. Or else we'd have been able to take advantage of the time when the information wasn't publicized to look for temporary copies near the dungeon as well. This kind of temporary copy has a super high burst rate of holy weapons. What the hell? Lin Chi's eyes instantly widened. No? And this unexpected situation? Until then, he hadn't even heard of any temporary copies. What's a temporary copy? He asked with some uncertainty. It's just a copy that exists temporarily. Junior, you're red-eyed too. Li Mingyue patted Lin Chi's shoulder with an empathetic stance. When the Tower of the Void Realm was first discovered, we weren't able to catch up and only followed to participate in the crusade against a big boss within the Tower of the Void Realm, following and mixing up the soup. As for the temporary copies, they only exist briefly during the unopened hours of the Tower of the Void Realm, and they're gone after one swipe. The more she spoke, the more pained she became. On the side, Lu Bu and Li Shi were both silently taking a few steps away from Li Mingyue, acting as if they didn't recognize her. Lin Chi was silent for a while, and then, silently, he removed the Earthly Beings title and replaced it with the Ye Great Explorer title. Not loaded. I'm showing my cards. Almost missed a temporary copy. Great Explorer? Lu Bu noticed Lin Chi's title change at the first moment, and his gaze froze. The awakened person who discovered the Earthly Dungeon. It's you? The title of Great Explorer can only be earned by an awakened who discovers a new area. Suddenly, he remembered the title of Dusty Beings that Lin Chi had hung up just now. But didn't it also have the word Dusty in it? You, teenager, you. Li Mingyue was even more speechless for a while. The lucky man she had been eyeing turned out to be Lin Chi beside her. Lin Chi touched his nose in some embarrassment. He hadn't planned to engage in a hand of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and at certain critical moments, light up his identity to be able to pretend to hit the face, simply out of an abundance of caution and not wanting to reveal too much about themselves. But, Li Mingyue and Lu Bu still both gave great reactions. How in the world did you find the Dusty Dungeon in an unexplored area? Lu Bu asked in a single breath, and then hastily took out a bottle of blue recovery potion and poured it down. According to the information their guild had gathered, wasn't Lin Chi a newcomer who had just awakened? A newcomer running into unexplored areas is pretty outrageous in itself. Not to mention, the discovery of the Dusty Dungeon. But thinking about Lin Chi's performance in the guild copy in the first place, Lu Bu felt normal again. The teenager in front of him could indeed not be viewed with common sense. God knows what's going on with this kid. Li Mingyue was even more excited as she grabbed Lin Chi's left and right shoulders with both hands forcefully, staring intently into Lin Chi's eyes. Junior. No, big brother. Heading to the temporary copy. Please make sure to take me one. With this kind of replica, the members of the group are elevated. and the equipment explosion rate and replica proceeds will also be significantly increased. This would have been the same as a normal copy, except that the temporary copy had a higher probability of popping out holy weapons. Chapter 128 Eroding Cave. It's all bosses, outside the Dungeon of Earth. Li Mingyue surveyed the large hall in front of her that looked as if it was made of yellow earth, and her eyes blossomed with a succession of different colors. This is the earthly dungeon. If we are the first to hit the 300th floor, won't we also be able to obtain a set of sacred artifact sets for our hands, just like the Tower of the Void Realm? Behind her, Li Shi and Lu Bu were not as jumpy as her, but they were both observing the dusty dungeon in front of them. The 3+1 Lin Shi just happened to make up the current team of 4. Lin Shi did keenly capture the meaning of Li Mingyue's words. A handful of sacramental suits? There's this reward after the 300th floor of the Tower of the Void Realm? Then how come he didn't? His own desperation, forging and sacrificing for so long, and only set up a set of holy weapons set of 3 pieces. Is this what's known as the credit for first boarding? Rinchi murmured. Originally, his expectation for the dusty dungeon was just to be able to gain a certain amount of experience after reaching a fixed number of floors, thus leveling up. It all saved him from having to keep looking for various places to practice. And now, there was an additional goal of being the first to be able to obtain the sacred weapon set after arriving at the 300th floor. Similarly, being the first to arrive at the 600th floor will also reward you with a sacred weapon set, and moreover, a set that is inlaid with 6-star gems. At this time, Lu Bu also added a sentence. He said, and gave Li Shi a meaningful look. Blacksmiths can learn the inlay skill after their next transfer. Gems can be set in each quality of equipment to add different attribute bonuses. Only, the number of holes that can be punched varies from one quality of equipment to another. As in the case of legendary equipment, you'll be able to set up to 5 gems. Lin Shi looked at the dusty dungeon in front of him, calculating the time, and was already ready to rush over as soon as this place opened. But, just as the Tower of the Void requires void credentials, the earthly dungeon would presumably have to require some sort of credentials, but that would need to wait until the dusty dungeon was about to open to find out. The team of 4 circled around the entrance of the dusty dungeon and did not find the entrance to the temporary copy. However, Lin Shi noticed that Lu Bu and Li Mingyue and the others weren't panicking in the slightest. Spin. Lu Bu then pulled out a scroll and violently crushed it open. A glow instantly erupted in the scroll, spreading in all directions. This is a tracking scroll. One can sell for 500,000 gold coins in the market. Li Mingyue introduced, but for Lu Bu, a special profession, it was obviously not a problem. The alchemist. Lin Shi skimmed as he recalled Lu Bu's occupation. It's real gold coins that can be refined. Borrowing Lu Bu's tracking scroll, several people traveled along, searching for temporary copies hidden nearby. Lin Shi also asked for a tracking scroll from Lu Bu in passing, and turned it into equipment with the armed empowerment phrase. This is something that might come in handy later. Finally, after Lu Bu expended 7 or 8 tracking scrolls, the 4 of them came to a hidden pile of rubble. Underneath the pile of rocks, a few crevices were faintly visible, as if a cave was hidden behind them. Hidden so tightly? Lin Shi was all a bit speechless. In this situation, even if he summoned abyssal creatures to search together, he might not be able to find it. Li Mingyue immediately stepped forward. A sledgehammer in her hand blossomed with a blazing flame, became huge, and violently smashed onto the pile of rubble. Boom! Debris splattered and unfolded into a dark hole. Erosion cave, 8 days, 11:37 hours. Number of persons required, 1 to 4. Hint, higher risk. Entering in a group will raise the danger level. Please enter with caution. The information of the duplicate also appeared in front of Lin Shi's few people. As Li Mingyue said, a countdown to disappearance exists for this copy. Junior. Scared? Li Mingyue winked at Lin Shi. It had to be said that even if most of Li Mingyue's usual behavior appeared to be a bit quirky, but the bottom of the beauty was there, and no matter what kind of expression she made, she appeared to be adorable. However, Lin Shi was acting somewhat alert. You're not going to be pulling the legendary beauty trick on me now, are you? After getting along for a long time, Lin Shi had gradually figured out some of Li Mingyue's character. Damn it! Li Mingyue spat lightly, but did not have the slightest embarrassment of her small mind being seen through. Lin Shi noticed that it was Li Shi on the side who was looking at Li Mingyue with a somewhat dazed gaze, not knowing what she was thinking. This kind of copy, once you enter, the escape scroll doesn't seem to work. Lu Bu came to Lin Shi's side and solemnly reminded, we don't know too much detail about your strength, so maybe you won't have any problem dealing with some of the risks, but you must be careful. But whenever you feel like you can't cope, ask the president for help. Never mind what she's doing, there must be something left over to help you. His words fell. Li Mingyue followed suit and nodded, alerting Lin Shi. Obviously, they all had full trust in Li Shi's strength. Lin Shi didn't explain anything and followed the 3 of them as they stepped into the cave. Having just stepped into the replica, Lin Shi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he looked at the situation in front of him. Fog of war again? Hadn't all the projections of the earthly phantoms been eliminated by him? Why is there still a fog of war here? Can't have another projection of an earthly specter? Can we? Everyone's stance must not be too spread out. Lu Bu took a deep breath, and a staff had already surfaced in his hand. Even the top awakened like them would receive a risk alert when entering this copy. Then the danger in this cave could be imagined. Hiss. A few people had only just taken a few steps deeper when a particularly hoarse voice came out from the fog of war not far away. It sounded as if it came from the depths of the throat, giving a strong sense of discomfort. Look out! Lu Bu's expression changed, and he had already raised his staff high in his hand, coalescing a gold coin around him as if it had been enlarged tens or hundreds of times. The gold coins were again linked to each other and distributed in all directions, and they coalesced into a city wall of gold coins. It's so bold. Lin Shi couldn't help but be staggered as he looked at the effects of this skill. But just then, in the mists, a particularly illusory soul body suddenly rushed out. All were like giants, growing one-eyed, but a grayish-white mist hung over their illusory soul bodies. Eroding giant soul, epic. Their information, too, surfaced. Each soul body was surprisingly an epic level boss. And that was just the monsters encountered when they first entered this cave. Bosses can be considered small monsters here? Li Mingyue stared in amazement, but at this point, two figures had already swept out from her side, almost simultaneously. It was Li Shi and Lin Shi. Junior, are you so brave? Li Mingyue's small mouth slightly opened in a moment of consternation. Even if it was only an epic level monster, it was bound to be very powerful. Chapter 129, Bountiful Harvest. Purely picking up equipment. Boom! Explosive shatter plus impact starter. Lin Shi didn't have any idea about how strong the monsters in this copy were. After all, these monsters didn't even have a level. But no doubt it wouldn't last a single hammer blow from him. And almost at the same time, Lin Shi noticed again that Li Shi, who was on the side, had also released her skills together. After all, he had similarly annihilated several of the encroaching giant souls in front of him in a single strike. But the point is, the weapon in Li Shi's hand was just a shield. Because you're too afraid of pain, you went all-point defense? Such a sentence inexplicably surfaced in Lin Shi's mind. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen awakened people of the tank-type profession before. However, it was the first time he had seen a tank with high attack power like Li Shi. After all, he was the president of the kings of the earth, so it was normal for him to be strong. You have killed the eroding giant soul and gained plus 238, 100 experience. Your teammate Li Shi kills the eroding giant soul. You gain experience plus 238, 100. One monster, over 200, 000 experience? When Lin Shi glanced at the message alert, he noticed that all of his experience had risen by a small amount with the naked eye. It had only just eliminated the wave of monsters at the very front of the copy, complete with the quality and quantity of experience he brings to the table. He looked at Li Shi and the others again, except for Li Mingyue. Lu Bu and Li Shi were each carrying a title and could not see the rank. Rather, after such a long time had passed, Li Mingyue had surprisingly only risen from level 97 when they initially met, to just level 99. Apparently, the speed of the Awakens upgrade slowed down quite a bit after high levels. Don't look at me. I've failed a few times to transfer. Otherwise I would have been over 100 levels long ago. Seemingly noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Li Mingyue skimmed her lips. Failure to transfer will deduct a certain level of experience. As a result, there are quite a few awakened people who are actually stuck at a certain level. But doesn't an awakened person transfer once every 30 levels? Lin Shi was a bit puzzled. 90-something levels. You should have just completed a transfer, right? It wasn't so bad that Li Mingyue couldn't even pass this one transfer quest. Isn't this thinking about impacting a divine-level blacksmith in advance? Li Mingyue whispered. She seemed a little embarrassed, and a rare scarlet blush welled up all over her small face. It's possible to impact a divine blacksmith at level 90-something? Lin Shi's heart fluttered. Rather, he recalled the information he had learned in the past. Divine-level blacksmithing didn't mean that once the blacksmithing profession had risen to a certain level, one would be able to make a transfer promotion. It still seems to require a certain amount of chance and talent. And that's when Lu Bu and Li Shi did not bother with the conversation between the two Lin Shi and had already picked up the equipment on the ground individually. Spin. Lin Shi then saw that Li Shi was holding a bunch of equipment and placed it in front of him. All of this equipment, all of it is for you, Li Shi said softly. Lin Shi was stunned. Just by glancing at it, one could see that it was mostly epic equipment, with even gold quality ones being rare. As for the equipment requirements, most of them were also around level 100. All of these equipment were quite useful even for an awakened of Li Mingyue's level. Take it. Lu Bu walked over with a smile. We've already agreed that unless this place explodes with holy weapons that we can use, all the equipment and props are yours. We originally dipped into your light to be able to enter this copy, so we have to pay you. Li Mingyue winked at Lin Chi again, and then again. Is that attack normal for you? In fact, her heart was now filled with shock. Even though she had already known that Lin Chi couldn't be looked at as an ordinary awakened, the fact that Lin Chi had taken out so many powerful epic-level monsters with a single hammer blow still made her feel shocked. Lin Chi was silent for a while. Righteous enough. He gave the trio a thumbs up. He certainly wasn't going to be polite or anything with the trio, and accepted them as they were. All of this equipment. It's good sacrificial consumables. You still have the passive skill of automatically collecting materials, right? That would save us from following and picking them up. Lu Bu spread his hands. They naturally noticed the slight effect of Lin Chi's wash away the lead phrase, where the material automatically disappeared after killing the monster. But skills such as the similar effect are not exactly rare. The four of them continued to move forward, and the monsters along the way were all epic level bosses as they were at the very beginning. Even, surprisingly, legendary quality bosses are also occasionally seen acting as elite monsters in the copies. Killing all the way over, Lin Chi was already extremely dismayed. This copy, isn't there something wrong with it? The monster drops were not too generous, just epic level bosses alone. After killing them, at least 2 or 3 pieces of epic quality equipment would pop out. Coupled with the fact that the explosive rate of this temporary copy was already high, this was not even halfway through the fight, and it was already extremely rewarding. Right, now you understand why I was in such a hurry? Li Mingyue gave Lin Chi a smug look, and didn't know what she was smug about. This is not the main event. We haven't met the biggest boss in this copy yet. It's highly likely that it's a saint-level monster. After all, as she had said before, the burst rate of sacred weapons was extremely high in this kind of temporary copy. Here, it's all about picking up all kinds of high-quality equipment for absolutely nothing. Instead, Lu Bu's complexion was a bit complicated. Isn't it still because, as well, the overall strength of our team is pretty outrageous? He looked at Lin Chi, his gaze becoming more and more complicated. In the place of other awakened with slightly weaker combat power, even if they formed a team, they wouldn't necessarily be able to fight so smoothly in this temporary copy. It's always a case of attrition, and it can happen with great likelihood, but for the 4 of them, this copy would undoubtedly be letting them pick up equipment and experience for nothing, especially Lin Chi. All the way to this point in the fight, he surprisingly hadn't seen that any of the monsters had been able to carry one of Lin Chi's hammers. Epic level monsters look like this. Legendary level monsters, surprisingly, are still like this. Junior. Now I'm also questioning whether or not your kid is a newbie awakened or not. Li Mingyue skimmed her lips and added coldly, it couldn't be an old monster from the unexplored region reincarnated and reincarnated, right? Reincarnation and reincarnation. Lin Chi was somewhat powerless to spit. He'd never heard of the setting in this world. Ahead, should be the boss area. At this time, Li Shi's voice suddenly came from the side, and the huge shield in his hand was raised toward the front. She had a very ethereal air, or rather, looked a little naturally dull. Lin Chi's gaze followed suit. Ahead, the fog of war was so thick that it was impossible to see through. He did ponder that it shouldn't be so bad to see another projection of an earthly specter in this temporary copy, right? The 4 of them got ready and went forward together, but only just took a step into it. Lin Chi then noticed that the fog of war around them did not dissipate, but instead gathered towards them, and when the fog of war fades, Lin Chi, however, could no longer see Li Mingyue's trio. They were clearly separated. Boom ga! Ahead, there was even a dull shaking sound of trees. Erosion of life roots. Holy. Chapter 130, Eroding Chimera. 100 poisons. A huge tree root had clearly surfaced in the fog of war ahead that had yet to completely dissipate. It was just like the tree root that Lin Chi had seen earlier in the underground cave in the Green Netherworld Valley. Here are the roots of the eroded tree of life? Lin Chi's earlier conversation with the Dharma sage immediately surfaced in his mind. The Dharma Saint Junin seemed to have mentioned that the roots of the original tree of life had spread to the earthly dungeon, but it has been corrupted by earthly specters and thus withered. Today it seems, the roots in front of them should belong to the part of the tree of life roots that had been eroded. However, looking at this tree root, Lin Chi's heart was more or less odd. Only earlier he had just received his quest reward, a tree of life fruit, from the root of the tree of life. Now it's time to face the monster the tree roots have turned into. Never mind, give you a break, Lin Chi muttered, the profound ruined sledgehammer in his hand silently clenching up. But just then, boom ga, the roots of the tree once again made a shaking sound of trees, followed by a raspy, hard to define voice. Tree fruit, don't think about my tree fruits, I'll give you a hard time right away. Lin Chi's body instantly bloomed with a blazing flame as he fiercely charged towards the root of the tree of life. A saint-level boss, whether it was blood or defense, naturally it wouldn't be too low. Not to mention, it was still a powerful boss transformed from a root of the Tree of Life. Lin Shi wasn't even too sure if Lu Bu and Li Mingyue could carry it off. Boom! The profound ruin sledgehammer came crashing down, and the roots of the Tree of Life in front of him suddenly burst apart with it. However, Lin Shi, noticed that the area where the original Tree of Life root was located was actually still haunted by a glistening turquoise light. Those turquoise lights were not solid, but solidified into the shape of the roots of the Tree of Life. Does that count as stage 2? Or what? Lin Shi was all a bit foxed. What he used to know about the Tree of Life was also simple. It's almost synonymous with life, but I've never heard of the Tree of Life having any offensive power. Now then, how could this tree root, which was the copy boss, fight, gathering up roots to whip? It's too plain, isn't it? But whirlwind. Lin Shi then understood. The tree root that was condensed by the turquoise light gradually wriggled and coalesced into a solid mass of light with the tree root in one place. And then, a figure more than half a person's height actually emerged from the light mass. Eroding chimera, split. It was a strange flying bird that grew 2 heads, looking somewhat similar to a giant dragon, but its body was cloaked in dark purple feathers. The hideous mouths of the 2 heads were open, one flowing with a ghostly green venom, the other as if holding a flame. This was also obviously a life that was birthed from the Tree of Life. Lin Shi had learned about monsters like the chimera back in the information available about the elves, but the chimera of the elves seemed to have a lion's head, goat's body, and serpent's tail, not unlike the strange flying bird before him. It was assumed that some sort of strange mutation had occurred after being infested by the dusty phantom. Roar! At that moment, the encroaching chimera let out a hoarse hiss. The 2 heads lifted up at the same time, each spewing out large streams of venom and flames towards Lin Shi's direction. Wherever the venom passed, the ground was actually violently corroded, but Lin Shi didn't dodge at all, only for a moment. The venom and flames then suddenly engulfed Lin Shi's figure in it, but gradually, the venom that had originally filled Lin Shi's surroundings suddenly disappeared. Only the blazing flames were still burning, but they gradually coalesced into the figure of a flame giant. Burn me, but I'm flame immune, Lin Shi muttered, glancing at a ghostly green staff in his hand. The flint strike phrase is activated, having already extracted the power from the chimera's flames, and the venom spewed by the chimera. Instead, it was transformed into the staff by the all things soldier phrase. Attacks are ineffective. My turn. Lin Shi casually waved the staff in his hand, and instantly a large swath of venom coalesced in midair, violently impacting the area where the encroaching chimera was located. The abyssal ruined sledgehammer in his hand even blasted out in an instant, smashing right on top of the chimera's body. Boom! You have killed the eroding chimera, doppelganger, and gained plus 523. 700 experience. Level plus 1. You gained the word 100 poisons, gold color. 51. Lin Shi looked at the newly acquired golden words and raised his eyebrows slightly. Immune to all toxin attacks, as the word name implies. Sort of a very useful skill, but if I had acquired it earlier, I could have stood still and let the chimera attack. Lin Shi lifted the corners of his mouth. Another sweep of the area where the encroaching chimera had originally been. There, clearly still suspended, was a ball of light, implying the skill of the eroding chimera. In addition to that, on the ground, there was also a piece of equipment glowing with a dark purple light placed quietly. After scanning the chimera's various skills, Lin Shi quickly withdrew his gaze. He hadn't encountered any skills that worked too well on these monsters so far. Performing it was not as practical as the rampage skill that he had plundered from a hedgehog earlier. Instead, it was the piece of equipment that the chimera had exploded that Lin Shi was a bit concerned about. Wings of Poison, Legend. Category, Additional Jewelry. Special Effect, Toxic Flight, can wield venom in flight, inflicting venomous damage on enemy targets for 30 minutes. Another extra trinket, also carrying the ability to fly, with a similar effect to Lin Shi's Abyssal Lord Cloak. However, the roll was still not as powerful as Lin Shi's cloak, but after all, it was carrying the ability to fly, and its value on the market could not be low. Keep it for now. This was something that Lin Shi had no intention of taking and sacrificing. Equipment with the ability to fly has always been available in the outside world, and only a small portion of the high-level awakened were able to learn the flying skill. Only after primping these did Lin Shi look again at the Tree of Life root in front of him, which was condensed by a turquoise glow. Can't fight? He tried to hit it with the Abyssal Market sledgehammer, but it came up empty. Trying again, he reached out, his fingertips only just touching the glow of the root of the Tree of Life. The scene in front of him then suddenly blossomed. He had arrived in the middle of an open area, still surrounded by the fog of war, but there was no sign of any monsters. At this point, on the side, another turquoise light flashed, and immediately afterward, it transformed into the figure of a petite young girl holding a huge shield, which was precisely Li Shi. The two of them looked at each other, and their eyes both revealed a bit of doubt. They're not at. Li Shi frowned. Lin Shi instantly realized the same thing. It looked like the boss area of this copy was for the 4 people in the team to deal with the boss separately. That meant that Lu Bu and Li Mingyue should also be facing a monster similar to the erosion chimera each. Your teammates are still fighting. Are they going to help? At the same time, another message surfaced in front of Lin Chi. Without needing to say anything more, Lin Chi and Li Shi teleported in unison. Chapter 131 Elf Hunter. Pretender. Roar. Just after the teleportation ended, Lin Chi heard a hissing sound coming from the area. What followed was a violent boom. The blinding light shone in all directions, causing the earth to tremble. Eroding elf dragon, divergent. It was a huge elfin dragon with a grayish-white mist all over its body. It was far more massive than the elf dragon that Lin Chi had seen in the Green Destiny Valley earlier, and it was covered in bone spikes. It looked, rather, somewhat similar to Lin Chi's bone dragon, apparently mutated under the influence of erosion as well. As for the front of the elfin dragon, instead, it was a shield wall coalesced by a huge gold coin, but it was in tatters. Gollum. He was gripping his staff tightly in one hand, while the other hand was pouring mana potions into his mouth without stopping. Noticing Lin Chi and Li Shi, who had teleported in at the same time, their eyes instantly widened. Not bothering to pour the potion, he hurriedly said, "Be careful. This thing has mutated and is immune to physical attacks." The words just fell. Lin Chi and Li Shi then acted individually at the first opportunity. Boom! The two men's attacks fell left and right at the same time. The elf dragon didn't even struggle before its body burst apart. You have killed the eroding elf dragon, doppelganger, and gained experience plus 733,700. Immunity to physical attacks. What does that have to do with a sledgehammer that I can use as a staff? Lin Chi silently bellyached. With his aptitude weave phrase, the one thing he wasn't afraid of was monsters with a single immunity. On the contrary, this elf dragon gave more experience than the chimera. Of course, this should have the influence of the same boat phrase. An extra trinket, like a shawl, with only the effect of enhancing spell skills, also popped up on the ground. Lin Chi swept a glance and put it away. This time, he finally finished filling the potion and let out a long breath. He first looked at Li Shi, then his gaze fell back on Lin Chi, looking a little embarrassed. This monster kind of restrained me, and the blood return is also high. He was still breathing heavily. He had realized the situation of the two of them, but even Lin Chi, who was the lowest ranked, had already solved the monster. But he was still fighting bitterly, and he had also been suppressed by the elf dragon. Physical immunity restrains mages? What's the word? Lin Chi gave Lu Bu a somewhat odd look. The alchemist profession, by definition, belongs to the mage class, right? My skills, mostly physical attacks. As if he could see the implication in Lin Chi's eyes, Lu Bu's old face was a bit bashful. He is a mage-type profession that focuses on physical attacks. But immediately afterward, his expression changed. Go help Mingyue. Even he was in a bitter battle, so Li Mingyue, who now seemed to be the one with the most inferior strength in the team, should still be in the fight. The three of them didn't stop and immediately teleported out. But just after returning to the original empty area filled with the fog of war, the three of them noticed the figure already waiting here. You're all back pretty fast, everyone. Li Mingyue smiled and waved at the three. Apparently, she was done fighting. Lu Bu's face froze, and he was somewhat speechless. After all this, he's the most novice on the team. Here, there doesn't seem to be anything abnormal. Lin Chi swept his eyes around, and his gaze fell on Li Mingyue again. In response, Lu Bu withdrew his mind again and surveyed his surroundings. Logically, after defeating one boss each, they should have arrived at where the real boss of this temporary copy was. But the question is, all four of the team had teleported out, but they hadn't seen the boss here. All around, there seemed to be nothing but the fog of war that was gradually surging. The roots of the Tree of Life tree from before don't even seem to be the original body either. Lu Bu mused. If I'm not mistaken, the boss we have to deal with this time should still be the Tree of Life root. Earlier, all four of them should have encountered the Tree of Life root, but the boss that each of them dealt with was just a doppelganger that the Tree of Life root had split into. Keep exploring forward. Maybe there's something in the fog of war ahead. At that moment, Li Mingyue shrugged and took a step to Lin Chi's side. Junior, did those two just help you defeat the monster? She was obviously not aware of the party. Another smile spread out at Lin Chi, her eyes curving into a nice crescent moon, especially moving. Even Lin Chi couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The beauty plan, in your case, is rather starting to come out of the blue. Lin Chi gave a pertinent evaluation. Then aren't you enjoying yourself? Li Mingyue's smile grew stronger. And aside, Li Shi noticed Li Mingyue's movements and cocked her head slightly. A look of suspicion hung on her delicate little face, as if she was pondering something. Lu Bu didn't care about this and was still thinking about what was going on in this copy. There shouldn't be many hidden areas in the fog of war all around. It stands to reason that the boss shouldn't have shown up yet. But just then, whoosh, A sound of breaking wind violently sounded from the side. Lu Bu's expression changed and he hurriedly turned his head to look. Immediately, he saw the sledgehammer in Li Mingyue's hand, but it was actually blasting towards Lin Qi's head in an abrupt manner. Mingyue, what are you doing? He was so shocked that he didn't even react to what was going on. Bang! However, the sledgehammer blasted down, but it stopped hard in front of Lin Qi. Subsequently, the sledgehammer quickly disappeared and actually transformed back into a staff condensed by vines, landing in Lin Qi's hands. What kind of ability is this? Li Mingyue's eyes widened as she gazed at Lin Qi, her eyes filled with disbelief. Binding staff, temporary, effect, releases a forced binding vine with a strong blood-sucking effect. Lin Qi looked at the staff in his hand, and his gaze fell on Li Mingyue in front of him. He grinned. After all, it's a monster from an unexplored area that can even disguise itself as an awakened. Actually, he had already judged that the Li Mingyue in front of him was a monster in disguise. The effect from the "in the same boat" phrase would have allowed him to determine how many teammates were in the group. Even though the Li Mingyue in front of me did not seem to have any problems in terms of both information and appearance, but definitely not normal. Moreover, this monster's intelligence was obviously quite high, and it was no longer even able to be treated as an ordinary monster. Boom! On the side, the huge shield in Li Qi's hand had also blossomed into a ball of light and suddenly blasted towards Li Mingyue, but not before the blow fell. Instead, the ground violently cracked open, and a thick tree root emerged with it. Erosion of life roots, holy, the roots of the tree that the giant shield blasted against shattered apart. Li Mingyue, on the other hand, took advantage of this moment to quickly disappear, far away from the three people. Subsequently, her appearance changed for a moment, no longer resembling Li Mingyue, but transforming into a figure clad in a grayish-white robe. It was clearly a female elf. Long snow-white hair fell down, and her body was in shape, but her pupils showed a grayish-white color that was different from that of an ordinary elf, and her skin color was similarly an abnormal grayish-white color. Eroded elf hunter, holy. Her information then surfaced in the eyes of the three Lin Qi. Chapter 132 Two Say-level bosses. Eroded elves? Lin Qi narrowed his eyes. No wonder it is not surprising that it possesses such a high level of intelligence. And that's when another figure teleported out from the roots of the tree that was originally shattered by Li Qi's blow. Come on, bad girl, fight me again. Only just after teleporting out, Li Mingyue viciously swung the sledgehammer in his hand. She also looked a bit dusty, obviously having been through a hard battle earlier. Sweeping around again, his eyes lingered on each of Lin Qi's three before casting a glance at the encroaching elf hunter in front of him. Who were you three just fighting? Li Mingyue asked Lin Qi's trio somewhat bewildered. Later, the boss has appeared. Lu Bu frowned tightly. Earlier, he had been thinking about the situation in the replica, and had completely failed to anticipate that the monsters he met this time would be so tricky. Surprisingly, they were able to disguise themselves as their teammates. A monster with this kind of intelligence and ability was the first time he had encountered it. Even for him, I am an elf that evolved directly from the roots of the Tree of Life. My bloodline is noble, so don't compare me to ordinary elves. The eroding elf hunter smiled proudly. The earth around him ruptured once more, and a thick tree root grew. A temporary copy possesses two saint-level bosses. Li Mingyue looked at the information on the eroding life tree roots and frowned with her eyebrows. This copy, indeed, defies common sense and possesses unforeseen dangers. Li Qi didn't say anything, but just raised the huge shield in his hand and charged towards the eroding elf hunter first. The giant shield exuded a strong impact, and gusts of wind swept up all around it. And at this point, above the root of the Tree of Life, a branch had already extended, falling into the elf hunter's hand and transforming into a powerful bow. She bent her bow like a full moon, coalescing an arrow made of grayish-white mist above the bowstring. Spin! The arrow swept out fiercely, stabbing Li Qi directly. Bang! The arrows smashed down, but they did not affect Li Qi in the slightest. Still holding the giant shield over her head, she blasted at the elf hunter with unrelenting speed. In the meantime, Lin Qi was already on the move as well. Blazing flames coalesced on the profound ruined sledgehammer in his hand, and he fiercely blasted the hammer at the roots of the Tree of Life. Two bosses wouldn't hurt. Instead, it means that more stuff will pop out. Boom ga! The thick tree root shook violently, and it was actually like a whip that violently blasted at Lin Qi. It's really as a whip to whip people. Lin Qi skimmed. The attack of the Tree of Life root was really so plain and simple. He easily dodged the attack, and the hammer in his hand slammed down. Boom! The roots of the tree suddenly exploded. On the other hand, the elf hunter was also knocked out hard by Li Qi and smashed heavily on the ground. The elf hunter's already gray face looked paler by the moment. How can a shield user be so powerful? She murmured in a daze. However, Li Mingyue ignored her and just grinned as she clutched the sledgehammer in her hand. To be able to withstand a shield strike from Hey, that's a lot of defense. Bad girl. She was clearly carrying a wave of anger. The handle of the hammer in his hand extended violently and slammed into the elven hunter. As for Lu Bu, originally, he had planned to cooperate with Lin Chi in blasting the roots of the Tree of Life, but a skill slammed down. But it hit empty. The Tree of Life root had been shattered by Lin Chi's hammer. Aren't you kid a little too strong for your own good? He couldn't even help but spit out a sigh. Lin Chi smiled and didn't say anything more. That strike just now, but it didn't receive a kill prompt. In the end, the earth above once again crumbled open. The berry tree roots coalesced and grew at a rapid pace, and in only a very short time, they transformed into a huge tree man. Tree of Life, holy, is this part of the second stage? Or another boss? Lin Chi bristled. The monsters in this temporary copy were indeed all out of the ordinary. These unexplored areas are like a whole new world. Damn! The elf hunter cursed angrily, managing to dodge a hammer from Li Mingyue, and immediately moved his body. It actually turned into a ghostly shadow and quickly arrived in the canopy above the head of the Tree of Life man. Alien awakened. You seek death. She bent her bow once again, and a stream of arrows continuously swept out from the tree canopy, blasting towards Lin Chi's several people with a rigid impact. He took a few steps back and swung the staff in his hand. Above the staff, a heavy spell formation coalesced, obviously preparing a powerful magic. He also didn't forget to instruct Lin Chi's trio, control the boss and kill it together. It didn't take much for him to say anything. Lin Chi's three had already each rushed to the Tree of Life and released their skills. Boom! Li Shi's giant shield swung down like a giant axe, nearly cutting the Tree of Life lazily. The sledgehammer in Li Mingyue's hand, on the other hand, ruthlessly smashed into the Tree of Life. In conjunction with Li Shi, he blasted the Tree of Life's body to break apart in one fell swoop. As for Lin Chi, instead, he came to the elf hunter and gazed calmly at him. The abyssal ruined sledgehammer in his hand met the desperate gaze of the elf hunter with a hammer blast. You killed the eroded elf hunter, holy, level +1. You gained the word ice elemental, purple, a direct mandatory upgrade of 1 level. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Immediately afterward, an upgraded light once again bloomed on his body. Your teammate Li Shi kills Tree of Life, holy, you gain level +1. You gain the word breath of the wind, blue. In situ, all that was left was the equipment that had fallen to the ground. Only Lu Bu was still waving the staff in his hand, and a sevenfold spell formation had coalesced in the air above him, but looking at the scene in front of him, he was directly embarrassed at once. My spell, just finished chanting. One of his faces darkened. It was clearly 2 saint-level bosses, but he hadn't felt involved at all in the fight until now. He could only helplessly put away his staff and forcefully interrupt his spellcasting, lightly pulling out another bottle of mana potion. He took a gulp. Lin Chi then looked at his 2 newly acquired words. Purple phrase, Ice Elemental. The effect is to be able to raise the resistance of ice attribute attacks as well as the corresponding skill effects. The blue phrase, Breath of the Gale, on the other hand, was able to increase flight and movement speeds, and boost resistance to wind attribute attacks. All are words that empower themselves on different levels. Tidying that up, he then looked ahead again at the equipment that had fallen to the ground. Both saint-level bosses were obviously very special. However, there were 7 or 8 pieces of equipment that fell to the ground. The harvest is also extremely high. Just as he was about to pick them up one by one and take a look, Lin Chi noticed Li Mingyue coming over. Xiao Shi said that bad woman disguised herself as me? Li Mingyue's eyes widened. Did you recognize her disguise? Aha. Lin Chi nodded. Junior. Awesome. How did you recognize it? You're not as skilled as she is at using the beauty trick. Li Mingyue. Chapter 133, More buildings in the territory? Both saint-level bosses were obviously very generous. 7 or 8 pieces of equipment as well as several props were quietly placed on the ground. Incidentally, with the greedy contract phrase, Lin Chi was likewise still able to see several skill light clusters on the ground while he was at it, but he only scanned it roughly. So far, haven't seen skills that work too well on monsters. It was only then that he walked over to the equipment on the floor and surveyed it. Do you appraise or do I? Li Mingyue looked at the equipment on the ground and rubbed her hands together excitedly. As a high-level blacksmith profession, her appraisal skills had undoubtedly been perfected. Lin Chi waved his hand, signaling Li Mingyue to appraise it. However, when it came to some basic skills of blacksmithing, there was indeed still some gap between him and Li Mingyue. Swish! Li Mingyue had long since been unable to hold back, and the appraisal's radiance blossomed out. Immediately after, she couldn't even help but gasp. The 2 bosses exploded 4 holy weapons, 3 legendary outfits, and 1 legendary quality extra equipment. Is this the temporary copy I've been, pining for? The burst rate is really high. Lin Chi couldn't help but light up as well, his eyes sweeping over these equipment one by one. 4 holy artifacts, a staff, an armor, a necklace, and a bow. Soon, Lin Chi's gaze then converged on the message of that necklace. Life, shelter, holy, category, necklace. Equipment requirements, physique greater than 1500, spirit greater than 1000, effect, physical fitness plus 2500, agility plus 1500, special effect, blessing of life, active, summons a movable projection of the tree of life that provides 20% life regeneration per second and 10% movement speed and attack speed bonuses to all nearby friendly targets for 15 minutes. Lifeguard, passive, gains 4% life regeneration per second effect. Description, a root of the tree of life, which gradually became violent in erosion and split into tree of life people, but still retained the sheltering power of the tree of life. The effect of this thing is good. Lin Shi all burst with emotion. The life blessing skill that this necklace possessed had a duration limit, but it was able to exert an effect similar to Lin Shi's abyssal lore aura. If released while performing an abyssal summoning, that would attach a gain effect to all summoned creatures in the vicinity of the tree of life altogether. It's kind of practical for him, too. Lin Shi, you choose first. The effects of all these holy weapons are good, Lu Bu said to Lin Shi with a smile. They had entered this temporary replica with Lin Shi, and all this time, they hadn't taken a single piece of equipment. As for the holy weapon that was now bursting out, it had been agreed upon beforehand. Lin Shi didn't see any outsiders and picked up the life-sheltering necklace in his hand. The necklace he had been wearing was the legendary quality giant's pupil. This was still the equipment he had previously obtained during the abyssal descent, possessing a 12% bonus effect on all attributes. After thinking about it, Lin Shi simply replaced the life shelter necklace directly. It was a big deal to go back and sacrifice the giant's pupil necklace again to acquire the special effect of the attribute bonus. It could be noticed that Lin Shi was wearing this holy artifact. Li Mingyue and Lu Bu's faces, however, both revealed a touch of alarm. Sure enough, your kid's basic attributes are already ridiculously high. Li Mingyue pulled the corner of her mouth. But you're a blacksmith. Is it necessary to add spiritual attributes? The equipment requirements for the life shelter necklace, they could all see it clearly. Having to satisfy both physical and spiritual attributes at the same time would be a bit difficult for many awakened who specialize in one edition route. Sure, this time when they teamed up for a copy, they already had a new perception of Lin Shi's strength. This kid, he definitely couldn't be treated as an ordinary awakened. Lin Shi smiled and spread his hands, not explaining anything. He didn't even figure on the equipment's attribute bonuses, simply valuing the special effects that the equipment possessed more than anything else. Soon, Lu Bu and Li Mingyue also made their own selections, taking staffs and armor respectively. Little Shi, how many contribution points do you plan to set in the guild for this bow back? Li Mingyue asked Li Shi again. Obviously, Li Shi didn't need this bow and brought it back just to put it in the guild for trading. Let Lu Bu decide. Li Shi shook his head. Looking at Lin Shi again, he pointed at the remaining other equipment and props. These, too, are for you. There are also 2 skill books in the props, as well as a copy of the transfer scroll for the elf hunter profession. Put it in the outside world. It would fetch a pretty penny. I do have a better idea. Lin Shi grinned. The 4 legendary outfits were put away, and not a single move was made for those props. I'll use these props and consume some more contribution points to directly exchange for this sacred weapon bow. He certainly had no need to use the bow, but it was at least a holy weapon. Taking it back and sacrificing it, it could be considered an excellent consumable for sacrificing. As for props like skill books and transfer scrolls, he could actually attach equipment attributes by virtue of the armed empowerment phrase, but presumably, just like the cooldown time of the return scroll, none of these things can be used directly and without limit in a short period of time. What's more, Lin Shi couldn't even look at it. Yes, Li Shi agreed with alacrity. The 4 of them then exited the copy together. There is no copy settlement reward for temporary copies such as this one. However, Lin Shi had already risen to the 53rd level and had gained more than expected, so he didn't care about this. Rumble. With a tremor in the earth, this copy of the erosion cave disappeared completely. Lin Shi noticed that both Li Shi and Lu Bu each stood still for a moment after walking out of their copies, apparently responding to some message. Soon, Lu Bu looked at both Lin Shi and Li Mingyue again and said, I have just received news that it will be about a day or so before the next wave of beasts outside of Shangnu Pass arrives before we are there. Until then, you can go ahead and get ready. In a situation such as this involving the discovery of a new area, it was natural that the duration of the beast tide would not be too short. Such a long interval? It was Li Mingyue who frowned slightly. This means that the danger level of the next wave of beast tide will increase again. The tide of beasts, too, was gathering strength. Lu Bu nodded and pulled out another scroll, handing it to Lin Shi. This is the level 50 blacksmith copy area teleportation scroll that our guild has at our disposal. After you teleport over there, you should be able to meet a dwarf not far away who will take you to the copy. You should be almost level 50, right? Just teleport over there yourself when you have time. This career copy, naturally, cannot be entered in a group, and it is generally difficult to get other help. Lin Shi put away the scroll and raised his eyebrows slightly. He had been waiting for this copy for a long time. Several people bid farewell to each other and teleported away. Lin Shi, however, was in no hurry to head to his profession copy, but planned to make a trip back to the Heavenly Tribulation territory first. Sacrifice the equipment you've harvested on this trip before you say anything. However, just after returning to the Lord's Great Hall in the Heavenly Tribulation territory, Lin Shi noticed an information tip floating in front of him, both of whom were stunned. Currently available, Abyssal Tree of Life, one more buildable building? Chapter 134, Tree of Life. Breeding Elves, the Abyssal Tree of Life. Lin Shi chanted, his gaze a moment of dismay. Soon, as if he had thought of something, he took out an irregular orb that flowed with turquoise light. Tree of Life fruit. In his hand, the Tree of Life fruit was still flickering with light. The information tip that was just received came from this Tree of Life fruit. Originally, this was the quest reward given by the Tree of Life. Lin Shi had originally planned to wait until his forging skills improved a bit more before seeing the situation to use this as a forging material. Rather, he hadn't expected that the Tree of Life fruit would be able to play such a role after bringing it to the territory. Using the fruit of the Tree of Life to build up a Tree of Life? Lin Shi's eyes couldn't help but feel odd for a moment. Of course, the Abyssal Tree of Life should not be the same as the one he had seen in the Green Underworld Valley, but it's been a while. He has seen deeply what the Tree of Life can do. Think about it. Lin Shi immediately walked out of the Lord's Great Hall. Sweeping his eyes around, the scope of today's Heavenly Tribulation territory had expanded a lot, but he still wasn't quite sure if he could accommodate a Tree of Life with the current extent of his territory. The Tree of Life in the Green Underworld Valley, just the lowest canopy alone, is hundreds of meters tall. Lin Shi muttered, if a Tree of Life is built up in the middle of a natural disaster territory, it shouldn't burst the territory, right? But soon, he dismissed the thought. With a thought, the shadow of a large tree appeared in front of him, but it wasn't overly exaggerated in size, and at the lowest point of the canopy, it looked like it was only 5 or 6 meters tall. As for the tree, it is at most as thick as a 3-person embrace. Whatever, try building it first. Anyway, the buildings in the territory were still able to move and distribute freely in normal times, and if something unforeseen really happened, the big thing was to move the Tree of Life out first. An area was selected directly in front of the main hall and construction began. The Tree of Life fruit in his hand slowly floated out under the turquoise light and landed in the center of this area. Under Lin Shi's gaze, the Tree of Life fruit grows a root that stretches out into the soil below. Rooted in the earth, tree fruits should be considered fruits, right? The fruit in turn takes root and grows new plants. Lin Shi bristled. That should still be reasonable. But what doesn't make sense is that the land in the natural disaster territory is actually very barren. Instead of soil, it was some sort of congealed lava rock. Above the earth, only a few unknown weeds can be seen occasionally, perhaps special species in the abyss. But thinking that this thing was at least related to the Tree of Life, Lin Shi felt normal again. Only not much longer. A shoot then grew on the ground where the original Tree of Life fruit was located. The shoots were again rapidly thriving at a speed visible to the naked eye, first transforming into a small sapling that Lin Shi had seen before. Spinning around, it grew into a large tree. As with the previous vapors seen, it was as thick as a 3-person embrace, with a crown height of 5 or 6 meters. But it was different from the Tree of Life in the Valley of the Green Destiny. The leaves of this Abyssal Tree of Life in front of him took on a dark green color that was yet more verdant. Abyssal Tree of Life. Description: a special mutation of the Tree of Life that can breed abyssal elves for the Lord's use. Good Lord, breeding elves? Lin Shi's eyes suddenly widened. So does this mean that as long as his territory is large enough and has enough population units in it, he'll be able to have a whole clan of elves all to himself? This Abyssal Tree of Life in front of me, apart from not being large enough and perhaps not too high in terms of bitterness, already has the basic abilities of a Tree of Life, right? Boom ga! The Abyssal Tree of Life shook with a raspy sound. Dear lords, it seemed to have a bit more of a grandiose sound to it due to the environment of the abyss. Lin Shi circled around the Abyssal Tree of Life twice, carefully surveying it. He couldn't even help but feel a little new. It really hadn't occurred to him that that Tree of Life fruit would be able to allow him to directly possess a Tree of Life. Do you still have any connection with the Tree of Life in the outside world? Lin Shi asked again. According to the previous speculation, all the trees of life in the world are actually the same one. This Tree of Life in the natural disaster territory couldn't be the same, could it? It's more or less an offense to privacy. Boom ga! The words of the Abyssal Tree of Life resounded once again. The memory is considered my mother, and I don't belong to it, only serve the lords. The voice breaks. Communication with the Abyssal Tree of Life was apparently a bit of a struggle, but Lin Shi still harvested the information he wanted. The Tree of Life and the outside world are all considered to be the alter egos of the Tree of Life. The only one that was extremely special was this Abyssal Tree of Life, which was cultivated from the fruit of the tree. That would be great. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. Another command was given to the Abyssal Tree of Life. Nurture your elves. Having previously experienced a wave of beasts, the population units and range of the Celestial Calamity territory had been replenished somewhat. Lin Shi also didn't use the Abyssal Nest to cultivate new abyssal creatures anymore. And now there was a vacancy. Let's let the Abyssal Tree of Life breed elves first and see how it works. While he was at it, Lin Shi returned to the Lord's Hall and took out the forging table from his ring. Originally, when he returned to the Heavenly Tribulation territory, he was just going to perform a wave of forging sacrifices, back to another trip for a copy of this career. It was a bit of free time, and he had no intention of wasting it. You forge the Sword of Fire Chasing, epic, and gain. A wave of forging is underway. Lin Shi suddenly felt something in his heart and immediately walked out of the Lord's Great Hall. Spin. He then noticed that in front of the Abyssal Tree of Life outside the Great Hall, a figure had suddenly emerged. No clothes. This was the first thing Lin Shi saw. The first time you don't go to these. That's all this, thumbs up. The figure was crouching in front of the Tree of Life, arms wrapped around it, his back to Lin Shi, but at a glance, it was able to be seen that this was a female elf. As for the back that was revealed in front of him, an idea floated in Lin Shi's mind instead. It's a shame you don't go for a fire cupping. He walked up to the female elf and could only note that her head was buried in her arms, making it impossible to see her face, and a long head of hair that took on a blonde color similar to the other elves. At this point, only then did the elf slowly raise his head as if he had just awakened. A pair of dark green pupils glowed with a clear light and a slight hint of confusion. The eyes slowly fell on Lin Shi, but the moment he saw the elf's face, Lin Shi couldn't help but stare. Elf hunter? Her face was clearly extremely similar to the erosion elf hunter that Lin Shi had previously encountered in this temporary copy of the Erosion Cave. Chapter 135 Elf Yayoi. Go to the Blacksmith copy. Abyssal Elf, unnamed. Profession, Elf Hunter. Rank, 53. At the same time, the Abyssal Elf's information surfaced in front of Lin Shi. Like some of Lin Shi's summoned creatures, her level was the same as Lin Shi's. Furthermore, her face was very similar to the eroding elf hunter Lin Shi had seen earlier, and her profession was likewise an elf hunter. The line of sight was opposite, but Lin Shi was very frank. Just kidding, it's not like he's the one without clothes. At this point, the elf hunter's delicate face suddenly showed a smile, a beautiful smile, reflecting the barren territory of the natural disaster. Have added a few points of beauty in the invisible. Junior, or, my honorable Lord. Her voice was soft and melodious, and she changed from her original crouching position to kneeling on one knee, performing a salute to Lin Shi. But when he heard the elf hunter's words, Lin Shi's eyes instantly widened. Neither had time to scrutinize the impactful scenery in front of them, and a wave of weirdness had already welled up in their hearts. Are you an erosion elf hunter? Lin Shi asked. Strange, isn't that the boss she just fought? How did you become an abyssal creature in a natural disaster territory? I don't like that name. The elf hunter frowned and shook her head, her long blonde hair whipping with it like waves. That hammer of Lord's directly helped me get rid of the erosion. I haven't thanked Lord properly yet. Saying that, she stood up and came over to Lin Shi with a smile. In front of Lin Shi, she seemed completely undefended, but immediately after, then, as if realizing something, a scarlet red quickly sprang up on her white cheeks. Oops, rude. She raised her hand to cover her lips and put on a surprised look. Spin. Eyes snickering at Lin Shi, a radiance enveloped his body, transforming into a dark green gauze. A change of temperament from just now. It actually looked a bit noble. This was the very same camouflage skill that turned her into Li Ningyue's appearance earlier. The segment is very high. Lin Shi silently belabored. He could certainly see that the elf hunter had been able to cast his camouflage skill and put on the outfit at the first sign of his arrival, but he favored to put on a look of hindsight. From bewilderment to petulance, a set of actions, a line of clouds and water, but it's just a means to please me. Lin Shi's mouth is slightly, but soon, Lin Shi then realized another problem. The population unit of the natural disaster territory was, all of a sudden, 30 less. Elf hunters, do they take up 30 population units as well? Obviously, the elf hunter in front of him wasn't the same as ordinary abyssal creatures. After all, they were all able to be considered boss units in the temporary copy. How did you come to me? Lin Shi asked again. The elf hunter smiled sweetly and said, Lord should know that elves are almost ageless existences with a long lifespan, but elves also die. When an elf dies, his soul will return to the Tree of Life, even if it is an eroded elf. After my soul returned to the Tree of Life, I was summoned again in the underworld, which led to my rebirth from the Lord's domain. There's still that? Lin Shi hadn't understood it in the past either. It seems that I've never heard of anything similar in this world for the elves either. So the reborn elves are still able to have their original memories? Lin Shi asked again, but the elf hunter shook his head. She also looks confused and not really sure about all this. This situation, I didn't think of it either, perhaps due to the fact that Lord's Abyssal Tree of Life is very special. In the past, the Tree of Life never entered the abyss either. The Abyssal Tree of Life belonged to a special mutation after all. Lin Shi nodded and didn't think about it too much anymore. We'll see what happens when the Tree of Life breeds a new elf. What was your name before? He asked again. The elf hunters are undoubtedly the most intelligent of all creatures in the current celestial plague territory. That was capable of bringing some marvelous changes to his territory. My memories only go as far back as when I was bred by the eroding life tree roots, and I didn't really have a name before. The elf hunter replied helplessly. There is no name. Lin Shi skimmed his mouth and pondered what name to take. I soon fell back to the sarong the elf hunter wore, and an eyebrow was raised. I'll call you Yayoi then. You named the hunter Yayoi. After thinking about it, Lin Shi pulled out the saint artifact bow from his ring again, which had burst out earlier, and handed it over to Misha. Here's your bow from before. Keep using it. It was fortunate that Yayoi had descended in time, or else the bow would have been used as a sacrificial consumable for him. Lord is so nice. Yayoi loves it. Yisa smiled sweetly and put on a good and obedient demeanor. Lin Shi lifted the corners of his mouth, and had to admit that in this barren territory of the natural disaster, having one more beautiful elf who could communicate with him would make his mood much better with it. He even suspected that if he had stayed in the territory before, spending all day in the company of ugly abyssal creatures, his psyche would have become extremely dark sooner or later. You'll help me take care of the natural disaster territory first from now on. After instructing a few words with Yayoi, Lin Shi returned to the Lord's Great Hall again. Continue with the previously unfinished forge offering, with the previous gains from the temporary copies, plus some auxiliary forging materials that Lin Shi had kept. This time, he directly sacrificed 3 saint weapons, and after, Lin Shi again sacrificed all of these equipment to the Profound Ruin sledgehammer in one go. It shouldn't be much closer to being promoted to a mythic quality weapon. After looking at the attributes of the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer, his gaze fell back to the forging table. This forging table that he had endowed with the qualities of his equipment, and now the points of light draped throughout its body were much denser. Obviously, the same as in the process of going from quantitative to qualitative change. After primping these, Lin Shi didn't stay long, and after briefly exchanging a few words with Misha, he directly activated the teleportation scroll given by Lu Bu. Go to the level 50 copy of the blacksmith profession. After waiting for so long, I was finally able to learn the new blacksmith profession skill. Moreover, Lin Shi knew that clearing this profession copy was also able to increase the success rate of the blacksmith's forge. This was all no small gain for Lin Shi. Swish! The light from the teleportation flashed, and a cluster of mountains appeared before Lin Shi's eyes, and not far away, there was a hut made of rubble, with a forge placed outside, and even more firelight reflected from the hut's windows. As soon as he approached, he was greeted by a figure that was only about a meter in height walking out of the hut. He had a very long beard, braided into knots, and a hammer in his hand. The typical image of a dwarf. Lin Shi instantly realized that the figure in front of him was exactly the dwarf that Lu Bu had said. Lin Mingyue and the others sent another newcomer? The dwarf's scrutinizing gaze landed on Lin Shi and narrowed slightly. But then, in a whirlwind, he spat disdainfully. I'm a god-ranked blacksmith. I'm really being treated like a caretaker of copies by those little guys. This dwarf, a divine blacksmith? Lin Shi couldn't even help but stare. Chapter 136, This Profession Copy. Easy mode, right? A god-level blacksmith was already in existence beyond the blacksmith profession itself. As a matter of common sense, the compatibility of a divine blacksmith was in no way inferior to the top 3 professions on the occupation heavily ranking. And, since in order to become a god-level blacksmith, one would have to be a top awakened person anyways, therefore, none of the divine blacksmiths were existences that stood at the top of the battlefield. Beyond that, Lin Shi had learned that long ago. A god-level blacksmith was even capable of forging mythic-quality equipment, and in this world, there were actually even fewer awakened who could achieve god-level blacksmithing. He hadn't even expected that the dwarf in front of him was a divine blacksmith. Ha! Scared! Ha! The dwarf grinned, about to say something else, but then, as if he had discovered something, his eyes glazed over for a moment, staring straight at the equipment on Lin Shi's body. Holy weapon, or holy weapon. He rushed over to Lin Shi in a few steps and gazed carefully at the legendary Abyss Embrace and other equipment. Half-time. Only then did he take a few steps back in a daze, seemingly all a bit incredulous. What's your boy's rank? What's with all the holy weapons in one outfit? In the end, it was a divine blacksmith, and he really knew his stuff. Lin Shi's equipment, but all of them had hidden equipment effects, and the dwarf was surprisingly still able to see the quality at a glance. Just think of me as a blacksmith who learned a secondary profession after level 60. He responded casually. nor did he intend to interact much with the dwarf. God-level blacksmiths were rare, but it wasn't like Lin Chi himself was an ordinary blacksmith. Instead, the dwarf's mouth twitched. That girl Li Mingyue lied to me? She said she was going to send over a new awakened, and she ended up sending over a top awakened? His beard-covered face was filled with suspicion. Soon, however, there was a shake of the head. It's still not right. Even if it's a newly learned sub-profession, it should only be just over level 60, and there's no way it could have so many sacred weapons. He obviously realized that something wasn't quite right with Lin Chi's situation, but Lin Chi didn't explain and just stood quietly. Going to a copy of the blacksmithing profession is the way to go. After he passed the copy, he still had to go over to Xiongguan to deal with the beast tide. That's what makes his schedule so tight. You, boy, are a bit odd. Eventually, the dwarf muttered. Only then did he turn his back and wave to Lin Chi. Let's go. I'll take you to the duplicate entrance. Lin Chi followed up, also observing the situation here. It appears as if this area is a mine. Occasional low-quality mineral materials can be seen on the road. These mineral materials were also able to be used as auxiliary materials when forging equipment, with the possibility of discovering new attributes. But it was still hard to imagine that a dwarven divine blacksmith would stay in a place like this. Only not much longer. The dwarf then led Lin Chi to a mine. A cloud of dust hung over the mine, not a mist, but with the same effect of obscuring the view. And in front of Lin Chi, information about this mine also surfaced. Trial mines blacksmith. Entry requirements, blacksmith profession. 1 person. Go inside. I'm only responsible for bringing you here. As for whether you can pass or not, it's up to you. The dwarf pointed to the trial mine in front of him. Also, be careful. Don't die inside. Once you feel the danger is too much to bear, give up the trial and teleport out. Of course, it is natural to pay a price for giving up the trial, minus your own experience. It's all still minor. Sometimes a base skill of the profession is deducted with it. This can have a big impact on the awakened. Thanks a lot. Lin Chi responded politely and stepped straight into the trial mine. As soon as he entered, Lin Chi noticed that the dust in the mine seemed all a bit strange as well. He was even able to see the message in the dust. Mine dust, description, possesses ignitable properties. He had no doubt that if he didn't do anything about it, the limited vision would be a minor thing, and sooner or later he'd be covered in all this dust. Then, when the time comes, maybe if you encounter a little spark in the mine, you'll just be set on fire by the dust. This stuff is no less impactful than the fog of war. Lin Chi was struck with a wave of emotion. The abyssal domain skill was instantly activated, forcing all the surrounding dust to be swallowed into the pitch-black liquid. The pitch-black liquid of the abyssal domain had only just spread out when a kill message subsequently appeared in front of Lin Chi. You have killed the monolithic crystallization and gained plus 36,700 experience. You have killed the monolithic crystallization and gained plus 36,700 experience. This. Lin Chi bristled. He didn't even see the monster hidden in the dust. It was only a level 50 copy after all. However, anyone who dabbled in his abyssal domain would naturally be swiftly killed. But Lin Chi was also clear that a copy of the blacksmith profession would naturally not be like the combat profession, which just required killing these monsters. There must still be exclusive tests. Soon, Lin Chi then understood. Deeper into the mine, the dust around them fell away. But ahead, an area illuminated by lava appeared. At his feet was a cliff of considerable height, with hot lava flowing below. But on the edge of the cliff, there was a wire hanging, like a couple of abandoned wire bridges. Please use the crystallized material of the strange stone to repair the iron rope bridge and connect the 3 altars. A message appeared in front of him, which was obviously the requirements to pass this copy. It's still a copy of the blacksmith profession after all, and forging is the real test. Lin Chi didn't find it strange either. A level 50 copy of the blacksmith profession would be strange if it didn't require forging. As for the original kills of the monstrous rock crystallization, the materials that were dropped, under the influence of the wash away the lead phrase, all of them also had their quality improved. After sweeping his surroundings, Lin Chi then noticed that not far away was situated a forging platform made of strange stones. Looking at the materials, it was somewhat similar to that hut of the dwarves. However, Lin Chi had no intention of using it and directly took out his own forging table. Since the forging was going to take place, it was of course in the spirit of the principle of fertilizer not flowing into others' fields. It's only right to improve the quality of your forged table as much as possible. Only, while looking at the forged stone slab, Lin Chi could not help but pull the corner of his mouth. There are no additional attributes. Dare I say it, it's just a stone slab on a wire bridge. And it's just normal quality stuff. 2. It takes up too much space for me to use it for sacrifices. Lin Chi was speechless for a while. So far, it seems that nothing good has appeared in this copy. That will have to wait and see. The settlement reward for the copy. Passing a copy of this profession enables you to gain at least one corresponding skill of this profession. Lin Shi would like to see what kind of skills could be obtained from this copy. Chapter 137, letting you try out. You set the mine off? With forged slabs of stone, it was spread out between the two iron ropes. It wasn't much of a technical endeavor for Lin Shi. You pave a bridge of iron ropes and gain plus 2% success rate of epic quality equipment forging. When the last stone slab of this iron cable bridge was laid, a prompt message immediately surfaced in front of Lin Shi's eyes. This has an additional bonus effect? Lin Shi's heart fluttered. As his level increased, his success rate in directly forging epic quality equipment was actually quite high. But after all, it's impossible to achieve a 100% success rate. Moreover, when the forging success rate reaches a certain level, the chances of obtaining additional attribute bonuses when forging equipment can also be increased. This was undoubtedly quite practical for Lin Shi. Powered up, Lin Shi quickly laid 3 wire bridges. You pave a bridge of iron ropes and gain plus 2% success rate of epic quality equipment forging. You pave a bridge of iron ropes and gain plus 2% success rate of epic quality equipment forging. Looking at the information that surfaced on the panel, Lin Shi was still a bit overwhelmed. A total of 6% success rate bonus might not seem like much, but in reality, when placed on a forge, it was actually quite substantial. Lin Shi estimated that with his current forging success rate, plus the addition of the forging table, however, any forging of epic quality equipment is bound to have no problems, and even, from time to time, additional attribute bonuses can be found. It's a pity that we won't be able to have a chance to forge legendary quality equipment until the next transfer. Lin Shi chanted. In the Awakens level 60 to level 90 interval, although legendary quality equipment was still rare, some awakened of notable origins were still able to occasionally scrape together the equipment they wanted. As for the holy weapon, that should be no. Although Li Mingyue was only over level 90, her situation was originally special after all. At this point, the 3 wire bridges have all been successfully connected, and the stone slabs and chains are gradually flowing with a fiery red glow, extending toward the end. Soon, the fiery red light was like substance, flowing to the area at the end of the iron rope bridge, and actually coalesced into 3 separate altar spells. Lin Shi leapt and flew into the air to take a look at the 3 altar spells, and immediately had an epiphany. 3 altars, corresponding to attack, defense and speed? This is considered the basic performance value of an awakened person when fighting. Boom! But just then, the hot magma under the 3 iron rope bridges even suddenly churned away. It was like boiling up boiling water, gurgling and gushing and radiating scorching heat. Gradual. In the churning magma, moreover, a huge figure also emerged. Red Flame Golem, Special, Level, 50, Boss? Only just noticing the Red Flame Golem's message, Lin Shi was stunned. The Red Flame Golem in the magma pool only revealed the upper half of its body, and its entire body looked like it was poured from magma that had not yet cooled down, but it also exuded a not-so-small sense of oppression. But it wasn't these that made Lin Shi feel dismayed. Rather, in a blacksmithing profession copy, this kind of boss that clearly has combat power will appear. To know, putting aside this special case of Lin Shi's, what would other level 50 blacksmith professions be able to fight a boss with? Even if it was a calcination skill, it obviously had no effect on this boss at all, right? Spin. Lin Shi then understood. Please break the golem core with the forging hammer and use the golem core to forge the appropriate equipment to activate the 3 altars. It seems that it's not just a matter of defeating the boss to clear the copy. Lin Shi grinned. The red flame puppet in front of him naturally did not pose any threat to him. Bang! With just one holy one-throw skill, the red flame golem suddenly burst into pieces. A piece of forging material flickered away in the shattered area and had been put away by Lin Shi. But below the wire bridge, the rolling lava is still churning, obviously, condensing a new body for the red flame golem. To take advantage of the time when the red flame golem is coalescing to forge, Lin Shi understood the true difficulty of this copy. There wasn't much time left for him to forge, and moreover, he had to forge enough corresponding equipment to activate each altar in a short period of time. Beyond that, once the red flame puppet had regrouped into shape, it would attack him and interrupt the sacrifice. Putting it in front of any other blacksmithing profession would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. Time is short and the task is heavy, but Lin Shi was not slow. These difficulties, to him, are about equal to no difficulty at all. The only time spent in this process was just the time it took for the red flame golem to perform cohesion. Soon, the 3 pieces of equipment were built one by Lin Shi and placed at the center of each of the 3 altars. Swish! A pillar of light rose up in the 3 altars, connecting with each other and reflecting back down into the magma below. Immediately afterward, the magma also churned violently with it, completely revealing the massive body of the red flame golem. Please use your full power to crush the red flame golem. There was even an information tip that surfaced in front of Lin Shi. This comes with QTE play? Lin Shi was a bit playful. but does it require his full strength? That would be embarrassing. Boom! He swooped down to the red flame golem in midair, and the profound market sledgehammer in his hand swung down with vigor. The roaring flames exploded and filled the entire cave. It was even wrapped in fire and rushed toward the outside of the cave altogether. Rumble! The entire cave trembled, as if the sky was falling apart. In the meantime, Lin Shi also finally received a pass alert. Passing completion. Rewards being settled. In front of the rubble-strewn hut, the dwarf was swinging a sledgehammer in his hand, hammering away at the forge. It was clear that what was placed on the forging table was just a piece of ordinary iron and stone material, but every time he dropped his hammer, this piece of iron and stone material would actually flow with a strange light. It's as if the quality of the materials have been somehow enhanced. Rumble! But just as a certain hammer of his was about to fall, a sudden rumble came from the ground beneath his feet. The dwarf's brow furrowed, and his eyes quickly followed the trembling of the earth, casting them in the direction of the cave in the distance. What's this about? A fire was actually reflected in both of his eyes, distinctly viewed from afar. In the mine hole that the teenager had entered just now, a roaring flame had suddenly sprung up, like an unstoppable fire dragon. The impact caused a large portion of the area outside the mine to collapse to both sides. That kid detonated the mine? The dwarf tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sparing him, he wasn't even sure what was going on in the mine. But this situation, it's not right at all. The copy is located in what would have been the equivalent of another dimension. This native copy, in particular, is the area that has been most thoroughly invaded by the game? How is it possible that the commotion that takes place in it affects the outside world? Thinking of this, a flame sprang up under the dwarf's feet, and his body swept out, rushing towards the trial mine. Chapter 138 Invitation from the Blacksmith Association. Conditions exceeded. You realize the skill of this profession. Synthesis, automatically promoted to the next profession stage skill. Epic quality equipment forging success rate plus 5%. You have obtained the fiery furnace drawing times 1. You have obtained magma crystal block, legendary, times 10. You gain forging base pieces times 2000. Lin Shi swept his gaze over the pile of information that surfaced on the panel. The rewards of this trial copy weren't exactly low. 10 legendary quality materials, and 2000 forge base shards. Legendary quality materials naturally go without saying. The forge base shards, on the other hand, are actually something that can only be obtained by breaking down equipment. Lin Shi had long since mastered the equipment disintegration skill, but it wasn't like he needed to disintegrate equipment on a regular basis, so he barely had any on hand. Now it's gained some. In addition, the forging success rate of epic quality equipment, on the contrary, had increased by another 5%. Lin Shi was also satisfied with this. As for the drawings, drawing a fiery furnace, description, using fiery furnace to smelt materials will have a chance to improve the quality of materials and increase the success rate of forging. Again, this is considered a forging aid. In the past, Lin Shi didn't need to use a furnace to forge equipment. His own calcination skill was enough, but if you use it in a forge, it's still somewhat useful. Only then did Lin Shi look at his newly realized blacksmithing native skill. Skill, synthesis. Effects, you can consume the forging base pieces to synthesize 2 pieces of equipment of the same category and quality, and the probability of adding the maximum value of each basic attribute will be taken, and the probability of obtaining special effects and set effects. The master profession blacksmith may choose to retain one effect of the original equipment even after a failed synthesis. Skill enhancement. Success rate has been increased. Equipment synthesis skill. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. This was a skill that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Originally, the awakened of the blacksmith profession. After switching professions, the skills acquired in their own profession were not fixed. Lin Shi wasn't sure when he would be able to learn this skill. This skill alone could help him synthesize 2 set parts of the same category. Inheriting the set effect. He's been looking forward to the Lord set for a long time. Up until now it's only been a collection of 2 Lord set parts. I can't believe that it's only the first copy of this profession that I've acquired this skill. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. And, by now, the benefits of the blacksmithing master profession were coming to light. You can increase the probability of obtaining an attribute after synthesis. Even if the synthesis fails, you will still be able to retain the effect of the original equipment and thus proceed to the next synthesis. The only problem at the moment is that the legendary set and the Lord set don't have the same categories of components. This is something that was lacking in consideration before. Previously, in order to make it easier to wear, Lin Shi had only sacrificed the legend set to produce a top, pants, and boots. And the Lord set is a helmet as well as an additional cloak to equip. Not much of a problem. I'll have to go back and collect the other parts of the legendary set anyway. Lin Shi quickly made his decision. After the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer was sacrificed to mythic quality, it was time for him to start sacrificing the other equipment on his body. Then, when the time comes, It's time to take another trip to the abyss and look for the other Lord's suit parts. And Lin Shi was also certain that the Lord's set should be more than just legendary quality equipment only. There must be higher quality ones present. Put these away. Lin Shi had only just stepped out of the trial mines when he met him head-on and noticed the dwarves casting scrutinizing glances his way. It's still there. He smiled and reached out in greeting, originally expecting this divine blacksmith to only lead him to this side of the mine and go back on his own. But the dwarf took a big step towards Lin Shi, his eyes glaring, straight up against Lin Shi. What did you kid do in the trial mines? Why are all the flames coming out of the mine? He inquired eagerly. As he spoke, he also looked at the trial mine in front of him. Trial mines, inaccessible. Requirement, recovery time, 99 days, 23:58 hours. At once, the dwarf's face fell. You dry scrapped this replica? His old face, whose age could not be seen due to the thick beard covering it, was reddening at this moment. What do you mean it's dried out? Lin Shi shrugged helplessly. The last request before passing the copy was for him to give it his all. I'm a little stronger, he replied with a grin. The harvest from that strike just now was also very significant. The conditions were overreached, and even the skills were promoted to the next career stage with it, and the success rate of synthesis was raised. As for the trial mines going into a cooling off period, it was only 100 days full. When 100 days had passed, this mine would naturally be restored to its original state. You call that strength? The dwarf scowled suspiciously at Lin Shi, his voice sharpening a bit. He really couldn't see the kid's heel. Distinctly dressed in a holy weapon suit, he should be a top awakened person, but he was not very old and did not look like he was much higher in rank at all. Tell me about it. How did you do it? He pressed again. Even he was the first time he had seen such a situation in a trial copy. My forging skills are higher. I just overreached the conditions. Lin Shi didn't explain too much. It wasn't like he was familiar with this dwarf. It's time to make a trip to the Xiangnu Pass to prepare for the beast tide. He was about to say goodbye to the dwarf, but Lin Shi noticed that the dwarf had already come to him. Raising his head, his eyes were still staring straight at him, and it revealed a touch of solemnity. Junior, are you interested in joining our blacksmith association? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's heart immediately stirred. The major professional associations, by nature, existed independently of the guilds. For example, Manhwa had initiated an invitation for him to join the Blacksmith Association in the first place. Only, after he joined the Earthly Kings Guild, Manhwa probably forgot about it. You're also from the Blacksmith Association? Lin Shi subconsciously asked, and then reacted. The dwarf in front of him was, after all, a divine blacksmith. It wasn't that the other party needed to join the Blacksmith Guild, but that the Blacksmith Guild needed god-level blacksmiths. I'm the president of the Blacksmiths Guild. Proper, not yet vice. The dwarf's beard blew, full of speechlessness. So it is. Lin Shi was not dismayed. But what was the president of the Hall's Blacksmith Association? A god-ranked blacksmith, doing idly catting around in the recesses of this mountain? It couldn't really be for the Guild of Earthly Kings to guard a level 50 blacksmith profession copy. Halftime. The short talent again helplessly rushed Lin Shi. You kid, is a talent, want to join it, like this kind of this occupation copy? Our association has plenty. That's not an empty word. The organization in the world that held the most copies of the blacksmith profession could naturally only be the Blacksmith Guild. It's fine. Lin Shi nodded frankly. The association wasn't binding on its members. It was just the equivalent of a platform. There was no need for him to refuse. But the dwarf was slightly stunned. And then, the corners of his mouth widened into a smile. He rubbed his hands together. Then fill out a form. Just fill in your rank and name. Is that why you invited me? Lin Shi had an odd look on his face. Chapter 139 Hand-picked elves for you. Swish, the light from the teleportation dissipated, and Lin Shi's figure had already disappeared into thin air. Toby the dwarf stood with his head held high, but his expression was dumbfounded. 53. The teenager was a 53-level blacksmith? Does that make sense? Even for him, a god-ranked blacksmith, it was absolutely impossible for him to forge a 50-plus ranked holy weapon. Then where did Lin Shi's holy weapon equipment come from? Ryoko. Toby's mouth only widened into a grin. Inviting Lin Shi was certainly not just to explore Lin Shi's rank, simply being able to exceed the conditions of the trial. This was already beyond the vast majority of blacksmith professions. Also has the potential to become a divine blacksmith. Majestic Pass. When Lin Shi teleported over, there weren't many awakened people to be seen on the streets anymore. Even if they could occasionally see some of them, they were all in a hurry, or immediately replenishing their props and rushing once again in the direction of the pass. And in the distance, there was a constant roar. Apparently there was a fierce engagement going on. The beast tide, it's all approaching Xiangnu Pass? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. The previous waves of beasts could all be found in an extremely distant region outside of the Xiangnu Pass. and it was precisely for this reason that he had gotten lost in this elven territory of the Green Underworld Valley. It was no wonder that Lu Bu and Li Mingyue and the others felt tricky about this wave of beasts earlier. The situation is indeed more serious, but this was the best situation for Lin Chi to collect equipment and forging materials. Without stopping, he immediately rushed to the pass. As soon as he looked up, he was able to see the large swath of flying creatures that swept through the sky. There were powerful monsters, and likewise flying mounts summoned by the awakened. This is a battle between high-level awakened people. Lin Chi lamented. Many high-level awakened were able to master the means of flight, but there were none like him who were able to summon a bone dragon to fly at a low level. Sweeping around, Lin Chi did find a few familiar figures in front of the pass, all from the Earthly Kings Guild, but the two parties were not really acquainted with each other, and he did not go up to greet them. The Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer in his hand flashed with light, and a skeleton surfaced on top of the earth in front of him, and along with the burning flames, the skeleton gradually formed the appearance of a bone dragon. With a leap, Lin Chi directly rode the bone dragon and rushed towards the depths of the beast tide. Look around. The beast tide ahead was almost boundless, far more massive than the beast tide Lin Chi had encountered earlier by an unknown number of times. This is actually normal. The beast tide that Lin Chi had previously encountered could be said to have only just taken shape, and again belonged to the early stages of beast tide coalescence. Now, here's the kicker. You have killed the Storm Thunderhawk and gained plus 172, 300 experience. You have killed the Gold-Eating Flying Ant and gained plus 56, 700 experience. You have killed the Frost Flame Bird and gained plus 102,800 experience. Wherever the Bone Dragon passed, it also swept up large swathes of fiery flames. Easily, it devoured a bunch of monsters in it and wiped it out. The monsters in the beast tide were already a mixed bag, and the experiences they brought were all different. However, Lin Chi's experience bar was always growing. Actually, the Awakened's level experience is still considered less demanding until level 30. The average awakened person who wanted to level up quickly just needed to fight monsters and practice without rest, and was also still able to manage to level up quickly. However, the higher the level, the more experience value is required. As Lin Chi had now reached over 50 levels, his experience bar had come to a terrifying tens of millions of points. Lin Chi estimated that by the time he reached level 55, his experience bar should have broken 100 million. After penetrating some distance, the number of awakened people that could be seen around them had decreased a lot. After all, not all high-level awakened people had great strength. Some awakened people, even though they had leveled up, their own basic attributes were still weak. This, in turn, would require participating in a replica such as the Tower of the Void Realm, or obtaining attribute points by virtue of other quests. So, not all awakened ones, either, were able to easily go deeper into this kind of beast tide without backup. Having been in the middle of a battle, there was no way to easily teleport away. It's a mix of danger and opportunity. Lin Chi muttered. Of course, he didn't care about the dangers. Farther away, there was still a constant tide of beasts coming this way, and it was almost difficult to find the end of it. Find an area where the beast tide is originating from and block it directly. Lin Chi had already made his decision. This wave of beasts was indeed extremely large in number. On this side of the Xianggu Pass, there were not only the Earthly Kings Guild, but also some other awakened guilds. Otherwise, even if the awakened of the Earthly Kings were powerful, they simply wouldn't be able to juggle such a huge number of monsters. This actually happens every time we are faced with a big discovery like this. Face almost every monster species in the new area. Boom! Lin Chi's figure plummeted from the sky, accompanied by the release of the Holy Abyssal Shock skill. The powerful shockwave directly emptied a large swath of monsters around them. This is it. As early as when he was in the sky, Lin Chi had already observed the situation over here. This was a valley area, a sort of passageway where monsters converged and there were no other awakened. Then in this place, he would be able to unleash the Abyssal summoning skill and summon the abyssal creatures in the Heavenly Tribulation territory along with him. It's not a matter of staggering with other people or being afraid of getting into some kind of conflict with them. Simply lest the abyssal creatures in his territory swipe the other awakened along with them as monsters. The pitch-black spell formation quickly spread out rapidly with Lin Chi as the center, condensing a thick pitch-black mist like an abyssal crack. Immediately after, a bunch of abyssal creatures suddenly surged out from among them, and after converging around Lin Chi, their body sizes all changed with them. Under the skill effect of Abyssal Lore Aura, these abyssal creatures instantly received a level 7 abyssal increase. Natural disaster territory expanded. Area +1. Natural disaster territory expanded. Population +1. The abyssal creatures quickly went into battle, plundering the monsters in the tidal wave and expanding the territory of the natural disaster. Beyond that, Lin Chi similarly summoned the mountain ancient beast as well as the fallen knight. These summoned creatures were different from the abyssal creatures, and destroying the monsters would directly provide Lin Chi with experience. As for the equipment and materials dropped by the monsters, naturally, they all belonged to Lin Chi. Instead, among the crowd of abyssal creatures, there were also a few figures that slowly walked. At the head of the group was none other than the abyssal elf hunter, Misa, who had manifested a golden leather armor and was still holding the holy weapon bow in her hand. From time to time, he released an arrow into the tide of beasts outside, before coming to Lin Chi's side again. My lord, Spin, Misa, along with the group of abyssal elves behind her, bowed respectfully to Lin Chi. Apparently, after a while, the abyssal tree of life and the celestial calamity territory had already bred new elves. My lord, this is the elf I handpicked for you. Do you like it? Yayoi slowly raised her head, her watery golden eyes looking towards Lin Chi, putting on a chaste appearance. Chapter 140, Smashing the Kings of the Earth? This tone is not right. Lin Chi had an odd look on his face. Sounds more like a hand-picked harem? Isn't this more or less outrageous? His gaze fell back to the group of elves behind Yayoi. Liz Phantom, occupation, archer, rank, 53, ashes to ashes, profession, mage, rank, 53. The information of these elves was similarly at a glance in Lin Chi's eyes, mostly common elvish professions. Apparently, those who possessed the profession of an elf hunter, such as Yayoi, were a minority even among the elven race. But it has to be said, the elves are indeed beautiful in every sense of the word. But soon, Lin Chi suddenly realized another problem. Why are they all female elves? Can't we breed male elves from the Tree of Life in our territory? That's not right, is it? Even if the proportion of male elves was relatively small in the elven race, there were still a lot of them in number. Lin Chi had heard in the past that amongst a group of top awakened people, there was an elf prince who was extremely strong in combat and was almost considered to be the top fighting force in the world. Did Yayoi do something wrong? Yayoi's golden eyes burst into a little tear. I thought that the Lord of Lords liked. Obviously, this was caused by her deliberate arrangement. Lin Chi, don't do this. Don't do this. Although Lin Chi had a thick skin, it didn't mean that he didn't have any shame. His shame wouldn't allow him to play so awkwardly in public. Alright, it's a combat situation now, so put that away for now. Lin Chi somewhat helplessly rushed at Yayoi. Have the abyssal elves follow the back of the abyssal creatures and output remotely. Anyway, these newly bred elves were all long-range professions, so there was no need to charge ahead. And, well, at least the abyssal elves were already the only race with intelligence in the celestial plague territory, which wasn't really that different from the elves in the outside world. Not to the point where these elves would trade their own deaths for territorial expansion. Yayoi instantly put away her pathetic appearance and smiled cheekily. Another wave at the group of elves behind him, and these elves immediately threw themselves into the battle. With more of these abyssal elves with powerful output professions, the efficiency of the battle is even improved. The wave of beasts further away was then cleared away. What about you? Lin Chi looked at Yayoi again. This abyssal elf hunter's personality was more or less among the difficult to control anymore. Issa smiled like a flower. Lord, I want a higher level of abyssal increase too. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that the bone dragons hovering in the sky or the fallen knights, for example, had been subjected to a higher level of abyssal increase. Almost forgot about that. Lin Chi immediately and casually replaced Yayoi with a level 9 abyssal increase, replacing the bone dragon's increase level with level 8. After all, he was a hidden profession amongst the elves, and he was holding a saint artifact quality bow as a weapon. Under the 9th level abyssal increase, the combat power that Yayoi was able to bring out could definitely not be inferior to a top awakened person. Sure enough, after obtaining a level 9 abyssal increase, a faint pitch black mist rose all around Misa, and even the lines on her leather armor were tinted with fine black lines. The holy weapon bow in his hand was slowly drawn like a full moon. An arrow swept out, actually wrapped up a gust of wind, while surrounded by the passing place of the monster suddenly clean. It swept off again toward the farther end. Seeing this scene, Lin Chi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Under the increase of the level 9 abyss, the combat power that Yayoi is now able to exert should be no less than the original saint-level boss. He wasn't idle either. Really, if he kept on brushing like this, the vast majority of his gains from this wave of beasts would have to be filled into the territory by even. He needs an upgrade himself. Make your next transfer after leveling up to 60 as early as possible, thus further improving your forging. At that time, it was natural to be able to start forging legendary quality equipment as well. You have slain the Moonlit Night Pale Wolf King, legendary, and gained plus 329,000 experience. As the hammer blasted down, Lin Chi couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. What a wave of such mega waves of beasts in the end. Legendary level bosses could be seen from time to time in the beast tide. I just don't know if I'll be able to encounter a saint level boss. Lin Chi mused. Generally speaking, a saint level boss was pretty much the limit of a mega beast wave. However, each wave of beasts was only 2 or 3 at most. As for combat power, compared to a world boss, it would naturally be much inferior. For example, the mountain beast that Lin Chi had crusaded against earlier was also a saint-level boss. However, the mountain beast possessed the special bonus effect of a world boss, and just its blood volume alone was not of the same magnitude as an ordinary boss. Level +1. You've been given the word aggression, green. Upgraded light blossomed on Lin Chi's body. 54 levels. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction and swept his eyes around again. The waves of beasts in the valley were all cleared out for the most part in a short period of time. This was, after all, just one of the routes that the beast tide had traveled. Even the current Lin Chi couldn't completely monopolize the beast tide. What's more, the range that the abyssal lore aura could increase to was just that big, and once the abyssal creatures in the territory exceeded that range, there was only a 2-level abyssal increase. Let's get this place cleaned up before we develop the rest of the line. Lin Chi gave another command to Yayoi. After a cursory inventory of his harvest, he noticed a full 5 or 6 pieces of legendary quality equipment placed in the ring. Epic quality equipment, on the other hand, was hard to see at a glance. There must be 30 or 40 pieces at least. For the most part, the beast tide was like this, and legendary level bosses were already considered rare. And epic quality is much more. While he was planning to look for other areas, Lin Chi suddenly noticed another message alert coming from the guild channel. Guild channel, Li Mingyue, in the vicinity of Xianggu Pass. Any free members, quickly come to the pass to gather. Someone wants to smash the scene. Smash? Lin Chi couldn't even help but be stunned. In this situation, who would come to trash the Earthly King's Guild? The fourth guild on the guild rankings had gathered a group of powerful top awakened people. Zhou Yong, Mingyu. Don't get excited. Bu is already negotiating with the other side. It does look like something is going on. Li Mingyue, in the vicinity of Xianggu Pass. Any free members, quickly come to the pass to gather. Someone wants to smash the scene. Smash? Lin Chi couldn't even help but be stunned. In this situation, who would come to trash the Earthly King's Guild? The fourth guild on the guild rankings had gathered a group of powerful top awakened people. Zhou Yong, Mingyu. Don't get excited. Bu is already negotiating with the other side. It does look like something is going on. Chapter 141, let's go to war then. Lu Tianba, why am I watching Bu's fists harden? Zhou Fanga, why don't we them? Li Mingyue, Xiaoxi is not here. Can you stand up to Fanga? Song of the week, I can't die. The crowd in the guild channel was clearly suppressed with anger and group rage. Lin Chi wasn't sure of the specifics, but had already made a decision. Whatever the case may be, it's all stuff he can fix with a hammer anyway. He didn't mind going over and giving the other guy a hammering before continuing to swipe the monster. The monsters in the valley had long since been cleared, and Lin Chi's experience bar had once again risen by a large margin after clearing the monsters. It was getting closer to level 55. This time when the beast tide comes, it might even be able to raise me several more levels. Lin Chi pondered, and casually retrieved the abyssal creatures and the group of abyssal elves back into the territory. Only Yayoi and the abyssal devil statue were left behind. After thinking about it, he looked at Yayoi again. I'll leave you a few more abyssal creatures with an 8th level increase, so take them with you to look for the beast tide area nearby, and I'll come back later. Unlike summoned beasts, there could be no limit to how long an abyssal creature could exist in the outside world. The only problem is the abyssal increase. However, with the increase effect brought about by the abyssal legend set, as long as they didn't encounter an overly powerful top awakened, it was also already enough to ensure Yayoi's safety in the outside world. Don't worry, Yisa smiles sweetly, looking well behaved. But it's not that I'm worried about you, it's simply that I'm afraid you'll mess up. Just be quiet. Lin Chi gave another reminder. Yayoi Dunlap's mouth was small and seemed a little aggravated, but of course Lin Chi could see that her appearance was all an act, and did not reveal it. Only then did he summon the bone dragon once again, leaping up and swooping in the direction of the Xiangnu Pass. Yayoi stood still and waved a small hand at Rinchi in the sky. Only then did he look at the abyssal demon statue beside him with a few other abyssal creatures, and the corner of his mouth gradually lifted up a meaningful smile. What kind of surprise would be better for us to prepare for the Lord? She stretched out her slender little hand, and the abyssal demon statue suddenly bent down respectfully and came to her side. And then, it gently patted the abyssal demon statue. You'll be able to reunite even if you're shattered anyway, and the Lord of Lords shouldn't be blamed if you're temporarily missing one, right? Guild channel. Lubu, the chairman is still in the copy. He can't receive the message. It's not the last time to break up with him. As he was sitting on top of the bone dragon's head, Lin Chi suddenly noticed a message from Lubu in the guild channel. Is this the end of the bargaining? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly, but obviously, Lubu had to have some concerns. Lin Chi was also able to roughly estimate that the most powerful in terms of overall strength among the Earthly King's guilds was undoubtedly Li Shi, the president. He wasn't too sure about Li Shi's level and specific occupation either, but from the previous group, it was also clear that this girl with the giant shield was also ridiculously strong in her attacks. Li Mingyue, Bu, What are you still doing over there? Come here, let's do it. Lubu, don't get excited first. After all, it's a guild that's one place ahead of us, and they should be doing more than just grabbing our beast tide this time. Zhou Yong, that's specifically for us, fearing that we'll really surpass them in the rankings one day. Zhou Fanga, what's going on? Lubu, think about the consequences first. Hold back a bit, wait for the president to come back. Lin Chi, it doesn't matter. I'll do it. Lin Chi already knew roughly what was going on. The third guild on the guild leaderboard, the Descending Guild. This time, when he came to Xiangnu Pass, for one thing, he was running to rob the beast tide. In reality, the area covered by the beast tide wasn't just Xiangnu Pass. Between all the major guilds, they should all be guarding a frontline city, and Xiangnu Pass was just one of them. But the Descending Guild running over, in itself, already carried the implication of provoking a land grab. As for the second, it is due to the fact that in recent years, the Earthly Kings guilds have been flourishing, and are vaguely on the verge of entering the top 3 of the rankings. That Descending Guild, which was ranked just above the Kings of the Earth, naturally bore the brunt. This is realizing the threat posed by the Kings of the Earth. Zhou Fanga, which brother is this? I've been squatting in the copy the other day. I haven't seen him yet. Li Mingyue, Lin Chi, are you sure? Lubu, Lin Chi, are you sure? Zhou Fanga, I can't even do it with me here. But he just said he'd make a move? You two have changed. Lin Chi, okay, and after. No more messages came through the guild channel. Obviously, the battle for the Majestic Pass is already opening up, and within this time of mutual deliberation, Lin Chi had already seen the Xiangnu Pass from afar. His agility was already ridiculously high, and by casually attaching a few accumulated skills to the Bone Dragon, he increased the Bone Dragon's movement speed to an extremely outrageous level. At this point, the majestic head of Quanzhou, Lubu, had already raised his staff high, and a gold coin violently surfaced around him, transforming into an unbreakable gold coin shield. Gentlemen, let's go to war then. In front of him stood a middle-aged figure in radiant armor. Only, behind the middle-aged man, there were still dozens of figures, their equipment emitting an eye-catching luster. There was no doubt that the equipment on these people were all at least sacred artifacts. After hearing Lubu's words, the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth was slowly lifting a smile. This is what you Kings of the Earth have declared war on. The words just fell. Bang! The gold coin shield around Lubu's body actually exploded violently. Immediately after, a dagger-wielding figure emerged beside Lubu. Lubu's pupils suddenly shrunk. The Descending Guild, this is something that has been prepared for a long time, just waiting for him to declare war. He was going to be the first to finish him off. As a top awakened, almost everyone had enough means of preserving their lives on them, and it wasn't that easy to die violently. Therefore, although there were not many battles between the awakened, the number of deaths and injuries was not high. Could be the same. The top awakened also all possessed a variety of powerful skills, enough to keep the opponent in a state of near death for a very long time, especially at this juncture when the beast tide is coming. He had no doubt that once he was defeated by the other party, he guessed that this next wave of beasts was destined to be snatched. Bang! At the same time, a huge axe swept violently from behind Lubu and chopped at the dagger-wielding awakened beside him. The awakened of the Human Kings Guild had also long since been unable to hold back the anger in their hearts. It's the first time I've been bullied into my own territory. Like to sneak up on people? Li Mingyue clenched her silver teeth, her body burning with blazing flames, almost transforming into a flaming giant. The sledgehammer in her hand even suddenly became dozens of meters tall, and she smashed the hammer towards the crowd of the Descending Guild. In an instant, a powerful skill blow erupted from the head of the Xiangnu Pass. The awakened ones from the two top guilds were already at war. Chapter 142. What a fancy! I go? The descended world is really fighting with the Kings of the Earth. Stay away immediately. The Xiangnu Pass is going to be rebuilt. On this side of Xiongwan, there were originally other guilds gathered besides the Earthly Kings Guild, but in this situation, other weaker awakened and guilds couldn't intervene at all, and the vast majority of the awakened had long ago moved away from the city's head and retreated backwards. With this kind of fighting, the city's head is bound to be untenable, regardless of which side is victorious. The wave of beasts was also bound to pour into the Xiangnu Pass next. Before the beast tide is cleared, the Xiangnu Pass will also all fall into ruins. Actually, long before the various glories burst open, the citadel of Xiangnu Pass then ceased to exist, along with the walls of the nearly 100-meter area further away. They all collapsed. Instead, the wave of beasts was also caught in the wave, and more monsters all went up in smoke under the glow of the burst skill. Lubu poured down a bottle of blue restoring potion and once again supported a gold shield around him. Click! But the next moment the shield was supported. This gold shield shattered again. The dagger-wielding assassin profession awakener appeared in front of him once again. The vice president of the Kings of the Earth? So weak. The assassin awakened snorted. Once a mage-type profession was targeted by an assassin-type profession, there was almost no possibility of escape. But again, the assassin awakeners of the kings of the earth had also long had their eyes on the mages of the Descendant Guild. If I don't send you descendants away today, I, Old Lu, will take your name. Not far away, a huge-sized summoned beast swept in to protect Lu Bu's side. Lu Tianba of the summoner profession similarly wielded his staff, and naturally, he wasn't good at melee combat either, but the summoned beasts around him were particularly well-rounded. Zhou Fanga, Li Mingyue, I've seen fights between you before. Not far away, the middle-aged man who had originally confronted Lu Bu looked at the two figures in front of him. He always had a faint smile on his face. The berserker profession that breaks the limit level is the second strongest awakened person of your earthly kings, right? He certainly knew a lot about the intelligence of the kings of the earth. The awakened beside Li Mingyue was a burly man with a height of 2 meters. A giant axe in his hand emitted scarlet bloodlight, and from time to time, he chopped out an axe at the middle-aged man in front of him. But here's the strange thing, the middle-aged man's speed was extremely fast, and he hadn't even pulled out his weapon yet. Just by carrying his hands on his back and gently moving his feet, he narrowly avoided the huge axe in Zhou Fanga's hand. Li Mingyue followed closely behind, the sledgehammer burning with blazing flames, even setting the surrounding ruins ablaze. Even though the blazing flames blocked the middle-aged man's surroundings, it was still as if they were unable to cause any damage to him. Li Mingyue, how much time has passed, and you still haven't been promoted to divine-level blacksmith? The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed lightly. The Blacksmith Guild is really on good terms with your earthly kings. Under the blazing flames, Li Mingyue blackened her little face and somewhat broke her defense. President Hong, hasn't your ranking in the Tower of the Void Realm always been suppressed by my sister? She returned with a cold voice. Now, probably dumped out almost 20 floors or so? The two guilds have been in contact with each other many times for a long time. This conflict erupted not overnight. However, they were not very clear about each other's true strength. Zhou Xiangtu, the president of the Descending World Guild, narrowed his eyes, but let out a light sigh. It is a pity that you, the kings of the earth, have not been willing to merge into our descent. Only then did a light emerge from his hand, which quickly coalesced and transformed into a large sword. The blade, however, was as bright as a star, and no sharpness could be seen. Today, our two guilds, we'll fight and mess around, and it won't hurt our friendship. He let out a light laugh, and the greatsword in his hand was still slowly raised as if it was unaffected under the combined siege of Zhou Fanga and Li Mingyue. You've already fought. Why are you still pretending to be a big-tail wolf? Zhou Fanga cursed angrily. As the same awakened who had broken the rank limit, his attack couldn't even land on Hong Xiangtu. Actually, all along, this president of the Descending Guild had been extremely mysterious. People are also only aware that he is a warrior-type profession, but do not know any specific information about his profession. But just at the first moment when Hong Xiangtu raised the large sword in his hand, Zhou Fanga and Li Mingyue then felt a powerful sense of oppression at the same time. It was like they were being watched by some dangerous being. No matter how they dodged, they could not avoid such a blade. To be honest, this skill, within a short period of time, I can only release it once. Hong Xiangtu's smile did not diminish, always breezing. First I'll send you away for a while. The words fell. The large sword in his hand suddenly swung down, sharp as a tack. Zhou Fanga and Li Mingyue's body shook dramatically at the same time, and their pupils tightened. Under this attack, they were unexpectedly unable to avoid it. Bang! Next moment, a boom suddenly erupted. With a violent destructive might, even the ground trembled violently. Dust and smoke rolled and swept in all directions. But soon, in the dust and smoke, the figures of Zhou Fanga and Li Mingyue then each walked out. Their gazes were all a little dull and dismayed. The slash from Hong Xiangtu's party did not land on their bodies. Instead, there was a sledgehammer that landed violently on Zhou Xiangtu the moment before the greatsword fell. The last thing the two of them saw in their eyes was the smile frozen on Zhou Xiangtu's face. The near-death state escaped. Li Mingyue bristled and swung the sledgehammer in her hand. It's a pity, or else we'd catch him and humiliate him properly. Of course she recognized that one sledgehammer silhouette just now, but Zhou Fanga beside her froze, turning his head almost stiffly to look at Li Mingyue. Mingyue, you became a divine blacksmith? Shut up! Li Mingyue glared at him fiercely, nor did she look at the hammer that had just landed on Hong Xiangtu. Was it this one in her hand? In the meantime, a voice suddenly came from the side. Catch up! Those awakened who can't see our guild's information are enemies, right? Upon hearing this, Li Mingyue immediately nodded. Zhou Fanga looked along with him, and his gaze landed on the teenager who had appeared here at an unknown time. You're Lin Qi? He was obviously a little dismayed. It hasn't even come back yet. Hong Xiangtu's dodging had almost reached a deranged level, and he had swung his giant axe for half a day, but he froze and failed to cut on the other party. But even when Lin Qi seized the moment of Hong Xiangtu's attack to strike, It's also unlikely that Hong Xiangtu will be given away in a single hammer blow. Lin Qi, however, did not rush to reply, and between his footsteps moving, his figure had already swept out and arrived in front of Lu Bu. The void, the figure of an assassin awakened person loomed. Bang! However, immediately afterward, Lin Qi directly slammed his hammer up. What a fancy! Chapter 143, all the troops have been wiped out. What's the point of retreating? You are currently in a state of near death. Hong Xiangtu froze in place, his hands gripping the great sword, still maintaining the raised stance. Even the smile that had not yet faded was frozen on his face. But the scene before him was no longer the majestic pass filled with the glory of various skills. Instead, it was the residence of the Descent Guild. What happened? He murmured in a daze, but was shocked to realize that his voice was extremely hoarse and weak. Even consciousness was blurred for a moment. Hastily and tremblingly, he took out a bottle of life recovery potion and poured it down in one gulp. Feeling the recovery of his state, Hong Xiangtu then breathed heavily. A near-death state can't be pleasant. The mind was also recalling the earlier situation. Is Li Shi killing back? It was a long time before he frowned and murmured again. But even if it was Li Shi, he shouldn't have directly given him a near-death state when he hadn't even noticed anything unusual. Could it be that she's gotten stronger again? He pondered. In fact, a few members had already teleported back in a near-death state not far away. In the previous battle, even a top-awakened person would have been beaten to the brink of death without being prepared for it. His strongest strike, before he even unleashed it, was over. President, how did you? When they noticed Hong Xiangtu, their faces couldn't help but shift for a while. The president's strength was not the strongest in their descending guild, but also among the top 3 existences. How is it possible to trigger a life preservation device not long after the battle has just begun? But just then, beside Hong Xiangtu, another light flashed. It was the assassin awakened person who was holding the dagger earlier. After hurriedly pouring down a bottle of potion, he then immediately shouted at Hong Xiangtu, President, it's an unseen awakened person. He hammered you back, and so did I. Unseen awakened? Hammer? Hong Xiangtu's mind reeled. If it's not Li Shi, then who else could it be? Anyone who uses a hammer as a weapon is usually just a blacksmith, except for warriors and heavy tanking professions. But the one who could manage to empty his life value with a single hammer must be a powerful top awakened. The kings of the earth have another awakened person who breaks the limit level? But he was in the middle of his thoughts. Swish, swish, swish. In this area, there was then another flash of teleportation light one after another. Without exception, they were all members who had triggered the means to save their lives and were teleported back in a state of near death. Moreover, the teleportation glow was very continuous, and almost before the previous glow had dissipated, the next one had already lit up. In only a short time, the area had become crowded. Hong Xiangtu's face turned a little ugly as he looked at the scene in front of him. This scene was more like their descending guild had suffered a crushing defeat at the head of Xiangnu Pass. Even his Medan awakened in the descending guild who was even stronger than him. What's going on? Hong Xiangtu inquired eagerly after the other party had poured down a bottle of potion. An awakened wielding a sledgehammer. Looking at the skills, somewhat like Blacksmith, but not quite, the awakened replied in a deep voice, still breathing heavily, as if he hadn't recovered from the earlier battle. I only took one hammer from him and I haven't even reacted yet. The words fell. Hong Xiangtu's figure couldn't help but freeze. A hammer? A top awakening? Then this is a spike. Not even being able to think too much, Hong Xiangtu's face suddenly changed. Immediately open the guild channel. Guild channel. Hong Xiangtu, all members in Xianggu Pass, retreat immediately. Even though every top awakened had means to save their lives, it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of their blood bars being emptied. Some of the means of preserving one's life can only be used once, and they are precious. Even some passive skills are bound to have a long worldly cooldown. By now, Hong Xiangtu was able to determine that this battle, they had lost. Even he hadn't figured out how it was defeated. Chairman doesn't need to say anything more in the guild channel. At this time, another awakened came over. Almost all of our members who went to war this time have returned. What's the point of retreating when it's all gone? It was a fight that was over far too quickly. Where they still don't realize, the descending guild, in the previous battle, suffered a crushing defeat. What kind of awakened person is that anyway? Hong Xiangtu took a few steps back in a daze. At what point did the kings of the earth come up with such an additional awakening? How many of the awakened in this world could manage to send a member of the Descendant Guild away with a single blow? President, do we have to go to Xiangnu Pass again? An awakened asked. Hong Xiangtu's face twitched for a while, and he finally let out a long, helpless sigh. Don't go. To check out that awakened person. Want all the information. It's come to this. His mind was even more mixed. For the Human Kings Guild to have such an awakened to suddenly appear, it was more than simply having an additional top awakened. More importantly, this meant that since this battle, the Earthly Kings Guild could completely declare that their strength had absolutely overridden the Descending Guild. The top 3 on the guild rankings no longer have a place for their Descent Guild. This dude is our human awakened person? At the Xiangnu Pass that was in ruins, Zhou Fanga looked at the flame giant figure holding a sledgehammer, his face full of stupefaction. The huge axe in his hand was trembling slightly. Akatsuki, are you sure this is the new person you recruited? Without turning his head, he asked Li Mingyue beside him. Can this be a new awakening? It had to be at least a top awakened who had broken the rank limit. Li Mingyue pulled the corner of her mouth and didn't bother to say anything more. Actually, she was also stunned in her mind. As early as in her previous group with Lin Qi, she had already realized how powerful Lin Qi was. Even the performance would not be weaker than her sister's, but it wasn't until the party that she realized that she had still underestimated Lin Qi. Is that beating the awakened? It's totally a gopher hunt. Not far away, Lu Tianba murmured right after him. Since Lin Qi joined this fight until now, he had never seen any awakened from the Descending Guild that could carry a single hammer from Lin Qi. And Lin Qi's speed was too fast, so fast that even they couldn't see it. This definitely couldn't be the strength of a newbie awakened. What's wrong? Who can't still have a little secret? Instead, Lu Bu swept his eyes around and bellowed. He was already needed to keep the scene going in this situation. Even in the case of the same occupation, each awakened had a crushing tactic. It wasn't too unusual for some awakened to be able to exert combat power far beyond their rank. Sure, this explanation, in front of Lin Qi, also didn't make sense at all. At this point, Lin Qi had already arrived beside Li Mingyue and the others. Naturally, he caught a glimpse of the lingering alarm on the faces of the men. Fong was acting tough. After thinking about it, he just casually explained, "You guys don't have to be surprised. Just treat me as the strongest awakened." Chapter 144, Saint Level Boss in the Beast Tide. Territory Promotion. The strongest awakened. And just fine. This means that, looking at you as the strongest awakened person are still underestimating you? Li Mingyue's few people looked at each other, and for a while, they were all somewhat speechless. Their minds were certainly filled with so much amazement and doubt, but anyone who did was silently restrained. It is a basic principle for guild members to respect the secrets of other members. Of course, they all had some miscellaneous speculations in their minds to a greater or lesser extent. Li Mingyue obviously didn't have too many concerns and directly stated her guess. "I now seriously doubt that you boys aren't actually human. Why are you still cursing?" Lin Qi glanced at Li Mingyue breathlessly. "Do what?" Li Mingyue raised her white chin and pouted. "It's possible that you're from an unexplored area, disguised as a human awakening." That explanation makes sense, but there was no one around to pay attention to what she said. They had long since been surprised by Li Mingyue's pie-in-the-sky ideas. Instead, Lu Bu waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. The beast tide isn't over yet, and now that the Xiangnu Pass has been destroyed, we still have to continue resisting. Lupo kept his cool. Definitely can't let the monsters in the beast tide destroy those special buildings at the back of the Xiangnu Pass. The previous battle between the Earthly Kings and the Descending Guild, just the aftermath alone was enough to wipe out many of the approaching beast tide monsters altogether. But now, all the awakened of the Descendant Guild have been sent away. But the pass at Xiangnu Pass was also destroyed. This was a debt that they would naturally go to the Descending Guild to settle afterward. Behind the Xiangnu Pass, there were many special buildings that the awakened had painstakingly built up. This can include some of the testing grounds as well as exchange stores or buildings to collect titles and rewards. The members of the Kings of the Earth have long since developed enough of a tacit understanding. Without needing to say anything more, many members had already gathered their minds and quickly plunged into the battle ahead. Resisting the beast tide was their main task. The people from the Descending Guild, will they still come? Lin Qi asked Lu Bu again. In fact, it's not like he doesn't have the means to kill someone if he's so inclined. But he likewise noticed that the battle between the two guilds was not a fight to the death. This is actually kind of a potential rule among the top awakened. Really, if they were killing each other, there would be no talk of order in the world, much less a school and a city behind them. In a world where games invade reality and monsters run rampant, whether human or elf or dwarf, between the various racial camps, it would have been a struggle to survive. What's more, maintaining these orders would likewise be able to bring benefits to the vast majority of the top awakened. Not anymore. The corners of Lu Bu's mouth widened into a smug smile. He swept his eyes around. The other guild awakened who had originally retreated to the rear because of the battle between the two guilds had already converged once again and went forward to resist the beast tide. This is already considered a guild war. With so many guilds witnessing it together, we can be promoted to the third guild. Sure, the subsequent compensation was also something he needed to negotiate with the Descendants Guild. This will naturally bring more than enough benefits to the entire Guild of Kings on Earth. Lin Qi also knew that the guild leaderboards would actually have rewards. Getting to third on the leaderboard brings other gains as well. Sort of a 1-2 punch. For your performance this time, the guild will have to issue you a reward as well. So when we get through this wave of beasts, I'll go directly to Hongshan-tu to claim it. Lu Bu laughed again. A bargain for nothing. Not for nothing. Lin Chi's heart moved slightly as he instructed again. More equipment of various qualities as well as forging materials. No less. Lu Bu's smile was intense. Lin Chi already had a rough estimate. When this wave of beasts passed, he might actually be able to directly sacrifice the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer into a mythic quality equipment. After discussing all this, Lin Chi planned to leave and go forward to look for Misha. As the Lord of the Heavenly Tribulation Territory, he was naturally able to grasp Yayoi's setup. Actually, he was also receiving hints throughout his arrival at the Shannu Pass. Natural disaster territory expanded. Area +1. Natural disaster territory expanded. Population +1. Apparently, Yayoi was also fighting her way through the tide of beasts with the abyssal demon statue and other creatures. Speaking of which, if the region and population keep expanding like this, will there be changes in the natural disaster territory as well? Never gave it much thought before. After all, the abyssal territory was too unfamiliar to any awakened. Even Lin Chi. It was only after obtaining the aura effect of the legendary set that he realized that the territory was still able to be raised this much. Quantitative change must always produce qualitative change. Lin Chi chanted again. He was about to summon the Bone Dragon and leave the Shannu Pass. But suddenly, Lin Chi then noticed another change in the tide of beasts ahead. Large swathes of beast-tide monsters were cleared away and impacted in all directions, and the original center position blossomed with a blazing light. Sade-level boss. An awakened person shouted out. A holy-level boss in the middle of a beast wave? Lin Chi's heart was suddenly stirred. He had cleared so many beast-tide monsters, and it was all the first time he had seen a Sade-level boss appear in a beast-tide. Unlike the unusual distribution of monsters, the original beast wave was monsters spread out in unexplored areas that migrated away, perhaps due to the change in the living environment, or perhaps the loss of the shelter of a certain mechanism. The quality of many bosses has, in fact, declined with it. It was likely that some of the legendary quality bosses that had been killed were of the Sade level among the new areas. The Sade level boss in that beast tide, even if it wasn't in existence above the Sade level when it entered the beast tide, was definitely not too weak. Thinking of this, Lin Chi temporarily put down the idea of leaving. Let's the Sade level boss first. As he was rushing towards the boss in front of him, Lin Chi did notice that the awakened from the other guilds around him were actually silently retreating away. Only the members of the Earthly King's Guild, whom he was familiar with, were rushing forward together. This is actually quite normal. Xianggu Pass. This is even the area where the King's Guilds of the Earth are guarding. No awakened person from any guild would steal monsters from the Kings of the Earth in this situation. Lin Chi, how about a contest to see which of us can grab the final blow? At that moment, a loud voice came from not far away. When Lin Chi followed the sound, he noticed that the person who spoke was a strong man who was 2 meters tall and held a huge axe, was looking at him with bared teeth and a grin on his face. Zhou Fanga. He also knew the name of this awakened person. Shut up. The final blow, reserved for Lin Chi. No one can grab it. Lu Bu, however, shouted in a deep voice. This was also as a reward for Lin Chi's performance earlier. Lin Chi was a bit helpless, but not so much that he was forcing these special treatments. While he was charging, Lin Chi suddenly noticed a message coming from the panel. The Abyssal Devil is dead. Lin Chi was stunned. Is there a problem with Yayoi? Immediately after that, another message popped up. Natural disaster territory increase level +1. Lin Chi was puzzled again. Chapter 145 Bosses begging for mercy? Is this another promotion gained by the Celestial Calamity territory? Originally, Lin Chi had pondered that perhaps when the abyssal creatures in the territory had killed enough monsters, the effect of gathering sand into towers would also occur. Only, that fast? Lin Chi was puzzled in his mind. Just trying to get +1 population units in a territory alone requires killing multiple monsters. Even if they had experienced 2 waves of beasts in a row, it shouldn't have been this fast, right? That would be Yayoi making another move that he is currently unaware of. His mind was racing, and from his senses with Yayoi, he was also able to perceive that Yayoi's current state was not that bad. Moreover, if there were really any special circumstances, she could also completely escape back to the Heavenly Tribulation territory. That's nothing to worry about. The territory increase level has been promoted, meaning that other changes are bound to occur in the territory. Lin Chi withdrew his thoughts after a moment's contemplation. At this moment, he had already rushed to the front of that saint-level boss. Golden Lion, holy. It was a huge lion with a golden color emanating from its body. Its muscles were like steel, its fangs were sharp, and its eyes blossomed with a ferocious light. Roar! Almost at the same time as Lin Chi approached, the golden lion fiercely let out a loud and clear lion roar. The roar even contained a powerful shockwave, sending the surrounding sand and rocks flying backwards. Even Even those beast-tide monsters in the distance that had taken shelter away from the lion's roar fell down in fear and trembling under the sound of this lion's roar. Lion roar kung fu? Lin Chi inexplicably associated it with the movies and TV dramas he had watched before crossing over. Only, his own resistance was full, and his figure wouldn't be shaken by the lion's roar in the slightest. During the leap, the blood-colored wings on his back also unfolded, and he swept towards the top of the golden lion's head. The profound ruined sledgehammer in his hand burned with a blazing flame and suddenly blasted down towards the golden lion. Dangling, the sledgehammer fell, but it wasn't even a direct smashing of the head as Lin Chi had expected. Instead, it was as if it had touched something untouchable, making a loud crashing sound. Even the hammer handle in Lin Chi's hand shook lightly with it. Physical immunity? Lin Chi instantly realized the situation at this moment. The golden color of the golden lion's body surface had already solidified, and its figure froze, as if it had been transformed into a sculpture. Until then, it was only afterward that the light of skill blasted forth with it. That was the skill released by the mage members of the Earthly Kings Guild. However, various colors of light fell, and the golden sculpture transformed by the golden lion did not even have the slightest tremor. Magic and physical, immune at the same time? Lu Bu gazed at the golden lion with a slightly condensed gaze. This saint-level boss from the beast tide was bound to be stronger than the other bosses of the same level. Even if it didn't have the same increase as a world boss would normally enjoy, it would inevitably possess some additional characteristics. With just a thought, Lu Bu let out another shout in all directions. It's a skill. Wait for its skill effect to end and combine your attacks. Lin Chi, watch your timing. He had clearly made the decision to leave the saint-level boss to Lin Chi. Lin Chi shrugged and didn't say anything more. In reality, even if Lu Bu hadn't purposely arranged it this way, this boss would most likely have folded in his hands. He looked down at the golden lion at his feet and waited quietly, but suddenly noticed, covered in gold, the golden lion's eyes were even slowly turning. The fierce gaze seemed to fall on his side. Humans, I am willing to defect. Suddenly, there was a vague voice ringing from Lin Chi's ears. Lin Chi couldn't even help but be slightly stunned. Somewhat suspiciously, he surveyed the golden lion. What's going on here? His king's aura is being sensed? Instead, Zhou Fanga had already arrived at Lin Chi's side, with the same pair of wings behind him, and still clutching that giant axe in his hand. Lin Chi, I'll cooperate with you. When its skill arrives, let's try to spike it. Zhou Fanga grinned, obviously a bit self-conscious. Lin Chi's gaze was odd, still pondering about the golden lion. But just then, the golden color of the golden lion's body surface was already fading, and it was obvious that the skill's maintenance time was already coming to an end. Zhou Fanga, who was on the side, had long been staring at this moment. His body blossomed into a cloud of blood mist, and he fiercely slashed his axe at the golden lion. Wait! But the next moment, another beastly roar resounded, yet it was accompanied by a muffled voice. Immediately afterward, the golden lion's figure actually flew backwards. Giggle! Zhou Fanga throws a chopping blow, but it misses again. He raised his head and looked at the golden lion that was rapidly disappearing far away, and he was all but stunned. Bosses are able to dodge my attacks? But soon, he also realized a wave of wrongness. In a hurry, he glanced behind him. At this very moment, naturally, Lu Bu and the others all heard the golden lion's words, and their faces became startled. A boss with intelligence? That's not exactly a rare occurrence. After a boss reaches the saint level, you will occasionally be able to meet some that possess intelligence. But what staggered them was this. The boss appeared to be avoiding the battle. This is very strange. So far, they had never seen a boss that would actively avoid battle. The bosses in the new area. It seems that there are some that fall under special circumstances as well, mused Lu Bu. And at this point, the golden lion, however, was still staring intently at Lin Chi in the sky. I detect in you the scent of that woman. Which woman? Lin Chi could naturally see that the golden lion was conversing with him, but he's met so many people. When he thought of this, another sudden movement occurred in his mind. A necklace was removed from the ring. White Star's token, holy. Is this it? This was still the token that he had gotten when he had met the Sword Saint White Star in the fog of war when he was in the process of transferring his job. Although it was also a holy weapon, Lin Chi had never used it to sacrifice. Yes, it's that woman's scent. The golden lion let out another high roar. But suddenly, as if realizing something, he looked back, and a touch of humanized fear actually flowed out of a pair of huge beast eyes. You have this. That woman will definitely pick up the scent and she'll come after you. Good lord, this is capable of comparing to the mark of the dusty phantom. Lin Chi looked at the necklace in his hand with some amusement. By now, he had also thoroughly verified the speculation in his heart that the new area discovered this time was indeed related to the area where the Sword Saint White Star was located. Guild Channel. Lu Bu, Lin Chi, what's it like? To kill or not to kill? This was, Lu Bu's message also came from the Guild Channel. Lin Ji lifted his chin. He also did not expect that the encounter with this saint-level boss from the beast tide would unfold like this. Originally, he had also planned to finish off this golden lion and directly upgrade, thus obtaining a new red phrase, "Don't kill me," but the golden lion opened its mouth once again and let out a lion's roar. "I have a great use for you." Its begging for life has been pulled full circle. Chapter 146, Pet System Opening. First place obtained. Spin. Lin Shi then noticed that this golden lion was actually lying down and not moving. It's like giving up resistance. This thing, killing it doesn't even accomplish anything. Of course, Lin Shi was not supposed to be some kind of one-dimensional achievement seeker. He carried the profound market sledgehammer and flew in front of the golden lion. "You'd better be able to show me what you're good for before I swing that hammer in my hand." The gamification invasion of this world is a gradual process. Back when he was in Summer City High School, Lin Shi had already learned about this, such as the abyss or other unexplored areas where the creatures behave a little differently from the usual bosses. The evil old devil and the holy maiden of the heavenly temple that he had met in the abyss back then were the most typical examples. And now, again, just in the middle of exploring a new area. It's not unusual for a situation like the golden lion to occur. However, Lin Shi did not intend to waste too much time here at the golden lion, and the sledgehammer in his hand was already slowly raised. And just then, another message suddenly popped up in front of Lin Shi. "The golden lion, Saint, wants to make a subordinate contract with you. Do you accept?" "A subordination contract?" Lin Shi's heart fluttered. This is obviously something in the new area. "I can take orders." The golden lion spoke hastily, its roar laced in its words. "After it is concluded, I shall not betray it." This is the legendary recognition? Lin Shi's face was odd for a moment. How did this unfold? He knew very well that among those words he had acquired, there was no such word as King's Bully Chi, but casually led a beast tide in the holy level boss initiative to offer allegiance, to conclude the contract. This is very outrageous any way you look at it. But Lin Shi still quickly collected his thoughts. In fact, from his perspective, every time the Awakened discovered a new area, it was actually a bit like updating a new version of material in a game, similar to updating from version 2.0 to 3.0. After thinking about it, he grinned again. "This subordination contract, it's not supposed to make me subordinate to you, is it? That must not be." The golden lion shook his head in panic. "You have that woman's token on you. She'll have to skin me, from start to finish." The golden lion behaves this way because of the Sword Saint White Star's token. Lin Shi didn't know much about the new region. However, he did see the description of the subordinate contract. Indeed, it is the deed that takes in the golden lion. Forget it, try it. Lin Shi quickly made a decision. Although a saint-level bosses was of no small use to him, the situation at hand was clearly more special. Accepted. Next moment, in front of both the golden lion and Lin Shi, a light suddenly surfaced. The light coalesced and transformed into a heavy spell formation, and after, the spell formation violently enlarged dozens of times again, enveloping the golden lion's body. All through this process, Lin Shi had a marvelous feeling. It seems that with the golden lion, some kind of connection was created, somewhat similar to his connection with the abyssal creatures in the natural disaster territory, but much closer. Almost at the same time, in front of Lin Shi, an information prompt also surfaced. Pet system is on. You get a pet. Golden lion, holy. As the first awakened one to obtain a pet, you may initiate an announcement to all awakened ones. A pet system? Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. So that's what happened. Strangely enough, this world that was invaded by the game has never had a pet system. However, among the awakened, apart from the summoner profession, many of the other top awakened had the means to summon a flying creature, either by virtue of a skill similar to Lin Chi's ability to summon bone dragons in general, or by virtue of some rare props. And nowadays, with the discovery of the new area, a new system was open to all awakened people. Lin Chi, what happened? By this time, Lu Bu and the others had also arrived on Lin Chi's side. They noticed the situation between the golden lion and Lin Chi, and their complexions all carried a lingering sense of alarm. Originally, it was thought that this golden lion had some kind of specialness as a monster in the new area, but now the situation has eluded them all. Lin Chi smiled and didn't mean to hide it. Today's performance on the Xiongguan side of the pass had been watched by many awakened ones. Maybe it wasn't even necessary to wait until the beast tide was over. There should have been a lot of people investigating him. But, whether it was the identity of a member of the Earthly Kings Guild or the relationship between him and the Summer City Lord, it was enough for these investigations not to affect him in the slightest. See for yourselves, everyone. Lin Chi smiled and waved his hand. Next moment, a message then surfaced in front of Lu Bu and the others, all at the same time. Awakened person Lin Chi is the first to get a pet, and everyone is celebrating. After seeing this message, Lu Bu and the others then all froze in place. It's not just them. Even farther away, Those awakened ones from other guilds who had originally avoided the area of the Golden Lion were all shaken in their figures at this moment. All the awakened will receive this message. Got the pet. Halftime. Li Mingyue's eyes glared as she ran up to Lin Qi, her gaze constantly changing back and forth since she was in front of Lin Qi in the Golden Lion. Is this the discovery of a new area of change? Her small mouth opened slightly, and she didn't close it for a long time. All of Lu Bu's complexion became grave as well. He also never expected that it would be this kind of change that would be enough to affect all the awakened people in the world. Speaking of which, the Dust Dungeon was also first discovered by you, he muttered under his breath. The biggest beneficiary of this discovery of a new region was undoubtedly Lin Qi. But don't wait for them to react too much. All the awakened ones had a message floating in front of them once more. Pet ranking is now open. The message in front of Lin Qi was one more. Does it publicize your leaderboard information? What's the need to hide information when it's already been announced? Lin Qi shrugged and looked at the leaderboard in front of him. First place, Golden Lion, Holy. On the leaderboard, there was just this one lone message. None of the other awakened could see the details. Only the name of the Golden Lion. Only Lin Qi knew that this Golden Lion's rank had now become the same as his. But the attributes of the Golden Lion were clearly not something that could be compared to other 54-level monsters. Sure, the most eye-catching among them had to be the Golden Lion's holy symbol. It can be predicted that even if we wait until afterward, when the awakened begin to obtain pets one after another, this Golden Lion will inevitably be at the top of the leaderboards, Lu Bu said in a deep voice. Saint-level bosses were uncommon. What's more, it was a Saint-level pet. In particular, this Golden Lion was also from the middle of a beast tide, and its grade was not something that could be compared to a normal Saint-level boss in the first place. Chapter 147. Is it green tea? Can I not know? With regards to this Golden Lion, Lin Qi certainly still had a lot of questions in his mind, but the moment was not the time to ask. Compared to that, what he was more concerned about was the situation on Yayoi's side. This abyssal elf hunter, what has he done? At the cost of the near-total annihilation of the other level 8 increase abyssal creatures, the increase level of the natural disaster territory has been promoted by another level. Lin Qi was more or less curious in his heart. This couldn't be the elimination of a saint-level boss from a beast tide, could it? Only after temporarily suppressing these thoughts did Lin Qi look at Lu Bu and Li Mingyue and the others again, gesturing to the lion again. Despite the suddenness of the situation, this thing, for now, is indeed becoming my pet. The crowd was speechless for a while, the shock in their hearts always difficult to recede. Thinking back to what had just happened, none of them could figure it out either. A new system, just like that? Did they just witness the sight of the first awakened person getting a pet? It was more than sudden. They couldn't make heads or tails of it, but Lupo was quick to stabilize the scene. The situation of the pet system should still require the exchange of intelligence from various associations. Now is not the time to hastily consider this. Let's deal with the beast tide first. He could certainly see that Lin Qi didn't know what was going on with this pet either. There was a pause. He then rushed to the crowd. Since the new system has been opened, there's no telling if we'll have a chance to obtain a pet during this beast tide. The new system comes from the new region as does the beast tide. Then there may be a connection. The crowd also realized this, and their eyes couldn't help but light up. Having seen the pets that Lin Qi had acquired with their own eyes, they were of course all craving for them. Only after delivering these did Lu Bu turn to Lin Qi again. I'll share any new information on the guild channel when the beast tide is dealt with. Lin Qi nodded. With the opening of a new system, it is inevitable that the awakened will need to explore and verify it. He also waited for the information to come from Lu Bu. It is estimated that this beast tide incoming is almost over, so let's seize the time to brush more monsters first, and we'll discuss other things later, Lu Bu added. All of them would have a lot of things to deal with when they got through the beast tide. What's more, the new region will also surely connect with the region where the awakened are located after the beast tide. Now, instead of counting on the newly appeared pet system, it would be better to take the opportunity to brush up on more things in the beast tide first, then I'll leave for a while and contact me later if I need anything. Lin Qi didn't stay long either, and as the crowd dispersed, he also unfurled his blood-colored wings and swept away into the distance. As for the Golden Lion, it turned into a ray of light and followed Lin Qi away. As a pet, it can naturally be stowed away for the time being. I guess getting this pet has cost me at least 2 sacred artifacts. Summoning the bone dragon in mid-air, Lin Qi took stock. There are currently no additional bonuses for getting a Golden Lion as a pet. What Lin Qi cared more about was naturally still sacrificing and forging. However, the good thing was that he didn't have to worry about the next sacrificial consumables at that moment. Whether it was the harvest from this beast tide or the rewards given by the Earthly King's Guild afterward, it would definitely not be less. Following his senses, Lin Qi soon found Misa in an area where a wave of beasts had surged through. At this moment, Yayoi was sitting on a big tree in the sky, holding a bow and arrow, and from time to time, She was storing up her strength to release a shot of arrow into the tide of beasts. Long, straight legs covered with black stockings dangled beneath the branches of the tree and swayed gently. See this scene. Lin Shi all can't help but feel the realization of the beautiful dream. The trees are starting to grow good legs. My lord. Almost at the same time that Lin Shi landed on the ground, Yayoi also leapt down from the tree and leapt in front of Lin Shi, grabbing him by the corner of his coat. Like a frightened deer, I feel sorry for her. During the time Lord left, we encountered a powerful saint-level monster. I'm so scared. She weakly looked up, her golden eyes staring straight at Lin Shi. Lin Shi was expressionless, while silently enjoying the little birdie that Yayoi had deliberately put on. He took in the surrounding scenery. So, you guys finished off that saint-level boss? Sure enough, it was as he had predicted earlier. The increase in the level of the increase in the heavenly tribulation territory wasn't just due to a qualitative change from a quantitative change, but rather it had to be added to the saint-level boss that Yayoi's side had taken out. Yayoi nodded obediently and snuggled up to Lin Shi again, waving her hand casually. The light flashed, transforming into a piece of equipment, props, and materials on the ground. This is the loot I harvested for Lord. It contains 2 holy weapons. She wisely chose not to explain too much on the matter of the battle against the boss, and instead, she showed Lin Shi the loot as if inviting credit. Lin Shi scanned the equipment on the ground and immediately lit up. Of course he could see Yayoi's little mind. However, anyway, the abyssal demon statue and those few level 8 increase abyssal creatures belonged to renewable resources as far as he was concerned. There's no need to dwell too much on that, either. In other words, can I not tell if she's green tea or not? Lin Shi silently bellyached, checking up on the loot. What is lost is gained. The loss at the Golden Lion was instead made up here at Yayoi. The 2 saint weapons, the wrist guard and the greatsword, were things that were clearly not necessary for Lin Shi to equip. However, it could not be better used for sacrifices. Just the harvest of the moment alone. Even if we can't sacrifice the abyssal ruins to mythic quality yet, it won't be too far off. Lin Shi muttered. It had to be said that the consumption required to go from saint artifact to mythic quality was more than Lin Shi had expected. Still need to transfer soon. Only when the forging success rate as well as the quality of the forging is raised will it be easier to forge sacrifices afterwards. After looking at the experience bar again, his gaze then fell towards the distant side of the beast-tide monsters. The onslaught of beasts is indeed coming to an end, but the beast tide that had been created would not dissipate on its own. According to Lin Shi's expectations, he would still be able to continue leveling up until the beast tide was cleared out. It was then that he gently patted the mesa in front of him. What action should be switched to? Tacitly, no words are needed. The army of abyssal creatures in the heavenly tribulation territory was once again summoned, rushing towards the beast tide along with Lin Shi. Now that the celestial tribulation territory had been raised to a level 3 abyssal increase, he hadn't bothered to check out the changes in the territory yet. However, the beast tide was undoubtedly a great opportunity to enhance his territory, so Lin Shi naturally wouldn't miss it. You have killed the gold-eating flying ant and gained plus 56,700 experience. You have killed the bloodhound flying dragon, legendary, and gained plus 437,100 experience. Only a short time later, an upgraded light bloomed on Lin Shi's body. Level +1. You get the word fission, red, being immersed in the sense of accomplishment of having risen to level 55. Lin Shi couldn't help but be stunned when he noticed the new red word name. Word fission. Lin Shi had an odd look on his face. Isn't this phrase a bit strange? Chapter 148 Extra words obtained. Immediately, he looked at the newly acquired words. Current word fission, red, effect. Each time you get a new word, you have a chance to get an additional word of the next word rotation quality. This is. Looking at the word effect, Lin Shi's eyes suddenly widened. I can't believe it's a direct effect on the word aspect. This phrase, when first acquired now, can be of no use. The benefits, however, are the ones that will manifest themselves later. That means that the next time I upgrade and get a gold phrase, I'll have a chance to get an extra purple phrase. Rinchi chanted. Then if I wait until level 59 and get a green phrase, there's the same chance of getting an additional red phrase. That's what word fission really does. The only thing I'm not sure about is the odds of this extra chance of getting a new word. Or not. It's something to be experienced in subsequent upgrades. The battle continues. Lin Shi didn't delay too much and moved into the battle once again. As he was killing the monster, he suddenly thought of a problem. Did you forget something? Eyes fell quickly on the panel. Select the golden lion and summon it. After all, he hadn't even used the pet system before, and almost forgot about the golden lion. Roar! The golden lion's huge figure had only just surfaced when it let out a loud and clear beast roar in all directions. Even the many monsters in the surrounding wave of beasts couldn't help but lie down on the ground, as if they had encountered the king of the grasslands. Only then did he look at Lin Shi again, with a little bit of smugness in his pair of lion pupils. Golden lion, holy, Rank, 54. Loyalty, 75. Loyalty less than 50. The pet has a chance to refuse to fight. Loyalty 0. The pet will refuse to fight. A pet's level cannot exceed that of the awakened itself, but its own level is relatively independent and capable of upgrading on its own. As for the Golden Lion's loyalty, Lin Shi had noticed it long before. 75 loyalty. Presumably still has the influence of the White Star's token, but that's when the Golden Lion, however, seemed to have discovered something, and the smug look in his eyes suddenly faded. In its place, there was a clearly visible flash of alarm. Abyssal creatures? So much. It let out a low roar, and naturally, it was able to see that all of these abyssal creatures around Lin Shi had clearly obtained extremely high-grade abyssal increases. What's going on with you? You? Even the Golden Lion was stunned. Even in the regions it had lived in the past, it had never seen anyone who could drive so many abyssal creatures to act together. What's more, it's an abyssal creature with a high-level increase. Cut the crap. Either go kill monsters or get the hell back to the pet space. Lin Shi gave it a sidelong glance, although he managed to open the pet system with the help of the Golden Lion. But for now, it appears to be a losing proposition. At the very least, it would be a good idea to let the Golden Lion make back what he lost afterward. The Golden Lion's throat moved, and he swept his eyes around again. In addition to the abyssal creatures, it had clearly seen the Bone Dragon, the mountain range ancient beast, and the abyssal knights, which definitely counted as powerful creatures. And, beside Lin Shi, there were also always some elves that even it couldn't recognize the group. Look away. This seems to be extremely outrageous as well. The Golden Lion gulped and hurriedly rushed towards the wave of beasts in front of him. It still seemed to have underestimated Lin Shi. Golden Lion loyalty +5. Lin Shi did notice that such a prompt had appeared in front of him, but didn't pay much attention to it. For him as an abyssal lord, the Golden Lion was not considered an essential existence. But, with the Golden Lion joining the fight, Lin Shi was able to see that it was indeed considered a good fighting force. Even if the Golden Lion wasn't wearing any equipment, its combat power wasn't inferior to Yayoi's. What's more, the Golden Lion, as a pet, also possesses an equipment bar. Majestic Pass. Boom! A huge mammoth rampaged through the area, its trunk falling and splitting the earth with a hard crack. But the next moment, the mammoth's body trembled violently, and it actually slammed to the ground, no longer able to struggle. At the same time, in midair, a figure emerged. She was holding a huge shield, and with her slender and slim figure, it was hard to imagine what kind of strength she possessed. A Saint-level boss that just collapsed? Zhou Fanga stared blankly at the figure in midair, his face twitching. Chairman's strength has gotten stronger again. After Lin Shi had left for some time, on this side of the Xiongnu Pass, a Saint-level boss had once again appeared. But unlike the Golden Lion that was able to communicate with people, this Saint-level boss was ferocious as soon as it came up. The figure holding the huge shield was naturally none other than Li Shi. She did not rush to collect the mammoth's drop, but instead landed beside Lu Bu and the others and swept her eyes around. I know all about the situation. Where's Rinchi? The voice was still ethereal. No mood swings audible. He has already left, probably looking for a place to brush up on monsters. Li Mingyue skimmed her mouth. That kid couldn't even look at this area of Xiongguan. According to the information that Lu Bu had previously received from the Descendant Guild side, this side of Xiongnu Pass was an area with a fairly high probability of Saint-level bosses appearing in the Beast Tide. Li Shi nodded and didn't say anything more, but just casually handed an item to Li Mingyue. It was as black as a piece of iron. Li Mingyue received the black iron, and a starry light suddenly appeared in her eyes. Fine, fine. When the Beast Tide is over, I'll go and impact the Divine Blacksmith. I don't believe it. I can't get promoted this time. At the time of this Beast Tide, Li Shi entered the copy, but it was precisely to find this forging material for her. Subsequently, Li Shi looked at Lu Bu again and said, on my way back, I met someone whose title is Sword Saint, which I had never heard of before. Sword Saint? Upon hearing this, Lu Bu's gaze suddenly froze. Then this is 80% a presence from an unexplored region, and you didn't follow up and ask what was going on? Lu Bu asked again in a rush. This information, it may be of great use, but Li Shi just shook his head and didn't say anything more. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was speechless for a while. It was indeed something their president could do as well. But then, he noticed that a radiance blossomed around Li Shi. Where are you going? He asked in a rush. Going to the Descending Guild residence. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Shi's figure disappeared into thin air. Li Mingyue, however, had a bad smile on her face as she waved her small fist. Their account of provoking us is definitely not over. You have killed the Black Flame Phantom Leopard, Holy, and gained +1023400 experience. Level +1. You have been awarded the word 100 forged, gold. You've gained an extra word, resonance, purple. One of the Saint-level bosses in the Beast Tide slowly collapsed in front of Lin Chi, and an upgraded light blossomed from Lin Chi's body. Chapter 149, Promoted Territory. New building. As expected, the effect of word fission was activated, and the same brought a purple word. So far, the returns have been good. Lin Chi sighed with emotion and checked up on the two newly acquired words. Word, 100 forged into material, gold. Effects, when forging the same equipment, each time to enhance the basic attribute bonus 1%. No upper limit. Word, raw material resonance, purple. Effect, when using the same type of material for forging, there is a 20% chance of generating an additional effect bonus. Both are phrases used in forging. For example, the phrase, 100 forged into 1, is quite useful. Lin Chi had obtained a large amount of the same materials during this Beast Tide. Then it would be natural to use it to forge the same equipment. This can likewise give him a lot of extra bonuses. Lin Chi then looked at the equipment and props that had fallen in front of him. After brushing a bunch of Beast Tide monsters in this area, he finally saw a Saint-level boss. And the boss's drops were indeed quite generous. 2 holy weapons, 1 legendary suit. Lin Chi scanned the attributes of these equipments and put them away together. It was getting closer and closer to his goal. After tidying these up, Lin Chi looked at the Beast Tide monsters around him again. Apparently, the Beast Tide was now at its end. After killing that Saint-level boss just now, there were no other powerful bosses to be seen in the wave of beasts that filled the area. However, there were still many more monsters in the Beast Tide. According to Lin Chi's deduction, there shouldn't be too much of a problem in moving up another level. Step it up, clean up the monsters here and head back to the territory. Lin Chi rubbed the long blonde hair of Yayoi beside him. Yayoi cooperated and lowered her little head obediently, like a lazy kitten. The level of the abyssal increase in the celestial calamity territory had already been promoted, and new changes were bound to occur. Busy as he was, he hadn't taken the time to go back and take a look. Finally, after some cleanup, once again, Lin Chi's body blossomed with an upgraded light. Level +1. You gained the word lava elemental, purple. A 57-level purple phrase that increases the effects of one's flame elemental skills and equipment. This time, it didn't trigger word split, but Lin Chi was still quite satisfied as well. At the very least, after absorbing many flames through the Fusilier's fire phrase, the flames he was able to use had become more and more powerful. The tide of beasts had long since lost its source, and with Lin Chi and the abyssal creatures winding down, the place had been swiftly cleared of monsters. Lin Chi also had no intention of going to another place to seek out the Beast Tide. With so many Saint-level bosses coming out, the Beast Tide had almost reached its end. Immediately, he waved his hand in all directions. Go back to the natural disaster territory. This time, Lin Chi did not intend to rush through the forging. Granted, according to his prediction, the equipment and forging materials on hand had been nearly enough for the Abyssal Market sledgehammer to upgrade. But on the side of the Earthly King's Guild, there could be some rewards yet to be claimed. Lin Chi planned to claim his reward before forging. After upgrading the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer, you'll further upgrade your body's equipment. Up until now, the equipment on Lin Chi's body was more or less a mixture of good and bad. There are holy artifact level legendary sets and likewise legendary quality equipment. Even in the spirit of OCD, you have to upgrade your equipment to a uniform level. Returning to the territory, Lin Chi opened the information of the territory at the first opportunity. Territory, natural disaster. Abyssal increase, level 3. Territorial population, 236//270. Buildings, Abyssal Nest, upgradable. Statue Altar, upgradable. Lord's Hall, upgradable. Hero Statue, buildable. Abyssal Spectre Tower, buildable. As Lin Chi expected, after the territory's increase level has been raised, all the buildings in the natural disaster territory are likewise ready for a new round of upgrades. Also, there are 2 more new buildings. Lin Chi first went around the territory and upgraded all the buildings in one wave. The building enhancements are all very visible as well. The Abyssal Nest's speed of cultivating abyssal creatures had significantly accelerated, and the statue altar's level of increase for the abyssal statue had also risen from the original level 6 to 7. Also, the Lord's Great Hall had instead become more and more magnificent, and the building's appearance was clearly a bit more refined than before. Lin Chi also noticed that on the aisles of the Lord's Great Hall, there was another set of reliefs that were originally as cohesive as black sand. What was depicted in it was supposedly the sight of Lin Chi leading the abyssal creatures to destroy the Beast Tide monsters. With each upgrade, there's one more relief here? Lin Chi's gaze was a bit odd. So far, he hadn't found that the Lord's Hall was of any great use. It is in the level of momentum, adding a sense of compulsion to him. No time was wasted on these pre-existing buildings. Lin Chi's attention went back to the newly acquired building. Statue of Heroes, buildable. Description: constructs a statue of a creature in the territory, granting it the heroic unit trait and giving it an abyssal increase rating second only to that of the Lord. Empowering hero units with traits? Lin Chi chanted, somewhat confused, but he was naturally very clear about the other role of the hero statue, second only to the Lord's abyssal increase rank. That meant that it was an abyssal increase effect beyond level 9. Without hesitation, Lin Chi waved his hand and called Yasa to his side. Finally, does Lord intend to let my concubine serve the bed? Yasa came forward with tears in her eyes, putting on a delicate appearance. This abyssal elf hunter, he didn't know where he got his bad taste from. He always liked to cosplay in front of him. Lin Chi's old face was serious and he sat back. This matter, let's talk about it later. Now, kneel first. Upon hearing this, an oddity immediately surged in Misa's eyes. Does the lordship enjoy this kind of play? Still, she obediently knelt on one knee, one hand in front of the other, displaying standard etiquette. Lin Chi didn't say anything more, his palm brushing lightly over her forehead. Shasta. A pitch-black mist coalesced with his palm and fell aside again, gradually converging on the ground. It transformed into a statue over 2 people tall, which was none other than Misa. You have given the Yayoi hero unit traits. The location of the level 9 abyssal increase saves another one. I've become a dual career? It was Yayoi who noticed her change and her eyes widened slightly. Only then did Lin Chi look at Yayoi's message. Yayoi. Profession, elf hunter, hero. Rank, 57. Heroic traits. A profession of sorts? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. From Yayoi's description, he was able to hear the power of this profession. It has the defense and combat prowess of the warrior class, and likewise some of the abilities of the mage class. Sort of a very balanced career. Thinking of this, another stream of thoughts surged in Lin Chi's heart. Speaking of which, awakened people are able to learn side professions after level 60, right? Then what sub-profession can I learn as a blacksmith? Learn another blacksmithing profession? Lin Chi's thoughts were a bit heavenly for a moment. Take the time to try it out once you get up to level 60 and do another transfer. Chapter 150, Compensation is Mythic Quality Equipment? Afterwards, Lin Chi quickly arrived at an area on the outskirts of the Heavenly Tribulation territory. It's relatively far from all the other buildings. However, with the experience of the last territorial war, Lin Chi was certain that when the next territorial war was opened, this place would be reduced to a battlefield for the abyssal creatures fighting in the 2 territories. The new building, the Abyssal Spectre Tower, has the very purpose of defending the territory. Abyssal Spectre Tower, buildable. Description, erect a defense tower, which can attack the enemies close to the range of the tower by itself. Soon, a black tower slowly rose from this area, and a dense black mist was faintly visible above. Like a vertical eye, it was scanning the surrounding area. Well, give me 2 more crystals as well as a few more defense towers, and I'll be able to start a MOBA type game in my territory. Looking at the Abyssal Spectre Tower in front of him, Lin Chi silently bellyached. By now, the scene in the natural disaster territory no longer looked empty. Several different buildings were constructed. Moreover, Lin Chi even also noticed that perhaps it was because the abyssal tree of life in the territory had already taken root in the territory. In the natural disaster territory, some ghostly green weeds also began to emerge one after another. It's not exactly flourishing, but it adds a little sense of life. Now that the abyssal elves are living around the abyssal tree of life, turn around and see if you can cultivate a forest specifically for the elves to live in. Lin Chi discerned. From the looks of things, the natural disaster territory is in a great place. One night without words, Lin Chi had just teleported back to the Earthly King's Guild residence when a guild channel message popped up in front of him. He skimmed it roughly. Guild channel. Lubu, the beast tide is over. Everyone take a break and prepare to enter the new area. Li Mingyue, hooray, there must be tons of quests waiting for you guys. I'll slip away first. Lupo, go for it. Lubu, I just got the news. I will announce some information about the new area. There are also many human beings in the new area, but their situation, which is very different from ours, belongs to the kingdom system. Lubu, in addition, there are some awakened people, including the chairman, who have discovered a strong person in the new area named Sword Saint. After the beast tide ended, the top awakened ones came alive. It had long been established that after getting through this beast wave, it would be possible to discover new areas, and it is true that the new region has now been brought into line with the world of the awakened ones. Lin Chi briefly looked at the information and had a calculation in his mind. As a new area, naturally there would be a large number of quests waiting to be completed, which would likewise be able to bring rewards to the awakened. Kingdom system, Lin Chi chanted. The humans in the new region, surprisingly, retained the kingdom system. He wasn't too dismayed by this. After all, he had known for a long time that the new region was actually more equivalent to a new world merging with the current one, and other than that, what he cared about the most was naturally the information on the Sword Saint White Star. It looks like the Sword Saint White Star is active in the new area as well. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so bad that someone learned about the White Star just after the new area was discovered. So it looks like there's a lot more to take care of soon. After reading the message in the guild channel, Lin Shi let out another sigh of relief. He also had a mind to get into the new area over there and see what was going on. And it wasn't hard to tell based on the sight he had seen when he met the Sword Saint White Star earlier. This Sword Saint from the new region. Even the vast majority of the top awakened would have a hard time comparing their strength to it. Beyond that, Lin Shi also noticed the message Lu Bu had sent him specifically. Lu Bu, Lin Shi, when you're done, remember to come to the guild hall. The compensation for the Descendants Guild has been sent down. That fast? Lin Shi's heart fluttered. He knew that this was not a compensation from any descending guild. It was clearly a reward prepared for him by the Earthly King's Guild. Immediately, he moved to the guild hall. At this moment, there were several figures sitting opposite each other in the guild hall. When Lin Shi arrived, apart from Li Shi and Lu Bu, he did notice two somewhat unfamiliar figures. Someone from the Descent Guild? When he saw the information about these two people, he raised an eyebrow. It's a top awakened person after all. What adults preach to each other is still, naturally, profit. Earlier, they were able to fight at Xiongguan, but now they were able to sit opposite each other. That's normal. Immediately the top awakened ones were about to enter the new area to explore. And even the truly top guilds as strong as the kings of the earth and descending worlds were not willing to fall into mortal enemies at such a time. Lin Shi, sit. Lu Bu smiled and waved to Lin Shi, signaling him to take a seat. Mei noticed Lu Bu's movements. Both of the two awakened from the descending guild narrowed their eyes at once, secretly sizing up Lin Shi. So, you're Lin Shi. One of the middle-aged men let out a sigh of emotion, and some surprise showed in his eyes. After Lin Shi took his seat, he then looked at the two people in front of him. They are? Asked Lu Bu again, but his words fell. Both of the people in front of them were clearly blushing, and seemed to be in a bit of an awkward situation. Is this like that? Half the time, Lin Shi was acting like he had never seen them before. However, Lu Bu smiled a bit and introduced Lin Shi. These two are the president and vice president of the Descendant Guild. They came to us to discuss the matter of compensation. Seeing that Lin Shi still looked indifferent, Lu Bu only added helplessly, at that time in Xiongguan, it was still you who sent them away personally. Oh, Lin Shi understood this now. At that time, when the two parties were fighting, he didn't really observe what the other awakened looked like, and anyway, as long as they weren't members of the Guild of Earthly Kings, he hammered them one by one. For the two people in front of him, he really didn't have much of an impression. Hong Xiong-tu, the president of the Descending World Guild, tugged at the corners of his mouth and still managed to squeeze a smile on his face. I can't imagine that the kings of the earth have such a powerful awakened person. For Lin Shi's information, he hadn't gathered it yet. However, it was thought that a powerful awakened like this one that had suddenly appeared must not be easy to investigate. He also had a judgment in his mind. Although Lin Shi appeared young on the surface, many awakened could not judge their age purely by their appearance. Lin Shi, however, didn't bother with them and just looked at Lu Bu. Their compensation, is it satisfactory enough? That's what he really cares about. The words fell. The two Hong Xiongtu's faces were even darker. However, Lu Bu also ignored their reactions and just laughed lightly. It's still under discussion, but I think they should agree to it. While he was speaking, Li Shi, who was on the side, suddenly stood up and walked over to Lin Shi. Lin Shi, I asked for some compensation first from the Descending Guild side earlier, and this is for you. She took out a ring and handed it to Lin Shi. In here, aside from a few holy weapons, there's also a mythic quality equipment. Throughout, her tone was very calm, but Lin Shi couldn't help but be dismayed for a moment. Chapter 151 Resurrection Ring. Boundaries of Death and Life. What the hell? Mythic quality equipment? Looking at Li Shi's cloudy appearance, Lin Shi was somewhat skeptical that he had heard wrong. But then, he noticed the two Hong Xiongtu on the side, and their faces both turned ugly to the extreme, like something painful had been stepped on. He took the ring in Li Shi's hand, and his heart was all wacky for a moment. Mythic quality equipment almost always existed only in the word of mouth of awakened people. Normally, not even the slightest bit of information is given out. In particular, Lin Shi had already consumed so much equipment just to refine the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer to a holy weapon alone. As a result, a piece of mythic quality equipment now just arrived? Isn't that a little too easy? This time, Lu Bu instead smiled and opened his mouth. When the beast tide hadn't ended yet, the president made a special trip to the Descending World Guild to have some friendly negotiations with President Hong and the others. After all, this kind of guild war is just spelling out a ranking, and it doesn't really hurt. No harm done. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Shi noticed the corners of Hong Xiongtu's two mouths twitching nonstop, the amplitude of which was close to catching up to Nicholas Xiaoxi. Dare I say it was Li Shi who had returned from the copy and killed his way into the Descendant Guild residence alone. This exchange is pretty good. It was a while before Lin Shi responded, looking at Li Shi again. Next time this happens, remember to call me one. What's it called? It's called combat settlement. With this kind of opportunity to knock on the door, Lin Shi didn't want to miss it. Good, Li Shi agreed dryly. From the beginning to the end, the reaction of the two Hong Xiongtu people was ignored. And indeed, Lu Bu did not intend to miss this opportunity to knock on the door, and smiled gently at Hong Xiongtu again. President Hong, we have felt your apologies. Then let's negotiate about the compensation, shall we? Even if it was a mythic quality equipment. Naturally, it wasn't enough. What the kings of humanity really had their eyes on wasn't just the third position on the guild rankings either. The Descending World Guild, as the top three of the old guilds, had all the resources they occupied that the kings of the earth needed as well. Lin Shi didn't bother with that. Already, he had greatly taken out that mythic quality equipment from his ring. This turned out to be a ring. Boundaries of life and death, myth. Category, rings. Equipment requirements, none. Effect, full attribute plus 800. Special effect, deadly boundary, passive. Can be resurrected in full state after death, and is in the state of deadly boundary. Immune to any attacks and skills. Maintained for 10 seconds. The current number of times can be triggered, 12//20. When the number of times is exhausted, the equipment will be destroyed. Description? Mythological quality equipment of unknown origin. A pure equipment ring? Lin Shi couldn't even help but be stunned for a moment. Actually, a long time ago, he had discovered the problem with ring gear in this world. Almost the vast majority of the ring equipment that can be seen can only be used for storage, and only occasionally will have a slight attribute bonus effect. But that little bonus was negligible compared to the other equipment the Awakened wore. And the storage function of the ring also seemed to be only a special additional effect of some kind. Lin Shi has not forged rings in the past, but did not get the expected portable space. Sure, the current Lin Shi had the effect of the wash away the lead phrase, and was completely able to store forging materials without any limitations, which was also considered a kind of carry-on space. However, this ring in his hand still had a powerful effect that could be considered heaven-defying. Pure resurrection power. Lin Shi couldn't even help but stagger. This was much more powerful than the life-preserving means used by the vast majority of the top awakened. No matter how much damage is done or for what reason you die, you are able to come back to life in full condition. It was important to realize that under some special circumstances, even the top awakened's means of preserving their lives were sometimes unable to be triggered. Once you die, there is nothing left. Instantly slipping this ring onto his finger, Lin Shi lifted his hand and surveyed it. Only then did he look at Hong Xiongtu again. How come there are only 12 resurrection chances left? Hearing Lin Shi's words, Hong Xiongtu's face flushed to the extreme. 12 times isn't enough? In all the years that he had gotten this equipment, he had been unable to use it. That's not a life-saving tactic. That's pure resurrection. Forget it. This mythic quality equipment, after all, is just an addition given by President Hong. It was Lu Bu who smiled and rounded off the conversation. It's said to be a roundup, but it's really an excuse to ask for more. The value of this mythic quality equipment was actually incalculable. Lin Shi shrugged and took it for what it was worth. The effect of this ring was extremely special, and he had no intention of using it as a sacrificial consumable. Wear it. By the way, I still have some props in my hand that I want to exchange for some contribution points in the guild. He rushed Lu Bu again. He wasn't too interested in the discussions between the two guilds. He had gotten what he deserved anyway. Yes, I'll transfer 200,000 contribution points to you first. You don't need to return anymore. I'll make it up to you if it's less. Lu Bu generously transferred contribution points to Lin Shi. After collecting these contribution points, Lin Shi directly walked out of the guild hall. Until now, there were already quite a few contribution points that he had accumulated in the Earthly Kings Guild. The materials of those holy products that he had previously looked at were able to be exchanged down. Of course, the current Lin Shi was unable to use it, but at least he could have it on hand first. After turning back and having the ability to forge saint weapon equipment, these materials would naturally be able to come in handy. Still need to upgrade and transfer as soon as possible. Lin Shi muttered, with 3 more levels, you'll be able to make your next transfer. And after the transfer, he would be able to have legendary quality materials. Before that, there's still a trip to the copy of the Blacksmith mastered by Shin Bailu's family. All of these copies were able to increase the success rate of forging, and they were undoubtedly all quite practical for Lin Shi. Just after arriving at the exchange store, Lin Shi looked at the holy weapon materials in front of him that were much less, but the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. How come so much is missing? Immediately, he suddenly recalled Li Mingyue. This girl seemed to be going back to impacting divine blacksmithing now, and she should need a considerable amount of materials as well. Lin Shi didn't really mind, and after exchanging the sacred materials, he used the remaining contribution points to exchange away other qualities of materials. Now, it's considered ready enough to sacrifice the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer to mythic quality. Lin Shi rubbed his hands together. He's been looking forward to this for a long time. Immediately, He teleported back into the heavenly tribulation territory and dove headfirst into the Lord's great hall. Placing the forge table, Lin Shi tapped it again. This time, using you to sacrifice a mythic quality equipment. How you'll be able to undergo some changes. Chapter 152 Subdivine Blacksmith. The profound ruins were promoted. In the Lord's great hall, the tinkling of crisp knocks was constant and highly rhythmic. It seemed that every voice that rang out stirred up some sort of majesty in an invisible way. Misa sat on one of the branches of the abyssal tree of life, her gauze skirt fluttering, vaguely revealing 2 white slender lengths. Resting her white cheeks, she gazed ahead at the Lord's great hall. His lordship sure is in great shape for a blacksmith. She seemed to have thought of something, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. There was no doubt that at this moment, Lin Shi was focusing on forging. You have successfully forged the clothes of Basho, Epic, X1, gained physique plus 300, strength plus 150, and gained the skill, Basho's royalty. You successfully forged. With the 100 forging into material, phrase addition that he had previously obtained, Lin Shi's attributes gained from forging the same equipment would also increase to a certain extent each time. Finally, after estimating that the forged equipment was almost ready, it was only then that Lin Shi placed the profound ruin sledgehammer on the forging table and began to sacrifice it. Mythic quality equipment comes with some pretty special effects, such as that boundary of life and death ring. The resurrection ability possessed on it was hardly seen in any other equipment of holy items. Lin Shi was also looking forward to what kind of abilities he would obtain when the Abyssal Market Sledgehammer was promoted to mythic quality. Spin. He sharply took out his forging toolhammer and listed the holy equipment on the forging table one by one. After preparing so many holy weapons, there should always be enough. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth. The forging hammer in his hand suddenly fell. Giggle. Immediately afterward, a blazing light rose up, reflecting in all directions. The light that was transformed together from just so many holy weapons alone would have been very bright. It was reflected in the entire Lord's Hall, casting a glow. Not to mention, this time, Lin Shi was still sacrificing mythic quality equipment. Outside the Lord's Great Hall, the light shining out of the Lord's Hall was also reflected in Yayoi's golden pupils. She reached out her small hand and shielded up her eyes, but her small mouth couldn't help but open slightly. This might, judging by the effect produced by this forging alone. She then already realized that the equipment that Lin Shi had forged nowadays was bound to have exceeded a sacred artifact, even touching the threshold of mythic quality. Lord is already a divine blacksmith? Yayoi murmured, all a little less sure. In this world, a blacksmith who was able to forge mythic quality equipment could be called a god-level blacksmith. At this point, the blazing light suddenly gushed out from the Lord's Hall again, spreading out in all directions. Yayoi couldn't help but tense up her form and watch closely ahead. Even the abyssal creatures roaming in the territory of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, all of them were as if they had fixed their forms. Under the impact of the blazing light, the entire heavenly tribulation territory was as if it had fallen into a silence. It was as if all the pitch-black fog in the outer layer of this abyssal region had been washed away by the light. And after, the light abruptly dissipated and everything was calm again. Successful sacrifice. You have successfully forged Abyssal Ruin Unity, Mythic, X1, gained strength plus 8,000, and gained the skills, Abyssal Ruin Burst, Abyssal Ruin Impact, Abyssal Ruin Throw, and Abyssal Ruin Unity. It finally worked. Lin Shi grinned, but before he could go and pick up the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer, he noticed that messages were still popping up on the panel. Forging table, special, getting a boost, as he expected. After using this forging table to forge and sacrifice so many equipments, even mythic quality equipments appeared. There was always a change at the forge. Also, the new news was something Lin Shi hadn't expected. You have reached the achievement of mortal form, forging myths. You have earned the title, Divine Blacksmith. Subdivision level? Lin Shi's eyes were odd for a moment. A god-level blacksmith was a god-level blacksmith. So how come there was an extra sub in front of his title? However, after looking at the effects of this title, Lin Shi put away his thoughts of spitting. Title, Sub-God Blacksmith. Effects, when forging equipment, there is a probability that the elements of heaven and earth will be attracted, so that the forged equipment will be upgraded by 1 quality, forging success rate plus 25%. Even though he wasn't really a god-level blacksmith, Lin Shi was already very satisfied with the effects that this title brought. There is a probability that the quality of the equipment will be increased by 1 notch. In other words, it was possible that when he forged epic quality equipment afterward, he could suddenly forge a legendary quality equipment as well. This is blood money no matter how you look at it. A blacksmith who can forge mythic quality equipment is a god-level blacksmith. But this is a special case for me, so obtaining a sub-god level blacksmith title isn't a loss. That didn't stop Lin Shi from getting a bargain. Put the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer aside first, and then we'll see what happens at the end of the day. Lin Shi's gaze went back to the forging table in front of him. Forging table, special. Effect, forging success rate plus 65%. Special effect, forging enhancement. Material refining, passive. Probability to improve the quality of forging materials and make the attribute bonus of forged equipment get improved. The forging success rate bonus has been increased. Moreover, there was an additional ability to boost the attribute bonus of the equipment with a probability. Again, quite a useful ability. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to notice that the appearance of the forging platform had also undergone some changes nowadays. A portion of the starry light that originally appeared on it coalesced and transformed into a few simple lines. It was as if it was inscribed on the forging table. Lin Shi was certain that as he used the forging table to forge more and more equipment, this forging table would also enhance its effects once again. I'll use your forge to sacrifice it later. He gently tapped the forging table again. After sacrificing the Abyssal Market sledgehammer, he still had a surplus of materials and equipment on hand. Put these away. It was only then that Lin Shi finally picked up the current Abyssal Market sledgehammer. Immediately looked to Sledgehammer's message. Abyssinian Ruins, Mythic, Category, Weapons, Equipment Requirements, Lin Shi. Effect, Strength plus 8000. Special effects, Fuchiku Burst, Fuchiku Shock, Fuchiku Throw, Fuchiku Unification. Description, forged by a powerful being, condensing the power of the abyss and sacrificing it to a holy product, containing the greatness of the holy. Shocking the four directions, can hide the source of mythological quality equipment. The most notable change is undoubtedly the change in base effect that occurs with this sledgehammer. A full 8000 points of base strength attribute bonus. From the beginning, this hammer, then, simply increases the strength attribute. And now, it's gotten to a pretty outrageous level. Beyond that, what Lin Shi cared about the most was naturally the newly acquired skills one by one. Undoubtedly all of them are advancements of previously acquired skills. Furthermore, the Sacred Realm status skill that was originally available on the Abyssal Market sledgehammer had changed. It became a special effect of mythic quality equipment. Chapter 153, Territorial War Declared? Sending Heads. What Lin Shi cared about the most was undoubtedly the new skills obtained by the Profound Market sledgehammer. Skill, Fuchi Market Dominance. Effect, active. Inflicts shock on a 10*10m area and puts the target in a state of unity for 3s. And in the state of unity, it can control any attack, movement and skills of the target. Passive, gradually inflicts up to 9 levels of abyssal erosion on the target, stacking 1 level per attack. A skill that has both active and passive effects? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The active effect is to forcefully take control of the target's body within 10 square meters. It's only 3s though, but this skill effect is already very outrageous. The passive effect, on the other hand, causes absolute weakening of the target. Abyssal erosion status. Lin Shi chanted. This was clearly the exact opposite state of affairs from the abyssal increase. One attack was 1 level of abyssal erosion status, and once the enemy stacked up to 9 levels of abyssal erosion, then even the most powerful target would be directly chipped away. The only problem is that there is currently no existence that can carry my 9 hammers. Lin Shi silently bellyached. Of course, that's not to say that the passive effect of abyssal ruin unity wouldn't be of use to him. Rather, in a way, pulling up his ceiling. It's worthy of the special effects brought about by mythic quality equipment. Lin Shi sighed. As with the Deadlife Boundary Ring, just this special effect alone was enough to qualify as mythic quality. Beyond that, the original skills on the Abyssal Market sledgehammer have been enhanced accordingly. The damage that the Abyssal Ruin's Burst Shatter was able to inflict was much stronger. The range and damage of Abyssal Ruin Impact has been increased. The attack range of the Abyssal Ruin Throw, on the other hand, had been increased from the original 500 meters to 3,000 meters. After checking the changes in the Abyssal Market sledgehammer, Lin Shi put it away with satisfaction. It was not in vain that he had spent so much equipment and materials on this hammer. The results achieved have also been remarkable. After checking these, Lin Shi then returned his attention to the cloak he was wearing. So far it seems, the effect brought by this Abyssal Lord cloak was a bit more practical than the Abyssal Lord crown. Sacrifice the cloak to a holy weapon first. He plodded on. Originally, he had planned to collect a wave of Lord sets in the abyss before proceeding with the sacrifice, but it seems to be a bit too much trouble. Moreover, the present-day natural disaster territory had been upgraded to a level 3 abyssal increase. It didn't make much difference if Lin Shi wore the Lord set that only had 2 parts, was about to embark on a sacrifice. But that's when, however, another message prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lin Shi. An Abyssal Lord has noticed you and will launch a territorial war against you. Lin Shi's eyes widened. No? Waging a territorial war against me? A wave of eccentricity surged unconsciously in his heart. Originally, it was also planned that after some reorganization, they would go to the abyss to look for other abyssal territories. Now that's good. The natural disaster territory is being beaten to the door by someone else. This is totally here to give away your head. The corners of Lin Chi's mouth gradually lifted into a smile. Immediately, he put his cloak back on. Since he had encountered the other abyssal lords, he was not yet in a hurry to make any more sacrifices. Let's see what parts this abyssal lord who came to deliver can deliver before we say anything. Immediately, he walked out of the lord's great hall carrying the profound market sledgehammer. At this time, Misha was still sitting on the branch of the abyssal tree of life, and when she saw Lin Chi who walked out from the great hall, a smile immediately bloomed on her face. Leaping down from the branches of the tree, her sarong fluttered, revealing her great white slenderness. Did Lord also notice the movement outside the territory? As an abyssal elf that had been increased by the heroic statue, Yayoi was naturally able to perceive what was about to happen in the territory battle. Lin Chi nodded and peered into the distance. On the outskirts of the natural disaster territory, there was still hot lava that could not be seen at all. The sky was shrouded in a thick, pitch-black mist, and nothing else could be seen. Thinking back to the last time he started a territory war, it seemed like it took a while for the territories to teleport over. By what means did this abyssal lord, who came to give away his head, notice me? Lin Chi was all a bit puzzled. It couldn't be that the abyssal lords were idly wandering around in the abyss and just happened to be close to the range of the heavenly tribulation territory, could it? Was Lord just now forging mythic quality equipment? Misa came forward and looked at the profound market sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand. The appearance of the sledgehammer has changed significantly. Even though the effect of the equipment was still hidden, she was able to see that the patterns on the surface of the abyssal market sledgehammer had become much simpler, yet filled with a certain divine flavor. Lin Chi nodded, and then he heard Yayoi's voice ring out again. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the commotion of Lord's forging equipment was too great and was noticed by the other lords nearby. That makes sense. Lin Chi instantly recalled the movement when he sacrificed the profound market sledgehammer. After all, it was a mythic quality equipment, which if it was placed over in the Summer City to be sacrificed, it was estimated that the entire Summer City would be able to see it. That's a lot of movement. At this point, Lin Chi suddenly noticed again that the pitch-black mist in the sky gradually appeared to surge. Is this the other side's territory coming through? If there is a large difference in the level of territorial increase between the two sides, the protection mechanism for the weaker territories will be activated for you, and the preparation time for the opening of the territorial war will be increased. Countdown to the start of the territorial war, 2,359 hours. But then, noticing the prompt in front of him, Lin Chi pulled the corner of his mouth again. Weak territory protection mechanism? The current increase level of the celestial plague territory was low, but they weren't weak. The last territory war was because I initiated it, so that didn't trigger this protection mechanism. Lin Chi also understood after a little thought, but more or less breathless. What's the point of him wanting this one day of preparation? Never mind. I'll let you bounce around for one more day. Lin Chi skimmed his lips, and while he was at it, he did have other things he was able to take care of. Think about it. He handed Yayoi a few more scrolls in his hand and instructed, pay more attention to the enemy territory for me, and use the scrolls to send me a message if anything happens. Yayoi nodded, equally enthused. She also wanted to see which ungrateful abyssal lord dared to start a territorial war with the heavenly tribulation territory. Only then did Lin Chi crush the one remaining scroll in his hand. This was the scroll Shin Bailu had left for him earlier. Lin Chi, do you have time? I'd like to go to the blacksmithing profession copy. In a large hall, Shin Bailu looked at the information that surfaced on the panel and smiled slightly. White Deer, the Guild of Earthly Kings, has now become the third guild, but that's pretty much their limit. In front of Shin Bailu, a middle-aged man sat on a chair with a cold expression, giving up on joining the first guild. You do realize what that does to you, right? To this, Shin Bailu was calm. Father, I have my arrangements. My brothers and sisters, aren't they all in the first and second guilds? After saying that, she stood up and was about to leave. My friend is coming and I'm taking him to the copy. Chapter 154, Scrapping Another Copy. Calcine Promotion. Friends? The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at Shin Bailu. Is that the blacksmith from Summer City? You joined the Kings of Earth because of him? Only just heard this. Shin Bailu's little face then became colder all of a sudden. She paused in her departure and slowly turned to her elderly father. Father, I advise you not to do anything on his side. You know the situation of the Kings of the Earth. It was clearly a father-daughter duo, but there was no warmth to be found between the two. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. All of those young men, it's true, have good talent, but the world is already getting bigger. I won't interfere with your decisions, but you need to understand your responsibilities. His words were very cryptic, but Shin Bailu could hear his meaning. Without saying anything more, he walked out of the hall on his own. When Shin Bailu left, the middle-aged man just casually waved his hand forward. A figure instantly surfaced in the great hall. Give that teenager 10 million gold coins and set him on a mission. You know what to do. The middle-aged man's words fell. The figure nodded slowly and his figure suddenly disappeared. Lin Chi, you're level 50 so soon. Shinbai Deer looked at Lin Chi with a smile. A very different look from the one he had earlier in the Great Hall. Pretty much. Lin Chi shrugged. When he turned around and practiced a few more levels, it was time for him to transfer. Let's go. I'll take you there. Shinbailu crushed a scroll and teleported away with Lin Chi. The light flashed. Lin Chi saw the scene in front of him, but a touch of eccentricity passed through his expression. Your family, after all, is rich. Compared to the blacksmith profession copies held by the Earthly Kings guilds, the area where this copy of Shinbailu's home is located is obviously extremely well developed. A blacksmith's workshop was actually established in this area. At a glance, one was able to see many awakened who had learned the blacksmithing sub-profession and were hammering away at it. Doing business, it's like this, Shinbailu said helplessly. Her family's exchange, after all, had to sell equipment of all levels as well. It is natural to have a well-established supply chain. After the two of them traveled forward for a while, Shinbai Deer then pointed to a mine cave in front of them and said to Lin Chi, inside is it? You go in first and try it out. If you're missing any props, you'll tell me again, and it doesn't hurt anything if you don't get through at once. In response, Lin Chi merely nodded with a light smile. He certainly wasn't worried about that. Entering a copy of this profession is purely for the purpose of increasing the success rate of forging. Having just taken a few steps forward alone, Lin Chi again seemed to realize something and looked at Shinbailu with some embarrassment. If I accidentally dry out my copy for a while, will it have a big impact? A touch of eccentricity surfaced on even Shinbai Deer's small face. Conducting a wave of trials for this profession's copies and still being able to scrap them all for a while? Still, he shook his head. Don't worry, my father has money. Awesome. Lin Chi gave a thumbs up and stepped into the mine ahead. Trial Mine's Blacksmith. With his previous experience of being a copy of this profession, Lin Chi was not unfamiliar with entering the trial mines. Rather, the scene in this mine was slightly different. There wasn't all that flammable mist, but instead it was a little wet. Instead, the front of the mine's passage was blocked by a wall of crystals. Please use the flame to break the crystal and pass through on your own. Obviously, this would require the use of the calcination skill. Lin Chi didn't even pull out the profound ruin sledgehammer. He only shook his body and transformed into a flaming giant. Spin. He then noticed that the crystal wall in front of him was rapidly receding like melting ice, and after that, it was smooth sailing all the way. Even though there was the same crystal wall blocking it, it melted before Lin Chi could even reach it. This copy, it's even easier than the previous one. Lin Chi shrugged. None of this requires any forging, purely by virtue of the calcination skill, not to mention, with a ridiculously high spiritual attribute. The calcination skill he was able to perform was far beyond what other blacksmiths could imagine. The situation in the depths of the mine, on the other hand, was somewhat unique. One of them was a crystal wrapped beneath a stone wall. The stone walls, on the other hand, were etched with several lines of weaponry. Please mine your own forging materials and use them to forge the right equipment to break through the stone wall and melt the crystals inside. Still very simple. Only then did Lin Chi pull out the profound ruin sledgehammer. Early on, he noticed some minerals deep in the mine, and only lightly tapped the ground with the abyssal market sledgehammer. At once, all the minerals then fell to the ground together. As for forging equipment, it was even easier. Several pieces of equipment were quickly forged and placed on the grain of the stone wall, fitting one by one. In an instant, a crack emerged on the stone wall, and even more so, the crystals in it were revealed in the cracks. Please strike with all your might to break the stone wall and the crystal. Another full force strike. Lin Chi glanced in the direction of the outside of the mine. Okay, this was what this trial mine had asked him to do. Outside the trial mine, Shinbailu sat on a chair and waited quietly. Third miss, is your friend a main profession blacksmith? In front of her, an old man stood respectfully, smiling and inquiring. Uncle Lu, you can tell? Shinbailu asked. It doesn't look very old. It shouldn't be possible to learn a sub-profession so quickly and still be able to reach a situation that's good enough to enter a copy of this profession in a short period of time. The old man, Uncle Lu, replied with a smile. Shinbailu nodded and didn't say anything more, but after only a moment, she asked Uncle Lu again, seemingly a bit uneasy, then will it be difficult for him to enter this mine? Uncle Lu stroked his beard and looked calm. It all depends on his level. Rumble. But before his words fell, outside the mine, a sudden tremor erupted. The earth trembled with the naked eye, and countless debris rolled down from the hillside. There was even a roaring flame that erupted in the mine. Uncle Lu's body stiffened and he looked around at the scene blankly. And then, the gaze fell back to the mine side. What happened in this? Shinbailu was also stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected this sudden turn of events either. And the source of this tremor was clearly the trial mine ahead. What did Lin Chi do? Suddenly, she recalled what Lin Chi had said earlier. If you dry out this copy for a while, he couldn't really have let this copy be scrapped for a while. Shen Bailu opened her small mouth, somewhat unable to speak, and at this point, in the trial mines, an informational prompt appeared on Lin Chi's panel with it. Conditions exceeded. Your calcination skill. Get further improvement. Chapter 155, $10 million for you to stay away from her. Skill, calcination, mimicry. Effect, controls calcine flames to freely mimic any form, extends range to 100 m, increases flame damage, and has explosion damage. Lin Chi looked at the information after the calcination skill was promoted and raised his eyebrows. Is this considered a blacksmith's native combat skill? He was all a bit playful. So far, there were combat skills regarding the blacksmith's own profession, and he had only mastered a calcination. The calcination skill, originally, was not considered a pure combat skill, just barely able to be used in combat. Compared to the skills of other combat professions, the effect is indeed poor. But now, the calcination skill is already considered a full combat ability. Level 50 plus before you actually have a pure combat skill for a blacksmithing profession. Lin Chi staggered. It was no wonder that in the eyes of the other awakened, a blacksmith's combat prowess was negligible until he became a god-level blacksmith. In addition to the change in calcination skills, what he cared about the most was naturally still the increase in the forging success rate of clearing the copies of his profession. Epic quality equipment forging success rate plus 10%. You have obtained calcine crystals, legendary, times 10. You gained forging base shards x 2500. The harvest was pretty much what he expected. Well, at least it's another step forward. Lin Chi shrugged and looked around the mine before taking a step out. And outside the mine, Shen Bailu was looking blearily at the exit of the mine, his heart filled with doubts. Seeing Lin Chi's figure walking out, she immediately greeted him, her small face filled with eccentricity. Lin Chi, are you okay? The earlier commotion was a bit too much. Changes in the copy that affect the outside world. This is quite outrageous no matter how you look at it. It's quite good. It's just that this copy, you'll have to wait for a while before you can continue using it. Lin Chi said helplessly. Trial mines, inaccessible. Requirement, recovery time, 99 days 2357. Shen Bailu glanced at the copy information, and the look on her small face became more and more odd. 100 days of recovery. And beside her, the old man was also filled with astonishment. After looking at the trial mines, his gaze fell back on Lin Chi. You made the move to overachieve the conditions in this copy? He obviously knew something in general, but it was still a bit hard to believe. The eyes looked Lin Chi up and down. It was only after a long time that he tentatively asked Lin Chi, are you interested in joining the Blacksmith Association? I can be the introducer. He could already tell that Lin Chi, the blacksmith, was indeed extremely special. Uncle Lu is also a main profession blacksmith. Shen Bailu introduced Lin Chi at the right time. That was why she knew something about the main profession of blacksmithing. No need. I've already joined the Blacksmith Association. Lin Chi shrugged. He knew that this was sort of a goodwill that the old man in front of him had released to him, not unlike that unreliable Blacksmith Association president. The old man nodded, his eyes glancing over the two of them, Lin Chi and Shen Bailu, before he walked off into the distance again on his own. Only then did Shen Bailu come up to Lin Chi and lightly laughed. Lin Chi, I'm going to head over to the new region next to check out the situation. It's still in the kingdom system over there, and there's a lot of quests in there as well as new career directions based on what's known so far. Are you going to check it out afterward, too? Before the discovery of the new area, the current environment was, naturally, enough for other awakened to level up and grow into high-level awakened. And now after coming into contact with the new area, awakened people whose rank wasn't too high could naturally go there as well. This means many new opportunities for development. I'll go check it out later, but I can't spare any time in the last day or two. Lin Chi laughed. Next, he had to go back and wait for the territory war to open, to see if he could provide some new changes to the Heavenly Tribulation territory. Besides, he couldn't be more than a few levels away from his next transfer. Instead, you can head over to the new area after the transfer and see if there are any side professions that you can learn. After a brief conversation, the two men each took their leave. Lin Chi was about to teleport back to the Heavenly Tribulation territory when he suddenly noticed a figure emerge from the shadows in front of him. It was a middle-aged man, and after his figure surfaced, he walked straight towards him. Looking for me? Lin Chi's gaze was somewhat playful. This is the blacksmith replica area held by Shen Bailu's family, and the development is also more complete. Generally speaking, there will be no awakened people from other powers. Rinchi, is it? The middle-aged man swept a glance at Lin Chi, his hands behind his back, his attitude appearing somewhat arrogant, seemingly invisible. It exuded the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time. What is it? Lin Chi asked calmly. He had already roughly guessed the origin of the middle-aged man in front of him, mostly from the home of Shen Bailu. Now, taking advantage of the time when Shen Baidir had just teleported away, he appeared in front of him, so it was more than likely that he was trying to hide something from Shun Bai Deer to find him. You used your relationship with Shin Bailu to gain access to the copies we hold, but you should understand that we are never willing to let people owe us a debt, right? The middle-aged man said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Shi instantly understood. Dare I think he owes a debt for using this copy? He was more or less able to guess that the situation in Shin Bailu's family should be more complicated as well, similar to the kind of situation of a powerful family feud, but he hadn't had much heart to get involved in it in the first place. Now it was the people from Shin Bailu's family who had approached him first. So, Lin Shi asked again. He wasn't going to say much to this middle-aged man. Take a step back. Never mind what he owes in the eyes of these people, and don't go out and ask around. Is he in the habit of paying off his bills? May follow. Lin Shi then noticed that a card surfaced in the middle-aged man's hand and handed it to him. Miss does think highly of you. Here's 10 million gold coins. It's considered Mrs. reward for you. Seeing this, Lin Shi was a bit stunned. How dare you? He naturally knew that this was not Shin Bailu's intention. It's kind of a I'll give you $10 million to stay away from my lady kind of thing. His eyes became more and more playful as he looked at the middle-aged man. It's a game invading reality and you guys are still doing this? Secular or not? Although his heart was thinking like this, Lin Shi's hand movements did not stop, and he had already received the card with 10 million gold coins in his hand. Just kidding. Who'd with money? The middle-aged man, still holding the card in his hand, paused slightly, obviously not expecting Lin Shi's move to be so sharp. Send copies and gold coins again. Thank Shin Bai Lu for me. Seemingly noticing the middle-aged man's disbelief, Lin Shi then added. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't the average teenager, in this situation, feel like they're belittling the other side? This caused all the next words he had prepared to say to stall slightly. Chapter 156, like to give it away? Of course accept it as it is. Very well. Having taken our money, you are now also considered a logistical staff of the Shin family. Only after a long time did the middle-aged man hold back such a sentence. His purpose, originally, was to make Lin Shi realize that being able to contact the Shin family was already a great opportunity for this teenager. Since he had received the money, he should honestly make some contribution to the Shin family and prove his worth. That's how you get the Shin family's subsequent training. As for the friendship between Lin Shi and Shun Bai Lu, it's just a game between teenagers. When Lin Shi gradually understood the enormity of the Shin family as a party of plutocrats, he would naturally take the initiative to put away other thoughts. Well said. However, Lin Shi didn't care half as much about what this middle-aged man said and gave a perfunctory reply. What logistician? What's that got to do with him taking money? Just because I'm paid doesn't mean I have to work for you. Thinking back to the formula for doing problems before crossing over, Lin Shi still found it very practical. The middle-aged man gave Lin Shi a somewhat suspicious look. But still, he said, I still have some forging materials here, and I need you to use them to forge at least 10 pieces of epic quality equipment. Being able to come and participate in the blacksmithing replica means you're level 50. Can you do it? Since they are their logisticians, it's only natural that they should do some tasks. As the words fell, he took out another ring and handed it to Lin Shi. How embarrassing. Lin Shi took the ring and looked at the materials in the ring. It was indeed a bunch of epic quality materials. Roughly forging a dozen or so pieces of epic quality equipment wasn't a problem. It has to be a big family that can be righteous. Yes, wait for my good news. Lin Shi made another perfunctory remark. These gold coins and equipment went into his pocket. And you want to recover the interest? It was destined to be a losing proposition for the other side. One time, the middle-aged man was left somewhat speechless. It always felt like Lin Shi's reaction was completely different from what he had previously expected. After thinking about it, he reminded again. I'll give you 10 days, and after 10 days, I want to see the results. In 10 days, you're lucky if you can find me. Lin Shi silently bellyached, but on the surface, he nodded. For the sake of these gold coins and materials, it was almost enough for him to perfume these few times. Seeing that the middle-aged man had no intention of taking out anything else, Lin Shi then smacked his lips with intent. Release the teleportation directly and leave from this place. While looking at Lin Shi's departing figure, the middle-aged man remained frozen in place. His expression was filled with suspicion. It always felt that from start to finish, Lin Shi's reaction was too flat. It was so bland that he had the illusion that he had been duped. Thinking for a long time, he murmured, shouldn't have the guts to pull this empty glove thing. That's when he teleported away and went back to resume his duties. Natural disaster territory. Lin Shi looked up at the pitch-black mist surging in the sky. Countdown to the start of the territorial war, 1427. There was still most of a day left before this guild war could open. Lin Shi wasn't in a hurry, and walked directly into the Lord's Hall. Prepare to take advantage of this time to do some more forging and sacrificing first. Originally, after sacrificing the Abyssal Ruin sledgehammer to mythic quality, he still had a surplus of materials and equipment on hand. and now a bunch of epic quality materials have been lassoed from that unknown ingrate in passing. Sacrifice it first to save time for the sacrifices afterward. Lin Chi calculated. He did not choose to target the sacrifice on the two parts of the Lord set. The intention was to spread out the remaining materials and equipment to other equipment first, and sacrifice them to legendary quality together as sacrificial consumables. Wait until the territorial battle is over and see if you can get the other Abyssal Lord set parts. Then decide if you want to use all of these sacrificial consumables on the Lord set. After some forging and sacrificing, Lin Chi's preparations were then complete. Only then did he walk out of the Lord's Hall and come to the Abyssal Tree of Life. Waving his hand around, he gave orders to the other abyssal creatures in the natural disaster territory. Proceed to assemble near the Abyssal Spectre Tower. The current level of increase in the natural disaster territory was indeed a bit too low. He wasn't sure what kind of abyssal increase the abyssal territory that had declared war on him had though. However, it was thought that it would certainly not be lower than the natural disaster territory. Not to mention, abyssal lords are fixed to enjoy a lord-level abyssal increase. Still as before, have the abyssal creatures in the territory guard the entrance to the territory. Instead, he traveled on his own into the other side's territory to carry out the beheading. Yayoi-sa, pay more attention to the abyssal core after the territory war opens. Don't let your opponent steal home. Lin Chi instructed to Yayoi in his arms. Yayoi nodded curtly. Don't worry, Lord, even if the other party's lord comes in person, I'll be able to withstand it for a while. As a hero unit in the abyssal territory, she was already far stronger than the other abyssal creatures. Lin Chi smiled without saying anything more. After such a period of time had passed, the natural disaster territory had long been different from the situation when the territory war first opened. Until now, he still had the feeling that the other party's lord was really headstrong, that he had taken the initiative to send his head to the door. Not much longer. In midair, the surging pitch-black mist gradually dissipated. Lin Chi silently watched the countdown. The corner of his mouth gradually lifted up a smile. It's about time. When the pitch-black mist completely dissipated, in front of the heavenly tribulation territory, the endless magma region also gradually surged up. It's like boiling water that keeps churning. All of a sudden, boom! A large area of magma surged upward and rose into the sky, as if forming a wide waterfall. It covered the front of the natural disaster territory. Lin Chi stood underneath the Abyssal Spectre Tower, taking in the scene in front of him, the corners of his mouth gradually sketching a smile. He knew that it was the other side's territory that had descended. Fruity, under the constant flow of magma waterfalls. This temporary formation of waterfalls, again like a curtain, gradually separated from the center, revealing the view within the shelter. That was clearly an area inside the abyss. Unlike the flat terrain of the natural disaster territory, the abyss region under the isolation of the magma falls had a slightly undulating terrain. Some areas show a hilly terrain, while others are cracked with a gully. It looked like, invariably, it exuded a hideous and terrifying aura. And, Lin Chi even noticed, in the area ahead, there was clearly a group of abyssal creatures assembling together. Just like the wave of beasts he had encountered earlier, they varied in size, yet they were all shrouded in a dense pitch-black mist. This is a sign of a fairly high level of abyssal increase. By the looks of it, it's not a weak abyssal territory. Lin Chi sighed with emotion. No wonder it dares to initiate a territorial war against the heavenly tribulation territory. Just the abyssal creatures assembled here alone already enjoy a high abyssal increase. Can't say what kind of abyssal units are in them. Chapter 157, High and Mighty? Let you live and die. Territory is approaching. Territory battle will begin in 3 minutes. Protect your abyssal nucleus and destroy the enemy's abyssal nucleus. The two territories gradually converged and intersected, and a layer of illusory barriers constructed of faint black mist emerged in the center. Lin Chi was even more perceptive. The abyssal core surfaced in the heavenly tribulation territory's Lord's Hall. Territory, natural disaster. Abyssal increase, level 3. Territorial population, 270//270. The current heavenly tribulation territory was naturally not strong on paper. However, around Lin Chi, there was a bunch of level 8 increase abyssal creatures converging. As for the level 9 abyssal increase target, Lin Chi placed it on the abyssal demon statue. Leave Yayoi with sufficient defense forces for the unforeseen first. The opposite territory was clearly not strong, gathering a large number of monsters. Even by Lin Chi's estimation, this was perhaps a bit more powerful than the last territory he had fought against, with more population units and a more diverse range of abyssal creatures. Sure, Lin Chi didn't care about that. He quietly waited for the territorial battle to begin, the abyssal ruin sledgehammer already floating in his hand. He hadn't really used the sledgehammer properly after it was promoted to mythic quality. Take this territorial battle and try the effect. Territorial warfare has begun. Battle begins. Finally, the illusory barrier blocking the middle of the two territories suddenly opened. The abyssal creatures in the opponent's territory had long been ready, and within the first moment of the illusory avoidance barrier opening, they rushed in. Lin Chi, however, did not rush to charge, still leading the abyssal creatures stationed in the heavenly tribulation territory. In fact, if he didn't step forward, he wouldn't have the bonus of the legend of the abyss aura. Then most of the abyssal creatures within the natural disaster territory rushed up and it was a dish. His eyes fell back to the abyssal specter tower on the side. He wanted to see what kind of effect this abyssal specter tower could exert. At this point, the abyssal creatures in the opponent's territory had already stepped into the natural disaster territory. Naturally, it then entered the defense range of the abyssal specter tower. Above the abyssal specter tower, light flashed, already aiming at one of the abyssal creatures rushing at the front. Abyssal Hound, 7 stars, giggle. Next moment, a light was violently released from above the abyssal specter tower, blasting towards the abyssal hound, right in the abyssal hound's head. And after, nothing happens. Ha! Seeing this, the corners of Lin Chi's mouth suddenly tugged. No? What's all this fuss about the abyssal specter tower doing so little damage? A level 7 increase abyssal hound was just that. In the outside world, it was considered a boss unit though, but it shouldn't be without much effect, should it? You can't even get this thing off in seconds? Lin Chi was displeased with the performance of the abyssal specter tower. Back to upgrading you. He had also realized that the building had only just been constructed. After all, it's normal for damage to be low, and also, aiming at only one target at a time is ridiculously inefficient. Retracting his attention, it was only in Lin Chi's hands that he looked again at the invading abyssal creatures in front of him. Fight! You dare to declare war on me. You are high-minded. I'll give you a hammer, and you'll live or die. Above the profound ruined sledgehammer, a dark purple light suddenly blossomed, appearing extremely sinister. The radiance coalesced into a sledgehammer silhouette and violently blasted towards the group of monsters. Abyssal Ruin Impact. Compared to the previous Holy Abyssal Shock skill, the current Abyssal Ruin Shock had a greater range and did more damage. With just one hammer fall, a large area of abyssal creatures was cleared. In place, only a few out-of-range leaks remain. You destroy the Abyssal Slime, 5 stars, and gain plus 25 territory battle points. You destroy the Abyssal Weaver, 8 stars, and gain plus 40 territory battle points. You destroy the Abyssal Dragon Lizard, 7 stars, and gain plus 35 territory battle points. As for the remaining leaks, Lin Chi stopped making any more moves. Woody unfolded the blood-colored wings behind his back and swept straight into the abyssal territory in front of him. In the current territory war, there was no need to kill all the abyssal creatures in the natural disaster territory together. He alone was enough to clear out the other side's territory. And behind him, Yayoi had long since bent her bow and arrows, leading the abyssal creatures to quickly clean up the incoming monsters. Unlike the last territorial war, this time, with Yayoi sitting at the back, Lin Chi had no other worries. Lin Chi was traveling through the other party's territory when he saw another group of abyssal creatures coming like a tidal wave of beasts from afar. That much? Lin Chi was feeling a little strange. Are there that many population units in the opposing territory? The abyssal creatures he had eliminated earlier had all been nearly 100. But it's amazing that another wave can form here. But Lin Chi didn't hesitate. Directly in the sky, he threw down a hammer towards the bottom. Boom! The shockwave shook out, wrapped in rolling smoke and dust, spreading in all directions. The view from mid-air is revealing. The earth was agitated by this shockwave as if it had been transformed into a liquid giant wave, engulfing all the abyssal creatures within its range. As for the remaining few, Lin Chi didn't even look at them. Even if they were able to kill in front of the heavenly tribulation territory, they would be quickly cleared out by Yayoi. It's not as bad as just attacking the heavenly tribulation territory together. Since there are so many population units, there is absolutely no need to separate the waves. How about a straight-up quantity crush? Lin Chi silently bellyached. The lords in the opposing territory were obviously not very smart. But gradually, Lin Chi realized another wave of wrongness. Continuing on, he distinctly noticed wave after wave of abyssal creatures again. Several waves came down in succession, and each wave had nearly 100 monsters. Even if the population units in the other side's territory were any larger, it shouldn't be enough for the abyssal creatures to be continuous, right? Also, there are occasional boss units visible in this, occupying even more population units. Soon, Lin Chi's doubts were then answered. Ahead, several tall towers could be seen standing in the distance, with a bright light blossoming at their tops, and behind the tower was a dark, fog-filled crack. Abyssal Spectre Tower and Abyssal Nest? Lin Chi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was naturally able to see that both those towers and the abyssal nest in the rear were clearly different from those in the heavenly tribulation territory. This is a higher level building. As for the Abyssal Spectre Tower, there stood a figure shrouded in pitch-black robes. The pitch-black staff in its hand was raised high, and just one staff alone was already 3 or 4 meters long. It seemed particularly disproportionate to its one-man height. Summoner of Decay, Hero, Heroes. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. This should be a hero unit that possessed an abyssal increase that was second only to that of a lord. Just like Yayoi. And it's still the summoner profession. No wonder they encountered a steady stream of beasts. When this thing was paired with the abyssal nest, the abyssal creatures that could be summoned would naturally have a more powerful effect. And as Lin Shi approached, the decayed summoner apparently spotted it as well. Snapping his head up to look toward Lin Shi, a rotting, hideous face was revealed under the black robe. Bang! But Lin Shi's hammer had already smashed straight towards its face. What are you looking at? Chapter 158, The King Can't See the King? So what if I give you a hammer? You destroy the rotten summoner, hero, and gain plus 800 territory war points. One hammer and it's gone? Lin Shi was all a bit playful. Well, at least it was a hero unit. He had expected something special. Half the time, it wasn't as laborious as facing the wailing demon statue during the last territorial battle. Summoner professions are, indeed, brittle, and even with the bonus of hero units, defense and blood are not that high. Lin Shi muttered, his gaze even more noticing the several pieces of equipment that had burst out from where the original decayed summoner was. The staff, which was 3 or 4 meters long, was among them. It should be a holy weapon. Lin Shi immediately rushed forward. However, it had only just approached the range of those towers when he noticed that the beams of light above them were already aimed at him. Giggle! Immediately after, the beams of several towers impacted together. Obviously, compared to the abyssal specter towers in the heavenly calamity territory, the beam attacks of these towers were significantly thicker, and shimmering with varying light. These, however, posed no threat to Lin Shi. He stood within the wave of these towers and did not rush to destroy them. Instead, with the "everything is a soldier" phrase, the tower's attacks were turned into staffs one by one. Looking at the effects of the staff, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Adds freezing retardation effects, negative statuses, and pure damage, respectively. Is this supposed to be a different promotion direction for the abyssal Psi Tower? Putting these staffs away, Lin Shi planned to turn them all over to Yayoi to unify them. Only then did he swing the abyssal ruin sledgehammer and destroy one of the towers. During this time, several new monsters had also been bred in the abyssal nest in the rear. However, just as soon as it surfaced, it was destroyed and annihilated by Lin Shi along with the abyssal nest. Do all that. It was only then that Lin Shi gathered up a few more pieces of equipment dropped by the rotten summoner. Call of the Abyss, holy, as he expected. The staff was indeed a holy weapon, and a few other pieces of equipment were legendary quality. The staff has the effect of accelerating the efficiency of the abyssal nest's cultivation, and is also capable of switching the abyssal nest into a combat state for a short period of time. After looking at the staff's special effect, Lin Shi was a bit hesitant. The previous encounters with wave after wave of abyssal creatures were clearly the result of the rotten summoner as well as this staff. This effect of accelerating the cultivation of the abyssal nest was also really good. Lin Shi also hadn't thought about whether or not he should use the staff as a sacrificial consumable, but after thinking about it, he simply put it away for now. It's not like there's a summoner profession in the celestial calamity territory, so even if you take it, it's useless. Really, if we do, we'll talk about it later. After clearing the area, Lin Shi's gaze went back to the front. The buildings in this territory are concentrated in the area in the center of the territory. He could already see the Lord's Hall and several other buildings far ahead. There are statues of heroes among them, as well as other building types not found in the celestial calamity territories. By now, Lin Shi had also realized it. The situation of the buildings in each territory in the abyss should be different as well. This is partly related to the level of increase of the territory, but on the other hand, there should be other special reasons as well. Only, while looking at the Lord's Hall ahead, Lin Shi was a little suspicious. With war declared on me, the Lord is still holding down the Lord's Hall? Do you really think that you can defeat the heavenly tribulation territory with just the corrupted summoner? The difference in increase levels between the two territories is a bit larger, but the other side is overconfident. After only a moment's thought, Lin Shi simply killed his way straight to the Lord's Great Hall. The abyssal ruin sledgehammer in his hand also kept swinging, destroying the other buildings outside the Lord's Great Hall along with it. Let's not worry about what use these buildings are for now, so that we don't cause any more trouble for the celestial calamity territory when the time comes. Soon, Lin Shi then arrived in front of this Lord's Hall. The architectural style of this Lord's Hall was unlike any other Lin Shi had ever seen before. Instead, the passageway was similarly carved with a relief depicting some past events. It's mostly a case of territorial warfare. Lin Shi swept his eyes around and narrowed them slightly. This meant that it was not the first time that the lords here had declared war on other territories. And on top of that, Lin Shi's gaze converged on a relief sculpture at the very front again. It depicted a figure descending from the sky, with 6 broadly feathered wings stretched out behind it, wearing armor, and looking quite a bit sacred. Is this supposed to be the site of the lords here when they descend into the abyss? Lin Shi was roughly able to grasp the meaning. What made him quite startled was that in that figure's hand, it was likewise holding a sledgehammer. Well, you can't be a blacksmith too, can you? Lin Shi silently spat out a sigh. It's not yet known what race the lords here will be, and it's not too obvious from the reliefs. Passing through this passageway, Lin Shi caught a glimpse of a figure sitting on top of a huge throne at the top of the Great Hall. Unlike the vast majority of the situation in the abyss, the 6 feathered wings behind that figure were actually all glowing with a golden light, looking especially holy. Only on its body, it was still shrouded in pitch black mist, presenting 2 diametrically opposed temperaments. A weak human can become an abyss lord? The figure was covered in pitch black armor, and it was impossible to see his face, but magnificent words came from under the helmet, possessing a certain amount of wisdom. Muttered Lin Chi. He didn't find anything unusual about this situation. An abyssal lord that could take the initiative to declare war naturally wouldn't be an unintelligent abyssal creature. To be able to defeat my slave, you do have some skills. The figure spoke again. What made Lin Chi feel a little strange was, even though he had already arrived in this lord's great hall and met the other party's figure, however, he still didn't see any specific information about the other party. This situation is somewhat like the last time there was a territorial war. The strange statue that Lin Chi had seen in the Fallen Knight's Lord's Hall. And that's when the figure on the throne once again said once more, "The king does not see the king. Since you have come here, you are destined to fall." As the words fell, the broad palm of its hand resting on the armrest of the throne pressed slightly. Next moment, in the Lord's great hall, a light then blossomed. The light was mixed with dark mist, which seemed particularly evil, and there were 6 channels. And after, in each of these glows, another huge figure stepped out separately. Corrupted Troll, 9 stars. Frost Bone Dragon, 9 stars. Each of the massive figures possessed a level 9 abyssal increase. Moreover, each of the massive figures was of a different race, and among them was the presence of the Bone Dragon as well. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this intended to be a direct victory over him with these creatures? So what if I give you a hammer first? The hammer in his hand blasted violently at the throne. Chapter 159, Can't even block. And you still want to attack? The nearly solidified silhouette of the sledgehammer was wrapped in a stern might and swept violently to the front of the throne, but it went hard through the 6-winged figure on the throne. Bang! In the next moment, the throne was blasted to pieces. Yet again, between the surges of pitch black mist, it coalesced again, intact as before. Can't attack the Lord directly? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow and focused on the throne. He always felt that the throne should be some sort of new construction as well, with some special roar. But at this moment, the 6 abyssal creatures that had received a level 9 increase had already let out a burst of beastly roars, and they were suddenly swooping towards Lin Chi. The frost bone dragon's wings flapped, and unlike the bone dragon that Lin Chi had summoned, a bone-crushing and compelling cold aura enveloped its body. It actually caused the surrounding area to condense a large area of cold ice in a short period of time. The corrupted troll, on the other hand, was surrounded by a dense green poisonous fog, and the venom eroded in all directions. Its giant-like body presented a rotting spectacle, constantly dripping pus downward. Each monster took on a different stance, even more powerful with the increase of the 9th level of the abyss. If these monsters were placed in the outside world, if there weren't enough powerful top-awakened people to block them, Lin Chi staggered. Then it was estimated that not to mention overthrowing a small city in the rear, even a medium-sized city such as Running Moon City would be destroyed in a short period of time. It was feared, almost instantly. The effects of a single skill had then enveloped Lin Chi's figure. Ice, poison, burn, bleed. These negative statuses were even accompanied by extremely high damage, and the effect was enough to be compared to the Calamity Proclamation skill. If the majority of awakened people were to be replaced, just these negative statuses alone would be enough to drink a pot of water. Not to mention, this head of abyssal creatures were still each attacking towards Lin Chi's direction. Between the flapping of the bone dragon's wings, its head was slightly raised, and it violently opened its mouth, brewing a dense cold gas in its mouth. However, instead, it spewed out at a monster beside him. The corrupted troll's large hand also slapped down at this moment, but the orientation of the slap was the same for the other monster beside him. Each monster launched itself at the other monsters around it at the same time. It was as if all actions were completely out of one's control. The Abyssal Ruins Unity. This was the special effect that the Abyssal Ruin Sledgehammer possessed after it had been promoted to mythic quality. While there were so many powerful abyssal creatures now, Lin Chi just happened to try it out. He slithered his sledgehammer and slowly approached the abyssal creatures, observing them. Under the Abyssal Market Unity skill, he possessed absolute control over all of these abyssal creatures. Even, compared to the abyssal creatures of the natural disaster territory, the abyssal creatures in the state of dominance are more like his pets. With similar strengths, This brief cricket fight can't tell the difference between a winner and a loser. Lin Shi naturally hadn't thought of directly eliminating the 6 abyssal creatures with this skill alone. The abyssal market unity skill depends on how it is cast to maximize its effect. For example, the 6-winged figure on the throne of dominion. However, the situation of this 6-winged figure was obviously a bit special, clearly a solid entity, yet it was unable to inflict any attack effect on it. Lin Shi also wanted to look into it. When the unified state was about to end, Lin Shi immediately gave these 6 abyssal creatures the order to rally towards his side. Immediately after, boom! Send them all away with a hammer. You destroy the corrupted troll, 9 stars, and gain plus 27 territory war points. You destroy the frostbone dragon, 9 stars, and gain plus 27 territory battle points. These abyssal creatures were also apparently in a more unique situation, and the points given weren't much. Should all be similar to the summon creatures of the figure on the throne. And at this point, on the throne, the 6-winged figure had slowly stood up. The 6 feathered wings emitting golden splendor were stretched out together, revealing a particularly powerful sense of oppression. Human, you have proven yourself worthy of being my slave. A grandiose sound emanated from beneath the blackened helmet. At those words, Lin Chi's face darkened. At the end of the day, this thing does have an iron head. At a time like this, you still don't forget to talk tough. He gripped the abyssal ruin sledgehammer in his hand, and was about to see if he wanted to find an opportunity to give the thing another blow. But just then, Lin Chi suddenly noticed again that a message alert had surfaced on his panel. Yayoi destroys the 6-winged demon lord. Projection. You gain territory battle points plus 300. Lin Chi immediately narrowed his eyes slightly. Yayoi's side wiped out a projection, and before him, a message had appeared on the 6-winged figure. 6-winged demon lord, Lord. You are the 6-winged demon lord. The profound ruin sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand tightened its grip. It was no wonder that as the party that initiated the territorial war, he hadn't seen this 6-winged demon lord on the front line. Dare I say that from the very beginning, this dog had already split off a projection and went forward to sneak attack the heavenly tribulation territory. Playing this game with me, are you? Lin Chi grinned, a ray of coldness rising in his eyes. The shadow of the abyssal ruin sledgehammer was suddenly hurled out, blasting at the 6-winged demon lord. This lord was different from the lords Lin Chi had seen before, and was obviously much more special. Surprisingly, it was able to split into a projection just like the dusty phantom. But, Lin Chi, however, didn't have the slightest pressure. He wanted to see, even if this thing was any more special, how many more hammers would it be able to carry him. In the meantime, one of the feathered wings behind the 6-winged demon lord violently gathered in front of his body, as if forming some sort of defensive stance. Bang! The sledgehammer's shadow landed on the feathered wings, but it actually didn't directly cause much damage to the 6-winged demon lord. Rather, it was as if it had been blocked. But even so, under this strike from Lin Chi, the 6-winged demon lord's tall body was actually still falling back. The legs supported the ground, but left 2 long marks on the floor. And a crack was also revealed on its feathered wings. Some kind of blocking skill? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course, his power must have far exceeded that of the 6-winged demon lord, but even so, he still wasn't able to kill his opponent in a single blow with this hammer blast. This blocking skill is indeed powerful, and at this point, the broken feathered wings around the 6-winged demon lord's body suddenly unfolded once again, and even its figure rose up into the air. A golden radiance coalesced in his hand and quickly transformed into a sledgehammer. Unlike the profound ruin sledgehammer, the sledgehammer in its hand emanated golden light all over, condensing into golden lightning bolts that thundered continuously. It raised the sledgehammer in its hand high, and the golden light on the 6 feathered wings behind it became even more blazing. Bang! But the next moment, Lin Chi had already arrived in front of the 6-winged demon lord, and the profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand suddenly swung down. A hard hammer blasted the 6-winged demon lord to the ground. In front of me and you still want to attack? Chapter 160 Reward for Territory Battle. Pure white gives. The floor of the Lord's Great Hall crumbled apart. It was even smashed out by the 6-winged demon lord's body into a large crater. A golden feather drifted down all in midair. This strike had already heavily injured the 6-winged demon lord. But Lin Chi, however, noticed that although the 6-winged demon lord's feathers were cracked all over the place, they did not completely crumble in this way. Under the cover of the golden feathers, through the slit, it was even possible to see that the armor on the 6-winged demon lord's body was as if it had turned into pitch-black liquid, gurgling and surging. Is this sort of a turnaround stage? Or what kind of skill is it? Lin Chi was watching. Then he saw that the void around the 6-winged demon lord was flooded with ripples, and was rapidly converging again, like it was gathering some kind of prowess. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 6-winged demon lord cursed. Humans, you shouldn't be so powerful. Between the fall of the restored words, the 6-winged demon lord's figure moved. that golden lightning-drenched sledgehammer suddenly blasted towards Lin Chi's side. It instantly transformed into a pillar of lightning light and cleaved towards Lin Chi. Still not dead set on launching an attack. Lin Chi's gaze was calm, his palms slowly reaching out in front of him. The pillar of lightning light quickly condensed and transformed into a golden hammer in Lin Chi's hand that seemed to be constructed from lightning. The effect of the "everything is a soldier" phrase allowed Lin Chi to not care about this skill at all. But Lin Chi hadn't even glanced up at the information on the lightning sledgehammer in his hand, and when he noticed the sight in front of him, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tug. You still want to run? He had sort of learned the cunning of this six-winged demon lord. In this case of territorial warfare, the six-winged demon lord unexpectedly flapped the feathered wings behind him and suddenly broke through the roof of the lord's great hall, soaring high into the air. The stance was clearly one of escape. You don't care about the territorial war, and you want to run away? The profound ruined sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand was slowly raised. At this point, the six-winged demon lord's magnificent voice also floated down from midair. I'm willing to admit defeat. You let me off the hook. But its magnificent words came to an abrupt end. The abyssal ruin unification skill was activated and landed on the six-winged demon lord. Lin Chi took control of the six-winged demon lord's body and plummeted towards this side of the lord's great hall. As for himself, he maintained his stance with the abyssal ruin sledgehammer held high, allowing the six-winged demon lord's body to impact on the profound ruin great hammer. Boom! The blazing golden light accompanied by the thick pitch-black mist burst apart in front of Lin Chi. You destroy the six-winged demon lord, and gain plus 1,200 points. For this abyssal lord with an iron head, Lin Chi didn't have any intention of letting go at all. Daring to declare war on the heavenly tribulation territory means you've come to deliver yourself. Spin. Lin Chi didn't rush to check the equipment and props dropped by the six-winged demon lord. His gaze had already landed on top of the throne in the lord's hall. With the lords wiped out, below the throne, a dense pitch-black mist had surfaced. Soon, it then coalesced into an abyssal core on the throne. That's the goal of territorial warfare. Lin Chi smoothly flung out the lightning sledgehammer that he had just condensed with the "everything is a soldier" phrase. Giggle. The golden column of lightning light suddenly bombarded the abyssal core. The light of the lightning reflected the entire lord's hall in a golden glow. You have successfully destroyed the enemy's territory. The abyssal core. Winning. Reward settlement in progress. To be honest, before this, Lin Chi hadn't even expected to encounter such a territorial battle. He stayed well in the natural disaster territory. As a result, the six-winged demon lord came over with his territory to deliver it. He didn't even look good enough if he didn't take it at face value. Taking advantage of the reward settlement, Lin Chi took another general sweep of the equipment and props dropped by the six-winged demon lord. In these gear and props, 6 muddy golden feathers and a sledgehammer with a shining golden light stood out. These two pieces of equipment, both burst out. Lin Chi lifted the corners of his mouth. The quality of these two pieces of equipment must not be low. Beyond that, in this pile of equipment, Lin Chi did find a piece of equipment similar to the abyssal lord set, but mixed in with the rest of the gear, he wasn't quite sure. It's not going to drop just one lord set part again, is it? Lin Chi mused. If we were to collect up the 6 parts of the lord set according to one territorial battle, how long would we have to wait? He didn't want to make such an inefficient collection. Instead, at this time, the settlement of the territorial war had already been completed. Lin Chi immediately looked at the reward this time. Settlement completed. You have obtained the abyssal core times 15. You get abyssal specter tower, construction, times 2. You get lord's throne, construction, times 1. You get the tower of guidance, building, times 1. You gained the skill, 6-winged demon summoning, level +1. You gained the word swift pace, blue. You gained the word mana gush, green, along with an upgraded light blossoming from his body. Lin Chi immediately looked at the newly acquired words. The leveling up that comes with territory wars has always been secondary. It's just a token upgrade of 1 level. Lin Chi didn't force himself on this. Instead, this time, the spawn had triggered the effect of the word fission phrase again, gaining an additional green phrase. After checking the words, Lin Chi took another look at the newly acquired skills. Just like the fallen knight back then, after killing the 6-winged demon lord this time, he also automatically gained a summoning skill. The 6-winged demon should be considered a weakened form of the 6-winged demon lord? Lin Chi casually waved his hand. A spell formation emerged in front of him, from which a figure with 6 feathered wings growing on its back emerged. It was just that unlike the 6-winged demon lord, the feathers on its back were black. Lin Chi also knew that this 6-winged demon was not the same as the 6-winged demon lord. After a cursory glance at the information, he returned his attention to the other rewards. This time a full 4 buildings were obtained as well as more than a dozen abyssal cores. For this harvest, Lin Chi was very satisfied. Things do vary in the abyss. After the 6-winged demon lord was destroyed, the equipment on his body fell out on its own and did not settle in the form of rewards. However, Lin Shi knew very well that none of the equipment would necessarily be of low quality. Immediately, he picked up the sledgehammer with golden lightning flashing in his hand. 6 wings, thunder, holy. Sure enough, as he had expected, it was a sacred artifact equipment. The effects attached to it were actually quite good in Lin Shi's opinion. Being able to attach lightning to your attacks just looks very cool. It's too late. It can only be used as a sacrificial consumable. If this had exploded when the abyss descended in the first place, then the hammer Lin Shi used wouldn't have been an abyssal ruin, but at least it was a saint artifact quality sacrificial consumable, so it naturally had a considerable use. Putting away the thunder sledgehammer, Lin Shi immediately picked up the 6 feathered wings that had fused together again. 6 wings, sacred realm, holy. Chapter 161 Demon Lord's Contract. Lord's Throne. A holy weapon level cloak? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. The quality of this equipment was even higher than his Abyssal Lord's cloak. Moreover, there are 3 special effects including the ability to fly. Special effects: 6-winged skimming, flight skill; 6-winged holy shield, shield skill; 6-winged royalty, passive, adds bonus effects to 6 targets. This piece of equipment, when placed inside a holy weapon, is also considered an extreme piece of equipment. Lin Shi lamented. It would be more or less a shame to take this and sacrifice it. Take it and use it for Yayoi. He casually put the equipment away. In this territorial battle, Yayoi had also eliminated a projection of a 6-winged demon lord, adding some more of her strength and being able to better prepare for such a situation. Other than these 2 sacred artifacts, what Lin Shi cared about the most was undoubtedly the other parts of the Lord set, bursting out with 3 Lord set parts. Soon, Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Helmets, boots and wrist guards. In this one, the helmet is duplicated with the Abyssal Lord's crown. Boots, on the other hand, fall into the same category as the components of the legendary set. The only thing you can really use temporarily is a wrist guard. The collection of Lord sets is a bit troublesome. Lin Shi skimmed his lips and replaced the wrist guards for now. He intended, turning back to collect a wave of sacrificial consumables, to simply directly sacrifice the Lord set to holy weapon quality before doing so. The fact that the increased level of the celestial plague territory is so low makes it difficult to field many abyssal creatures. Lin Shi was still satisfied with all these equipment that the 6-winged demon lord had exploded. Instead, among the props, Lin Shi also found a piece of parchment. Demon Lord's Pact, quest item. Description: a pact between a vile creature from beyond the abyss and the 6-winged demon lord, praying for the coming of the demon lord, who will answer the prayers when enough sacrifices have been made to please him. Mission items. Lin Shi got a little playful. It looked rather like the 6-winged demon lord was the subject of the item's description. Then how could he answer prayers now that the 6-winged demon lord had been destroyed by him? It's only logical that this shouldn't have popped. After looking at it carefully for a while, Lin Shi put the parchment away in his ring. It's hard to fathom what this parchment does, but there might be something extra. Only after collecting the loot did Lin Shi unfold the blood-colored wings behind his back and swept back to the heavenly tribulation territory. The new buildings he had acquired in this territorial war concerned him a bit. My lord, congratulations on the triumph. Yayoi greeted her with a smile, and naturally, she had already received the alert that she had won the territorial battle. She even changed the clothes on her body from the leather armor she had worn during the battle back to a sarong, and the elf's posture was light, clearly appearing to be a bit lazy, yet additionally exuding a warm and lovely temperament. Very good at it. Lin Shi lifted the corners of his mouth and handed the sacred artifact cloak to Yayoi. It was already possible to imagine what kind of holy sight an abyssal elf wearing 6 golden feathered wings should look like. But then, in a whirlwind, Lin Shi always felt something odd. What's the deal with changing outfits for your abyssal elf and feeling like is going to turn into an abyssal warmer? Back in the Lord's Great Hall, incorporate the abyssal cores harvested this time into the abyssal cores of the heavenly tribulation territory altogether. However, it did not cause the promotion of the natural disaster territory. It's estimated that some abyssal cores will still be needed. Lin Shi knew very well that the promotion of a territory couldn't be that simple. Looking at the current information on the natural disaster territory. Territory, natural disaster. Abyssal increase, level 3. Territorial population, 276//420. Buildings, abyssal nest. Statue altar, Lord's Hall. Hero statue, abyssal specter tower, buildable, ×1. Lord's throne, buildable, ×1. Tower of guidance, buildable, ×1. The 2 abyssal specter towers. Lin Shi quickly established them near the original abyssal specter tower. This thing doesn't come in handy at the moment. It was estimated that it would have to wait until the territory was promoted and upgraded afterward before it could be effective enough. Rather, it was the Lord's throne that Lin Shi cared about the most. Sweeping the Lord's Great Hall, the place was actually still an empty space, surrounded by carved beams and quite exquisite. To be able to have one more throne is to be able to add a lot of force. Immediately, at the head of the Great Hall, the Lord's throne was constructed. Soon, a black throne was then placed at the top of the hall. A light black mist surrounded it, making it look very heavy, something not quite the same as the six-winged demon lord's throne. Lin Chi surveyed it, but was satisfied. Throne of the Lords. Effect: when the Lord sits on the throne, he may cause summoned creatures to persist as if they were abyssal creatures in the territory. 3 target creatures can be set in front of the throne. Enemy targets entering the Lord's Hall must defeat the target creatures before they can face the Lord. This was obviously what happened when Lin Chi had killed his way into the six-winged demon lord's great hall earlier. No wonder you couldn't inflict an attack on the six-winged demon lord at first. Lin Chi understood. After all this time, the throne has this kind of use. The lords don't even have to make a move when they sit up. Just leave all the fighting directly to the abyssal creatures in the territory as well as the summoned creatures. In a sense, this thing is more forced than practical. Finally, there is the Tower of Guidance. Originally, Lin Chi thought that this would be a building after the Abyssal Spectre Tower advanced, but the real role is very different from the Abyssal Spectre Tower. Tower of Guidance, description, allows abyssal creatures in the territory to enter it for training, and increases the basic attributes of the abyssal creatures after the training. It's a training camp-like building. Lin Chi understood. This building, again, has a degree of utility. After thinking about it, he built this Tower of Guidance in the middle area between the Abyssal Nest and the Tree of Life. Facilitates the training of creatures in the natural disaster territory. After a succession of promotions and territory wars, the current Heavenly Tribulation territory had taken shape. No longer is it as bare as it was earlier. Lin Chi's heart all more or less surged with a sense of accomplishment as he made his rounds through the Heavenly Tribulation territory. As an Abyssal Lord, he had absolute control over the Heavenly Tribulation territory. Clapping his hands sharply, Lin Chi then took stock of his next plan. 2 levels short of being able to transfer. The first order of business, naturally, was to first ascend to level 60 for the next transfer. Lin Chi was certain that after the next transfer, the upper limit of the quality of equipment he could forge would be able to be raised from epic quality to legendary quality. It's a legendary blacksmith in every sense of the word. And right now, the awakened have all gradually begun to interact with the new area. Many awakened people have entered the new area, thus obtaining quests and rewards that people have never obtained before. Lin Chiku also wanted to go over to the new area to check it out. After thinking about it, he teleported back into the guild quarters and sent a transmission to Shun by Deer. Lin Chi, any Void Realm credentials? Shin Shiredo, wait a minute. Chapter 162 Contract Change. Answering prayers. Currently the Dusty Dungeon has to wait a few more days to open, and the Tower of the Void Realm is undoubtedly the best choice for leveling. Moreover, Lin Chi even learned, when the ranking of the Tower of the Void Realm enters the top 100, every once in a while, you will also be able to obtain equipment rewards of good quality. Let's first beat the ranking of the Tower of the Void Realm. Only not much longer. Lin Chi then met Shen Bai Deer's delicate figure in the guild quarters of the Kings of the Earth. He was a bit staggered. Aren't you going over to the new area to see what's going on? How come you still have time to come over? The discovery of new areas can be more than just being able to give the awakened more new equipment and props. What's more, there will be new hidden professions and other unimaginable benefits. Of course, Lin Chi always had his own plans. He didn't really need to be in too much of a hurry to head over to the new area. I set up a teleportation point over there and teleported back. Shin Bailu laughed lightly. We're going to be practicing anyway, so we might as well team up with you. Speaking of which, she even gave Lin Chi a somewhat playful look. They had all reached 340 floors in the Tower of the Void Realm. In the case of traveling on her own, Shin Bailu was but well aware that the current her would definitely struggle. Of course teaming up with Lin Chi was the easiest. You're quite honest. Lin Chi shrugged. Speaking of which, someone from your family sent me an additional 10 million gold coins as well as some forging materials. It was an extra haul that he hadn't forgotten. But at those words, Shin Bai Deer's eyebrows suddenly tightened. Did they say anything to you? Her tone all seemed a little cool, as if she was restraining some kind of anger. Lin Chi was still the first time he had seen Shin Bailu in this appearance, and looked at him again more. It was only then that he spread his hands and laughed. Giving me gold coins for nothing. What's there to say? In return, this time, all the Void Realm vouchers will be yours to pay for. Originally, he hadn't planned on getting out of the Void Realm credentials himself. Shen Bailu was familiar with Lin Chi's thick skin. However, she also knew Lin Chi and knew that those intentions of her father would definitely fall through. Thinking about that only made her feel better again. This time I prepared a little hasty. Just about 20. We each have more than 10. I do not know if it is enough. Doing the math, that's enough to climb 100 floors or so. Lin Chi was clear. After reaching this tier, almost every tier improves the rankings a bit. That should be enough too. After the two of them discussed the matter, they immediately teleported to the Tower of the Void Realm. But having just arrived at the entrance to the Tower of the Void Realm, he was about to enter. However, Lin Shi suddenly noticed some strange movements coming from the ring on his hand. He paused and removed a piece of parchment from his ring. It was the pact of the six-winged demon lord. At this moment, the parchment was faintly revealing a faint golden glow. What's wrong? Noticing Lin Shi's movements, Shin Bailu couldn't help but inquire. Wait a moment, I'll return a message. Lin Shi replied with a smile. He had seen the message that had surfaced on the parchment. Does it answer prayers? Now, to be able to answer prayers? Lin Shi had originally thought that this parchment would not show any other changes for a while. After all, it was a quest-type item, and he didn't have a corresponding quest. Another glance at the description of this parchment gave him more or less a guess in his mind. That is to say, the other party to the pact sacrificed something, and afterward pleased the six-winged demon lord. But the six-winged demon lord had already been taken out by me. So now the answer to prayer becomes me? Lin Shi was all a bit playful. He passed a wink to Shin Bailu before stepping aside. Try responding to it. There might be something extra. Immediately after, Lin Shi then realized that his consciousness seemed to have split out a bit and extended into the void. Crossing another great distance, he descended into an area. In this area, he actually had some vague sensations. At this moment, this part of his consciousness appeared to have come to a small statue, 6 wings on his back and a hammer in his hand. This was clearly a statue of the six-winged demon lord. Still really replacing the six-winged demon lord? Lin Shi was stunned for a moment, and just then, he suddenly heard a more muffled voice. Great six-winged demon lord, your respectful servant greets you. The 300 blooded goats, 300 raging brutes, and 300 criminals you need are ready. Your faithful servant, ready to sacrifice to you. The voice was not quite clear though, and the language was not quite the same as that of the awakened, but Lin Shi was still able to hear the other party's meaning. A data-driven world where even different regions are quickly transformed into a language that both parties can understand upon contact. Berserk brute. This thing, isn't it a gold-level boss? Lin Shi pondered over the other party's words and was stunned. As for monsters like the blood transformation goat, he hadn't heard of it, but just 300 gold-level berserk savage bull bosses alone was already very outrageous. Since it's a boss, of course it has a fixed refresh area. Typically speaking, one head only appears in a small area. How is this gathering to come to 300 heads? From a new region, or an unexplored region? Soon, Lin Shi had a guess. It was due to this discovery of a new area that he turned on the pet system. This might, then, also be similar to the pet system. The opponent is most likely from a new region. His mind turned sharply, and only then did he use this part of his consciousness to probe into the vile creatures described in the six-winged demon lord's contract. As he expected, the other side should be human, at least humanoid creatures. Demon lord? At that moment, the other party tentatively asked Lin Shi again, obviously noticing that Lin Shi hadn't replied for a long time. Could it be that you are not satisfied with this offering? The other asked again, almost respectful to a fault. Satisfied or not? Lin Shi mused. It was thought that the blood transformation goat should be similar to the berserk savage bull, which was a gold-level boss. If one could really get 600 gold bosses out of thin air, there was nothing unsatisfying about it. It's all extra anyway, but the point is, what's the point of him wanting 300 criminals? Kill it and get some reputation value? It would be such a waste, wouldn't it? Suddenly, Lin Shi's heart stirred, tried to respond. Unsatisfactory indeed. Only this thought was communicated following the consciousness. Bent in time, the other party's figure trembled for a moment, seemingly terrified to the core. It was only after a long time that he warily asked Lin Shi again, then what else do you want, demon lord? I have sold my soul to you. What do I want with your soul? Lin Shi bristled. However, he had a new idea. Anyway, the target of the contract to please has been replaced with him. So wouldn't wanting to please him be replaced with what he wants? Chapter 163 Advent Power? Ranking the top 100. A stone sculpture only the size of a head was placed on the shrine, draped in a faint pitch-black mist. The 6 stone wings on its back were lifelike, as if they were alive and ready to unfold at any moment. The bloated man knelt in front of the stone statue, beads of sweat oozing from his fat forehead. The fingertips were trembling even more unconsciously, trembling with fear. He was waiting for the great will in the stone sculpture to give an answer. Finally, a thought came from the stone sculpture. These sacrifices, too long, cannot please me. Replace it with 300 pieces of gold quality equipment of the same level, 30 pieces of epic as well as 3 pieces of legendary equipment. That intention was never able to feel any emotional ups and downs, but even so, the middle-aged man's face skin still involuntarily trembled. He knew very well what the stone statue in front of him meant. It was a powerful being in the abyss. Even a lord-level existence in the abyss would be reduced to sustenance in front of this one. But here's what he doesn't know. The great being behind the stone sculpture was grinning disgruntledly at that moment. The 6-winged demon lord doesn't have much insight. Lin Shi had a belly laugh. Such a small amount of equipment, of course, could not satisfy him, but the point is, that's as far as that contract can be converted. He had every intention of Leonizing the man, but he received a prompt that was beyond the scope of the contract. It's always nice to be able to pick up a gear haul for nothing. Moreover, he realized that with this contract, he might actually be able to trigger some special quest. The man hesitated for a moment. These equipments were naturally not too tough for him who was able to gather so many offerings. But when did the six-winged demon lord's preference change? Wasn't blood and killing the only way to please this great being? But he didn't dare to hesitate too much and hastily nodded respectfully. Good, your loyal servant will prepare it now. Only, great six-winged demon lord, when will you be able to descend the power of the abyss over? I have prepared a suitable place for you to descend. Abyss, descending? Lin Shi couldn't even help but be stunned. The meaning of the other party's words was to have the six-winged demon lord perform an abyssal descent? But on second thought, he thought otherwise. In accordance with this contractual reciprocity, it wasn't enough for the six-winged demon lord's abyssal territory to descend directly into the past. That's mostly leaking some of the power of the abyss. The other party is trying to use the power of the six-winged demon lord to plot something in the outside world. Think roughly about these. Lin Shi, however, did not rush to answer. Instead, his tone was cold. Are you rushing me? The six-winged demon lord was at least an abyssal lord, and the fact that he was able to summon 6 abyssal creatures with level 9 increases with just a wave of his hand was enough to show how powerful he was. Depending on the situation, there's no need to explain everything to the other person. Yes. Sure enough, the man nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic, not daring to ask anything more. Again, he said in a hurry, I'll ask you to prepare it. The words fell. The pitch-black mist lingering on the stone sculpture gradually dispersed, and the 6 feathered wings were no longer vivid, transforming into an unusual stone sculpture. Only then did the man wipe the sweat from his forehead, but then a hideous grin that bordered on madness filled his face. The demon lord responded to me again. Ha. When the power of the demon lord descends, who else can stop me? Lin Shi withdrew his emanating consciousness and shrugged. It always felt like there was something odd about the party's experience. A person whose identity is unknown to the outside world was able to make a contract with a lord in the abyss? The abyss, indeed, has much more to explore. After a moment's thought, he quickly collected his thoughts again. For now this contract, he just collects the benefits is all. As to whether or not to descend into power, that depends on whether he's happy or not. Anyway, the one who made a contract with the other party was the six-winged demon lord, so what's it got to do with me? Lin Shi? Only then did he walk over to Shin Bailu's side and said with a smile, let's go in. Shin Bailu nodded and did not inquire about Lin Shi's actions just now. Following Lin Shi, he stepped into the Tower of the Void Realm. Does it start from the last arrival level? The message prompt on the panel flashed, and Lin Shi instantly confirmed it. Together with Shin Bailu, they teleported to the 340th floor. Another look at the two's current rankings. Hashtag 928, someone better than you. No. 929, Lin Shinsher. It seems to have dropped only 1 or 2 spots from what it was before. Obviously, over 300 floors were already considered to be a more difficult number of high floors for all other awakened beings as well. Normally, unless an awakened strength skyrocketed, there wouldn't be much change in the top rankings. Let's see how many rankings we can arrive at when we consume the Void Realm vouchers we have on hand. Lin Shi grinned. Like the last time he climbed the tower, he once again acted from the Tower of the Void Realm, having only just climbed 60 floors only. An upgraded light blossomed from Lin Shi's body. Level +1. You gain the word storm bonus, green, 59 levels up. 1 more level and you'll be able to go for a transfer. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. The newly acquired green phrase is also pretty straightforward, increasing bludgeon probability as well as bludgeon damage, which is kind of a useful phrase. As for the rankings of the two, they also directly soared all the way up. Hashtag 452, someone better than you. No. 453, Lin Shinsher. It's entered the top 500 in the rankings. Shin Bailu's white throat moved slightly. Even based on the current ranking of the Tower of the Void Realm alone, put in the outside world, it was also enough to join any guild at will. It was only then that she looked at Lin Shi beside her again, her eyes all showing a touch of complexity. Ever since he entered the Tower of the Void Realm in the first place, she had then noticed that even after fighting all the way up to now, there were hardly any monsters in this Tower of the Void Realm that could carry Lin Shi's attacks. It's pretty much just crushed all the way up. As far as she knew, even the top awakened would find it difficult to do so after arriving at the 400th floor of the Tower of the Void Realm. But Lin Shi was still an awakened in the same class as her. If it's just you alone, it should be enough to compete with the strongest ones of the awakened, right? Shin Bailu suddenly whispered softly. Lin Shi did hear the meaning of her words and just smiled and shrugged. What's there to fight with them about? He came here just to practice. But it was not a crime for Shin Bailu to directly transfer all the Void Realm credentials he should have to him. Shin Bailu didn't say anything more and continued to follow behind Lin Chi. With Lin Chi around, there was no pressure at all along the way. The Void Realm credentials in both of their hands were consumed together, and they arrived at the 580th floor. Hashtag 97, someone better than you? No. 98, Lin Shumtsu. It had just entered the top 100 of the Tower of the Void Realm rankings. In the meantime, outside the Tower of the Void Realm, a light emerged. It caused the awakened who had gathered in the outside world of the Tower of the Void Realm to have their attention drawn to it. Another person has entered the top 100 of the Tower of the Void Realm? I guess it's still the original awakened ones who just happened to be stuck at around 100? I wonder who it is this time. People were murmuring. They had been mingling around the Tower of the Void Realm for years and were concerned about these ranking changes. Chapter 164, New Red Word. Manifestation returns to the stream. Outside the gates of the Tower of the Void Realm, the light formed an illusory list on which a ranking was listed. This was precisely the top 100 list in the Tower of the Void Realm. The awakened were already familiar with this kind of vision. Every time there is a change in the top 100, this vision is created. At this point, the awakened who converged outside the Tower of the Void Realm were all staring intently at the Void list, waiting for the new awakened nicknames to appear. Soon, a change ensued at the end of the illusory list. 2 ranking changes? I think it's a team of 2, right? So it's probably those 2 from the Descendants Guild? They've always teamed up together. People are also no strangers to the frequent changes in the list. In particular, some awakened who were stuck in the rankings of around 100 often happen to rotate at the end of the Unreal list. After connecting the 2 awakened people teaming up together, one is able to roughly guess who will enter the top 100 in the rankings. However, when the names on the illusory list materialized, the crowd of awakened who had gathered here could not help but fall into a moment of stagnation. Hashtag 97, someone better than you? No. 98, Lin Shumtsu. Someone who's better than you? That nickname is so indebted. Wait, isn't that the nickname of the awakened who discovered the Dusty Dungeon earlier? Then it is estimated that more than half of them have gained some great opportunities, and surprisingly, they have directly rushed to the top 100 in the rankings. I'm so envious. This nickname is equally well known to the awakened. There were only a handful of awakened who could trigger the announcement in the first place. What's more, it's such a underpowered nickname. It would have been impressive. Still haven't found out who this better than you person is? Stronger than me? Better than you too? It must be a newly emerged top awakened. I guess all those top guilds should be investigating his information, right? There's another one, too, worth caring about. Lin Chi was not clear about the situation outside the Tower of the Void Realm. At this moment, he was checking out the newly acquired red words. After reaching the 580th floor, he had already risen 1 level again, successfully broke through the 60 level mark. Current word, manifestation, red, effect, can force any material to be converted into the same quality of the specified material. The description of the effect of the word is very simple. However, Lin Chi couldn't even help but light up in front of his eyes. What a great phrase. This phrase does not have any special bonus effect, but the point is, when used in forging, it is able to maximize the effect. From now on, it won't be necessary to deliberately brush up on a particular material. Just use this phrase to transform it directly. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. With the effect of the 10,000 transformations returning to the stream, he was completely capable of doing so, casually taking out a legendary material and directly transforming it into another legendary material. Forged equipment. Whatever materials you need, just transform them directly. Good and practical. Lin Chi gave a pertinent comment. Beyond that, after entering the top 100 rankings of the Tower of the Void Realm, Lin Chi and Shin Bailu similarly received ranking rewards. The original, Miracle Climber, title, advanced to, Inquisitive Climber. At the same time, 2 legendary quality equipment were also obtained for each of them, and these, compared to Lin Chi's harvest at the moment, could only be considered as additions. The purpose of the trip was accomplished. Only then did Lin Chi look at Shin Bailu on the side again and smiled. After practicing, turn around and I'll go over to the new area as well. Good. If you're free at that time, you can call me. Shin Bailu let out a light laugh. Now her focus, too, is mainly on the new regional side. As the 2 of them walked out of the Tower of the Void Realm, they did notice the situation around them. Only, the awakened people from the outside world, however, didn't associate the 2 of them, Lin Chi and Shin Bailu, too much with the new awakened people that had appeared on the rankings. After all, both of them were too young. It looks like an awakened person who just grew up a short time ago. Instead, he had just stepped out of the Tower of the Void Realm not long ago. Lin Chi then received another alert. Does it answer prayers? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. He knew that this was the person who had contacted him before, once again making a prayer to the 6-winged demon lord. So soon? You've gathered the offerings I wanted? Lin Chi was all a bit playful. Saying goodbye to Shin Bailu, Lin Chi quickly came to the side and separated a portion of his consciousness. Soon, a familiar sight was revealed to Lin Chi's scrying. Honorable Six-Winged Demon Lord, your loyal servants have already gathered sacrifices for you. Shall I offer them to you now? The man knelt respectfully in front of the stone statue, as he had earlier. This time, you did it quickly, Lin Chi responded. By full reckoning, he had only just passed the majority of the day since he had entered the Tower of the Void Realm. As a result, so quickly, the other party had already prepared a sacrifice. The man nodded his head in a hurry, as if he didn't dare take credit for it. Definitely don't dare to slack off. That being said, however, Lin Chi was able to see the other party's intentions. It wasn't so much a matter of not daring to slack off, but the other side had other plans, wanting the power of the Six-Winged Demon Lord to descend as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Lin Chi responded, let's offer the sacrifice first. As for the other party's scheming, he certainly didn't care. But, it's also a way to explore the secrets of the abyss. If he could, Lin Chi would be willing to communicate with the other party to see if there could be any additional gains. Soon, Lin Chi then noticed that the other party had already taken out a ring, cupped it in both hands, and handed it to him. Do you accept immediately? At the same time, an information alert surfaced on Lin Chi's panel. He quickly chose to accept. Immediately after, a dark mist then extended from the stone sculpture. Seeing this scene, a flash of greed and fervor appeared in the man's eyes. He knew very well that this pitch-black mist was the very power that he had craved for so long. That's the power of the abyss. The dark mist was like a large hand that quickly grabbed the ring in the man's hand, and with it, it was retracted into the stone sculpture. The man gulped then, waiting for Lin Chi's response. Lin Chi, was a bit suspicious. Nothing had changed in his ring. Could it be that was sacrificed directly into the natural disaster territory? Think about it. Lin Chi immediately moved his body and teleported back into the heavenly tribulation territory. Sure enough, in the Great Hall of the Lords, he saw the ring that the man had offered over. As in the contract, it held the equipment Lin Chi had wanted earlier, and at this point, the man looked at the stone sculpture in front of him as the black mist dissipated, but he was in a state of stupor and dismay. Honorable Six-Winged Demon Lord? Where did it go? How come he disappeared after checking his offerings? That's never happened in previous sacrifices, either. Chapter 165, you say you're only level 60? Who would believe this? Contracted items are locked and can be unlocked after completing the contract. Lin Chi took the ring that the other party offered over and tugged at the corners of his mouth as he noticed the information about the items in it. This thing, it's still in the realm of trading? It seems that the intention of trying to empty the gloves is a lost cause, but Lin Chi didn't want to give up on answering the other's prayers either. He always felt that by responding to the other side, he was able to gain something extra, definitely greater than the deed. Does it answer prayers? Does it answer prayers? On the panel, a message was still popping up one after another. This gave Lin Chi a feeling like before he crossed over, when people sent messages asking if they were there one after another. Instead of just saying things, I just made a trip back to the territory. It's not like I'm running away. Do I need to keep praying? Lin Chi shrugged carelessly. It was only then that another portion of his consciousness was detached from the territory of the natural disaster and came to the stone sculpture. The pitch-black mist gradually dazzled the stone sculpture, and even the 6 feathered wings behind it became lifelike. It was only then that the man finally breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of this. For some reason, he always felt that this Six-Winged Demon Lord's communication with him had changed somehow, but he didn't dare to speculate too much about the great existence in such an abyss. Great Six-Winged Demon Lord, are you satisfied with my sacrifice this time? The man rubbed his hands together, somewhat anticipating Lin Chi's response. Of course, Lin Chi knew that the other party was trying to make the Six-Winged Demon Lord fulfill the contract. Only then did he leisurely say, sacrifice another teleportation scroll, and the power of the abyss will descend upon you. A teleportation scroll? The man was stunned. This kind of prop, of course he has, but it's not what he expected. Which time in the past had he prayed for the Six-Winged Demon Lord's power to descend? And hadn't he been able to receive the Six-Winged Demon Lord's gift directly? How come this time he needed to sacrifice another teleportation scroll? And in response, Lin Chi naturally wouldn't explain. Just kidding. It wasn't like he knew how the Six-Winged Demon Lord had made contractual deals with each other in the past. There's also no way to directly descend abyssal creatures to the other side. This mustn't require a teleportation scroll first, and then summoning abyssal creatures from the other side's territory once you've teleported there? Soon, Lin Chi still got a sacrifice from his opponent. Looking at the teleportation scroll in his hand, Lin Chi raised an eyebrow. Teleportation scroll, can teleport to Hurricane Plateau Iron Peak territory. Hurricane Plateau, Lin Chi chanted. It was a name of a place he had not heard of before. It was thought that it also came from areas unexplored by previous awakenings. It would be a good idea to teleport back and see what's going on. Afterward, Lin Shi stopped responding and withdrew his detached consciousness. Looking at the statue, which had regained its composure, the man waited with some anticipation. Immediately, it was as if he realized something, and his eyes widened. Immediately, he stood up and rushed out the door. Pass the word. Immediately purge the territory's teleportation array area and do not allow outsiders to enter. This time, since the six-winged demon lord had demanded a teleportation scroll from him, it was more than likely that the power of the abyss would descend from this side, and making a deal with the abyss. If the rest of the kingdom knew about it, then he was bound to face an extinction. Until enough power is built up, it can't be exposed in the kingdom yet. The man's gaze was obscure, and he muttered darkly. Lin Shi didn't rush to immediately teleport over and complete the contract. Originally, the equipment that the other party had sacrificed wasn't too much for him right now. Moreover, Lin Shi also realized that this teleportation scroll might mean a territory that none of the current awakened had ever set foot in. And naturally, it's worth going back and exploring. Let's get to the transfer first. Earlier, when he was in the Tower of the Void Realm, he could have already broken through the 60th level mark. After the transfer, you can directly forge legendary quality equipment. This would naturally be of great benefit to Lin Shi's future forging sacrifices as well. First, he teleported back to the guild residence and exchanged another teleportation scroll with his contribution points in the exchange shop. Only then did Lin Shi come to the destination of this trip, Day by Day City. When looking at the entire region that the Awakened had explored, Sunrise City could definitely be called a large city. And here, it also has the corresponding awakening halls of the major professions, and it has to be more complete. Was heading to the Blacksmith profession's awakening hall. Not far away, but a voice came. Biggie, what are you doing here? When Lin Shi followed the sound, he noticed a few people, Huang Xin, walking towards him in a hurry. What a coincidence, you guys are here too. Lin Shi responded with a smile. The last time we met was over in the elf territory. However, after he completed the quest with regards to the Dusty Phantom, he simply left without meeting with them again. Huang Xin nodded. We're ready to set off for the new area over there, and we'll first come to this side of Day by Day City to recuperate. Hasn't the big man gone to the new area yet? In fact, they're kind of late to the party. Many high-level awakened people had set off directly to the new region as early as the first moment it was approached. Undoubtedly, the earlier one traveled, the greater the chances of obtaining benefits that were difficult to find by other people. Being able to meet Lin Shi in Day by Day City was something they hadn't expected. Turn around. Lin Shi shrugged and pointed again to the Blacksmith Profession Awakening Hall not far away. But before that, I have to come to the transfer. Transfers? At those words, Huang Xin's few people were stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of Lin Shi's name over this period of time. The commotion that took place over at Xiangnu Pass when the Beast Tide came earlier had already spread amongst the major guilds. The Kings of Humanity defeated the Descending Guild at Xiangnu Pass, and since then, they have risen to the third-ranked guild in one fell swoop. In this guild war, the one who attracted the most attention was an awakened named Lin Shi. It was said that he directly killed the president of the Descendants Guild in seconds, and they were even more aware that the big brother in front of them was none other than from the Earthly Kings Guild, similarly named Lin Shi. This is right on. But such a great man who was able to kill other top awakened in seconds was going to come to Day by Day City to transfer? Who would dare to believe that? Huang Xin's expression stiffened, and then inexplicably recalled the upgraded light that had blossomed on Lin Shi when they had seen him earlier when they had teamed up with him. Don't tell me, big brother, that you're only level 60. They definitely don't believe it. A level 60 awakened, even if they were powerful, being able to cross about 10 levels of combat power would be quite outrageous. Lin Shi shrugged and didn't explain too much. You guys get busy first, and remember to share any intel with me when you get over to the new area. Being able to share a piece of information, of course, why wouldn't he be happy about it? But immediately afterward, he saw Huang Xin nodding with a solemn face. That said, there was a piece of information. There's about the Sword Saint. We guessed that Sword Saint should be related to the Dharma Saint we saw earlier. Oh, Lin Shi immediately raised an eyebrow. Chapter 166, Sword Saint Intelligence. Receive the transfer quest. Lin Shi had also had a guess about this for a long time. Sword Saint and Law Saint, both sound like similar titles. Again, all equally from the new region. Then both should be about the same between them, at least in terms of status. Immediately, he heard Huang Xin's words ring out. Based on the information we currently know, it seems that the Sword Saint's status in the new region is higher than that of the Fa Saint. This. Lin Shi pulled his mouth as he recalled the appearance of the Dharma Saint Junin that only had a soul body left. It also seemed that there was indeed some difference in strength between the two. Now there are rumors that there might be quests in the new area that can communicate with the Sword Saint. Huang Xin added, Perhaps, it is possible to use the Sword Saint to gain unexpected rewards, even including hidden professions that are not yet known. Now many awakened people are searching for information related to the Sword Saint, and there are also people who run over to the new region's royal city and apply to the royal family, wanting to directly worship the Sword Saint. Speaking of this, a touch of complex meaning also surged on Huang Xian's small face. The new region's side was part of the kingdom system after all, and the human perception on both sides was not quite the same, and the lower limit of the awakened for personal honor and such is undoubtedly a bit lower. Lin Shi did have another token in his hand that was related to the Sword Saint White Star, but he had no intention of worshipping the Sword Saint. But, speaking of which, he would be able to learn side professions after the level 60 transfer. This is a good time to consider whether there are any relevant professions on the Sword Saint side. And, Lin Shi naturally knew very well that since he was the Sword Saint of the new region, he might also be able to obtain some quests with the Sword Saint's token. When the Sword Saint White Star directly gifted him with a mission, he could remember it vividly. After thinking for a moment, he then asked Huang Xian again, "Any more specific news?" Huang Xian nodded. "There really is, obviously." With regards to this information, she had no intention of hiding it in front of Lin Shi. After looking around, he then came a little closer to Lin Shi and spoke in a low voice. "We have some secret information inside. It is said that the Sword Saint White Star had appeared in the Hurricane Plateau in the new region, seemingly tracking some special monster, but we suspect that it might be a monster like the Dusty Phantom." Hurricane Plateau? When he heard the name of this place, Lin Shi's gaze flickered. Dare I say that the person who signed a contract with the Six-Winged Demon Lord was really from the new region? Then, when he waited to transfer, he would use that Hurricane Plateau's teleportation scroll again, which would also be equivalent to traveling directly to the new area. As for the monsters tracked by the Sword Saint White Star, Lin Shi inexplicably associated it with that Hydra back then. It seemed that the Dharma Saint Yunin had once told him in the Dusty Dungeon that there were monsters of a level similar to the Dusty Python. However, he couldn't remember much about the specific statement, so he would ask Dharma Saint Yunin when he returned. After learning about the intelligence from Huang Xian's side, Lin Shi did return an intelligence. In a day or two, the Dusty Dungeon should be open. When you go to the Earthly Dungeon, you can see if you have any tokens on you that are related to the Dharma Sage. Might be able to get something extra over at the Dusty Dungeon. Dharma Saint Yunin could still be at the bottom of the Earthly Dungeon right now, and upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Huang Xian's gaze suddenly flickered. There was information about the Earthly Dungeon, and the awakened in the world were naturally paying attention. Based on speculation, this should be an area similar to the Tower of the Void Realm. She suddenly recalled another message, but at that moment, Lin Shi had already waved his hand, bidding farewell to Huang Xian's few people and walking towards the awakening hall on his own. After Lin Shi left, Zhao Jinger immediately came over to Huang Xian's side. "President, what information did Biggie tell you?" She had already noticed Huang Xian's dismayed expression at this point. Huang Xian's throat moved, and it was only then that she seemed to clear her thoughts. "Jinger, do you remember the nickname of the awakened who discovered the Earthly Dungeon?" In response, Zhao Jinger immediately nodded. "Someone better than you." With a clench of her silver teeth, she added, "This guy's nickname, which I haven't seen before, looks really beat up." Huang Xian held her forehead, before she helplessly said, "I suspect that this is Big Brother's nickname. Otherwise, how could Lin Shi know that the site of the Earthly Dungeon was related to the Dharma Sage?" "Zhao Jinger? Hello, I'm here to claim my level 60 transfer quest." Inside the Blacksmith Profession Awakening Hall, Lin Shi came to the front desk and submitted his application form. There's one thing to be said for the little receptionist girl at Blacksmithing Careers who is indeed gorgeous. Lin Shi wondered if the Awakening Hall had purposely added the requirement of physical appearance to its recruitment requirements for receptionists. He thought back to the receptionist over in Summerstown. If it wasn't for the fact that Summer City, being a small city in the backcountry, couldn't provide high-level transfer quests, he must have gone straight back to Summer City for the transfer. The receptionist maintains a polite smile and just seems to give a sense of approachability. She nodded before adding, "May I ask if you're a primary profession blacksmith?" "Yeah, it's really." Receiving Lin Shi's reply, the receptionist instantly covered her small mouth in surprise. At such a young age, he had risen to level 60 with his blacksmithing main profession. That's not something you see a lot of in the blacksmithing main profession. Undoubtedly all have strong resources behind them to support their cultivation. Immediately, she then added, "The transfer quests for the main profession blacksmith are somewhat special, and you can pick your own transfer quests with the 3 difficulties of normal, difficult, and nightmare, and you can choose the difficulty?" Lin Shidu heard this expression for the first time and asked again, "Is there any difference in the final mission reward?" The final forging success rate that can be obtained will vary, being 5%, 10%, and 15%, the receptionist patiently explained. After a pause, she added sincerely to Lin Chi. But be sure to live within your means. Although the success rate of forging is high, the risk of failing to transfer is equally high. But Lin Chi didn't hesitate and naturally chose nightmare difficulty directly. 15% success rate of legendary equipment forging. This had considerable use even for him. Wait until afterward to enter a few more copies of your profession to boost your forging success rate. Then he could easily forge legendary quality equipment. Nightmare difficulty. The receptionist's little face all showed a touch of worry, but still said, I have to apply before I can provide you with. This may be a risk of getting killed. This had considerable use even for him. Wait until afterward to enter a few more copies of your profession to boost your forging success rate. Then he could easily forge legendary quality equipment. Nightmare difficulty. The receptionist's little face all showed a touch of worry, but still said, I have to apply before I can provide you with. This may be a risk of getting killed. Chapter 167, Mission accomplished before you even do it? Current task, within 1 day, collect 10 epic quality abyssal forging materials and 1 legendary quality material, and use them to forge a legendary quality equipment. Lin Chi looked at the transfer quest he had just accepted and raised his eyebrows slightly. Isn't that just what you want? This task, with a 1-day time limit for other awakened, was indeed described as extremely difficult. After all, to go down into the abyss, you still have to find exactly the right materials of legendary quality. But for Lin Chi, abyssal materials, wouldn't that be as much as he wanted? Was thinking about it. Lin Chi, however, suddenly noticed that a new information tip had actually surfaced on the panel. Since you are already an abyssal lord, the quest is automatically completed. Sure enough, this mission, in every sense of the word, is still really right on the money. Never mind the materials and equipment. In the hands of an abyssal lord like him, wouldn't they all be considered abyssal category materials and equipment? Figured all that out. Lin Chi looked up at the receptionist in front of him again with some embarrassment and smiled sarcastically. What's wrong? Noticing Lin Chi's reaction, some doubt suddenly surfaced in the receptionist's large eyes. The young teenager in front of him didn't have half a gloomy temperament and looked sunny and cheerful. It was just that, now that she had received the abyssal difficulty quest, she couldn't help but be scared for the other party. Could be too arrogant? Now, then, it's mostly a case of picking up the task, realizing it's too difficult, and being a little embarrassed to ask. Think about that. She smiled gently at Lin Chi again and said, it's okay. If you want to change your quest, you'll have to abandon it. Then wait a week before you can pick up a new transfer quest. It's not so bad to give up. Lin Chi dryly coughed. Only then did he say, would you believe me if I said, I've already completed my mission and am now going to submit it by the way? Receptionist? Finished the mission? The receptionist's eyes widened as she looked at Lin Chi with a strange gaze. How is this possible? She had only just turned the task over to Lin Chi. Moreover, Lin Chi hadn't even left the Hall of Awakening. So how was this going to accomplish the mission? Not to mention it's still a nightmare difficulty mission. But Lin Chi didn't say anything and just kept submitting tasks. The receptionist looked at the submitted mission information in front of her, her delicate little face filled with dismay. What's going on here? She knew very well how difficult the nightmare difficulty transfer quest was. I wonder how many awakened people have never seen this kind of mission again after receiving it. But what's the deal with just picking up a quest and completing it? What kind of player is this teenager in front of him? But soon, the receptionist seemed to realize something, and her gaze at Lin Chi became odd. Little brother, you couldn't have picked up the quest a long time ago and purposely come to me for a joke, could you? Although it seemed like it was her who had just forwarded the quest to Lin Chi, it couldn't be ruled out that Lin Chi had already received the quest a long time ago and had fooled her in some other way. You're not that young, but you're pretty good at chasing girls. Lin Chi naturally could see what she was thinking and simply nodded along with her, with a matching look of embarrassment at being poked and prodded on his face. And no, it's usually someone else who reaches out to me. Awesome. The receptionist blankly glanced at Lin Chi, but her cheeks were already unconsciously showing a slight scarlet color. Mission accomplished. You get to gain 600 free attribute points. You gain level +1. You've been awarded the word scrap, gold. You have been successfully transferred to Blacksmith. You get a skill forging boost. Your skills in this profession are improved. For each future upgrade, the number of free attribute points gained will be increased to 50. Sub-professions are unlocked. You can learn one sub-profession. Soon, an upgraded light then bloomed on Lin Chi's body. The quest was successfully submitted and the transfer was completed. Even with another transfer, his profession was still blacksmithing. But the biggest change in this was that from now on, Lin Chi could already try to directly forge legendary quality equipment. Of course, this would be limited by the success rate of forging, but Lin Chi was still quite satisfied. Beyond that is, after completing the level 60 transfer, you can learn a secondary occupation. It was just that Lin Shi had yet to figure out what type of sub-profession of the blacksmith's main profession he would be able to learn. Wait and ask Li Mingyue later. There was no information on the vice profession in the current profession radar that he had previously received from Li Mingyue. Subsequently, Lin Shi looked again at his newly acquired golden words. Current word, scrap recycling, gold. Effect, 30% of equipment forging materials can be returned when forging fails or equipment is disassembled. Another phrase used in forging. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. In the past, if the forging failed, the material would naturally be wasted. The scrap return phrase, on the other hand, was good enough to provide him with a pocket. Quite practical. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. It was then that he waved to the receptionist and excused himself. It wasn't until Lin Shi's figure left the awakening hall that the receptionist withdrew her gaze. What a funny little brother. But unfortunately, so shy that he forgot to ask me for contact information. The receptionist shook her head. She was already born beautiful, and as a receptionist, she usually came into contact with a lot of awakened people, and naturally had many suitors. And for Lin Shi to come up with this way of impressing her is indeed a different approach. But actually, Lin Shi also didn't anticipate that this transfer quest would be completed so easily. Originally, he had thought that it would be for him to find a place to fight monsters and then come back to submit the quest. That's fine. Since it was accomplished beyond plan, it's time to go over to the new area and see what's going on. Lin Shi had already planned to head over to the new area to take a look. Although there were still some forging materials and equipment accumulated on hand, it was still far from enough to get a whole set of sacred artifact quality lord sets. It would also require a wave of collection on his part. In addition, he wanted to see if he could gain anything extra through the six-winged demon lord's contract. Immediately, he took out the teleportation scroll he had sacrificed earlier and crushed it with one hand. Lin Shi was able to tell that the person who had made a contract with the six-winged demon lord was definitely not a good thing. But he didn't care about that. It was always the six-winged demon lord's contract anyway, and it wasn't like he was bound by anything. Swish! The light of teleportation flashed by. Lin Shi had already arrived in an unfamiliar area. Looking around, there were earth-colored buildings all around, and the style looked somewhat similar to the dusty dungeon side. But, Lin Shi's figure had only just stepped out of the teleportation formation when a group of soldiers in armor immediately emerged from the surroundings. All of them were holding weapons and coming at him in a fighting stance. By order of Lord, Iron Peak City's teleportation array area is under martial law. Take it down. Chapter 168, The Power of the Abyss Descends. Martial law? Lin Shi's heart fluttered. According to his prediction, the person who prayed to the six-winged demon lord should have a high status in this region. After all, it wasn't just anyone who could take out that many offerings at will. Is the news of the other party's collusion with the Abyss exposed? Or is this the other party's attempt to block the news and purposely tighten the teleportation array? Lin Shi mused. It hadn't been intended to be on the side of the sacrificer, to reveal his identity. It's still the same. The one who had made a contract with the other party was the six-winged demon lord. It didn't have anything to do with him. Lin Shi. Immediately, he took a step directly toward the front, and his figure suddenly disappeared here. These guards can't stop him. The guards were all still poised and ready to take Rinchi down straight away. However, blocking off the teleportation array area was already a bit of a hassle. No one can say when someone will teleport, but before any of them could do anything, they saw that the figure that had teleported over had already disappeared. The guards were stunned for a moment, looking around in bewilderment. Where are the people? Instead, the captain of the guards had a quick patch of sweat seeping from his forehead, a being that can break right through their blockade and disappear in front of them. Either they were extremely powerful characters or possessed some sort of special skill, but it's clearly all beyond their capabilities. But he knew better than to let the Lord know about it. Immediately, he ordered to the surroundings. The other party has already aborted the transmission when they saw that the opportunity was not good, so continue to stay on guard. A hidden underground hall. The man sat up a little, pacing back and forth. From time to time, his eyes fell back to the six-winged stone statue that lay in front of him. It's been half a day's time. How come the demon lord still hasn't responded? This is not quite the same as every previous offering. But just then, wisps of pitch-black mist gradually emerged from the stone sculpture. The six-feathered wings on his back slowly stretched out with it, becoming lifelike and particularly evil. Demon lord. Noticing this, the man's eyes instantly widened and he bowed down respectfully. And then, a magnificent voice resounded in his consciousness. The power of the abyss has arrived. Where do you want the creatures of the abyss to descend? Words. The men all stared in disbelief. This time, was he even able to choose the area where the abyssal power descended? The man's throat twitched at the thought before he tentatively pointed to the underground hall behind himself. Great six-winged demon lord, can you let the power of the abyss descend here? Your loyal servant will bring you more offerings as long as the great six-winged demon lord can help me get rid of the kingdom. I will make the entire Iron Peak territory No, the entire Hurricane Plateau. Serve you, my great six-winged demon lord. Toward the end, his words became frenzied. While hearing his words, Lin Shi couldn't help but be stunned. Nice guy. Dare the other party conclude a contract with the six-winged demon lord? Scheming for this? He had long ago learned that a kingdom system existed on this side of the new region. Powerful kingdoms rule the vast majority of the new region, including, naturally, this Hurricane Plateau. Half the time, the other side is trying to rebel. Wait, isn't this capable of involving some kind of extra mission? Thinking about this, Lin Shi rose his chin. The Hurricane Plateau plotting a rebellion must be a big event capable of affecting the entire kingdom. Sure, he was currently unaware of the situation in the new regional kingdom, but that didn't stop him from making a decision. If the kingdom's side is still good, then go along with it and help the kingdom put down the rebellion. And if the kingdom is already at its end, and the lords of the world are rising up side by side, then it will be even less of a hindrance for me to take advantage of the opportunity to reap a wave of benefits. It's not a loss by any stretch of the imagination. And at this point, Lin Shi had already followed the connection with the stone sculpture to the sky above a castle. He knew that the person who was praying was in the underground hall below the castle. From the looks of it, this person who concluded a contract with the six-winged demon lord should be the lord of this territory. Diving into the underground hall, Lin Shi had also already judged the identity of the other party. It was the only tall castle in the area. Who else could the opponent be if not a lord? It was only then that he maneuvered the stone sculpture again, conveying a magnificent message to the man. As you like it. Next moment, a pattern then suddenly surfaced in the hall, connecting with each other and converging into a spell formation that constantly spewed out pitch black mist. Above the spell formation, on the other hand, it was as if a rift had been violently torn open by some huge force. Even denser pitch black mist erupted from the rift, like an abyssal fissure. See this scene. The man's eyes widened at once. He was more and more able to sense that the six-winged demon lord's response this time was different from usual. Could it be that I've sacrificed to the demon lord enough times that the demon lord is finally going to give me a boon? The man's breath caught. Spin. His eyes snapped open. A large, stony hand suddenly stretched out from the fissure spewing pitch black mist, peeling over the edge of the chasm. It slowly revealed the massive bulk of the rear. It was a demon statue. Abyssal devil statue, 7 stars. 7 stars. The man murmured, his form taking a few involuntary steps back. The demonic statue in front of him was undoubtedly an extremely powerful abyssal creature. It also has a level 7 abyssal increase. Finally, the abyssal demon statue had completely crawled out of the rift, making even the underground hall, which was still quite wide, seem extremely narrow. It shrank in the large hall, its body covered in pitch black mist, appearing mysterious and bizarre. More than that, it is impossible to doubt its power. Great six-winged demon lord, thank you for your gift. Immediately after, the man fell to his knees again and kept bowing. The power of the abyss that descended down from the six-winged demon lord this time had exceeded his imagination. He was more and more able to sense that the six-winged demon lord's response this time was different from usual. Could it be that I've sacrificed to the demon lord enough times that the demon lord is finally going to give me a boon? The man's breath caught. Spin. His eyes snapped open. A large, stony hand suddenly stretched out from the fissure spewing pitch black mist, peeling over the edge of the chasm. It slowly revealed the massive bulk of the rear. It was a demon statue. Abyssal devil statue, 7 stars. 7 stars. The man murmured, his form taking a few involuntary steps back. The demonic statue in front of him was undoubtedly an extremely powerful abyssal creature. It also has a level 7 abyssal increase. Finally, the abyssal demon statue had completely crawled out of the rift, making even the underground hall, which was still quite wide, seem extremely narrow. It shrank in the large hall, its body covered in pitch black mist, appearing mysterious and bizarre. More than that, it is impossible to doubt its power. Great six-winged demon lord, thank you for your gift. Immediately after, the man fell to his knees again and kept bowing. The power of the abyss that descended down from the six-winged demon lord this time had exceeded his imagination. Chapter 169 New Regions Camp. Relic Sense. Under normal circumstances, even if Lin Shi met a separate level 7 increase abyssal boss, it wouldn't actually burst out too much high-quality equipment. But that's not how the math works. Of course, the combat power of an abyssal demon statue with a level 7 increase could be far from what a few pieces of legendary quality equipment could compare to. Let's leave the magic statue here for now, and I guess it's enough to eat interest in the Iron Peak territory for a while. Lin Shi pondered. As an abyssal lord, he was also able to remotely control the moves of the abyssal demon statue. It wasn't like I was worried about what would happen if I put the magic statue here and it was out of control. Go do what you want and don't forget the contract. Manipulating the stone sculpture to convey his final intention, Lin Shi directly departed from the underground hall. He also intends to get a feel for the new area first, see what it's really like in the new region. the kingdom that controls the vast majority of the region. Then decide what to do with this Iron Peak territory. After the stone sculpture had regained its composure, the man was still kneeling on the ground, but a touch of greed and insanity showed on his face. The Abyssal Demon statue is an extremely powerful abyssal monster in the legends, he chanted, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but grin a sardonic smile. Hurricane Plateau? Who else can stop me? Outside Iron Peak City, Lin Shi was also looking for the monsters here. He had just completed his transfer and had already mastered the ability to forge legendary quality equipment, but the forging materials he had on hand weren't exactly sufficient. This still needs a good wave of collection. In addition, the Abyssal Lord set components he had obtained, although there were already several of them, were still all at legendary quality. Whether it's the next step in equipment synthesis or sacrifice, this requires a sufficient amount of equipment and materials. Speaking of which, I haven't mastered the inlay skill until now either, Rinchi discerned. None of the equipment on his body had been gemset. This is actually able to increase the various attribute bonuses of the equipment. Only, Lin Shi's own attributes were already ridiculously high, and the equipment's attribute bonus would have been just an add-on. The area around Iron Peak City was rather cleaned up. Lin Shi had rushed all the way here and hadn't found any powerful monsters here. Even if there was the occasional boss, the level wasn't very high. However, he didn't spare the monsters that roamed the area. On this side of the new area, many of the monster types were different from the ones he had originally encountered. It also seemed that due to the fact that they were living in the Hurricane Plateau, the monsters all possessed unique ecological habits as well, mostly flying monsters. Lin Shi also knew more or less about the monsters in this nearby area. While he was brushing up, a message popped up in the panel instead. Guild Channel, Li Mingyue, ladies and gentlemen, we, the Earthly Kings Guild, have finally welcomed a divine blacksmith. Noticing this, Lin Shi immediately raised an eyebrow. Previously, he had known that Li Mingyue had been leveling up within 100 levels to try and advance to Divine Blacksmith, and during the Beast Tide, Li Shi even made a special trip to search a bunch of materials for Li Mingyue. This time, it really allowed Li Mingyue to succeed in her promotion? Lubu, congratulations on the promotion. Lubu, congratulations and good luck. Soon, in the guild channel, all the other members also congratulated Li Mingyue one after another. Lin Shi did the same, and didn't forget to grab a wave of red envelopes along the way. There were only a handful of divine blacksmiths in this world to begin with, not to mention being a god-level blacksmith who had been promoted from his main profession of blacksmithing, mastered the ability to be able to forge mythic quality equipment. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel emotion. As for him at the moment, the equipment he was able to directly forge was only of legendary quality. Moreover, a god-level blacksmith even meant a powerful combat ability. Lin Shi expected that the current Li Mingyue must have seen a leap in all her fighting abilities. This time, due to Li Mingyue's promotion to Divine Blacksmith, Lupo was clearly in a good mood and unprecedentedly allowed members to chat for a while in the guild channel. Lupo then shared the intel. LB, then take this opportunity to share some information about the new area with you as well. As it stands, the situation in the new region, this third kingdom, isn't great, especially after we made contact with the new region. The third kingdom also revealed, more or less, an attitude of wanting to invade us. Everyone should also be extra safe when exploring the new area. The so-called third kingdom does not mean that this kingdom in the new region ranks third. Rather, the current kingdom, the third to be established in the new region's kingdom turnover. Lin Shi had naturally learned about this information a long time ago. Today it seems. Instead, the rebellion in the Iron Peak territory is in evidence. At that moment, the new information shared by Lubu caught Lin Shi's attention again. Lubu, also, from the currently known intelligence, the forces within the Third Kingdom can be roughly categorized into three types. First, naturally, was the royal family of the Third Kingdom and the lords of the various parties loyal to the royal family. Secondly, there is the side of the opposition army that has emerged in the Third Kingdom in recent years, and it seems to be accumulating great strength at the moment. As for the last kind, there are two unrelated neutral characters, and some new regional natives who want to fish in the water at the moment. Then this side of the Iron Peak territory can roughly be classified as the third. Lin Shi also had a judgment. Things are not looking good for the new region. However, it is also this situation that can give the awakened more opportunities. Lubu also added to this aspect. LW, in the future, if you encounter a quest, you can be selective in accepting it. This is especially true for quests involving both sides of the kingdom or the opposition, which will accumulate everyone's reputation values in the different camps. This side of the new region as a kingdom system, it's also possible for everyone, by virtue of their reputation value, to obtain territories from both camps. In fact, guild residences, could also be considered a party territory. Only more specific, and even more special, naturally, is the abyssal territory. Lin Shi had roughly skimmed through the information and had an assessment in his mind. Another look around. On this side of the Hurricane Plateau, the population was relatively sparse and not as densely distributed. I guess there's no way to get a quest about the Third Kingdom here for the time being. Lin Shi was in no hurry. He already had an even more outrageous idea. It seems to look at the Iron Peak Territorial Lord's stance to help him enter the entire Hurricane Plateau. It's going to be more beneficial than joining either the kingdom or the opposition camp. Is he already in the third-party camp here? Lin Shi was pondering somewhat playfully, but suddenly seemed to realize something. Casually, he took out a necklace from his ring. White Star's token, holy. At this point, it was as if the necklace had some kind of invisible sensation, and it actually shone with a faint glow. Sword Saint White Star is nearby? Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Chapter 170, This Abyss. It's a bit familiar. Back then, the Sword Saint White Star had said that he could use this necklace to find her, and Lin Shi had also learned on Huang Xian's side that White Star seemed to be on the Hurricane Plateau side as well. If White Star is around, that's good. Lin Shi flapped his blood-colored wings and swept high into the air. With the light shining from the necklace in his hand, he roughly judged White Star's current location. He had come to this side of the Hurricane Plateau, and aside from completing the contract, the rest of it was just a matter of aimlessly exploring the new area here. And now, it would be a good time to try and find the Sword Saint White Star and see if there could be any additional gains. Following the light of the necklace, Lin Shi quickly rushed towards the front. Only, after meeting several not-so-small cities along the way, Lin Shi still hadn't found any traces of the White Star. Being able to sense from so far outside the region, Lin Shi was all a bit puzzled. According to his prediction, if he flew for a while longer, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to leave the Hurricane Plateau. Taking advantage of the time when the blood-colored wings behind his back were in cooldown, Lin Shi once again summoned the Bone Dragon once more and continued on his way. He vaguely realized that perhaps the current Sword Saint White Star was in a special area. That's why it sensed with the token in his hand. Fruity. After traveling for roughly half a day, Lin Shi finally understood the situation. On a towering mountain peak in front of him, he could clearly see a pitch-black mist rising. That is a symbol of the abyss. There's even an abyss spread out here? Lin Shi couldn't help but be a little stunned. Unlike the abyssal region he had entered before, the entrance to the abyss ahead was clearly situated at the top of the mountain peak. Like a cave from the top of a mountain, it leads straight down again. The mountain peaks in front of them, originally on the plateau, coupled with their own terrain, is extremely high. From the halfway point of the mountainside, it has been distributed with snow-capped. This makes the entrance to the abyss particularly conspicuous. It looks as if the abyss below is holding back a bit. Arriving in front of the entrance to the abyss, Lin Shi couldn't even help but silently spit out a sigh. The entrance to this abyss wasn't large, and the cave spewing with pitch-black mist was only a meter in diameter at best. Look at the situation. It was estimated that even if a creature in the abyss wanted to climb out of it, it would have to sharpen its head to do so, and after coming here, the necklace in Lin Shi's hand had continued to bloom with light. Obviously, the Sword Saint White Star should be in this abyss, and I was planning to explore this side of the new area for a while first, but it turns out I still have to go into the abyss? Lin Shi bristled. Of course, he didn't really care about that. If an abyssal territory also existed here, he would be able to have a large amount of harvest as usual. Immediately, he leapt into the entrance of the abyss in front of him. Just as soon as he entered it, Lin Shi's expression became odd. He always felt that the scene inside this abyss was somehow familiar, and in this pitch-black abyss, he caught a glimpse of a blazing light blooming ahead of him. The radiance seemed to have transformed into a giant sword, and after chopping down, it disappeared. Immediately after, a figure swept in from the distance and landed in front of Lin Shi, revealing a beautiful figure holding a long sword. It was the Sword Saint White Star. Sure enough, it's you. I sensed the necklace in your hand from a long way off, and was planning to look for you once I'd dealt with the situation here. White Star had a gentle smile on his face, which was like a spring breeze. She obviously remembered Lin Shi. Lin Shi shrugged and returned the same smile. I also discovered the necklace's abnormality after coming to the Hurricane Plateau. As he spoke, he looked around again, his complexion becoming more and more strange. Until now, he had been able to identify the source of the familiarity in this abyss. Because, isn't this exactly the territory of the six-winged demon lord? Only in the earlier territorial battle, he had already destroyed the six-winged demon lord's territory, causing the interior of this abyss to all fall into a silence as well. What a small world. Lin Shi silently bellyached. According to his prediction, if he flew for a while longer, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to leave the Hurricane Plateau. Taking advantage of the time when the blood-colored wings behind his back were in cooldown, Lin Shi once again summoned the Bone Dragon once more and continued on his way. He vaguely realized that perhaps the current Sword Saint White Star was in a special area. That's why it sensed with the token in his hand. Fruity. After traveling for roughly half a day, Lin Shi finally understood the situation. On a towering mountain peak in front of him, he could clearly see a pitch-black mist rising. That is a symbol of the abyss. There's even an abyss spread out here? Lin Shi couldn't help but be a little stunned. Unlike the abyssal region he had entered before, the entrance to the abyss ahead was clearly situated at the top of the mountain peak. Like a cave from the top of a mountain, it leads straight down again. The mountain peaks in front of them, originally on the plateau, coupled with their own terrain, is extremely high. From the halfway point of the mountainside, it has been distributed with snow-capped. This makes the entrance to the abyss particularly conspicuous. It looks as if the abyss below is holding back a bit. Arriving in front of the entrance to the abyss, Lin Shi couldn't even help but silently spit out a sigh. The entrance to this abyss wasn't large, and the cave spewing with pitch-black mist was only a meter in diameter at best. Look at the situation. It was estimated that even if a creature in the abyss wanted to climb out of it, it would have to sharpen its head to do so, and after coming here, the necklace in Lin Shi's hand had continued to bloom with light. Obviously, the sword saying White Star should be in this abyss, and I was planning to explore this side of the new area for a while first, but it turns out I still have to go into the abyss? Lin Shi bristled. Of course, he didn't really care about that. If an abyssal territory also existed here, he would be able to have a large amount of harvest as usual. Immediately, he leapt into the entrance of the abyss in front of him. Just as soon as he entered it, Lin Shi's expression became odd. He always felt that the scene inside this abyss was somehow familiar, and in this pitch-black abyss, he caught a glimpse of a blazing light blooming ahead of him. The radiance seemed to have transformed into a giant sword, and after chopping down, it disappeared. Immediately after, a figure swept in from the distance and landed in front of Lin Shi, revealing a beautiful figure holding a long sword. It was the sword Saint White Star. Sure enough, it's you. I sensed the necklace in your hand from a long way off, and was planning to look for you once I'd dealt with the situation here. White Star had a gentle smile on his face, which was like a spring breeze. She obviously remembered Lin Shi. Lin Shi shrugged and returned the same smile. I also discovered the necklace's abnormality after coming to the Hurricane Plateau. As he spoke, he looked around again, his complexion becoming more and more strange. Until now, he had been able to identify the source of the familiarity in this abyss. Because, isn't this exactly the territory of the six-winged demon lord? Only in the earlier territorial battle. Chapter 171, A Quest to Influence the Fate of the Kingdom? After thinking for a moment, Lin Shi then tentatively asked, then what would happen if you found out that someone had indeed colluded with the abyss? According to his estimation, there was going to be a big move on the side of the Iron Peak territory sooner or later, and if the Sword Saint White Star was going to clean up his house, then he would be able to poke around in advance. Let's see how we respond when the time comes. At that time, there will more than likely be a situation where the abyss descends. A touch of worry surfaced on White Star's small face. The world is in enough turmoil as it is. There can't be anything else. She didn't say anything more specifically. Lin Shi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. This abyssal territory that originally belonged to the six-winged demon lord was now in a state of disrepair. The occasional abyssal creatures that roamed the area were weak. It's assumed to be a monster that appeared after the territory war. Neither of them stayed in this abyss for long and retreated together. Looking at White Star, who had a look of readiness to leave, Lin Shi felt a bit shy of saying anything. Originally, he had planned to see if he could pick up any quests from White Star. Now it was good that White Star froze and didn't ask for his help. So Lin Shi decided to take the initiative. You tracked the indestructible Hydra. Is there anything you need my help with? He added as if he was not thinking. Speaking of which, the Dharma Saint Yunin even asked me to help search for traces of the earthly specter earlier. Fruity. After hearing Lin Shi's words, White Star gave him an obviously somewhat surprised look. No wonder I vaguely detected a hint of the marking scent of an earthly specter in you. But then she shook her head. Being targeted by one of those 7 monsters is already a struggle. The matter of the undying Hydra cannot involve you anymore. Ah, this. Lin Shi tugged at the corner of his mouth, and could see that White Star indeed had no intention of giving him a mission regarding the undying Hydra. The plan fell through. And, there's something I have to remind you of. At this point, White Star's little face became solemn. She said softly, after the two regions connected, I vaguely discovered traces of the ancient divine realm. Perhaps the ancient divine realm is coming down as well. The ancient realm of the gods? What's this again? Lin Shi was slightly stunned. He hadn't heard any information on this before. Immediately, he then heard White Star's words ring out again. In today's world, it is hard to find traces of the ancient gods, and perhaps the ancient divine realm has also fallen into disrepair. But if the divine realm descends, it may be able to discover the gods. For this information, Lin Shi listened with some confusion. It was true that before this, he had no information about the so-called gods at all. But suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Speaking of which, during his previous territorial battle with the Fallen Knights, He had seen a statue in the Lord's Hall of the Fallen Knights. It was a statue of a half-man, half-dragon, and it looked like the Fallen Knights believed in the statue as well. So could this be the so-called ancient gods? Sounds like awesome intel. Lin Chi didn't think much about it, and anyway, for a while, he couldn't get in touch with it. I'm going to leave the Hurricane Plateau. After White Star glanced at Lin Chi, his eyes slowly moved upward, as if they were falling in the high heavens. All of you awakened ones from other regions should need some help too, right? She had traveled to the area where the awakened were located in the past, and she naturally knew about all the other awakened. And now, after the two regions have made contact, many awakened people also flocked into the area ruled by the Third Kingdom. It was also clear to her that the awakened wanted to look for missions here as well. Lin Chi nodded, before he could utter a reply. Immediately afterward, he saw White Star show him a smile. Speaking of which, there's something I'd like to ask for your help. 2. Mission? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. This time when he met White Star, he had only learned a little bit of information about the so-called ancient gods, but that wasn't much use to him right now. Finally, I was able to get something else. I don't know if you've heard the news, but there are many people in the kingdom who want to incorporate the area where you were originally living into the boundaries of the Third Kingdom as well. White Star sighed softly. The kingdom is already too fragile to start another war. For all that, he had already learned from Lu Bu. It was just that he wasn't very clear about White Star's position in the Third Kingdom. It hadn't occurred to him that the mission White Star was going to give him would be related to the Third Kingdom. You're supposed to be one of the strongest among the awakened, so if it's you, you should be able to dissuade the king from invading you. White Star casually waved his hand, and an item appeared in his white palm. That's a badge. Sword Saint badge. Description: special item, exclusive to Sword Saint. Looking at the information on the badge, Lin Chi couldn't help but move his gaze. This badge, by the looks of it, was inextricably linked to the Sword Saint. I don't know if you are willing to take this badge and help me to go to the king's city to tell the king that once the war is initiated, the Third Kingdom will be destroyed with it, White Star added. As her words fell, a prompt appeared on Lin Chi's panel. Obtaining a quest, Sword Saint White Star's request. Do you accept? That's the mission. Lin Chi naturally didn't refuse. Listening to White Star's meaning, this was wanting him to be a peace messenger to persuade the king of the Third Kingdom not to start a war of invasion of the awakened region. He could see, instead, that the situation of the Third Kingdom, which ruled over this new region, was indeed not optimistic. Leave it to me. Don't worry. Lin Chi took the badge and smiled faintly. The badge goes in, and the description information turns into a quest item. You accept the mission. The request of the Sword Saint White Star. Only then did White Star smile and added, awakened ones all have powerful means, and as you are a strong one amongst the awakened ones, you can use extraordinary means in the kingdom when necessary, but be sure to stay safe too. Apparently, according to her, the task wasn't as simple as just showing this badge to the king. As to whether there is any danger in it, Lin Chi didn't half care. Saying goodbye to White Star, Lin Chi stood at the same spot, gazing at White Star's flickering figure from afar, inexplicably feeling some emotions. The feeling this Sword Saint gave him was always very mysterious, and the two of them had only met twice full stop. That's giving him a task that's big enough to affect the Third Kingdom? He looked at the badge in his hand again before Lin Chi put it away in his ring. Looks like a trip to the king's city is in order. Lin Chi bristled. Originally, he had planned to brush the monsters on this side of the Hurricane Plateau to obtain a wave of materials, but it seemed that going over to the king's city didn't affect his ability to brush up on monsters. As far as he knew, most of the awakened ones at the moment, such as the kings of the earth, were also concentrated in the area over the royal city. Immediately, he opened the guild channel. Forest Pond requires a scroll of teleportation to the new region. King's Town, Chapter 172, using the king's palace as a copy to brush. Swish, the light of the teleportation array flashed, and Lin Chi's figure stepped out from it. He had arrived in the royal city of the Third Kingdom. As he was observing the situation on the king's city side, Lin Chi saw several familiar figures from afar. It was coming his way. You guys are waiting for me? Lin Chi looked a little odd. The people in front of them were none other than Li Shi, Lu Bu, and Zhou Fanga. The original teleportation scroll he used was also obtained from Lu Bu. Lu Bu nodded. You're just in time. If you're free, let's break into the copies in the king's city together. A copy in the king's city? Lin Chi was stunned for a moment. The king's city should belong to the city area as well, right? It seems that there is nothing similar to the descent of the abyss in this royal city. So where do you get copies in an urban area like this? The kingdoms on this side of the new region are not very friendly towards us awakened ones. Zhou Fanga spread his hands and explained to Lin Chi. Now the major associations are pulling our guild together and want to communicate with the royal side. So far, we haven't even seen the king. This is roughly the communication and exchange between the top awakened and the new region. the two regions were approached, naturally, by the top forces to agree on the rules between the two parties. But by now, it was a bit outrageous that the Awakened hadn't even seen the king's face. On the side of the royal family, I don't know what method was used to set up a copy, saying that if you want to meet the king face to face, you have to prove your strength before you can do so. Zhou Fengge added indignantly. At those words, Lin Chi's gaze was suddenly odd. So, you're all honestly going to break into copies and want to meet the king? It's not. The Awakened are not so stifled. To meet with the king and have to obey him? He didn't think that the top Awakened had any respect for the king of the new region. Immediately, he saw a strange smile on the faces of Lu Bu's three men. Of course not. Lu Bu let out a light laugh. Between the major associations and guilds, decisions have already been made. Since the Third Kingdom won't show us a good attitude, there's no need for us to show them any good face. That's right. Lin Chi realized that the copy that Lu Bu's trio wanted to drag him to break into was definitely not that simple. Spin. Lu Bu continued. Therefore, the major associations and guilds have unanimously decided to break into the king's palace, and let's kill the king directly. This. Lin Chi couldn't even help but be stunned. Sure enough, there is no way that the Awakened are going to meekly do the Third Kingdom's bidding. The decision was, more or less, raw. Dare I say, you guys are using the royal palace as a copy. Lin Chi was somewhat emotional. Zhou Fengge nodded with gusto, a touch of excitement still on his face. Everyone made a deal to strike tonight. Whichever team kills the king first will be able to take the lion's share of the compensation claimed from the Third Kingdom's side at that time. Now, Lin Chi completely heard it. This decision, according to what he knew about the Awakened, could be too normal. Originally, the Awakened were frantically searching for quests to improve their strength. Now that's good. The Third Kingdom was even planning to incorporate the Awakened's area into its borders. This was all about starting a war. That Awakened person naturally wouldn't sit still, directly giving the Third Kingdom the means to lighten up. If something really big happened, it would in turn be the situation that the Awakened would want to see the most. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. As it happens, I have a mission to meet the king on my side. Lin Chi hit the ground running, following Lu Bu's trio to the perimeter of the royal palace. Lin Chi saw at a glance a bunch of Awakened people converging here. Apparently, all of these Awakened ones were also eager to break into the king's palace. As for whatever copy the Third Kingdom got up to, not much cared at all. Lin Chi looked out at the royal palace in front of him again. It seemed that just the outer area of this royal palace alone was already comparable to a small city. Among them, you can even see high-rise buildings, a piece of gold and blue. But, he likewise noticed that at this time, in the outer area of the royal palace, from time to time, a group of people dressed in neat armor passed by. It looks like it should be the royal palace guard. They were also keeping a wary eye on the movements of the Awakened ones. You had to kill quite a few people to break into the king's palace this time, right? Lin Chi asked again. He knew very well that even those in the new area were actually not much different from the Awakened, and the top Awakened shouldn't all be able to kill on sight. Otherwise, since then, even if the Awakened had defeated the royal family of the Third Kingdom, it was expected that they would be completely at war with the new region, and for that matter, the Awakened have obviously given it all some thought. Lu Bu nodded with a light smile. That's not something to worry about. These escorts just turned back to the major associations. They're helping the mage association side, preparing a spell formation, intending to directly control all of the escorts in the royal palace with the spell formation at the very beginning of the battle. So it was a battle to keep the bloodshed to a minimum. Lin Chi wasn't surprised by this. No wonder the major guilds were organizing their teams, wanting to kill the king in the shortest possible time. The faster you do it, the less bloodshed happens in turn. However, Lu Bu added immediately afterward. However, the Assassins Association side has also observed the situation in advance. Even in the absence of an escort, this side of the royal palace, there is still a strong defense mechanism. This requires us to be ready when we break into the palace. Originally the pet system was opened when this new area was discovered, and on the side of the Third Kingdom, naturally, there are corresponding means. Lin Chi nodded, roughly understanding the planning of this operation. Only then did he look up at the sky again. It was late in the evening and it was getting dark. The Awakened who had converged on the outskirts of the royal palace were clearly making preparations. Lin Chi wasn't in a hurry and found an area with the three of them, Lu Bu, and quietly waited for the battle to begin. Soon, it was getting dark. All the buildings on this side of the royal city were also lit up. Only, looking at the surroundings, Lin Chi was a bit puzzled again. With so many Awakened converging here, on the side of the royal family, there's no defense? Just the defense team on patrol alone seems a bit inadequate, doesn't it? That's what we haven't figured out either, Lu Bu said in a deep voice. We also suspect that other arrangements must have been made in the palace, but even the Assassins Guild hasn't figured out what's going on in there. so we'll have to be careful and on guard when the time comes." In response, Lin Shi slowly nodded. By the looks of it, this third kingdom's royal palace wasn't that easy to break into. He was also curious as to what kind of preparations the royal family could make to defend against so many awakened people. Chapter 173, If you have a bottom, I will gain. Current mission, break into the palace. Meet the king of the Third Reich and take him hostage. Note, the first team to take control of the king will be credited with the first achievement. If the king dies, the mission will fail. Mission issuer, Associations United, mages, fighters, priests, assassins, archers, summoners. Lin Shi glanced at the mission that Li Shi had shared over and tugged at the corner of his mouth. The awakened are ruthless enough. The column of quest publishers was densely packed with the names of the major guilds that should be there. Basically all of them were on it. He wasn't sure what had happened between the awakened and the Third Kingdom in the time that the two regions had been in contact, but to be able to make all the major awakened guilds jointly issued a task, and attracted so many top awakened people together to besiege the royal palace. Let's just say that the Third Kingdom is brave enough. Giggle. I'm waiting for it. In the sky, a light abruptly emerged. Like a meteor from beyond the sky, it was strangely fast, cutting through the sky and fiercely swept towards the side of the royal palace. See this? Lu Bu and Zhou Fangde and the others immediately rose up individually. It's about to start. That meteor light was, without a doubt, the signal for this operation. Lin Shi also casually pulled out the profound ruin sledgehammer and looked out into the light. Looking closely, one was able to see complex runes flowing in the light, in midair approaching the royal palace. Above the royal palace, a light curtain suddenly appeared, covering the entire palace, as if to block the meteor light. However, contacts between the parties, the meteor light was like a leaf falling into the water, lightly and gradually disappearing into the light curtain over the royal palace. Spinning around, there was a calm. This is the handiwork of the top mages of the associations as well as the array masters. Lu Bu lowered his voice. Once the king's palace spell formation is broken, let's quickly kill our way in. And as his words fell, in the originally calm royal palace, a blazing light abruptly erupted. Even the curtain of light over the royal palace looked like it had been filled with some object, suddenly rising and opening up. Only for a moment, the light curtain over the royal palace then shattered open. The blazing light seemed to flood the entire royal palace, and then dimmed and returned to calm in a short time. Charge! A shout came from somewhere. Immediately after, a silhouette suddenly emerged from all sides of the royal palace, as if pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, rushing straight into the royal palace. Almost at the same time, Lin Shi's 4 people all moved in unison as well, their figures disappearing into the royal palace. Just after stepping into the middle of the royal palace, Lin Shi noticed that almost all of the awakened who had originally rushed into the royal palace had drastically slowed down their movements, like being stuck in a quagmire. You are under the state of heavenly punishment. Your agility attribute is reduced by 90%. Flight is forbidden, and you have a chance to be judged by heavenly punishment lightning strike. The entire royal palace is set up with formations as well? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. Another glance at the 3 around him. Aside from Lu Bu, Li Shi and Zhou Fangde surprisingly both seemed as if they were unaffected. Heavenly punishment lightning strike ruling, blood quantity directly deducted by 99%. Lu Bu frowned. He didn't bother with the decrease in his own speed. He just pulled out a mana potion and tilted his head back to pour it down. Li Shi, on the other hand, held a huge shield and came to his side. Immediately afterward, Lu Bu's speed of movement was visible to the naked eye as if it was the same. Boom! Suddenly, a thick thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere and violently blasted at an awakened not far away. That was clearly a top awakened person, and all of them had at least multiple pieces of holy weapon equipment on their bodies. But, under this blow, it was the one that triggered the near-death state and teleported out as a ray of light. Obviously, he was the first to suffer the heavenly punishment lightning strike judgment. Is there no way to avoid it? Lu Bu took in the scene of the party with a serious expression. The one just now is an awakened person from the Heaven's Punishment Echo Guild, right? Instead, Zhou Fangde was full of amusement. This is really being punished by heaven. Heaven's Punishment Echoes, the second guild in the guild rankings, and naturally, the awakened who were able to break into the royal palace at a time like this had a lot of tricks up their sleeves, but even so, it still suffered the mandatory judgment of the heavenly punishment lightning strike, and it was unavoidable to trigger the means of preserving one's life. This is undoubtedly a random judgment. The 4 of us, if anyone is subject to a judgment, remember to say so in advance. Lu Bu instructed the 3 of them to Lin Shi. Granted, they had previously dramatized breaking into the king's palace as making a copy, but this palace of the Third Kingdom is not a true copy. There were naturally many strong people in the new region, even as the strength of the Sword Saint White Star was bound to exceed that of the top awakened. No one could have predicted what kind of arrangement was in this royal palace. Among the 4, other than Lin Shi, who could completely ignore the effects of the heavenly punishment state. A faint shield glow surrounded Li Shi and connected to shelter Lu Bu with the shield. Zhou Fanga, on the other hand, had opened the Berserker profession's unique Berserker battle state, with blood vapor steaming around his body, pouring a bottle of life potion into his mouth from time to time. Most of the other top awakened naturally also had means to counter the state of heavenly punishment. Only, the heavenly punishment lightning strike judgment had always been that no awakened could carry it. However, whenever the judgment is triggered, you will be directly teleported away in a near-death state. The few people didn't care about anything else and immediately went deeper into the royal palace. They weren't sure, at this point, where the king of the Third Reich actually was, or even if he was in the palace. But who let in the number of awakened who broke in? Even a carpet search would be enough. Boom! While he was walking, a boom came from not far away. Unlike the lightning strike judgment, this might cause the ground to inexplicably tremble for a moment. Lin Shi's few people looked at each other and immediately rushed in the direction the sound came from. Immediately afterward, they saw a group of figures in the corridor ahead of them. Kingdom of Magic statue. Rank, 120. So high-tech? Lin Shi couldn't help but be a little playful. The defense team in this palace was indeed teleported away by the earlier light. But even so, there was still a strong defense force in the royal palace. Those demonic statues in front of them all held various types of weaponry in their hands, and their torsos were crafted from some unknown mineral. Unlike the abyssal demon statues within Lin Shi's territory, these kingdom demon statues were only about half a person tall. But, within the first moment of Lin Shi's four people's arrival, these demonic statues seemed to be aware of this, and the mineral crystals at the top of their heads suddenly blossomed with a scarlet light. Immediately after, these demonic statues were actually releasing the skills of different professions with the weapons in their respective hands. Press through. Lu Bu let out a deep cry, and the staff in his hand was raised high, quickly condensing a huge gold coin. Like a cartwheel, it pressed along the passage. But even so, there were still many demonic statues that avoided Lu Bu's skills and flew towards Lin Shi's trio. What profession's weapon is given to them? And what profession's traits are they able to display? Lin Shi took in the movements of these demonic statues, and the profound ruin sledgehammer in his hand stirred stupidly. This was indeed enough to show the depth of the Third Kingdom, but a smile gradually spread across the corners of his mouth. Since all of these demonic statues had equipment, he would be able to burst it out. This must be a great haul. Chapter 174, More Evil Than Monsters. Boom! Lin Shi's four people's attacks flew by, crushing the kingdom demon statues that were killing them in front of them. On the ground, there were piles of ore materials as well as equipment. This kind of magic statue's defense is not low, plus it can assign occupations at will. Lu Bu whispered. I'm afraid it's even stronger than the defense team. He had clearly noticed that in the distance, there were magic statues that had been knocked down with their weapons, picking up other equipment on the ground, and the occupational skills that they were performing changed. Lin Shi didn't bother with that. It's not like these demonic statues could carry a hammer from him anyway. Casually picking up a weapon that had fallen on the ground, he glanced at it. Kingdom Lance, Epic, Category, Weapons, Equipment Requirements, Level 100, Warrior Class Occupation, Epic Suit? Lin Shi was all a bit staggered. These Kingdom Demon statues don't have a monster quality division. He had originally thought that he would have to encounter one of the elite monsters in order to be able to pop out equipment of a slightly higher quality. Turns out there's an epic suit. Soon, Lin Shi realized, the least of the equipment on the ground was of gold quality. Occasionally, a few pieces of legendary quality equipment can be seen. It's more like, the materials and blacksmiths that build these outfits are a little uneven. Lin Shi muttered. Although there are high and low quality equipment, the difference in attributes alone is not too great. It should be that the magic statues that guard different areas will all have different quality weapons in their hands. After roughly figuring this out, Lin Shi didn't really care too much about the quality of the equipment. Originally this harvest, for him, was additional joy. Beyond that, most of the materials dropped by these magical statues were in a similar situation. However, the monsters that Lin Shi himself had eliminated, due to the influence of the wash away the lead phrase, the worst material, that was of epic quality. It's a pity that there are no holy materials. Legendary materials are probably the limit of these magic statue materials. Lin Shi smashed his mouth, a little unfulfilled. I can't blame him for being greedy. He had long since noticed that neither he nor Lu Bu's trio gained experience from killing these demonic statues. Well, the royal palace isn't a copy. Lin Shi silently reminded himself again. It would have been impossible to look at this Third Empire's palace as a copy or a practicing area. The magic statues in the king's palace were not few. However, behind Lin Shi's few people, there were already other awakenings sweeping over. Only for a short time, the kingdom demon statues spread out here were then much reduced. The four didn't exchange anything on this, and all of them went deeper into the royal palace rather tacitly. As the number of demonic statues that appeared in the royal palace increased, the number of awakened people around them would gradually decrease. Even if it was a magic statue, it must be just one part of the defense of the royal palace. Fruity. While destroying the demon statues while going deeper into the royal palace, in a temple ahead, Lin Shi saw a figure from afar. After the previous light wash, in the royal palace, there are still defense teams surviving? Zhou Fanga muttered. The figure in the temple in front of him was clearly wearing the armor of the defense team, and by comparison, the armor on that figure was much tighter, and it should be some sort of warrior-type heavy-duty profession. In this battle, bloodshed is allowed, Lu Bu slowly said. The reason why he had prepared that light in advance earlier and moved the defense team in the royal palace away. Naturally, this is to avoid massive bloodshed. This would lead to an unresolvable feud between the original region of the Awakened and the region of the Third Kingdom, but in the same way, the Awakened ones could encounter life-threatening situations when they entered the royal palace. Then if they met other people in the palace, they certainly wouldn't hold back. It's time to kill. Despicable foreigners, trespassing on the royal palace, deserve to be killed. At this point, the figure in the large hall in front of him had also turned around. Ghostly words also came from the heavy full-body armor. It was filled with undisguised hostility and disgust. His Majesty should have waged war on you the first moment he found you. In front of it, the ground cracked, and a huge sword blooming with blazing light slowly rose up. In the meantime, its information then surfaced in front of Lin Shi's few people. Fearless armor, rank 120. Unlike monsters, there are no quality levels. However, Lin Shi and the others also realized it. Surprisingly, no one was wearing any of this armor in front of them. Instead, it was an armor with a living consciousness. I can't blame him for being greedy. He had long since noticed that neither he nor Lu Bu's trio gained experience from killing these demonic statues. Well, the royal palace isn't a copy. Lin Shi silently reminded himself again. It would have been impossible to look at this Third Empire's palace as a copy or a practicing area. The magic statues in the king's palace were not few. However, behind Lin Shi's few people, there were already other awakenings sweeping over. Only for a short time, the kingdom demon statues spread out here were then much reduced. The four didn't exchange anything on this, and all of them went deeper into the royal palace rather tacitly. As the number of demonic statues that appeared in the royal palace increased, the number of awakened people around them would gradually decrease. Even if it was a magic statue, it must be just one part of the defense of the royal palace. Fruity. While destroying the demon statues while going deeper into the royal palace, in a temple ahead, Lin Shi saw a figure from afar. After the previous light wash, in the royal palace, there are still defense teams surviving? Zhou Fanga muttered. The figure in the temple in front of him was clearly wearing the armor of the defense team, and by comparison, the armor on that figure was much tighter, and it should be some sort of warrior-type heavy-duty profession. In this battle, bloodshed is allowed, Lu Bu slowly said. The reason why he had prepared that light in advance earlier and moved the defense team in the royal palace away. Naturally, this is to avoid massive bloodshed. This would lead to an unresolvable feud between the original region of the Awakened and the region of the Third Kingdom, but in the same way, the Awakened ones could encounter life-threatening situations when they entered the royal palace. Then if they met other people in the palace, they certainly wouldn't hold back. It's time to kill. Despicable foreigners, trespassing on the royal palace, deserve to be killed. At this point, the figure in the large hall in front of him had also turned around. Ghostly words also came from the heavy full-body armor. It was filled with undisguised hostility and disgust. His Majesty should have waged war on you the first moment he found you. In front of it, the ground cracked, and a huge sword blooming with blazing light slowly rose up. In the meantime, its information then surfaced in front of Lin Shi's few people. Fearless armor, rank 120. Unlike monsters, there are no quality levels. However, Lin Shi and the others also realized it. Surprisingly, no one was wearing any of this armor in front of them. Instead, it was an armor with a living consciousness. Chapter 175 Underground Prison. Special test subjects. The equipment parts of the dauntless armor were scattered all over the place. The very same equipment that made up its entirety. Strangely enough, the armor was clearly immune to both physical and magic, but it was just one blow, and it was simply wiped out. Lin Shi looked at the information on these equipment, but he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Fearless Sentinel, Holy, Category, Tops, Equipment Requirements, Level 100, Warrior Class Occupation, Fearless Steadfast, Holy, Category, Pants, Fearless Imperial Stove, Holy, Category, Hats, Fearless Shinto, Holy, Category, Boots, Sacred Weapon Set? Lin Shi was getting a little emotional. Isn't this a holy weapon set for nothing? This is a fearless set with a total of 4 components, and the set effect made Lin Shi feel rather odd as well. Fearless armor set, for // for fearless block, consume all defenses of the suit components that withstand the subsequent 10 attacks, gaining 2 magic immunity and physical immunity effects. So it is. It dawned on Lin Chi that the fearless armor was using this set effect to directly become brittle. The three of them also came over and looked at the effects of the set with some one-liners. It's pretty good when it comes to consumable props. Only after a long time did Lu Bu comment. Li Shi instead looked at Lin Chi and said, "This set goes to you. We'll take the rest." The remaining giant sword was also a holy weapon. Lin Chi also didn't politely do anything with them and put the equipment away. There are still plenty of places in the royal palace where you can scavenge. This time, he forced his way into the palace, even if he couldn't be the first to take control of the king of the Third Reich. Just these gains in the royal palace alone were more than enough for Lin Chi. Passing through this great hall, another large number of kingdom demon statues rushed ahead. For these, Lin Chi only felt that more was better. Previously, he hadn't expected that he would gain so much from breaking into the king's palace this time. After scavenging for a while longer, even without sacrificing a holy weapon, we'll be able to sacrifice the Lord's set, right? Lin Chi discerned. As for the sacred artifacts he had harvested this time, he could wait until he had pretty much sorted out the set on his body, then he could make the sacrifice. Should I say no? Mythic quality equipment was extremely rare for any awakened now. Until now, Lin Chi had yet to explode a mythic quality equipment from any monster. And I wonder if the king has on him. Lin Chi muttered. A sacred weapon set could be popped out casually in this royal palace, so there might be a chance to be able to find another mythic quality equipment here. You have destroyed the kingdom's demons. You have destroyed the kingdom's demons. Your teammate Li Shi has destroyed the kingdom demon. The kingdom demon statues that filled this place didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Chi's four. Only, in the royal palace, they could still hear a thunderclap every now and then. Apparently even now, there were still awakened people who would suffer from the heavenly punishment lightning strike judgment here. Still no one has found the palace where the king is? Zhou Fanga frowned and swept his eyes around. The number of awakened people who broke into the royal palace was gradually decreasing. It wasn't as if the awakened who teleported out after falling into a near-death state wouldn't be able to recover their state and kill again. Rather, they had gotten the message. Once an awakened person who has suffered a heaven's punishment lightning strike judgment has broken into the palace again, he or she will definitely suffer a lightning strike judgment again. The state of heavenly punishment. Until now, no awakened had found a means to deal with it. Is cleaning up the kingdom's demonic statues around it. But a sudden cry of alarm came from the distance. The royal palace has underground areas. Underground area? Upon hearing this, Lin Chi's few people all immediately moved their gazes. Beware, it's a trap. Lu Bu but spoke in a deep voice. Lin Chi could hear the meaning in his words. In this royal palace, the awakened ones were actually all considered to be fighting on their own. Both came in groups to break into the palace, and likewise were all rivals. Whoever controls the king first takes the lion's share of the subsequent rewards. But just this condition is enough for the awakened to pit against each other. And everyone was searching for the king, and whoever got any new discovery would naturally keep it quiet. Going to check it out? Zhou Fanga asked. Since an underground area existed here in the royal palace, this area would naturally be very special. Even if it's a trap, there's bound to be something else to find. Go on. Lin Chi spread his hands. If it really was a trap set up by another awakened, then he wouldn't mind sending the other party away as well. The four of them immediately cleared a path through the kingdom demon statues that kept coming. Sure enough, in a hidden corner of a building ahead, they met an underground passage. At this moment, many awakened ones were pouring into that passageway. More vaguely, the glow of skill shines through the passage from time to time. Apparently monsters similar to the kingdom demon statue also existed in the underground area of the royal palace. Does this place look like a prison? Only just stepping into it, Zhou Fanga observed the situation around him and couldn't help but look odd. This third kingdom also specializes in building a prison underneath the palace? Moreover, with so many awakened beings pouring into the underground prison and still being able to break out into a fight, it was evident that this prison area wasn't small. The passageways inside the prison were not exactly wide, but they diverged extremely, as if they had been specially planned out for various areas. Li Shi's little nose opened and closed slightly for a few moments, as if she had smelled some pungent odor, and her eyebrows were suddenly tightly wrinkled. Soon, after seeing the scene inside the prison, even Lu Bu's face showed a flash of astonishment. Lin Chi swept his eyes around and also narrowed his eyes slightly, because what was being held in this underground prison was not a living person. Instead, they were all monsters that looked like alienated human beings. In a prison that had been opened by the awakened in front, there was a monster with a human body and a snake's head, but the limbs looked like they were in a degraded condition now. Behind him even grew a snake tail covered in scales. But what Lin Chi cared more about was that on this monster's body, there was also a faint grayish-white mist. This scene caused Lin Chi to be inexplicably reminiscent of an earthly ghostly shadow. This monster, like it had been corrupted by the dusty phantom, And the erosion was even worse. Earthly test subjects? Rank, 72. Compared to the kingdom demon statue outside, this monster's level wasn't that high, but the message came with a question mark. Beyond that, Lin Chi also noticed the monsters held in the other prisons. Chiron test subject? Rank, 81. Indestructible test subjects? Rank, 95. Desperate experiment? Rank, 79. The information on these monsters is labeled experiment. Lin Chi, on the other hand, instantly realized what the different classifications of these test subjects really meant. There are 7 special monsters in this world. Earthly phantoms, ancestors of the gargoyles, undying hydra, desperate murmurers. It seems to correspond to these test subjects, one to the other. Chapter 176, Wanted by the Kingdom? The people of the Third Kingdom, experimenting on the prisoners in the jail? Lu Bu opened his mouth in a cold voice, his face already as cold as frost. Each individual cell here contains a different test subject. In addition to test subjects that exhibit different monster characteristics, even the test subjects that displayed the same monster characteristics had different degrees of alienation. There's also an experimental area for magic here, and apparently, the kingdom system here is different from the area we used to be in. Not far away, there were also other awakened who opened their mouths with a sneer. Conflicts also erupt between the awakened and there are all sorts of calculations. But, even a deranged awakened would never dare to blatantly experiment on other people. Once discovered, they would immediately be on the wanted list of the major associations and be attacked by groups of other awakened. But here, it's still the palace of the Third Kingdom. The order followed by the people of this new region is indeed different from that of the regions that the awakened have been exposed to in the past. Lin Chi looked at the scene in front of him and was silent. Originally, he had thought that, as in the case of the Iron Peak territory, secretly colluding with the Abyss was already very heartless. Now it seems, the Iron Peak territories are all too conservative. This isn't even some kind of sacrificial ritual, it's a mere experiment. Zhou Fangde was equally cold-faced. The vast majority of the top awakened have experienced many lives and deaths, to the point of not being intimidated by the sights in this underground prison. But, this doesn't mean that, after witnessing such a ghastly sight with their own eyes, there won't be any emotional ups and downs in their hearts. Exotics, you have interfered with a sacred experiment. At this point, there was a voice filled with anger coming from the prison passage. Strange crystals blooming with light could be seen everywhere in this underground prison, making the place not seem dim even though it was underground. And as that voice came, a shadow gradually emerged from the walls of the passage, growing 9 heads, while the neck part is like a snake's neck. Sinuous, Hydra? Lin Chi narrowed his eyes, inexplicably associating it with the Hydra that he had seen before. The indestructible test subjects spread out in the prison here might all be laced with the power of the indestructible Hydra as well. Some of the test subjects had multiple serpentine heads growing all over their bodies, but the shadow was different. The head is more like a human head. Immediately afterward, the passage revealed itself. The human body was even wearing mage robes that were engraved with intricate runes, like the clothing of nobles from the Third Kingdom, and had badges on them. However, 9 snake necks extended from its shoulders. The uppermost part of the 9 snake necks was still 9 human heads growing the same old man's face. The immortalized Grand Maester. Its information, too, surfaced in front of the group of awakened ones here. Is this the title? Noticing the message from the undying Grandmaster, the group of awakened could not help but change their faces slightly. This meant that the other party wasn't a monster similar to that of the Kingdom Demon statue. Instead, it's a person. Only, in its current form, it could no longer be called a person. I don't care about your feud with His Majesty, but you shouldn't be barging in here and interfering with our rigorous magical experiments. A sound came from one of the heads of the undying Grand Maester. This scene was extremely strange. The experiments in this underground prison were conducted by monsters like it. Stay here. A staff suddenly appeared in the undying Grand Maester's hand. On each of the 9 heads, a different light actually bloomed as well. There was a low chanting sound, which was it casting 9 different magic skills at the same time. Alert! An awakened one shouted out, commanding his teammates around him. This monster gave them a strong sense of oppression, unlike any monster they had ever seen before. Moreover, this was something that should perhaps be viewed more as an awakened with some sort of powerful hidden profession. But at this point, the skills of the undying Grandmaster had already taken shape and suddenly erupted in the passageway, blasting at the group of awakened in front of them. Haven't tried experimenting with you exotics. One of the heads of the undying Grandmaster grinned. But naturally, none of the awakened who broke into the underground prison would sit still. Each get ready to unleash their skills. Bang! But the next moment, instead, the body of the undying Grandmaster exploded violently. It split in all directions, along with a head that splintered. There were even blazing flames burning, spreading to all parts of the undying Grandmaster's body. Seeing this scene, the surrounding awakened could not help but stare. Spike, but they hadn't even looked to see who made the first move faster than any of them. On the contrary, some awakened with special insight skills vaguely noticed that it was the shadow of a sledgehammer. Soon, people's gazes then converged on Lin Chi's side, landing on the profound market sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand. They were not really familiar with the young man with the sledgehammer, but, yet they were all aware of Lu Bu and Li Shi's several people. The third guild on the leaderboard. Kings of Earth. You killed the undying Grand Maester and are wanted by the Third Kingdom. Wanted value plus 10,000. Unlike previous battles, even though he had killed the undying Grand Maester, he still hadn't gained any experience. But there is an additional wanted status. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes. It looks like, such as this indestructible university scholar, is still protected by the Third Kingdom. By now, he kind of had a better understanding of the Third Kingdom on this side of the new region. It was no wonder that on the side of the Iron Peak territory, they would attempt to plot a rebellion even without colluding with the six-winged demon lord. This Third Kingdom, I'm afraid, is at its end. It split in all directions, along with a head that splintered. There were even blazing flames burning, spreading to all parts of the undying Grandmaster's body. Seeing this scene, the surrounding awakened could not help but stare. Spike, but they hadn't even looked to see who made the first move faster than any of them. On the contrary, some awakened with special insight skills vaguely noticed that it was the shadow of a sledgehammer. Soon, people's gazes then converged on Lin Chi's side, landing on the profound market sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand. They were not really familiar with the young man with the sledgehammer, but, yet they were all aware of Lu Bu and Li Shi's several people. The third guild on the leaderboard. Kings of Earth. You killed the undying Grand Maester and are wanted by the Third Kingdom. Wanted value plus 10,000. Unlike previous battles, even though he had killed the undying Grand Maester, he still hadn't gained any experience. But there is an additional wanted status. Lin Chi narrowed his eyes. It looks like, such as this indestructible university scholar, is still protected by the Third Kingdom. By now, he kind of had a better understanding of the Third Kingdom on this side of the new region. It was no wonder that on the side of the Iron Peak territory, they would attempt to plot a rebellion even without colluding with the six-winged demon lord. This Third Kingdom, I'm afraid, is at its end. Chapter 177, The Royal Palace Turned into a Carpet? You've eliminated Dr. Despair. Lin Chi lifted his sledgehammer and picked up the two holy weapons on the ground. As they expected, there wasn't just one monster like the undying Grandmaster in this underground prison. Having only just explored the dungeon for a while, he encountered this desperate Grand Maester. If the imperishable Grand Maester corresponds to the imperishable Hydra, Lin Chi pondered. So, the Despair Grandmaster's counterpart, is the Despair Murmurer? This Third Kingdom, surprisingly, was conducting research on each of those 7 special monsters, although he had previously learned about these 7 special monsters from the Dharma Saint Yunin. But until now, Lin Chi had also still not encountered a single native body. This particular situation was seen again this time in the royal palace. Lin Chi always felt that there might be some secret involved. After searching the dungeon for some more time, they didn't find any more of the other Grandmasters. The ones who had originally broken into the royal palace were all top awakened. The rate of eliminating monsters isn't exactly low. We're almost done searching the underground prison. It's time to find the king in the palace. He swept his eyes around and reminded the 3 of them. Not all of the awakened who had entered the royal palace had entered the dungeon. There were still awakened searching in the palace, and the 4 of them had eliminated 2 boss-level monsters one after another in the dungeon, so the harvest wasn't too small. However, just after rushing out from the dungeon and looking at the outside world, the several people could not help but be stunned. Where's the palace? Lin Chi bristled. They had only just entered the dungeon a short time ago. What was this happening in the royal palace? Originally they were in the middle of the palace, still going through hall after hall, searching for the king, and now it's good. As far as the eye could see, it was surprisingly full of collapsed ruins. The whole palace is now in a state of disrepair. From a carpet search, it's turned into directly turning the royal palace into a carpet. Zhou Fanga spat along. But, despite the fact that the royal palace had all collapsed into ruins, they still hadn't received a hint that the quest had been completed. This means that the other awakened still haven't found out where the king is. Kingdom demon statues could still be seen wandering in the distance, and among them were other monsters that Lin Chi's group hadn't seen before entering the dungeon. It's not underground and it's not in the palace, so the king didn't run away a long time ago, did he? Lin Chi gave an inquiry towards Lu Bu. Or, shouldn't it have been teleported away along with that light? He wasn't sure how that glow worked. It just teleported the defense team in the palace away. But how did it avoid the king? Lu Bu shook his head and said, I don't think so. It seems that the king is considered the lord of the entire Third Kingdom and generally cannot leave the palace at will. But right now, it's clearly not the usual case. He didn't really know much about the current situation. Whatever then, let's brush up on the monsters here first. Lin Shi wasn't so keen on the task of seizing control of the king now. The harvest from this trip of forcing his way into the king's palace had satisfied him greatly. Anyway, there were still so many kingdom demon statues in the royal palace, so it would be better to get in a wave of goods here and wait for a wave of forged sacrifice to be performed back. The three of them didn't hesitate and continued to clean up the monsters in the king's palace together with Lin Shi. Even if the king could not be found on this trip, for the awakened, the purpose had been accomplished. By destroying the royal palace, he had been able to show the power of the awakened to the third kingdom, thus deterring it. Not to mention, in this royal palace, they were able to obtain a holy weapon from time to time. This is so much better than the other brush treasures. President Li, Lu Bu, have you searched for the king? A few people were brushing the monsters when a group of awakened came walking not far away in reverse. Their gazes glanced over the three Lu Bu people for a moment before converging on Lin Shi again. As top awakened people, they all knew each other as well. Only Lin Shi is a new face. No. Who destroyed this royal palace? Lu Bu shook his head and asked the visitor again. Did you guys at Heaven's Punishment Echo do this? But don't wait for him to finish. The other then waved his hand. We didn't intend to make such a move as destroying the royal palace, which the king, himself, should have destroyed. Aha! Upon hearing this, Lu Bu's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. In the time they've been in the dungeon, these men have searched for the king? The other party seemed to have seen Lu Bu's thoughts as well, and with a smile, he extended his hand and pointed to the sky. A monster descended from the sky earlier, no less intense than a world boss, and this royal palace was destroyed with it. Now, Lu Bu understood. A monster with an intensity similar to that of a world boss would appear in the royal palace, and that would naturally be the handiwork of the third kingdom. As for after they walked out of the dungeon, they didn't see the monster. No doubt it has been wiped out by the other awakened ones. Exploded mythological equipment? At this time, Zhou Fanga coldly asked again. While they were talking, Lin Shi's few people were also silently paying attention. As for Zhou Fanga's inquiry, Lin Shi couldn't help but be a little concerned. If a mythic quality piece of equipment had popped out of the royal palace in the time they'd been in the dungeon, then they're losing a lot of money. Not in this wave so far. The other man was honest. As he said that, his gaze fell back over to Lin Shi, who was not far away. That one is the awakened person who made a big splash over at the Xiangnu Pass before, right? The most notable thing about the previous guild battle that had broken out between the Kings of the Earth and the Descending Guild was undoubtedly Lin Shi's play. It was also after this battle that the Earthly Kings were promoted to the third guild in one leap. As the second guild, Heaven's Punishment Echo was naturally very concerned about this. He did not answer his question, but pondered the other man's words. This current wave? He was somewhat concerned about the situation. Whoosh! But just then, in the sky, a loud breaking sound suddenly came from the sky. It was as if something, at great speed, was falling down. The awakened of the Heaven's Punishment Echo Guild raised his chin toward the sky and laughed. This is the thing. Boom! Next moment, a violent tremor then swept through the royal palace. The earth was all under this vibration, like a liquid, and it lifted up layers and layers of waves. The royal palace, which had already been destroyed into ruins, also became more and more dilapidated under this vibration. There were even some awakened people who couldn't dodge in time and suffered heavy injuries. Lin Shi stabilized his stance and looked in the direction where the vibrations came from, his eyes narrowing slightly. The thing that fell from the sky was a huge orb, or maybe it's more like a giant egg. It was 30 to 40 meters high, like some giant monster was hatching. Chapter 178, Last Hit. I'll take it. Lu Bu, are you interested in joining forces with us? At this time, the awakened one from Heaven's Punishment Echo gave another inquiry to Lu Bu. Join forces how? Lu Bu's gaze moved slightly. President Wang, you Heaven's Punishment Echo sent more than one team this time, right? Although the ranking of the Earthly Kings Guild had been promoted to third, but that's just strength on paper. The guilds that were originally ranked in the top 3, none of them had gathered a large number of top awakened people, especially the first and second guilds, the members of which had all been famous for a long time. President Wang smiled and reached out to point in a distant direction again. Strangely enough, there were many kingdom demon statues roaming the area in that direction, but there weren't many awakened people converging there. It's simple, we can't rob them. President Wang spread his hands. This time, their president also came over personally. Lu Bu glanced in that direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. The awakened over there, from the number 1 guild on the leaderboard. While he was thinking about it, Li Shi came forward instead and gave a calm inquiry. So, you're going to join forces with us? In response, President Wang simply nodded. Based on previous, the awakened person who touches the final blow is able to gain the most loot. Everyone else will just have to follow with some soup. On the side, Lin Shi was clearing the surrounding kingdom demon statues while also listening to the conversation between them. There has also been a judgment about what is happening now. This is to rob the monster of its final blow. He glanced at the giant egg in the distance. The message from the giant egg was nothing but a sea of question marks. Instead, there were also some awakened who tried to strike out at the giant egg and unleash their skills. Yet it didn't do anything to the giant egg. The ones from the first guild are not weak. If we don't join forces, then I'm afraid that the monster's final blow will have to be snatched away by them again. President Wang laughed. Between all the guilds, there is also competition. The same is true for the first and second guilds. Naturally, watching the first guild grow stronger and stronger, of course they had to think of something. Then, if we join forces, who gets the last hit? Lu Bu asked again after a little thought. Of course it goes to whoever snatches it. The smile on President Wang's face remained unchanged. Pointing to the first guild's side again, he said, as long as they didn't grab it, this is going to be a bit of a block on the first guild's awakened. But, these people from the Heaven's Punishment Echo Guild were similarly untrustworthy to Lin Chi's few people. It was impossible to say that the cooperation that President Wan was talking about was to use the Kings of the Earth as a gun. Let the two parties compete while they, the Heaven's Punishment Echo Guild, could sit back and reap the benefits. Lu Bu mused, not rushing into a decision. Instead, at that moment, a voice came from not far away. Guilty of joining forces. The words fell. The crowd immediately followed the sound and their gazes once again converged on Lin Chi's side. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Chi. Brother has other plans? President Wang asked Lin Chi, but Lin Chi didn't pay any attention to him and just looked at Lu Bu. I'll take the last hit of that thing. I don't know what can be popped out of that giant egg after it's destroyed, though, but to be able to induce both the first and second guilds to want to take it by force, the quality naturally wouldn't be bad. As it is, then there was even less need to join forces with Heaven's Punishment Echo. Lin Chi was already planning to, himself, go and grab it. Good ambition, brother. President Wang narrowed his eyes, seemingly sizing up Lin Chi carefully. They have done their research on the intelligence of the Kings of the Earth. Similarly, he also found out some information about Lin Chi, but the content of the intelligence surprised them greatly. An awakened who had just been awakened not too long ago, or a blacksmith main profession. By all rights, it should be around level 30 or 40 by now. Besides, the higher the level, the higher the experience value you need to upgrade will naturally be. Simply wanting to grow into a high-level awakened person would take a year or two anyways. As for becoming a top awakened person, it's not a matter of mere time. However, Lin Chi was in the moment and exerted an extremely powerful fighting force. This is very strange. And at this point, Lu Bu had also turned his head to look at President Wang and spread his hands. President Wang, it seems that there is indeed no need for us to join forces this time. In reality, although he knew that the combat power Lin Chi was capable of exerting at the moment was quite outrageous, but he wasn't sure if Lin Chi would be able to snatch the final blow in the ensuing battle. But what's the harm in trying? President Wang's brow furrowed slightly, and an obscure glint flared in his eyes. However, he quickly collected himself again. Smiling, she nodded. Then each of you will do as you please. Click. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out in the ruins of the royal palace. It was clear that the sound wasn't exactly loud, but it reached the ears of every awakened in this area filled with various skills. The crowd immediately followed the sound and looked at the giant egg in front of them. At this moment, a crack had opened in the giant egg, and for a short time, that gap spread quickly in all directions again. Obviously, something in it is about to walk out. Everything in this third kingdom looks very wrong, Lin Chi lamented. As the kingdom that ruled this area, the royal palace was filled with all sorts of miscellaneous monsters. So much for the kingdom magic statue. But first the dungeon had all sorts of strange monsters in it, and then such a strange giant egg. That's not exactly the way a king should behave. Soon, the cracks in the giant egg grew. The other awakened ones had also already been attracted by the giant egg and quickly converged around it. Even if it's a world boss, it wouldn't last long against the attacks of so many top awakened, right? Zhou Fanga murmured to himself. Another glance at Lin Chi. In this situation, it wasn't that easy to grab the monster's final blow. Lin Chi, however, looked as normal, and the profound market sledgehammer in his hand was ready. His gaze swept across the surroundings, looking at these awakened who were also poised for action, but the corners of his mouth gradually widened into a smile. As things stood, he would like to give it a try. With so many awakened competing together, would he be able to snatch the monster's final blow? As long as the attack is high enough, it should be enough, right? Lin Chi muttered. It's ready to see what happens to focus all of your base attributes. Click, click. Finally, the giant egg was already covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and a blazing light bloomed in the cracks. The eggshell part of its exterior was completely shattered. It fell to the ground and turned into a bit of glow. The light was so bright that it actually looked a bit sacred. Chapter 179, the king has long since hung up. Finally, in the light, a figure gradually appeared. The figure wasn't huge. It was the size of a normal person, and the armor on its body could be vaguely seen in the light. It was brilliant and dazzling, as if the gods of heaven had descended. Boom, boom, boom. In the first moment that this figure was revealed, the awakened who were already poised to attack then released their skills individually. An assortment of light flashes, thunder, flames, ice, storms, waves, blades. In an instant, it drowned out that figure, and even the originally blazing light became dimmed. Obviously, due to the previous battle, the awakened ones here had all realized to force the monster's final blow. However, Lin Chi's few people were in no hurry to act. The monster information hasn't even appeared yet, and you're in such a hurry? Lin Chi was all a bit playful. The stamina of these top awakened people is not good either. It should be trying to attract the monster's hatred at the first time, Lu Bu explained. The situation at hand was similar to grabbing a world boss in the outside world. Most of the skills unleashed by the awakened were skills that dealt damage continuously, ready to attract hatred the moment the monster appeared completely, thus dominating. But, aside from Lin Chi's four, others such as President Wan were in no hurry to act. They were all confident enough in their attack power. But just then, with the figure in divine armor as the center, a semicircular curtain of light suddenly emerged, and in a very short time, it spread out in all directions, annihilating all the skillful radiance around them through and through. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Chi couldn't help but be stunned. Lu Bu and the others beside him were similarly stunned, gazing somewhat incredulously at the figure in front of them. At this very moment, the information of that figure had already surfaced in front of all the awakened in this place. King of the Rex, King of the Third Kingdom, rank 120. That figure was precisely the target that all the awakened had sought out on this trip. King of the Third Kingdom, the Corpse King? However, regarding the information revealed by the king, Lin Chi's four people were somewhat puzzled. Does this mean the king has hung up? Lin Chi's expression was filled with eccentricity. As the glow of skill around him dissipated, he had gotten a good look at the king. A neat and exquisite armor. Every inch of the armor blossomed with a blazing light, and behind it hung a cloak that seemed to be condensed from the light. The helmet it wore on top of its head was more like a crown, with a single jewel set in the center, noble and sacred. Just under the crown, the face was but pale to the core, and in the deep sockets were dark eyes. He was indeed already a corpse. Then is this still going to keep him under control? Lin Chi turned his head to Lu Bu again. The king, now, seems to have completely transformed into a monster. Also, it looks more special than even the world boss. It's not that easy to get this thing under control. Lu Bu also tugged at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected this at all. After the awakened began contact with the Third Kingdom, no one had actually met the king, but much of what they had learned in the past had come from the royal palace, and both showed that it was an order given by the king. But now, looking at the king's state, it looked like he had been dead for a long time anyhow. It looks like we have suffered a rebellion. Here in the Third Kingdom, Lu Bu shook his head helplessly. This Third Kingdom is pretty much a mess. Lin Chi was also somewhat speechless. He didn't just have a mission to control the king on hand, but even more so, he had a mission from the Sword Saint White Star. It's all about the king. Now that the king is dead, who's he going to find to finish the job? But at this point, the Corpse King clearly didn't care about the dismay in the hearts of all the awakened around him. It slowly stretched out a hand, light coalescing in the palm covered by the armored glove. Hers was transformed into a scepter. The scepter's shape looked somewhat like a sword, with an intricate rune flowing throughout. On your knees. Suddenly, a magnificent voice filled with majesty came out from the mouth of the Corpse King. Next moment, an invisible shockwave suddenly spread out in all directions, and a cloud of dust and smoke rose from the ground filled with broken walls. It enveloped all of the many awakened who had originally come close to the king. Only, under this shockwave, yet no one triggered the near-death state in this regard, and the damage taken was not high. But look ahead. However, the faces of Lu Bu and the others couldn't help but have a touch of oddness appear on their faces. Are all the king's skills so humiliating? At this moment, with the king at the center, most of the awakened who had been affected by the previous shockwave actually knelt down. They faced the Corpse King, all of them still with a touch of dismay in their expressions, but his body was uncontrollably on both knees, and his arms were bracing themselves on the ground. Even his head was unconsciously lowered, as if he were kneeling in reverence to the king of the corpses. Only a small number of awakened, with some special skill glow enveloping their bodies, hardened themselves against the skill of the Corpse King. But even so, their original movements of rushing towards the king also became stiff. Even taking a step forward seemed to have become incredibly difficult. The realm of the king is not to be desecrated. The Corpse King spoke again. The words just fell. All around him, a light of teleportation then bloomed one after another. It was those awakened who did not kneel down as the other awakened did, already triggered a near-death state. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Lu Bu's pupils couldn't help but suddenly tighten. He didn't even see the Corpse King release his skills again. But those top awakened people's blood levels were just straight up emptied. And even more startling to them, those awakened who had clearly triggered their life-preserving means for near-death teleportation didn't teleport away just like that. After the light of teleportation bloomed, their silhouettes, once again, revealed themselves once more, still staying in place. The transmission failed. Those awakened ones were also filled with dismay, but in the state of dying, they didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and hurriedly pulled out their respective healing potions or cast their healing skills. Obviously, the Corpse King in front of us has the ability to prohibit teleportation. It would be difficult for their means of preserving their lives to come into play. Giggle. Suddenly, a body-breaking sound rang out, and Awakened shivered violently, but his figure gradually stiffened. No movement was seen from the Corpse King, but a huge sword had already pierced through the awakened person's body, along with its last trace of blood. It was emptied with it. This top awakened person, thus died, not waiting for the others to react. In front of all those awakened who were in a dying state, a giant sword also surfaced one after another, to wipe out all of these awakened people. Chapter 180, This hammer can kill a king. Stop him. The moment. There were already awakened people reacting. Among those awakened who rushed around the king, some were their teammates, while others were awakened from the same guild. These are top-of-the-line combatants, but death at the hands of a king is real death. President Lin Chi. At this moment, Lu Bu's serious words also rang out. The staff in his hand was raised high as he unleashed his skills towards the side of the Corpse King. Some of those awakened ones in the front were also considered friends of the Earthly King's Guild. They can't just sit back and do nothing either. At the same time his words fell, Lin Chi and Li Shi also launched attacks towards the king's side one after another. A sledgehammer shadow suddenly blasted out, with blazing flames draped over it, and blasted at the king. The other awakened in the surroundings all unleashed their skills in unison. In just a moment, the king's form was thus submerged, under the gaze of the crowd, and the king's form disintegrated. The corpse was thus in pieces, as if it had been directly annihilated. But whoever it was, they didn't get a kill alert. Even none of the giant swords that had originally attacked the awakened were interrupted in this way either. Still under the gaze of those awakened's despairing gazes, it pierced through their bodies. Many more awakened died at the hands of the Corpse King. On the contrary, there were still awakened ones whose bodies blossomed with light once again, triggering other means of preserving their lives, but their faces had long since gone pale, and even more so, they all carried a lingering sense of panic. As top awakened, they had all faced many powerful monsters. Even in the original area, as long as the awakened were combining their efforts to crusade, there were basically no monsters that could cause extensive damage to the awakened. But in front of this Corpse King, the top awakened didn't even seem to be enough. Sycophants and traitors. In the royal palace that had long since collapsed into a ruin, the voice of the Corpse King echoed again at this moment. Its figure, which had originally dissipated, actually quickly coalesced in midair, as if it hadn't taken much damage. The armor still blossomed with a divine light. You must all be put to death. It gripped the scepter tightly with both hands, and its figure plummeted down from midair. It blasted towards the other awakened side around them. Boom! The scepter blasted above the earth, and rolls of smoke stirred up. There was even a huge crack that spread out, and a blazing light bloomed in the crack, as if it was condensing some kind of power. No good. Retreat! Some awakened people eagerly shouted that this must be the powerful skill of the Corpse King. They immediately released their respective skills, wanting to move away from the area spread by this crack. However, the earth under his feet, violently protruded outwards, and the blazing light rose up to the sky, actually forming a thick pillar of light. Almost the entire royal city was illuminated. Under such a pillar of light, many awakened ones were unable to dodge in time, and with that, they were transformed into a teleporting blow. But the pillar of light dissipated, and the figures of those awakened ones similarly reappeared. The near-death teleportation, which had been completely ineffective. Boom! In the midst of this situation, a thunderclap suddenly sounded again. The heavenly punishment lightning strike ruling is still going on. An awakened who was already in a near-death state had his form annihilated with it. The Corpse King was more powerful than these awakened ones had expected. The king should be considered a much more powerful existence than the Abyss Lords. Lin Chi also frowned tightly. Even from the Lord's point of view, the king of the Third Kingdom, who sat on the majority of the territory in the new region, was also definitely not a position that could be compared to an ordinary Abyssal Lord. Not to mention, no one knows what kind of change has happened to this king. Surprisingly, he became the Corpse King he is today, and at this point, the Awakened's attack on the Corpse King also continued. Bang! A petite figure wrapped in light appeared violently in front of the Corpse King. It was actually hard enough to send the Corpse King's body flying. That was none other than Li Shi. It. Beside Lin Chi, Zhou Fanga tilted his head and poured down a bottle of potion. slamming the empty bottle in his hand. Gripping his giant axe tightly, he also charged towards the Corpse King's side. Even though the Corpse King in front of him was already more powerful than any monster the Awakened had ever encountered before. But none of the Awakened will sit still either. Nowadays, it's not just a simple crusade against a monster. It's all come down to this. This battle, moreover, is related to the situation between the two regions. In the future, if they couldn't defeat the Corpse King, it was likely that the region where the Awakened were located would be subject to invasion by the Third Kingdom in the future. Lin Chi lifted the profound ruin sledgehammer, his gaze similarly converging on the Corpse King's side. He didn't think, for one moment, that this Corpse King could not be eliminated. Even if it was able to recover again after the body was destroyed, then there should be an end to it. Under the combined siege of the Awakened, the Corpse King's body had already collapsed once again, but as before, its form, again, coalesced in mid-air. You dare to kill the king? The Corpse King's magnificent words were wrapped in a tyrannical undertone. The scepter in its hand was once again raised high, and the top of the scepter blossomed with a blazing light. Apparently, it was about to unleash its skills again. Bang! But the next moment, a sledgehammer fell violently from above the Corpse King's head. It's only one hammer. The Corpse King's body then violently disintegrated. Even the light that had originally coalesced had dissipated. Lin Chi stood on the ground, gripping the profound ruined sledgehammer in his hand. His eyes slightly narrowed. He'd gotten a general feel for the Corpse King's patterns. The location is fixed when you regroup your body. Then this is much easier. Fruity, damned foreigners, you deserve to be put to death, along with those rebels and traitors. As the magnificent voice resounded again, the body of the Corpse King once again coalesced in midair. Bang! But another sledgehammer's shadow flashed by. The Corpse King didn't even have time to make a move before his body disintegrated once again. See this scene. The other Awakened around them couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Many people's eyes quickly converged on Lin Chi's side. One hammer, and it disintegrated the king's body? Some of the Awakened's eyes were flooded with thoughtfulness. Granted, it seems that the Corpse King doesn't have a very high defense, but it wasn't hard to see from the attack they launched against the Corpse King just now. To disintegrate the Corpse King's body, it would take several top Awakened to join forces, or, alternatively, unleash a crushing skill. But Lin Chi's move looked too easy, just throwing a sledgehammer into the sky. This should have a cooldown even if it's a skill. Chapter 181, Stage 2 now? Then it can be eliminated. A disorganized son. How dare you commit an assassination? Resonant words resounded, and the Corpse King's body coalesced once again. But again, as before, it quickly disintegrated under Lin Chi's sledgehammer. One time, the Awakened in this place were stunned. It seems that the threat posed by the Corpse King has suddenly diminished. It's not a solution to just go on like this. Lu Bu frowned, observing the situation of the Corpse King, even though the Corpse King's body continued to disintegrate. However, he was also able to see that the thing didn't seem to undergo any changes in its state every time it coalesced, like it can't be killed at all. You kings of the earth, you really are a great number of heroes. Not far away, Chairman Wang of the Heaven's Punishment Echo Guild glanced at Lin Chi. But, our guild has already lost several of our good brothers in the royal palace, so seeking revenge on the king shouldn't be considered robbing monsters, right? The Corpse King, by nature, was the target to be searched for by all the Awakened who broke into the kingdom. Even though the lethality displayed was beyond their prediction, they were not willing to stop there after having paid such a big price. And all around, there had long been Awakened people who had reacted and unleashed their skills at the Corpse King who had regathered his form. Either they are intent on trying to steal the monster, or they are filled with anger to avenge their dead teammates. Though in this world, every day, many Awakened people are inadvertently killed in battle, but this time, the Awakened that the Corpse King had killed were undoubtedly top-notch fighters. It can be a great loss for all those guilds. Everyone, please go ahead. Lu Bu waved his hand. Even though Lin Chi had just suppressed the Corpse King by himself alone, they couldn't have it all to themselves in front of so many Awakened ones. Lin Chi was in no hurry. No way has yet been found to eliminate the Corpse King. This thing, there's no blood bar. He walked back to Lu Bu, also watching the Corpse King. See a way to destroy the Corpse King? He inquired to Lu Bu. After all, Lu Bu had seen a wide variety of monsters as a top Awakened, so perhaps there were other ideas. He shook his head and was about to say something, but then, immediately afterward, there was a slight shock. Somewhat speechless. Our mission is to control the king, not to destroy him. After messing around, Lin Chi had already thought of the Corpse King as a monster. The current king, even if he is controlled, is it still useful? Lin Chi was also somewhat helpless. This whole Third Kingdom situation just seems all very wrong. Regions such as the Iron Peak territory were able to lynch Abyssal Lords, and after the two regions had been approached, It was impossible for the Third Kingdom not to understand how powerful the awakened were. Even in this area where the Third Kingdom was located, there were existences such as Sword Saint Whitestar and Dharma Saint Junine. It shouldn't be so bad that, right off the bat, it unabashedly showed its purpose to invade the awakened region, right? Also, underneath the royal palace, it is surprising that prisoners are still being used as experiments so as to study special monsters such as the Dusty Phantom. This can be quite different from the new areas that the awakened have discovered in the past. For all of this, Lin Shi actually didn't have the heart to delve into it. What he cared about, however, were the two missions he had been given. It's not easy to say. Lu Bu lightly exhaled a breath, looking serious. The Corpse King doesn't seem to have much of a consciousness and can't communicate. If you can't, just find a way to eliminate it outright. Anyway, if he was able to grab the Corpse King's final blow, he should be able to get a decent amount. There just doesn't seem to be a way to eliminate the Corpse King anytime soon. Lin Chi shrugged, his attention once again shifting to the Corpse King's side. He didn't bother thinking about any mission. Simply destroy the Corpse King. But speaking of which, even the boundary ring of death and life on his hand, as a mythic quality equipment, had a limit on the number of times it could be revived. This king, he can't really be reassembled indefinitely, can he? Was thinking about it. The Corpse King's grandiose words rang out once again. The right hand of the lone King's daughter, Knight Commander. Where has the lone loyal minister gone? Why haven't you come to save the orphan? Words. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly, suddenly realizing a problem. And yes, this palace, it looks dry. In the whole palace, there is only one living king. One corpse? Well, what about the others? There was only the corpse of a king in the palace of the Third Kingdom. It doesn't look right. Anyway, this operation is actually related to the Third Kingdom internally as well. Lu Bu duly explained to Lin Chi. This can also be said to be a rebellion within them, but the specifics, I don't understand. Now, Lin Chi understood. No wonder we haven't seen another living soul in this palace. The Third Kingdom is still a mess. He looked again in midair. This time, the king's body did not coalesce again. It was as if its undead spirit floated throughout the palace. Yes, Lone, remember, Lone is dead. The originally magnificent voice suddenly became gloomy. It sounded somewhat similar to some of the undead-type monsters that Lin Chi had encountered in the past. And, again, it gradually became filled with resentment and tyranny. It was you who betrayed Lone. You, all deserve to die. The meaning revealed in these words was more or less what Lin Chi had expected. The king died in his palace and swindled. It must have something to do with the betrayal of his subjects. In the meantime, around the royal palace, wisps of fog suddenly emerged. Again, as if pulled by a vortex, it coalesced toward midair. The Corpse King is going to change, an awakened person exclaimed. After disintegrating the Corpse King's body over and over again, it was clearly time for the creature to move on to the next stage. Soon, where the original Corpse King had gathered his body, something resurfaced again. The awakened had already seen the moment and immediately released a skill there. This time, however, but there was no sight of the Corpse King disintegrating as they had expected. The mist in midair, coalescing, actually transformed into a giant egg once again. As before, click, click. In a short time, the eggshell once again cracked inch by inch, far more quickly than before. Next moment, a scepter, shaped like a long sword, violently crashed to the ground from the eggshell. It was the very same scepter that the Corpse Wreck King had been holding, but now it had become even more extremely huge, more than 10 meters tall. With the scepter as the center, the ground was even spreading a dark and evil pattern at great speed, as if it was intertwining into some kind of spell formation. Stay away from the phalanx. With the previous lesson, the awakened hastily dispersed individually. This must be the skill of the Corpse King. And just then, in the giant egg, the body of the Corpse King had reappeared. However, it has become more than 10 meters high, appearing particularly magnificent, such as the descent of the god of heaven. Boom! An awakened skill blasted at the Corpse King's body, violently exploding in a blaze of flames. But this time, the Corpse King's body did not disintegrate. Even more, a damage number floated by, -57,820. It can be destroyed. The awakened realized this at once. Chapter 182 Dying Teleportation? It's not like I have that skill. In an instant, an attack was like a raging storm, blasting at the Corpse King's huge body. By now, the awakened had stopped forcing their way through the task. The king became a monster, and apparently even the major associations didn't see it coming. Not to mention, after turning the stage, the Corpse King surprisingly remained under little control even when faced with a siege of awakened ones. Its huge palm was already holding on top of the scepter. The evil and strange spell formation underneath his feet, even more so, blossomed with light, obviously condensing some kind of powerful means of attack. But the next moment, the Corpse King's body, however, suddenly froze. Spin. Again. Under the stunned gazes of the awakened, the huge scepter, which was stuck in the ground, was slowly raised. The body of the orphan. The corpse king's voice rang out, more grandiose, yet still with a raspiness that one could hear. As the scepter was raised, the phalanx at its feet dimmed. Again, it gradually dissipated. The attack was cancelled? Many awakened ones looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt, though it seems that the corpse king has long since lost his mind. But now, even the skills have been removed. This is very abnormal any way you look at it, right? Mission change, same time. The same information prompt surfaced in front of all the awakened in the royal palace. An awakened person glanced at the information on the panel and instantly understood. The expressions all froze with it. Current mission, break into the palace and shock the third kingdom. The original mandate to control the king has disappeared. The accompanying changes were made in order to deter the third kingdom. This means, the task of controlling the king was accomplished. Dare, use a control type skill and control the king. It is also considered a mission accomplished? I just released my control skill too, but it's not working. The awakened were talking. Obviously, the fact that the corpse king's skill was interrupted just now wasn't that it cancelled the skill on its own initiative. Rather, it was under the control skills of one of the awakened. The corpse king doesn't eat control. In the crowd, Chairman Wang of the Heavenly Punishment Echo narrowed his eyes, his gaze glancing back and forth at the awakened people around him, sweeping over Lin Chi and the others. He also swept over some of the awakened in the crowd such as Hong Xiongtu of the Descendant Guild. These people, they are the top of the awakened. The skill to control the king must have been unleashed by one of them, and at this point, all three of them were also looking at the information on the panel. Mission accomplished. Your teammate, Lin Chi, has successfully held the king hostage. Their gazes fell back to Lin Chi's side, somewhat stunned. When did the blacksmith's main profession have control type skills? Zhou Fanga pulled the corner of his mouth and looked at Li Shi and Lu Bu beside him. Li Shi and Lu Bu shook their heads in unison. It seems that this situation, happening to Lin Chi, is not too strange. But suddenly, in mid-air, a thunderbolt flashed. The three people's original expressions, which were still in thought, changed instantly. This is the heavenly punishment lightning strike ruling. Li Shi immediately rushed towards Lin Chi, the giant shield in his hand raised high, releasing a shield skill to cover Lin Chi. This time, the lightning strike was judged to have landed on Lin Chi, but the lightning strike went through her shield. Unstoppable. You've suffered a lightning strike. A message had surfaced on Lin Chi's panel. He hadn't anticipated this moment either. Earlier, after the corpse king turned his stage, he naturally followed the other awakened to attack the corpse king along with him. Only, in order to force the final blow, he directly unleashed the Abyssal Ruin Unification skill. This was the special effect of the Abyssal Market Sledgehammer as a mythic quality equipment. Abyssal Ruin Unity, which inflicts shock on the target and inflicts a 3-second unity effect, controlling all of the opponent's actions. And that, surprisingly, is even controlling the corpse king. Incidentally, even the mission was accomplished. He was still thinking about the party. A thunderbolt then surfaced before his eyes with it. Boom! Thunder fell, abruptly submerging Lin Chi's body. The movement on his side naturally attracted the attention of the other awakened. At a time like this, a heavenly lightning strike judgment was received. President Wang shook his head. He could see that Lin Chi's combat power should be even stronger than in their previous intelligence. But now, it was no longer Lin Chi's turn to grab the corpse king's final blow. Out of range of the corpse king's attack and also suffered a heavenly lightning strike ruling. Naturally, it triggers near-death teleportation. Still don't know exactly who accomplished the task of holding the king hostage in the first place. President Wang quickly collected his thoughts. With one less competitor, the only one in the Guild of Earthly Kings that was still worth his attention was Li Shi. It was natural to continue attacking the corpse king while it was still possible. At this point, Lu Bu and Zhou Fanga had no time to care about attacking the corpse wreck king, so they could only watch as the thunderbolt passed through Li Shi's block and landed on Lin Chi. Don't worry, this final blow will help you grab it. Zhou Fanga tugged at the corner of his mouth and ruthlessly poured down a bottle of healing potion. Fortunately, the Heaven's Punishment Lightning Strike status would only forcefully reduce the Awakened's blood level by 99% and was not fatal. Even if we quit the palace now, the loss would be small. At least there was already one more reward for completing the mission than the other Awakened as well. Lu Bu, on the other hand, viciously poured down a bottle of mana potion and quickly calmed down. With one less powerful output, it would be a hard battle to try and grab the final blow next. And at this point, the lightning was already dissipating. But Li Shi, who was still frowning tightly, was slightly wide-eyed. A figure gradually emerged from the dissipating lightning. That was Lin Chi's figure. Lin Chi, you didn't teleport away? Lu Bu immediately stared in shock. But now, it was no longer Lin Chi's turn to grab the corpse king's final blow. out of range of the Corpse King's attack and also suffered a celestial lightning strike ruling. Naturally, it triggers near-death teleportation. Still don't know exactly who accomplished the task of holding the king hostage in the first place. President Wang quickly collected his thoughts. With one less competitor, the only one in the Guild of Earthly Kings that was still worth his attention was Li Shi. It was natural to continue attacking the Corpse King while it was still possible. At this point, Lu Bu and Zhou Fangde had no time to care about attacking the Corpse Wreck King, so they could only watch as the thunderbolt passed through Li Shi's block and landed on Lin Shi. Don't worry, this final blow will help you grab it. Zhou Fangde tugged at the corner of his mouth and ruthlessly poured down a bottle of healing potion. Fortunately, the Heaven's Punishment Lightning Strike status would only forcefully reduce the Awakened's blood level by 99% and was not fatal. Even if we quit the palace now, the loss would be small. At least there was already one more reward for completing the mission than the other Awakened as well. Lu Bu, on the other hand, viciously poured down a bottle of mana potion and quickly calmed down. With one less powerful output, it would be a hard battle to try and grab the final blow next. And at this point, the lightning was already dissipating, but Li Shi, who was still frowning tightly, was slightly wide-eyed. A figure gradually emerged from the dissipating lightning. That was Lin Shi's figure. Lin Shi, you didn't teleport away? Lu Bu immediately stared in shock. Chapter 183, 3 million in one hammer. The final blow. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. And for a while they were all somewhat speechless. Who among the high-level Awakened doesn't have a life-saving skill? Activating teleportation in a near-death state, away from danger, was undoubtedly the safest means, but the key is that Lin Shi does not seem to be a high-level Awakened person. You've got better. Lu Bu bristled. He could remember Lin Shi's deadly life boundary ring. With the deadly life boundary ring, there is indeed no need for a means of preserving one's life. Not far away, Hong Shengtu from the Descending World Guild's tone was filled with grudges. The mythic quality ring that used to belong to their guild. Giggle. Suddenly, clusters of fireballs violently appeared in the sky, like meteors, blasting towards the side of the ruins of the royal palace. The Corpse King didn't give the Awakened too much time to think. The scepter in his hand had been raised high in the air and waved like a staff. On it, there is even a heavy spell formation cohesion, a full 9. It was as if he was controlling that ball of fire to precisely blast towards the area where each Awakened was located. Only for a moment, the Awakened ones then felt the almost terrifying temperature of the flames. Searing hot. Even the equipment on many of them showed signs of melting. At this moment, people had long since lost the heart to ponder on who exactly was controlling the Corpse King. Let's first defeat the Corpse King in front of us. Join forces against the king. Our team is short of tanks. Come to the heavy warrior profession. In the previous battles, there were already quite a few Awakened teams that had all experienced attrition. Now, it was obvious that it was optimal to join forces with each other and deal with the king together, as opposed to fighting separately. Kings of the earth, joining forces? Not far away, there were also voices coming towards Lin Shi's 4 people. Lu Bu craned his head to look at it, and his gaze became somewhat playful. The person who spoke was none other than Hong Shengtu, the president of the Descending World Guild. Grudges are grudges and benefits are benefits. All of these, the Awakened are still clearly distinguished. However, Lu Bu just glanced at Lin Shi beside him and then grinned at Hong Shengtu. Our team is fully configured and we recommend you to go for the Heavenly Punishment Echo. After saying that, he poured down a mouthful of mana potion. The alchemist profession is good at everything, but it just lacks mana. A good portion of the money screwed up with skills goes to mana potions. On the other side of him, Zhou Fangde had already picked up 3 or 4 bottles of healing potion in his mouth, ready to pour them into his mouth at any time. The Berserker profession's Berserker battle state was extremely explosive, but it gradually deducted blood. He directly met the fireball that fell from the sky and killed the Corpse King. Lin Shi swept his gaze oddly at the two of them, Lu Bu and Zhou Fangde. In fact, he'd been so concerned about these two that he just held back from spitting on them. One drinks blue, one drinks blood. It's a good thing there's a normal person in the team. Li Shi. At this point, Li Shi had already raised his giant shield and rushed in front of the Corpse King. The huge shield in his hand impacted on the Corpse King, actually causing both Corpse Kings to retreat a step back. As early as earlier, Lin Shi knew that Li Shi's strength attribute was also very powerful. Speaking of which, the Corpse King's defense and blood quantity are not normally high. Lin Shi muttered. With so many top Awakened ones joining forces to surround them, even a mythic quality world boss wouldn't be able to carry it, right? But despite the damage numbers constantly floating past the Corpse King's body, it was still standing. Boom, boom, boom. At this point, the fireballs in the sky were already bombarding the earth continuously. The scorching flames actually directly smashed a large pit in the ground. Also, the flames come with burn damage. A sea of fire was raised throughout the palace. Even if the Awakened person dodges the fireball, he or she will still be affected by the flaming burn damage. Some awakened figures were engulfed in flames, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Lin Chi's footsteps were heavy. The figure instantly rushed out hundreds of meters and arrived in front of the Corpse King. The profound market sledgehammer was also wrapped in a blazing flame, far more scorching than the fireball spell unleashed by the Corpse King. Boom! As the hammer fell, the Corpse King's huge body heaved with it. -1.03 million. You killed the Fountain of Kings. Looking at the information that surfaced before him, Lin Chi's eyes instantly narrowed. His attack clearly landed on the Corpse King. But what about the source of the king? Meaning that the life value of the Corpse King actually comes from this so-called king's source? The attacks of the awakened fell on the Corpse King, and it had been the king's source that had taken them on his behalf. That's why this Corpse King is so resilient. It's kind of similar to my plummy words. Lin Chi pondered, but the movement of his hand swinging the sledgehammer did not stop. The Corpse King didn't fall because one of the king's source was destroyed, and was still unleashing attacks, and Lin Chi has to grab the final blow in a siege of awakened people. -2.69 million. You have killed the king's fountain. -2.89 million. You have killed the king's fountain. Looking at the damage numbers, Lin Chi was roughly able to tell. The life value of the king's source was around 3 million, because that was the limit of the king's source's lifesteal, not the limit of the damage he could inflict. Of course, the defense of the Corpse King must also be counted, as well as the combined attacks of the other awakened. Rebels, I will kill you all. The Corpse King's voice was already filled with maniacal implications. The scepter in its hand seemed to have transformed into a giant sword, with a chilling light that cut through the four directions, to kill all the awakened in front of him. The earth beneath its feet trembled even more with this sword swing. The cracks in the earth, which was already full of holes, spread and even extended beyond the royal palace. The scale of this royal palace was not supposed to be smaller than the summer city. Be careful with this strike. Try not to resist it. Avoid it with all your might. The awakened didn't dare to underestimate the Corpse King's attack in the slightest and prepared countermeasures. If they were really hit, they would most likely die here as well. However, expectedly, the Corpse King's blow, however, did not land. The scepter's huge sword in its hand had stalled in midair. Even the raging might that had originally swept through the royal palace was gone at this moment. Controlled again? In the crowd, Hong Xiongtu's gaze condensed, and subconsciously, he was going to take this opportunity to unleash his skills at the Corpse King. They couldn't tell just how much longer the Corpse King would be able to fight, but inevitably, it's about grabbing the last shot possible. Many of the awakened did not hesitate much either, since he didn't have to dodge the attack. Then of course he had to take the opportunity to attack the Corpse King. But immediately after, the awakenings in the royal palace then suddenly fell silent. They looked at the Corpse King's side with dismay and stupefaction in their eyes. The body of that tall Corpse King had actually gradually dimmed. In a very short period of time, it was reduced to a piece of flying ash. You've successfully participated in the crusade against the King of the Rex. Same time, the kill prompt surfaced in front of all the awakened. Last hit, Lin Chi, Chapter 184 Kingslayer. The source of kings, the king, has been killed? Hong Xiongtu was still holding the large sword in his hand high, maintaining the stance of releasing the skill. Looking straight at the Corpse King who had been reduced to flying dust, he had not yet returned to his senses. The same was true of many awakened ones in the royal palace. Dumbfounded, he gazed in the direction where the original Corpse King had been. From the time the Corpse King turned on stage 2 and was finally able to do damage to it until now. How long has it been? Moreover, it was even less difficult to judge from the attacks inflicted by the Corpse King. This monster, long ago, had far surpassed any monster the awakened had encountered in the past. But, getting killed, is too fast, isn't it? They were all still preparing for the attacks and skills that would come after the Corpse King. Be prepared to consume all the props on your body. Even if it's hard to consume, you have to consume the Corpse Wreck King. Just die? High offense, low defense? That being said, judging by the damage numbers caused by their earlier attacks, the defense of the Corpse King was definitely not low. As for someone being able to do massive damage to the Corpse King in one hit, no one even thinks in that direction. That's never going to happen. The top awakened gathered in the royal palace were 60 to 70%, if not all of them. Everyone is in a similar situation. And in the crowd, there were awakened people who quickly came back to their senses after the shock. A gaze gradually focused on a figure in front. It was a young awakened man with a sledgehammer, from the Guild of Earthly Kings, which is third on the list. Looking at the armor on his body and the sledgehammer in his hand, it kind of looks like some kind of powerful warrior profession. But according to the information some people had gotten, this young man should be a blacksmith by profession. On the contrary, it was also the newest class of awakened newcomer awakeners. But it's such an awakened person grabbed the final blow from the Corpse King. Some of the awakened who weren't quite aware of the situation stared at Lin Chi, their eyes green. Although until now, It was unclear how many extremely powerful monsters there were in this new area under the Third Kingdom's command, but to be sure, right now, the Corpse King was the first and strongest monster that the Awakened had encountered in the new area. Last hit is his. Speaking of which, the first one to get a pet was also him. Chairman Wang of the Heaven's Punishment Echo Guild murmured in a low voice. It seemed that they weren't paying enough attention to Lin Shi. Nowadays, as the Awakened explored the new area, there were already a lot of Awakened who had obtained pets. But until now, the number one pet ranking was also still Lin Shi's pet, the Saint-level Golden Lion. It seems that his real background is not as simple as it was in the intelligence investigation. Beside President Wang, the president of the Descending World Guild, Hong Xiong-tu, glanced back and forth from Lin Shi's side and President Wang's body. Presumably, it was time for the Descending Guild to feel the pressure brought on by the Guild of Kings on Earth, and for the gazes of the other Awakened around him. Lin Shi ignored them. He was already checking up on the lucrative rewards of the final blow. You've reached the achievement, Regicide. You've earned the title, Kingslayer. You have obtained the source of the artifact Spirit King. You've been equipped with the left hand of the king. Level +1. You gained the word Thunder Elemental, purple. You gain a word repair bonus, blue. Level +1. You gain word Extra Blast, blue. Special rewards settlement in progress. And special rewards? Lin Shi was puzzled for a moment. Special rewards? It can't just be the reward for killing the king's final blow, can it? However, the rewards he reaped at the moment were already extremely generous. He was clearly the only one who had risen 2 levels in a row. There is simply no other Awakened person with a blooming escalating light on them in the surrounding area. Ignore those for now. Lin Shi quickly skimmed over the words he had just acquired. 63 times. Once again, the effect of word fission was triggered. One gives lightning elemental resistance and attack bonuses. One gives equipment auto repair effects. And one increases extra bludgeon rate and damage. It's all purple and blue words though, but in reality, the effects brought about by these words were quite powerful for any Awakened person. Moreover, Lin Shi was very clear. 2 levels in a row can only be considered as an added bonus. The real showstopper lies ahead. Title, Kingslayer. Effect, ignores 70% of domain pressure and spell control effects. Increased damage dealt to bosses by 30%. Immunity bounty. 1 title, 3 effects? Lin Shi couldn't help but light up. The most intuitive effect of this is the increase in damage to the boss. An immunization from the wanted bounty meant that no one could put him on the wanted bounty list after that. Extrajudicial fanatic. In response, Lin Shi had only one comment. As for the so-called domain pressure, it was similar to ignoring a certain level of negative status. Kingslayer title. Seems a bit high profile. He didn't rush to put it on, but looked again at the 2 remaining rewards. Artifact spirits? Lin Shi's gaze was a bit odd. Source of the king. Category, artifacts. Effect, 100% increase in life value. 100% increase in defense. Special effect, King's Source, passive. Can use King's Source with 1 million life points attached to it to take damage instead. Source of the king, active. Body illusion tenfold. Full attributes increased by 100%. Lasts 10 minutes. Description, an artifact possessed by a depraved king, which can be contained in any piece of equipment. This is the artifact spirit? Lin Shi understood. It's the equivalent of, well, an extra piece of special equipment. The king has been killed? Hong Xiong-tu was still holding the large sword in his hand high, maintaining the stance of releasing the skill. Looking straight at the corpse king who had been reduced to flying dust, he had not yet returned to his senses. The same was true of many awakened ones in the royal palace. Dumbfounded, he gazed in the direction where the original corpse king had been. From the time the corpse king turned on stage 2 and was finally able to do damage to it until now. How long has it been? Moreover, it was even less difficult to judge from the attacks inflicted by the corpse king. This monster, long ago, had far surpassed any monster the awakened had encountered in the past. But, getting killed, is too fast, isn't it? They were all still preparing for the attacks and skills that would come after the corpse king. Be prepared to consume all the props on your body. Even if it's hard to consume, you have to consume the corpse wreck king. Just die? High offense, low defense? That being said, judging by the damage numbers caused by their earlier attacks, the defense of the corpse king was definitely not low. As for someone being able to do massive damage to the corpse king in one hit, no one even thinks in that direction. That's never going to happen. The top awakened gathered in the royal palace were 60 to 70%, if not all of them. Everyone is in a similar situation. And in the crowd, there were awakened people who quickly came back to their senses after the shock. A gaze gradually focused on a figure in front. Chapter 185, the rewards have all been received. You're still here to save us? Apart from this special spirit, the last thing is the equipment. Lin Shi only picked up this equipment that resembled the shape of a long glove and glanced at it, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Mythic quality. He had finally popped out a mythic quality equipment. The left hand of the king, myth. Category, wrist guard. Equipment requirements, lords / kings layers / chiefs / guild leaders. Effect, strength plus 1500. Agility plus 1500. Spirit plus 1500. Physique plus 1500. Special effect, King's Domain. When opened, it will cause domain pressure toves surrounding 200 times 200 m area, causing the enemy target to be in a state of mandatory kneeling, unable to attack in the kneeling state. Maintained for 10 seconds, teleportation is prohibited within the domain, and the damage inflicted on the enemy target within the domain will be transformed into its own temporary armor. Description, a powerful piece of equipment owned by a corrupted king, part of the symbol of that king. The first thing Lin Shi noticed was the special effect attached to this equipment. Skill descriptions this long? It was just a skill alone, but it had the longest information description he had seen so far. However, after skimming through the skill description, a wave of oddness spread across Lin Shi's face. It's time to say no. This skill is really lacking. He thought back to the beginning when the awakened ones were fighting the corpse king, and suddenly realized, no wonder the awakened rushed to the king before and were forced to kneel. Dare I say it was the effect of this king's domain. The king's domain, which comes with 3 effects. One of them is to force the target to kneel towards himself for 10 seconds. In the meantime it is not possible to attack. It's humiliating to think about. The second was the negative status that prohibited teleportation, which, as before, could greatly affect the means of preserving the lives of many awakened. As for the third, it's a transformation of damage into armor. It's the equivalent of stacking defense one way or the other. Furthermore, it was the equipment requirements of this wrist guard that made Lin Shi care a bit. No level or attributes required, just identity. Mythic quality equipment would indeed be more or less special in certain aspects, but the good thing is, he was able to fulfill the requirements of this outfit. Casually remove the Lord's sleeve gauntlet you were wearing and replace it with this right hand of the king. The Lord's set has become more and more of a chicken ********. There's already quite a bit of equipment and materials from this haul, so we'll turn around and give the Lord set a wave of sacrificial synthesis. This was the plan Lin Shi had made from the start, and all around, the other awakened had been silently paying attention to Lin Shi's side, especially after noticing that Lin Shi's wrist guards had appeared to be replaced. They had an eye roll. This must be the bonus equipment for the final blow. Even though Lin Shi hadn't turned on the equipment effect, the awakened ones still had a judgment in their hearts. The corpse king was able to carry the attack of so many of their awakened. That last blow in the reward. There must be at least one piece of mythic quality equipment, but envious as they were, there was nothing they could do about it. Lin Shi, is there any mythic quality equipment in the reward for the final strike? It was Zhou Fanga who came over to ask Lin Shi instead. We were rewarded with a title of Rebel Congregation, as well as a couple of props and some attribute points. Zhou Fanga was still holding a few props in his hand, and the rewards weren't really that small. Lin Shi unconcernedly shook the king's right-hand wrist guard in his hand as a reply. Seeing this, Zhou Fanga immediately brightened up. Great, we got all the benefits. Not only did he steal the final blow, but he also reached the task of holding the king hostage in the first place. Later on, they are also able to approach the major associations to collect the rewards for their tasks. But these rewards will have to be claimed in the name of the Earthly Kings Guild. Instead, Lu Bu swept his eyes around and seemed to be pondering something. The problem at hand is that the king of the Third Kingdom is dead. That's a lot of movement. The very beginning. The goal of the mission for all of them is just to break into the palace and hold the king hostage. This was meant to show the power of the awakened to the Third Kingdom, so that between the two regions, a large-scale conflict would not break out again. Although the awakened were all not weak in combat, they all had their own development to attend to. Once a war broke out between the two regions, the consequences, too, were not what the awakened wanted to see. But now, the king of the Third Reich is dead. God knows how it's going to end up after that. Speaking of this, Lin Shi was also more or less helpless. The task of holding the king hostage was accomplished, but he was clueless about the task given to him by the Sword Saint White Star, sweeping around, now that this palace of the Third Reich has been reduced to utter ruin. In the earlier battle with the Corpse King, all those kingdom demon statues were pretty much destroyed as well. Just the outer walls of the royal palace. There are still some broken walls. Just leave the mess to the major associations to annoy. Zhou Fanga, who was on the side, shrugged his shoulders, not caring about it. Anyway, it's a mission issued by those old folks banding together. It is still the major associations that really deal with the Third Kingdom. In response, Lin Shi didn't think much of it. He was still waiting for his special reward. Now it seems that rewards such as the king's source and the king's right hand should be the ones gained from causing the final blow. So what about special rewards? He doesn't have a word on this either. Soon, Lin Shi then understood. New information had surfaced on the panel in front of him. Special reward settlement completed. Natural disaster territory increase level +1. Natural disaster territory expanded. Area +100. Natural disaster territory expanded. Population +100. The increased level of the natural disaster territory has gained another boost. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. This special bonus is because he is a lord. So, this time, when he took on the king of the upper corpse, in a way, there was some element of territorial warfare involved. The king, too, could have been considered a lord. I'll be able to turn around and see if there are any new changes in the territory. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. At this time, the awakened in the royal palace had also all recovered their respective states from the previous battle. Even now, they still didn't know which guild's awakened was responsible for the task of holding the king hostage. However, this mission was shared by them, and they would also get a share from the major associations afterward. Moreover, some of the guilds had even had awakened people die here. This also makes it necessary for them to go about their respective business as well. Boom! Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder, which immediately attracted the attention of all the people around. The lightning dissipated, and an awakened's means of preserving his life was then activated and teleported out. The state of heavenly punishment thunderstrike continues. Let's get out of the palace first. People woke up at once. This palace, after all, is not a replica and is not close just because the corpse king is wiped out. Stump, stump, stump. But just then, outside the royal palace, there suddenly came the sound of neatly organized footsteps. The sound came from far away. It looks like a lot of people are making their way to this side of the palace, surrounding it on all sides. The Third Kingdom's army, coming to the rescue? At once, an awakened realized this, and their expressions changed slightly. But they even finished collecting the hit rewards. Chapter 186, The King's Daughter. It's a bit outrageous. Lin Chi was also stunned for a moment. The Third Kingdom's defense force, of course, couldn't just be as little as it was in the royal palace. Even when the awakened from the major associations combined their efforts, they merely teleported away the defense team in the royal palace. However, this palace has been destroyed, and the rescuers are just now arriving, stepping on the exact time to come. This is not planning to save the king at all. Lin Chi muttered. It was true that the king had been turned into a corpse for some unknown reason, and it was also true that there was no need to save the king. Pondering in his mind, Lin Chi looked around again. Of the awakened in the royal palace, except for some awakened that weren't in the best condition teleported away. Instead, most of them remained where they were. Apparently, at that moment, the Third Kingdom's men came to besiege the royal palace. Although there might be some danger, but there's no guarantee if there are other opportunities. Many of the top awakened are close to, if not the tip of the knife. Certainly not a situation that would be easily missed. Only not much longer. Around the royal palace, a line of people then appeared. All of them were wearing golden standard armor, and the weapons in their hands were all neatly organized. Obviously a clearly divided army. They only just appeared, and they surrounded the awakened ones by blocking the various areas in the palace. In particular, they were all clearly well trained, and their every move was made without delay, giving them a sense of overwhelming pressure. This is much better than a beast wave. However, after approaching a certain range of the awakened one, these soldiers and horses all stopped in unison. Just like that, the awakened ones confronted each other and did not follow up. According to our previous intelligence, in the Third Kingdom, in addition to the king, there are two forces, the king's daughter and the right hand of the king. Lu Bu observed the soldiers and horses in front of him while introducing them to Lin Chi. In addition, there are ministers in charge of various matters in the kingdom, but none of them appeared in the earlier battle. At those words, Lin Chi was a bit playful, combined with what Lu Bu had said earlier. Then this time, the awakened ones breaking into the royal palace should also be related to these two forces. Then they can't be trying to use our hands to get rid of the king so they can deal with us again, right? Lin Chi asked again. That would fit well with his understanding of conspiracy theories. By then, once the king was dead, both forces, the king's daughter and the king's right hand, would be free of obstacles. It would be able to fight for the rightful ownership of the Third Kingdom. The king would have already been a corpse. The corners of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. It's a certainty that they used our hands to get rid of the king, but it shouldn't want to deal with us. The awakened are exactly the kind of force they want to pull in. Regarding these, Lin Chi only pondered a little before dropping his thoughts. He was too lazy to get involved in these messes in the middle of the Third Kingdom. Originally, this was a new area, and general changes would not affect the area where the awakened were located. But, Lin Chi surveyed the soldiers and horses that surrounded him in all directions, and an idea surfaced in his mind instead. A nation cannot live without a master. There has to be a king for this Third Kingdom, or come out a steward would be fine. Then he should be considered to have completed his mission if he directly approached the steward to submit the Sword Saint White Star's mission. Right? Granted, the quest doesn't seem to be very rewarding. However, Lin Chi was clear that Sword Saint Whitestar could be absolutely generous. And that's when, among the soldiers and horses on the left and right, a figure came out from each of them distinctly. One person on the left, a middle-aged man with a beard. His robe was emblazoned with intricate patterns, and a fist-shaped insignia was pinned in front of his body. The fist of that badge would be the right hand. The person on the right, on the other hand, was a young girl with long blonde hair like waves, fair skin, turquoise blue eyes, and an upturned nose, who seemed to naturally have an air of dignity and gentleness. Is this the king's right hand and the king's daughter? Lin Chi inquired to Lu Bu, who was beside him. Lu Bu nodded, still watching the two men. He also seemed to want to see what these two were planning to do with the current situation. Lin Chi noted likewise, that Third Kingdom's royal daughter, at that moment, was walking in the ruins of the royal palace with her little bare feet, but the little feet are immaculate, white dress gently fluttering, behind the emanation of a little golden light. It seemed to have its own aura of a goddess in the dust. It's the equipment special effects turned up full blast. Lin Chi made a pertinent comment. Soon, the king's daughter then preceded the king's right hand to the awakened ones. Slowly stand still. She clasped her hands together, but her eyes gradually reddened, and even more crystallized tears accumulated. Guys, worked hard for you. With that, she actually bowed deeply to the awakenings again and curtsied. Ha! Seeing this, Lin Chi couldn't help but be stunned. Worked them hard to destroy the king? This queen daughter of the Third Kingdom in front of her. You really can't judge a person by her appearance. The awakened had leveled the royal palace, and yet the king's daughter was still in front of them, softly expressing her gratitude to them. It's a little off the wall. Father, he suffered from the evil power in a battle many years ago, even though he always insisted on fighting against it. But, speaking of this, the king's daughter sighed and tears slid down from her delicate face. Thanks to you, you stormed the palace and helped free my father. So that's the reason. Lin Chi poured out his ears. He knew, of course, that the reason for this was certainly not so, and all the other awakenings know it. But on the surface, there was always a need for a reason to address the consequences of this battle for the throne room. I have been watching your valiant battles. The king's daughter said that while waving her hand to the king's right hand behind her. Not just me, but his excellency, the right hand of the king. Afterward, we will prepare thank you gifts for the awakened who participated in this battle. So I hope you won't excuse us. That's a precise capture of what the awakened want. No awakened would normally get involved in the internal disputes of the Third Kingdom at a time like this. All anyone cares about is what the direct Third Kingdom takes out. Call it compensation or reward. That's what the awakened need. Lin Chi gathered these sights into his eyes, and his next step was already clear in his mind. The Sword Saint Whitestar was able to get this king's daughter to submit her quest. When the king died, naturally, the same daughter succeeded to the throne. Which, is His Excellency the Kingslayer? But after some speeches, the king's daughter suddenly inquired to the awakened ones again. Benton time. The gazes of the surrounding group of awakened ones then converged on Lin Chi's body. There was mostly envy in his eyes. There was no doubt that the awakened who grabbed the final blow would more than likely still be on the side of the king's daughter and be able to reap any benefits. But it is also possible that the Third Kingdom will make some other arrangement. Lin Chi didn't care about this, and passed a wink at Li Shi's trio before he stepped out. Chapter 187, One Hammer and It Flies. What a mess! The king's daughter's eyes flowed, and she soon spotted the young man who had walked out from the crowd. The eyes spiraled back to the sledgehammer carried in the young man's hand, flooding with a slight difference. Unbridled, but right at that moment, a tall figure in heavy armor violently appeared in front of the king's daughter. A wide, huge sword in his hand blocking Lin Chi horizontally, face to face with the princess. And you dare to hold a weapon? Saying that, a ball of light actually instantly bloomed in that tall figure's hand. It landed directly on the profound market sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand. Surrender? See this scene. The group of awakened in the back all narrowed their eyes slightly. They were able to see that the skill unleashed by that tall figure was clearly none other than the warrior profession's disarming skill. Ability to put the target in a state where they have no weapon bonuses for a certain amount of time. Is this to give the Kingslayer a run for his money? After all, the king had been done in by the awakened, and the Third Kingdom couldn't hold back even for the sake of face. In the crowd, Li Shi even took a step forward directly, and the huge shield in his hand was slightly flowing with light. However, Lu Bu reached out and blocked her, shaking his head slowly at her. The light had already landed on the profound market sledgehammer. No insolence. At this time, the king's daughter looked like she had just come back to her senses and lightly scolded the tall figure in front of her. But her words had not yet fallen. Whoosh! That tall figure then suddenly flew backwards, almost turning into a stump. It flew out dozens of meters away before smashing heavily into the ruins, stirring up a puff of smoke and dust. One time, the gazes of everyone around them all converged on Lin Chi. Surrender. Invalid? Some of the awakened took in this scene and looked at Lin Chi with increasing scorn. This time, the Corpse King's final blow was able to be snatched by Lin Shi. But it wasn't without reason. Lin Shi still maintains the stance of swinging a sledgehammer with both hands as if he were playing golf. He reached out and shielded his eyes, glancing away from the tall figure. Only then did he casually put away the profound market sledgehammer. What's the mess? Disarming skills? But he can't afford to have high resistance. It didn't suffer any negative status at all. However, with this strike, he also stayed his hand. There was no need to kill another one of the king's daughter's guards in front of so many people. Only then did Lin Shi look at the king's daughter again. To purposely call him over? The awakened who had snagged the Corpse King's final blow couldn't really be for the sake of standing up for himself, could it? Hasn't everything been put to rest earlier? But that's when. However, the king's daughter suddenly came to Lin Shi's body and grabbed his hand, protecting it in front of her. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that my men would be rude to you. She looked directly into Lin Shi's eyes, her expression filled with a wave of apology, her tone filled with a sense of concern. Lin Shi felt the warmth coming from his hands, and his gaze became odd. What's going on here? The men are loyal to the Lord? However, he didn't think much of it and just casually said, no need to apologize, just give compensation. It's not like he was the one who was sent flying by a hammer. But the queen's daughter laughed softly. You are such a powerful and interesting man. It was as if Lin Shi was teasing her. At such a close distance, Lin Shi was able to see every inch of the details of the skin on her face clearly, and indeed he could not pick out any flaws. The beauty was unbelievable. However, Lin Shi didn't have any charming thoughts about the king's daughter in front of him. The king's final blow was his, and the king's daughter was still able to smile out at him. It's really cooling, Your Excellency. Thank you for helping my father to free himself from the contamination brought about by depravity. The king's daughter was still gripping Lin Shi's palm tightly as she gazed at him. Her cheeks were still streaked with tears, but against her bright smile, she actually had a pretentious beauty. Lin Shi smiled politely. Our third kingdom, which is now in disarray, is similarly in need of the help of all of you powerful awakened ones. The queen daughter softly said, if possible, I also hope that your excellency can help us. Well. Lin Shi also roughly guessed the king's daughter's intentions. On the one hand, it's for show, so as to at least close the book on the situation at hand. On the other hand, Lin Shi looked again at the right hand of the king behind the queen daughter. This middle-aged man hadn't said a word more since the beginning, just watching it all with a smile on my face. However, Lin Shi had already learned from Lu Bu earlier that the king's daughter and the king's right hand were each occupying a side of power. This is clearly an attempt to pull in the awakened in advance. It's just that in the moment, I have a lot of things to take care of on my end. The king's daughter sighed softly again. When it's over, can I meet with you again to talk? Obtaining a quest, the queen's request for a meeting. Do you accept? That's a mission? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Of course he wouldn't refuse. Good point. It was only then that the king's daughter let go of his hand and smiled sweetly at him. Only then did Lin Shi return to Li Shi's trio. You kid, are an expert. As soon as he returned, Zhou Fanga came over with a smile and touched Lin Shi's shoulder. This is just the first time you've met the king's daughter, and you're flirting with her? They hadn't heard the conversation between Lin Shi and the king's daughter just now. However, it was clear that the king's daughter had transformed from her original watering eyes to a smile on her face, especially, and kept holding onto Lin Shi's hand without letting go. Lin Shi pulled the corner of his mouth and didn't explain anything. That king's daughter, obviously, is a performing personality. Love to act. This king's daughter, too, is not ordinary. Instead, Lu Bu contemplated for a moment before looking at the three people around him again. Alright, break it up. We have a lot of things to take care of in the guild as well. This time the job is done. Being the first team to take control of the king, they were also able to collect another mission reward from the major associations. Lin Shi nodded and followed Lu Bu's trio out of the royal palace. After leaving a teleportation marker here, that's what teleported back to the natural disaster territory. Speaking of which, it was worthy of being a mission that many of the top awakened had participated in together. He had gotten quite a lot out of this one. Along with the increased level of the natural disaster territory, it was raised by one level. Immediately, he returned to the Lord's Hall and opened the information panel of the Heavenly Tribulation Territory. Territory, Natural Disaster, Abyssal Increase, Level 4. Territorial Population, 489//580. Buildings, Abyssal Nest, Upgradable. Lord's Hall, Upgradable. Abyssal Spectre Tower, Upgradable. As Lin Shi had expected, many of the buildings were able to be upgraded another level after the Celestial Calamity Territory was upgraded. And beyond that, in the territory, there are likewise two new buildings that can be constructed. Abyssal Altar, buildable. Erosion Cave, buildable. The construction of the natural disaster territory was able to take another step forward. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. He glanced at the information describing the two buildings, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Kind of funny, Chapter 188 Upgrading the Heavenly Tribulation Territory. Sacrificial Refinement. Abyssal Altar. Description. Can sign a contract with a target outside the abyss and collect the contracted target's sacrifice, thus descending into the power of the abyss. With regards to contracts and sacrifices, Lin Shi had already learned about them a long time ago. Originally, he was still pretending to be the Six-Winged Demon Lord by borrowing the contract he received from the Six-Winged Demon Lord and continuing the contract with the Iron Peak territory side. And now, with his natural disaster territory, he was able to bring this ability as well. Then the sacrifices offered up by the contract targets after that won't need me to go to the Lord's Hall to make the collection. Lin Shi looked at the description information for another building. Eroding deep cave. Description. Throwing a target into a deep cave will cause abyssal erosion on the target, gradually transforming the target into an abyssal creature in the territory. Current erosion ability, level 4. This means, Lin Shi smacked his lips, if you see any interesting creatures in the future, you can use this building to transform them into creatures in the natural disaster territory? Roughly similar to Mesa? Of course, though, before Yayoi became an abyssal elf in the celestial calamity territory, she was still a boss that Lin Shi had encountered in his replica. But Yayoi's appearance in the territory of the natural disaster could be purely coincidental. This ability to erode deep cave buildings is actually very powerful. Directly the enemy target, transformed into their own subordinates. This all belongs to is affecting the mind. But, Lin Shi also noticed that the ability of this eroding deep cave was not currently strong. It should be tied to the true rank of the territory. At the moment, the increased level of the Heavenly Tribulation territory was only level 4. Then likewise, creatures capable of abyssal erosion couldn't have a combined strength that exceeded this category. Still need to level up the abyssal increase, Lin Shi muttered. Now that he did have some materials and equipment in his hands, he was able to further ritualize the Lord's set. However, Lin Shi was also clear that the role of the Lord's set wasn't really that powerful. At most, it would only be able to raise the level of the abyssal creature increase in the territory. But it's not like the abyssal increase is the only thing the territory brings to the table. A variety of new buildings, as well as the extent and population of the territory, are likewise benefits derived from the territory. Anyway, let's refine the Lord's set to a sacred weapon first, and then do a wave of synthesis. Having made his decision, Lin Shi took another step towards the outside of the Lord's Hall. 2 new buildings and still have to find areas to build them up. And right in the middle of walking down the path to the passageway of the Lord's Great Hall, Lin Shi did notice another new image on the reliefs in the passageway. The relief depicts a giant wearing a crown and holding a scepter, except that the painting is somewhat abstract. Lin Shi still recognized it for a long time before he could connect this giant with the Corpse King from earlier. Directly opposite the giant, the scene is depicted of him holding a sledgehammer and blasting his way through. Every time the territory is upgraded, there is an additional mural in the passage here. Lin Shi was not surprised by this. Granted, he wasn't sure if the murals could do much more in the end, but at least, at the moment, it was able to add some decoration to the Lord's Great Hall. Just walked out of the Great Hall. Yayoi then greeted her with a smile. Congratulations, Lord, the territory has expanded by another circle. She had naturally seen the changes in the Heavenly Tribulation territory earlier. Lin Shi swept his eyes around. As the scope of the natural disaster territory was raised, the original buildings became a bit scarce. Compared to the cities in the outside world, this side of the natural disaster territory still didn't have the light of a city. The good thing is that the buildings are fairly centralized and don't look too Spartan. He selected 2 areas to build the abyssal altar and the eroding deep cave into respectively. Wandered around the territory again, upgrading the buildings that could be upgraded one by one. It was only then that he returned to the Lord's Great Hall. Looking at the materials and equipment in the ring, Lin Shi estimated, I wonder how many more parts are needed for the Lord's suit after it has been upgraded to sacred weapon quality. But at the very least, the current materials were enough to sacrifice the 2 components, the crown and the cloak, to the quality of a holy weapon. As for the original Lord's set wrist guard, the category overlapped with Lin Shi, who had just gotten the king's left-hand wrist guard. Even if it was sacrificed to a holy weapon, it couldn't be used to synthesize it. In this regard, Lin Shi was not in a hurry. So far, he hadn't experienced a few territorial battles. The number of abyssal lords taken out wasn't that many. Going back and dedicating a time, brushing the abyss, you'll always be able to collect the other parts. Only then did he take out the forging table and immediately began the forging offering. Soon, after a bit of knocking around, 2 messages surfaced successively on Lin Shi's panel. You have successfully forged Lord Crown Holy, gained all attributes plus 1000, and gained the skill Lord's Might. You have successfully forged the Lord Cloak Holy, gained all attributes plus 900, and gained the skill Congeal Blood and Transform Wings. The original Abyssal Lord's crown didn't come with any special effects. Instead, this time after sacrificing to the holy weapon, a new skill appeared. Lin Shi was the first to check up on the effects of the set. Lord's Abyssal Set, 2/4 enable the territory to obtain the level 6 Abyssal Increase effect. Collect all the set parts to obtain the set effect enhancement. It takes 4 parts. Lin Shi raised his chin. He had roughly made his assignments as well. Still, as with the Legends set, pick 3 pieces out of the hat, top, pants, and shoes. After all, he had a cloak with extra equipment. Only then did he look at the 2 newly acquired skills again. Lord's Might, active, can inflict a ranged attack with a knockback effect on a 50x50m area around you. This is considered a ranged control type skill. Actually, nowadays, Lin Shi's process of forging and sacrificing caused him to gain many similar skills. Some of the skills work pretty well, others are going to seem a bit more chicken. It was just that Lin Shi couldn't use it most of the time during the battle, and this newly acquired skill, on the contrary, can be considered a good kind of use. As for the newly acquired, Congeal Blood and Transform Wings skill, it had a similar effect to the skill attached to the previous cloak, but the flight is faster and lasts longer. Lin Shi was quite satisfied with these effects. Only after checking these did he take out another Sacred Artifact quality helmet. This was a helmet of Saint Artifact quality that he had purposely left behind during the previous sacrifice. Try the equipment synthesis first. There was no overlap between the Lord set and Legend set components that he had obtained so far. The Legendary set is a top, pants and shoes, while the Lord set is currently a helmet and cloak. However, Lin Shi always felt that the effect of the Lord set was still chicken ribs, so it would be better to turn around and synthesize it into other equipment. Looking at the attributes of this helmet, Lin Shi quickly selected one of the special effects. Energy Shield, active, project a shield capable of absorbing damage for yourself or your target. Shield value, 100,000. The special effect of this helmet is considered a defense-type skill. Lin Shi placed this helmet on the forging table along with the Lord's crown, and the sledgehammer in his hand slammed down. Successful synthesis. Among the incidental effects of the Lord's crown, there was already an additional energy shield skill, set effects that should also be able to be extracted for synthesis. Lin Shi mused. Except, it requires the same category of gear to do so. Chapter 189, New Mission. Fight against the Order of the End. Third King City. The king's daughter's residence. Lin Shi arrived at this mansion that served as a temporary royal palace and surveyed the scenery with interest. Earlier, when he was in the ruins of the palace, the king's daughter had given him a task to meet afterward, and he is, now, here to submit to the task. In addition, the Sword Saint White Star's quest, it seemed that he could only look to the king's daughter to complete it now. Under the guidance of a guard, Lin Shi soon arrived in front of a fountain in the backyard of the mansion. The sun shone on the earth. The water gushing out of the fountain splashed down in all directions, and the water mist formed a rainbow in the sunlight. And there was a delicate figure sitting on the outer edge of the fountain. The snow-white dress was soaked with water, and the little feet were still gently flopping in the water, making it look like an exquisite painting. As Lin Shi took in the sight, it was all too difficult to connect the delicate figure in front of him with the king's daughter that he had seen earlier. Sir Lin Shi, you're here. Upon seeing Lin Shi, the king's daughter stood up playfully, a warm smile blooming on her delicate cheeks. She tilted her head slightly sideways, her eyes fluttering and flashing, making it all the more moving. However, Lin Shi's heart was flooded with a touch of playfulness. Pure desire for a ceiling? The king's daughter is indeed as beautiful as she can be in some of her gestures. However, Lin Shi was able to see that these movements, without a long period of careful design, could never be posed. It's not supposed to be a beauty trick on me, is it? Lin Shi silently spat. Of course, he was aware that it wasn't even close. Thinking so, but Lin Shi still had a pandering look on his face. Your Highness already knows my name? The last time they met, the king's daughter had called him the Kingslayer, but now she was calling him Lin Shi. Having seen Your Excellency's valor before, I then had someone inquire about it. The king's daughter smiled frankly. I didn't realize that Your Excellency was also so famous in your region. In a few words, the matter of investigating Lin Shi's background was muddled. Lin Shi didn't really care about that. On the new region side, there is likewise a mature system where everyone is able to be seen as awakened. It just follows the kingdom system, which is somewhat foreign to the awakened outside world. What has Her Highness sought me out for this time? Lin Shi directly inquired. He didn't have much heart to go around in circles with the king's daughter, either give a reward or a mission. Also, over at the Dusty Dungeon, it was nearing opening time. He also planned to break into the Dusty Dungeon to see if there were any first-pass rewards. However, as Lin Shi's words fell, the king's daughter let out a light sigh. It was as if he had thought of something sad. My father was a hero who had purged our third kingdom of many evil forces. Yet, in the end, he was corrupted by evil. She shook her head and, with her hands behind her back, took a step to the side, little feet on the ground, still immaculate, polished and white. But my father, who possesses the source of kings, is a king after all, and now my father is freed at the hands of your excellency. Only after saying this did she slowly turn her head, her eyes once again falling on Lin Shi. Then your excellency should have obtained my father's king's source, right? The source of the king can be in the abyssal market sledgehammer right now. For this artifact spirit, Lin Shi only used it as a special piece of equipment. Also, the special effects that come with it are not bad at all. Now that he heard the words of the king's daughter, Lin Shi had more or less guessed in his heart. He nodded matter-of-factly. It's on me. At those words, the smile on the king's daughter's face grew brighter. Then I wonder, what price do I have to pay to be able to retrieve the king's source from your excellency's hands? So the source of the king can also be used as a quest item? Lin Shi raised his eyebrows slightly. This artifact spirit was just the icing on the cake for him. It's not like you can't take it out for a trade, but what price is offered depends on his choice. Spin. He grinned and said, that depends on your highness' sincerity. But the king's daughter, after giving him a deep look, was smiling without saying anything. This made Lin Shi a little strange. It was only after the king's daughter had taken a few more steps forward that he heard the king's daughter's words ring out again. For the source of the king to be in your excellency's hands, I think it will be able to be of no small use. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. Why don't you trade with him again? The power of the king's source is inherently powerful and is just right for a strong person like your excellency. The king's daughter gazed into Lin Shi's eyes, her expression all solemn. Truth be told, our third kingdom is not in a good position at the moment. And now, after the departure of father, many evil forces are about to stir up again. So, I implore your excellency to do us a favor. Is this a follow-up mission? Lin Shi's eyes lit up, finally understanding. This king's daughter spoke in a roundabout way, so it would be better to just say that she was going to arrange a task for him. If there's anything you can use me for, just say so. Now those top awakened people came to this side of the new area. Aren't they all looking for a mission? After hearing Lin Shi's words, the king's daughter's face was delighted as she quickly came to Lin Shi, her hands once again cupping Lin Shi's palms. Goddess bless. I knew that His Excellency Lin Shi was also a heroic figure. I don't take compliments well. Lin Shi, however, displayed a broad smile on his surface, cooperating with the king's daughter. She said, since it's your highness's request, then I'll definitely do my best. As he spoke, the tips of his fingers even gently tickled a few times in the king's daughter's soft palm. This was the king's daughter's initiative, so he naturally had no need to refuse. And even after noticing Lin Shi's movements, the king's daughter remained unchanged. Instead, he came even closer to Lin Shi and said, we, the third kingdom, have always believed in the goddess of tranquility, who symbolizes the beauty of all things. Yet there are some vicious people who believe in evil deities, and there are even people who secretly make deals with the abyss. It makes sense that there would be a variety of beliefs in the kingdom. But, Lin Shi secretly pulled the corner of his mouth. The king's daughter's words about someone secretly making deals with the abyss. It couldn't be talking about the side of the Iron Peak territory, could it? Immediately after that, he then heard the king's daughter's voice ring out again. Now, we have received intelligence that over in the west of the kingdom, an evil sect that was originally suppressed by the kingdom has revived once again. The king's daughter said in a deep voice, I wonder, Your Excellency, if you can help us remove the power of that order? Current quest, Queen's request, fighting the Order of the End for the Third Kingdom. Do you accept? That's clearly the mission. Lin Shi's eyes lit up, but instead of rushing to accept it, he asked the king's daughter, Your Highness trusts me that much? Called him over specifically and gave him such a task. He always felt that there was something odd about it. The king's daughter nodded and added, Of course I believe in Your Excellency's strength. In addition, we will follow up by issuing some missions and requesting other awakened ones to help remove the forces of these evil orders along with them. But Your Excellency has the king's source in hand, so naturally we are more than willing to ask for Your Excellency's help. And, we can certainly pay Your Excellency handsomely as well. Chapter 190, Finding a Way to Get Rid of the Kingslayer. What's the payoff? Lin Shi directly inquired. He realized that these quests that he had received so far were not like to give quest rewards in advance. Moreover, looking at this new quest alone, it seemed like it wasn't that easy to accomplish. Wanting the horse to run again and not giving it grass. There's no such thing. The king's daughter, however, was stunned, clearly not expecting Lin Shi to ask so directly. However, he soon laughed again. Your Excellency is true to his nature. We can give you some information that has information about the Endbringer order, and after that, you can also be given the appropriate merit depending on how much you have accomplished. Even giving Your Excellency a certain area as a territory is not out of the question. Territory? Lin Shi's heart fluttered. The outside territories are actually a lot different from the abyssal territories. For example, the guild quarters of the kings of the earth can be regarded as a territory. However, Lin Shi had yet to acquire a territory in the outside world. He actually wanted to see if there could be some kind of connection between himself and the heavenly tribulation territory when he had an outside territory. Yes, I accept. Lin Chi grinned. You've been given a mission to fight the forces of the Order of the End of Days. After seeing Lin Chi receive the quest, the smile on the king's daughter's face suddenly grew wider. Immediately, he took out another map and handed it to Lin Chi. Your Excellency, this map contains information that we have investigated in the past that has information about the Endbringer Order's compound. After that, Your Excellency should be able to find out where the final order is based on the information. May the goddess bless you. She clasped her hands together, her eyes slightly closed, as if she was praying devoutly for Lin Chi. This should be able to be considered to have gotten the mission in advance. Lin Chi thought silently, putting the map away. He only then took out another badge-like object from his storage ring and handed it to the king's daughter. Speaking of which, I have one more thing to convey to your highness. Upon hearing this, the king's daughter was slightly stunned, and her eyes widened as her gaze instantly landed on the badge in Lin Chi's hand. This is, some strange light came into her eyes, and she tried again. May I see it? After receiving Lin Chi's promise, she then picked up the badge and took a closer look at it. This is the badge of His Excellency the Sword Saint. Your Excellency, Lin Chi actually knows His Excellency the Sword Saint as well. This was precisely the Sword Saint badge that the Sword Saint had given Lin Chi earlier as a token of the Sword Saint. Only then did Lin Chi say, the Sword Saint asked me to convey a message to the kingdom, saying that if the kingdom goes to war with the region where the awakened are located, it would be tantamount to self-destruction. He sort of conveyed that, in its entirety, to the king's daughter. And I don't know if it works with the king's daughter. Mission accomplished. But immediately afterward, Lin Chi received a prompt that the quest was complete. It's a done deal. But what about the rewards? Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the king's daughter was still scrutinizing the Sword Saint badge, but she had no intention of taking it out for a reward. Halftime. It was only then that the king's daughter looked up at Lin Chi again, her expression revealing some complexity. Be assured, Your Excellency, that I will remember this advice. In the beginning, Father became tyrannical after being corrupted by an evil force, and now, there will be no more wars. She still hadn't meant to give a reward for the mission. Lin Chi was speechless for a while. He knew very well that Sword Saint Whitestar wasn't stingy. He had given him a sacred artifact quality necklace before as compensation. Now this quest, it doesn't even have a reward? When he thought of this, another sudden movement occurred in his mind. Perhaps, there can be some sort of follow-up to this mission. And at that moment, the king's daughter finally handed the badge back to Lin Chi. Again, he asked Lin Chi, Your Excellency the Sword Saint, she is still chasing the indestructible Hydra, right? Yeah, Lin Chi replied. He actually had the presence of mind to look for those 7 special monsters, but so far, he had only eliminated some of the projections of the earthly phantoms. The king's maiden exhaled lightly before adding, His Excellency, the Sword Saint, has always practiced the will of the goddess, destroying evil for the world. And to be able to be looked upon by His Excellency the Sword Saint, His Excellency Lin Chi, I think he must also be a powerful person who can change the world. Then when Your Excellency has helped us combat the forces of the final order, I'd like to ask Your Excellency, the Sword Saint, to do another favor for us. This should be the follow-up mission. Lin Chi roughly understood. After all of them had received their quests from the king's daughter. The mission to fight the Order of the Endbringer and the Sword Saint's mission were sort of merged. He didn't say anything more, and he exchanged a few polite words with the king's daughter before turning to leave. The king's daughter followed Lin Chi for a few steps, watching Lin Chi's figure leave. After Lin Chi left, not far away, from walked a figure. Your Highness, why don't you take this opportunity to get rid of the Kingslayer in the mansion? It was a tall figure in heavy armor, with a huge sword still clutched in his hand. On top of the armor and the huge sword, a pattern in the shape of a giant dragon was even faintly visible. The king's daughter, however, slowly shook her head, and the previous warmth was no longer present in her eyes, vaguely revealing a touch of gloom. But again, this was quickly hidden from her. Only then did he let out a light sigh. The danger that our kingdom is facing now is not only the Kingslayer alone, but also those foreigners who appeared in our kingdom's territory together with the Kingslayer. For the sake of the stability of the kingdom, we cannot easily go to war with them. Moreover, he took out the Sword Saint's badge. Sword Saint. Hearing this, the tall figure seemed to have become grave as well. Only the face was hidden in the helmet and the expression could not be seen. But the source of the king, it's still in his hands, so he shouldn't hand it over that easily, right? This time, a considerable portion of the reason why the Queeness had summoned Lin Chi here was precisely to retrieve the king's source. He is very greedy. The king's daughter seemed a little helpless. If we want to retrieve the king's source from him, we will have to pay some price as well. One time, the tall figures all clenched their fists tightly, and the huge sword in their hands vaguely emitted a slight tremor. Then I'll go find a way to get rid of him and reclaim the king's source. The words just fell from his lips. The king's daughter, however, slowly shook her head again. He was able to gain the recognition of the Sword Saint. His strength is very strong. Our attitude towards him is going to have to change a bit. Even when she talks about it, she still seems soft and weak. Arms even looked a bit cowering as he wrapped them around himself and said, I'm scared. None of these awakened have any respect for the king's power. But as long as the area where they are located does not come under our kingdom's command, it will be difficult for me to feel at ease for a day. The tall figure instantly looked a bit compassionate, wanting to persuade, but the hand that was stretched out slowly stopped. Don't dare to overstep. Only then did he drop to one knee again and say to the king's daughter, I will find a way to reclaim the king's source first. Chapter 191 Dungeon Opening. No credentials are needed. Walking out of the king's daughter's residence, Lin Shi looked back again. This king's daughter, she's pretending to be something like that. His exchange with the king's daughter seemed mutually friendly. However, in reality, Lin Shi was able to vaguely see that the king's daughter's attitude towards him was actually a bit strange. It seems to be hiding something in its mind. However, Lin Shi did not care. It was meant to be a game, so who cares what the queen's daughter really had in mind? Immediately, he pulled out another teleportation scroll and teleported outside the dusty dungeon. Lin Shi also didn't rush to do the task delivered by the king's daughter. It was unlikely to think that an order could have existed for so long, and it was unlikely that someone would have quickly removed it before he did. He planned to take advantage of the time while the dusty dungeon was open to level up here first. Moreover, according to the previous intelligence from the Tower of the Void Realm, the awakened person who arrives at a certain tier first may also receive other additional equipment. Lin Shi naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. It had only been a few days since he had come over, and on the outskirts of the dusty dungeon, a building had already been constructed. Among them are various stores and exchanges. Apparently it was in preparation for the next awakened to enter the earthly dungeon. Earthly dungeon. Countdown, 27 minutes, 12 seconds. Looking at the entrance to the dusty dungeon, the countdown was almost over. At this time, a large number of awakened people had already converged here, and the light of teleportation kept flashing all around, bringing together more awakened ones. People are waiting for the dusty dungeon to open. Lin Shi opened the guild channel again and looked at it. Guild channel. Lin Shi, any other intel on the dust dungeon? Jofanga, isn't this the place where you found out? If you're the one who has the most information, you should know the most. LB, I think what you're asking is whether or not you need the same credentials as the Tower of the Void on the earthly dungeon side, right? As it stands, perhaps the earthly dungeon will produce a certain amount of vouchers every so often, just like the Tower of the Void, but we still have to wait until it's fully opened before we can know the specifics. Lin Shi, understood. Vouchers from the Tower of the Void Realm are the ones that will spawn a fixed number of them at random times each day. However, for the output, the awakened person needs to be within the boundaries of the Tower of the Void Realm, but a person can only receive just one. This led to the trading of Void World credentials, and that's mostly true of the earthly dungeon in front of you. Lin Shi was in no hurry. If he really needed the credentials of the dusty dungeon, then he could have redeemed them from the guild as well. He had plenty of guild contribution points anyway. He found a spot and quietly waited for the dusty dungeon to open. Finally, after the countdown to the opening of the earthly dungeon hits 0, the dusty dungeon building that was revealed to the outside instantly bloomed with a light. The yellow doors of the building, and with them, slowly opened. Immediately after, in mid-air, a ray of light emerged and coalesced above the heads of one of the awakened here. Earthly vouchers. Lin Shi glanced toward the top of the head of an awakened beside him, and then looked at the top of his own head, and then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The earthly vouchers should also appear in fixed numbers. There are only a few awakened people with earthly credentials appearing above their heads, and there was no descent to earthly credentials above his head. Sell, sell, sell. 2 million gold coins to sell one of my vouchers. Soon, in the crowd, there were awakened people shouting loudly. Cupping the vouchers of the void realm that had just descended in his hand, he barked in all directions. Seeing this scene, Lin Chi's face darkened. At least I'm an awakened who discovered the earthly dungeon. And you won't even give me a single voucher? A single voucher was able to sell for a minimum of 2 million gold coins. And since it's opening on the first day, the premium for dusty vouchers is only going to get higher. Isn't that a big loss? How many contribution points would he have to spend before he could exchange them for enough earthly vouchers? But it was in the middle of being unable to spit. Lin Chi's ears, however, suddenly heard a distant and vicissitude's voice. Little friend, you're outside the dungeon. Why don't you enter? Lin Chi raised an eyebrow and could hear that it was the voice of the Dharma Saint Yunin. Looking around, he did not find Yun Yin's figure either. He would like to enter the earthly dungeon, but didn't he have no earthly credentials in his hand? Little friend is allowed to enter this earthly dungeon since, as if sensing Lin Chi's thoughts, Yun Yin's voice resounded once more. Is there such a thing? Lin Chi was stunned. There wasn't a hint for this. He immediately stepped into the entrance of the dusty dungeon. Confirms nickname, someone better than you. Since you've entered the lowest level of the dust dungeon, you've gained permission to enter 100 levels of the dust dungeon per day. Does it start at the first level? The Dharma sage is sincere. Lin Shi looked at the information prompt on the panel and his eyes lit up. Based on the fact that 10 floors required 1 voucher, 100 floors, that would be the equivalent of 10 vouchers, converted into gold coins. How can it not be more than 20 million? No loss. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. Let's break through 100 floors first. It was thought that today was the first day that the Dusty Dungeon opened, and there were limited Dusty credentials available to the outside world. Even if there was an awakened who had collected enough earthly credentials, they wouldn't be able to break through to the 300th floor at once. Let's break through to the 100th floor first and see what happens. Lin Shi quickly made his decision and directly started breaking into the dungeon. The great hall in front of him changed. I do not know where to sweep up rolling yellow sand. Yellow sand is vaguely visible in the figure of a monster. Giant scorpion of yellow sand. Rank, 120. No? Lin Shi was stunned. Wasn't this just the first floor? Coming up with a level 120 monster? It's not quite the same here as in the Tower of the Void Realm. The yellow sand giant scorpion crawled rapidly on the ground, and behind it, a long-tailed rear needle violently stabbed at Lin Shi. It actually condensed a turquoise poisonous needle, like a rainstorm of pears, stabbing straight towards Lin Shi. Seal off large areas. Lin Shi, however, didn't rush to pay attention to it, allowing that one poisonous needle to fall on his body. This thing, it can't even break his defense. Immediately, he casually waved his hand, and light condensed in front of him, transforming into a massive figure. It was none other than his pet, the golden lion. From the time he acquired the pet until now, Lin Shi hadn't used it much, so much so that the golden lion's level, right now, was still at level 55. It was as much as 8 levels away from himself. As soon as the golden lion appeared, a touch of humanized grimace unfolded on the huge lion's face. Noticing the poisonous mist spewing out from the surrounding yellow sand giant scorpions again, he suddenly became even more sultry. Don't look at me like that. Lin Shi glanced at it, indifferently pointing at the yellow sand giant scorpion in front of him again. He said, walk over there and kill it yourself. He was still able to think of this pet, and the golden lion stole the show. Chapter 192 Extreme Grade. The Sanctuary of the Top Awakened. Your pet golden lion kills the yellow sand giant scorpion, and you can enter the second level. Rankings updated. Lin Shi looked at the leaderboard. No, 78, someone better than you. He should be the 78th awakened to kill the yellow sand giant crab. It's only the first level. After all, the awakened are all still gathering intel on what's going on in the earthly dungeon. However, the difficulty of the monsters in this earthly dungeon was not low. It was thought that even if enough Void Realm credentials were collected, it wouldn't be that easy for the awakened to break all the way through. On the contrary, after killing the yellow sand giant crab, there was no experience gained. It should be the same as the Tower of the Void Realm, which requires subsequent floors to be cleared. But, where the original yellow sand giant crab had been, several pieces of equipment had burst out, and with that, Lin Shi had collected a gold quality material, like the Tower of the Void Realm. The monsters in the first floor are just normal monsters. Lin Shi pondered. Although the yellow sand giant crab was 120 levels, it was clearly not a boss. He didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards the next level with the golden lion. Since the dusty dungeon is so difficult, then perhaps, each settlement, too, will be different. Current number of floors, 5. Settlement completed. You receive plus 50 free attribute points. First time through, you gain experience plus 10,000. Ranking changed. Having only just broken through to the 5th floor, Lin Shi realized the difference between the earthly dungeon and the Tower of the Void Realm. 50 attribute points? He also remembered that every settlement of the Tower of the Void Realm actually gave mainly experience. As for the attribute points, only the first time you pass the level, it will give 10 points only. Instead, it's the dusty dungeon side. Surprisingly, it mainly gives attribute points. Experience, on the other hand, is what is given on the first pass. Switched over, Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, already realizing the value of this earthly dungeon to all the other awakened. This was undoubtedly a rather appropriate way for other awakened to become stronger. Even if you don't venture to deeper levels, you can keep gaining attribute points by always brushing the levels you can beat. And that, for Lin Shi, was a good gain. Another look at the rankings. No, 29, someone better than you. With each deeper level, the difficulty of the monsters increases. Obviously, Lin Shi's killing all the way over here was already among the faster ones. Since the rules here are different from the Tower of the Void Realm, then wouldn't there be some kind of extra reward for breaking through to the 100th floor first? Lin Shi didn't know much about the rules in this area. However, maybe the earthly dungeon doesn't have the same number of levels as the Tower of the Void. Who knows if the 100th floor will reward extra gear? He had already made the decision to be the first awakened to break through to the 100th floor. Immediately, he summoned the golden lion to his body and patted its head under the golden lion's grudging gaze. Golden lion, let's go! From the beginning to the end, the golden lion did not speak, like a deep-rooted. Originally, it had concluded a contract with Lin Shi and thought that it could be considered a strong combination. Anyways, it used to be an extremely powerful monster roaming the outside world, but it never expected that its master was too powerful, so much so that it hasn't been needed in battle. Pust! Not waiting for the golden lion to return to its senses, Lin Shi threw another slap on its head. Cut the crap! You're in charge of catching up. I'm in charge of killing monsters. You follow me to get experience. Ow! The golden lion let out a low roar, but his feet did not dare to move slowly. Riding a lion sucks crotch. It could only give a silent belly laugh. It's a pet, not a mount. Outside the dungeon of earth, a light emerged and transformed into an awakened. As soon as they stepped out, they immediately each pulled out a potion and gulped it down. What's going on in the dungeon? Immediately, a large group of awakened people gathered around and inquired about the information contained therein. They would actually all be wondering. Not much time could have passed before these people entered the dungeon. Yet, they teleported out so quickly. Was it teleported out after entering the 5th floor? What is the difference between the rewards given in the earthly dungeon and the Tower of the Void Realm? The crowd asked questions and took notes. These will be followed up and be organized into a pass-through strategy. However, those few people all looked back at the dusty dungeon with palpitations and wiped the non-existent sweat from their foreheads. 120 level monster. It's full of level 120 monsters. We didn't even break into the 5th floor and teleported out after narrowly clearing out the monsters on the 3rd floor. As their words fell, the crowd of awakened around them couldn't help but tighten their brows. It's only at the very beginning, and you've met a level 120 monster? 120 levels, called the limit level by the awakened. Generally speaking, after the awakened had risen to level 120, it would be difficult for them to level up again. Even after gaining enough experience, it's still the same. But, amidst the brushing of the monsters afterwards, the awakened ones were not all bad. Instead, they will constantly acquire free attribute points, and will likewise be able to increase their strength. On top of that, some of the awakened know some sort of hidden information. There are some top awakened people who are able to break the limit level and ascend to a higher level, but the specific intelligence involved is beyond their grasp. He stood outside the earthly dungeon and stayed with a group of members of the earthly kings. A portion of the earthly kings guild had already entered the earthly dungeon. Lu Bu, on the other hand, was in the outside world gathering information about it. After 5 levels, the settlement is 50 free attribute points. Experience is what is given on the first pass. After being informed of this information, Lu Bu couldn't help but have his eyes widen slightly. He looked around, his gaze lingering briefly on the awakened such as those on the side of the Heaven's Punishment Echo and the Descendant Guild. Obviously, all of these top awakened had also gotten the information in the dusty dungeon. It seems that this earthly dungeon will be able to become a holy place for top awakened people in the future. For the top awakened, experience was secondary when it came to brushing monsters and laying down copies. Every time after accumulating a certain level of experience, gaining free attribute points was what they were looking forward to, and the settlement rewards of the dusty dungeon were undoubtedly more than suitable for the top awakened. And, even an awakened who broke the limit level would similarly need these attribute points. These are the fundamentals that make the awakened strong. Lu Bu took a deep breath, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. He whispered to you, that Lin Shi kid, how high should his base attributes be again? He's very clear. For Lin Shi to be able to exert such powerful combat strength in a not so high level, he must have a ridiculously high base attribute. Chapter 193, Someone better than you. This another one who's better than you? Suddenly, an awakened person's startled echoes came from not far away. Someone better than you. Only just hearing this, Lu Bu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He turned his head again to look at Li Mingyue, who was still high on melon seeds beside him, with a complex expression. Noticing Lu Bu's gaze, Li Mingyue blinked her eyes, still a bit confused about what he meant. Trying again, he took out a bunch of mana potions from his ring and handed them to Lu Bu. You're out of potions again? But in response, Lu Bu just helplessly held his forehead. Until now, he hadn't figured out how on earth Li Mingyue had managed to advance to Divine Blacksmith at a level stage of less than 100. Someone stronger than you. He had to repeat the words of the awakened man. At those words, Li Mingyue's eyes suddenly widened slightly, as if she had realized something. Isn't that Lin Shi's nickname? Earlier, all the awakened had received an announcement that the nickname of the awakened who had discovered this earthly dungeon was someone stronger than you, and it was even clearer to them, the members of the Earthly Kings Guild, that this person was Lin Shi. Didn't get any news of him redeeming vouchers from the guild. Li Mingyue muttered as she moved forward and checked the leaderboards of the Dusty Dungeon. Awakened people from the outside world were able to see the leaderboards of the Dusty Dungeon from here, but you can only see the top 100 nicknames. Now, the nickname of the first-ranked awakened person is someone better than you. He broke in on his own? Li Mingyue blinked. From the nicknames on the leaderboard, it was easy to see that Lin Chi was just by himself. Regarding Lin Chi's combat power, she had naturally seen it long ago. However, so many awakened ones could be breaking into the Dusty Dungeon right now. In particular, the major top guilds were, in fact, riveted. On the leaderboard, the names of other guilds were even more visible. Second place, Judgment. Third place, One Attempt. No. 4. Echoes of Heavenly Punishment. No. 5. The Kings of the Earth. Haze all the way down to 5th place? Li Mingyue couldn't help but frown. This time, Lu Bu specially instructed Li Shi to use Kings of the Earth as her nickname. The top guilds would have had their hearts set on battling it out in the Dusty Dungeon, especially at the very beginning of the time. It's all about who breaks in faster. The ranking is only temporary. Lu Bu was not in much of a hurry. The situation in the Earthly Dungeon was inherently unique. The monsters that appeared were all level 120, and if you counted the various mechanisms, then it wasn't likely that every awakened would be able to find a way to kill the monsters in front of them in seconds. These rankings, however, are bound to change. There's fast and slow. That's normal. Everyone is still on the 20th floor now, right? Li Mingyue asked again. For every 10 floors cleared, a reminder would appear on the leaderboard of the Dusty Dungeon. The awakened from the outside would then be able to use this hint to see what tier the awakened among them had already reached. She noticed another nickname on the leaderboard. No. 7. Twilight of the Kings. No. 8. Descent. This one called Twilight of the Kings. It couldn't be someone from the Descending Guild, could it? Li Mingyue clenched her silver teeth and instantly glared at the awakened side of the Descendant Guild not far away. She could see that the rankings of the two nicknames were clearly tied together. Must be a team of two to break into an earthly dungeon together. In this kind of replica, the group status, the difficulty will be increased. But again, if the two work well together, there is a 1+1 effect. 30 floors up. At that moment, Lu Bu's voice rang out. First place, someone better than you, first to break 30 floors. A clamor ensued around the Dusty Dungeon. This person, he's actually the first to break through to the 30th floor? None of the other awakened have caught up with him yet? This guy, he's got some power. The awakened ones all tacitly refrained from saying the full name of someone better than you, but all had already made a judgment in their minds. Based on the previous 20 floors, the rankings of the internal awakened were all going up and down though. Yet, everyone will be firing at the point in time when they break through the entire layer. This someone better than you was able to maintain the number 1 ranking and break through the 30th floor under the competition of a large number of awakened people. It's already enough to see the strength. Only a few moments of work. The leaderboard has also seen other information changes one after another. Second place, Judgment, second break 30th floor. Third place, the Kings of the Earth, 30 floors and 3 breakthroughs. Obviously, the number of layers that the internal awakened people had penetrated under the current stage were all similar. This second place, who is it? Li Mingyue skimmed her small mouth as she focused on the movements on the leaderboard, such as the Heaven's Punishment Echo and their Earthly Kings Guild. They had purposely arranged for those who went to battle to use their guild's name as their nickname. Verdict, however, could not be the name of one of the top guilds they were familiar with. The First Guild. Lu Bu responded calmly and added, they don't need to do any publicity with the guild name, and this time, they should have only sent out one awakened as well. First Guild. Li Mingyue frowned and didn't say anything more. The awakened of the First Guild clearly had plenty of self-confidence. It was thought that sending only one member would be enough to be the first to compete for the reward of being the first to clear the 100th floor in the Dusty Dungeon. She stuffed the melon into her mouth and clenched her small fist silently. In his heart, he secretly cheered for Lin Chi and Li Shi, leaving all the other awakened far behind. And at this point, outside the Dusty Dungeon, the number of awakened that teleported out was already increasing. They just came out and spat indignantly. Is this a copy that the average person can break into? I've only reached the 20th floor or so, and the strength of the monsters is almost comparable to a level 120 legendary boss. Can't beat it. Just can't beat it. It's not like all of the awakened who broke into the dungeon this time were top awakened. Naturally not everyone is able to keep going deeper and deeper into it all the time, but only for a short time. People then noticed the change in the charts again. First place, someone better than you, first to break 40 floors? No, how is this guy still in first place? Breaking through to the 40th floor so quickly? Didn't they say that even the previous layers? The strength of the monsters is quite terrifying? These top awakened people should have been killed all the way up in seconds. Even from the small amount of information on the leaderboard alone, the awakened in the outside world were still able to judge the situation. Even if they were the same high-level awakened person, there was a big gap between them. But the same thing is that as long as one's own attributes are able to crush the monster in all directions, one will be able to kill it in seconds. The gap on the leaderboard still hasn't widened, but the nickname of first place is always Thundering. Chapter 194 Always First. Thunderstruck. Bang! The abyssal ruin sledgehammer falls and retracts. Plus, with a wave of Lin Chi's arm, the equipment on the ground was then incorporated into the ring. A process that works. There was no need for Lin Chi to say anything more. The golden lion had already moved on all 4 feet and entered the next level. During this process, Lin Chi also took the time to look at the equipment and materials he had acquired. Legendary quality equipment. There are only a handful of them. Lin Chi staggered. In this dusty dungeon, for every 5 floors you passed, you would basically be able to obtain a piece of equipment of decent quality. But so far, there were only 5 or 6 pieces of legendary quality equipment. Of course, there should be a reason why the current tier is too low. Rather, compared to the Tower of the Void Realm, the things given count for a lot. Another glance at the leaderboards raised an eyebrow. Quite a chase. Second place, Judgment, second break 40th floor. Third place, Echoes of Heaven's Punishment, 40 floors and 3 breakthroughs. Lin Chi had only just reached the 42nd floor now. There wasn't much of a gap between it and the other awakened. That's normal. After all, everyone was killing the monsters in the dusty dungeon in seconds, and the speed wouldn't be much different. Spin. Lin Chi patted the golden lion's head again and asked, "Have you noticed that the monsters here are getting stronger?" Asking this question wasn't because he felt that the monsters in the dungeon had gotten stronger. It's all something that can be fixed with a hammer anyway. Only, he was a little less sure. According to the current number of layers, how many more layers would it take before the other awakened were able to gradually beat up the effort? The golden lion grinned a big grin, but his feet didn't dare to slow down. Still running at a fast pace. I can smell the odor of fear emanating from them. And the odor is indeed fading. It responded, but cursed in its mind. Completely treated like an animal by Lin Chi. In this earthly dungeon, it would be completely useless except for being used to catch up. Even, it gradually realized that Lin Chi, who was riding on the back of its neck, had begun to resent the slow pace at which it was rushing. I am a noble golden lion, not a bull or a horse. The golden lion was wrathful in his heart. It's good to get stronger. Lin Chi smacked his lips. It wasn't that he felt that the awakened chasing him behind him was putting any pressure on him, merely because he speculated that there might be other rewards in the subsequent layers. If you make a mistake and lose a first pass reward, it's a loss. Lin Chi silently made his decision. As late as the 50th floor, if the awakened behind him were still similar to him, then he had the golden lion run after him. Jia jia jia. Just after stepping into the new layer, Lin Chi heard a strange laughter coming from him. A pile of yellow gold coins were scattered everywhere in front of him. At the very front, there is even yellow sand gradually sweeping, gradually coalescing into a figure. I can't imagine that on the 50th floor of the dusty dungeon, I'm still able to encounter outsiders. Between the coalescing of that figure, it let out hoarse words filled with an evil aura. Bang! But its words had not yet fallen. A hammer had then blasted down, completely interrupting its words. You have killed the Goblin King. 50 floors and a treasure-stealing Goblin King? Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. Earlier, he had killed a treasure-stealing Goblin King through the treasure map. However, it was thought that the one who could appear in the dusty dungeon must be a level 120 treasure thief Goblin King. Earlier, he hadn't even gotten a good look at the monster. Only swinging the sledgehammer in his hand within the first moment the information about the other party surfaced. Who told you to make that laugh? Lin Chi silently spat, casually collecting the equipment that the treasure-stealing Goblin King had scattered on the ground. He thought that he had encountered some Soul Temple elder who was unwilling to reveal his origins. Current number of floors, 50. Settlement completed. You receive plus 50 free attribute points. First time through, you gain experience plus 500,000. The first 50 floors are broken, and you get the dusty yellow sand set, legendary. Oh wow. Lin Chi's eyes lit up. This was only just deep into the 50th floor, and there was actually an extra reward. A legendary quality set. 6 legendary quality parts. Not bad. Lin Chi smiled in satisfaction. On top of that, an upgraded radiance bloomed on the golden lion under his seat instead. As they gradually went deeper and deeper into the dungeon, the experience gained from their first pass increased. The golden lion shook his golden mane. A lion face also showed some humanized comfort, but it hasn't reacted yet. It then noticed that Lin Chi had already leapt down from its body. Add some of your own and keep up. Lin Chi instructed and directly entered the next level. As a pet, the golden lion can also gain free attribute points every time it is upgraded. The golden lion's eyes glazed over. Is this finally too slow for it to catch up? But before it could show anything, a teleportation blow had blossomed around it, being forcefully pulled to the next level by Lin Chi's teleportation. Mouth. This feeling of not having time to react made the golden lion pang. He was about to let out a low roar, but before the roar could be uttered, a teleportation blow had already bloomed on his body once again. No? That's another teleport to the next level? The golden lion grinned for a moment. After not using it to walk on his behalf, Lin Chi's speed had increased so much all of a sudden? First place, someone better than you, first 50 floors. Second place, the Kings of the Earth, 50th floor. Third place, Judgment, triple 50. The leaderboards of the Dusty Dungeon had seen a new movement. Li Mingyue's eyes glowed, and the corner of her mouth lifted into a smug smile. Kung Fu! Although she didn't contribute, she just silently cheered for Lin Chi and Li Shi, but both clearly lived up to her high expectations. One first, one second. They're both pretty good. Li Mingyue put on an old-fashioned look. She gave her a silent look, and her eyes converged on the leaderboards once again. Lin Chi is still number one. If anything, the front ranked first only because everyone was killing monsters in the Dusty Dungeon in seconds, occasionally at a faster or slower pace, just by chance. Then, by always maintaining this first place position, it was evident that Lin Chi was powerful. No matter how much the awakened in the rear chased after him, Lin Chi's position always thundered on, always a drop in the bucket, all around the dungeon. Some of the awakened could not help but get angry. It's the nickname, someone better than you, that's a bit irritating. They subconsciously don't really want to see that nickname on the leaderboards. However, no matter how much the awakened in the rear chased after them, they were never able to catch up with this person. Even at the 50th floor, it was still the same. This person, what guild is he from? Chapter 195, it's all set in a circle. What else can we do? This nickname is for the Kings of the Earth. It should be the president of the Kings of the Earth Guild, right? Overtake him. This has been number one for 20 or 30 floors in a row. We can't really let him stay steady, can we? When the Tower of the Void Realm opened many years ago, this didn't happen. At that time, the Earthly Kings guilds were still unknown, and those old top guilds were even more so in their respective splendor. The number one ranking changes almost every 10 floors. How come none of the other top awakened had been able to catch up with him now that the Dusty Dungeon had opened? While people are increasingly curious about the identity of a better man than you and have launched an investigation, surprisingly, the leaderboard of the Dusty Dungeon has changed once again. First place, someone better than you, first 60 floors, some of the surrounding awakened, such as Lu Bu and others who were always keeping an eye on the leaderboards, were quick to notice a wave of wrongness. This time, isn't it a little faster? Lu Bu narrowed his eyes, somewhat less certain looking at his record. Previously, when Lin Chi first broke through the 30th, 40th and 50th floors, each interval was probably in the 7 to 8 minute range. However, this time, it was directly shortened to less than 5 minutes. Even if we simply rush and teleport through the Dusty Dungeon, it should take more than 5 minutes, right? Li Mingyue came over and looked at the data recorded by Lu Bu, all but blinking her eyes. Teleportation, rush, settlement, and monster refresh. Just these operations alone are time-consuming. What's more, this was even more to count the time the awakened had spent killing monsters in it. All of a sudden, it was brought forward to less than 5 minutes. Li Mingyue also detected something special. Could it be that the monsters, as well as the depth and the layers from the 50th to the 60th floor, have changed? It's not impossible. With the monsters that appeared on the previous dozens of floors, perhaps there will be an extra settlement on the 50th floor here. Is anyone teleporting out of the dungeon right now? Ask around the 50th floor. The other awakened around them were also talking about it. Although there were many awakened outside the earthly dungeon today who were not involved, they were all gathering as much information as they could about it. In particular, they had learned that it was possible to gain free attribute points by breaking into the Dusty Dungeon. For every 5 levels, there are 50 free attribute points. This was naturally more appealing than the rewards of the Tower of the Void Realm. But gradually, the awakened realized another wave of wrongness. It's been almost a minute or so since the first place first broke through the 60th floor, right? Where are the other awakened? It's not right. 9 out of 10 are not right. From the previous information on the leaderboard, it wasn't hard to tell that even for the top 3 ranked awakened, the difference in time between each time they reached the first 10 layers of the first break wasn't much. Maybe it's just a drop in the bucket. If only we can speed up the pace at some point, we may be able to catch up. But now, the clock is ticking. Every second that passed was enough to mean that the awakened at the front of the rankings had pulled ahead by a considerable amount. A wave of speculation had sprung up in many people's minds. Is it possible that the one who is better than you is at it again? And soon, the changes that appeared on the leaderboards gradually verified their suspicions. Second place, Judgment, 60th floor of the second breakthrough. It's more than 2 minutes away from someone better than you. Immediately afterward, only a breath of time had passed. Third place, the Kings of the Earth, 60 floors and 3 breakthroughs. The nickname of the third awakened person also appeared. As before, the gap is not that big. But then, The first place first breaks the 60th floor at a rate that's just weird. How is this going to catch up when it's so much worse? He couldn't have discovered some sort of loophole in the earthly dungeon, could he? Vile. Not far away. Some of the awakened were already furious. Could it be that as the first awakened to discover the earthly dungeon, he was able to have any perks while breaking in? Damn. I'm losing a lot of money. Here they did not hide their words. Li Mingyuan naturally heard all of this, and her eyebrows gradually furrowed. Why are they so hostile to Lin Chi? Because of a nickname? In response, Lu Bu smiled contemptuously, pointing in a direction not far away. There's already a bet open over there on which awakened on the leaderboard will be the first to break through the 100th floor. Now, Li Mingyue understood. Originally, the gap between awakened people wasn't that big, but with Lin Chi pulling away by more than 2 minutes at once, his first place position could then be declared basically unassailable. Was thinking about it. On the leaderboard, there was actually another change again. First place, someone better than you, first to break 70 floors, still keeping it under 5 minutes. This was not long from the point in time when the second and third awakened passed through the 60th floor. He's a little faster. Lu Bu once again looked at his record, and his pupils shrunk slightly. This meant that Lin Chi surprisingly still had room for improvement. His agility attribute, is it that high? Lu Bu murmured. That's a bit anticlimactic. Originally, he had thought that Lin Chi would be able to exert a combat power sufficient to rival that of a top awakened at his current level. Already, there is a wonder in the power attribute, but if the agility attribute was just as high, he couldn't even figure it out at all. Until now, the other awakened around them were also stunned. If one were to say that the first place winner had taken some kind of trickery by breaking through the 60th floor first earlier, then now, he likewise broke through the 70 layers again in less than 5 minutes. There is no other reason that can explain this. It can only be faster and more efficient at killing monsters. This man, who the hell is he? In the crowd, Hong Xiantu suddenly seemed to realize something, and his gaze fell over to Lu Bu and the others. Is it the Lin Chi of the Kings of the Earth, or is there some other powerful awakened person in the first guild? The information changes on the leaderboard and it continues. This time, it was only after more than 4 minutes had passed that the information of the second and third place breaking through the 70th floor appeared one after another again. The gap, already, is getting wider, even before people could come back to their senses. The message of the first breakthrough of the 80th floor resurfaced again. This was just a minute after the second and third place broke through the 70th floor. Gradual, outside the dusty dungeon, the awakened actually fell into a silence. No more people talking, no more clamoring, because, new information. In a short time, race surfaced. First place, someone better than you, first to break 90 floors, but, the last time people saw information about a change in the leaderboards was when this first place winner, the first to break through the 80th floor. The awakened who ranked second and third hadn't even had time to break through the 80th layer. It's lassoed? Chapter 196, first to break through 100 floors. What kind of speed is this? You kill the lava troll. You can enter the 100th floor. Hint, all awakened who enter the earthly dungeon can only go 100 floors deep per day. Lin Chi gathered up the equipment that had fallen on the ground and clapped his hands. Only then did he look at the information that surfaced on the panel. So, I'm not the only one who can only go 100 floors deep in the dungeon every day? A light went on before his eyes. In that case, then, he wouldn't have to worry about someone going ahead of him in the subsequent tiers and stealing the reward for the first breakthrough. Everyone is only allowed to break through 100 floors per day. He, on the other hand, hasn't had to consume credentials. Collect those thoughts. Lin Chi looked again at the golden lion that had just surfaced beside him. Actually, after he got off the golden lion, in each of the next layers, the golden lions all surfaced at about the same time along with the monsters in the dungeon. And in the process of delving into an earthly dungeon, Lin Chi had already moved up a level. 64th grade. Gained a 1 read crossing, green phrase that increases agility. Another look at the experience bar. This time, when we go deep into the dusty dungeon, it looks like we won't be able to ascend to level 65. Next upgrade. It'll be time to rotate to the red word again. But Lin Chi was in no hurry. He'd made his decision anyway. When this time tomorrow came, he would have to keep coming back to this earthly dungeon to go another 100 floors deeper. You have to collect all the first break rewards in the later tiers before you can do so, and in time, it will surely be able to level up further as well. While pondering, he had already taken a step forward to enter the last layer of today's breakthrough. Rear. The golden lion was still tossing its head, the lion's mane on its neck making waves. It had barely had a moment to catch its breath since the 50th floor. Every time you just teleported to the next level, you hadn't even seen a living monster yet. Lin Chi was then already preparing to enter the next level. It's a total drag run. When will these hard times end? The golden lion wailed, had noticed, and a teleportation glow bloomed on his body once more. Ever since it was summoned by Lin Chi in the pet space, It had spent its time in non-stop teleportation. This experience is not as good as staying in your pet space all the time. Bang! Transmission in all its glory. Before the golden lion could even look around clearly, he had already heard a familiar ringing sound. That was the sound of the sledgehammer in Lin Chi's hand, hitting the monster with precision, without even thinking about it. At this moment, Lin Chi had already exterminated the monsters on this level. Finally, the light of transmission dissipated. Lin Chi's movement of picking up his equipment was also reflected in the golden lion's line of sight. The scene. It was the same sight that the golden lion had seen dozens of times in successive transmissions. Shouldn't be teleporting again, the golden lion thought to himself, but his stomach inexplicably lurched. It's obviously strong and stands up to all kinds of tossing and turning, but now, it felt that it was actually starting to teleport a bit dizzy. Good on this one. Lin Chi finally stopped teleporting, already checking out the harvest from the first 100 floors broken. First place, someone better than you, first 100 floors. After glancing at the information on the leaderboard, Lin Chi then looked again at the equipment dropped by the party's monsters. 2 legendary outfits, 2 epic outfits, plus 1 legendary quality material. Apparently, even at the 100th floor, the monsters here, too, still hadn't reached the saint level, but that was to be expected from Lin Chi. It was only 100 floors, and even if the monsters in the dusty dungeon weren't weak, it was still just the beginning after all. The reason why he swiped so fast was because he was running for the first break reward. Current number of floors, 100. Settlement completed. You receive plus 50 free attribute points. First time through, you gain experience plus 1. 000. The first 100 floors are broken. You get the equipment Polar Sandstorm, Holy. You've earned the title of 100 Floor Warrior. You have obtained the Yellow Sand and Shadow set, Legendary, compared to the previous reward for the first break of the 50th floor. This time, there was an extra piece of equipment of sacred artifact quality in the rewards. And, again, a legendary quality set. Sure enough, it's still unrealistic to want to get a sacred artifact quality set just by clearing 100 floors. Lin Chi shrugged bashfully, still satisfied, to be able to have a sacred artifact appear in the first breakthrough reward of the 100th floor. This meant that, at least in the first breakthrough rewards of the later tiers, there would definitely be sacred artifact quality sets. First, he pulled out his rewarding holy weapon and took a look at it. Polar Dust Storm, Holy, category, weapons. Despite having a rather crude equipment name, this was a staff. For Lin Chi, it was naturally a good sacrificial consumable. The plan for the sacrifice after that is to first collect enough Lord set parts to sacrifice the entire body's equipment, all to the holy weapon level, and then, depending on the situation, perform equipment synthesis after obtaining a new sacramental quality set. Lin Chi had long ago made plans for the next sacrifice. Check up on the Yellow Sand Phantom set again. Like the reward when you first break through the 50th floor, this legendary quality set had the same 6 components. However, the overall attributes are a bit better. In addition, the newly acquired title was similar to the title bonus effect he had obtained when climbing the Tower of the Void Realm. Lin Chi didn't put too much stock in it. Anyway, this title will progressively advance when we continue to delve into the dusty dungeon afterward. Do all that. It was only then that Lin Chi clapped his hands together sharply again and swept his eyes around. The number of break-ins for today has been used up, and there's no point in staying here anymore. He was also going to check out the quest he received from the king's daughter. Immediately, he waved his hand at the golden lion and took back this pet that had followed him all the way to rubbing his experience. It was only then that he stepped out of the earthly dungeon. And at this time, outside the dusty dungeon, the awakened were still in a state of dismay. On the leaderboard, the second and third place awakened had only just finished breaking through the 80th layer. However, the end result, is already there. Someone better than you first breaks the 100th floor, completely leaving behind the other awakened behind by a large margin. It was a long time before someone finally spoke. What kind of speed is this? Could it be that this person, in the earthly dungeon, really just has a unique advantage? Was there a similar situation when the awakened discovered the Tower of the Void Realm before? The answer, of course, is no. For once, someone who's better than you is a complete outlier. No one had ever expected that there would really be an awakened person who was able to dominate the list for the first 100 floors. Wait a minute. His ranking is unchanged. The second and third place. They've already broken through the 90 layers. There's still a chance. Maybe he's already overdrawn and can't beat the monsters on the 100th floor. And that, too, is just speculation on the part of the awakened. They were in the outside world. And after all, they didn't know what was really going on in the dungeon. At this moment, Lin Chi had already arrived beside Lu Bu and the others. Chapter 197, Northern Frost City. Removing dissidents? Why isn't Lin Chi moving? Enli Manhwa was still staring intently at the leaderboard in front of her, her brows furrowed slightly. Backslash n she didn't think that Lin Chi would be stuck at the 100th floor and couldn't beat the monsters in it. Backslash n is the voucher not enough? Lu Bu pondered, and subconsciously then spoke to his side. Backslash n go and get ready to acquire the vouchers in the hands of other awakened people. The price is not a problem. Backslash n but the words just fell. Backslash n he then noticed a figure had appeared beside him. None other than Lin Chi. Backslash n it's not necessary. Lin Chi smiled and spread his hands. Backslash n will be the rules in the dungeon. Briefly recounted. Backslash n patted Lu Bu's shoulder again, casually took out a ring and handed it to him. Backslash n is located in the northern border of the 8th kingdom, on the climate of the head thought year-round. Backslash n a quest that can delay the development of a divine blacksmith? Backslash n this tomorrow you keep coming back to climb the tower. Backslash n related information. Even Frost knows is less. Backslash n white-green laughed and had no less to say. Backslash n 40 levels before the transfer. At least is over is no chance to forge a holy weapon, right? Backslash n that's not true. Bai Ching shrugged. Backslash n your head wants to Kingslayer court on it. Your head wants to receive your message. The old man pressed his voice high and said. Backslash n that would require another trip into the abyss to find its territory. Backslash n I can't turn around and ask for information on that. Backslash n at this time in the city of Lin Chi, there are still snowflakes falling, and even under the buildings are covered with thick snow. Backslash n Frost nodded. Suddenly the heat is ding asked. Lin Chi city. Is the 8th kingdom commanded the city? Backslash n the awakened around them let out another gasp of surprise once again. Backslash n but it also proved to me that even if I rose to level 170, I was still able to become a divine blacksmith. Should Backslash n King Man have told me to contact the city lord directly? Backslash n the old man was stunned. Apparently there was not expected cold frost suddenly so asked. Backslash n still added and explained. Originally, even if it was a limit level awakened person, it would be difficult to promote a god level blacksmith. Backslash n it's over. In your case, after a very early time, you received a quest to be able to retreat all the way to the blacksmithing trials in a certain copy. Backslash n I've already identified a problem. Backslash n instead. The 8th, nicknamed Judgment. Almost at the same time as Li Shi broke through the 100 level barrier. Backslash n since the area ruled by the 8th kingdom is at fault. Why is this why the contact location is so secretive? Backslash n the earthly kings guilds don't have any yelp and guile, and Lin Chi naturally won't play false with them. Backslash n Frosty is certainly skeptical of that bull asterisk. Backslash n to 170 levels. Backslash n either it is not Lin Chi city and Iron Peak territory is the difference is less of a situation. Either, head to think of another reason for it. Frostheart no judgment. Backslash n and this time. Backslash n the first moment I saw Frost, I welcomed him down. Backslash n Li Mingyue raised her upper bar proudly and laughed. You certainly don't have some ordinary. Backslash n early to become a god level blacksmith, which I will be able to no chance directly forged mythic quality equipment. Backslash n that outside is an inn in the city, and the innkeeper is an old man. Backslash n accordance with my knowledge of the blacksmith profession. Backslash n it doesn't matter how many you change. Backslash n Frost swept the leaderboards before smiling at Li Mingyue again. The president is also fast. Backslash n course. Backslash n instead. It was Li Mingyue who came up. I should have known to let you carry our guild's name to break in. Backslash n actuality. Cold frost for the king male to give that task. The heart is still less and more existed some doubts. Backslash n 80 level transitions can be no chance of forging an epic outfit. Backslash n with the quality of a piece of equipment or poor is less upgraded to a holy weapon. I have to collect the right lord set parts again. Backslash n I can always remember that in the 8th kingdom of the day, there was no party belonging to the power of the king's left hand except for the king's male no Sato. Backslash n wait to strike the end of the order, and then go to the king man to ask for punishment. Then you are giving, it is another matter. Backslash n by Chingy laughed to his heart's content, that only pretended to be an old-fashioned look, patted Frost's shoulder. Backslash n the 8th kingdom of the hall, the head of the army thought. Backslash n there is still find the opportunity to badger behind the face of the Frost to sell on. Backslash n my men, and there's not a task to do yet. Backslash n the information that the second and third place broke through the 100th floor one after another has surfaced under the leaderboard. Backslash n with your observation of Frost, you'll be able to see that too. Backslash n and so on. Backslash n and according to the mission intelligence given by Wang Nan, the final order was active in that white-green city and the surrounding area. Backslash n but still answered. Lin Shi Chang has always been loyal to the 8th kingdom. Did something happen to the pavilion? Backslash n you've become a divine blacksmith only with great difficulty. Backslash n your nickname is so yawn-inducing. Backslash n that Oko's combat power even if he became a god-tier blacksmith, seems to have too little to do with it. Backslash n following the information given by Wang Nan, Frost arrived at a contact stronghold very slowly. Backslash n as for the equipment and materials, he naturally kept all of them in reserve. /n huh? /n by Ching then remembered that Li Mingyue hadn't succeeded in advancing to divine level blacksmith after that. The light of /n teleportation flashed by. /n but having said that, you know Frosty's doubts. /n she suddenly recalled Lin Chi's nickname again, and immediately skimmed her lips. /n but Li Mingyue went on top of the top less than 100 levels right left. That how to become a god level blacksmith? /n a situation like Li Mingyue's. It is indeed a bad replica. /n also waved his little fist at Lin Chi with open teeth and claws. /n the gap is also between millimeters. That let Frost did not some unforeseen. /n I could have known for a long time that Li Chi's combat power is not far beyond its top awakened. /n, second place, the kings of the earth, 7 broken 100 floors. /n worry. Before you will help him to inquire about that aspect. Li Mingyue patted her chest and posed to Frost with a I'll leave it to you stance. /n so, how the hell did he become a god-level blacksmith? Frost asked his question directly. /n Lin Chi City. /n Frost raised his eyebrows slightly, and Xiao Ji understood. /n so the example of you becoming a divine blacksmith should be so difficult to replicate. /n since they all know that the ultimate order is outside of there. Why is this a special request for the Awaken's help? /n Hidazi is ashamed to be the talent you unearthed, said to be set, but also did not expect to be like you. In is to reach the limit level, become a god-level blacksmith. /n 80 level transfer then there is no chance of forging a legendary outfit. /n if you think about it from a conspiracy theory point of view, the order of the end of the world would be the one belonging to the left hand of the king's faction, right? /n this is a prop that was popped out in the dungeon. You turn around and help me take it for contribution points. /n swish. /n just because I'm the Kingslayer? /n is over. /n I have arrived in a small city on the rule of the 8th kingdom. /n even if it is daytime. That outside also seems not some dim. Even in the street under the street, can still be seen in the street lamps blossomed in the light of magic. /n Frost stepped out from it and looked at the 7 weeks. /n this mile. /n bad. Bad. The 1st and 7th are both taken by our guild. /n but that wasn't something that affected my ability to do the quest later. /n just this look. Does not show the slightest bit of ferocity, but looks particularly cute. /n the same blacksmithing main profession. You certainly know that Frost also hopes to become a god-level blacksmith. Chapter 198, Blending into the Ultimate Order? The Final Doomsday. Your Excellency, we have formulated a well-thought-out plan for you to combat the Final Order this time. The /n old man didn't know exactly what Lin Chi was thinking, and directly opened the door to Lin Chi. /n according to our intelligence, the Order of the End will, every once in a while, hold secret gatherings in the Frost City. /n so, if your excellency wants to find them, you'd better disguise yourself as a Terminator and blend into their assembly. /no? /n infiltration mission? /n Lin Chi raised his eyebrows, a little playful in his heart. /n but didn't say much. /n just silently followed the old man in front of him, to a house. /n the house. A wooden box was placed. The /n Dragon Knight spread his palms out and let the ashes scatter. /n however. /n a ball of fiery flames sprang up in the Dragon Knight's palm, and in an instant, it turned the old man's body into ashes. /n terminal stepped back into the upper waterway outside of that. /n so, even if you that time, not confident to be able to let the Kingslayer have the method to leave the Frost City alive, but also to prevent me in case I live up, from him that outside, to find no information about the temple. /n which, no dusty phantom, is the extermination of the four-headed serpent, the ancestor of the dragon and the despairing ravings of those monsters. /n the old man nodded respectfully at once. /n replied, the deity that the Order of the End believes in is known as the End of the End. /n so, even if you that time, not confident to be able to let the Kingslayer have the method to leave the Frost City alive, but also to prevent me in case I live up, from him that outside, to find no information about the temple. /n the Kingslayer hasn't come over yet? I inquired faintly. /n boom. /n Frost City ground. /n Frost City ground. /n Your Highness. You will get rid of all the foreigners for him. The /n Dragon Knight spread his palms out and let the ashes scatter. /n the end but more and more playful. /n other than that, there is nothing else. /n doing it wrong. /n for all those years. The Lin Chi order has been active in Frost City on top of the covert support of the left hand of the king, and it's time to uproot us. /n that outside of the upper waterway was fairly clean, but even that outside of it, there was some dissolved up cold ice visible everywhere. /n Your Highness. You will get rid of all the foreigners for him. /n any equipment won't do? Lin Chi inquired with a playful gaze. N that's when he turned around and faced the window. N on the old man's glaringly small eyes watching. A hard grip. N that outside of the upper waterway was fairly clean, but even that outside of it, there was some dissolved up cold ice visible everywhere. N there is a mistake. The Dragon Knight's court on the embrace of the power given by the ancestor of the dragon. Even if you need the King Slayer, it is enough to destroy that outside the Lin Chi order. The old man followed with a compliment. N boom. N he's saying that we send long. It's you a doom? N Rinchi doomsday this monster. Exactly with that Rinchi order there is no nothing closely linked. Are still to be said. N took another slow walk to a room on the lower level of the hotel and reached out to knock on the door. N after you came. His Highness specially instructed that time to root out all the former problems. N I looked down at the old man behind my face with my head high, and seemed to be talking carelessly. N I'd love to see what I can encounter at the top of that mission. N you gave me the props for the disguise, as you instructed, and reminded me that it was the equipment that could use any of its me. N I was wearing a reddish heavy armor, and underneath the armor were engraved lines like those of a giant dragon. N Rinchi doomsday? N there is a mistake. The Dragon Knight's court on the embrace of the power given by the ancestor of the dragon. Even if you need the King Slayer, it is enough to destroy that outside the Lin Chi order. The old man followed with a compliment. N early afterward. I was at the bottom of the earthly city on earth, and I had heard the Dharma Saint Junine talk about it. N terminal was also half convinced by that old man's words. N that should all be on the same level. N both items. A simple pattern like a torn sun was engraved. N the old man nodded solemnly and said, until now, you also have not heard of any precedent that no one has survived to come up before the end of the Lin Chi directly in front of them. The small figure called Dragon Knight narrowed his eyes slightly. N Dragon Knight said. Suddenly one hand choked the old man's neck. N a ball of fiery flames sprang up in the Dragon Knight's palm, and in an instant, it turned the old man's body into ashes. N and, according to the information received by the kingdom, N we suspect that everything in the world will return to the forest pool, and that even the faintest equipment in the world will decay into scrap metal. The N old man went all the way to the back of the hotel door and watched the departing figure of the end of the world. That only then vigilantly swept the 7 weeks again and sharply retracted his gaze. N underneath no it's my equipment. The difference for me is not small. N that can also be called a deity? The small figure called Dragon Knight narrowed his eyes slightly. N and can remember. The king's palace of the ground prison. No one to specialize in the study of this one monster. N however. N just over. N to this. The low small figure that is satisfied with a smile. N you a doom this monster. Whether there is nothing close to that Yua order, are still to be said. N that's when he turned around and faced the window. After all this time, that's not the god that the Rinki order has abandoned? N your excellency, this is the camouflage prop we have prepared for you, the old man introduced, but in every gathering of the Endbringers, the evil deities they believe in are involved. N that there isn't an extremely common monster under the world. N my eyes flashed with a flash of gloom. N the old man but nodded solemnly. N so, when your excellency dives into it, you must not wear any other equipment, not even a ring. N so, at the time of the rally, only a very large majority of us, too, will be able to wear the equipment. N I still think that Wang Nan's mission is not so hairy and long. N terminal stepped back into the upper waterway outside of that, before N had learned the specific information from the old man outside. The end of the day, he stepped away from that inn. N the door of the room opened. A low small figure was then revealed behind the old man's face. N that order, the so-called deity that was renounced, was just a monster with a long hair. N is over. N Dragon Knight said. Suddenly one hand choked the old man's neck. N you a doom is also one of them. N on the old man's glaringly small eyes watching. A hard grip. N Lin she listened to the old man's introduction while opening the wooden box in front of him. N and, according to the information received by the kingdom, N okay. N that order, the so-called deity that was renounced, is just an ordinary monster. N I shouldn't be on my way to the meeting place of the Rinchi congregation just yet. N after you came. His Highness specially instructed that time to root out all the former problems. N which a robe was placed as well as a badge. N actually, that name is not the first time I've heard of it. Chapter 199, in praise of the final doomsday. Snap, snap, N the quiet sewers. Only footsteps sounded one after another. N all around the forest pool. There are constantly figures converging over. N robes shrouded. Faces are covered in shadows. all of them do not say a word, as if in some kind of bizarre ceremony. N more or less it's a bit of heretic inside flavor. Lin Shi silently spat. In the meantime, he was also observing the Endbringers around him. N at the moment, it seems that there is no monster information on these Terminators. N he naturally wouldn't be in a hurry to go on a killing spree. N finally, after waiting for some time in the wide area in the sewer. N there are probably close to 200 figures already gathered here. N seeing this, the end of the day is not some fox. N is even more vaguely visible in the robe line's flow of crimson light. N the upper waterway in the cold ice quickly melted, but all still have not become liquid less long, has become water vapor. N all of them each stood still and lowered their heads, as if waiting for something to come. N obviously, such as the end of the special. We also underneath and did not wear its own equipment. N you got the message. That rally, an infiltrator appeared. N light flashed. Then 5 figures covered in robes emerged from the formation. N I raised the knife outside of my hand and my gaze fell under these 7 figures still in the spell. N that skill that carries a negative effect, it just fell under my person alone. N even less water vapor came up. N and the phalanx. The N final mind spun. N, he's suffering from Rinki status. N intends to return this knife chi from the party first. N a hot laugh also came from this side of the spell. N that's when he surveyed the spells on the feet of these 7 figures. N is in the information learned by the successive finalists. N I little to understand. N looks like, turn around and go to this side of the hotel and ask this old man for an ambiguous question. N those lines were glowing with crimson light, like the setting sun, and intertwined with each other to take shape, turning into a formation. N I then noticed again that in the phalanx, this figure standing in the center of the most in the hands of the sudden emergence of a staff. N terminus didn't have the heart to see what Re would do in an assembly such as that kind of order. N immediately after. N these 5 figures are obviously the leaders of these Endbringers. N trapped is what's holding me. It would have to be a trap for the enemy. N the last moment. N could then. N I looked up and down without seeming to realize it. N he's in a state of confinement. N praised the Rinchi doomsday. N Lin Shi immediately raised his eyebrows. N tackled a thief. N just different from the others around. The robes on those 5 figures are almost covered with lines like broken suns. N huh? N Lin Shi then noticed that not far away, the crowd deliberately left open a wide area, actually gradually outlined a bright pattern out of thin air. N is that it means I now have the method to take out the abyssal market small hammer. N 7 weeks a few to be able to avoid the Lin Chi religious. Underneath the body actually also burned up a blazing fire. N the bottom of the head, the light flowed, and a complete round of the sun emerged. N terminal even noticed a status message that surfaced under the panel. N these 7 figures only just emerged. They raised their arms in unison and put on a look of welcoming the light. N I followed the mission guidelines and changed out of that robe, but didn't make any of my moves along the way. N the small knife that was made from the words, everything is a soldier, unexpectedly blossomed violently with a crimson light. N, everything is a weapon, word effect is activated. Enough to convert attacks against me into weapons. N boom. N but it was then. N terminal skimmed. N but the corner of my mouth, but gradually lifted a smile. N sort of a flame burning type of attack Han Xin muttered. N that pillar of fire. Enough to burn everything. N it's like we're watching the endgame and are understanding what's going on. N exposed then? N and on top of that kind of flame burning. N so, they were able to use their equipment only on the shelter of that spell? N it seems that the mechanism of that monster of Han's new doom is also extremely ordinary. N that's where it's you that's wrong. It's the flow of the quest that's wrong. The N sighed heavily, feeling more than a little amused. N this time. N, he will suffer Rinchi. N but the latter mention is that it's the ones that can trap me that are the traps. N for that scene, the 7 weeks of its Rinchi devotees were clearly stunned, each facing Han Xion's side in unison. N and at this point, N dare I say that there really isn't a restriction on being able to use its own equipment? The Rinchi devotees in the 7 weeks of the N were all visibly alert as well, but were advancing individually, as if to avoid the orientation where the end was located. N heresy. These 7 figures under the N phalanx have each pulled out their weapons and equipment and are ready to fire. N and in my hand. This overpowering knife chi quickly coalesced and molded itself into a small knife as well. N but I'm immune to fire damage. N, he's being watched by Rinki Doomsday. N a slightly playful voice but suddenly sounded. The light of the \n pillar of fire illuminated the 7 directions. \n I knew that I appeared to be backing into a trap. \n the so-called deity that the Rinchi order has turned its back on is none other than Rinchi Doomsday. \n the figure on the far right took a step back underneath, while a small knife emerged in his hand. \n after that for camouflage, is able to wear equipment. \n but just a moment after I raised the knife in my hand. \n a blazing pillar of fire erupted from the sun and instantly engulfed the form of the Endbringer. In the \n phalanx, these 7 figures did not launch another attack at the end, but assumed a posture of devout prayer. \n indeed, you praise it too. \n even less a cold feeling, from the hilt of the knife. \n but on the reflection of the column of fire, even the water vapor became crimson. \n I said, the small knife in my hand fought to chop up at Han Xin. \n daring to use a weapon on the watchful eye of Rinchi's doom. He is doomed to Rinchi. \n the heretic who infiltrated that outside, has been attributed to Rinchi. \n is just as in the emblem of the Order of the Forest Pond right, as the sunset, but all over the cracks, has been complete open. \n almost turned into a sunset afterglow that coalesced into substance. \n but in the last moment, the endgame became clear. \n is it that participation in the assembly of the Order of Han Xin is able to wear any equipment? \n scorching cold temperature makes 7 weeks of space are burned and twisted up. Even under the ground on the feet of the end of the original dissolution of the cold ice also quickly melted. \n staff waving. In front of this figure coalesced the shadow of a round sun. \n the meantime. \n even the temperature of the whole area is extremely low. \n return to the forest pool. \n and the knife in Han Xion's hand seemed to become more and more scorchingly cold. \n in praise of Han's new doomsday. \n what's with that staff here? \n since I was able to encounter an incident outside of that wasn't related to Lin Chi Doom. This means that Han Xin Doom hasn't been under my radar yet. \n a powerful blade chi almost coalesced into shape, suddenly chopping towards the end. \n how come the infiltration is just over and you're exposed? \n terminal raised an eyebrow. \n swish. \n this figure standing in the very center once again raised his staff low. Chapter 200, The Price? All turned into monsters. This voice, naturally, came from Lin Chi. In the \n phalanx, the 5 figures were originally still maintaining the posture of praising the final doom, and their figures suddenly froze. \n they hurriedly looked at the incomparably hot pillar of fire. \n pillar of fire bright and straight as a sunburst. \n can be at this time. \n this pillar of fire, but gradually emerged a humanoid figure. \n soon, Lin Chi walked out from the pillar of fire. \n columns of fire also receded. \n but he was still clad in his previous robes, and there wasn't the slightest trace of burns on his body. \n heresy. You can't escape the end. \n and all around. \n the end yet again. I noticed that I was expecting the end of Rinchi, and had not appeared in the upper waterway. \n terminal glanced at the very weapons used by these 7 Rinchi bishops in succession. \n by now, even if it is only the calcination skill of the blacksmith profession, it is most some able to show considerable combat power. \n simply a small hammer used to use. \n the power of the end. There is no escape. In the spell formation, the figure holding a large sword suddenly chopped out a blade energy towards Lin Chi once again. \n every weapon is of legendary quality. \n the sound of flames erupting one after another in the upper waterway is broken resounded. \n so, Chazo also had not slowed down to deal with us. What \n releases is more the characteristic skills of each profession. \n even more scorching temperature, spreading out from his body. \n very slow. \n finally a smile of satisfaction. \n Bishop Lin Chi's voice sounded again. \n on the contrary, these Lin Chi followers, who had originally scattered and fled due to Bishop Charos being killed in seconds by the end of the day, all stopped in their tracks. \n blade chi was instantly swallowed by the blazing flames, but also bombarded these 7 figures in the formation. \n just over, yet both clearly carry a burning effect. \n with the front. I swung the small hammer and blasted it with a hammer. \n that searing temperature that even they couldn't handle. \n that maybe the monsters in the earthly city didn't have some kind of increase. \n just over. \n terminal shrugged. \n forest pond congregation. \n the same time. \n boom. \n Chalu then noticed that the 7 Lin Chi bishops were all burning with a blazing flame underneath their bodies. \n surprisingly monstrous. \n by virtue of the effect of the Fusilier's fire phrase, I have already taken the flames of this pillar of fire from the party and used it for myself. \n that Rinchi Doomsday program after the performance. Indeed to appear more most some. N yet again on the blazing flames, was blasted to pieces. N that does most certainly seem to be human. N 87 levels up. N not to mention that time. I didn't get some gains. N terminal are not even a little staggered. N. Once again. They saw the power of the gods, but it was ineffective against this heretical infiltrator. N the information of those Rinchi devotees actually all appeared behind my face with it. N flames burned with the lines of the robes beneath them. N witness Rinchi it. N those complete small sun patterns under the robes of the Rinchi devotees, also burned with a blazing fire. N, rank, 62. N pouring and is taking out the abyssal market small hammer. N weapons and equipment outside of our hands are all the same. No staffs, knives, or bows and arrows, shields, or short blades. N comparison to the dusty phantom I encountered afterward, and the one I saw once was the exterminating four-headed serpent. N. Gradual. N my hand. A small knife of flame quickly emerged. N but Lin Chi laughed. N even a legendary quality boss is a bit stronger compared to the deeper level monsters of the earthly ground city. N I shook my head. N Terminator casually put it away. N instantly engulfed 7 Bishop Lin Chi figures. N, he killed Bishop Lin Chi, legendary, and gained plus 376,000 experience. The 5 figures in the N phalanx were all obviously filled with disbelief. N Chazo also finally saw the information of those figures. N the blink of an eye. N with the Bishop of Rinchi is the same. Those Rinchi congregants are each of the same level, but in a short period of time, all of them turned into monsters. N I hadn't realized that all 7 of those possessed monster information. N that kind of burst rate hasn't actually been quite wrong. N follow the figures chopping and slashing sword chi, and chopped violently. N made that area, which was still dim, instantly bright as day. N the meantime. N bang. N flames exploded. N that was the least of my trip. N the entire upper waterway area actually suddenly bloomed a blazing light. N those endbringers also all looked horrified. N Chazo Shioji realized the problem. N, rank, 120. N boom, boom, boom. N that's when he turned his head again to look at these Rinchi devotees in the upper waterway who still hadn't had time to escape. N immediately after. N body fiercely burned up a blazing flame, instantly transformed into a flame giant figure. N my circumference. The pitch white liquid spread rapidly. N isn't that the price for turning your back on Rinchi Doomsday? N suddenly. N that thing. And there's no monsters outside the earthly ground that are weak. N, he killed the Rinchi cultists and gained plus 78,900 experience. N terminal muttered. N or rather, our figures, actually all fell into a strange stagnation above. N seemed to be trying to confirm whether what he was seeing now was real or not. N it looks like that Lin Chi order, indeed, is very much the right one. Underneath the N final body, it then blossomed into an upgraded light. N, rank, 70. N how is this possible? N as if it were a living thing in particular, flowing onto the feet of every Rinchi devotee. The bishops in the N order have been reduced to monsters. N, Forest Pond Congregation. N heresy. N the end of the day staggers the mouth. N, he killed Bishop Lin Chi, legendary, and gained plus 376,000 experience. N the spell formation on our feet then blossomed with a crimson glow, forming a curtain of light. N and on the robes, their heads were revealed, which turned out to be a ball of fire. N I was thinking about what to do with those Rinchi practitioners in order to minimize the task of combating the Rinchi order. N finally the scene behind the eyes will be taken in, are by a slight narrowing of the eyes. N the 7 Rinchi bishops he each acted. N 7 legendary level boss N I made a fair comment. N originally, I thought that the 7 figures were just the leaders of the Rinchi congregation, and underneath their nature they were still just humans who had turned their backs on the end of the Chazo. N those Chazo devotees, all of them will be transformed into monsters by Rinchi Doomsday. N the end of the panel below. That message is also in his broken flashing. N pouring under the ground and bursting out a bunch of equipment. N took a step forward. N those Chalu religious and is a monster. Even if it is killed, there is law nothing to gain. N, he was watched by Chazo Doom. N if you want to blame them for turning their backs on Rinchi Doomsday and falling into monsters. N sure enough, that one mission was able to encounter Lin Chi Doom. N this world, no one can escape the gaze of the final doom. N just that one time. It didn't seem a bit hoarse. Backslash N, he killed the Rinchi cultists and gained plus 128. 700 experience. Backslash N, Bishop Lin Chi, Legend. Chapter 201, New Words. The night sky disappeared? Level plus 1. Backslash N, you gain the word light time seal, red. Backslash N, you get the word cast inlay, gold. Backslash N, word fission, S effect triggered once again. Getting an extra golden word. Backslash N, Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Backslash N immediately checked up on the newly acquired words. Backslash N, current word, lightning seal, red. Backslash N, effect, any equipment you have touched. You are able to summon its light and shade imprint, reproduce it, and wear and use it at will. Light and shade imprint equipment durability is not reparable, cannot be forged. The number of times summoned has no upper limit. Backslash N time marks. Backslash N Lin Chi comprehended the effect of the phrase, and the light in his eyes were flickering up. Backslash N just over. Backslash N but was thinking about it. Backslash N that means, but any equipment I touch in the future, I'll be able to summon it out and use it? Backslash N sight as if through the top of an upper sewer. Backslash N that's not a red word, there is one. Backslash N surprisingly, it's a phrase that can directly replace the equipment inlay skill. Backslash N I've long had the innkeeper secretly put out the word that no one would sneak into the rally. Backslash N that time, I took advantage of the task given to the Kingslayer at the King's Men's Hall and had already laid a well thought out trap. Backslash N but it was a sun that had an opening. Backslash N but not today's mythical quality Abyssal Ruins Unity Sledgehammer. Backslash N equipment for Frost was not supposed to be a forehead increase. With a casual wave of his hand, Backslash N Frost dispersed the light and light imprint of that small hammer, and his hand became empty once again. Backslash N light is as distinct as a sunset. Backslash N would the Kingslayer really be the one to use any equipment before an attack? Backslash N is able to be used for forging sacrifices that would have been unusual. The first thing the Backslash N Kingslayer would have to face would be the gaze cast by the end of Lin Chi. Backslash N is the Kingslayer not weak enough for that anymore? Backslash there are no limitations other than the ability to forge and the ability to repair durability. Backslash N my form then stiffened violently. The Backslash N Dragon Knight took a deep breath and suddenly heard a sound of earth and stone pounding on his feet. Backslash N and wait until that rally before Bishop Lin Chi fights the Kingslayer. Backslash N I murmured, but inexplicably realized that my voice wasn't even a little hoarse. Backslash N my palm was once again clenched once more, and a small hammer with the same abyssal ruins appeared in my hand again. Backslash N even, along with Lin Chi Muoi, they were all startled together. Backslash N and on the other hand, Backslash N is, after all, made out of thin air. Backslash N unfamiliar with the effect of the mark of light time phrase before Frost looked at the previous phrase again. Backslash N even if there is no equipment to add, based on the basic attributes of the Frost itself alone, there is a sufficient to use. Backslash N but cold Frost is still and there is no sign of seeing Lin Chi's doomsday appearance outside of that. Backslash N packing up the bad ones. Frost swept his eyes for another 7 weeks. Backslash N Frost pondered. His eyes raised sharply to look downward. Backslash N Frosty's eyes lit up behind them. Backslash N addition to the smile. Backslash N is between knowing and realizing. The Backslash N Dragon Knight, dressed in heavy armor, was standing quietly in the shadows. Backslash N and this is the effect of the light time seal phrase. Backslash N Kingslayer will inevitably use the equipment to retreat and counterattack. Backslash N I am in fear. Backslash N below. Backslash N must not have shown up yet. Backslash N he tentatively reached forward. Backslash N originally I was hidden outside that shadowy corner, waiting in silence for the beginning of the assembly of the Order of Lin Chi. Backslash N is the entire Lin Chi city, all the darkness that did not, as if all in that moment disappeared. Backslash N, when after the word, cast inlays, gold. Backslash N a sledgehammer suddenly appeared in his hand. Backslash N Rinchi Doomsday, are even alarmed? Backslash N, effect, can consume forging materials. Equipment inlay changed to equipment cast pattern, so that no quality equipment original inlay effect +1. Backslash N originally shrouded in the night sky below the final city, actually emerged a round of reddish-red light emanating from the sun. Backslash N Frost smiled in satisfaction. The assembly of the Order of the Backslash N Rinchi was not so difficult to infiltrate. Backslash N one piece of equipment runs out of durability, which summons up another one. Backslash N is for having a method to repair the durability. Backslash N can be followed immediately. Backslash N terminal city in an area. Backslash N but that's totally the problem. Backslash N rather, it is the quality of the holy weapon. Backslash N with the Abyssal Market Sledgehammer before it was promoted to a mythic quality weapon. The attributes were exactly the same. Backslash N, category, weapons. Backslash N, pool Abyssal Ruins, essay. Backslash N instead, the personal panel, did not about Lin Chi Doomsday attention prompts. Still N is broken flashing. Backslash N then by necessity. Backslash N as for the appearance. Backslash N even. Backslash n originally these have not yet undergone a mutation of the Lin Ji religious, and now have not been wiped out or clean. Backslash n a closer look. Lin Chi then noticed. Backslash n the hand of the holy weapon sledgehammer compared to the past, but also a little mottled light. Light to see not really. Backslash n perceiving this, the Dragon Knight's heart moved, and immediately raised his head to peer into the sky. Backslash n before experimenting a bit. Lin Ji was able to summon even the equipment light and light seal that had retreated, all things soldier, and, armed empowerment. Backslash n this regicide actually resisted the gaze cast by Lin Chi Doom. Backslash n even if the Kingslayer is no longer weak, it is seen to be able to escape that gaze. Backslash n, Rinchi Doomsday? Backslash n but now. Backslash n I just need to wait. There is an assembly of the Order of the Forest Pond. To recover the source of the king will be enough. Backslash n there's a saying. Backslash n Dragon Knight, however, suddenly seemed to be unaware of it, looking toward the 7 weeks. Backslash n seems to be sensing something. Backslash n after figuring out the effect of the words, Lin Chi's eyes couldn't help but be opened. Backslash n and now, Frost cannot have no gems in the case, just with the forging materials, will be able to retreat for the equipment attribute enhancement. Backslash n such as legendary equipment can only be retired 7 times inlay upgrade. Backslash n are Lin Chi religious people still showing up. Backslash n until now, I have never retired the inlay for the equipment I use. Backslash n Frost also noticed that it seems that the lower the quality of the equipment, the higher the durability will be. Backslash n want less more small hammers. There is no less more, that which outside still need to repair. Backslash n since there are appearances in the upper waterway area, this can only be an appearance in. Backslash n that means. Backslash n my hand. A huge sword engraved with the pattern of a giant dragon shape quietly hanging down. The tip of the sword have into the ground in. Backslash n I once thought about it. Backslash n but Frost couldn't be interested in the number of upgrades to the legendary equipment by virtue of the casting inlay phrase to 8 times. Backslash n whirlwind. Backslash n I looked up high. It was the huge sword in my hand, trembling slightly. Backslash n the night sky is to know when. Bloom up blazing skylight. Backslash n. Backslash n and by this time. Backslash n intends to recover the source of the king from the hands of the Kingslayer. Backslash n the shadowy corner where I had been, surprisingly, disappeared. Backslash n, rank? Backslash n you touched it. You embraced it. Frost made a precise comment about the effect of that phrase. Backslash n one hand. It's because I haven't had access to fewer gemstones for inlay. And that stuff. You have to get it in some areas that specialize in dropping gemstones. Backslash n that's suspiciously an extremely weak increase for any awakened person. Backslash n Dragon Knight has been on the conscious grip on the hands of the huge sword. Back as vaguely know a dragon's shadow emerged. Chapter 202, this mission. Earn a lot. What's going on? Backslash n the final doomsday has appeared? Backslash n the whole Frost City. I'm afraid it's going to be destroyed. Backslash n the sky above Frost City. The broken sun that suddenly surfaced alarmed everyone in the city. Backslash n night sky has long since ceased to exist. At this time the Frost City has turned into daytime. The Backslash n City Lord's mansion is even more in an uproar. Backslash n the Lord of Frost City only just raised his head to look at the broken sun in the sky, and then immediately turned around and shouted out to a short distance away. Backslash n immediately summoned His Excellency the right hand of the king. Backslash n request for rescue. Backslash n there are many legends circulating in the Third Kingdom about those 7 special monsters. Backslash n defense isn't as low as you think. Jylon raised his eyebrows slightly. Backslash n but was not wiped out in this way. Backslash n people are fleeing in panic in the direction of the city. Backslash n such as the dusty phantom as well as his extinguishing the 4-headed serpent appeared when long. The fog of war will appear around the perimeter. Backslash n I've known for a long time that lion can actually fly. Backslash n he successive flames. You have not yet taken in your own. Backslash n rather. A fragment of the original complete open. Directly extinguished. Dissipated away. Backslash n Frost grinned and stared at the full sun. Backslash n boom. Boom. Backslash n you have the same no wings spread out in front of you. No some surprise to survey the full sun in the sky. Backslash n just. Backslash n and regardless of whether or not the present moment of final doom is ontological or not. Backslash n whoosh. Backslash n I slapped the golden lion directly under the head. Backslash n the Jylon doomsday and is the real sun. Backslash n on top of one of my hammers. Backslash n Frost raised his eyebrows, and there was not the slightest bit of panic under his face. Backslash n a little too exciting. Backslash n earlier 2 blasts resounded through the 7 directions. Backslash n the whole of this complete sun shook a bit. Backslash n if he wants to stay outside the pet space all the time, he'll continue to avoid the battle. Backslash n I retreated into the fog of war, also watching the 7 weeks. Backslash n I realized it instantly. Backslash n there are nonetheless a few less attacks needed than with the Dusty Spectre. Backslash n bang. N this is absolutely doomed for the entire Frost City. N and except for you. N Lord Villain. That seems to be a tricky monster. N Jailan is already nearing the end of Lin Chi. N a touch of humanized bitterness passed through its eyes, but it dared to be firm again, and slowly and busily followed the abyssal creatures, launching an attack on Lin Chi Doomsday together. N for the broken sun in the sky. Frost is also ambiguous. That exactly is Jailan Doomsday's body. N he swept his eyes around. N but without the experience of dealing successively with earthly spectral projections. N there is no doubt that the appearance of Frost Doom is enough to overthrow this Frost City. N I simply swung toward the 7 weeks. N this broken sun in the middle. Suddenly none of the pieces came off up. N a small hammer's shadow cut through the void, meeting this meteor that blasted directly toward the complete sun in the sky. N that cloud, which is actually made up of the fog of war. N lacquer white spells were then carved out of the fog of war, spewing out small strands of lacquer white mist. The N bone dragon as well as several abyssal creatures with the ability to fly in the territory of the natural disaster were also summoned by Jailan together. N flames dragged a long flame tail in midair, gorgeous, but filled with the aura of destruction. N this then, the speed of getting rid of Lin Chi Doomsday will be able to slow down a little. N not to mention. N I have to say, compared to the Dusty Spectre projection or Hydra he had seen before, the current final Doom was indeed extremely dignified once he appeared on the scene. N Yayoi. It's bad if he continues to attack with the abyssal creatures. N how come since before it became Frost's pet, it either wasn't acting as a mount or was long enough to directly face a monster of Lin Chi Doom's caliber? N is that Lynchpin Doomsday? N this flaming meteor had already landed underneath Frost's body. N on the light of this long sun. Those abyssal creatures surprisingly all suffered some burning damage as well. N early in the succession. Frost has not yet given you a cloak equipment with the ability to fly. N likewise noticed that the entire Frost City was filled with chaos at this time. N and at this point. N the front of my back. The blood-colored wings heave, swept toward the sky. N and just then. N is flying down low space. N the golden lion shrunk his neck, and his throat was all by moving. N but even without the abyssal increase granted by Frost. N that golden lion unexpectedly quickly dodged in front of Jailan's body. The small hammer of the abyssal market in N's hand had emerged and swung violently downward on. N this level of calamity. They can only wait for the Third Kingdom to send enough fighting forces to resist. N that's yes. One shard that's able to cancel out an attack? N and before that, the figure of Misa emerged from it. N but the pieces that came out intact were not too few. N Frost turned his head to look, and saw that the golden lion was suspended in the void, without some shrinking head looking out at the end of Lin Chi in the sky. N this that's unusually little. N that time, another exclamation rang out from the side. N but when you speak, you are not yet taken out. His bow and arrow directly rushed to the end of Lin Chi to come an arrow. N turned into a huge small meteor, surprisingly long blasted toward my side. N but only, if you look up, you will be able to see a broken sun hanging in the low sky. N Misa's big mouth was slightly open, apparently without some surprise. N Frost suddenly noticed. N since Yayoi's attack was also enough to wipe out a piece of debris directly underneath Lin Chi's doom. N Frosty rushed to Yayoi with a command. N another piece of debris disappeared underneath Lin Chi Doomsday. N is that the fog of war? N Frost cast a sidelong glance at the golden lion. N so, when successively summoning the abyssal creatures, I also summoned that lion along with them. N Frost, but also noticed that the surrounding is to know when, actually emerged a small piece of white clouds. N so it's over to launch an attack on you? N words fell. I was directly heeding the golden lion, approaching the long sun in the sky. N excuse me. N poof. N Frosty Little Chi ran out of guesses. N the golden lion roars high. N Froster by letting out a sigh of relief. N however, it did not do me any harm. N looks like the end of Lin Chi after the eye seems to be more difficult to deal with than the Dusty Phantom. N with only the abyssal market throw attack. It's not as efficient as it could be. N thought about it. N the sewer exit. Lin Chi was also gazing up at the broken sun in the sky. N seemed to retreat into that outside before I left from Terminal City to a new area. N but I know that as long as I can kill that monster, I'm bound to be able to not have a very small harvest. N this mission. Earn small N the final doomsday N by virtue of the flame immunity attribute attached to the flint and fire phrase, Frost simply used to be concerned about fire attribute attacks. /n surrounded by burning flames, but I was familiar with them. /n abyssal market a throw. /n an arrow hit. /n 7 weeks are filled with the fog of war that blocks any probing. Chapter 203 Offensive Speed. Hundreds of sledgehammers. Chaos filled the Frost City. Countless crowds converged on the streets like a tidal wave, surging towards the Frost City exit. But even so, this Frost City, which was as bright as day, was already burning with a blazing fire. The fire was spreading, extending to a building in Frost City. The broken sun in the sky, even though it had only just appeared, radiated an unstoppable light and heat. Put out the fire. Put out what fire? That's final doom in the sky. It's good to get out of there. Stay here and sooner or later you will be transformed into the end, as the legends say. Even in the city lord's mansion, there was a big mess up and down at this time. They couldn't see if there was any movement in the sky at this time, but just such a round of broken sun shining in the night sky hung high. It already exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Not to mention, the intense light and heat was enough to turn this Frost City, which was located in the northern border of the Third Kingdom and was always shrouded in frost, into a red earth. It was such a sight that one word came uncontrollably to the minds of the people: the doomsday roar. On the side of Frost City, a loud and clear roar resounded. It made the monsters still fleeing around them seem as if they had been subjected to some kind of suppressive force hidden deep within their bloodline. Crouched on the ground, trembling, in the sky, a huge shadow flew past. It was a huge dragon with a reddish body, huge wings unfolded, like a crimson cloud. Each scale is glittering, with a strange luster, appearing particularly heroic. On the other hand, on the back of this huge dragon, the dragon rider in heavy armor looked a bit flustered. From time to time he glanced back with great eagerness. The feeling of oppression brought to him by that tattered sun was too strong. He even suspected that even if what descended down from the final doom this time wasn't the main body, it wouldn't be too far off. Damn it, what the hell did the Kingslayer do? The dragon rider couldn't stop cursing. Previously, he also froze and didn't think that the Endbringer order in this Frost City was actually able to attract the Endbringer Doomsday. Not to mention, that Kingslayer had not only resisted the gaze of the Final Doom, but had even attracted such a massive force under the Final Doom's descent. He had also originally planned to completely eliminate Lin Chi in Frost City. But now, that thought was gone from his mind. Escape! The Crimson Dragon under the Dragon Knight seat was also flapping its wings vigorously, fleeing the effects of the Final Doom. In this situation, the teleportation array had long since become ineffective. Even, according to what they know about the Final Doomsday, even some magic would be incinerated by the Final Doom the moment the spell was outlined. Before the Final Doomsday body, Lin Chi looked at the sun that had broken open before him with a somewhat strange gaze. Even standing right in front of this monster, he was surprised that he couldn't tell that the thing showed signs of being alive. It was different from many of the monsters he had met in the past, and as he approaches, the blazing flames surrounding the Final Doomsday had all become more and more incandescent. Lin Chi wasn't even good at estimating just what degree the temperature of this fiery flame had reached. But many of the monsters in this world would have been completely against the laws of physics. There's no way to tell scientifically either. At this moment, Lin Chi, however, was in no hurry to launch an attack on Final Doom, just passively taking the ineffective attacks of the Final Doom. However, around him, there was also a mass of fiery flames condensing, turned into a sledgehammer. In this case, there is the calcination skill by virtue of the weapon made of flames. Likewise there were, everything is a soldier, as well as the weapons transformed by the mark of light and time, coupled with the various skills that Final Doom couldn't help but unleash. The sledgehammers that were suspended in the flames around Lin Chi had become more and more numerous. Unfortunately, there is currently no access to skills or words that can manipulate many weapons at once. Lin Chi swept a sledgehammer around him and shook his head. According to the characteristics of this Final Doom, in order to eliminate it quickly, there would have to be at least a group of people who resisted the scorching heat of the Final Doom while uncontrollably launching attacks at it. It was only then that it could be completely eliminated. But this time, Lin Chi also had a more straightforward approach. Quickly, he reached out and grabbed one of the sledgehammers. It blasted forward towards the Final Doom in front of it. Bang! The sledgehammer fell, and a shard of Final Doom's body was annihilated away with it. But immediately after, a handful of hammers were then like rain, uncontrollably smashing down on the body of the Final Doomsday. At this very moment, Lin Chi's arm almost swung up, under the outrageous strength attribute and agility attribute. One of the sledgehammers that hovered around him would only just enter his hand before he would quickly throw it. This move is enough to be called the Qilin arm. Lin Chi spat out to himself. His weapon's rate of fire at the moment, I'm afraid, is several times faster than a certain gun named Fire Unicorn. What's more, what he threw out was a sledgehammer that had been augmented by his strength attribute. Bang bang bang. The sound of the sledgehammer blasting against the Final Doom came out one after another, almost like rolling thunder. The sledgehammer that swept by, even more so, formed a flaming area visible to the naked eye in the middle of Lin Chi and Final Doom. Under this indiscriminate bombardment, the pieces that made up the Final Doom were even more dramatically consumed in a short period of time. Rear. A beam of light had just come out of the Golden Lion's mouth, destroying several pieces of the Final Doom's body. Unintentionally glancing at Lin Chi's side, he couldn't help but shiver. It opened its mouth, but couldn't even make a roar. And aside, all of Yayoi's speed in bending her bow and shooting arrows slowed down as well. Looking over at Lin Chi's side, there was a moment of speechlessness. Isn't Lord's attack a little too outrageous? Almost in a very short time, the size of Terminal Doom has shrunk several times, and it's shrinking dramatically. Finally, after a bit of a frenzy, a message appeared on Lin Chi's panel with it. You have slain the Final Doom, subject, and gained the Final Doom, shard. In front of Lin Chi, the broken sun has vanished without a trace, but even until now, a sledgehammer was suspended in the blazing flames around Lin Chi. So soon, it's wiped out. Lin Chi shrugged, originally thinking that this thing had other stages. Fong threw out the sledgehammer. Not thousands, there are a few hundred. Only then did he wave his hand, causing all the other sledgehammers to dissipate with it. He looked at the party's kill prompt again, but he was stunned. This one hit, the subject of the Final Doom? But what happened to the shards that were obtained? Chapter 204, a fragment. Supreme quality. Final Doomsday, fragment. Description. A fragment that makes up the Final Doom. Lin Chi looked at an orb in his hand with a moment of suspicion in his heart. This orb was glowing red all over, like a sunset that had shrunk countless times. However, when one looked closely, one was able to see that the orb was filled with a tiny crack. It's more like the end of the end of the end just now. As for the item information, it made Lin Chi more and more puzzled. It doesn't speak to the purpose at all. Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth. If it's a forging material, well, at least you can see the forging information. But this thing doesn't look like much. Moreover, even if it was really a forging material, Lin Chi didn't know what to do to be able to forge it into equipment. Destroying the main body of the Final Doom gives a shard. Lin Chi was a bit helpless, but he had expected it. It seemed that he hadn't gained anything useful in the past when he had eliminated the Dusty Phantom projection. Mostly, they were rewarded in the mission settlement afterward. What is this thing? Yayoi also came over, excitedly surveying the orb in Lin Chi's hand. The orb was still emitting a faint glow, glowing with the color of the setting sun, reflecting on Yayoi's delicate face. It had an even more alien beauty. Lin Chi shrugged, not really sure about that. Instead, after the Golden Lion came over, a humanized horror spread across the lion's face. Just now what you eliminated was actually part of the main body of the Final Doom? Its lion's roar was wrapped in human language. Lin Chi turned his head to look at it. You understand this thing? Speaking of which, this Golden Lion was originally from this new area ruled by the Third Kingdom, and until now, Lin Chi wasn't quite sure what level of monster the Golden Lion was again before it entered the beast tide. The Golden Lion, however, shook his head and said, I don't know much. However, it is said that monsters such as the Final Doom can never be completely destroyed by people. Even that woman, the Sword Saint, couldn't do it. Oh, Lin Chi's heart stirred and he had a guess. Like the Dusty Phantom, what he had seen in the past could all be projections. Even though the Dharma Saint Jinin had been trying to lure the Dusty Spectre's main body deep within the Dusty Dungeon, nor did it say anything about wiping out the Dusty Phantom completely. Then perhaps, there is really no way to completely eliminate these monsters. As he was pondering, he heard the Golden Lion's words ring out again. As for the Final Doomsday, it is the same. What you have destroyed is its main body, but it must not be all of it. In this regard, Lin Chi also had some understanding, but this fragment he had acquired, the Golden Lion was likewise not sure of its purpose. Think about it. Lin Chi suddenly flicked his fingertips on this fragment. Armed empowerment, word effect activates. He was going to see what effect it had when he gave it the equipment attribute. The end of days. Category, special equipment. Equipment requirements, none. Effect, fire attribute increased 10 times. Special effect, final faith, passive. Can collect the faith power of the finalists by itself and accumulate power to release a flame that burns everything? Current accumulation, 987//10,000. Description, a fragment of the Final Doom that has been given the characteristics of an equipment, containing the strange power of the Final Doom fragment. Oh, scanning the attributes of this Final Doom fragment, Lin Chi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Supreme quality. The quality of this piece of equipment was something that Lin Chi hadn't learned about in any of this world's previous equipment quality systems. The highest known quality of equipment is just mythic quality. On Lin Chi's body, there were only 3 pieces of mythic quality equipment. That's supreme quality equipment. It shouldn't be located above mythic quality, right? He muttered, a rough guess in his mind. This should be information that none of the other awakened people of the moment were aware of. but all the same, he had learned something new about this shard of final doom. Just by performing the armed empowerment word effect alone, the quality of this fragment had already become supreme. Then, the shard should be much more than that. In addition, the special effects attached to this fragment made Lin Chi somewhat playful. Collecting the power of faith from the Endbringers? Dare I say that Final Doom can really respond to the beliefs of the finalists? It was just that this effect didn't seem to be of much use to Lin Chi. The flames of the Final Doom that had been absorbed from the previous Fusilier's fire phrase alone were enough. He dispersed the shard's arming empowering effect and put it away again. If it's really not possible, go back to the dusty dungeon and ask Cloud Cain about the situation. Lin Chi already had plans. Speaking up, he also had a pearl in his hand that he had gotten from Yunin. But with this thing, even the name info is a question mark. It is also not possible to use armed empowerment. Priming these, Lin Chi swept his eyes around again. The sky had returned to calm after the final doom was wiped out, and the fog of war that had originally filled the surroundings was gradually dispersing. Mission accomplished. Lin Chi grinned. This time, he was not to mention striking the order of the Endbringers. Even a portion of the main body of the final doom was wiped out. How can we say that we've accomplished our mission? It was just that up until now. The quest he had received from the Third King's Queen didn't have a quest completion prompt. He was going to go directly over to the King's City and ask the King's daughter what she had to say about this mission. After sending Yasa and the group of abyssal creatures back to the Heavenly Tribulation territory, Lin Chi then took out a scroll. Crush it violently. Transmit to the Third King's City. The whole of Frost City was still in a state of panic. People are still scattering. The heat and sizzle emanating from the final doom caused one of the buildings in Frost City to ignite. The entire Frost City was going to gradually evolve into a sea of fire. But suddenly, some of the people who were fleeing looked up, but their forms froze for a moment. The final doomsday disappeared? In the original sky, you could look up and see the sun that had broken open. But now, it's gone. It's as if the final doomsday has already left at some point, as if it didn't know when it would appear. Gradual, the sky turned dark again, from day to night. There were even snowflakes falling down, causing the fire that had originally filled Frost City to gradually subside. City Lord, our call for help has been sent out and is waiting for a response. In the City Lord's mansion, the Frost City Lord listened to his subordinates' reports. Yet another wooden glance up at the night sky. Already, don't need to ask for help. He wasn't sure how that final doom, how it suddenly disappeared. This kind of disaster that is enough to destroy the whole Frost City, even in a sudden, swept away again. Chapter 205, 2 Urgent Reports. Just descended and disappeared? Third Empire King City. The King's daughter's residence. The Dragon Knight dropped to one knee and faced the Queen's daughter in front of him. His face clouded for a moment. The King's daughter, who had always been gentle and lovely on weekdays, looked as if she hadn't noticed the Dragon Rider's gesture at that moment. Pondering over it, Ryoga looked at the Dragon Rider again before she looked at him again. Are you saying that the Kingslayer invoked the coming of the final doom? Speaking of this, her small, delicate face was covered with gravity. The Dragon Knight nodded slowly. I don't know exactly what the Kingslayer went through in the assembly of the final order, but the final doomsday is upon us, and the Kingslayer will surely be burned to the ground. Even his pupils couldn't help but tremble as he recalled the scene when the final doomsday descended. Under this kind of disaster, he was lucky to even be able to leave Frost City alive. The King's daughter, however, did not rush to respond, but rather looked as if she had discovered something. Only then did he look at the Dragon Knight again. So, the source of kings will also disappear with the death of the Kingslayer. This time, the Dragon Knights went forward to hunt the Kingslayer, but not just to kill him. The main purpose was still to recapture the source of the king. However, after the appearance of Final Doom, the Dragon Rider escapes instead. Don't even have the courage to wait for the final doomsday to leave. The Dragon Knight's face flushed red all of a sudden as well. He fought to clench his fists and unclench them feebly. When the final doomsday comes, the entire Frost City could fall into ruins. Even if it was him, I'm afraid there was no chance of survival in that situation. But without waiting for him to say anything, the King's daughter looked at him again with a gaze of gentle understanding. It's good that you were able to come back alive. The final doom is ultimately an existence that none of us can defeat. It's just a pity for the people of Frost City. The King's daughter shook her head in a sad, compassionate manner. The Dragon Knight nodded heavily, his eyes already filled with emotion. Her Highness understands him so well. How can he not die for Her Highness? The Queen took in the Dragon Rider's reaction, her eyes glowing with an inexplicable color. The Dragon Rider was crap this time around though, but no matter what, it's not a bad fighting force in the Third Kingdom. There is also a place for it to be used in the future. She gave another word of comfort. Good thing, the Kingslayer is dead, and turning back and releasing the news will be enough to make those foreigners understand that the danger in our Third Kingdom is not something that they can easily bear. Let them be in awe. At what she said, the Dragon Knight nodded repeatedly. Regardless, the Kingslayer died in front of the final doomsday, and he's kind of done his job. But just then, outside the room, however, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. A figure came to the door immediately afterward and spoke respectfully to the king's daughter. "Your Highness, the Kingslayer is here." Words. Both the king's daughter and the dragon knight couldn't help but be shaken. "Kingslayer, coming?" The king's daughter instantly glanced to the dragon knight still kneeling on the side, her eyes narrowing slightly. "I thought the Kingslayer was dead." The dragon knight was even more frozen in place. He knew very well that this time the Kingslayer had infiltrated the final order, and would inevitably draw the attention of the final doom. Also, the coming of the final doomsday must have been induced by the Kingslayer. So how could the Kingslayer come back alive under those circumstances? Regardless of what kind of life-preserving means these foreigners had, under the light of the final doomsday, there was absolutely nothing to hide behind. Think about that. The cold sweat on the dragon knight's forehead could not help but break out. Hastily looking up at the king's daughter, he said, "I'm pretty sure that final doom must be running towards him." To this, the king's daughter did not respond again, just waved his hand aside. "Go ahead and go down." She didn't know exactly how the Kingslayer had escaped the catastrophe caused by the coming of the final doomsday, though she didn't know that either. But since the Kingslayer had rushed back, she naturally had to go and meet him face to face. Soon, Lin Chi's figure then appeared outside the room. A gentle smile spread across the face of the king's daughter at once, as if all the previous gloom had ceased to exist. "Your Excellency, is there any news about the final order that is not yet clear?" It was as if she was completely unaware of Lin Chi's whereabouts, nor did she know that Lin Chi had already traveled to Frost City. Lin Chi, on the other hand, spread his hands. "That's not true." He surveyed the little green tea of the king's daughter in front of him, the same smile spreading across his face. "It's just that I went to Frost City and wiped out some of the Endbringers as well, but didn't receive a prompt for mission completion, so I came to ask for information." Oh, at those words, the king's daughter's heart fluttered. For all that, she naturally already knew about it. Only, the Kingslayer before him didn't mention the final doom. Can it be that the Kingslayer left before the final doom appeared? Is that why the Kingslayer has escaped this final apocalyptic descent? When she thought of this, a trace of coldness flashed even deeper into the bottom of the king's daughter's eyes. She was still high on dragon riders. Without even checking whether or not Lin Chi was under the waves of the final doomsday at that time, he rushed back to resume his orders, and only then did she add to Lin Chi, "I didn't expect Your Excellency to act so swiftly, but the Endbringers that Your Excellency wiped out should only be a part of it." "Like this?" Lin Chi tugged at the corner of his mouth. The Endbringers he had annihilated were indeed just less than 200 or so, but he incidentally wiped out even 5 ultimate bishops plus an ultimate doomsday subject, and that's just part of the mission? Well, you can't have to completely wipe out the final doom to complete the mission, can you? This is a little harder. After all, according to what the Queen's daughter had said earlier, if he was able to complete this mission to combat the ultimate order, the Third Kingdom would still reward him with a territory. It's true that wanting to obtain a territory and only completing such a small amount of quests is a bit insufficient, Lin Chi lamented. The king's daughter was still smiling, but her mind was pondering. It does look like the Kingslayer got away with it and didn't suffer the final doom. Otherwise, how could it have escaped back so easily? And just then, outside the room, however, there was another sudden sound of footsteps. Soon, another figure appeared outside the door, eagerly reporting to the king's daughter. "Your Highness, an urgent report has come from Frost City. The final doom is coming, requesting for support." "Ha?" Lin Chi's gaze then turned to the door, something odd in his heart. So, the Third Kingdom's communications are still a bit immature. He had all but eliminated Terminal Doom and rushed over to this side of the palace. Results to date. A request for rescue from Frost City has only just reached the king's side? Immediately, he noticed that the small mouth of the king's daughter in front of him was slightly open, seemingly particularly surprised. It was a long moment of frozen silence before she nodded at the visitor again. "Immediately summon His Excellency the right hand of the king and all the ministers to mobilize troops to Frost City for support." But the words just fell. Outside the door, another figure quickly arrived. "Your Highness, Frost City urgently reports that the final doom has disappeared." Chapter 206, No Reward? Claim it directly. The final doomsday disappeared? Even the king's daughter could not help but freeze in place at this time. She had certainly learned about the final doomfall. Only, it's not something that can be solved by the kingdom sending out a large army. There would be a lot of death and injury. What's more, there's no point in even sending out support. Frost City must have been completely destroyed by the final doom. But how could she not have expected that final doom would disappear again? Think long and hard. It was only then that she turned her head again to look at Lin Chi beside her. "Did Your Excellency know about the final doomsday advent earlier in Frost City?" She hadn't actually asked Lin Chi carefully about his experiences in Frost City. I also wonder if Lin Shi has suffered a final doom. It was just a guess earlier, but to her surprise, Lin Shi slowly nodded. See, Benton time. Once again, the king's daughter was baffled. See, oh, you don't even have to brag about it. She subconsciously then guessed that Lin Shi must have simply recognized it directly after hearing the news of the report coming from outside. Otherwise, if Lin Shi really saw the final doomsday, how could he come back alive? But the next moment, a crimson glow was then reflected in her eyes, like a sunset. Seeing this scene, the king's daughter immediately trembled. She gazed at Lin Shi, and at that moment, in Lin Shi's hand, he had already pulled out an orb like a sunset. On the orb, a crack was visible all over the place. As for the orb in Lin Shi's hand, she had long since learned the relevant information. It was clearly like a final doom that had shrunk a million times. This is, the king's daughter's mouth was open for a long time. Spin. She then saw Lin Shi hand the orb directly to her. Final doomsday, fragment. Seeing the information about the orb in her hand, the king's daughter's mind almost went blank. Shards of final doom? How did the Kingslayer get this stuff? Why was the Kingslayer able to pull out a final doom shard after the final doom appeared in Frost City? In the past, it wasn't as if there were no precedents of slaying final doom fragments or dusty phantom projections in the Third Kingdom, but even the final doom shards that had been wiped out in the past hadn't dropped anything like this. There was a long silence. It was only then that the king's daughter looked at Lin Shi again with some hesitation, her shell teeth gently opening. How did your excellency obtain this fragment? Actually, even she, for the first time, had seen such a thing, like a projection of an earthly ghostly shadow. In the past, the coming of the final doomsday has come in the form of fragments. But now, the message of the orb, surprisingly, is also a fragment. Lin Shi shrugged and laughed. Didn't someone just come to report the news? The Frost City descended into the final doom, and I took a part of that final doom with me. His tone was calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. But the words fell on the ears of the king's daughter. But it was like a thunderous explosion. The final doomsday, wiped out. Her mind struggled to organize her thoughts, but she was still buzzing with the impact of what Lin Shi had said. Does the Kingslayer have the power to wipe out a portion of the final doom shards? She still underestimated the power of the Kingslayer? It was only after a long time that the king's daughter looked at Lin Shi once again. Your excellency wiped out a part of the final doom? Can you be more specific? Even if she was no longer willing to trust Lin Shi, this final doom fragment in her hand would have been laid out in front of her in its entirety. It's not up to her not to believe it. I followed the information given by the princess and found the innkeeper in Frost City who told me to infiltrate. Lin Shi briefly recounted the earlier situation. And then, looking straight into the king's daughter's eyes, he asked, speaking of which, I suspect that the information about my infiltration into the Final Order's assembly has been leaked, but I have every intention of going back to that innkeeper. But the whole of Frost City has been thrown into chaos by the coming of the final doom. And for that, the king's daughter, for her part, frowned obediently as well. So, in all likelihood, it was the man who defected. Only, she was still pondering Lin Shi's words just now in her mind. Lin Shi's description was simple. The final doomsday had come, and it had come for him. So he wiped out the final doomsday. But how could the final doom be wiped out so easily? Originally, according to her expectations, it was already very rare for Lin Shi to be able to come back alive from that kind of disaster. Then your highness can turn around and make a thorough inventory. Lin Shi did not say anything more on this. He also knew that it was mostly impossible to find the old man from the inn again. However, he had more or less guessed. This matter, more than likely, was also partly related on the side of the king's daughter. But he was, at the moment, not interested in paying attention to these petty fights. This time, he didn't come to the king's daughter's side simply to ask about the completion of the mission. It was more about claiming the rewards of the mission, directly from the king's daughter. If he really didn't give it, then he wouldn't be so nice. The king's daughter once again took a long look at the final doom shard in her hand, and had a mind to stay and check it out later. But looking at Lin Shi's hand that had already reached out, she had no choice but to hand the final doom fragment back. Only then did he add, I can't believe that your excellency has enough power to annihilate a part of the final doom. That's a genuinely emotional statement. In her heart, Lin Shi's strength was already going to be on par with that sword saint. Lin Shi didn't pay any attention to her bragging and asked bluntly, so, now that I've eliminated a part of the final doom, can I also be considered to have accomplished the task given by your highness? The reward for the mission. But it's a territory. Lin Shi can have long wanted to see, in the outside world to get a copy of the territory. Whether it is different from the natural disaster territory. The king's daughter pondered a little, and finally nodded slowly. Since your excellency has made it this far, of course, it is also considered to have accomplished its mission. I'll go and have someone hunt for a powerful equipment for your excellency, as well as some other rewards. Your excellency wait for a while. but not before her words fell. Lin Shi then had already spoken. Wait, Your Highness, didn't we agree to give me the territory when I finish my mission? Could it be that Your Highness feels that the extent to which I have accomplished my task at the moment is not enough? Speaking of which, he narrowed his eyes slightly. How can a king's daughter play the dishonest game? He's done this, and he still wants to be denied his territory? No wonder he claimed it outright then. The king's daughter's small face froze. She hadn't expected Lin Shi to be able to make it this far either, but after thinking about it, she nodded, casually swinging his hand forward. Mission accomplished. Chapter 207, The Notorious Abyssal Region. Mission accomplished. Looking at the information prompt that suddenly appeared on the panel, Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Dare I say that the degree of completion of this mission had to be approved by the king's daughter's side, but now that the mission has been accomplished, then Lin Shi would be able to claim the reward head-on. Has Your Highness picked out the territory that will be given to me? Lin Shi immediately smiled and asked the king's daughter. However, when she heard Lin Shi's words, the king's daughter's tone seemed a bit stagnant. The speed with which Your Excellency accomplished the task is too fast. I was previously unprepared. She indeed hadn't expected that Lin Shi would be able to accomplish this task so swiftly. Moreover, what Lin Shi had done was completely beyond her imagination. Lin Shi, didn't utter a single word, only gazing calmly at the king's daughter. It seemed to be waiting for the king's daughter's next reply. Somehow, in Lin Shi's gaze, the king's daughter clearly couldn't see any emotions, but a powerful pressure inexplicably surged in her heart. The Kingslayer in front of him was, after all, an existence capable of killing even a part of the final doom. As her mind spun, the king's daughter spoke again. Your Excellency, please rest assured that I am going to confer with His Excellency, the right hand of the king, later on about this final doom descending upon Frost City, and will likewise confer with His Excellency, the right hand of the king, as to what place shall be chosen as His Excellency's domain. Hearing this, Lin Shi then smiled in satisfaction, and the pressure felt by the king's daughter suddenly disappeared without a trace. She couldn't help but look at Lin Shi once again, but she only saw Lin Shi with a gentle smile on his face. It was as if the earlier was just an illusion on her part. I hope Your Highness can hurry. Lin Shi shrugged. I still have many things to do. He didn't have the heart to care what this king's daughter was planning, but the rewards that should be given to him are not half as good. The king's daughter's small face also quickly spread an affable smile and said, I will make arrangements for Your Excellency as soon as possible, and Your Excellency should naturally be rewarded for your valor. Having gotten a reply from the king's daughter, Lin Shi didn't intend to stay here any longer, but before he left, he did think of one more thing. Immediately, he then turned his head to the king's daughter and asked, Your Highness, speaking of which, are there any more famous abyssal entrance areas within the Third Kingdom region? At the moment, Lin Shi's Lord Abyssal set was still missing two components. Lin Shi also planned to head to the abyssal entrance area to collect the Lord Abyssal set, but he likewise knew that not every abyssal entrance contained the territory of an abyssal lord. This calls for intelligence gathering. The king's daughter was stunned, clearly not expecting Lin Shi to suddenly take an interest in the abyss. However, it was as if she realized something, and she smiled again and said to Lin Shi, the major associations among your awakened ones have dealt with our Third Kingdom in this regard before. It was intended to create a joint mission in the future to clean up some of the abysses, underground caves, and monster-infested areas within our kingdom, but at the moment, that aspect is still under consultation. She had already realized that the Kingslayer in front of her should be planning to continue collecting quests from her side. After thinking about it, he rushed Lin Shi again. Speaking of which, within the kingdom, there are indeed a few infamous abyssal regions. Oh, Lin Shi's heart was suddenly stirred. All infamous? That's great. If even the Third Kingdom was having trouble easily extinguishing the effects of the abyssal entrance, it was impossible to say what kind of monsters were lurking inside. Only after obtaining the information about the abyss from the king's daughter's side did Lin Shi leave satisfied. And it wasn't until after Lin Shi had left that the Dragon Knight's figure came before the king's daughter once more. I've been ineffective. Please punish me. Your Highness. The Dragon Knight bowed his head in respect. How could he not have expected that the coming of the final doomsday had not even been able to wipe out the Kingslayer? The king's daughter, however, slowly shook her head. As things stood, she had already realized that the strength of that Kingslayer, I'm afraid, had exceeded their expectations to a great extent. After you don't have to think about recovering the king's source from him anymore. She simply instructed the dragon rider. I'm afraid we won't be able to eliminate the Kingslayer anytime soon. Rather, at this point, she didn't say any more, just walked towards the door of the room on his own. The news of the final doom coming down and then being wiped out would obviously cause concern on the right hand of the king's side as well. And at least for the moment, she and the right hand of the king were on the same page when it came to dealing with that exotic piece of man. Leave from the king's city. Lin Shi also didn't rush to the abyss, but instead directly teleported to the area outside of the dusty dungeon. I went to Frost City earlier and completed the quest. Almost a day had passed since the last time he entered the dusty dungeon, and Lin Chi was very clear. Just as he had broken through the 100th floor in the first place, the 150 floors as well as the 200 floors after that would surely all have additional rewards as well. 100 floors, and holy weapons are already starting to appear, so there's definitely no shortage in the extra rewards after that. Lin Chi pondered, scanning the situation of this place. Compared to the scene yesterday when the dusty dungeon first opened, the number of awakened people here had increased rather than decreased. After all, even if you don't break in here, there's still a chance you'll pick up a voucher to enter the dusty dungeon every day. This was an added bonus for the other awakened. Arriving at the area where the Earthly King's Guild was stationed, Lin Chi saw Li Mingyue, who was forging equipment here. At a glance, the forging table on one side as well as various forging tools were all placed extremely neatly. Lin Chi's gaze instantly became a bit odd. No? Is Li Mingyue's equipment forging also placed neutral? You wouldn't have been squatting outside the dusty dungeon since yesterday, right? Lin Chi came forward and looked at Li Mingyue with some suspicion. Here, he didn't even see Lu Bu's figure. Li Mingyue was the only one who stayed by herself. Li Mingyue wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and smiled smugly at Lin Chi. I've become a divine blacksmith, and I've fought half a lifetime of battles. Can't I still enjoy myself? God has fought half a ing war. This girl is clearly planning to swing for the fences. Lin Chi had a belly laugh. However, Li Mingyue did point to the equipment prototypes laid out on the side, and the smug look on her face grew stronger. Look at that. It could be a holy weapon. After becoming a god-level blacksmith, her success rate in always forging saint artifact quality equipment had also been improved to a considerable degree. I've just become a divine blacksmith, and I still have to stabilize the success rate of my forging with one hand. Li Mingyue explained again, taking advantage of the large number of people on this side of the dusty dungeon. I've simply set up my forging table here. You don't say. There are quite a lot of people who come to ask me to forge equipment. Still, Lin Chi immediately brightened up. He suddenly realized a new idea for the forge. Chapter 208, Thundering First. 100 soldiers towards the sect. Blacksmithing, as a life profession, was supposed to be more low-level and less high-level, and after the awakened had reached a high level, after obtaining some high-quality forging materials, they would naturally seek out the powerful blacksmith profession for forging. It almost didn't even require the blacksmith profession to specialize in gathering forging materials. But, Lin Chi quickly put away that thought again. High-level blacksmith professions were rare, but every guild was still able to find a few. What's more, there's such a presence as the Blacksmith's Guild, and naturally, Li Mingyue was able to be so popular on this side of the dusty dungeon because she was an extremely rare god-tier blacksmith in the entire world. As for Lin Chi, in terms of forging alone, he was naturally far superior to blacksmiths of the same level, but the point was, unless one performed the sacrificial refinement, even if the equipment he forged had a somewhat higher attribute, it would be difficult to come across orders for high-quality equipment. There's no way to save as much effort as Li Mingyue before becoming a god-level blacksmith. Lin Chi bristled. Still had to find a way to see if I could become a god-level blacksmith as soon as possible. And that's when Li Mingyue had already clapped her hands and tossed aside the equipment she had forged earlier. The forging was successful? Lin Chi asked. After all, was a divine blacksmith so breezy now that he was forging equipment of sacred artifact quality? The forging has failed. Li Mingyue, however, looked as normal. That's normal. I've only just become a divine blacksmith, so don't expect so much. In response, Lin Chi just skimmed his lips, always feeling that Li Mingyue was not very reliable. Li Mingyue, however, stopped talking about this and looked at the dusty dungeon not far away. He also instructed Lin Chi. I'm afraid that today's ranking competition will be even more intense than yesterday. On the side of the first and second guilds, they lost the competition yesterday and are expected to send even more powerful awakeners today. The rankings of the Dusty Dungeon's breakthroughs were likewise related to the face of the major guilds. Lin Chi didn't care. Count them out if they can grab first place. Junior, quite confident, Li Mingyue gave him a thumbs up. And that's when a light suddenly surfaced around the circumference of the Dusty Dungeon. Even above Li Mingyue's head, a radiance coalesced. It's about to start. Li Mingyue immediately looked energized. Lin Chi smiled and nodded, only to say at Li Mingyue, then I'll go and return. It said like going out and dropping a piece of trash. The tone was relaxed and casual. This kid, drifting away, looking at Lin Chi's figure walking towards the Dusty Dungeon. Li Mingyue pulled the corner of her mouth. But still, he waved his small fists at Lin Chi's back in a cheering gesture. But soon, she realized another wave of wrongness. Wait, you haven't collected the credentials yet, have you? However, she noticed that Lin Chi had already stepped into the entrance of the Dusty Dungeon. The opening of the official break-in for the Dust Dungeon will have to wait for a little while. Li Mingyue's gaze went back over to the first and second guilds. There was a hint of caution in his eyes. Wait for these people to collect enough credentials and wait for the break-in to begin. It's probably going to be a strong competitor for Lin Chi. They should all be good players from the major guilds. Lin Chi, go for it, she muttered silently, waiting for the Dusty Dungeon break-in to begin. Not much longer. As a figure walked into it, the Dusty Dungeon's intrusion for today began once again, and Li Mingyue observed the leaderboards ahead. The expression, however, went from nervousness at the beginning, to dismay, and gradually changed to stagnation, including around the Dusty Dungeon. The awakened were all, for a short time, in silence as well. Unsurprisingly, Li Mingyue murmured in a low voice, another competition without any suspense. Even though the nicknames of the second and third place finishers had changed due to Li Shi's absence, as well as the fact that all the other guilds had changed to awaken people who were more nimble in their movements. But the number one spot is always unassailable. Someone better than you. Just like yesterday. Within a short period of time, Lin Chi had already left behind the other awakened ones by nearly 10 levels. And then, this gap is becoming wider and wider. Eventually, first place, someone better than you, first to break 200 floors. Until this message appeared, none of the awakened outside the Dusty Dungeon had returned to their senses. Li Mingyue's eyes became odd as she recalled her earlier conversation with Lin Chi. Ryoko. It took her a moment to stifle the words, awesome, and at this point, in the dungeons of the earth, Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the harvest from this trip. As the first awakened to break through the 150 and 200 layers, he was both rewarded accordingly with additional rewards as expected. 150 floors. Another additional reward of a legendary quality set with better attribute bonuses, as well as 2 pieces of sacred artifact equipment. For the 200th tier, it was a direct turn into 3 pieces of holy weapon equipment. And it's still a kit, only, compared to Lin Chi's legendary set as well as the Lord's set. The effect bonus of this set wasn't able to catch the eye. Lin Chi also only used it as a sacrificial consumable afterwards, but he was still very satisfied. This side of the Dusty Dungeon, 200 floors will be able to obtain the sacred weapon set reward. What about the 300th floor? Originally, on the side of the Tower of the Void Realm, one could need to get to the 300th floor to be able to obtain a sacred artifact quality set. The next harvest will only get bigger, and on top of that, Lin Chi's level had risen to 66. Gaining a new golden phrase. Current word, 100 soldiers, gold, effects, can use 100 pieces of weaponry to attack at the same time, with the main weapons bonus as the main focus, and each piece of equipment according to their respective attribute bonus to inflict damage. This was the exact phrase that Lin Chi had on his mind earlier when he was battling Terminal Doom. If you control 100 different equipment with different bonus effects and attack at the same time, that's equivalent to unleashing 100 skills at the same time. Lin Chi muttered. One can imagine how horrifying the destruction will be when the time comes. However, the only problem was that even with the addition of this word effect, Lin Chi had no way to gain the attribute bonuses of 100 pieces of equipment at the same time. But this seemed normal to Lin Chi. After all, it's only the golden word. Lin Chi looked at his experience bar again. Actually, after breaking through 200 levels now, his experience bar was already there about to be full. But there should still be some monsters to brush up on before you can upgrade. In this regard, Lin Chi was not in a hurry. He already had plans for what came next. It's time to find those abyssal regions that the king's daughter mentioned earlier. Lin Chi walked directly towards the outside of the Dusty Dungeon. According to his expectations, among those several abyssal regions, even if abyssal lords didn't exist in every place, they shouldn't differ too much. Moreover, based on the king's daughter's earlier description, perhaps the lords among them were stronger than any Lin Chi had ever seen. But for Lin Chi, it meant that after the territory war, he would have more to gain as well. Chapter 209, A City Swallowed by the Abyss. Oblivion City. The Abyssal Dense Forest. Lin Chi had left the Dusty Dungeon and arrived all the way here. Standing atop the head of the Bone Dragon, he peered ahead. At a glance, he was able to see that the center of the dense mountain forest ahead was shrouded in a layer of pitch-black mist that was almost too thick to melt. Such a large area of the abyss? Lin Chi couldn't help but be a little surprised. He had seen other abyssal entrance areas before, including the final abyssal area that opened when the Summer City Abyss descended. But even at that time, the abyssal black mist was at best considered to encircle the perimeter of Summer City. However, this abyssal region in front of them was shrouded in pitch-black mist everywhere. According to Lin Chi's prediction, even if he filled the entire Xia City over, he was afraid that it wouldn't be enough to fill this area. The area of the abyss here, just spreading to the outside world alone, was larger than a city. Kind of like how no one has come to control the abyss since it descended. Lin Chi guessed. Previously, from the king's daughter's side, there was also no specific information about this area of the abyssal dense forest. He patted the bone dragon under his seat and swept straight toward the middle of the abyssal region in front of him. The black mist of the abyss filled the air, but it had no effect on Lin Chi. However, on the way into the black mist, there were already many abyssal creatures staring at Lin Chi. Abyssal bone bird, 6 stars. Abyssal blood bat, 3 stars. Abyssal vulture, 7 stars. It seemed that since it was an area outside the entrance to the abyss, the monsters spread out here all looked disorganized. But even so, in the midst of this, there were still monsters that appeared under the level 7 abyssal increase. This is not even the entrance to the abyss. Lin Chi raised his eyebrows slightly. The abyssal region here was clearly extremely different from the abyssal regions he had explored before. But, for Lin Chi, of course, the more of these abyssal creatures that came, the better. No need for him to do it. The blazing flames around the bone dragon were enough to scorch those abyssal creatures that flew by. A 9th level abyssal increase bone dragon was far from being a match for these abyssal creatures. He was planning to rush towards the center of this abyss spreading area, but Lin Chi's movements suddenly stalled. His eyes couldn't help but widen slightly as he looked at the sight that appeared in the black mist ahead of him. This is clearly a city filled with ruins. Broken walls and ruins were all over the place, but from the architectural style, one could still vaguely discern that this place should be similar to the Third Kingdom area. A city completely consumed by the black mist of the abyss? Lin Chi was feeling apart and dismayed. He leapt from the head of the bone dragon and stepped through the crumbling city. There are no longer any of the residents who once lived here, like it had been abandoned for 100 years. Even some of the wooden structures in the building had rotted. It seems that this place has experienced, as it did when the abyss descended on Summer City. Only, the people of this city, however, did not succeed in surviving that crisis. Instead, it was destroyed by the descent of the abyss. Even the entrance to the abyss that had originally descended here after many years had passed had never been closed. Instead, it continued to spread directly through the area to the point where it became an abyssal area that was resident here. And the Third Kingdom always leaves this place alone? Lin Chi was greatly shocked at the situation here. In the region where the original awakened are located, the abyssal descent is experienced once a year. Even if the level of increase of the abyssal portal that descends down is strong or weak, it can even be devastating to a particular city. But in the end, the entrance to the abyss would still be forced closed by the awakened afterward. But here, it's clearly the aftermath of a disaster. Lin Chi couldn't even help but frown. This Third Kingdom is even more of a mess than expected. He was a little emotional, but somewhat strangely, as he gradually went deeper and deeper into this dilapidated city, he realized that the abyssal creatures that filled his surroundings had become less and less. It was like there was some force that was still holding back the abyssal creatures that were ravaging the city here after it had broken down. Just then, instead, Lin Chi heard a rustling movement. He immediately turned his head to look, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Wandering undead, 4 stars. The first thing that caught his eye was the information about the monster that appeared before him. However, Lin Chi was in no hurry to make a move to clear out the wandering undead in front of him. This monster with the message of the wandering undead turned out to be a young girl. It looked to be about Lin Chi's age. The clothes they wore, on the other hand, were similar to the style of dress worn by the people of the Third Kingdom at the moment, but with some differences. The long skirt flicked, overflowing with youthful beauty. Instead, her figure took on a translucent form, tinted with colors of ghostly green mixed with black mist. A girl who originally resided in this crumbling city was corrupted by the abyss into a wandering undead here after the disaster of the abyss spread. Lin Chi immediately had a guess in his heart. This is not uncommon among the awakened. Some awakened people die in certain special areas, and their bodies occasionally turn into wandering monsters. Forget it, not bad for an abyssal creature with a level 4 increase. Let you go for now. Lin Chi shook his head. He had noticed long ago that the girl was carrying only a basket in her hand, which seemed to store some mushrooms and other plants. More like a little girl who came here to pick mushrooms than a monster. Like it's still in this area that has suffered from the erosion of the abyss, continuing the rise and fall of the living. Moreover, after noticing his arrival, he didn't display a stance to attack, but just as Lin Chi was planning to spare this wandering undead and continue on his way, instead, he suddenly heard a voice full of dismay ring out. Outside. Outsiders? Lin Chi was instantly stunned and followed the sound. The girl with the basket had a look of shock on her face, and was still looking at him in surprise. A monster that can communicate? Lin Chi's heart fluttered. He realized that the wandering undead before him was not unlike the creatures of the abyss he had encountered before either. It's been a long time since we've seen any outsiders in Oblivion City. Soon, a smile actually spread across the wandering undead's face again. She tentatively asked Lin Chi again, "Are you an awakened? Oblivion City." Lin Chi caught the words in her words and subconsciously swept his eyes around. The city that fell into disrepair amidst the spread of the abyss does deserve the name. And this undead girl in front of him, even more so, displayed a special feature that was different from any abyssal creature Lin Chi had ever seen. Spinning around, he nodded slowly at the undead girl. Exactly. Benton time. The smile on the undead girl's face grew even more surprised. Welcome, Awakened One. Our entire city of Oblivion awaits the arrival of the Awakened in the kingdom. Chapter 210, Going to see the Lord? This area, it's special. The undead girl in front of her didn't look like a monster wandering outside the abyssal region. Instead, it was more like a city that was already inhabited by the inhabitants of this crumbling city. The abyssal area here is very special indeed. Lin Chi silently lamented in his heart. A monster with only a level 4 abyssal increase certainly posed no threat to him. Instead, he was a bit curious. The Oblivion city that this girl had mentioned didn't seem quite like it had been overthrown. Awakened One, do you want to come to town with me? At that moment, the undead girl asked Lin Chi again. She swept her eyes around and cautiously shrunk her head again. Ever since the abyss descended in the first place, the abyssal creatures outside the city have always been roaming the outside world. It's not safe here, she warned Lin Chi, still cautiously looking around, as if oblivious to the fact that she is now a creature of the abyss as well. The city? Lin Chi once again looked around at the broken walls once more. Seemingly, he'd been in this crumbling city for a long time. And just then, not far away, a low roar suddenly came from the black mist. A flash of panic passed over the undead girl's face, and she hurriedly carried her basket to hide behind a broken wall. He was busy waving at Lin Chi again. Awakened One, hide. However, Lin Chi was in no hurry to act. When he looked in the direction from which the low growl came, he saw a wolf's head gradually poking out of the black fog. Behind the wolf's head was a dark, massive body, covered in strong muscles, with long fur like a broomstick that stood up at the roots. Abyssal dinosaur, 7 stars. Rank, 65. An abyssal creature with a level 7 increase. It's an abyssal monster of level 7 increase. The undead girl seemed to be very alarmed as well. Again, he quickly looked at Lin Chi and reminded, I will block here. Awakened One, you quickly go to the city and ask the city defense team. This has to be cleaned up by them. There seems to be a city defense team in the Oblivion city she was talking about. As Lin Chi pondered, a ball of flame in his hand had quickly condensed and transformed into a sledgehammer. And after, he swung his arm, and the flaming sledgehammer suddenly traced a long arc of flame in midair, as if it had cut through space. It fiercely blasted at the body of the abyssal dread wolf. You have killed the abyssal dread wolf, 7 stars, and gained plus 124,500 experience. There's no suspense. The abyssal dread wolf directly turned into Lin Chi's experience under this hammer. There were also a couple of epic quality gears popping out of the spot. Lin Chi smoothly picked up the equipment before looking again at the undead girl who was still hiding behind the broken wall. He was, by now, becoming more and more interested in the young girl's mention of Oblivion City. And up until this point, a lingering shock remained on even the undead girl's small face. She looked at the corpse of the abyssal dreadwolf, and her gaze once again fell on Lin Chi. You defeated that monster? Her small mouth opened slightly, full of surprise. Lin Chi shrugged. This stuff, it's not even enough for him to stuff his teeth, so there's no need to be so surprised. Halftime. It was only then that the undead maiden finally reacted, and a flash of color passed through all of her eyes as she looked at Lin Chi. You are so strong. You're not one of the awakened sent by the kingdom, are you? Kingdom? There was news about this area of the abyss, but it was sort of from the king's daughter's side. Sort of, Lin Chi replied briefly. He was running towards the abyssal lords here. That's great. However, after receiving Lin Chi's reply, the undead girl was more and more surprised. His lordship will be pleased to know of your arrival. Lords? Lin Chi's eyes lit up. Could it be that the abyssal lords here were also different from the several lords he had seen before? The abyss, even as a new region that came into contact with the Awaken's region in the early days, the Awaken's knowledge of the abyss still wasn't much, even until now. Awakened One, why don't I take you to see the Lord? The undead girl gleefully extended another invitation to Lin Chi. Yeah, Lin Chi agreed obediently. Up until now, he hadn't been able to figure out the general situation of this abyssal region. But, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go and meet the lord of this area directly now. Lin Chi walked over to the undead girl and glanced at the pile of mushrooms she was picking from the basket in her hand. Tidal mushroom, silver. Illusion mushroom, silver. These mushrooms, on the other hand, are considered to be a more common material. They were also all commonly used materials for some life-type side professions such as apothecaries. But Lin Chi was a bit curious. What's a wandering undead doing picking these mushrooms? These mushrooms you're picking, are they any good? He simply asked the undead girl directly. Use it for soup. The undead girl, however, replied as a matter of course. I make a great mushroom soup. Lin Chi was speechless for a while. Do the undead need to eat too? As he followed this undead girl, he heard the girl's introductory words ring out over and over again. In fact, even though we say we're going to the city, That was originally just the Lord's mansion. When the abyss descended, it destroyed most of Oblivion City. Thankfully, the Lords have been sheltering us. The undead girl's tone was a little downcast when she spoke of this. Lin Shi fell back on some judgment. Sounds like the Lord here, not an unusual abyssal lord. Lin Shi agreed obediently. Up until now, he hadn't been able to figure out the general situation of this abyssal region. But, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go and meet the lord of this area directly now. Lin Shi walked over to the undead girl and glanced at the pile of mushrooms she was picking from the basket in her hand. Tidal mushroom, silver. Illusion mushroom, silver. These mushrooms, on the other hand, are considered to be a more common material. They were also all commonly used materials for some life-type side professions such as apothecaries. But Lin Shi was a bit curious. What's a wandering undead doing picking these mushrooms? These mushrooms you're picking, are they any good? He simply asked the undead girl directly. Use it for soup. The undead girl, however, replied as a matter of course. I make a great mushroom soup. Lin Shi was speechless for a while. Do the undead need to eat too? As he followed this undead girl, he heard the girl's introductory words ring out over and over again. In fact, even though we say we're going to the city, that was originally just the Lord's mansion. When the abyss descended, it destroyed most of Oblivion City. Thankfully, the Lords have been sheltering us. The undead girl's tone was a little downcast when she spoke of this. Lin Shi fell back on some judgment. Sounds like the Lord here, not an unusual abyssal lord. Chapter 211, Forgotten City Lord. Heroic Unit. Wandering Undead, 4 stars, rank, 67. Wandering Undead, 4 stars, rank, 57. Lin Shi walked into the city, and as far as the eye could see, there were monsters that were the same as the undead girl beside him. None of the grades are high either. However, compared to those abyssal creatures, a translucent figure in this city walking on the streets was orderly. It was as if living, breathing people were still going about their respective lives in the city. This kind of sight could be difficult to see even in Lin Shi's heavenly tribulation territory. After all, only the abyssal elves possessed intelligence in the current celestial tribulation territory. And under the leadership of Yayoi, it was quite a well-organized life, but it's nowhere near as full of life as what you see in front of you. Not to mention, all the other abyssal creatures in the heavenly tribulation territory were even more so not much different from beasts. In this regard, Lin Shi couldn't help but become more and more curious about the lords here. What exactly was the situation? After thinking about it, he then asked the undead girl beside him. So, after Oblivion City was encroached upon by the abyss, you guys have been living here ever since? The undead girl nodded. I can't remember how much time has passed, and it's hard to tell day from night with the black fog hanging over me, and we haven't been able to see any outsiders, but it's good to know that with the lords of the lords at the helm we don't have to worry about starvation. Undead. Seems like there was never any need to worry about going hungry in the first place. Lin Shi didn't even know what to say for a moment. Passing through the crowd of undead roaming the streets, Lin Shi hadn't been attacked in any way since the beginning. It seemed that the undead in this forgotten city, like the undead girl beside them, did not show any hostility. It was just that when they noticed Lin Shi, there was clearly a hint of surprise in their eyes. It was more of a curiosity about having outsiders in the city. Not much longer, Lin Shi then saw a small, ancient castle in front of him from afar. The undead girl beside her also looked as if she had discovered something, and gleefully pointed towards a high platform in the ancient castle. Look, there's our Lord. On that high platform of the ancient castle, a tall figure was clearly standing. It was nearly 3 meters tall, wrapped in a golden armor. Just, from the shape and construction of the armor, Lin Shi however judged that the tall figure was more like a female. Hey, Lord, I've brought an awakened. The undead girl was already waving her arms toward the high platform of the old fortress, not seeming to care about any red tape. He's an awakened sent by the kingdom to help us. She shouted out the information that Lin Shi had revealed earlier to the high platform over at the ancient castle. Soon, Lin Shi then noticed that the tall figure on the high platform of the ancient castle seemed to have noticed the situation over here as well. With a violent leap from the high platform, he landed towards them. In the meantime, Lin Shi also saw the other party's message. Lord of Oblivion City, hero, rank, 120. Not a lord? Lin Shi was stunned for a moment. Of course he could see that the tall figure was a hero unit like Yayoi. Originally, he had thought that the lord of this forgotten city, which was shrouded in the black mist of the abyss, would be the lord of this abyss. At this point, the Oblivion City lord had landed in front of Lin Shi, his head covered under a golden helmet. However, Lin Shi was able to detect that the other party was sizing him up. But suddenly, in the hands of the Oblivion City lord, a huge sword violently surfaced, pointing straight at Lin Shi. You say, you're an awakened sent by the kingdom? Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, not really caring about the Oblivion City lord's actions. It's not like it's going to hurt him. He just spread his hands and said, sort of. It would not have been possible to explain this in 1 or 2 sentences. All he wanted now was to learn about this forgotten city, but his words had only just fallen. Giggle. The wide, huge sword in the hands of the Oblivion City Lord had actually blossomed into a blazing light, like it had built up some kind of skill. Lord? The undead girl noticed the city lord's actions and was stunned for a moment, but the city lord waved his hand at her, signaling her to step aside. On the contrary, the broad giant sword held in the other hand flashed with light, neither launching an attack at Lin Chi nor putting it down for that matter. It was only then that he rushed Lin Chi and said quietly, "The second kingdom has been overthrown. Which kingdom did you send here? The second kingdom?" Now, Lin Chi understood. The second kingdom, a kingdom that preceded the third kingdom. According to the information learned earlier, the third kingdom was established precisely after the destruction of the second kingdom. Lin Chi pulled at the corner of his mouth, somewhat speechless. It was no wonder that the third kingdom would sit back and watch this abyssal region in the abyssal dense forest spread out. Even a once prosperous city, which was destroyed into ruins by the abyss region, still did not come to suppress the abyss. Dare I say this place originally belonged to the second kingdom. Gotta. Now that's even worse to explain. Lin Chi spread his hands and put on a helpless look. Would you believe me when I say that I'm not actually an awakened of the third kingdom either? Coming from a region that has never had contact with you before? Even though it seemed that the Oblivion City Lord in front of him was a hero unit in the abyssal territory. However, Lin Chi also did not feel the same hostility from the other party that he felt from other monsters. And it was reasonable to say that at the first moment Lin Chi stepped into the other party's territory, territory wars will also open up. However, until now, Lin Chi hadn't received any hints about the territory war. Therefore, he simply endured his thoughts and did not rush to make a move. You're a foreigner? The Oblivion City Lord's helmet bobbed up and down a bit, as if he was sizing up Lin Chi more and more carefully. Awakened one, aren't you sent by the kingdom to help us? And on the side, the undead maiden anxiously inquired to Lin Chi. Even until now, she hadn't shown any hostility towards Lin Chi. Lin Chi was a bit helpless. He hadn't expected this situation before, only to say, actually, think of me as coming to help you, except that it has nothing to do with any kingdom. Rather, this is the time. The Lord of Oblivion City suddenly withdrew the wide, huge sword in his hand. So you came here with the intention of exploring this abyssal region? She actually seemed to have dropped some of her guard against Lin Chi. It's kind of. Lin Chi nodded. I noticed something strange about your place, so I thought I'd stop by and check it out. It seemed that the Oblivion City Lord in front of him knew a bit more information. By the way, catching the meaning in Lin Chi's words, the Oblivion City Lord asked again, then where did you originally plan to go? Normally, coming to the area where Oblivion City was located could not be a side trip. Spin. She then saw Lin Chi point in the direction of the center of the black fog in the distance. Originally, I planned to go find the Abyssal Lords here. Lin Chi laughed. Benton time. The Lord of Oblivion City fell into a moment of silence. Chapter 212, I'm considered a good Abyssal Lord. You are going to the Lords of the Abyss? After a long period of silence, the Forgotten City Lord finally spoke quietly. However, the tone of his voice clearly revealed a sense of consternation. Or what? Lin Chi shrugged. Wasn't it on the road that I spotted your Oblivion City, and that's why I came over to take a look? What he said was the truth. In the past, he hadn't found anything like Oblivion City in the abyssal regions he had explored. So many monsters that had been transformed into wandering undead after the erosion of the abyss had all gathered in this city to live a normal life. It looked unlike any monster he'd ever met before. A place like this, of course he had to come in and look around. The Lord of Oblivion City fell silent once more. Instead, the undead girl on the side was full of surprise, hastily reminding Lin Chi, a long time ago, we have also seen the Lord in the abyss. That is a very frightening demon. Even Lord was badly injured at the time to protect us. You mustn't go to it. Her mind was obviously very pure, and she didn't have any doubts about what Lin Chi had said. Instead, he began to worry about Lin Chi's safety. But, after hearing her words, Lin Chi did light up. Sure enough, this huge abyssal region was indeed coiled with an abyssal lord. Now that he had ascertained this information, he didn't have to worry that this trip would come up empty. And aside, the city lord also glanced at the undead girl and shook his head somewhat helplessly. Only then did she charge the undead girl again. Yui, why don't you go to my castle first and make mushroom soup at my place today? Yes. The undead girl, Yui, was still a bit stunned, but quickly nodded again. His eyes glanced back and forth between the two, Lin Chi and the city lord, before he tentatively asked again, then is Lord City Lord going to keep his guest for dinner with him? Like planning how many people to prepare food for next? The lord of the city did not speak. However, Lin Chi was able to detect a helpless sigh in the city lord's silence. Go. Finally, the city lord still waved his hand at E. Xiaoyi instantly smiled happily at Lin Qi, before she carried a small basket containing various mushrooms and stepped into the ancient castle in front of her first. Stay until Yui leaves. It was only then that the city lord looked at Lin Qi again. Ever since the original city was destroyed by the abyss, it has been a very long time since I have learned about the situation in the outside world. However, I was also able to sense that you don't have the aura of our region. You are indeed an exotic. You don't really have to look at any breath. Lin Qi silently belabored the fact that there was actually more or less a gap between the exterior appearance and appearance of the awakened in his region and those in the region of the Third Kingdom. It stands to reason that without the influence of the world's data mining, languages should also be incompatible. In the intelligence left behind by the Second Kingdom in the beginning, there was indeed information about foreigners found as well, but it should not be the same as yours either. The city lord added. So you're really here just to explore an area of spread out abyss? Obviously, she was still skeptical about Lin Qi's intentions, but before each other, neither showed an attitude of wanting to fight. Lin Qi didn't intend to play any games in front of this city lord either. He wanted to get straight to the bottom of what was going on in this forgotten city more than all this fudging. Soul laughs. Can't really say I'm exploring. I simply intend to come and fight the abyssal lords here. As he said this, Lin Qi was also observing the city lord. Even when he explained his intentions, the city lord still did not show any hostility. It also verified some of his earlier suspicions. The Oblivion city lord in front of him, even though he was a hero unit in this abyssal region, should not be controlled by the abyssal lords here. You want to defeat the abyssal lords here? The city lord's tone became surprised for a few moments. I can see that you have a few pieces of equipment on you that are of good quality, but you underestimated the abyssal lord here. That's a powerful demon on the verge of becoming the king of the abyss. King of the abyss? Lin Qi narrowed his eyes. When the heavenly tribulation territory had encountered the declaration of war by the six-winged demon lord, he had actually gained some understanding of this. That six-winged demon lord was by no means waging a territorial war for the first time. The extent of its territory is also very large, and Lin Qi has some guesses about that. If one was able to rule over a territory in the abyss, one could be called an abyssal lord. So, when the area of dominion is done enough, then the title of lord. Isn't that too much? But there is not much information about these, even from the major associations. No way. The abyss was filled with too many monsters and too strong. Compared to exploring the abyss, the top awakened still preferred exploring new areas. Put away these stray thoughts. Only then did Lin Qi look at the city lord before him again. He was able to tell that the forgotten city lord was obviously still filled with all sorts of misgivings about him. Don't worry, I have no animosity towards Oblivion City, and am purely running towards the abyssal lords here. As for how strong the abyssal lords here are, to be honest, I don't really care. The meaning revealed in these words was more or less arrogant. The city lord faced Lin Qi and seemed to reveal some helplessness. It is true, as recorded, that the foreigners do not have much reverence for many things in our region. However, her words had only just fallen, but her figure suddenly froze in the next moment. She distinctly noticed. The information revealed by the human awakened before him had changed. What she had seen in Lin Qi earlier was just the title of Great Explorer. And now, surprisingly, it turned into an abyssal lord. Abyssal lords. Looking at the sudden change in Lin Qi's message, the pupils in both of the city lord's helmet-covered eyes couldn't help but abruptly shrink. You are. Don't be nervous. I am likewise an alien abyssal lord. Lin Qi grinned. Or maybe, I'm an abyssal lord on the side of good. However, her words had only just fallen, but her figure suddenly froze in the next moment. She distinctly noticed. The information revealed by the human awakened before him had changed. What she had seen in Lin Qi earlier was just the title of Great Explorer. And now, surprisingly, it turned into an abyssal lord. Abyssal lords. Looking at the sudden change in Lin Qi's message, the pupils in both of the city lord's helmet-covered eyes couldn't help but abruptly shrink. You are. Don't be nervous. I am likewise an alien abyssal lord. Lin Qi grinned. Or maybe, I'm an abyssal lord on the side of good.